The talented scholar Shun, she has soul-traveled to the interstellar realm, only to realize that while technology here is dazzling, the cultural connection has been severed. The divine beings that sustain the star domain, known as the Shuwen clan, actually feed on written words and are on the brink of extinction. The young god of stars, Shen Lin, grows increasingly weak due to his hunger for words until he encounters the abandoned Shen Xi wields a brush with grace, unleashing an overwhelming literary power. Just a distant glance is enough to shake the divine being to his core, causing his hands to tremble. The indifferent deity cannot help but draw closer, sinking deeper with every step. He still loves the mortal world, yet his gaze is tainted with worldly desires. This fallen noble lady unexpectedly tames the supreme deity with her pen and ink. Chapter 1. The Edge of Exile Star. I told you not to add her name, and now look, the entire Shen family has lost face. A frantic voice came from not far away. Shen Xi slowly closed her eyes, her chaotic memories tangled like an unraveling ball of yarn in her mind. In the previous moment, she was in the Hanlin Academy's library proofreading texts, and in the next, she found herself seated in a small star shuttle traversing the vast starry sky. The overwhelming disconnection sliced through her, creating an absurd and unreal sense of floating. Only the ongoing dialogue nearby tethered her to reality. The ceremony hasn't started, yet Shun, she might not necessarily fail. This was a voice that carried authority, yet was calm. Humph, she has already committed suicide. Don't you understand her worth? You spoil her too much, the Shun family will eventually be ruined by your hands. If she wants to die, let her. Saving her back would only be embarrassing. The other voice was less pleasant. Enough, the command was like a hammer striking, and then footsteps faded away into silence, followed by a sharp sound. Following the sound, a middle-aged man quickly approached. He wore a knee-length white robe, his square face taut, and his eyes sharp as knives. Uncle. Shen Xi instinctively spoke, then froze, a deep panic and sense of helplessness engulfing her. Meeting Shen Xi's flustered gaze, Shen Wei's brows furrowed intensely, and his tone was already impatient as he said, "You heard the conversation just now. If you can't complete your awakening or resonance, the Shun family cannot keep you." He paused, his piercing gaze locking on his Shen Xi. "Shen Xi, you have disappointed me greatly." Her mind was in disarray, and Shen Xi didn't know how to respond, so she could only press her lips together in silence. The girl slightly lowered her head, her pale and fragile neck exposed under the cold light source, with a scar the width of a pinky finger winding around her neck, the fresh tissue. Looking ugly like a pink centipede, DEITY starkly reminded Shen Wei of what she had done. Suicide. How dare she commit suicide on such an important day? Shen Wei's anger surged again, his tone fierce. "The ceremony is about to begin. Hurry and cover your neck and come with me." Shen Xi suddenly looked up, raising her hand to touch the back of her neck. Her fingertips trembling as they brushed against the tender new tissue that a vision of a long knife cleaving down from the top of her head flashed through her mind, the image of her body being severed in two. "What are you dawdling for?" The urging voice pulled her back to reality, and Shen Xi hurriedly grabbed a piece of outer clothing to wrap around her neck, only to be yanked off the bed by Shen Wei. He was tall and moved quickly, while Shen Xi was petite, stumbling to keep up. They crossed the empty, silent corridor, and as the automatic doors slid open, a roaring cheer penetrated her eardrums. Shen Xi looked up in shock. A massive pillar-like structure stood before her, intricately carved with images of sun, moon, mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, insects, and fish, its majestic aura overwhelming. Clusters of transparent cocoons were arranged in an orderly manner, connected to the pillar by transparent walkways, each cocoon filled with people. Shen Xi was on the path leading to one of the cocoons. After tossing her into one of the cocoons, Shen Wei left. One by one, the cocoons moved towards the pillar, and the people inside pressed their hand against it. Before long, beams of light surged upward from the points of contact. Shen Xi looked up at the rushing lights, the shimmering fragments falling into her eyes, casting a silvery glow. This was the most important ceremony in the Shuwen star system, the resonance of human writing and the awakening of the Shuwen clan's marks. Since the first cosmic supernova explosion, there have been several more star explosions. After numerous migrations, humanity finally settled in the Shuwen star system with the help of the Shuwen clan. However, The assistance of the Shuwen clan was not without cost. They fed on words to gain energy and maintain the stability of the Shuwen star system. In the distant past, humanity used writing to record and express. But after several star explosions, preserving the embers of human existence became difficult, and written language had already faded away. Fortunately, humanity could reclaim some of the lost written words through resonance. For the Shuwen clan, awakening the written mark granted them powerful combat abilities. Thus, the resonance of words and the awakening of marks helped both humanity and the Shuwen clan gain rights and status. However, after voluntarily abandoning their human identity to become semi-intelligent machines, the ability to resonate was lost as well. Although Shen Xi was not a semi-intelligent machine, her mother, Shen Lin, was. Worse still, Shen Xi's father was not human, but a hybrid of a Shuwen and a semi-intelligent machine. Shen Xi had a high likelihood of being unable to resonate with words or awaken her mark. Perhaps that was why she had committed suicide the day before the ceremony. As the cocoon slowly approached the winged pillar, Shen Xi withdrew her gaze and sighed softly. Although she had integrated the memories of the other person, she was indeed not the Shen Xi of the Central Star, but the proofreader Shen Xi from the Hanlin Academy of the Great Li Kingdom. Having been involved in a palace coup, she had just been executed at the Noon Gate, only to unexpectedly have the chance to open her eyes again. She never expected to face such a wondrous world. Shen Xi pressed her hand against the winged pillar. Time passed minute by minute, and there was no response beneath her hand. In the distance, Shen Wei, who had taken in everything, wore a dark expression like the bottom of a pot. The ceremony soon concluded, and the cocoon automatically moved away, bringing Shen Xi back to the starting point, where Shen Wei had been waiting for a long time. Shen Xi stepped down from the cocoon with a relaxed expression. She was not worried about the resonance after all. It was just writing, and as someone responsible for compiling and proofreading text for generations, it was second nature to her. However, this demeanor instantly pushed Shen Wei's anger to its peak. He suddenly raised his hand, and with a loud smack, his palm struck down. Caught off guard, Shen Xi couldn't evade in time and took the hit, her head turning from the force, a clear red mark appearing on her pale face. Shen Xi, get out of the Shen family. You don't deserve to bear the name Shen. Shen Wei's sharp gaze seemed as if he wanted to pierce her through. Shen Xi covered her stinging cheek, and compared to Shen Wei's furious expression, she appeared overly calm. Okay. After a moment of silence, she gently nodded. This was an old tradition among humanity. Historically, those who could not complete the resonance of words were invariably cast aside by their families to the edge of the stars to fend for themselves. The starship bound for the edge of the stars docked at the base of the winged pillar, and those who failed would be sent to the edge of the stars after the ceremony concluded. Before boarding the starship, Shen Xi found Shen Wei. After she agreed, he silently turned and left, his figure seeming to hunch over considerably. I'm sorry. Shen Xi slightly bent her waist, her attitude sincere. Shen Wei was taken aback. Looking at Shen Xi with a complex expression, she appeared slim, the wind lifting her clothing, nearly enveloping her entirely, like a fragile piece of wood that seemed ready to snap at any moment. I'll think of a way. He almost instinctively began to speak. No need. But Shen Xi suddenly stood up, interrupting his words. The girl gently smiled, the glow of the winged pillar illuminating her eyes with a bright hue. I'm leaving now. Uncle, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Chapter 2. Encounter with Star Pirates. The edge of the star is 100,000 light-years away from the central star. The vast distance necessitated continuous rapid jumps by the starship to shorten the travel time. Neither Shen Xi of the Central Star nor Shen Xi of the Great Li Kingdom had ever experienced anything like this. Thus, Shen Xi fell ill due to the drastic changes, and after sleeping for 3 days in a haze, the quick jump finally came to an end. Shen Xi lazily opened her eyes and looked out the window, where the starship was weaving through a belt of meteors. The bare meteors floated in space, not emitting light by themselves, only changing their shadows as the starship moved. She squinted her eyes to gaze into the distance, suddenly pausing. Was there a flicker of light in the distance? Just as she was in a daze, the starship suddenly jolted, followed by a piercing alarm. Warning, E-Class passenger starship has been maliciously locked on. Warning, E-Class passenger starship has been maliciously locked on. Shen's heart sank, and she quickly got up. Ate tea this moment. The starship was already in chaos. This was a common procedure in space warfare. Shen Xi had no doubt that the enemy's cannons would fire at them in the next moment. And this was merely an E-class passenger starship, completely defenseless against attacks in the vast universe. If the starship disintegrated, human bodies would be stripped from their safe environment and would instantly disperse into dust. Fortunately, this was a starship departing from the central star, and there were enough escape pods. Shen Xi followed the crowd and dispersed into one of the escape pods. At the moment, the escape pod activated and shot off into the distance. 3 projectiles glowing red came thundering down towards the starship. Shen Xi hurriedly turned to look back, and the starship silently erupted into brilliant fireworks, dust scattering as the magnificent flames surged like a fire dragon rampaging through the dark universe. Her heart trembled, as if that blow had struck her heart. Warning, unidentified flying objects approaching. The mechanical warning sounded again, and Shen Xi came to her senses, pursing her lips as she looked ahead. It seems we can't escape. Her expression was so calm that Xing Lin, who was piloting the escape pod, couldn't help but glance at her. The 3 projectiles, just now, seemed to be class. Shen Xi recalled the knowledge she learned at the central star, turning her gaze to the control panel of the escape pod. But our escape pod's safety level is D. Let's surrender. Her murmured words were followed by a crisp and decisive conclusion that you're crazy. Su Jiao looked at Shen Xi in fear, exclaiming frantically, "We absolutely cannot surrender. What if they're the bugs or beastmen?" However, the surrender signal had already been sent out. Seeing this, Su Jiao was instantly dumbfounded. "You all are really crazy. Crazy, crazy." She excitedly lunged at Shen Xi. Shen Xi sidestepped and caught her flailing hand. Neither the bugs nor the beastmen. Those 3 projectiles belonged to the inferior crack-like cannons that leaked out from the 13th Army 5 years ago. The beastmen and bugs wouldn't use such trash. They are most likely interstellar bandits from the surrounding area. Su Jiao ignored her explanation, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Should we surrender to bandits? You are Mingyu's daughter." Shen Xi firmly held her hand and interrupted. "So what if I'm Mingyu's daughter? If you want to die that badly, you can commit suicide now. Why are you making a fuss with me?" Su Jiao was stunned, her expression dazed, filled with despair. What's the difference between falling into the hands of bandits and falling into the hands of bugs or beastmen? Shen Xi frowned, sitting back against the chair, exhaling a long sigh. "But we at least need to leave this vast starry sky first." "Why? If only I could resonate. Why can't I resonate? I'm also of the human race. Why can others do it, but I can't?" She suddenly broke down in tears. "Yeah, why is that?" Shen Xi nodded, seriously questioning. Su Jiao's crying suddenly stopped, her gaze blank, "Because we are the descendants of quasi-intelligent machines." She pouted aggrievedly. Meeting her tearful eyes, Shen Xi helplessly reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Don't be afraid." The small fleet of interstellar bandits quickly completed the rendezvous with Shen Xi and the others' escape pod. Eventually, the starship docked on an unnamed planet, and Shen Xi and her companions were locked up in a prison cell in the cramped and dim room. People squatted or sat with dazed expressions, indifferent to their arrival. A tense atmosphere lingered among the crowd. Through conversations, Shen Xi learned that the leader of this band of space pirates was an awakened half-human. They burned, killed, and looted, acquiring a vast amount of wealth and occupying this unnamed planet, establishing a foothold there. This half-human leader was extremely cruel, enjoying watching others fight to the death, having built a massive gladiatorial arena for this purpose. Sometimes it was an unknown fight, and sometimes it was a chaotic battle royale among many. And today was the day of the battle royale. "Everyone, get out." A fierce voice suddenly rang out. Panic erupted in the crowd, and Shen Xi's heart skipped a beat. Disgust surged within her. People scrambled to hide, some trampling on the bodies of the elderly in a hurry, while others pushed down the youths trying to evade. Young children cried out loud, swept away by the crowd. Screams and cries filled the entire prison cell. Outside, the instigators laughed gleefully. Look at these fools, they are really foolish to the extreme." Watching this absurd scene unfold, it was too much. It was too much. Shen Xi's anger boiled within her, her beautiful face frozen in frost. The half-human leader suddenly stopped laughing, looking at Shen Xi with a cold gaze that scrutinized her up and down, then smirking maliciously. Aren't you that lowly hybrid from the Shen family? TSK, with that face and background, wouldn't you fetch a sky-high price in District 17? Meeting the leader's malicious gaze, Shen Xi remained calm, neither ashamed nor afraid. The leader was very dissatisfied with her reaction, frowning tightly. Why aren't you afraid? District 17, once you enter there, you won't even be worth less than a lowly dog. Seeing that Shen Xi still had no reaction, he pondered for a moment, as if discovering something amusing, his eyes shining with excitement, whispering like a demon, "Not being afraid is fine, I have something even more entertaining." After saying that, he gestured to the people beside him. "Shouldn't we bring out our new toy to entertain Miss Shen?" His malicious gaze slithered like a cold snake over Shen Xi's exposed skin. Several space pirates, upon receiving the order, restrained Shen Xi and injected an unknown syringe into her. The icy liquid coursed through her veins, causing her skin to tremble. It felt as if a flame was burning from the injection site deep inside, leaving Shen Xi weak and unable to stand, barely holding herself up to avoid collapsing. In her gradually reddening eyes, the half-human leader wore a wicked smile. "Wish you a happy game." He raised his hand abruptly, and with a rumble, the wall suddenly rose, revealing an arena before her. He then turned and walked briskly towards the high platform. "What is this?" Shen Xi gasped lightly on the ground, her tone weak. "It's a drug that promotes awakening for half-humans." Shen Xi followed the sound and looked over. Xing Lin sat alone in a corner, his expression indifferent, his light golden eyes reflecting her sweat-drenched face. Xing Lin furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes that he moved his fingertips, intending to interrupt this painful awakening process, but suddenly heard a faint murmur. "Is that so? Then I will awaken." Mixed with hope, the boy's hand fell down, properly resting on his knees, his beautiful eyes meeting Shen Xi's bright ones, silently parting his lips. "As you wish." Chapter 3. One wave has not settled. Another rises. Shen Xi was dragged into the arena, looking up at the leader who was watching with great interest. "Shen Xi, your father's name resonates through the realm of literature. I'm really curious. What kind of mark will you awaken?" His irritating voice rang out, followed by a clap of his hands. In the next moment, a side door of the arena opened, and a wolf-like creature sprang. It stood about 2 meters tall, its eerie green eyes scanning like searchlights. The instant their eyes met, Shen Xi's heart shrank violently, her blood instantly freezing, a chill creeping up her back. The giant wolf let out a sharp howl and rushed over. Its sharp claws were exposed, and its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp fangs that were aimed directly at Shen Xi's neck. With such a large body, the biting force must be tremendous, and with such sharp teeth, she would surely die, right? She definitely would. On both sides of the arena, the people in the cells gasped in shock. However, the anticipated bloodshed did not occur. The moment the giant wolf was about to pierce Shen Xi's throat, it suddenly closed its mouth and whimpered as it collapsed to the ground. It rolled in pain, transforming into a ragged-haired blond man with dazed eyes and a frenzied expression. Shen Xi observed his movements warily. "Don't worry, you've all been injected with life stabilization chips. Neither you nor he can kill each other." The leader's playful voice rang out. Shen Xi felt a chill, realizing that the leader intended to torment humanity and dignity until only the instinct to kill remained. The giant wolf quickly recovered from its pain and transformed back into its wolf form, charging at Shen Xi. Just before it could strike a lethal blow, it hesitated and changed direction, its claws piercing Shen Xi's shoulder. Blood erupted in a spray. Then, with a powerful yank, the giant wolf pulled back its claws, using its immense strength to send Shen Xi crashing to the ground. Hiss. Shen Xi's face turned pale, her lips trembling. It hurt, it really hurt. She propped herself up with her uninjured hand and looked up to see the giant wolf had figured out the pattern and was lunging at her other shoulder. This guy. Shen Xi instinctively cursed, too late to dodge, and was once again pierced by the claws. Her eyelids twitched slightly as she lowered her gaze to her wrist, where the mark representing awakening gradually began to show under extreme pain. When the giant wolf tried to bite her thigh, she suddenly sidestepped. The sudden increase in speed caught the giant wolf off guard, and it missed its bite, its upper and lower jaws clashing with a clanging sound. It slightly tilted its body, the massive wolf head facing Shen Xi, its eerie green eyes flashing with confusion. Shen Xi steadied herself and turned to run. The giant wolf quickly followed, its claws unhesitatingly swinging toward Shen Xi's back. With her awakening completed, although Shen Xi had been injured a few times, her speed increased, and her movements became more agile and brisk. Shen Xi created distance between herself and the giant wolf, raising her hand to touch her bleeding shoulder, glancing at the high platform. There, the leader met her gaze and excitedly whistled. "Come on, Shen Xi, let me see how strong your bloodline is." "All right." Shen Xi suddenly smiled provocatively, a spark of determination in her eyes. In the next moment, she shook her arms and dashed toward the edge of the arena at high speed. After a running start, she leaped into the air, her petite figure transforming midair as a feline creature used the edge of the arena as a springboard to leap out. The moment she leaped out of the arena, Shen Xi activated the mark. Covering herself with fiery sand, she sprinted towards the high platform. The leader, seemingly caught off guard by her actions, displayed a look of surprise and instinctively raised his hand, shooting out a particle beam gun. At the same time, the other space pirates quickly adjusted and raised their guns to shoot after a moment of panic. The particle bullets collided with the tough and hard surface of the fiery sand, producing a clanging sound, but failing to break through the strong defense. Shen Xi landed and transformed back into her human form. With a flick of her right hand, a 3-foot-wide fiery sand sword appeared. She stepped on the railing, her waist twisting like the wind, and with the fiery sand sword, she danced like a dragon, charging into the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Amidst the colorful attacks that sprang to life, Shen Xi danced through the beams of light, her sword thrusting upward, slashing downward, stabbing straight, and then retracting. Within a few rounds, she broke through the crowd to confront the leader, who let out a sinister laugh, extremely excited, transforming into a falcon with a wingspan of 6 meters. Diving down from above, under the massive shadow, Shen Xi looked small and weak, a mere mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating her abilities. Yet she showed no fear, leaping off the railing, her clothes billowing like wings. In midair, she maneuvered to avoid the space pirate leader's sharp beak, swinging her sword upward at an angle. The blade of the fiery sand sword was unstoppable, and as soon as it touched the leader's wings, it cut through like a hot knife through butter. A muffled grunt was heard, followed by feather scattering, but Shen Xi also lost her balance from the impact. In the dim sky, she resembled a crane with a broken wing, plummeting down. The people in the cells instinctively held their breath. However, falling only half a meter, Shen Xi gracefully flipped in midair, landing on a block of solidified fiery sand, using the momentum to launch herself toward the leader. The leader dove down rapidly, his wings blocking out the sun. After a brief collision, he lost feathers and let out an angry roar. Shen Xi, meanwhile, landed on the railing, flicked her sword forward, and unleashed a flurry of strikes, charging upward once more. After several exchanges, the leader let out a mournful cry, retracting his bloodied wings and falling back to his human form, using his bloodied hands to open the communication. Ring. Not good. Shen Xi's alarm bells rang, and she quickly closed in, kicking him in the chest while her sword plunged downwards without hesitation into his chest cavity, the fiery sand spreading out from the sword's center, enveloping the leader's entire body in an instant. Then, Shen Xi withdrew her sword, turned, and shouted, "Disarm and do not kill." She stood tall on the high platform, the leader's corpse sprawled at her feet, blood dripping from the sword tip onto the fiery sand floor below. The entire beast arena fell into a long silence. Then, an even louder voice erupted from the cells, "Disarm and do not kill." Shen Xi pointed her sword at the second-in-command of the space pirate group, her fierce expression reflecting the brutality she had just emerged from the slaughter. Give the giant wolf the antidote and release everyone. Song Dan was still immersed in the shock of the leader's death. When he came to his senses and met Shen Xi's gaze, he was so startled he nearly collapsed, his voice trembling as he replied, "Yais. Also, I want command of the starship." Shen Xi raised her hand, pointing to the communication star ring, presenting it to Song Dan Yais. Song Dan fumbled to open the star ring and transfer command. The cells opened wide, and the captured people rushed to the viewing platform, but stopped to look up at the girl on the high platform. She stood straight, her figure seeming infinitely tall for a moment. The excitement of regaining freedom overwhelmed the crowd, and they shouted hoarsely. Su Jiyo was swept along by the crowd, her feet barely touching the ground, her gaze fixed, her chest turbulent. Shen Xi, Shen Xi, Shen Xi. She suddenly pushed through the crowd and rushed toward the high platform. Shen Xi. Shen Xi turned around as the girl bounded up the steps in 2 strides, then opened her arms to embrace her. Shen Xi caught her, and they both stumbled back 2 steps. I'm sorry, I was too loud on the starship. Su Jiuyo's face turned red, breathless but eager to speak. You're amazing. Shen Xi helplessly straightened her up. This little girl was quite familiar. Let me see it. Shen Xi turned her head, and the boy who piloted the starship, Xing Lin, was staring intently at the fiery sand sword in her hand. Shen Xi had a good impression of him and directly handed it over. He carefully received it with both hands, even softening his breath. Thus, Shen Xi couldn't help but glance at him again. Xing Lin gently stroked the long sword, his fingers brushing over the engraved words Cheng Yuan, trembling unconsciously, his fingertips feeling soft. He compared his palm to that mark, raised his eyes to glance in Shen Xi's direction, his gaze obscure. Shen Xi was busy arranging for people to board the starship, intending to send those who had been captured by the space pirates to the nearest planet. Su Jiuyo was helping her. After a moment of thought, Xing Lin walked over. Shen Xi caught sight of him coming slowly. His right hand gripped the fiery sand sword tightly, and crimson blood dripped steadily from the gaps in his palm onto the ground. Her heart raced, and she couldn't help but look at him a few more times, thinking he was really strange that I'm going with you. When he got close, he spoke in a tone that was almost like a command. Shen, she was also planning to take everyone away. Everything was ready. Shen Xi noticed that Song Dan was pacing back and forth not far away, glancing this way several times. She thought for a moment and waved for him to come over. Do you have something? Song's face was filled with anxiety, and he looked surprised, as if wondering how Shen Xi could know. Shen Xi, impatient, said, I'm not blind. Just say what you need to say. This, Miss Shen, I told you can't kill me. He lowered his head, nervously shuffling his feet on the ground. You can speak. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes slightly. Song suddenly looked up, his eyes shining, and his tone urgent. Miss Shen, you have to promise me you won't kill me. You really have to promise. What is going on? Shen Xi rubbed her fingertips, responding ambiguously with You can't leave now. It will be very dangerous. He appeared quite anxious. Is he acting? Or is it real? Shen Xi asked, what danger? Song swallowed hard, avoiding her gaze. The boss sold your information to the Beastmen. They have set up an ambush outside this planet. After saying this, he raised his hand to emphasize again. It has nothing to do with me. It's the boss's idea. Shen Xi was stunned. My information? Seeing she seemed a bit confused, Song explained, Miss Shen's father has killed countless Beastmen. Many Beastmen want to kill you. You didn't have a chance when you were on the Central Star, so they are all hoping you leave the Central Star. So you colluded with the Beastmen and kidnapped me? No wonder that leader saw through her identity at a glance. It turned out they were after her. Song let out a dry laugh twice. Shen Xi took a deep breath, her delicate brows furrowing, her eyelids slightly drooping, making her emotions hard to read. After a moment, she asked Song, is there a place on this planet with stronger defenses? The Beastmen were after her. She needed to ensure the others were safe first. Yes, that's good. Shen Xi felt a bit relieved and opened her communication wristband, coordinates. Song hurriedly pulled up his wristband and shared it with her. Gather your people and weapons on the starship. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed his movements with the star ring momentarily pause, and Shen Xi blandly threatened, don't harbor any bad intentions. The people of the Shuwen star system are enemies of the beast race, including you, that if you don't want to die, don't act recklessly. Song's hand trembled slightly. Shen Xi went to the cockpit to inform Xing Lin and Su Jiuyo about this matter. Su Jiuyo turned pale with fear, her lips quivering, and she slumped despairingly in her seat. Shen Xi didn't have time to pay attention to her and looked at Xing Lin. Chapter 4. Catching turtles in a jar. I want to ask for your help. Shen Xi went straight to the point, her eyes filled with expectation. But her heart was anxious, unsure of the other person's thoughts. However, Shen Xi had a strong intuition that he was capable of helping. I won't help you. As expected. Shen Xi couldn't help but feel disappointed, yet she wasn't surprised. Her emotional shift was too obvious, causing Xing Lin to pause for a moment. The boy's gaze turned slightly cold, and he asked, what do you need help with? Shen Xi's eyes suddenly lit up, her tone becoming cheerful. Pilot the starship. A wave of intense emotion washed over her, leaving Xing Lin stunned, and he replied awkwardly, "Okay." However, he suddenly added, "In exchange for that, you need to write for me." The boy's clear voice seemed to carry a certain rhythm, and Shen Xi, as if enchanted, met his cold, light golden eyes. "All right." The words slipped out, and she blinked, only then realizing what she had just said. But Shen Xi didn't mind this small interruption. After sharing the coordinates with Xing Lin, Song Tan and the others boarded the starship. Xing Lin piloted the ship as Shen Xi checked the weapons and delegated authority to them. Before long, the starship arrived at its destination. Looking at the tightly closed dark red gate, Shen Xi sent a voice message to Song Tan. "Go, open the base gate." "Miss Shen, I can't." A surge of anger ignited in Shen Xi's heart, her tone turning dangerous. "Oh, then what was your purpose in bringing me here? Did she drag her here just to toy with her?" "Son tan sivered." No. I can't open it, but you can." Shen Xi forced a smile. "I don't even know if I can open it." Song Tan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly explained, "This planet used to belong to Ming Yu, and this defense base is also his private base. The base is locked, but direct relatives can open it." Upon hearing this, Shen Xi furrowed her brows, a thought rising from the depths of her mind. "You know so much, you wouldn't let this base go, would you?" Song Tan. They were indeed considering this plan. This interlocking scheme is quite a gift. Shen Xi jumped off the starship. In the center of the gate was a palm-shaped indentation. She walked straight over and pressed her hand into it. "Information gathering. Please wait." A mechanical voice rang out. A few moments later, "Hello, owner of the base. We are binding your base permissions. Please wait." Base permissions binding complete. "Have a nice day." Shen Xi tapped on her wristband, and the minimized base icon lay quietly on the panel. She pursed her lips, controlling the base to guide the starship. During the time it took to guide the starship, Shen Xi roughly explored the base. She chose the highest defense level room deep within the base and activated a few robots to take the people inside to hide. Song Tan and the others watched from the side, unable to hide their envy. Shen Xi coldly observed their longing gazes and scoffed, "You caused this trouble. Now you want to hide and avoid it?" Song Tan looked disgruntled. "How many people are there?" "A small team, 12 people. The captain is said to have a high status." Song Tan's tone became ingratiating. "Do they know what I look like?" Song Tan was taken aback, uncertain. "They probably don't." "That's not too important." Shen Xi activated her mark, holding a pair of scissors and swiftly cutting her long hair into a neat short style. Song Tan watched in confusion for a while, then hesitantly approached Shen Xi. "Miss Shen," he pointed to the scattered hair on the ground. "What does this mean?" "Fishing." "Huh. From now on, I am your boss." Shen Xi added, "Temporarily." "Huh." Song Tan gritted his teeth inwardly, wondering what Shen Xi was planning. Shen Xi gestured for Song Tan to wait and changed into a set of light armor, followed by a frail figure. Song Tan approached, his gaze repeatedly falling on the figure behind her. Shen Xi pulled the figure forward. Now she is Shen Xi. This was a simulation robot, with flowing long hair and a beautiful face marred by scars. Its electronic eye had a dark hue, glowing softly, enough to pass for real. After Song Tan looked her up and down, he finally reacted to Shen Xi's words, his expression surprised. He leaned closer to Shen Xi, a flattering smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Shen Xi crossed her arms, glancing at him coldly. "Don't tell me you didn't guess." Song Tan chuckled, thinking of the speculation in his heart, his mind inevitably becoming active. He couldn't deal with Shen Xi, but the beastmen were another matter. Seeing the change in his expression, Shen Xi scoffed. "You want to fish in troubled waters?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Song Tan looked up to see Shen Xi's face filled with mockery. "I can't be sure about killing the beastmen, but killing you?" A light snort escaped her throat, like an invisible knife slicing through the air. Song Tan's face turned pale, like a mouse caught in the light, lost and confused. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with threat. "Don't do anything to make me unhappy." Under Shen Xi's gaze, Song Tan broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly saying, I won't. People like Song Tan should be kept in check. Shen Xi knew that only by making him afraid would he refrain from causing trouble later on. Then, Shen Xi sent a message to the beastmen using the contact method provided by Song Tan. Song Tan craned his neck, wishing he had eyes that could fly. Shen Xi pretended not to see, retracting her star ring and turning to enter the central control room of the base. Opening the control panel, Shen Xi studied the map with one hand while positioning the base's combat robots appropriately with the other. She was ready to take the initiative. Before long, a message alert came from the star ring. Shen Xi connected. Immediately, a massive leopard head appeared on the screen. Shen Xi relaxed in her chair, smiling at the other party. Hello? May I ask how to address you? Ming Luo's eyes, like yellow jade, were filled with disdain. You aren't worthy to know my name. Oh, Shen Xi didn't mind, still smiling. Let's get down to business. What's your opinion? Give me the coordinates and the information on Shen Xi. The rest is none of your concern. Shen Xi didn't respond. Ming Luo waited for a moment, letting out a menacing growl, his expression suddenly turning fierce. What? You aren't willing? The base is on my territory, and Shen Xi is captured by me. I can give it to you, but I have demands. Ming Luo bared his teeth, sharp canines exposed, seeming to feel his authority challenged, his yellow eyes filled with killing intent. Little half-star human. Do you know who you are making demands of? Your Excellency, you have a generous heart. I have already betrayed Shuwen for you, and my demands are not many. Just come empty-handed, and it will give me peace of mind. Huh? Ming Luo seemed to have heard a joke, his disdain deepening. The beastmen possess strong physiques, superior abilities, and combat power comparable to mechas. What did it matter if they came empty-handed to deal with a group of trash thieves? The lowly race is just trash. Not even knowing this. He relaxed, his gaze condescending. Fine, I agree. The call was disconnected, and Shen Xi observed the deployment on the panel, pondering for a moment before raising her hand to make adjustments. The beastmen had a naturally superior physique, and even with the base's combat robots, they might not gain an advantage in numbers. Perhaps they could take them down one by one. She looked up at the ceiling. The entire base was constructed primarily from flame sand or a dense and hard mineral, which gave this base absolute defensive power. It was also one of the ores that could resist the beastmen. A moment later, she suddenly stood up and walked out of the control room. As Shen Xi walked, she activated her mark, causing walls to appear, floors to materialize, and ceilings to vanish, adding mechanisms one after another. Time was tight, and these mechanisms were actually quite simple. But the beastmen are brutish and mindless, and their tricks are sufficient. After all this, she saw the giant wolf standing not far away, its gray-green eyes burning as they looked at her. Do you need something? The other party was also under control, so Shen Xi did not hold it against him. The giant wolf, upon hearing this, bounded over in a few steps, its golden yellow head ruffled, lowering it to smile at Shen Xi in a friendly manner. I want to help. Sure. Seeing its pure gaze with no malice, Shen Xi readily agreed. Everything was prepared, and the beastmen had arrived. Shen Xi deliberately had her people wait outside the base, and the robot used to impersonate her was tied up nearby. When the two sides met, the beastmen became restless upon seeing the fake Shen Xi, almost rushing over to kill her immediately. Shen Xi observed and confirmed that the other side had indeed come unarmed, which made her feel relieved enough to smile. She patted Song Tan's shoulder. What are you dazed for? Send her over. With a robot in hand, Song Tan was extremely anxious, fearing that the beastmen might notice something was off. Fortunately, the beastmen did not detect anything strange. Under Shen Xi's covert manipulation, the base's main gate opened smoothly. The beastmen brought the fake Shen Xi into the base. Shen Xi's fingertips moved slightly, and the sound of mechanisms clicking echoed. The base's main gate slammed shut. Be careful. Ming Luo could only issue a warning before disappearing from sight. Everything happened in an instant. Damn it. Ming Luo's large hand clamped around the fake Shen Xi's neck, his eyes blazing with fury. The fake Shen Xi tilted her body, pulling out a strange smile. I'll kill you. This was clearly a provocation. In his rage, Ming Luo directly snapped the fake Shen Xi's neck. As a result, the fake Shen Xi tilted her head, shaking it and giggling. Ming Luo's scalp tingled. However, the next moment, a gust of wind rushed from behind, and he instinctively turned around, spotting a petite figure brushing past him and disappearing into the wall. Ming Luo frowned, feeling pain at his neck. He no longer paid attention to the fake Shen Xi, his yellow eyes fixed intently on the spot where the figure had vanished. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his mind and turned around, the tip of a red-hot knife coming into view. Ming Luo let out a roar, transforming into his full beast form, his massive forepaw slamming forward, knocking Shen Xi's knife away. Shen Xi rolled with the force and created distance from Ming Luo. "It's you?" Upon recognizing Shen Xi's appearance, Ming Luo was infuriated. "You plotted against me. Greedy and hypocritical person. I'll kill you." Saying this, his mountain-like body charged towards Shen Xi, his mouth open wide with canine teeth as thick as a thumb. Shen Xi turned and ran, shifting her form using the seal as she went. The next moment, a larger version of an orange cat, nearly identical to Ming Luo, lightly climbed the wall and then nimbly jumped behind him. Upon seeing Shen Xi's current form, Ming Luo's fur bristled, and he panted heavily, clearly enraged. Shen Xi flattened her ears, crouching low, her glass-like eyes fixed on Ming Luo's movements. Ming Luo's muscles tensed, and he opened his massive mouth to bite down hard on Shen Xi's soft neck. Shen Xi had long been on guard against him and used her superior jumping ability to leap over Ming Luo, her forepaws slashing down like knives towards his large head. Roar! He quickly adjusted his position and swiped at Shen Xi, who was still in the air, with a powerful claw. Fur flew, and Ming Luo's forehead was marked. But Shen Xi was not in a much better condition either. Chapter 5. Beast Clan Mark. She spat out the fur that flew to the edge of her mouth, her fluffy head shaking as her vigilant gaze remained locked on Ming Luo. The sounds of battle from the giant wolf side came through the communicator pressed against her ear, and it didn't seem optimistic either. Shen Xi's fingertips twitched as she quickly pulled back while opening the star ring, her form shifting again. After quickly scanning the battle conditions between the groups, she tuned into the same frequency as the fake Shen Xi. Her fingertips moved rapidly, almost leaving behind afterimages. As she inputted action commands for the fake Shen Xi, Ming Luo, wary of her, swiftly followed as she disappeared behind the wall. However, in a blink, the distance between them closed. Ming Luo was faster and reached the wall first, blocking Shen Xi's path. Fortunately, Shen Xi was agile enough to twist her slender waist and halt her steps, raising her hands as she stepped back. Ming Luo frowned, his pupils suddenly constricting as he focused on the arrow tip poised in Shen Xi's hands. At this distance, Shen Xi didn't need to exert effort to aim. She pulled back 3 arrows to full draw. With a whoosh, the arrows flew out. Seeing this, Ming Luo instinctively sidestepped to avoid sneering. Foolish human, not knowing that feline creatures possess perfect dynamic vision and exceptional reflexes. However, in the next moment, he froze. The sharp arrow pierced through flesh, and the scent of blood filled the air. This lowly human actually hurt him. Enraged, he turned, but saw Shen Xi was relentless, her speed in drawing the bow even faster, completely blocking his escape route. For a moment, Ming Luo found himself in a bind. If it were an ordinary weapon, he could grit his teeth and face it head-on, but it was made of fiery sand. Ming Luo's anger grew. This damned human turned out to have some skill. But that was all. Star power had its limits, and the opponent's reserves were far from enough for a prolonged battle. By then, he would surely bite off this lowly person's neck. Shen Xi had created enough distance, and under her deliberate obstruction, Ming Luo's position gradually shifted closer to the corner where the fake Shen Xi was. She drew her bow tight, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ming Luo dodged towards the fake Shen Xi. This was the moment. As the arrow shot forth, Shen Xi discarded her bow, transforming into a large orange cat, following closely behind. Meanwhile, behind Ming Luo, the fake Shen Xi opened her eyes, her right hand transforming into a cold, gleaming knife as she raised it to strike. At this moment, all of Ming Luo's attention was on the charging Shen Xi, unaware of the changes behind him. Just as Shen Xi collided with Ming Luo and they rolled into the corner, the fake Shen Xi's knife pierced straight into Ming Luo's back. Ming Luo winced in pain, and in his anger, he surged with strength, swatting Shen Xi away. The fake Shen Xi quickly withdrew her knife and climbed along the wall in a strange posture, moving as fast as a 4-legged spider. Ming Luo's eyes burned with fury, blood soaking his fur, forming dark red knots. Shen Xi sighed, "What a pity. That knife should have severed his spine. I truly underestimated you, a filthy star pirate, able to push him to this extent." Shen Xi was also injured. Hearing his words, she chuckled lightly. Should I thank you for recognizing a hero now? Ming Luo's gaze was extremely unfriendly, and the next moment, disregarding his injuries, he charged towards Shen Xi. Shen Xi did not evade. They collided, his broad front paw with sharp claws digging deep into her flesh upon contact. The sharp pain stimulated her nerves, but, like a stimulant, pushed her fighting spirit to its peak. The fake Shen Xi was not idle either. Her brain chip had been programmed by Shen Xi, directing her to float like a ghost outside the battlefield at the right moment, but every strike she made hit its mark. After yet another clash, Shen Xi landed, gasping for breath. Something was off, very off. At this moment, though Ming Luo was drenched in blood, it did not affect his speed or strength. The injuries he had suffered were not fatal. The Beast Clan was truly strong. Ming Luo bared his teeth. His eyes filled with ferocity as he moved cautiously back and forth, his tail dragging behind him, leaving a trail of red marks. In the next instant, Ming Luo and Shen Xi lunged at each other simultaneously. Their targets were the same, their jumping power comparable. Their paws meeting midair with a fierce clash before they hit the ground. As their back feet touched the ground, they sprang back up like springs. Their massive bodies collided, sharp claws gripping tightly, their large heads leaning toward each other's necks. Ming Luo's powerful front paw pinned Shen Xi down, his sharp canine teeth closing in on her neck. Death approached, and Shen Xi felt goosebumps all over. A tremendous will to survive forced her to roll away while snapping her teeth at Ming Luo. No matter where she bit, her sharp teeth easily pierced through muscle. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through Shen Xi's shoulder, the sound of bones cracking echoing. But she held back from making sound. Neither side showed any sign of releasing their grip, and the scene froze in place. At this moment, the fake Shen Xi suddenly closed in, and Ming Luo caught a glimpse of the chilling knife approaching his head in his peripheral vision. If he didn't dodge, the blade would surely pierce through his eye socket. Almost instinctively, he raised his paw to swat, and the blade embedded itself in his palm. With Shen Xi free from restraint, enduring the agonizing pain, she shook off Ming Luo's teeth and flipped over, pressing down with her forepaws, her claws gripping tightly, lowering her head to aim her teeth at his spine. In the blink of an eye, the situation turned sharply. The tremendous biting force was like a bamboo being broken, clenching down on his spine inch by inch. Skin, blood vessels, bones, all collapsed in an instant. Ming Luo struggled madly beneath her forepaws, but soon his hind legs lost control and drooped down. If you kill me, the Beast Clan will not spare you. His head drooped to the side, his yellow eyes filled with murky bloodshot. Shen Xi released her grip, raising her head to quietly meet his gaze from above. The ferocity in her eyes swirled, the sarcasm growing stronger. Not killing you doesn't mean the Beast Clan will let me go. You are Shen Xi. He struggled to lift his head, but Shen Xi slapped his restless head back down. The loss of strength made it hard for him to maintain his beast form, and moments later, a robust man with gray-green hair lay in a pool of blood. You deserve to die. Shen Xi returned to her human form, speaking coldly. In the next moment, the fiery sand short sword pierced into Ming Luo's chest. Ha! He spat out blood foam, a strange smile appearing on his face. No wonder you are Ming Yu's daughter. Then, more blood foam gushed from his mouth, and he completely lost his breath. Just as he gasped his last, a beam of light suddenly fell on Shen Xi, leaving a red, leopard head mark on her wrist. A wave of unknown malice locked onto her, and Shen Xi felt a strong discomfort rise in her heart. However, in just an instant, this malice dissipated like an illusion. Outside the base, a squad dressed in military uniforms looked at the ominous blood-red mark in the sky. Unable to help but speak out. Beast Clan mark. Who killed a member of the Beast Clan royal family? Shen Xi frowned deeply, striding toward the base's main entrance. Inside the base, chaos erupted. After Ming Luo's death, the other Beast Clan members suddenly went berserk. Those combat robots could not hold them back. And Shen Xi hurriedly ordered the giant wolf to retreat. In the image projected by the star ring, the Beast Clan fearlessly faced death. When their eyes accidentally met with the footage in the base's surveillance, Shen Xi's heart couldn't help but race. She did not regret her counterattack. She was just infuriated that the situation was now out of control. At this moment, the request from Shen Xi outside came into Shen Xi's star ring. The girl hesitated for a moment before opening the request, and the star ring projected a man in military uniform with a resolute face. Am I lucky? Shen Xi murmured as she accepted and then walked toward the main door. Shen Xi stood in military posture at the entrance. When he saw Shen Xi coming, he spoke to the soldiers lined up in front of him without glancing aside. Shen Xi didn't approach, instead watching quietly from a distance. The beast race should naturally be taken over by the military. Shen Xi placed them into different compartments that confined the beast race, observing the battle situation in each compartment through the star ring. At first, she only intended to watch for fun, but when they almost overwhelmed the beast race with crushing force, Shen Xi's expression became serious. She tightly pressed her lips together. They were very strong. Her thoughts wandered, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of her clothing, contemplating how to strike up a conversation with a seemingly indifferent officer. If she could join his squad for training, how could she not improve her combat power? With this thought, Shen Xi walked straight over. As if sensing her, Chen Yi turned his head, his eyes sharp as lightning, scrutinizing her and pinning Shen Xi in place with his gaze. Is there something? His tone was stiff and impatient. Shen Xi's thoughts faded instantly, her gaze falling on his shoulder insignia. The golden insignia was polished to a shine, and the emblem of the 13th Army was very prominent. 4 stars surrounding a shining sun, particularly eye-catching. This was at least a major general. Was he the current leader of the 13th Army? Shen Xi couldn't help but think of Mingyu. The remnants of Mingyu existed on this planet. Star pirates and the beast race were all targeting Mingyu. And what about this person? After a few rounds of thought, Shen Xi dismissed her earlier idea. Nothing. Shen Xi nodded politely, appearing nonchalant as she walked past Shen Yi towards the starship. Shen Yi furrowed his brows, staring at her for a while, until Shen Xi entered the starship. Then he withdrew his gaze. As soon as she stepped into the starship, Shen Xi bumped into Song Tan's eager gaze. After just being rebuffed by Shen Yi, Shen Xi's expression turned cold. Do you need something? The tone was as cold and impatient as Chen Yi's. Song Tan looked at her pleadingly. Miss Shen, could you say a few good words to Commander Chen for me? Please. No. Shen Xi's expression was emotionless. Are you crazy? Asking me to plead for a star pirate? Or am I foolish? She turned away from Song Tan and headed towards the cockpit, but her footsteps paused as she glanced back at the dejected Song Tan. Do you know him? Song Tan looked up, startled. Commander Chen? He's quite well known. Shen Xi nodded, leaning against the wall. So, how can I plead for you? I don't know him. Hearing this, Song Tan hurriedly came over. You do know him. Commander Chen was personally trained by your father. They were like teacher and friend. Close comrades. How could he not listen to you? Oh, so he's a comrade of my father. Shen Xi's expression grew even colder. Chapter 6. The chaotic star. She let out a strange, high-pitched laugh that sent chills down Song Tan's spine. It wasn't until Shen Xi walked away that he realized what had happened. Song Tan followed Shen Xi to the door of the cockpit, hesitating all the way before finally gritting his teeth and calling out to her. Miss Shen, you see. Shen Xi turned her head at the sound, her expression cold. I won't go. Song Tan looked somewhat at a loss, wearing a look of grievance, as if to say she had clearly promised him. Shen Xi stared at him for a moment, then smiled. How interesting, a star pirate like you is innocent. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Song Tan's expression became even more awkward. He stammered, Miss Shen, considering that we have fought against the Beast Clan together, His expression was extremely sincere, filled with remorse. Actually, I don't want to be a star pirate either. However, when he looked up to meet Shen Xi's leisurely gaze, which seemed to see through everything, Song Tan immediately stiffened. Why do you need to tell me this? Am I someone from the judicial court? After saying this, Shen Xi turned and walked into the cockpit. As soon as she entered, she bumped into Xing Lin's calm and focused gaze. The boy had a blank expression, but Shen Xi found him quite innocent and well-behaved. She paused, and a little bit of anger in her heart inexplicably dissipated. Xing Lin's gaze followed her as she approached, and suddenly he spoke. Chen Yuan is no match for Mingyu. You can't fully utilize your talent by following him. Shen Xi found the comforting words quite useful, her brows relaxing significantly. Follow me. I can help you surpass Mingyu. Xing Lin earnestly suggested, his tone so flat, as if he were just asking Shen Xi what she wanted for lunch. This was clearly a very arrogant statement, but coming from him, it somehow felt convincing. Without much hesitation, Shen Xi replied, Conditions? Xing Lin was very pleased that she was so straightforward, and the icy color in his eyes seemed to melt slightly. Right for me. Again with the writing. Shen Xi was taken aback, instinctively mumbling, "How many words do I owe you already?" She had previously managed to take the starship from the Star Pirates, which was a stroke of luck, but now that the military had taken over the Star Pirates, involving subsequent punishments and confiscation, she couldn't take advantage any longer. However, since it was Ming Luo's starship that she had destroyed, Shen Xi didn't plan to give it away. Calculating the time, she emerged from the starship. And outside, it was already nearing the end of the day. Even those who had been placed in the base were brought out. As soon as Shen Xi and Xing Lin stood still, everyone's eyes turned toward them. Xing Lin whispered in Shen Xi's ear, "They say you have extraordinary talent, on par with Ming Yu, and that you are a good candidate from a military academy." Shen Xi instinctively looked at Shen Yi, who was frowning with a face that looked even uglier than before. Casually retracting her gaze, Shen Xi walked towards the shade of a nearby tree, clearly indicating that she didn't want to get involved. Su Jiuyo stretched her neck and looked around as she emerged with the crowd. As soon as her gaze landed on Shen Xi, her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly, pushing through the crowd and heading straight towards Shen Xi under the shade. Sensing this, Shen Xi quickly spread her hands, just in time to catch Su Jiuyo's forward-leaning body. Her eyes, which had just been crying, were red, making them appear even brighter, and the corners of her mouth were raised high. "Shen Xi, I was wrong. I was ridiculously wrong. You are the one most deserving of being Ming Yu's daughter, absolutely." Shen Xi chuckled, steadying her still excited body. "I scared you. I'm the one who should apologize." But Su Jiuyo disagreed. "Even without you, the Star Pirates would have their eyes on our starship." After catching her breath, Su Jiuyo continued, "The military will take us to Star 112. Shen Xi, are you still going to Star 112? Or straight into the 13th Army?" During this journey, Su Jiuyo had heard enough of the 13th Army's Eagle team praising Shen Xi to the skies. With her extraordinary talent, it wouldn't be difficult for her to directly enter the 13th Army, not to mention her special connection with them. Thinking about not being able to meet again in the future, Su Jiuyo felt a little regretful. However, Shen Xi shook her head. "Neither. That's fine. Once you enter the 13th Army." She instinctively opened her mouth, but suddenly realized what Shen Xi meant, surprised and asking back, "Huh?" Su Jiuyo's eyes widened, looking a bit dazed, which was quite relaxing to see. Shen Xi smiled and explained, "I will go to Star 112. But I have something to do and can't go with you." "What about the 13th Army?" "Why only talk about Star 112? That's not important." "Not going." "Huh?" Su Jiuyo stared at Shen Xi for a while, feeling extremely regretful in her heart. She opened her mouth, but chose not to ask anything. She put on a smile again. "Then when you get to Star 112, come to the Su family in Star 112 to find me." After making a promise to meet again, Su Jiuyo reluctantly left. Shen Xi looked at the giant wolf who had been lingering around her since Su Jiuyo had passed by. "Do you have something to do too?" The giant wolf pointed at itself and then at Shen Xi. "I want to follow you." Seeing that Shen Xi didn't agree, the giant wolf anxiously leaned closer, its gray-green, narrow eyes filled with grievance. "Don't leave me behind." "Shen Xi, you have your family," she gently coaxed. "I don't," the giant wolf corrected, looking innocent and straightforward. Shen Xi fell silent, thinking to herself, "What a mouth I have." After pondering for a while, she finally agreed. After Shen Yi and the others left, the three of them stayed at the base for a while. Here, Shen Xi accepted Xing Lin's training while also integrating the information from the Shuwen star system. It was also here that Shen Xi first experienced the deep fatherly love from Ming Yu. The feeling of admiration arose naturally, as if she were not the soul from another world, but rather the Shen Xi from Central Star. Later, the three of them traveled through the stars on Ming Luo's starship until Shen Xi's star ring balance was exhausted, ending their journey with lingering feelings. Before arriving at Star 112, Shen Xi did ample research. This planet was not rich in mineral resources, but it was located on the edge of the stars, close to the front lines, bordering the Beast Clan and surrounded by various star pirates. Thus, it was also known as the Chaotic Star. The 17th district was the heart of the Chaotic Star. Shen Xi planned to go to this very heart. She had no intention of staying with the Shun family stationed at Star 112. As soon as she landed, She rented a small courtyard in the suburbs with Xing Lin and the giant wolf Kuei-mu. Without waiting to rest, she took her writing materials and headed straight for the 17th district. The writing materials, under Xing Lin's discerning eyes, were definitely valuable but rare in the market. A month passed, and Shen Xi's temperament underwent a significant change. Her brilliance contained, sharpness hidden. Although her face remained beautiful and exquisite, it made people hesitant to underestimate her. Moreover, those who mingled in the 17th district all had a pair of cunning eyes. So, as soon as they arrived, someone proactively approached them. "Is this your first time here, noble person? I may not have many other skills, but I am quite familiar with the 17th district." Shen Xi didn't plan to have a guide, and after a few sentences, she sent the person away and strolled along the road. It seemed that since it was still early, there weren't many shops open. However, the stalls by the roadside had already set up. Thus, the three of them naturally turned into a small alley with vendors. Unlike the slightly deserted outside, this place was bustling with people. Dirty, old blankets were spread on the ground, with various boxes placed on them, covered with black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. Shen Xi only wanted to see the bustle until she saw one of the black cloths lifted. It revealed a prison cage. Inside the cage huddled a man who was so thin he was almost just skin and bones, with clumps of hair sticking to his forehead. Frightened by the sudden brightness and retreating deeper into the cage, the chains binding his limbs clanking loudly. Shen Xi's expression suddenly turned cold as she looked at Xing Lin. Xing Lin understood. The 17th district had always been involved in human trafficking. Although the star system government had explicitly prohibited it, Star 112 was too remote. With a long reach, here, the breeding ground for crime flourished unchecked. Xing Lin's tone was very calm, as if it was something she had long been accustomed to. The people being sold were usually half-star people, humanoid machines, and various mixed-blood individuals. Shen Xi suddenly realized something, including those abandoned by the central star. "No." Xing Lin had a hint of indifference in her smile. "You are mistaken. The trade exists because of demand. Not everyone can enter the market in Zone 17. Shen Xi felt a chill all over. The central star eliminates them, and Zone 17 sifts through them again, thinking about the passenger starships used by the central star to transport them. It seemed that the surrounding space pirates were already making a fortune just by robbing passenger starships and selling the humans on board. Did the central star know that space pirates were rampant here, and that those abandoned would likely become slaves and lose their lives? Or did they know, but simply not care? Shen Xi felt heavy-hearted, lowered her head, and turned to leave. But at that moment, Kuei-mu suddenly let out a strange cry and charged forward. By the time Shen Xi reacted, the other person had already disappeared from sight. Shen Xi thought to herself that it was bad, and while chasing, she asked Xing Lin, "What happened?" Xing Lin seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps this scene had stimulated him. Stimulated? Could it be that Kuei-mu was also being sold? Shen Xi felt even more disgusted with this place. When she caught up, Kuei-mu had already stopped, standing beside a cage covered with black cloth, pacing back and forth. Shen Xi observed his clear eyes, reached out to grab his collar, frowned, and asked, "Why are you running?" Kuei-mu pointed to the cage beside him, looking anxious. "She's inside." "She? Who?" Seeing Shen Xi's confused expression, Kuei-mu hurriedly broke free from her grasp and dashed to the cage, lifting the cloth. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't touch things that aren't for sale." The stall owner, seeing this, quickly scolded and stepped forward to stop him. Kuei-mu seemed to ignore him and swiftly pulled the cloth aside. At the same time, the owner grabbed his other hand and stumbled backward. Shen Xi's vision suddenly opened up, and the scene inside the cage came into view. A girl was lying on her back in the cage, with a black spotted blanket underneath her, her dress dirty and stained with blood. Her pale skin marred by purple marks, her limbs twisted in unnatural positions, and crystal iron chains linking her ankles and wrists to the cage. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes wide open but unfocused, empty and hollow. Shen Xi's mind exploded in shock. By the time she came to her senses, she had already kicked the stall owner in the back. With a loud bang, he fell onto the filthy carpet of the stall, blood gushing from his mouth. He calmly took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, opened the cap, and was about to pour it into his mouth. At that moment, a fair hand reached out from the side, gripping his wrist and twisting it outward. A piercing cry mixed with the sound of the medicine bottle dropping to the ground echoed. Chapter 7. No one can slap my face. Do you know where this is? After a scream, the vendor gasped and spoke up. Shen Xi didn't care what this place was, nor did she care about the Chaos Star. What about the heart of the Chaos Star? At first, she just hated this place, but now she wanted to blow it up without a second thought. As the man's voice fell, 5 muscular men in dark light armor with guns approached and surrounded Shen Xi and the others. Shen Xi slowly crushed a medicine bottle underfoot, her gaze shifting to Kue Mu. Sujio, I'll leave it to you. I'll handle the rest. Kue Mu knew he was no match for Shen Xi and had no objections to this arrangement. Shen Xi stepped forward, her frail figure blocking the way. Facing a girl who was 2 heads shorter than them, the enforcers of Area 17 exchanged glances, not daring to underestimate her. Xing Lin automatically moved aside, clearing a path for Shen Xi. Shen Xi clasped her hands, twisting her wrists to reveal a sword formed from fiery sand between her palms. Just this move made it clear that her awakened mark was anything but ordinary. A few enforcers instinctively tightened their grips on their blasters, which were far more powerful than the laser guns in the hands of the Star Thieves before. But as small arms, they were still useless against Shen Xi's fiery armor. The bright red armor protected Shen Xi completely, revealing only her clear eyes, which were cold as ice with battle intent. In the next moment, Shen Xi moved like lightning, and the enforcers blinked, and she was right in front of them, with a sweeping motion of her broad-bladed sword. She struck down from above like a rainbow piercing the sun. As snowflakes poured down, no one could react in time. Warm blood sprayed, pain dulled, and as the screams rang out, severed arms rolled on the dirty ground. The enforcers instinctively opened fire. At such close range, the barrage came crashing down, flames lighting up the sky. Shen Xi couldn't be bothered to dodge. Bullets hit her, piercing through her armor, causing sharp stings. They weren't very sharp, but they only heightened Shen Xi's focus and excitement. This time, her swordplay was bold and fierce, using the strength of a heavy sword to chop, thrust, slash, and retract. The few people in front of her were like lost dogs, utterly disheveled, as she saw them lying on the ground with severed arms and legs, their weapons knocked away one by one. The vendor's face changed dramatically, and he lowered his head to operate something on the star ring. Shen Xi sheathed her sword, and the vendor hurriedly approached with a flattering expression. "Noble one, let's talk things over calmly." The anger on Shen Xi's fair face had not dissipated, and facing her at close range, the vendor felt his heart race. Shen Xi pointed to the motionless person in the cage, robbing people of their treasures and slapping them in the face. "What do you think is the right way to talk?" The vendor understood perfectly well why Shen Xi was angry. While cursing the Su family in his heart for selling the person off, he forced a smile, saying it was the fault of the small person, that he accidentally touched the noble's treasure. However, the small person was just a small-time trader and dared not do anything illegal. Of course, it was the small person's fault for provoking the noble's anger, but he wasn't trying to shirk responsibility. "Enough!" Shen Xi interrupted him, her gaze falling on the star ring mark on the vendor's wrist. "What did you do on the star ring?" The vendor stiffened, meeting Shen Xi's penetrating gaze. Even though he knew she wouldn't see anything, he instinctively tried to hide his hand behind him. But Shen Xi was faster, grabbing the vendor's wrist and lifting it up. The star ring mark was fully exposed before her eyes. Shen Xi brought her other hand closer, and as it pressed against him, her nails morphed. Sharp claws reminiscent of a feline, ready to tear through skin with just a light touch. The star ring embedded under the skin was always shallow. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow at the vendor's sweaty face. "I don't mind putting in some effort to get the answer I want. How about you?" As she spoke, the claws lightly grazed his skin, causing tremors to ripple through him. Despite having fought in Area 17 for many years, this was the first time the vendor felt such fear. "No." He opened his mouth without hesitation, his voice distorted. "I just informed Lord Liu. I didn't do anything else. Those who violate the rules of Area 17 will die, you know." Just then, a light-hearted voice came from the side. "They come pretty quickly." Shen Xi looked up to see a girl in a white dress standing on the wall of the alley, the embroidered hem of her dress revealing a fair, smooth calf. Her brown seaweed-colored hair fell softly, the tips swaying gently with the wind, and a pure smile graced her fair, clean face, making her stand out against the surroundings. Shen Xi pushed the vendor aside and looked at the girl. "Lord Liu?" The girl skillfully jumped down from the wall, her soft hair flowing like waves, her tone full of innocence. Nope. The girl glanced at the people lying around, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly very disdainful. However, when her gaze turned to Shen Xi, it sparkled. What kind of death do you prefer? I don't like dying. How about you? Do you like it? Shen Xi drew her sword, ready for battle. The girl suddenly lunged at her, transforming midair into an enlarged 9-section wolf that pounced down with its claws. Like obsidian, the sharp claws sliced through the air with a piercing sound. Shen Xi sidestepped, having no intention of transforming, and leisurely observed her opponent's transformed appearance. The soft fur was glossy, the fluffy tail a mix of brown and black, standing upright behind her. Shen Xi instinctively glanced at the girl's tail a couple more times. If it weren't for the situation, her hands would have been a bit itchy. Unfortunately, as if sensing Shen Xi's intent, the girl's round eyes shot over with a fierce glare, growling, "I'll dig out your eyeballs." But the girl's sweet voice made the warning lose its intimidation. Shen Xi teased back, "I've already memorized it. What now? Are you going to dig out my brain too?" The girl's tone turned sinister. "That's a good suggestion. Quite confident." Indeed, Shen Xi put away her joke, and the two figures closed in again. The claws collided with Shen Xi's sword blade. It seemed to be the first time the girl had encountered such a weapon, and confusion flashed in her round eyes as her claws instinctively tightened. However, she didn't expect the palm to glide across the blade, sending a sharp pain coursing through her. The girl retracted her claws in pain, blood droplets rolling down and soaking in her pristine white fur, staining it red. Taking advantage of her momentary daze, Shen Xi's sword pressed forward again, raining down strikes. The girl nimbly dodged, yet still couldn't avoid getting injured. The blood from her wounds soaked her fur, making it stick to her body and looking utterly disheveled, seemingly distressed. The massive body of the 9-section wolf pressed closer, taking several of Shen Xi's strikes and once again grabbing her sword. She gripped tightly, pulling it outward. To her surprise, Shen Xi's strength was not small either. Despite her efforts, the blade didn't budge an inch. Shen Xi snorted coldly, shaking her arm, causing the sword to vibrate and strike against the wolf's palm, then withdrawing the blade, leaving a deep gash. As soon as the sword broke free, it retaliated, targeting the girl's most vulnerable abdomen. The sword light was blinding as Shen Xi swiftly thrust forward, causing the girl to stumble and evade. Shen Xi's sword momentum converged, cornering the girl. Then, like a final hammer blow, Shen Xi's figure descended from above, fiery flames trailing behind her sword light, plunging straight through the girl's chest. The immense force sending her crashing down to the ground. As the dust settled, a dead silence enveloped the surroundings. The many vendors hiding in the corners of the alley instinctively clutched their hearts. The girl lay on her back, her claws gripping the sword blade, and Shen Xi gently pressed down, causing her to freeze in pain, her claws falling limply. After that, she tried to move a few times, but the wound widened with her movements, yet Shen Xi remained unmoved. Finally, she ran out of strength and regained her human form under Shen Xi's sword. The girl's snow-white dress was stained red with blood, lying on the dirty ground like a white magnolia sullied by mud. Shen Xi deliberately angled the sword, making it look frightening but not fatal. "Noble one, why be angry? Why not sit down and have a cup of tea first?" A man in a gray uniform slightly bowed and stood to the side, his posture exceptionally respectful. Shen Xi turned to look at him, and the man gently nodded, then turned to whisper something to the people behind him. Immediately, someone stepped forward, took the key from the vendor's hand, and opened the cage that held Su Jiuyo. As for the key to the chains inside, it was handed to Kuemu. Kuemu looked at Su Jiuyo and then at Shen Xi. Shen Xi sheathed her sword and walked over to take the key, then entered the cage. Seeing her voluntarily go in, the vendor couldn't suppress his impulse. If the smart lock were activated at this moment, but as his gaze swept across the messy alley, the vendor instantly dismissed the thought. Shen Xi first wrapped her arms around Su Jiuyo's frail shoulders, bringing her into her embrace before unlocking the cage. After that, she carried her out. Only after stepping out of the cage did a hint of light gather in Su Jiuyo's eyes, her gaze slowly moving to Shen Xi's face, staring intently without reaction. "Is this a dream?" Shen Xi lowered her head and met her gaze, feeling a slight ache in her heart. She probably still thinks this is a dream, right? Shen Xi pulled the person closer, pressed her lips tightly, and looked at the man over there. Before long, Shen Xi and the others were taken to a well-secured, elegantly decorated room. Behind a massive solid wood table was a beautifully adorned leather chair. A handsome man sat with his legs crossed. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high nose, concealing the brilliance in his eyes. His silk shirt was tailored to fit, the silver olive leaf pattern appearing and disappearing with his movements. "Lord Lu?" Shen Xi inquired. Lu Xiu nodded slightly, expressing a sense of apology. The thoughtless vendor disturbed the lady. He was truly sorry. The smile on his face didn't reach his eyes as he slowly spoke. However, District 17 has its own rules, and no one can casually break them. Shen Xi sat down opposite Lu Xiu and replied, "That's well said, but for me, no one can casually slap my face. Not even in District 17. She raised her eyes to meet his gaze, her tone firm. The eyes of both parties clashed in the air, their proud and unyielding souls shouting that they would risk tearing the sky apart if necessary. Lu Xiu remained silent for a moment, his gaze falling on Su Jiuyo in Shen Xi's arms. District 17 has its share of dirty dealings, and he never bothered to look twice. But now, Lu Xiu looked at the vendor, his gaze cold. "How did the person come here?" "I paid for it." Following the procedure, the vendor replied, feeling extremely wronged. He had complied with the rules and bought it. How could he be blamed for it? Chapter 8. The charm of words. Lu Xiu relaxed his demeanor, shrugging with an expression of helplessness. "Madam, you see." The initiative returned to Lu Xiu, but he actively threw the question to Shen Xi. At the same time, Lu Xiu was also sizing up this ruthless young girl. After causing a commotion in District 17, she showed no signs of panic, and even at this moment, she showed no intent to bow her head. How rare is such a person? It's not arrogance, it's genuine ability. Clearly, she belongs to the latter category. Let us see how she handles this matter. Meeting the probing gaze from the other side, Shen Xi grinned. The rules of District 17 are simply about buying and selling. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I buy. I buy. She extended her hand, and the starry Lin stepped forward to place the calligraphy scroll into her palm. Shen Xi held the scroll, turned it around in her hand, then slapped it down onto the table. With a flick of the canvas, the scroll unfurled. A massive surge of literary power rushed forth, the characters bold and striking, embodying the same resilience as its owner. Lu Xiu was taken aback and instinctively stood up. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, the astonishing work reflected in his eyes. The level was at least sublime, but the literary power was so rich that it even surpassed some works from renowned masters. Clearly, there was no need to ask Lord Lu if this piece was worthy. Once he regained his composure, Lu Xiu looked at Shen Xi with a complex expression. Any work that resonates with words possesses its own unique characteristics, easily discernible upon inspection. Lu Xiu could name one or two pieces of similar caliber and their respective resonators, but those were distinctly different from the one before him. This indicated that the writer of this piece was a newly ascended sublime resonator. After sitting back down, he straightened his expression and spoke earnestly. "I haven't asked for your name, madam." Shen Xi. That name seemed familiar to Lu Xiu, who pondered silently. "I am someone who appreciates talent, and Wu Ti want to deceive you, Miss Shen. This piece of yours is worth far more than this." With such an attitude from the other side, Shen Xi felt some of her frustration dissipate. Lord Lu was right. Words can be easily written, but treasures once lost are not easily reclaimed. While elevating Su Jiuyo's worth, Shen Xi subtly hinted that she could have as many of such words as she wanted. Sure enough, Lu Xiu fell silent for a moment, seemingly evaluating the truth behind Shen Xi's words. Sublime-level pieces are hard to come by, partly because there are few capable writers among the human race, and partly because writing is not easy. Therefore, once sublime-level works are revealed, a storm is destined to ensue. But Shen Xi claimed these words could be easily obtained? Yet, she didn't seem like someone who would speak carelessly. "Madam, could you provide a steady supply?" 4 high-level resident merchants in District 17. The rules are naturally different. Ultimately, he chose to trust Shen Xi, though at this moment, he was unaware of how fortunate he would feel about this choice in the future. High-level resident merchant. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. But now is not the time for detailed discussion. It's possible, but Lord Lu, I am in a bit of a hurry. Lu Xiu looked momentarily dazed. Right? I overlooked it. The current situation for Miss Shen's treasure is not suitable for the medical facility. Just so happens that District 17 has just acquired a military medical pod. To show my apologies, how about I arrange for it to be sent to you? Lu Xiu's offer was quite standard. It was impossible to continue stubbornly ignoring the situation. So Shen Xi nodded. Lu Xiu immediately smiled, instructing his arrangements. In the end, Shen Xi and Lu Xiu exchanged star rings, and she paid him with star coins, agreeing to meet again later. Shen Xi returned to the suburban courtyard with the military medical pod, and Su Juyo. We're home. As they walked into the courtyard, Shen Levan gently spoke to Su Juyo. Home. Su Juyo softly murmured, her gaze slowly roving around the courtyard, tears streaming down her face. Yes. Shen Xi gently wiped away her tears with her fingertip. It won't be like this anymore. Yes, it will get better and better. Su Juyo did not respond, and Shen Xi sighed heavily, feeling the weight of the moment. Shall we go get you treated? After a long while, there was still no response from her. But given her injuries, treatment was necessary. Shen Xi tentatively led her into the room where the medical pod was placed, and seeing that Su Juyo showed no signs of resistance, she helped her inside. As for her clothes, to avoid stimulating her, Shen Xi did not bother. After all, it was a military medical pod, fully equipped. Shen Xi set the parameters and exited the room, while Kuei Mu occasionally peeked inside. Shen Xi patted Kuei Mu's sturdy shoulder. Thanks to you today. Kuei Mu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, a hint of red appearing on his sharply defined face. I should be the one doing this. Shifting his gaze to Xing Lin, who seemed to have been watching her for a while, he suddenly stood up, his focus sharp. Fight? Shen Xi took a deep breath, her tone resolute. Fight. The two of them moved in sync towards the outside, while Kuei Mu hesitated for a moment, choosing between guarding and watching the fight, ultimately opting to guard. Although Star 112 is not rich in resources, the land is vast, and the area surrounding the courtyard they rented is quite open. As dusk approached, the brilliant sunset dyed the horizon, and beneath the splendid colors lay barren brown hills. The desolation intertwined with prosperity, yet it did not seem out of place. Shen Xi transformed into a massive orange cat, running freely as the dry earth rushed past her. She focused on Xing Lin's figure ahead. In her eyes, he had never shown his other form. He was truly strong, yet handled himself with ease, deliberately accommodating Shen Xi's pace. Just like now, after realizing Shen Xi couldn't keep up with the speed, Xing Lin proactively slowed down. Before long, the two met. Shen Xi aggressively launched her attack, while Xing Lin responded calmly. In his youthful form, he was not particularly stocky, with long hands that were exceptionally strong, gripping Shen Xi firmly and remaining completely still. He retaliated with star power, each wave of his hand bringing a storm-like impact. The sharp intensity concealed within the star power sliced through Shen Xi's fur like wind blades. Before long, she was soaked in blood, her body covered in wounds. The pain and the edge of death brought her spirit to an extremely heightened state. Thick pads of her paws, infused with star power, struck against Xing Lin, each hit stronger than the last. The sound of thuds echoed across the desolate countryside, the dust flying with their movements, obscuring their expressions. Ultimately, Shen Xi collapsed from exhaustion, lying on her back in a pool of blood. The cool night breeze lifting her blood-stained clothes, yet she smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars in the dark night. Xing Lin sat beside her, holding her battered hand. The warmth of his palm transmitted soothing star power. I really want to change this world. Xing Lin tilted his head to look at her, as Shen Xi's expression softened. It can be better. Many people want to change the world. Xing Lin spoke calmly, gazing at Shen Xi, then added after a moment's thought, you are great. This sentiment felt like an affirmation that Shen Xi could indeed change the world, bringing her joy. With great ambition, she promised, I'll write you 5 pieces. No, I'll write 10 big characters. The star power from Xing Lin continued to flow unceasingly. It seems like your healing speed is getting faster. The shattered bones were slowly reconnecting, taking less time than before. Xing Lin nodded, his eyes on Shen Xi filled with complexity. Yes, it's because your literary power has become more concentrated. Thus, Xing Lin's condition continued to improve. Correspondingly, Shen Xi would also grow stronger in the future. Once the critical injuries were treated, Shen Xi refused the star power that Xing Lin was still supplying. She crawled up from the pool of blood, left, and returned. She wanted to remember the feeling of this moment, for only pain would not forget the dirty emotions she had just glimpsed today. The two returned to the small courtyard, and Kuei Mu had already taken the initiative to prepare the meal. Su Jiuyao's treatment was not yet over, and Shen Xi changed out of her dirty clothes. The three of them had their first meal on planet 112 in the courtyard. Afterwards, Kuei Mu continued to tidy up the house while Xing Lin watched Shen Xi write. Shen Xi, sitting at the desk, was very different from the shining figure she was on the battlefield. The girl resembled an ancient, old jade, her brilliance completely retracted, exuding a gentle, polished softness all over. Her writing style was unlike anyone Xing Lin had ever known. The pen tip was made of soft hair, soaked in ink, and when it touched the paper, the literary force surged forth uncontrollably. It was vast, domineering, fierce, and unreasonable, forming an extremely stark contrast with Shen Xi's calm brows and eyes. But today was exceptionally different from the past. Excitement, anger, hatred, gloom, and many other emotions mixed together in the literary force and washed over Xing Lin. This was the first time Xing Lin was overwhelmed by such a complex and intense emotion. He couldn't help but show a moved expression, resonating emotionally with the writer at that moment. Through this rich emotion, he glimpsed the abundant spiritual world of the other person. Shen Xi was not simply writing large characters. She was composing an article. The charm of words lies in this, recording expression and providing inspiration for future generations. You write really well. This time the literary force is greater than any previous time. Xing Lin suddenly spoke, his fingertip gently gliding across the paper surface. The dense literary force crashing into his body, causing a slight shiver. Shen Xi turned her head and noticed something was off with him. The corners of Xing Lin's eyes reddened, and with the movement of his hands, even the tips of his ears turned pink. Shen Xi was already used to it. Since the first day they met, she had found Xing Lin particularly strange in this regard. She took the initiative to rise and left the room for Xing Lin alone. By the next morning, Su Jiuyao's treatment finally ended. Shen Xi had been waiting outside with clean clothes early on. When the treatment chamber door opened, she immediately saw Su Jiuyao. Her face was flushed, radiating a healthy glow, and her wounds had faded, though she still appeared thin. Her large eyes stared blankly at Shen Xi, following her movements with her gaze. "How do you feel?" It was Shen Xi's voice. Shen Xi's hand gently rested on her arm. The warm, dry fingertip touched her skin, which was moist with treatment liquid, causing Su Jiuyao to instinctively shrink back. But the next moment, she suddenly grasped Shen Xi's hand. Su Jiuyao hugged Shen Xi tightly, tentatively saying, "Shen Xi?" Shen Xi's mood darkened involuntarily. The next moment, a burst of crying filled the room. "Shen Xi! Shen Xi! Wow!" Su Jiuyao held on tighter. Chapter 9. Impulse. Shen Xi brought the well-dressed Su Jiuyao outside. Bright sunlight streamed in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, almost filling every corner. Kuei Mu came out of the kitchen carrying a huge serving platter and saw Su Jiuyao grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Good morning." Su Jiuyao shrank back behind Shen Xi, her doe-like eyes glistening and warily examining the other person. Shen Xi waved to Kuei Mu, "Just serve the food. I and Su Jiuyao will eat in the yard today." Currently, Su Jiuyao was like a startled bird, and to avoid further stimulation, they had to temporarily separate from Xing Lin and the others. After breakfast, Shen Xi took Su Jiuyao out, thinking that seeing more of the outside scenery might make her feel better. They sat on a dirt mound for a while, watching the wind whip up the yellow sand into different shapes. On the way back, they took a different route, and Shen Xi picked a bunch of bright red feather flowers for Su Jiuyao. Seeing Su Jiuyao's expression brighten significantly when she received the bouquet made Shen Xi feel relieved. These flowers thrive in the sun and are drought-resistant. They are said to last a long time. Su Jiuyao held the flowers with great affection, carefully bending down several times to smell them. It smells so good. It really wasn't a dream. She had escaped from that place. In the following days, under Shen Xi's guidance, Su Jiuyao gradually familiarized herself with the environment. Her rejection of Xing Lin and Kuei Mu also diminished. Shen Xi had Kuei Mu take care of Su Jiuyo while she went to meet Lu Xiyu with Xing Lin. It was still in his office in District 17. After a few pleasantries, both sides quickly got down to business. Shen Xi handed Lu Xiyu a page of paper, the neat and elegant handwriting still wet, clearly just written. Noticing this, Lu Xiyu looked at Shen Xi and asked, "Miss Shen, may I be so bold as to ask if the author of this resonance piece is you?" Remembering the information he had investigated, Lu Xiyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. But he needed to confirm first. He anxiously awaited Shen Xi's response. Shen Xi nodded, yes. There was no intent to hide. Lu Xiyu couldn't help but laugh, his eyes full of admiration. It was as if heaven itself was helping him, sending such a treasure to his side. Shen Xi had a feeling that his reaction was not typical for someone facing a new business partner. Perhaps there was another reason. She thought quietly. However, Shen Xi could also sense that Lu Xiyu had no ill intentions. Otherwise, she would have already turned hostile. "Sorry, would you mind if I call you by your name directly?" Lu Xiyu's attitude became much more familiar. Shen Xi maintained her usual demeanor, and he took it as her agreement. "You don't know how precious you are. That's why I lost my composure." Shen Xi remained non-committal to this remark as they finalized the contract. Lu Xiyu was generous, offering Shen Xi a 7% share of the profits. Shen Xi only needed to submit her work, and the rest would be handled by Lu Xiyu. "Lord Lu, I would like to meet the vendor from that day. Could you arrange it?" Shen Xi wanted to know what exactly had happened, given that Su Jiuyo had suffered such great harm. Of course, Lu Xiyu was eager for her to meet. Even if she didn't, he would find a way to arrange it. It wasn't long before the person arrived. Upon seeing Shen Xi, the other party was extremely nervous, shrinking back and not daring to meet her gaze. "I didn't have time to ask that day. You said your procedures were compliant. Do you know who sold Su Jiuyo to you?" The vendor seemed to have anticipated Shen Xi's inquiry and immediately shared the transaction process from the star ring. Seeing the seller's face, a sense of absurdity surged in Shen Xi's heart. "Su Lin? Is he from the Su family on star 112? The vendor nodded, and Shen Xi couldn't help but laugh in anger. She couldn't understand why someone from the Su family would actively sell Su Jiuyo. She recalled how Su Jiuyo had been so happy to agree to look for her in the Su family after arriving at star 112. How could she have known that her heartfelt journey would push her into the abyss? "Do you often conduct such transactions with the Su family?" The vendor didn't dare to look into Shen Xi's cold gaze, lowering his head and muttering an affirmative. Shen Xi frowned. "Are you saying all the ones sold are from the Su family?" The vendor replied, "Not all. There are also people from other families. We don't inquire about their origins. Did you inflict the injuries on Su Jiuyo?" Upon hearing this, the vendor trembled in shock and suddenly knelt down. "Noble one, I was wrong. Please have mercy." He began to kowtow repeatedly. Shen Xi remained silent, turning to look at Lu Xiyu. "Lord Lu, I'm new to the rules of District 17 and don't fully understand. How do you think we should handle this situation?" This vendor was Lu Xiyu's person, and Shen Xi wasn't unwilling to give the other side a bit of face in such matters. Handling this wasn't difficult. But Lu Xiyu was somewhat unsure of Shen Xi's intentions. The people from the Shen family on the Central Star were quite different from what he imagined. Due to the lack of sufficient information, Lu Xiyu hesitated a bit on how to deal with this vendor. After a moment, he deliberated and said, "You are a distinguished guest in District 17 and have the right to deal with those who disturb you as you see fit. A mere ant's life is not worth mourning." Shen Xi frowned. She indeed wanted to make the vendor pay for Su Jiuyo's grievances. It was because Su Jiuyo was her friend, and she should ensure that those executioners received their due punishment after her friend suffered so much, not just because of the so-called disturbance. Feeling displeased, Shen Xi's expression cooled down. "Since I can deal with this as I wish, let me see how the law punishes human trafficking." As she spoke, she began to search on the star ring. Upon hearing her words, the vendor looked up in disbelief and then slumped helplessly to the ground. Lu Xiyu was also taken aback. Shen Xi quickly got her answer and smiled at Lu Xiyu. "Could you please calculate what punishment he should face according to the judicial sentencing standards?" The people below had done something that Lu Xiyu likely had an idea about. If this vendor were to be judged according to the law, the death penalty wouldn't be enough. The vendor clearly knew this fact. as he frantically began to kowtow to Shen Xi. Lu Xiu looked at Shen Xi with a somewhat helpless expression. Star 112 was a chaotic star. In District 17, were there not many illegal activities? If everything were handled this way, how could they survive in District 17? Treating people like livestock and selling them was simply unacceptable. Shen Xi's temper also flared up. The scene from yesterday was still fresh in her mind, and she hadn't intended to say anything now. But who let Lu Xiu's previous words make her feel uncomfortable? Lu Xiu's smile faded, his tone serious. Are you serious? Shen Xi pointed at the vendor. Start with him. This is the first step in rectifying the human trafficking on Star 112. Lu Xiu fell silent. The youth's silver-gray hair hung down, casting shadows over much of his brow and eyes, making him appear contemplative. The vendor continued to kowtow, desperately crying out about his hardships. Shen Xi's thoughts began to drift. How familiar those words sounded. Indeed, it was not easy for anyone in this world. After long, while Lu Xiu finally spoke, adopting a compromising posture, I understand. Don't worry, I will handle it well. Shen Xi had actually prepared herself to be rejected or lectured, but the other party's attitude was intriguing. Xing Lin, what do you think he means by that? On the way back, Shen Xi couldn't help but ask Xing Lin. The boy was mostly quiet, his indifferent brow and eyes clear as if he could see through everything. He is a type of intelligent machine. He has been sold several times. Perhaps his past can inspire you. Shen Xi pondered. On one hand, Lu Xiu was overly enthusiastic towards her, while on the other, as the administrator of District 17, he seemed to compromise upon learning that she wanted to take action. It was somewhat strange. Let's observe some more. The next day, Lu Xiu sent over the handling results for that vendor for Shen Xi to see. A list of the things a person has done over the years was sent to the nearest 100 stars. The current planetary leader there is deeply opposed to human trafficking, so the fate of the trafficker sent there is easy to imagine. Shen Xi stated that she was aware and asked the messenger to take the characters she practiced along. Not long after, Lu Xiu's communication request came through. Shen Xi, I have applied for an exclusive auction for your work, and I need your cooperation. Sure. How many pieces do you need? 10 pieces. Lu Xiu glanced at the person lounging relaxedly on the rattan chair and reminded her. I will send you an invitation when the time comes, Shen Xi. District 17 is very different from what you imagine. Lu Xiu did not tell Shen Xi that he had sent the person to the 100 stars, but announced externally that the person had been dealt with for offending a distinguished guest. Now looking back, Lu Xiu felt it necessary for Shen Xi to see clearly what kind of place District 17 really was. Want to cause trouble? It's not that easy. Shen Xi had a feeling that this auction was different. She casually toyed with the handle in her hand, knowing that she would slowly come to understand it. After the communication ended, Shen Xi looked down and saw Xing Lin returning from outside. She opened the window and waved at the person below. Xing Lin glanced at her and directly leaped up to the second floor. Shen Xi moved aside, and Xing Lin jumped down. She placed the handle in Xing Lin's palm, saying, Lu Xiu said he applied for an auction. I want to invite you to go with me. Before Xing Lin could speak, she quickly added, all right for you. Xing Lin had no objections and looked down at the item in his palm. It was a cat sculpture made of volcanic sand material. Warm to the touch, clearly played with by Shen Xi for some time. He turned the cat over, and on its belly, Shen Xi's characters were prominently written. The characters were soft, and the literary force exuded a gentle warmth. Xing Lin traced the two characters with his fingertip and asked, why is it different from the one on the sword blade before? Shen Xi glanced at those two characters, somewhat puzzled. What's different? The literary force was still vast and magnificent, yet like a lake or ocean, filled with a sense of tolerance. Maybe it's because of the different feelings during the two times. Xing Lin said nothing, putting the item into his sleeve. I went to the Su family and saw that there are quite a few people locked up in the dark prison. The person in charge of the Su family on Star 112 doesn't seem to be completely unaware of it. So the Su family is indeed actively trafficking people. Shen Xi, however, was thinking about something else, murmuring softly, I wonder if other families are involved. If the Su family is like this, the others likely aren't clean either. Shen Xi's delicate and fair face frowned slightly, and she sighed softly. Pulling out a radish brings out the mud. It's not that Star 112 is too complicated, but that I am too weak. Xing Lin hesitated for a moment. Then let us practice more today. Chapter 10. Recognizing words and characters. Shen Xi returned with injuries all over her body. Under the vast and dim night, only their courtyard emitted light. Su Jiuyao was waiting in that light, looking worried. Why haven't you rested yet? Seeing her, Shen Xi smiled and asked. Su Jiuyao examined her expression, her gaze fixed on the bloodstains on her clothes. Are you hurt? Injuries are inevitable during training, Shen Xi replied. Su Jiuyao pulset her lips, remained silent for a moment, and then said, You need to be careful. Considering that she was covered in dirt, Shen Xi did not approach her. Of course, I'm trying to get stronger, not to self-harm. You just recovered. Go back and rest. Su Jiuyao lowered her head and walked back, feeling useless. Now she had become a burden to Shen Xi. I can see that Su Jiuyao has been in a bad mood. After such an incident, she didn't know how to comfort her. Early the next morning, after morning practice, Shen Xi knocked on Su Jiuyao's door. At this time, she was already awake, sitting in a daze by the window. She was somewhat surprised to see Shen Xi. She knew that Shen Xi was very busy every day, with morning, afternoon, and evening practices, rarely having any idle time. Shen Xi entered the room with a smile and asked, Su Jiuyao, are you feeling unwell? Su Jiuyao was taken aback, then frowned and said apologetically, I'm sorry for worrying you. She lightly bit her lip, her lower lip slightly pale. I can adjust myself. Shen Xi sighed, looking at her, reflecting on how bright and cheerful she used to be. Why feel guilty because of this? Shen Xi adjusted her shoulders, forcing her to meet her eyes. You don't need to be so cautious around me. We are friends. Su Jiuyao stared blankly at Shen Xi, whose tone was so gentle and firm. Before she could respond, Shen Xi changed the subject. If you're feeling down, how about writing? Huh? Su Jiuyao looked astonished. Shen Xi was already pulling her outside. The study had previously only been entered by Shen Xi and Xing Lin. It wasn't until they sat down at the desk that Su Jiuyao came back to her senses. Do I have to write? She could write a little, but where were the paper and ink? Shen Xi sat beside her, leisurely grinding ink. When I'm in a bad mood, I practice writing. My father said that practicing calligraphy can cultivate one's character and temper the aggressive nature. Su Jiuyao watched Shen Xi's movements. Shen Xi's fair hands held the ink stick, gently swirling it around, her eyelashes lowered, her gaze focused on the inkstone, her expression serene and devout. She became entranced. After a moment, Shen Xi put down the ink stick. Su Jiuyao's gaze followed her movements. Shen Xi laid out a sheet of rice paper, which was slightly yellowish. The paper was soft and delicate, different from what Su Jiuyao had seen before. Shen Xi picked up a medium-sized brush from the brush holder, her clean hands holding the brush in a posture Su Jiuyao had never seen before. Dipping in ink, she wrote with a relaxed wrist. Su Jiuyao's eyes widened as elegant and neat characters appeared on the white paper, the strength of the writing permeating through the paper. In disbelief, she looked at Shen Xi, who was focused on her work. A gasp caught in her throat, and Su Jiuyao chose to remain silent. After finishing an entire page in one breath, Shen Xi finally set down the brush. At that moment, Su Jiuyao grabbed her arm, her fingers intertwined, her voice trembling. Shen Xi, your writing is so powerful. But at the same time, she was puzzled. Since you succeeded in resonating, why did the Shen family still send you to the edge of the star? I didn't succeed. What? Su Jiuyao momentarily froze. Shen Xi didn't know how to explain, so she changed the subject. That's not important. She laid out another sheet of paper, selected a brush, and handed it to Su Jiuyao. Su Jiuyao's gaze fell on the brush she handed over, her expression shy. I can't do it. Just follow my lead. She took out a book, opened it, and spread it on the table. Su Jiuyao took a glance and found it contained some simple characters. Shen Xi picked up the brush again, and Su Jiuyao mimicked her. Look at the content on the page and write according to that. After saying this, Shen Xi demonstrated once, then looked at Su Jiuyao. Su Jiuyao was caught up in concentration. Realizing it was time for her to take action when she saw Shen, she stopped writing. Recalling Shen Xi's gestures, she wrote awkwardly, her strokes crooked and unsteady. Comparing what Shen Xi wrote with her own, Su Jiuyao's face turned crimson. I'm so useless. The next moment, Shen Xi's hand suddenly landed on hers. Your joints are too stiff. relax. It's not about using your fingertips, but your wrist. A soft yet warm hand adjusted her grip, then enveloped her hand. Moving along. Shen Xi's voice rang in her ear. Feel it. As her hand moved to Shen Xi's rhythm, Su Jiuyao began to understand a little. Shen Xi, treating her like a beginner, explained each point to her. Su Jiuyao's mood gradually calmed down. Those feelings of self-pity and pessimism were slowly cast aside. The study was large. Shen Xi walked to another desk to write 10 characters for Lu Xiu. After finishing, she didn't stop. She recorded the events of these days. And although she used an objective tone, her emotions inevitably seeped into her words. The Shuwen star system was a great place. Natural disasters were almost non-existent. Resources were abundant. Medical care was highly developed, and human lifespan had generally increased. But it also had its drawbacks. The advancement of technology did not make every aspect of the world perfect. On the contrary, some foolish things were even more detestable than in the Dechan kingdom, such as human trafficking and rampant banditry. Shen Xi stared blankly at the content. Words, characters, the root of it all. After a moment, she blocked the content, a hint of frustration surfacing in her eyes. Her abilities were still too weak. Looking up, Su Jiuyao was still writing, so Shen Xi didn't disturb her and took her finished work outside. Xing Lin sat on the fabric sofa in the living room, his light golden eyes reflecting Shen Xi's figure. When their eyes met, Shen Xi paused slightly. It seemed that no matter when, Xing Lin's gaze was always on her. Serious and focused, it was as if in Xing Lin's world, only she existed. He was truly a strange person. Shen Xi walked over and handed him the papers. He received them with both hands, looking down for a moment before suddenly speaking. Shen Xi, can you teach me to read? Actually, Shuwen also had its own characters for simple recording. The book Shen Xi had just given Su Jiuyao was annotated with Shuwen characters. However, for true literacy, it was certainly insufficient. Suddenly, Shen Xi had an idea. If you want to do it, just do it. In the following 3 days, in addition to training, Shen Xi focused on compiling books. Thanks to her decent studies and diligent work, she had enough knowledge to draw from. Considering that Xing Lin and the others were not familiar with written language, Shen Xi wrote the most basic content. Thus, after 3 days, 3 books containing the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic were presented to Xing Lin and the others. Xing Lin's eyes lit up. Su Huyao looked confused. Kuei Mu was dazed, even anxious to go out and train. Shen Xi yawned and declared, from now on, I will teach you the basics. Xing Lin nodded earnestly, eager to check the content. Su Jiuyao was surprised. Haven't we already completed our regular education? Clutching the book as if sitting on pins and needles. Shen Xi cleared her throat. This time is different. We will start from the beginning. The way to acquire knowledge in the Shuwen star was through information exchange. Vast and ethereal knowledge points could be instantly poured into people's brains. But the human brain can only receive a limited amount of information. Once that limit is exceeded, the person may become confused. The people of Shuwen load the knowledge that needs to be mastered into the star network and conduct information exchanges when Shuwen children turn 10. Therefore, conventional education typically ends by the age of 10. After that, other content can also be obtained from the star network, but it requires the star network administrators to assess the capacity of the knowledge. These administrators are usually the intelligent machinery clan. For the intelligent machinery clan, theoretically, their brains have no information limits. Of course, aside from conventional education, Shuwen also has institutions dedicated to higher education, namely the Comprehensive Shuwen Academy, the Galactic Literature Institute, the Science and Technology Institute, the Social Sciences Institute, and the First Military Academy of the Galaxy. After the Shuwen people turn 18, those who have completed their awakening or resonance can apply to study at higher educational institutions. Naturally, intelligent machinery beings have no such restrictions and can directly enter higher education institutions. Shen Xi and Su Jiuyao both failed, which directly declared the end of their educational careers. That's why Su Jiuyao felt strange. Su Jiuyao flipped through the book in her hands and suddenly changed her expression, almost dropping the book in excitement as she murmured in surprise, "There are only words in this." She had heard that there would be professors in higher education institutions who could teach about written content beyond the realm of transformation. That was a place all human beings dreamed of going to since childhood. Su Jiuyao was no exception, but she had been cruelly told from a young age that she would never have the opportunity to enter. Yet at this moment, she held a book completely written in text in her hands, merely for enlightenment. Shen Xi nodded, extending her hand, and the flames gathered in her palm to form a ruler. She took on the posture of a teacher from her childhood, smiling kindly, yet making one's scalp tingle. Although it was her first time being a teacher, she was quite strict. Xing Lin showed no reaction. Su Jiuyao and Kuei Mu were startled, instinctively feeling fear. Shen Xi shared the star ring light screen, projecting the content from the Enlightenment book. She read aloud word by word with the three of them, explaining the meaning and analyzing the principles in an accessible way. After 2 hours, Xing Lin appeared thoughtful, Su Jiuyao was spirited, and Kuei Mu was enthusiastic. Shen Xi glanced over the faces of the three, stating that the sea of learning is boundless and endless. And one must remember that 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. So, today's content ends here. However, she changed her tone, emphasizing that study should not be neglected. One must actively work hard, go back and recite it 3 times and copy it 10 times. And I will check your homework tomorrow. Huh? Kuei Mu's face instantly turned pale. Shen Xi had a stern expression, with no room for negotiation. After Su Jiuyao and Kuei Mu left, Xing Lin leaned closer to Shen Xi with the book in hand, asking, "Do I need to copy it that many times too?" A rare smile appeared on his face, and his light golden eyes looked very gentle. Shen Xi blinked and replied, "Learning is quite tedious, so it's naturally necessary. I want tea," he said matter-of-factly, as if it were Shen Xi's responsibility to solve this problem rather than his own. Shen Xi responded, "Su Jiuyao has a calligraphy tutorial book that I gave her. You can." Xing Lin interrupted, "No." Shen Xi sighed, "All right, I concede. I'll teach you." Chapter 11. Why I have to deceive you, Shen. She could ignore Xing Lin. Kuei Mu could ask Su Jiuyao for help, and Xing Lin could too. But thinking about how devoted Xing Lin had been to her these days, Shen Xi was willing to indulge him. Although Xing Lin was enthusiastic about learning to write, he chose not to start right away. Instead, he completed the training with Shen Xi at his usual pace. When the moon was bright and the stars scarce, the two finally sat down in front of the study. Just like with Su Jiuyao, Shen Xi demonstrated first, then paused to observe Xing Lin's reaction. The boy's brows were calm, his movements fluid, and his posture and actions were quite correct. However, the final result left Shen Xi speechless. She could never guess where the boy's next stroke would land, often in unexpected places. Watching Xing Lin write made her feel extremely uncomfortable. This was not right. Shen Xi's slender fingers glided over the characters, explaining the correct sequence to him. Xing Lin nodded in understanding. Shen Xi stepped aside. "Try again." Dipping the brush in ink, he started to write slowly. The connection between the previous and next strokes still lacked any logic or coherence. "All right." Shen Xi's finger suddenly landed on the paper. She suppressed her impatience and directly took Xing Lin's hand. Her delicate hand covered his large, knuckly one, feeling somewhat awkward. "I'll guide you." Shen Xi exerted force, leading Xing Lin's hand as they wrote together. The entire process was as smooth as sailing, without any hesitation. "I understand now." Fixing his gaze on their overlapping hands, Xing Lin suddenly spoke. "What do you understand?" Shen Xi released his hand, signaling him to do it on his own. His eyes followed her hand, staring at it for a while before speaking. "You see, my writing lacks literary power. Is this your writing?" After all, Shen Xi had been guiding him just now, and she thought it shouldn't count as his own. Xing Lin glanced at Shen Xi thoughtfully and began to write again, dipping the ink, placing the brush, lifting it. Shen Xi watched as Xing Lin's movements became orderly, with no mistakes. She quietly straightened her posture. Each character leapt onto the paper. Shen Xi couldn't help but suspect that Xing Lin had been deliberately teasing her. "Did you see? It lacks literary power." Xing Lin sighed. However, that wasn't what Shen Xi was focused on. "From just now, your hand moved from the first paper you wrote onto this one, right?" Her tone was filled with doubt. "I have always been clever." Xing Lin put away the paper beside him and met Shen Xi's gaze calmly. "Why would I deceive you?" The insightful boy spoke plainly. Shen Xi was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the other party at a loss for words, a hint of amusement flashed in Xing Lin's lowered eyes. He changed the subject. Even if it lacks literary power, I still enjoy this. I will continue to learn. Shen Xi nodded, and the comforting words slipped out instinctively. It doesn't matter if your writing lacks literary power. Mine has it, and I will write for you. The boy's movements paused briefly as he raised his eyes to glance at Shen Xi. Concern was evident on his delicate face. This wasn't the first time Xing Lin had sensed emotions arising from her. The unfamiliar emotions approached like a serpent in an irresistible manner. Joy, gratitude, concern, curiosity, kindness. Xing Lin's gaze gradually shifted to her eyes, his voice soft, carrying an unprecedented vulnerability. I originally thought I could master literary power. Then maybe I wouldn't have to rely on others. Look at how powerful a person you are. Even in literary power, there's a timidity that is not shown to outsiders. Shen Xi's emotions were extremely complex. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Sensing the growing concern emanating from him, a faint warmth surfaced in Xing Lin's pale golden eyes. Shen Xi decided to write many characters for Xing Lin for free. However, she couldn't help but ask the question that had puzzled her for days. Is it true that the higher the level of a star person, the more literary power they need to offer to their star master? The Shuwen star people and the Shuwen clan had a complex connection. When the Shuwen mark awakened, the star person star master was simultaneously confirmed. As the star master of the Shuwen clan, the higher the ability and talent, the corresponding talent of the star person naturally increased. Star people need to offer literary power to their star master to level up. The more literary power, the better for leveling up. This was a universally acknowledged rule. However, Shen Xi was not clear about more details. There was very little information about the Shuwen clan on the Star Network, and she could only guess based on Xing Lin's reactions. He seemed to lack literary power severely. Xing Lin nodded. It can indeed be understood this way. However, his situation was actually more complicated. Just as he was about to explain, Shen Xi suddenly spoke up. Speaking of this, I should offer literary power to the Star Master as well. Shen Xi thought her level wasn't high, and the Star Master might not take her meager contribution seriously. But later, as her level increased, it would be unreasonable not to offer. Shen Xi looked at Xing Lin, her eyes sparkling. If we hadn't talked about this today, I might have forgotten to ask you how to offer. Xing Lin rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless that she only realized this issue now. No need. You just need to write. The literary power can be transmitted through the special connection between you and the Star Master. It's different from how star people use the writing of the human race. So when I write for you, it will directly be offered to your Star Master. Shen Xi was somewhat confused and a bit worried. Won't there be a problem when you offer to your Star Master again? The deities probably wouldn't want to receive the same offering. This would make the offerer seem insincere. Just like offerings meant for once you star would never be served at the table of the war god. This, Xing Lin didn't know how to explain. While Shen Xi wrote for Lu Xiu, the literary power was indeed offered to him. On one hand, she was the only one over the years who had awakened the mark and could write resonating characters. On the other hand, Xing Lin had a high priority. No one from the Shuwen clan dared to complain about the literary power he enjoyed first. Aware that Shen Xi had many misunderstandings, Xing Lin momentarily didn't know whether to explain that he wasn't a star person or that he was her star master. This hesitation caused him to miss the best opportunity to explain. Shen Xi spoke to herself. Perhaps there really won't be any problems otherwise. How could we still be sitting here well after more than a month? She shouldn't apply the situation of the Shuwen clan to the myths of Dachin. Deities shouldn't be desecrated. Those who disrespect the deities would receive due punishment. But as it stood, she and Xing Lin didn't seem to be suffering any punishment. So, it was her who was being fanciful. The girl looked at the sky and then stood up. Since you can practice writing on your own now, I'll head back. When Xing Lin came back to his senses, she had already reached the door. There was no opportunity to discuss explanations anymore. And this was not an important matter in Xing Lin's eyes. The next day, Shen Xi received a message from Lu Xiu early in the morning. He indicated that the auction was ready, and the invitation would be sent shortly. He also subtly mentioned that there would not only be literary works for auction, but also slave transactions. When he brought this up, he closely watched Shen Xi's reaction. Seemingly worried that she would react negatively on the spot, Shen Xi's expression wasn't very good either, doubting whether she had misheard. The two remained silent for about 10 minutes. And Lu Xiyu took the initiative to speak. Slave trading is not an uncommon occurrence on Star 112. Slaves are also one of the owner's assets, so they can participate in transactions just like other assets. Slaves? Shen Xi pondered the word on her lips. Is that how you privately refer to Su Jiuyao? The girl sneered as she spoke. It's over. Lu Xiyu thought to herself that Shen Xi's temperament was indeed unpredictable. On the surface, she appeared calm and collected, but it was different. Miss Su is your treasure. This comment did not please Shen Xi, but she did not show it on her face. I understand now. Seeing that she had already compromised, Lu Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was thus settled. After hanging up the communication, Shen Xi let out a heavy breath, unable to suppress her anger. After the morning class ended, Shen Xi assigned homework, as usual, and then called Xing Lin out alone. The auction was just 3 days away. Xing Lin was aware of this. The girl's inner anger roared like a beast breaking free from its cage. It bared its teeth, its sharp fangs and claws stained with dried blood and flesh, fierce and rampant. Xing Lin glanced at Shen Xi indifferently. Sure enough, the next moment, Shen Xi's gritted teeth could be heard. Lu Xiyu wants me to compromise and face reality. I understand his meaning that I am not familiar with District 17 now. So that was the reason. What do you want to do? When capability is lacking, he would say to practice more. Now, is it really a difficult thing for Shen Xi to express dissatisfaction to someone like Lu Xiyu? Xing Lin never doubted her own abilities. I'll go to the Su family for a visit. You take care of things at home for these 2 days, and you can still go to the auction as usual. Before Shen Xi could promise to write a lot of words for him, Xing Lin had already readily agreed. Shen Xi went to the Su family alone. The man who claimed to be Uncle Su Jiuyao welcomed her in. You are Shen Xi? The other party's gaze subtly scrutinized Shen Xi from head to toe. Shen Xi was thin, her clothes wrinkled, clearly not washed for several days. Su Ming felt that she was someone easy to handle. Shen Xi lowered her head, nodded lightly, and spoke in a low voice. Yes, I'm here to find Su Jiuyao. Su Ming's expression grew more satisfied. Looking for Su Jiuyao, huh? She ran out to play. This girl just can't sit still. You both grew up in Central Star, you should know that. His words were sincere, and his tone kind. If Shen Xi hadn't encountered Su Jiuyao first, she might have believed him. Shen Xi wore a look of regret, her brows furrowing. Su Jiuyao and I had an appointment to meet. Otherwise, should I go back to the Shen family first and come back when I have a chance? Shen Xi spoke helplessly. She carefully watched Su Ming's reaction, betting that he wouldn't let her go so easily. At the auction, letting her, someone who could obviously fetch a sky-high price, go was unlikely. Just because her father was Mingyu, there wouldn't be a shortage of people willing to let her go. Sure enough, when Su Ming saw Shen Xi get up, he stood up as well. Niece Shen, since you miss Su Jiuyao so much, you might as well stay the Su family for now. The Su family and the Shen family have known each other for generations. You need not fear for your safety staying here. I'll urge that girl Su Jiuyao. How could she be so inappropriate as to break an appointment at such a crucial moment? Chapter 12. I advise you not to do this. The fish has taken a bait. Shen Xi slowly sat back in her chair, a look of hesitation on her face. Is this really okay? Will it cause you trouble? No. Su Ming laughed heartily, looking at Shen Xi with admiration for the younger generation. You are a girl from the Shen family. Don't you know the relationship between the Shen family and the Su family? Shen Xi's tense expression relaxed, and a bright smile spread across her face. Su Ming couldn't help but stare in awe, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Shen Lin's daughter was so beautiful. Her looks were top-notch. If this were in Zone 17, countless people would be going crazy bidding for her. Shen Xi stayed with Su Ming at the Su family residence. After he escorted her back to her room, he left, and once the door was closed, Shen Xi casually walked over to sit at the table. Meanwhile, Su Ming went straight to meet Su Qi, the head of the Su family in Zone 112. In the spacious and bright study, Su Qi was playing with an invitation letter. The middle-aged man was slightly plump, with furrowed brows on his round face, seemingly lost in thought. Su Ming bent over and stood silently beside him for a long time before he heard Su Qi's voice asking, "Is there something?" Su Qi's gaze briefly swept over Su Ming, his long-standing position giving him an air of authority. Su Ming straightened his neck and hurriedly mentioned Shen Xi's situation. Shen Xi? Shen Lin and Ming Yu's daughter? Su Qi's face showed a thoughtful expression. Su Ming confirmed yes. Su Qi looked at Su Ming, contemplating for a moment before asking, "What about Su Jiuyao?" Su Ming dared not hide anything and explained according to the usual protocol. Su Qi smiled. "Well done, but I'll handle Shen Xi." Su Ming's status in the Su family of Zone 112 was not high, but he was still in charge of many matters. Most of those who entered the Su family had been managed by him, while only a few special cases required the head to handle them personally. Once Shen Xi revealed her identity, Su Ming knew she was a special person. As expected, Su Qi was visibly pleased, patting Su Ming on the shoulder. "Take good care of her. Act tomorrow at dusk." The two quickly decided on how to deal with Shen Xi in just a few words. Su Ming indeed took great care of Shen Xi, attending to every detail with concern. Shen Xi understood from his attitude that her value was even higher than he had imagined. By the next evening, Shen Xi casually inquired about Su Jiuyao's whereabouts. "She's already on the way. I estimate she'll arrive tonight." Once Shen Xi received her answer, she stopped asking further and looked down at the food in the food box brought by Su Ming. It was the most popular mousse cake of the time, and the sweet aroma filled the small room. Shen Xi's face showed just the right amount of surprise and delight. Seeing her reaction, Su Ming was extremely satisfied. "Su Jiuyao loves this. I thought since you two are friends and have similar tastes, you'd like it too. It's also a way for that girl to apologize to you." Listening to this, how sincere, thinking so much for the younger generation. What a good elder. The fork pierced through the soft cream, and Su Ming had resolved Su Jiuyao in a similar way. Right? The resentment in her heart bubbled up again. A kind elder taking care of her, delicious food. Su Jiuyao must have been deeply moved at that time. She had stumbled her way here, nearly losing her life, and finally arrived at the family. The elders of the family are so good, even better than in the Central Star. However, it was all just a deadly disguise. The fork heavily sliced through the cake, and Shen Xi took a piece and put it in her mouth. Su Ming watched her with a loving expression. The fragrant cream, combined with the mousse's texture, didn't taste bad. By the second bite, Shen Xi started to feel a bit dizzy. She wasn't surprised by this. The girl sighed, put down her fork, and her perceptive gaze met Su Ming's. Did Su Jiuyao eat this cake too? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, his heart instinctively panicking. But the next moment, seeing Shen Xi unsteadily support herself against the table, the feeling of triumph overwhelmed everything. Shen Xi fainted without getting an answer from Su Ming. When she woke up again, Shen Xi found herself locked in a dim room, her limbs shackled. She tried to see if she could use her star power to open the shackles. Perhaps the Su family didn't know she had awakened her mark, so they hadn't injected any drugs to suppress her star power. Su Ming reappeared, this time with Su Qi, in her line of sight. A delicate-looking girl sat casually on the floor, completely unaware of her status as a prisoner. The expected panic and despair were nowhere to be seen, and Su Ming instinctively frowned. Shen Xi's gaze shifted from Su Ming to Su Qi, the ruthless head of the Su family in Zone 112. She slowly spoke, confidently. "Do you know my uncle loves me very much?" The two looked at her as if she had told the biggest joke, thinking how naive this little girl was. Indeed, Shenwei loved her, but this was the Edge Star, not the Central Star. Shen Xi, oh Shen Xi, if Shenwei loved you so much, how could he bear to let you come to the Edge Star? Love? Ah. The tone was extremely sarcastic. Su Ming knew how to stab with words. Shen Xi couldn't help but fall silent. This question had popped up in her mind from time to time in recent days. She didn't want to doubt Shen Wei's sincerity towards her. It was Shen Wei who raised the original Shen Xi, a maternal uncle who was better than a father. Shen Xi was currently feeling quite uneasy. Her complexion was not good, and Su Ming's smile became much more genuine. To tell you the truth, Su Jiuyao has already been sold to Zone 17, and now, her past is your fate. The fierce expression, the swinging arm, the harsh tone, and the solid words. But Shen Xi showed no reaction, remaining overly calm, her clear eyes reflecting Su Ming's expressions and movements, the corners of her lips slightly curling up. It was as if she were watching a clown's performance. Su Ming's cruel words were caught in her throat, sensing something was off. Why wasn't Shen Xi afraid? Did she have some sort of backing? Sumin instinctively glanced at Sui. Suchi's expression was calm, slightly nodding, indicating that there was no need to pay attention to Shen Xi's theatrics. Su Ming's tense expression relaxed. Shen Xi, who had been watching their actions, chuckled softly. Are you planning to sell me to Zone 17? I warn you not to do that. You little girl, you're still acting tough when death is imminent. Su Ming approached Shen Xi, holding a box. Be smart and don't resist. Otherwise, you'll be the one to suffer. Shen Xi watched him bring out a syringe, the cool needle tip pressing against her skin, sending a chill through her. She restrained the impulse to fight back. What is this? The needle pierced her skin, and Su Ming's voice rang out. Don't worry, it's just a drug that will make you weak and prevent you from causing trouble. Upon hearing this, Shen Xi's desire to resist dissipated. They didn't know she had already awakened. Drugs effective on ordinary people would not work on her. The drug was injected into her bloodstream, and Shen Xi pretended to show signs of it taking effect, allowing the Su family to manipulate her. They moved her to a cage covered with a black cloth, and then the cage began to move. However, the timing felt a bit off. The auction was scheduled for tomorrow. Were they planning to act before the auction? Shen Xi thought that if she had such an opportunity, why not trade at the auction, where the price would surely be higher than usual? If she couldn't appear at the auction in this state, how would she save face for Lu Xiyu? In the darkness, Shen Xi focused on her thoughts. Unbeknownst to Shen Xi, the process of participating in the auction in Zone 17 was complicated. Attendees needed to enter Zone 17 a day in advance. It was only because she was the author of the item being auctioned that she could arrive on the day itself. Outside, things were gradually getting lively, and Shen Xi guessed she had already arrived in Zone 17. People were chatting with Su Qi outside, subtly probing about Shen Xi. Su Qi skillfully deflected the inquiries. Listening to the lively scene outside, Shen Xi couldn't help but feel a bit confused. It wasn't until she heard people talking about the auction that she suddenly realized. Since that was the case, she didn't need to find a way to enter the auction anymore. Soon, it was the day of the auction. Xing Lin successfully entered the venue with Shen Xi's invitation. He didn't look for Lu Xiyu and walked straight toward a row of displayed auction items. A large cage was covered with a black cloth, and anyone could tell at a glance that there was a slave inside. As he approached and gazed intently, a staff member immediately came over to explain. There's a slave inside. The staff pointed to a label attached to the edge of the cloth. The label read, top quality. A flash of displeasure crossed Xing Lin's eyes. The staff continued, this is a top quality item. If the esteemed guest is interested, you can contact the seller. No need. A cold voice replied as Xing Lin turned and walked toward the corner. Inside, Shen Xi heard Xing Lin's voice and realized he was outside. She instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, her bright eyes reflecting a myriad of glimmers in the dim light. Outside, Xing Lin paused, turned around, and his gaze seemed to connect with the girl's eyes through the cloth. Seeing Shen Xi looking at him with eager anticipation, he could clearly feel the joy radiating from her. It seemed that even the divine was influenced by it. He suddenly walked back and approached the cage, instructing the staff. I want to sit here. Huh? This is the display area for trading items. The staff replied, of course you can sit here, but esteemed guests usually maintain their status and never lower themselves to sit among a bunch of items. However, since it was the esteemed guest's request, the staff from Area 17 would do their best to accommodate. They brought over a chair and a small round table, thoughtfully placing food and drinks on it. The sweet scent of desserts was rich and delicate, with a deep red liquid in transparent glasses looking particularly enticing under the light. Xing Lin sat down directly, his gaze wandering over the cage, not paying any attention to the delicious food in front of him. Inside, Shen Xi sensed that Xing Lin was nearby and moved closer to where he was sitting. The shackles were in the way, so she broke them directly. The moment Shen Xi sat down against the edge of Xing Lin's cage, he felt it. His gaze shifted to her, seeing the girl's profile pressed against the cold cage, her fair face slightly raised as if she were looking at him. Seemingly moved, Xing Lin suddenly picked up a piece of dessert. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, the dessert vanished. In the next moment, a piece of dessert suddenly appeared in Shen Xi's hand as she leaned against the cage, feeling bored. The cool, soft cake pressed against her palm, and Shen Xi widened her eyes in surprise. Xing Lin's eyes reflected her reaction. Chapter 13. Her intentionality. Shen Xi subconsciously looked up in the direction of Xing Lin. Realizing it was his doing, her eyes curved in delight. Thank you. The girl silently expressed her gratitude. The next moment, she picked up the dessert in her hand and put it in her mouth. It was sweet but not cloying, soft in texture, and a sudden sense of satisfaction enveloped the small space. All of this was communicated back to Xing Lin outside. The girl's emotions were delicate and intense. Every subtle change could be faithfully reflected, making him feel as if he could empathize with her. This feeling was novel, yet unexpectedly pleasant. Xing Lin continued to send desserts in, watching as Shen Xi ate bite by bite, becoming satisfied because of the food. This state did not last long. As Lu Shiyu's people soon arrived, the staff member looked flustered, and before he could catch his breath, he rushed to speak. Where is Miss Shen? He recognized that Xing Lin was the one following Shen Xi, but he had never regarded him highly. Usually, he could suppress his temper and treat him politely, but at this moment, he didn't want to maintain that unnecessary decorum, so his tone was quite abrupt. Xing Lin lowered his head, the crimson liquid in the cup swaying, and his eyes reflected a hint of regret. What a pity. Shen Xi would probably really like to drink this. Seeing that Xing Lin was silent, the staff member frowned tightly. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. May I ask where Miss Shen has gone? Xing Lin raised his head and shook it slightly. She didn't come with me. The staff member frowned. What do you mean? Xing Lin's expression was indifferent, but his tone carried sarcasm. To be precise, she is missing. What? The staff member felt his veins throb. He suspected he had misheard. Shen, she was missing? Xing Lin's face was as calm as if he were saying the temperature in the room was a bit low. This made the staff member quickly calm down. It must be a joke. Who could be so calm upon learning that their companion was missing? He put on a flattering smile. Dear guest, please don't make fun of us. This isn't a time for jokes. Everyone is waiting. Shen Xi was the author of today's auction item, and the auction could proceed without her. However, today's focus was not just the auction. Lu Xiu needed the prominent figures of Star 112 to know that he had befriended at least one ultimate resonator, adding weight to his position in the power struggle. Now that Shen Xi had not appeared, he had already blown up in the office. This staff member had first been scolded by him, and now in front of Xing Lin, he felt he had been ridiculed again, which left him with considerable resentment. Yet he showed no sign of this and continued to speak patiently with Xing Lin. Xing Lin's light, golden eyes quietly observed him, as if he could see through all his thoughts. The boy's voice was clear as a spring flowing over stone. It's not a joke. Shen Xi is missing. The smile on the staff member's face froze, and he looked at Xing Lin in disbelief. Are you saying? Really? How can anyone believe this? Xing Lin looked impatient. After going to the Su family, she never returned. The Su family? The staff member thought something was off. What was Miss Shen doing at the Su family? How would I know? Even if we traveled part of the way together, I and she are still independent individuals. She has the right to do whatever she wants without informing me. The staff member's expression was awkward. I thought since you were a companion of Miss Shen, you would be informed about her affairs. I was too anxious and disturbed you. Thank you for letting me know. Upon hearing this, Xing Lin leaned back leisurely, his gaze cold and his tone gentle. No need to thank me. The staff member. He took a deep breath and turned around, leaving in his leather shoes. Suddenly, a girl's delicate laughter came from the cage beside him. Xing Lin shook the cup in his hand, and the next moment, the cup appeared in Shen Xi's hand. She raised the wine glass, gave it a gentle swirl, and then slowly drank it. The staff member returned to report to Lu Xiu, feeling that Xing Lin was either mocking him or that Shen Xi might genuinely be missing. Entering Lu Xiu's office, he briefly recounted the situation. Miss Shen's companion said she went to the Su family. Lu Xiu looked up from behind his desk, his intense gaze instantly fixating on the staff member. He nodded, sweat uncontrollably trickling down. Yes. The office fell into a heavy silence. What was Shen Xi doing at the Su family at this time? Seeking revenge? Given her character, how could she possibly not create a ruckus at the Su family? But he had not heard of anything happening at the Su family. If she really went to the Su family, those people were not her match. How could she still go missing? Lu Xiu finally realized something was wrong. The young man suddenly stood up, his movements startling everyone, causing their gazes to gather. Where are the people from the Su family? The staff member snapped back to reality. In the hall. I'll bring them over right now. Yes. We need to bring them over. He can't just go out like this. Lu Shiyu regained his composure and sat back down, gesturing for the staff member to find the people. However, the staff member had just stepped outside when he hurriedly returned. Mr. Liu, something happened in the hall. Lu Shiyu was not in the mood to deal with any other matters and felt his anger rise again when he saw the staff member running back in a panic. Where are the order maintainers? Did you need to be so flustered? A smile broke on his face, but it was cold beneath the golden-rimmed glasses. The staff member shivered, stammering, yes, it's... Miss Shun is in trouble. Lu Shiyu stood up, his imposing figure looming over the staff member. Without waiting for him to say anything else, Lu Shiyu walked straight out. At this moment, the hall was already in chaos. The cover of the cage holding Shen Xi was lifted, and she sat there leisurely, a hint of indifferent amusement at the corner of her lips. Nearby were the guests, red-faced and furious for her sake. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Shiyu's temples nearly burst. Shen Xi's gaze met his in the crowd, and the smile on her lips became more pronounced. She did it on purpose, intentionally participating in the auction at this time in such a manner, intentionally putting him in a difficult position. Lu Shiyu was fed up with the anger. He didn't know who first noticed him, but they all pulled him, wanting him to decide Shen Xi's fate. This was not giving him face. This was putting a hot potato in his hands. Lu Shiyu scanned the crowd and spotted Su Qi. The young man walked straight towards Su Qi, who also noticed his approach and couldn't help but feel excited. He knew selling Shen Xi was a right move. The situation on Star 112 was complex, and the Su family status here was not high. He desperately needed someone to pull him up, along with the Su family's rise. Over the years, he had worked hard to establish a foothold in Area 17, even going so far as to sell the Su family's people into Area 17. He had no regrets. Everything was for the betterment of the Su family. Now, his efforts were finally being recognized. However, you were eliminated. Where are the order maintainers? Why aren't you quickly getting rid of her? What? Su Qi's expression froze in disbelief. Why am I eliminated? The moment he reacted, he was immediately dissatisfied. Even the crowd murmured, not understanding the reason for Lu Shiyu's sudden outburst. If he were a capricious person, how could he treat guests so dismissively and still earn their trust? Lu Shiyu ignored these voices, his expression emotionless. I won't accept this. Lu Shiyu, on what basis do you make such a decision? You're just a minor manager in Area 17. Do you really think Area 17 belongs to you? Su Qi's eyes blazed with fury. After working so hard for so many years, if he were to be driven out today, what would become of the Su family? A laughingstock across all 112 stars? Lu Shiyu's expression was tense. Anyone familiar with him knew he was genuinely angry. The young man suddenly chuckled lightly, raising a hand to adjust his glasses. Is insulting a supreme resonator considered crime? The importance of written words in the Shuwen star system is self-evident. The law clearly states that any harm caused to resonators, including but not limited to physical and psychological harm, will be punished. Although 112 stars are remote and chaotic, the people there equally revere resonators. Human trafficking is one thing, but insulting resonators is unforgivable. Lu Shiyu pointed a long arm towards Shen Xi, who was watching the show in the cage. Her, a supreme resonator. And you want to sell her? Su Qi followed his gaze and was startled, then frowned in rebuttal. Impossible. She could never be. Lu Shiyu looked down at him. Do I need to protect an ordinary person to deceive you? Sui. He turned to stare at Shen Xi, shaking his head as if mad. Impossible. Impossible. Do you know who she is? Shen Xi, the daughter of Ming Yu and Xing Lin. How could she resonate? It's impossible. Lu Shiyu waved a hand, signaling someone to open the cage for Shen Xi. Su Qi hurried over to stop them. Impossible, impossible. She cannot resonate. Shen Xi looked at Lu Shiyu with amusement, as if waiting to see how he would handle the situation. Lu Shiyu coldly ordered, get him out. This sentence felt like a death sentence for Su Qi. He had planned to bid on a piece of Shen Xi's work at today's auction. This was an order from a Su family on the Central Star. But now, everything was over. The order from the Central Star Su family was unfulfilled, and he couldn't imagine the consequences. The 17th district he had been managing also returned to square one because of Lu Shiyu's words. And all of this was because of Shen Xi. Sui suddenly turnev. His resentful gaze fixed on Shen Xi. I won't let you go. Of course, he didn't dare to say it directly. The status of resonators was too high. But he was unwilling to accept this. Shen Xi appreciated his gaze and suddenly spoke. Wait, I'm in the mood today. How about I write something on the spot? Everyone was caught off guard by her words, and the next moment, a loud uproar filled the hall. Shen Xi's gaze swept over the crowd of people who were fanatical about written words, her lips curling up. But I have conditions. No one felt anything was wrong. A supreme resonator's written work is hard to come by, so having conditions is understandable. Shen Xi's delicate fingers pointed towards Su Qi. I dislike this person and don't want to see him in the 17th district anymore. With him, their know me. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, her gaze meeting Lu Shiyu's. Before Lu Shiyu could speak, someone nearby excitedly chimed in, sure. Chapter 14. Is she a master? The speaker, Luo Qing, is considered Lu Shiyu's superior, but they are in an antagonistic relationship. At this moment, his words are clear to anyone with insight. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Shiyu with a hint of amusement. Lu Shiyu's face tightened, and he quickly spoke up. Since Master Luo has spoken, there's naturally no problem. You can rest assured. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up in their hearts. Brilliant. He appeared to defend Shen Xi and align her with his side, making Luo Qing, who wanted to undermine her, lose face. Logically, being pricked by such a soft knife should have made Luo Qing unhappy after being in a high position for so long. However, his expression remained unchanged, seemingly unbothered by Lu Shiyu's words. Shen Xi stepped out of the cage, her steps light, enough to show that the girl was in a good mood. The eyes of everyone in the hall followed Shen Xi's movements. She walked straight to a table and stood still, her fair fingers opening the compressed space carried by the star ring. Everyone saw her take out a stack of paper, a strange pen, a stone platform, and a small piece of dark stone. What is this? Just as everyone was puzzled, Shen Xi began to move. She poured the specially provided creek spring water into the stone platform and used the dark stone to grind it. This novel scene captured the attention of everyone present. Although Lu Shiyu had cooperated with Shen Xi more than once, it was still the first time he saw her write. Her writing method was unique. Whether her works had a richness comparable to that of a master was yet to be seen. After grinding the ink, everyone finally realized she was making ink. Their eyes all turned to the inkstone and ink stick, amazed by this method. Shen Xi raised her hand to lay out the paper, and despite being under everyone's gaze, she remained focused, completely undistracted by her surroundings. The girl seriously gazed at the paper in front of her, her movements unhurried, like a painting unfolding. She dipped her pen in the ink. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the paper in front of Shen Xi. Whether she was a top-level resonator could be discerned at this moment. Among the crowd, Su Qi, who was restrained, also stared intently, breathing rapidly from nervousness. Failure. Failure. He kept muttering to himself, his resentful malice tightly locked onto Shen Xi. The pen tip touched the ink. Shen Xi's wrist turned, and a line of text appeared on the paper. Those who trade in human lives shall be punished by death. It was a wild and bold cursive, powerful and forceful, instantly sending a rich literary force soaring into the sky. Everyone was astonished by the scene before them. Is this a master? In an instant, everyone's gaze became fervent. It turned out to be a master. A master has actually appeared on star 112. The Su family is truly despicable, daring to neglect a master like this. Truly deserving of condemnation. Miss Shen, can you write a few more pieces? Shen Xi turned her head and raised her chin slightly towards Lu Shiyu. I still need an assistant. I'll do it. Voices clamored from the crowd. However, those who could keep their composure understood that Shen Xi's words were directed at Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu met Shen Xi's gaze, the girl's eyes hiding a mischievous glint. After pondering for a moment, he stepped out of the crowd. If Miss Shen doesn't mind, I can give it a try. Shen Xi glanced at Lu Shiyu, her fingertip suddenly pointing into the crowd, not caring who she pointed at, casually saying you. This put Lu Shiyu in a difficult position. Under everyone's gaze, some onlookers had already begun to laugh mockingly in secret, their eyes filled with sarcasm towards Lu Shiyu. Lu Shiyu's expression showed no change. From a moment the other party made such a spectacular entrance until now, he had long since become numb. She is a master resonator. I cannot be angry. She is the first person to awaken resonance simultaneously. I cannot be angry. Her awakened talent is very high. I cannot be angry. Shen Xi instructed the chosen lucky assistant to carry the tray. This was prepared by Lu Xiyu, while Shen Xi was grinding ink. The tray was lined with a layer of star dust brocade, soft and delicate, making it the most suitable backing for writing. Shen Xi pulled a corner of the freshly written characters and placed it in the tray. That action made everyone's heart sake. So rough, too rough. But considering it was Shen Xi, no one dared to say anything. Shen Xi continued to write. Is this the true face of District 17? Then I really have seen it. That scoundrel Lu Xiyu, it's a pity he doesn't know the old me. One who can be hit will be hit. The Su family should never dare to trade in human lives again. The evil atmosphere in District 17 was all created by these people, damn. I won't let any opportunity slip by, especially those who bully the weak star pirates. Everyone didn't know what she was writing, but just seeing the number of characters made them extremely happy. They had no idea that Shen Xi's content was cursing all of Star 112, District 17, Lu Xiyu, and everyone present at the auction today. After finishing the writing, Shen Xi thought about how these people would spend exorbitant amounts to buy the content she had just cursed them with. She then put down her pen with a refreshed expression. With a modest smile on her face, she ignored the crowd around her who were already dumbfounded. The master's hand is tired and need a rest. This was not just. Shen Xi was unaware that an ordinary master resonator could write 5 pieces in a day, and that was already an impressive feat, but just now. They looked at the obviously more than a dozen characters that she had written and dared not speak. Normally, after a master finishes 5 pieces, they would be exhausted, their spirits in a daze, and their faces pale. But looking at Shen Xi, her complexion was rosy, still with energy, only claiming to be tired. This person is actually so strong? Lu Xiyu's gaze was also filled with astonishment. He never expected Shen Xi to be this strong. Then he frowned. He realized that Shen Xi had been dismissing him earlier. Realizing this, he took a deep look at Shen Xi and stepped forward to host the auction. Seeing this, Shen Xi sneered and pretended not to see as she walked towards the corner where Xing Lin was. Along the way, she brushed off a few people who tried to strike up conversations. By the time she reached Xing Lin, Shen Xi was on the verge of losing her temper. Xing Lin casually handed her a glass of juice. Well done. Today's event had also caused Lu Xiyu's plans to fall through. Shen Xi tilted her head back to drink the juice, calming her rising irritation before speaking. He should understand that I am not someone he can easily manipulate. What kind of airs does he have to lecture her? He should also realize that his bad habit of wanting to be a teacher needs to change. During this auction, Shen Xi exchanged contacts with many people, including Luo Qing, who held a position higher than Lu Xiyu's, but was in an antagonistic position with him. Due to the complex situation in District 17, Shen Xi had basically exchanged contacts with anyone who could be spoken to. Lu Xiyu took all of this in. Shen Xi didn't seem worried about being discovered by him. Her actions were open and bold. Once this unexpectedly lively auction came to an end, Shen Xi walked out without waiting for Lu Xiyu to catch on. Watching her hurriedly leave, Luo Qing fiddled with the star ring he had just added for her contact. Speaking cheerfully, Miss Shen is truly a wonderful person, Xiyu, what do you think? Luo Qing turned to look at Lu Xiyu, his eyes hiding a mocking smile. Lu Xiyu's expression remained unchanged as he slightly lowered his gaze. Yes, Master Luo, there are many matters at the auction, so I won't bother you with conversation. No matter what, Lu Xiyu, was still acquainted with Shen Xi. Understanding the implied meaning from the other party, Luo Qing's interest suddenly waned, and he moved the star ring to hold it behind him. Well, you get busy. After returning home, Shen Xi completely put Lu Xiyu's matter out of her mind and went about her teaching, training, and writing in an orderly manner. It was 5 days later when Lu Xiyu finished her business and personally came to find Shen Xi. When Lu Xiyu arrived, Shen Xi and Koemu were in morning training. The small house was empty except for Su Juyo, who was tending to the flowers and plants in the yard. Su Juyo's mood had improved significantly over the past few days, and she had transplanted quite a few plants. The door of the small house was not closed, so Lu Xiyu pushed it open and saw Su Juyo taking care of the flowers. The young girl turned her head upon hearing the sound, her gentle brows quickly turning distant. "Who are you?" She took 2 steps back, feeling more at ease when her hand touched the control device for the battle robot. This was specially brought back by Shen Xi from the starship for her safety. Lu Xiu stood at the door and said, "I'm here to find Shen Xi. I'm her friend." Su Jiuyo retorted, "Impossible. Shen Xi doesn't have a friend like you." Thinking of everything Shen Xi had done for Su Jiuyo, Lu Xiu felt that perhaps she indeed was not her friend. So, Lu Xiu changed her approach, her partner. "You should know that she has reached a cooperation with Area 17. Upon hearing this, a look of disgust flashed across Su Jiuyo's face. She was aware that Shen Xi was selling literary works in Area 17, but that did not prevent her from disliking Area 17. Her beautiful brows furrowed as Su Jiuyo said sternly, "Get out. Otherwise, I will retaliate." Faced with Su Jiuyo, who was completely uncommunicative, Lu Xiu could only back away helplessly. She was not here to seek revenge today. There was no need to conflict with Shen Xi's friend. Once the person left, Su Jiuyo immediately activated the defenses of the small house. Outside, Lu Xiu watched the defense wall rise, accompanied by the sound of a cheerful laugh. "Lu Xiu, you're being disliked." Lu Xiu turned around to see a girl in a white dress sitting on a mound, resting her chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly, looking innocent. Lu Xiu sat down beside her, his tense expression revealing that he was not in a good mood at the moment. By the time Shen Xi returned, Lu Xiu had already been sitting under the sun for an hour. "There's a strong smell of blood." As Chun spoke, 3 figures appeared at the end of her line of sight. It was Shen Xi, Xing Lin, and Koemu. Both Shen Xi and Koemu had varying degrees of injuries, with Shen Xi being the most serious. Xing Lin walked leisurely behind them, as if taking a stroll. Seeing Shen Xi covered in blood, Lu Xiu was shocked. As they approached, Koemu went straight into the house, while Shen Xi and Xing Lin stayed behind. Lu Xiu glanced at Xing Lin, saw that the other party did not react, and since Shen Xi did not speak either, he withdrew his gaze. Shen's figure had disappeared at some point. Shen Xi followed Lu Xiu forward aimlessly. "Don't you have anything to say?" After Shen Xi kicked away the 5th pebble in boredom, Lu Xiu finally couldn't contain his anger and spoke up. Shen Xi looked up, her expression a mix of amusement and indifference. "What do I have to say? You ruined my plan." Shen Xi laughed carefreely. "You know it was your plan." Her indifferent gaze seemed to say that your plan had nothing to do with her. "We are just ordinary buyers and sellers. Why should I cooperate with your plan? There is no such logic in this world." Chapter 15. I can write now. Lu Xiu's expression turned completely cold. Shen Xi's voice continued, "Don't talk about win-win. That's just your definition of win-win." Lu Xiu found himself at a loss for words. He had underestimated this abandoned daughter of the Shen family. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiu softened his expression and lowered his stance, saying, "I didn't think it through. I should apologize to you." Shen Xi sighed, realizing that this person was quite aware of the situation. "No need," she replied. "I act on my own whims. I don't want your apology. You operate from your own perspective, and there's nothing biased about it. It's just that I don't like it." Lu Xiu seemed to understand, looking up at her. The young girl was still at an age of exuberance, with bright sunlight shining on her face, her free-spirited and confident smile even more radiant than the sun. Therefore, she could do things based solely on her preferences, regardless of the consequences. But she also had the ability to bear the costs of her own recklessness. Strong people do not need to suffer any grievances. She excelled at both resonance and awakening. Lu Xiu's gaze slowly moved to her tattered clothing. Injured during training? The sudden topic shift didn't seem abrupt, perhaps because his concerned expression was too sincere. Shen Xi responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Her ordinary attitude made Lu Xiu realize that this person was harsh on others, but no less so on herself. The anger in his heart suddenly dissipated. "I know you despise human trafficking, but this has been a deeply rooted livelihood in the 17th district for many years. It's not something you can solve alone." He patiently explained to her. Previously, he hadn't intended to do so. Shen Xi was important to him, but it wasn't impossible to manage without this partner. However, now, Lu Xiu had changed his mind. A partner who understands the situation and knows how to retreat won't be hard to find, but they can only engage in brief collaborations. Shen Xi was different. Yes, but I can't just sit back and do nothing because I lack the ability, pretending I can't see or hear, or even aiding the oppressors. Shen Xi didn't imply that Lu Xiyu was aiding the oppressors, but it was inevitable for someone in his position. Lu Xiyu was taken aback, as if thunder had struck his ears. For a while, he had also disdained these matters and once harbored unrealistic thoughts of change, thinking that once he entered the 17th district, he could do something. But reality always catches people off guard. He could tell himself that reality was too cruel. But facing the youthful and vibrant Shen Xi, such words felt like an excuse no matter how he phrased them. Lu Xiyu was momentarily speechless, his eyes filled with bitterness. My words are not directed at you. Seeing the other party's low spirits, Shen Xi felt the need to clarify. I know. If it were aimed at you, the words wouldn't be so gentle. I want to climb higher. Shen Xi did not deny it. This was normal. In a new era, new rulers emerge, and it is only natural for people to seek elevation. Hearing this, Lu Xiyu's eyes showed a hint of a smile. I thought you would be averse to it. Shen Xi. She felt somewhat helpless. What was there for her to be averse to? Wasn't she in this world because of the power struggles that led to her execution? Who was better than whom? The situation in the 17th district was very complicated. With no unified decision-maker, 3 factions, and 3 families restraining each other. He was the third in command of one of those families. However, Lu Xiyu had ambitions. He was not satisfied with the status quo of the 3 families and did not want to remain just a third in command. Lo Qing's position is higher than mine, and his power in the 17th district is greater, but we are all constrained by the merchants with whom we have contracts in the 17th district. It shouldn't even be called a constraint. More accurately, it was a matter of needing the merchant support. Shen Xi contemplated the relationship between the 17th district and the various merchants. No wonder Lu Xiyu could only bow to reality. Most of the merchants in the 17th district had dirty hands, since he needed their support. How could he remain untainted himself? He was bound by circumstances. So, you want to rectify the chaos of human trafficking. I can't help you much. Lu Xiyu's words were sincere. I never intended to rely on you for this. Perhaps his words from that day had led Lu Xiyu to misunderstand. She had only been very angry at the time. Everyone has their own bottom line. Shen Xi did not consider herself a good person. But her bottom line was that she could not harm those in lower social positions. She had the ability not to bully the weak, but to try her best to be a blade that protects the weak. If she couldn't, at the very least, that blade should not be turned against those in vulnerable positions. And in the Shuwen star system, those abandoned by their families, the despised lower-tier semi-intelligent machines. And half-stars were the vulnerable groups. Shen Xi appreciated Lu Xiyu's honesty. At least it showed that he had once considered helping her. In a quagmire, a glimmer of goodwill was enough to bring comfort. She expressed her gratitude to him, and this conversation brought the two closer together. In the end, Shen Xi did not promise Lu Xiyu anything, but he understood that what he wanted had already been achieved. Life calmed down until one night, after completing basic training. A scream came from Su Jiuyo's room. Shen Xi rushed in anxiously to see her sitting blankly at the table, pen in hand, trembling all over. Seeing that she was fine, Shen Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Before she could speak, Su Jiuyo suddenly got up and rushed over to hug her. Axie, I did it. I can write now. She shook Shen Xi's body, her eyes shining brightly. Shen Xi was confused. Haven't you already been able to do that? You've been writing for over half a month. Why are you excited now? That's quite a delay. Su Jiuyo shook her head, pulling her along as she said, No, look, my writing has power now. Shen Xi leaned over to take a look. Although she could write with substantial literary power herself, she still couldn't see the existence of such power in Su Jiuyo's writing. From her perspective, Su Jiuyo's handwriting had indeed become more fluid than before, flowing smoothly in one stroke, which could be considered breakthrough. She nodded, showing her satisfaction. Not bad, keep it up. She encouraged Su Jiuyo in a tone reminiscent of an old scholar, patting her shoulder. Seeing her natural demeanor, Su Jiuyo felt a blankness in her mind. Murmuring, she asked, Will I get even better? As a teacher, Shen Xi certainly wouldn't dampen her student's enthusiasm for learning, so she nodded vigorously, affirming, Of course. Sure enough, Su Jiuyo became as excited as if she had been injected with adrenaline, sitting at the table and starting to write. Shen Xi watched this scene with great satisfaction, feeling extremely pleased. She just couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. It wasn't until the next day, when she learned that Su Jiuyo was bedridden due to overexerting her mental energy, that Shen Xi realized what she had overlooked. Lu Xiyu had once said that even for a master resonator, writing was a highly taxing task on mental energy. But for Shen Xi, writing was second nature. When she participated in the scientific examination back then, she had written thousands of words on national policy without ever experiencing dizziness or blurred vision. She had completely forgotten about this matter. After sending Su Jiuyo into the treatment chamber, Shen Xi brought the characters written by Su Jiuyo and Koemu to Xing Lin. These characters indeed held literary power. Xing Lin's hand glided over the words. Although the literary power in these writings was weak and far inferior to Shen Xi's, the boy's expression remained serious. Shen Xi didn't mind revealing her inability to recognize literary power in front of Xing Lin and leaned in to ask, "So what level do you think they belong to?" Xing Lin looked down, while Shen Xi, slightly tilting her head and waiting for an answer, had bright, sparkling eyes that reflected his shadow, as if there was only him in her gaze. Koemu was practicing at the beginner level, while Su Jiuyo was at the advanced level. Copying is the entry level for resonators. Shen Xi rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. There shouldn't have been any precedent of a half-star person writing characters in Shuwen before. The girl's fluffy head was full of worries. Xing Lin found it amusing. There was none. You are the first. But now there is Koemu. What is so special about Koemu? Shen Xi turned her head to look outside the window. Koemu was practicing with arms wide open. After a moment, Shen Xi withdrew her gaze. What is so special about Su Jiuyo? The only commonality between the two was that they both studied her beginner textbook together. But why hadn't Xing Lin done so? Just as Shen Xi was about to ask, Xing Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Your textbook is very useful. If used on star people, it would definitely enhance the combat power of the Shuwen system. Combat power? Shen Xi's attention was instantly captured. What do you mean by that? Extend your hand. Shen Xi complied. Xing Lin's fingertip traced her palm, and a deep wound appeared, visible to the bone. Fresh blood gushed out. Shen Xi seemed to feel no pain, only curiously watching Xing Lin. Xing Lin held her other hand and carefully infused star power into it, guiding her. Use this uninjured hand to write the character heal. Shen Xi's heartbeat suddenly stopped. Her hand instinctively wrote the character. As she completed the last stroke, both literary and star power surged from the table, pouring towards the wound in Shen Xi's palm. The deep wound was visibly healing at a rapid pace. The bleeding stopped, a scab formed, and new flesh filled the wound. In just a few seconds, the wound had disappeared. Shen Xi's pupils shook. She raised her hand to examine it closely, murmuring in a daze, "How could it heal so quickly? Is this the power of the divine?" In the next moment, realizing something, she suddenly looked up at Xing Lin, staring blankly. She wanted to ask how the other had done it, doubting if the other's identity was merely that of a simple star person. But for a moment, she didn't know where to begin. Xing Lin took the initiative, saying, "Star people write characters with star power. Once completed, the offering is finished, and the power of the Star Master can directly reflect back onto the star people. So that's how it is?" Shen Xi looked down at the characters on the table. Her eyes filled with interest. "What if we change it to other characters?" Xing Lin momentarily didn't respond. Thanks to Shen Xi frequently getting injured these days, he had used his healing power enough to discover this little trick. He hadn't thought about changing it to other characters yet. He pondered for a moment, and it should work with a variety of characters. Shen Xi suddenly stood up, grabbing Xing Lin's sleeve, her face full of eagerness. "Let us go. We should give it a try." Chapter 16. Self-rescue of humanity under the glaring sun. Boundless yellow sand was swept up by the wind, and human figures moved within the raging sand. Shen Xi remained unchanged, dressed in a refreshing and neat short outfit, holding a long sword made of blazing sand. The sword moved with her, agile and graceful. If one looked closely, they could see several transformed seal script characters inscribed on the sword's body. Kill, spirit, control. Xing Lin fought against her, facing Shen Xi's aggressive offensive, retreating and advancing, making it hard to distinguish who had the upper hand. He could easily discern Shen Xi's fluid movements. Her swordplay was like a rainbow, and her spirit soared as she pressed forward. Xing Lin countered with star power, while Shen Xi skillfully dodged and used her sword to deflect Xing Lin's star power attacks. The sword made of blazing sand was already exceptional in defense, and with the enhancement of her literary power, it effortlessly blocked the star power. Seeing this, Xing Lin increased his star power, and blades formed from it clashed with a blazing sand sword, scattering starlight in all directions. Shen Xi swung her sword to disperse them, taking 3 steps forward, using the momentum to slash downwards at Xing Lin. The killing intent was imminent, yet the young man remained calm, forming seals with both hands in front of him. Starlight gathered around him, forming a protective circle. The long sword struck heavily against the protective circle, causing the starlight to mix with flames and fly everywhere. Shen Xi instinctively tilted her head, squinting her eyes. She had lost. Xing Lin's voice echoed in her ears, cold light rising inch by inch from his feet. Shen Xi's movements were quicker than her awareness. She withdrew her sword and slashed sideways, colliding with Xing Lin's star power again, deflecting it off course. However, the residual force of the star power still grazed her cheek. Crimson blood droplets hung on her fair skin, enhancing her already exquisite features, making her look even more enchanting. Such a color would dazzle anyone who beheld it. Yet, Xing Lin seemed oblivious, his eyes indifferent and cold, as star power surged in his hands. The next wave of attack came unexpectedly. Shen Xi smiled, her left hand conjuring star power as she wrote the character for heal in the air. Her right hand lifted the sword to meet the star power. An excellent person can naturally write with their left hand. Noticing her action, Xing Lin paused slightly, his gaze lingering on the gradually forming character in midair. In the next moment, he changed his hand gesture, and the star power shot forth like arrows, densely flying towards her. Shen Xi swung her sword in a wide arc, forming an impenetrable wall of sword intent in front of her. However, in that brief moment of improving her sword technique, the character in midair unexpectedly did not dissipate as it formed. Realizing this, Shen Xi froze for a moment. But at this moment, she couldn't afford to be distracted. Even without the support of the character, she still had to focus on the battle. 2 hours later, Shen Xi lay on the ground, covered in bloodstains and utterly exhausted. The sunlight above was blinding. She raised her hand to block it when Xing Lin's figure suddenly overshadowed her. Shen Xi lowered her hand, and with her blood-stained fingers, she wrote the character for heal on the ground. Xing Lin used star power to weave an umbrella, sheltering her from the sun. She could see the deep blue sky and the round sun, with a halo of brilliant gold encircling it, but the brightness did not hurt her eyes. Xing Lin's voice sounded beside her, noting that it seemed feasible to use characters during combat, but she still needed practice. Remembering the feeling of her previous attempts, Shen Xi felt it was indeed possible, even if she had failed. She exhaled and found a new direction for her efforts. She looked seriously at the sky above her, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly spoke, saying that the introductory teaching had been completed and it was time for the advanced version. Shen Xi frowned slightly, realizing she needed to think carefully about how to write, as there was so much content to master in that area. Currently, Su Jiuyao and Kuei Mu had basically learned to read, but they were still far from proficient in using it. Taking herself as an example, Shen Xi knew that her knowledge required more than just proficiency. With a direction in mind, the following days were exceptionally fulfilling for Shen Xi. Since the advanced teaching materials had not yet been released, Su Jiuyao and Kuei Mu found themselves with more free time. However, she insisted that they practice writing every day. To prevent it from becoming tedious, she even wrote different font versions of the introductory materials. From bronze inscriptions to large and small seal scripts, clerical script, cursive script, regular script, and running script, as long as she could write it, she would provide it for them. Moreover, Shen Xi unexpectedly found that this process was immensely beneficial for her. She could feel her grasp of the characters improving. While Shen Xi and the others were diligently enhancing their skills, the 17th district held another auction. However, the theme of this auction was someone Shen Xi despised the most. Lu Xiyu immediately relayed this news to Shen Xi. Although he knew that neither he nor Shen Xi could stop this auction, he felt it necessary to inform her. When Shen Xi received the news, The production of the advanced teaching materials was nearing completion. The image of her on the communication screen appeared weathered, but her eyes shone brightly, clearly indicating her excitement. Lu Xiu hesitated, wondering if he should have sent this communication. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the excitement on Shen Xi's face faded, replaced by a severe expression. Seeing her silence, Lu Xiu sighed, stating that neither of them could resolve this matter, and he only informed her to avoid her blaming him later. Lu Xiu had always been straightforward with Shen Xi. No, there is a way. The girl's determined voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xiu was taken aback. What? His breath caught momentarily, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, he focused intently on Shen Xi, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. Shen Xi, don't do anything foolish. You must understand that, although your position on the fringe star is high, it does not support you openly confronting multiple powers. You will be isolated and helpless. Even a resonator, if they provoke the bottom line of those powers, can be discarded. Moreover, as a resonator, isn't it enough to just be able to write? Although resonators hold a high status, if multiple forces united to imprison a Shen Xi, it is certainly doable. Shen Xi looked up at Lu Xiu on the screen, sensing his tension even through the screen. Thank you for your reminder and for your concern, she said seriously. Seeing her calm demeanor, Lu Xiu felt a bit more at ease, realizing she wasn't about to go crazy and cause a scene at the auction. It was the first time the young man had faced such a serious expression of gratitude, especially from Shen Xi. He felt a bit awkward and replied, I also did what I could. I've earned quite a bit using words, haven't I? Lu Xiu understood her implication, becoming speechless. Shen Xi sighed, estimate my assets. A portion of the money Shen Xi had transferred through writing was sent to her account by Lu Xiu, while another portion was entrusted to him to manage various assets. In these days, she rarely inquired about the profits of those shops, only insisting that they must not oppress the weak or be related to oppression. If it's not enough, I can directly participate in transactions using my words, right? Just like before when the Su family took me to their auction. Understanding Shen Xi's meaning, Lu Xiu's expression became complicated. Okay, I will send you the asset-related documents later. After the communication ended, Shen Xi looked at the unfinished Mencius on the table, losing all motivation to continue. Practice more? Hearing the voice, she looked up, and outside the window, Xing Lin was hanging upside down on the wall. Shen Xi opened the window and stood up, and Xing Lin effortlessly sat on the windowsill. His light golden eyes sparkled as he looked at her. Shen Xi jumped onto the windowsill and sat beside him, asking, how should we resolve the issue of human trafficking? We need to solve the problems in Star 112 and Star 113, as well as many other planets on the fringes of the lexicon system. Because they are far from the center, these evils can be ignored. I find it hard to imagine that in such a developed place, there are people who go hungry and cold, being traded at will. The technology and civilization are at the peak of the Shuwen star system. Xing Lin remained silent. Is it the huge wealth gap? Shen Xi turned her head, her dark eyes carrying the power to see into people's hearts. Is it the enormous class disparity? Even if capital accumulation is enough for everyone in the star system to have food and clothing, there is still a significant class divide that separates different people, who are then naturally abandoned by society. Furthermore, due to human greed, new labels are affixed to them, placed on new tables for those of higher status to choose from and trade. No one cares about their preferences. Even some officials would feel that advocating for them is not worth it. From another perspective, how good it is that even those abandoned by society have found new value for themselves. Even if they lose their freedom and become slaves. Even if they lose their freedom and turn into marauders wielding knives against their own kind, and then fall into a deeper cycle. Shen Xi looked up. The weather today was still very nice. On planet 112, the rainfall was scarce, and the sun shone all day long. Yet under the bright sky, despairing darkness thrived. Xing Lin could sense the immense sadness concealed beneath the girl's calm demeanor. It was boiling and churning in her heart. The expression of not wanting to speak suddenly broke into words. Shen Xi turned her gaze to meet Xing Lin's eyes, and the boy began to explain. The crux is language. Perhaps, to delve a little deeper, the boy suddenly lowered his head. It was the Shuwen clan. His voice came slowly, yet it seemed to be shrouded in endless sorrow. The Shuwen clan gave power to the Xingren clan, but did not allow the half-Xingren to awaken freely. The Shuwen clan provided hierarchy to the human race, but could not decide who could resonate with the language. The operation of this society centers around the Shuwen. However, even though the Shuwen clan is the source, they still cannot resolve this situation. If it is to be resolved, Xing Lin raised his head. The boy's indifferent brows softened slightly. The absence of language has also affected the Shuwen clan, but the Shuwen clan cannot save themselves. Only humanity can save itself. Humanity can save itself. Just like how humanity can preserve the spark of life and reach the Shuwen after several stellar explosions. Xing Lin didn't know how to explain this to Shen Xi, but Shen Xi's voice had already sounded. Humans are like this, resilient upward, believing in the divine, yet never depending on the divine. What their hands can reach and their feet can touch, they will not entrust to others. Xing Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. His expression was gentle and compassionate, filled with divinity. Yes, humanity needs to save itself. Chapter 17. Again, after talking with Xing Lin, Shen Xi's mood calmed down significantly. However, extra practice was essential. Subsequently, Shen Xi immersed herself in the preparation of advanced teaching materials. It wasn't until she finished her current tasks that she noticed a message from Lu Xiyu on the star ring. The files had been packaged and sent to her simultaneously. Shen Xi opened them and skimmed through. Moments later, she looked astonished, clearly not expecting Lu Xiyu to manage her assets so well. After quickly going through the documents, Shen, she called Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu seemed busy. Even the gold-rimmed glasses she wore couldn't hide her tired eyes on the screen. Shen Xi paused for a moment. Are you busy? Lu Xiyu pushed up her glasses and shook her head slightly. It's nothing. She looked at Shen Xi. You've seen those documents, right? Shen Xi nodded. You arrange it, saving as many of those poor souls as we can. Lu Xiyu understood Shen Xi's intent. Among those being auctioned, there were certainly individuals who were wicked and malevolent, and such people were not worth spending money to save. However, what happens after saving those people? Lu Xiyu looked at Shen Xi with a hint of reluctance. There's a saying he didn't express. Those in a vulnerable position would inevitably attract covetous eyes wherever they go, eventually getting captured and sold again. Shen Xi could save them this time, but would she need to repeatedly save them over and over again? Lu Xiyu respected Shen Xi's actions, but did not agree with her approach. However, he also understood that with their current abilities, they had no other choice but to proceed this way. At the very least, they wouldn't be mere bystanders. Hearing this, Shen Xi hesitated for a moment, recalling what Xing Lin had said. Her eyes flickered. Bring them to me. This. Lu Xiyu's gaze toward Shen Xi grew increasingly complicated. When will this end? It was clear he thought Shen Xi intended to take in those she saved as she did with Su Jiuyao. However, there were countless vulnerable people. How could she possibly take them all in? As someone who had also faced being auctioned, Lu Xiyu admired and was grateful to Shen Xi. Yet, as someone who considered Shen Xi a friend, he couldn't help but want to persuade her to give up. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiyu agreed. Fine. As Shen Xi said, saving one is better than none. When she can no longer save, she will naturally stop. Worried that Lu Xiyu might not have enough funds, Shen Xi wrote down some instructions for Kuei Mu to deliver. This time, she did not hold back. Every piece she wrote was a masterpiece. Upon receiving the works, Lu Xiyu would certainly understand Shen Xi's determination. Tell Shen Xi that I will definitely handle this matter well. Kuei Mu didn't know what the matter was, but he nodded calmly and said, all right. After returning, Kuei Mu conveyed this to Shen Xi. He just passed on the message without any curiosity about what the matter was. However, he was quite curious about the new techniques Shen Xi had been practicing recently. He had seen the fierce battle between Shen Xi and Xing Lin from afar, and that intense scene still excited him. Hearing Kuei Mu's words, Shen Xi pondered for a moment and asked him, do you really want to learn? In fact, she had not yet mastered using her written words in combat comfortably. While she could teach Kuei Mu the essentials, he would need to practice more on his own. I do. Kuei Mu replied firmly, his gray-green eyes shining with excitement. Getting his affirmative response, Shen Xi took him to an open area. She guided Kuei Mu's star power to write characters on the ground, just as Xing Lin had once done for her. Perhaps because she was there to guide him, Kue Mu's writing actually reached the level of proficiency. He stared at the character for courage, feeling an endless power surging within him, his eyes wide in disbelief. Is it really this magical? He could feel that his star power level had risen from the second stage to the third stage. Knowing that increasing star power levels was usually quite difficult, he was astonished that this one character had easily granted him the strength of the next level. Kue Mu suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing as he stared at Shen Xi. This is the character I wrote. What if it were you who wrote it? Huh? Shen Xi was taken aback. She and T considered whether her written words could enhance others. She then fell into deep thought. With her index finger tracing in the air, she wrote the character for courage in a wild, unrestrained manner, powerful and majestic, filled with literary and star power. After forming in the air, Shen Xi wrapped the character in star power and gently pushed it towards Kue Mu. Kue Mu watched nervously as, in an instant, the character surged into his body. His tall frame shuddered violently, and under Shen Xi's gaze, his handsome face flushed, veins bulging at his temples. Shen Xi was startled, her brows furrowing. Kue Mu, are you all right? Kue Mu didn't respond. Just as Shen Xi was about to approach, he suddenly roared and transformed into a giant wolf right before her eyes. The massive wolf stood before Shen Xi like a small mountain, its cold, eerie eyes staring at her. After watching for a moment, Shen Xi decisively took a step back. It seemed this method worked. However, the power of the characters she wrote was immense, and Kue Mu couldn't control it. If the enhancement was effective, then she decisively raised her hand and traced a character for release in the air, pushing it forward. The star power enveloped the character and struck the giant wolf's body, causing its tensed form to stiffen. Then, a creaking sound came from the giant wolf. Its fierce eyes momentarily blanked before its massive body collapsed to the ground. In the instant it fell, it transformed back into human form. Kue Mu lay on the ground, his gaze fixed on Shen Xi, who was slowly walking over. Recalling everything that had just happened, his pupils contracted sharply. This is too domineering, he weakly remarked. As he spoke, Shen Xi had reached his side, letting out a sigh. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Aside from the character for heal, she had never used other characters on herself. Now she finally understood the effect of using them on a person. She traced the character for heal and sent it to Kue Mu. In the blink of an eye, Kue Mu was already revitalized. I want to learn this too. At this moment, his gaze towards Shen Xi was filled with awe. Shen Xi pointed to the character he had just written. Practice that one well. Kue Mu looked at the character he had written and attempted to recreate it. However, for some reason, his star power always disobeyed his commands. The characters he wrote couldn't even be called characters. He summarized his experience and repeated the process, recalling the feeling when Shen Xi guided him, trying again and again. Seeing him study earnestly, Shen Xi didn't disturb him any further. 5 days later, Lu Xiyu personally brought the people they had bought to Shen Xi's small house. Ever since the last time when those people were chased out, Su Jiao had not seen Lu Xiyu again, and Shen Xi had not mentioned anything about Lu Xiyu to her, so her impression of Lu Xiyu remained unchanged. Upon seeing him, her originally bright face suddenly darkened, and she quickly activated the defenses of her small house. Noticing this, Lu Xiyu remained unperturbed and respectfully asked Su Jiao to open the door from outside. He knew Su Jiao could hear his voice and see his actions. A prominent figure like him from the 17th district was something Su Jiao never expected to lower himself in front of her. She understood that all of this was because of a she. She immediately coldly responded, "What do you want?" "Here, to find she again?" Su Jiao's icy voice rang out. Hearing her voice, Lu Xiyu had not yet reacted, while the 25 people behind him huddled together in fear, their eyes filled with despair. This scene naturally caught Su Jiao's attention. Although these 25 people were dressed in clean and decent clothes, their exposed skin was still covered with scars and bruises. Su Jiao understood what this represented. These 25 people had all experienced poor treatment. Seeing them feel uneasy because of her attitude, Su Jiao's voice softened unconsciously. Axie was not in the small house at the moment. Shen Xi was usually not in the small house during the day. After finishing classes for Su Jiao and Kue Mu in the morning, she would be in training and sometimes wouldn't return even at mealtime. usually coming back at night under the stars. Lu Xiyu clearly understood Shen Xi's routine as well. He glanced at the 25 people behind him and said to Su Jiuyo, "I know Miss Su dislikes me, and I won't enter the courtyard, but I hope you will let these people in for Shen Xi's sake." Su Jiuyo's gaze fell behind the 25 people. They were huddled together, not daring to look around, and upon hearing the voice, they only lowered their heads even further, fearing to be seen. What was their relationship with Axie? After pondering for a moment, Su Jiuyo still compromised. She disabled the protective shield and said to Lu Xiyu, "You can bring them in." Seeing how fearful these people were and knowing they had come with Lu Xiyu, they probably only trusted him now. Without Lu Xiyu to lead them, how could they possibly enter the small courtyard? The protective shield faded away in an instant, and the door to the courtyard was opened. Su Jiuyo stood in the yard, meeting Lu Xiyu's surprised gaze. Su Jiuyo snorted coldly and turned her head away, not looking at him. Lu Xiyu called the people into the small courtyard, and the 25 people surged into the small yard. Although they tried their best to huddle together for warmth, it quickly made the yard feel crowded. Su Jiuyo glanced at them and sighed, "I'm going back to my room. You all do as you please." After saying this, she went straight back to her own room. However, the door to the living room was not closed. Hearing the footsteps gradually fade away until they disappeared, one head among the crowd cautiously looked in the direction of the living room. Just one glance, and then quickly withdrew their gaze. Understanding Su Jiuyo's intention, Lu Xiyu brought the people into the living room. The spacious living room easily accommodated so many people. They sat down carefully, slowly surveying the small house. Lord Lu said that the one who bought them was the owner of this small house. They were curious about what kind of person that was. The living room was bright, with elegant fabric tones, and a freshly picked bouquet of flowers was placed on the table, with dewdrops glistening on the vibrant petals. In the open kitchen, not far away, a housekeeping robot was at work. Steam was rising, the kettle lid bubbling, and a fragrant aroma wafted over. Chapter 18. The classroom. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the kitchen, and then a housekeeper robot came out carrying a huge tray. The tray was filled with tea, and its movements were very steady, making a soft clattering sound as it walked. The two round bulbs on its mechanical head acted as eyes, and at that moment, the iridescent rings in those eyes flashed back and forth. Just looking at it made one feel that it was very happy. The housekeeper robot approached the crowd, appearing non-threatening, which piqued everyone as curiosity. After standing still, the robot turned its round head in a circle, and then a childish voice rang out, "Guests from afar, please have some tea." Everyone exchanged glances, but no one moved. The housekeeper robot waited for a moment before suddenly starting to cry. "No one likes my tea? I'm so sad." This unexpected scene caught everyone off guard. There was a stir in the crowd, yet no one dared to step forward. The housekeeper robot, still sobbing, pushed the tray towards Lu Xiyu. With no choice, Lu Xiyu walked over and picked up a cup of tea. "Is my tea good?" The housekeeper robot stared intently at Lu Xiyu, its tone innocent and cute. Lu Xiyu. He took a sip, and only then did the housekeeper robot feel relieved to leave. Seeing this, the crowd shrank back even more. When Shen Xi returned, she saw the housekeeper robot standing with a tray, eyeing a group of people who were huddled together like quails. "Stop playing, Jia Jia." As soon as Shen Xi's word sounded, the housekeeper robot's round head spun 360 degrees in a way that was impossible for a human. "She is back." Its mechanical hand adjusted the tray and offered it to Shen Xi. "Have some tea." The tray was insulated, so even after standing in the living room for a long time, the tea remained at the perfect temperature for drinking. Shen Xi graciously took a cup of tea and then walked towards Lu Xiyu. "You're here." Her gaze then fell on the 25 people. Faced with her unreserved gaze, everyone cautiously avoided eye contact, terrified of meeting her gaze. Shen Xi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Their situation was likely worse than Su Jiuyo's. Lu Xiyu had come today precisely for this matter, and he immediately introduced Shen Xi's identity to the 25 people. Although they were still anxious about the future, their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Shen Xi. After sending Lu Xiyu off, Shen Xi returned to the living room to face the 25 people alone. They were sent by Lu Xiyu at her request. In recent days, she had also been considering how to deal with them. Letting them go and allowing them to wander alone might not be good. But Shen Xi forced them to stay under the guise of doing what was best for them. From this moment on, you are free. If you wish to leave, you may do so. If you want to stay, you are also welcome. Shen Xi's words fell like a stone into a calm lake, creating huge ripples. Some people were astonished by Shen Xi's decision, hesitating about whether to leave. Who would want freedom? But it was precisely people like them who could hardly bear the cost of pursuing freedom. After a moment of hesitation, everyone suppressed their desires and decided to stay. To be bought out all at once, everyone understood that Shen Xi must be a very capable person. Staying by someone like her would at least prevent others from buying and selling them at will. However, if Shen Xi were to sell them in the future, they would be helpless. But no matter how they left, it would be a dead end, so it was better to stay here for now. It looked good here, and this young lady should be nice too. After waiting a while and seeing no one propose to leave, Shen Xi knew they had made up their minds. There aren't enough rooms in the small house, so you will need to build your own living space. This was reasonable. They were only required to build their own houses, which was already much better than their previous masters. However, since you're injured now, you can start building your houses after you've completed your treatment. For the next couple of days, you can stay in temporary space pods. You can still treat us? Joy was involuntarily visible on everyone's faces. Shen Xi assigned the housekeeper robot to take care of them. Jia exaggeratedly stood at attention and saluted. Okay, as she. Shen Xi waved her hand, urging it to take the others downstairs quickly. Shen Xi got a few treatment pods from Lu Xiyu, which accelerated the treatment process for the 25 people. By the 5th day, she saw people starting to build houses next to her small house. The housekeeper robot was very good at taking care of people, and when Shen Xi saw them again, their attitudes were much more generous. Chu Hong was the first to recover among this group. His experiences were the most diverse, allowing him to adapt to the environment the fastest. For the past few days, he had been quietly observing Shen Xi's courtyard. He noticed that everyone had their own things to attend to, unlike the people he had encountered before, who always found ways to torment him. This made him feel much more at ease. So, after the housekeeper robot handed him the building kit, he immediately began construction. In the Shuwen star system, building houses had become very easy. The building kit contained all the materials needed to build a small house, and it didn't require any design from people. The kit had its own set of design plans. All he needed to do was place the scaled-down materials in the appropriate spots according to the design plan, and then click confirm, and the house would automatically expand to its normal size. Shen Xi had never seen such a way of building houses before, and she couldn't help but stop to observe. From start to finish, it took only a few hours to complete a small house. Chu Hong looked up at the small house towering before him, unable to contain a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned his head to look in Shen Xi's direction, meeting her curious gaze. Chu Hong paused for a moment and then walked toward Shen Xi. Hello. Chu Hong was good-looking, and his voice was as pleasant as a lark, making people feel happy just by listening to him. Shen Xi smiled. Hello. Shen Xi Chu Hong. He pressed his lips together and said to her, My sister is still in the treatment pod. Once she comes out, she can live with me. Shen Xi was surprised, but quickly returned to normal, comforting him. That's great. You are a very caring brother. Take this time to arrange your home well. Home? Chu Hong was taken aback. Is this their home? Before he could ask anything, Shen Xi had already stood up. I'll be going now. You keep working hard. As more houses were built around them, Shen Xi was not idle either. She bought a customizable building kit from Lu Xiyu and constructed a classroom in the center of these small houses, modeled after the classroom in the academy. The small courtyard had winding paths and ornate corridors, with 5 classrooms distributed around the courtyard. The moment this unique building appeared, it caught everyone's attention. In the midst of a series of monotonous cookie-cutter houses, it stood out as something special. The plaque in the center of the main door read Classroom, written by Shen Xi herself, with flowing and captivating strokes. After walking around inside, Shen Xi immediately announced that everyone would start attending school from the next day. This statement was like throwing water into hot oil, causing a flurry of commotion. The current master wants them to study? How novel. Most people walked into the classroom in a daze. Shen Xi recorded her teaching sessions and placed them in the classroom for everyone to see. To prevent anyone from not understanding, Su Jiuyo will be present to answer any questions. For a moment, the originally desolate outskirts echoed with the sound of reading. 3 months later, Shen Xi was clad in heavy armor, hiding between a meteorite belt to conceal her figure, with the latest light-chasing cannon slung over her shoulder, its barrel slightly warm. Her gaze was fixed ahead. Suddenly, the voice of Kuei Mu reached Shen Xi's ears. "They're here." Just 2 concise words. But the two had already developed an extraordinary tacit understanding. Shen Xi immediately charged the light-chasing cannon. The next moment, a starship that had already been attacked appeared in front of her. Shen Xi no longer hesitated and fired the cannon. The blazing cannonball trailed brilliant flames and struck true. It was over. Shen Xi stowed the light-chasing cannon and drew 2 long knives from her back, flying forward. The towering heavy armor stood like a god of death in front, scaring the thieves in the starship out of their wits. Shen Xi struck down at the connection point of the starship. The previous shot had completely destroyed its defensive layer. A starship without a defensive layer was only slightly better than an ordinary passenger ship. But in front of heavy armor, eggs and walnuts were no different. Shen Xi's second strike came down heavily again, and soon the starship was breached. The pressure inside the starship, the air was being consumed by space. Some thieves who hadn't managed to board the escape shuttle and weren't wearing protective suits lost their lives in an instant. Those who had boarded the shuttle fared no better. Shen Xi guarded the entrance with her knife, swiftly dispatching the thieves one by one as if slicing through vegetables. Afterward, Shen Xi hacked into their starship system, striking at their lair, completely dismantling the hideout of these space pirates before she and Kuei Mu left in satisfaction. This was the 10th group of thieves Shen Xi had eliminated this month. The ill-gotten gains from the space pirates were used by Shen Xi to support more vulnerable groups. Moreover, real combat was the best training, and Shen Xi's combat strength was increasing. If she encountered the Beast Tribe now, Shen Xi was confident she could handle multiple opponents at once. On the starship, Shen Xi removed her heavy armor, and Kuei Mu immediately gathered around. "You're getting more skilled at piloting the mech." Shen Xi brushed aside the hair sticking to her forehead, her brows and eyes sharp, exuding a cold light, making her seem like a razor-sharp blade. "How about I pilot the mech next time?" The young man was eager to try. Shen Xi glanced at him and nodded. Sure. She was indifferent to it. Just as she was speaking, Shen Xi's star ring emitted a notification. Moments later, Lu Shiyu's communication came through. On the screen, the girl was dressed in a sleek bodysuit, her short hair closely cropped, and when she looked up, it was as if she had calibrated a target with a gun, sending a chill down one's spine. Chapter 19. Blackstone Cliff, you've gotten stronger again. A clear and crisp voice of a girl rang out, followed by a delicate face squeezing into the screen. In a light floral dress, with a white lace shawl draped over her shoulders. The girl had brown hair and black eyes, her long hair cascading down like seaweed. At this moment, her beautiful face was slightly frowning, her red lips pouting just a bit, incredibly sweet. "What are you doing?" Shen Xi's gaze then fell on Chun He's face, the star thief. In front of Lu Shiyu, she had never concealed her actions of killing star thieves. However, it was Chun He's first encounter with this matter. She widened her eyes and glanced at Lu Shiyu, who showed no surprise and thoughtfully said, "I really envy you." Shen Xi didn't care what her words meant and turned to Lu Shiyu. "Is there something you need?" Lu Shiyu nodded. "I received news that Peng Jiang is secretly trading with the Meteor Group." Peng Jiang is one of Lu Shiyu's rivals in the 17th district, and the Meteor Group is a considerable star thief gang. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow slightly. "You want me to help you sabotage this transaction?" "Yes." The youth's features bore a hint of fatigue, and when he spoke, his sharpness was evident. Shen Xi pondered for a moment. Location? She was bound to deal with the Meteor Group sooner or later and didn't mind taking down Peng Jiang as well. Lu Shiyu took a deep breath. "This matter is very important to me." Shen Xi paused slightly, looking at him, waiting for his further explanation. "I told you before that the current situation in the 17th district is a 3-way standoff, but if we take down Peng Jiang, the situation will shift to a battle between dragons and tigers." "So, you've teamed up with Luo Qing?" Lu Shiyu swallowed, but did not deny it. Shen Xi understood. It was a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, and sacrifices were certainly involved. "Well, good luck." As her words fell, Shen Xi turned off the communication. However, until she returned home, Lu Shiyu had not sent any information regarding the location. Just as she was about to message him to inquire, she pushed open the door and saw Shen Xi sniffing around the room. Hearing the sound, the girl turned around, her black eyes suddenly brightening, and she lifted her chin slightly, the corners of her eyes hinting at arrogance. "You really made me wait for you." Her tone was inexplicably sour. "Are you here for something?" Although she was very familiar with Lu Shiyu, she had not met Shen Xi many times. The girl seemed to harbor some resentment for having lost to her. "I am here for a matter, to assist you." Shen Xi's voice was clear and pleasant, sounding almost like she was acting cute. Shen Xi was taken aback. "Is it about Lu Shiyu?" Shen Xi blinked, her face clearly expressing, "What else could it be?" "Then come in." After inviting her into the living room, Shen Xi clarified the matter at hand. On star 112, there is a zone of chaotic magnetic fields called Blackstone Cliff, which interferes with the use of weapons and star power. Thanks to the magnetic field's cover, many people choose to complete some shady or very important transactions there. Because in that place, one doesn't have to worry about either party reneging on the deal, nor about being robbed by others. Whether you're a half-star person or an ordinary person with weapons, everyone is equal once inside. Shen Xi smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Lu Shiyu has been troubled by this matter for quite a while. A magnetic field that interferes with weapons and star power. Shen Xi became interested, eager to witness it for herself. Glancing at Shen Xi, who showed no signs of worry, Shen Xi asked, "You're not affected by the magnetic field of Blackstone Cliff, right?" Upon hearing this, Shen Xi covered her mouth with her hand, her black eyes rolling around. "Oh, you discovered it. What is so difficult about it? Would Lu Shiyu specifically send her to seek death?" Shen Xi's status in front of Lu Shiyu was not low. Even if it came to a desperate situation, the other party might not let Shen Xi die. Moreover, it was not the case now. The girl rested her chin on her hand, leaning closer to Shen Xi. "My awakened mark is an interference, you know? The magnetic field interferes with star power and weapons, and she can also interfere with the magnetic field. I can restore your star power at Blackstone Cliff." She wiggled two fair fingers in front of Shen Xi, her tone feigning regret. But only for 20 minutes. There was hardly any regret in her tone. Shen Xi reached out to grasp her wiggling fingers, smiling. "That's enough." Shen Xi looked at Shen Xi with a doubtful expression. "She is already this strong?" This glance was fine, but upon realizing that the other party was sitting there relaxed, without any fluctuation of star power, Shen Xi couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Star people who have just awakened their marks are often unable to control their star power, causing it to unconsciously leak out. But as they level up, the star power becomes more refined, and their control over it becomes more precise, naturally leading to situations like Shen Xi's now. Shen Xi pursed her lips. How could Shen Xi's abilities have improved so rapidly in such a short time? When they first met, she had determined from the star power leaking from Shen Xi that the other must have awakened not long ago, and certainly wasn't her opponent. Unexpectedly, she had lost thoroughly, almost losing her life. After desperately improving for a while, Shen Xi found Shen Xi's progress to be astonishing. At this moment, in front of Shen Xi, she only felt deeply powerless. She once thought she still had a chance to redeem herself. But now, have some tea, Xi. Drink a cup of peace tea. May everything be safe. Just as Shen Xi was lost in thought, the housekeeper robot, Jia's voice suddenly rang out. Shen Xi's attention was drawn over. Today, the housekeeper robot Jia wore a pink apron, and a big red flower was even pinned to its head. What a strange housekeeper robot, Shen Xi muttered in her heart. Noticing Shen Xi's curious gaze, Jia suddenly turned its head, its big eyes flashing red light. And there were also two round red lights flickering on its cheeks, which, at a glance, looked like it had 4 eyes. Shen Xi was taken aback, and the robot's childish voice pretended to be shy. "Why are you looking at me?" Jia gets shy too. Then it hurriedly turned away, presenting its silver-white backside to Shen Xi. "Shen Xi." Over there, Shen Xi had already finished a cup of tea and brought another cup to Shen Xi. After serving the tea, Jia returned to the kitchen to continue its busy work, and its melodious singing could be heard from inside. Seeing that it was time for training, Shen Xi casually said, "Help yourself," and got up to head outside. Shen Xi was now extremely curious about Shen Xi, and seeing her about to leave, She hurriedly followed. As soon as Shen Xi stepped outside, a figure suddenly descended into the yard. Upon seeing this, Shen Xi's pupils constricted. There was no fluctuation of star power. According to reason, as long as star people use star power, there will be fluctuations. If there are no fluctuations, or if she cannot sense any, it only means that this person is very strong. Xing Lin ignored the astonished gaze of the other party and walked directly beside Shen Xi. You've been gone for a long time this time. I almost ran out of characters for you. The boy's voice carried a hint of grievance, as if blaming Shen Xi for being gone too long. But he didn't dare to openly complain. Shen Xi could not bear to hear Xing Lin say such things and immediately decided, right, no sleep tonight. No. A hint of joy appeared in the boy's light golden eyes. Just right. No need to stay up all night. Look at that, clearly needing it himself, yet still thinking of her. Shen Xi felt increasingly guilty towards Xing Lin. Right? You must write. Write a lot. As the regular training began, Xing Lin controlled his star power to attack Shen Xi. Shen Xi watched from the side, and the more she looked, the more astonished she became. Shen Xi was actually already this strong. Especially the way she wrote to assist during the battle left her in awe. She had never seen such a combat technique. A variety of words spilled from her fingertips, landing on her, sometimes causing the aura of star power around her to surge like towering mountains, making it impossible for others to do anything but look up in awe. At times, it felt like a gentle spring breeze and fine rain, soothing her wounds. Sometimes it quickened her pace, and other times it increased her strength. Chuna gradually became mesmerized. What is this? How can it be so powerful, so strong? She couldn't even entertain the thought of comparing herself to Shen Xi. All that remained in her heart was admiration and worship. If she had known a few hours ago that this journey would change her perception of Shen Xi, she would have despised the current version of herself. After a battle ended, Shen Xi raised her fingertip to write and heal herself. Shuwen slowly walked over. Her gaze towards her was extremely complex. You're really strong, Shuwen murmured. Shen Xi lifted her eyelids to glance at her, slowly sitting up. Of course I'm strong. The corners of her lips curled up, accepting such praise as a matter of course. Just moments ago, she had doubted the other party's abilities. At this moment, she had long since lost such thoughts and was filled with confidence about this journey. The Blackstone Cliff is located north of Star 112. Where it is covered in ice and snow all year round. Even though Star 112 enjoys sunlight year-round, it does not melt the snow accumulated there. This mission was carried out by Shen Xi, Kuemu, and Shuwen. Shen Xi carefully piloted the starship into the territory of Blackstone Cliff, slowly landing in a concealed spot. It was still some distance from the trading location of Pengjiang and the meteor cluster. After activating the shield, Shen Xi left the starship. Kuemu and Shuwen quietly followed behind her. The three climbed up the snowy mountain. The Blackstone Cliff is actually quite large, although many people choose to trade here. The probability of running into each other is not high. Therefore, they didn't encounter many people along the way. After walking for a while, noticing a difference in the route, Shuwen couldn't help but speak up. Is there a special reason for going up the mountain? Shen Xi turned to look back. The girl's cheeks were frosted white, and her pair of jet-black pupils stood out even more in the snowy world. Yes, we need to secure the high ground and control the situation. Shuwen seemed to understand somewhat. Before long, the three reached the summit, and from there, they could indeed see the faint figures of people bustling on the mountainside not far below. Let us get the binoculars, Shuwen said, gently furrowing her brows. It seems the trading has started. Shen Xi and Kuemu naturally saw this scene as well. Looking down at the snow-covered ground, Shen Xi seemed deep in thought. Shall we go down? Shuwen asked excitedly, her voice filled with eagerness, the mark ready to unleash its power. Do you know what an avalanche is? Shuwen was taken aback. What avalanche? In the Shuwen star system, this is already a very old term. Shen Xi pointed to the layers of snow below, which interfered with the magnetic field here, causing thousands of snow blocks to slide down and bury them who were positioned below. Shuwen vaguely understood a bit. She sensed the surrounding magnetic field and suddenly turned pale. No. Chapter 20. Egg of Insects. Both Shen Xi and Kuemu's gazes fell on Shen Xi's face. She bit her lip, thinking that if an avalanche were to occur, we would be the first to suffer. An avalanche could indeed catch the meteor group, and Peng Jiang off guard, but it would also bring harm to them. Upon hearing this, Shen Xi's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. I can handle it. Shen Xi showed a look of confusion. How will you handle it? Shen Xi didn't waste any more words, her fingers gliding over the snow. Seeing this, and recalling Shen Xi's unique combat style, Shen Xi couldn't help but stretch her neck to get a better look. A character for control appeared before the three of them. Shen Xi didn't recognize this character, but she could feel the abundant literary and star power emanating from it. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, unable to help but wonder, what does this character mean? What is its purpose? Shen Xi. Shen Xi's voice suddenly rang out. Shen Xi met Shen Xi's bewildered gaze. Yes, I'm here. Get ready, Shen Xi said succinctly. Shen Xi felt a slight chill in her heart as she activated her star power imprint. The calm and serene world suddenly stirred with a gentle breeze. This breeze descended from above like a soft caress. No one knew what awaited behind this gentle wind. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound, as if something was shattering, could be heard from somewhere. The star beings were oblivious, but no one cared. Shen Xi squinted as she looked down. A white mist suddenly rose. It's starting, Shen Xi's voice softly echoed. As her words fell, the flat snow blocks suddenly split apart, rushing down like a torrent. Dust rose, obscuring Shen Xi's dazed face. Shen Xi reached out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her into a safe zone. Below, countless snow blocks tumbled down, gathering into massive snowballs as they cascaded, rushing forth in a mad scramble. When the parties trading halfway noticed the commotion, they looked up. A natural disaster had revealed its sharp fangs. A colossal creature blotting out the sun, crashing down. Under its cover, humanity seemed so small and powerless. Is this an avalanche? Shen Xi murmured. A blanket of white snow buried everything. A thunderous roar engulfed the people, who were like rootless floating weeds, being swept away with increasing ferocity. The wind began to howl, and snowflakes danced down from the sky, carried by the wind. Suddenly, Shen Xi's gaze froze on a certain point halfway up the mountain. Amidst the vast white snow, a tall figure emerged. Then came a second and a third. They stood unaffected by the wind and snow, gazing up at the mountain peak. This was so obvious that both Shen Xi and Kuei Mu noticed the difference. What's going on with them? Shen Xi frowned. If we can remain unscathed, of course. There are others who can escape unscathed as well, Shen Xi said with a playful smile. Shen Xi looked at Shen Xi, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Shall we go down and give it a try? Shen Xi was dumbfounded. Go down and try? The magnetic field was chaotic now, and the suppression on star power had decreased. It was time for a big battle. Her voice was drowned out by the wind and snow, but sent a chill down Shen Xi's spine as she vaguely caught the gist of it. Beside her, Kuei Mu cracked his knuckles, tilting his head back as the giant wolf manifested in the wind and snow, its enormous form exuding an overwhelming pressure. Its gray-green eyes coldly staring at the halfway point of the mountain. Shen Xi extended her fingertips, her hands moving in tandem, simultaneously writing the character for control. One entered Kuei Mu's body, the other struck Shen Xi. Shen Xi was momentarily stunned, still recovering from the sensation of the starry character entering her body. When Shen Xi and Kuei Mu had already charged down, the girl leaped onto the wolf's back, her delicate white hand gripping the mixed gray and white fur around its neck. As they descended, it felt as though they were walking on level ground. Even amidst the avalanche, Shen Xi felt her blood boiling. No wonder Shen Xi said that. She quickly followed, seeing the two groups meet swiftly. Shen Xi stood tall, her right hand gripping a long weapon that she had somehow acquired. Shen Xi didn't recognize it. It was actually a gun. A long red tassel spear made of fiery sand, or on the spear's shaft, she had written the characters for sharp, kill, swift, and control. Kuei Mu led her through the crowd, while Shen Xi wielded the spear, thrusting and capturing, combining it with the raging wind and unrelenting avalanche, instantly overturning the enemy's formation. The spear pierced through opponents, and the white snow poured down, burying people within. The leader of the meteor group, Lin Zhou, watched this scene unfold, his eyes almost bursting with rage as he looked at Shen Xi, wishing he could kill her immediately. Kuei Mu surged left and right, bringing Shen Xi into the fray. And with each thrust and stab of her spear, Shen Xi proved unstoppable, each strike drawing blood. The crimson blood spilled onto the white snow, quickly covered by rolling snow blocks. In this pure white world, only the two fighting sides knew that another life had just been extinguished. Lin Zhou let out a roar, his form shifting, and in the blink of an eye, a giant wolf, even larger than Kuei Mu, appeared before them. Lin Zhou's eyes were blood red, his wolf jaws bared, revealing sharp fangs. He used his height advantage to look down at Shen Xi and Kuei Mu, his front paws pressing down, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kuei Mu paced anxiously, a low growl escaping his throat as a warning. Shen Xi placed her delicate hand on Kuei Mu's back, gently soothing him, while her eyes remained fixed on Lin Zhou. "You handle the others," she commanded, her voice firm, as she pushed herself off Kuei Mu's back. Upon receiving Shen Xi's order, Kuei Mu turned and left. Shen Xi flicked her long spear, her foot arched as she kicked the spearhead. The red tassel spear spun through the air, and in the instant Shen Xi caught it with her left hand, the spear dissipated, transforming into two daggers. Seeing Chun He approaching from the corner of her eye, Shen Xi quickly called out, "Chun He, go help Kuei Mu." Chun He paused, then moved closer to Kuei Mu. After enhancing herself with speed, defense, and star power using the daggers, Shen Xi charged directly at Lin Zhou. Her speed was so swift, and the surging star power so potent that it made Lin Zhou's heart race. He let out a low growl as he approached, his sharp front claws swinging down with force. The overwhelming star power gathered in his claws, colliding with Shen Xi's daggers with a thunderous crash. The friction of star power blurred the faces of both fighters. Lin Zhou was shocked. His opponent could actually withstand his attack. "Do you think that is all it takes? I have two daggers." In a flash, Shen Xi's other dagger came crashing down, the star power cascading like a galaxy falling from the heavens. The fiery sand dagger, enhanced by literary power, was sharper, and a sharp pain shot through Lin Zhou's body. In a panic, he used his massive form to charge at Shen Xi. Shen Xi remained calm, her daggers held protectively in front of her, standing firm against Lin Zhou's collision, which felt like a small mountain crashing into her. Lin Zhou was filled with dread. Shen Xi swiftly changed her tactics, swinging her daggers toward Lin Zhou's vulnerable neck. Lin Zhou's eyes widened, quickly dodging, the brush of death narrowly missing him. Blood dripped from the wound she inflicted. Shen Xi pressed forward, striking down with her daggers from the left, right, above, and below, surrounding him tightly. Lin Zhou was covered in wounds, the deepest one exposing bone. Finally, he was forced to the edge of cliff. Evil surged in Lin Zhou's heart, trying to lure Shen Xi closer to the cliff's edge. Shen Xi saw through his intentions at a glance. After all, wolves are known for their cunning. The leader of this meteor group was no small fry, but this battle needed to come to an end. Shen Xi's daggers suddenly shifted their momentum, focusing on one point as she slashed horizontally at Lin Zhou's lower body. The star power surged with a sharp intent, like countless small yet piercing stabs, ruthlessly cutting through everything in front of her. Pain shot through Lin Zhou's knees, and finally he could no longer withstand it. His front paws weakened, and Shen Xi seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. At the moment the opponent fell forward onto the ground, Shen Xi flipped over and climbed onto his back, pressing the twin blades against his neck, a chill spreading. Every hair on his body instantly stood on end. He rolled in the snow, trying to throw Shen Xi off. However, Shen Xi sat on his back as if on flat ground, and amidst the bumps, her blades pierced directly into his neck. The girl's voice rang in his ears. "It's over. Your sinful life." As the words fell, Lin Zhou's enormous body collapsed to the ground. Shen Xi jumped off him, and his bloodshot eyes fixed on her, filled with resentment. Shen Xi sheathed her blades and walked towards the battlefield of Kuei Mu and Chun He, but did not advance further, instead watching from distance. Kuei Mu had cast a healing buff on himself, recklessly charging at the star beings, biting and tearing at them with sharp canine teeth. Those people were covered in wounds, yet he remained spirited, growing braver with each battle. In comparison, Chun He seemed much more disheveled. Her fluffy tail concealed the chilling intent to kill, and she waited for the right moment to strike, never missing her target. However, she inevitably got injured when counterattacked. Fortunately, these opponents were no match for the two, and soon they were all dealt with. Shen Xi walked over to clean up, digging out Peng Jiang, who had been buried in the snow. What does Lu Xiyu mean? Shen Xi turned to ask Chen He. Suddenly, a flash appeared before her eyes, claws slashing through, and blood erupted from Peng Jiang's neck. This is what it means. The girl explained slowly, elegantly licking her pink tongue over her claws as she noticed Shen Xi watching her. This is the enmity between Lu Xiyu from Zone 17 and the others. Shen Xi said nothing and continued to clean up. She also obtained the list chip of the items exchanged between both parties. The items were not at Blackstone Cliff, but at the location known as Neutral City. Star 145. She casually flipped through it. Treasures unseen and powerful weapons. None of these interested Shen Xi. Just as she was about to close the chip and hand it to Chen He, her peripheral vision caught a line of small text. 10 insect eggs. Insect eggs. The girl's slender fingertip pointed at that line of text, asking Chen He, is this thing also used for trading? Her disdain was evident in her tone. Chen He leaned in to see the words clearly, her expression horrified. They actually dare to trade this kind of thing. That's the Zerg. What were these people thinking? Shen Xi looked down at the already lifeless Lin Zhou and Peng Jiang, unable to know. Chen He fell into deep thought. Can you give me those insect eggs? Shen Xi suddenly spoke. Hearing such a request, Chen He instinctively refused, but upon seeing Shen Xi's expression, her refusal faltered, and she subconsciously pressed her lips together. All right, I'll make a copy of the chip's content for you to take back to Lu Xiyu, and I'll keep the chip to go get the insect eggs. Chapter 21. Acquaintance. This matter is significant, and Shen Xi is not at ease with the chip entering Area 17. Chen He understands this reasoning as well. Handing the duplicate lens to Chen He, Shen Xi, with a worried expression, asks, can you handle this alone? After pondering for a moment, Shen Xi decisively says, I'll have Kuei Mu stay back to help you finish up. Her gaze turns to Kuei Mu, same old rules. Contact me if there's anything. After explaining everything, Shen Xi turns to leave with the chip. The starship Kuei Mu and Chen He are needed here. So Shen Xi must exit the range of Haishi Cliff alone to catch the shuttle to Neutral Star 145. Not long after she starts walking, she suddenly hears sounds of a scuffle ahead. Shen Xi doesn't want to get involved and plans to change direction, but after realizing what they are arguing about, she decisively approaches. The fight has reached a fever pitch, with both sides exchanging blows, and for a moment, neither can end the conflict. These people are also here for the trade involving Peng Jiang and the Meteor Group. Earlier, Shen Xi didn't care whether they coveted Peng Jiang's trade goods. But after learning about the presence of the worm eggs, she couldn't help but start to suspect. However, she doesn't act rashly. Firstly, she isn't sure if these people are after the worm eggs. Secondly, she doesn't know their identities. To avoid collateral damage, she chooses to watch quietly, carefully hiding herself. The fighters ahead do not notice her. It's said that Haishi Cliff suppresses star power, but Shen Xi finds that hard to believe. From what she can see, the star power erupting from these two individuals is thick and doesn't seem suppressed at all. Finally, the fight reaches its climax. After one of the fighters defeats the other and collapses, panting on the ground, Shen Xi steps out without hesitation. Her footsteps are light, and the young man lying on the ground senses her instantly. He suddenly turns his head, his sharp eyes meeting Shen Xi's, and the light in his chest flickers out immediately. This change is quite interesting. Shen Xi walks to his side, looking down at him from above, a meaningful smile on her lips. Do you know me? Shen Xi is certain she does not recognize the young man before her. You know I won't harm you? As she speaks, Shen Xi squats down, holding a triangular prism made of fiery sand, its cold tip aimed directly at the young man's eyes. The prism presses closer, the icy tip resting against the warm skin of his neck. At this moment, the young man has no strength left to resist, but still gazes calmly at Shen Xi. What is he so confident about? Shen Xi raises an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? The young man's slightly pale lips move, and in a low voice, he replies, Actually, I am afraid. Shen Xi does not comment on his words. The young man stares straight into Shen Xi's eyes. I know you, but we aren't familiar enough to trust you. This seems to answer Shen Xi's earlier question. Shen Xi relaxes her grip on the prism. So who are you? The young man shows a hesitant expression, seemingly unsure whether to reveal his identity. Shen Xi sits beside him, appearing unhurried, making it clear she won't let this go without an answer. The young man grits his teeth, suddenly raising his hand. Shen Xi notices him pressing on his star ring, and then that unfamiliar face transforms before her eyes, finally settling on a familiar visage. So it's you. It turns out to be Luo Chen, the captain of the 13th Army's Eagle team from the nameless planet. Luo Chen's eyes lock on his Shen Xi's. I need you to save me. Shen Xi raises an eyebrow. Why should I? Luo Chen furrows his brow. I have an important mission, and as a citizen of the Shuwen star system, you have an obligation to assist soldiers in executing their tasks. Shen Xi lowers her eyelashes, her voice lazy. So, you're going to tell me the details of the mission? A hint of embarrassment flashes across Luo Chen's face. And Shen Xi understands he does not intend to share the mission details with her. Isn't this just asking her to work for free? Shen Xi laughs. Are you joking, or have I lost my mind? If I'm to risk my life for you, I deserve to know its value, right? Luo Chen is momentarily taken aback, but he still remains silent. If before, Shen Xi was unsure of his intentions, after knowing his identity, she can now be sure he is here for the worm eggs. Shen Xi stands up, brushing off non-existent dust. You can think about it slowly. I hope this road is safe, and I hope the next person you meet will be as kind as I am. With that, she walks away without looking back. Watching her leave, Luo Chen grits his teeth and suddenly calls out, Shen Xi. Shen Xi indeed stops, turning to meet his urgent gaze. What is it? Luo Chen bites his lip. Looking apologetic, I'm sorry, but you're not military personnel, so I can't tell you. However, this matter is very important. Shen Xi responds with an O. But since your superior only sent you alone, they must trust your abilities to handle this matter. So why do you need my help? Isn't that just increasing the risk? Luo Chen's face changes color, feeling both blue and white. He had thought he could complete the task alone, but knew things would go awry. Seeing his state and that he has no intention of giving in, Shen Xi sighs helplessly. Can she really just walk away? Shen Xi returns to Luo Chen's side, sensing his tension easing slightly. Seeing him relax, Shen Xi scoffs lightly and grabs him by the collar, throwing him over her shoulder. Realizing the position he is in, Luo Chen's face turns bright red. The young man tightly presses his lips together, his body tensing up. Shen Xi takes a less crowded route, and only after reaching a safe place does she set him down. Luo Chen has adjusted his emotions and looks at Shen Xi with gratitude. Thank you. Shen Xi glances at him, straightening him up, and moves her fingers in front of his eyes. Luo Chen looks confused. Miss Shen Xi, what are you doing? Shen Xi does not answer, continuing her actions. The word materializes in the air, rich in literary power, with star power swirling around it. Feeling the rich literary energy, Luo Chen's pupils constrict. However, the next moment, as Shen Xi pushes the character into his body, Luo Chen trembles with excitement. His body is actually recovering. Not long after, fully restored to his peak state, Luo Chen stares blankly at Shen Xi. Miss Shen Xi, how did you do that? He unconsciously murmurs. Shen Xi sits in front of him, propping her chin on her hand, and speaks directly. Did you come here for Pengjiang? Luo Chen is shocked again, and after a moment, he nods with a complicated expression. Yes. Is it for the worm eggs? Luo Chen's body stiffens, his handsome brows furrowing deeply, and his sharp gaze shoots towards Shen Xi. Shen Xi raises an eyebrow, just as I thought. She stands up. You are military personnel. Is your aim to protect it or to destroy it? What do you mean? Shen Xi laughs lightly. Pengjiang's things are with me. What do you think? Luo Chen looks puzzled, but you treated me first. So you must subconsciously believe our goals are aligned. Of course, I don't want to engage in conspiracy theories. After all, if even those guarding the national borders have ulterior motives, how can the Shuwen star system survive? Guarding the national borders. Luo Chen likes her way of speaking. The tension in the young man's expression relaxes. Thank you for treating me. You must give me that thing. Shen Xi nods. I can give it to you, but I want to see you destroy it with my own eyes. Luo Chen is silent for a moment, then nods. All right. Now that the task's content has been guessed by Shen Xi, it doesn't count as him leaking information voluntarily. Therefore, it's fine to let the other party see it. The two who reached an agreement walked out. Just as they left the area of the Blackstone Cliff, Shen Xi saw Xing Lin waiting outside. The boy was dressed in a thin shirt, and his fair complexion appeared even whiter due to the assault of wind and snow. Xing Lin? Shen Xi noticed that when he turned his head, his lips had no color, and he looked like a flower about to wither. Shen Xi was startled by this thought and quickly stepped forward to grasp the other's arm. Are you very cold? Xing Lin had a rich star power and a strong physique, so he shouldn't be afraid of the severe cold. Moreover, although his clothing looked thin, it could self-regulate temperature, preventing the wearer from feeling cold. Xing Lin leaned against her shoulder, his eyes listless. I'm so tired. What happened? After asking this question, Shen Xi regretted it a bit, almost biting her tongue. Xing Lin had always been mysterious, and Shen Xi had never inquired about his past. Naturally, she didn't know if he had any enemies, but it was easy to guess that it would be a troublesome matter. Xing Lin had never mentioned it. Perhaps he didn't want to talk about it, and she didn't know if her sudden mention would make him unhappy. Xing Lin gently shook his head no. He lowered his eyelashes and shifted his head slightly towards the girl's neck. Nothing happened, just a lack of words. The boy gritted his teeth, a trace of hostility flashing between his brows. Seeing that he wouldn't speak, Shen Xi also didn't ask further. She helped him steady himself and looked towards Luo Chun. Would you mind taking one more? Luo Chun frowned, wanting to say he minded, but seeing Shen Xi's determined expression that showed she wouldn't change her mind, he realized it would be pointless to say anything. The young man didn't want to get into trouble, so he nodded, do as you wish. The three of them boarded Luo Chen's star shuttle. The young man piloted the shuttle towards star 145, while Shen Xi took out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to write for Xing Lin. Luo Chun sat in the driver's seat and, after handing over the driving to the intelligence system, turned to look at Shen Xi's actions. Watching the literary energy seep from Shen Xi's paper, Shen Xi was not surprised at all. She had already known that the other party could resonate with words. She directly handed the writing to Xing Lin, who touched the characters inch by inch and then held them close like treasures. What is this doing? Luo Chun looked perplexed, watched for a while, then turned his head to adjust the direction. When Shen Xi was almost finished, he spoke up. Miss Shen Xi, can you sell me some words? I can, but I have to write for Xing Lin first. I should be busy in the next couple of days. If you want, I can send them to you later. Luo Chun thought about it and agreed to her proposal. They arrived at star 145 2 days later. During these 2 days, with Shen Xi writing many words, Xing Lin's condition finally improved. Chapter 22. One moment, another moment. The economy of star 145 is highly developed, and the situation is even more complex than that of star 112. Here, the environment is a mix of various people, and encountering anyone is not surprising. The streets are stained with blood that has not been washed away for years. There's also a powerful figure here who established the neutral city, using force to suppress anyone who steps onto this land, requiring them to abide by its rules, no matter where one comes from or what their identity is. Showing even a hint of disrespect to someone from neutral city will result in retaliation from the entire city. Shen Xi is visiting neutral star for the first time, but Luo Chun is clearly familiar with the place. According to the rules of neutral city, their star shuttle was parked at the city's unified management point. Just as they exited the management office, Shen Xi sensed something was wrong. The two exchanged a knowing glance and stopped in unison. It seemed rather tricky. Shen Xi scanned the surroundings and noticed at least 4 groups of people eyeing them menacingly. Xing Lin took a glance outside and quietly retreated to a safer corner. Noticing his movement, Luo Chun looked over and met the boy's indifferent gaze, which seemed devoid of any emotion. Luo Chun was taken aback, recalling the boy's strange behavior over the past few days, and a guess began to form in his mind. However, this was not the time to investigate. Luo Chun looked at Shen Xi, seeking her opinion. Are you ready? Shen Xi found Luo Chun quite interesting. He certainly hadn't anticipated that his offer to help would extend this far. However, now that Shen Xi was aware of most of the answers, she no longer held back and openly sought assistance. Coming back to her senses, Shen Xi nodded. Dealing with a few small fry was nothing to prepare for. But Luo Chun still leaned in close to her ear and whispered a warning. Be careful. You handle the 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock directions, and I'll take care of the rest. Between the 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock directions, there was just a street. Shen Xi had no objections, patted Luo Chen's shoulder, and headed straight towards it. The pat on the shoulder stirred a strange feeling in Luo Chen's heart, as if they were comrades fighting side by side. But in this moment, how could they not be considered comrades in arms? Shaking off the thought, Luo Chen followed closely behind Shen Xi as they moved in different directions. Once Shen Xi made her move, the others did as well. They cautiously waited for Shen Xi to step into the street enclosed by both sides before gradually closing in. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Xi was also observing them. She stood leisurely in the center of the street, waiting for the two groups to completely surround her. The leader of the group sneered, saying that those who knew their place should hand over their belongings. Shen Xi smiled, her beauty akin to a lotus flower, and replied, "What are you talking about? Do I know you?" In this scene, no one among the crowd was moved. Normally, someone would be unable to resist the urge, but today, they had more important matters to attend to that concerned their lives and futures. Shen Xi's gaze swept over the group, and she noticed their fierce expressions and the latest energy particle guns gripped in their hands, loaded and ready to deliver a fatal blow to her. Meanwhile, some among them were also preparing to transform. A fierce battle was unavoidable. "Enough with the nonsense, you scumbag. You understand what we're saying. Hand over what Luo Chen gave you." Shen Xi's smile froze. Indeed, they were coming for Luo Chen. Luo Chen? I don't know anyone named Luo Chen. Shen Xi said, spreading her fingers. As she used both hands, the flame sand armor covered her body while simultaneously enhancing her defense and attack power. Then, a flame sand bow and arrow appeared in her hand. The moment the bow and arrow fully materialized, the battle was triggered. Gunfire erupted, bullets trailing flames as they sped toward Shen Xi. However, she paid them no heed. Such attacks were beneath her. The girl swiftly rolled backward to find a corner, her left hand conjuring a solid sand shield in front of her. The thick shield protected her within. Using this excellent cover, she drew her bow and released 3 arrows, each striking true. She had excellent defense, but her opponents did not. In an instant, cries of pain echoed. They couldn't even get close to Shen Xi. Some star beings and half-star beings transformed and charged through the rain of arrows. However, the closer they got to Shen Xi, the easier it became for her to aim. One of her arrows struck a vital point, and the massive figure collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Some managed to get through the barrage of arrows and approach Shen Xi. She leaped out from behind her cover, gripping a heavy blade, and stepped onto a corpse to gain momentum, swinging her blade down. Striking a vital point, the person wobbled and fell to the ground. With Shen Xi's current abilities, handling these individuals was effortless. She moved nimbly, her long knife dispatching all nearby enemies. The street was soaked in blood, and the shops along the side had already closed their doors at the first sign of battle. Now that the fight had ended, they cautiously opened their doors, and the automated robots at the storefronts began cleaning the blood. Shen Xi stepped out from her cover. Luo Chen's side had also finished. The young man walked over briskly, as if he had just completed a warm-up exercise, his long legs clad in neat short boots. A few strands of hair fell over his forehead, swaying gently, and a hint of worry was evident in his expression. Upon confirming Shen Xi's safety, the tension in his brow eased. Luo Chen glanced around the battlefield and couldn't help but praise, "Well done." Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. Of course, she had done well. They were all coming for you. In other words, they were coming for the bug eggs. Shen Xi's expression darkened, especially since they were all from the Shuwen star system. They were primarily intelligent mechanical beings, with some star beings and half-star beings mixed in, but their star power was low. Even if they transformed, they were no match for Shen Xi. Shen Xi sighed. "I don't understand what these people are after." Luo Chen's expression was also grim. "I don't understand either." Not far away, Xing Lin was slowly walking over. Shen Xi clapped her hands. "There is still more to fight. Let us go." Luo Chen noticed the footsteps and turned to look. The boy walked slowly, carefully stepping on clean spots, each step precisely avoiding the bloodstains. He reached Shen Xi and gently lowered his head, his black, soft hair cascading down, covering most of one eye, but it still faintly revealed a softness in his gaze as he looked at Shen Xi. Recalling his guess about the boy's identity, Luo Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The three continued on their way, perhaps because of Shen Xi and Luo Chen's earlier actions being too ruthless. There was no movement in the next two streets. However, as they entered the third street, both Shen Xi and Luo Chen simultaneously looked up towards the side front. There, a tightly closed window was visible. In the next moment, the window suddenly shattered and a figure shot out rapidly. Behind him followed one person after another. Ultimately, 5 aggressive star beings surrounded Shen Xi and the others in the center. Sensing the star power radiating from them, Shen Xi narrowed her eyes slightly. Luo Chen's voice rang out, "Be careful, just assist me from the side." As his words fell, Luo Chen saw Xing Lin stand up and walk out. The 5 individuals watched his movements with vigilance. Perhaps confirming that he bore no murderous intent or combat spirit, they remained still. This was actually unreasonable. These people were bloodthirsty and cautious, and usually wouldn't overlook any potential dangers. But Xing Lin wanted to leave, and not a single person moved to stop her. Luo Chen thought to himself that his identity was indeed from the Shuwen. Only the Shuwen could make these star people overlook him. However, how could the Shuwen get so close to the star people? Luo Chen couldn't help but look at Shen Xi. At that moment, Shen Xi's voice rang out. "What are you daydreaming about? It's time to fight." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Xi's figure had already rushed out. She held a long sword in her hand, the Yin Sha sword glinting coldly, and as she swung it, brilliant light poured out in the air. Luo Chen's expression changed drastically. "Come back." She had only just awakened her mark for a short time, while the people in front of them had clearly been awakened for many years. She was definitely no match for them. Luo Chen hurriedly followed. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. The attacks of the 5 people fell together. In the Yin Sha armor on she collided with their attacks, producing a colorful rainbow light. A huge sense of despair rose in Luo Chen's heart. He admired Shen Xi very much and absolutely did not want this person, who had displayed exceptional talent right after awakening, to die easily. But now, however, in the next moment, before his emotions could continue to brew, Shen Xi's voice suddenly came, "Luo Chen, don't be so outrageous," with a hint of exasperation. She was still alive. Up ahead, Shen Xi swept away the 5 with one sword, dodging a paw from a brown bear, which collided with the paw of a white tiger. Shen Xi agilely leaped onto the shoulder of the white tiger. She lightly pressed her toes, stabilizing herself on the white tiger's back, and turned her long sword downward, targeting the weakest black dog, stabbing into its joint. They were skilled in combat and protected their vital points well. Shen Xi, however, took the opposite approach, directly stabbing the joints to reduce their mobility. Luo Chen instantly reacted and ran to join the fight on Shen Xi's side. With Luo Chen's assistance, Shen Xi didn't have to struggle as much. She freed up some space to glance at him. "What are you thinking? Spacing out in the middle of a battle?" The reprimanding tone was unmistakable, as if she were addressing someone of a lower rank, rather than Luo Chen, who was clearly of a higher social status. The young man spoke sincerely. "I'm sorry. I really did make a mistake. I doubted your abilities." Shen Xi didn't bother to explore why he was distracted. She impatiently reminded him, "This is your responsibility. Pay more attention, okay?" She felt like a fool. If it weren't for the fact that this matter involved the insect clan, Shen Xi wouldn't want to team up with Luo Chen at all. She truly couldn't agree with the quality of the Eagle Squad. Reflecting on more than 2 months ago, Shen Xi had still admired his combat power, but now it was truly a different time. Chapter 23. Shen Xi joined the military academy. Regarding Shen Xi's obvious impatience, Luo Chen knew he was in the wrong and had nothing to say. The two fell silent, focusing on dealing with the enemies before them. These aliens were trickier than the ones they had encountered earlier. However, Shen Xi was not an easy target either, especially with Luo Chen, the leader of the Divine Eagle Squad, by her side. Before long, Shen Xi had dislocated all their joints, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. After finishing off one of them, Luo Chen turned to look at Shen Xi. She was stepping on a female alien, a young woman with gray-brown hair, smeared with mud, lying in a pool of blood, struggling to lift her head to meet Shen Xi's gaze. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and defiance. Shen Xi could easily deal with her with just a slight movement, but she did not. The girl withdrew her foot and crouched down, staring into the other's eyes. "Why?" Shen Xi finally couldn't help but ask this question. Her delicate white fingers lifted the other's chin, forcing her to look up at her. Do you know where our purpose is? Why are we taking the bug eggs? The young woman smiled, a streak of blood on her pale face only accentuating her beauty. Someone like you, a favored child of heaven, would never understand how people in the mud can save themselves. Her tone was sarcastic and piercing. Save themselves? Shen Xi lowered her lashes. So you're saving yourself? From a young woman's perspective, the girl's delicate face had no extra expression at that moment, and her eyes were filled with compassion. The young woman found it extremely ironic. You, a pampered girl from a big family, love to adopt such a posture. Huh, how ridiculous. How can someone standing on the shore know the depth of the water in the mud? Your pity makes me feel disgusted. Perhaps she had not been the first to receive such pity, but she did not care and even felt hatred for it. Shen Xi, however, was thinking of something else. Did you have a very bad childhood? She asked, as if unaffected by the young woman's words. Are you a half-alien? Were you ever sold? Perhaps you were passed around among several sellers, with no way to call for help and unable to escape. Without saying another word, the young woman's face turned whiter. Shen Xi understood everything. Later, by chance, no, perhaps it was just a cruel game of the powerful. You awakened, and thus you gained the ability to control your own life. But by then it was already too late. She had already lost hope in this society, in this star system, and had developed a mindset of revenge. Enough. Don't say any more. Do you think you understand? The young woman interrupted Shen Xi sharply. Shen Xi fell silent for a moment. But it's not your fault. It's this star system's fault. The girl's voice was low, but it was enough for everyone present to hear. Luo Chan suddenly looked up, glancing around warily, frowning as he reminded Shen Xi. Shen Xi did not speak again. Luo Chan had already stepped forward. They had to hurry. He held a scattergun in his hand, the muzzle aimed at the young woman's head, and spoke coldly. Endangering the public safety of the star system, involved in betraying the star system, colluding with the bug race, you deserve to die. One charge after another was laid out, and the young woman laughed out loud. I have no regrets. She shouted to the sky, her eyes filled with mockery as she fixed her gaze on Shen Xi. Her smile widening, I do not regret. What is not my fault? Now, the military wants to kill me, and you can only watch helplessly? Shen Xi lowered her lashes, her fingers moving slightly. Luo Chen scolded, shut up. His worried glance briefly swept over Shen Xi before he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The bullet struck, and the resulting spray of blood splattered onto Shen Xi's face. Shen Xi didn't even close her eyes, still wearing that look of compassion. The young woman looked at her reaction, her mockery deepening. Hypocritical to the extreme, a weak voice echoed. Shen Xi's eyes moved, locking onto hers. There must be many people like you, right? The young woman did not understand the significance of her sudden remark. So what if there are many who would really bow down and take a look? I have my path to walk, and you have yours. Now you've blocked my way, crossed my bottom line. Killing you is not a problem. Don't say I want to stop it. I might even do it myself. The girl's gaze was filled with sorrow, but her tone was firm and cold. The young woman widened her eyes in surprise and then grew increasingly disgusted with Shen Xi. That is why I say you're extremely hypocritical. Why do you need to put on such a posture of pity in front of me? How could you truly pity us? As she spoke, a clear tear slid down her desperate eyes. Shen Xi's fingers gently traced her cheek, wiping away the tear with a soft motion. The action was gentle. The young woman was momentarily taken aback. Shen Xi slowly spoke, of course I pity you. Pity your experience. If this society had given you a bit of warmth, perhaps you wouldn't have become what you are now. I certainly pity a life as beautiful as yours falling into darkness, with no possibility of turning back. But why should I save you? You can no longer go back. A mistake is a mistake. Despite her tragic past, she had still made mistakes. Mistakes cannot be excused. Shen Xi stood up and said to Luo Chen, let us go. We're just one street away from our destination. Behind her, the young woman finally reacted to Shen Xi's implication that she was not the only one in such a situation. She finally understood that Shen Xi's compassion was never just for one person, but for a group of people, a type of people, those who lived in endless darkness, clearly citizens of the star system, but without protection. The young woman looked at Shen Xi's slender figure gradually fading away, her gaze complex. As they resumed their journey, Luo Chen couldn't help but steal a glance at Shen Xi. He hadn't expected her to say such things. He had genuinely worried that Shen Xi would stop him. You. The young man was about to speak when Shen Xi suddenly said, "What was with you just now? Spacing out in the middle of battle? Such a low-level mistake. Do you also do this in the army?" This innocent rhetorical question left Luo Chen speechless. "I thought you were dead for a moment. I didn't react in time." He chuckled, realizing he still didn't trust her enough. "Shouldn't you rush forward immediately to confirm if your teammate is being attacked? Did you know that at that moment, I was already dead?" Luo Chen. Shen Xi shook her head, her expression filled with disdain for Luo Chen. Otherwise, how could it be said that the military is lacking in talent after the Mingyu incident? Indeed, Shen Xi teased. Shen Xi, Luo Chen suddenly became serious. "You should join the military academy." He was not asking, he was stating a fact. Shen Xi turned her head. "You want to recruit me into your squad?" Luo Chen nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will reflect on my actions after returning. What happened today will not happen again. You can rest assured to be my comrade." Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You want me in your squad? What does Chunyi think about this? Did you get his permission?" Luo Chen frowned. "President Shun?" Shen Xi shook her head, her tone firm. "I will not go to the 13th Army." "Because of President Shun?" Shen Xi did not answer, merely shrugging lightly. Luo Chen pondered for a moment. Shen Xi was Ming Yu's daughter. The day they went to Ming Yu's base was to commemorate the long-missing Ming Yu, but unexpectedly, they encountered issues between Shen Xi and the beast race. At that time, President Shen's attitude towards Shen Xi had been very cold. At that time, Luo Chen only thought that Shen Xi was not familiar with Chen Yuan, which was why the two of them seemed like strangers and did not converse. However, looking back now, he realized something was off. Chen Yuan revered Ming Yu so much. How could he encounter Ming Yu's only daughter and not inquire at all? This. Luo Chen turned to look at Shen Xi. Was there some kind of conflict between them? He genuinely admired Shen Xi's abilities. If they had previously said that Shen Xi was exceptionally talented and had limitless potential, he would have raised an eyebrow. But now, after witnessing Shen Xi's rapid growth following the Beast Clan incident, he was certain Shen Xi's future would surpass Ming Yu. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but say, "Shen Xi, let me persuade Chen Yuan for you. Please don't hold grudges and join the 13th Army." "Okay." He suddenly spoke up, his tone urgent. Shen Xi looked at him in surprise and replied bluntly, "You should succeed first before talking." Luo Chen, full of ambition, looked intently at her and said, "Even if I don't succeed, I can adjust the military district. Wherever you go, I will go." How could he not witness someone who could surpass Ming Yu? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The young man sighed in relief and urged Shen Xi, in any case, as long as you can enter the military district, if not the 13th Army. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "That works too." Shen Xi was touched by his persistence. The girl narrowed her eyes and cheerfully said, "All right." The two of them handled the remaining street quickly. Luo Chen kept his word, trusting Shen Xi completely and entrusting his back to her. Their cooperation became increasingly harmonious. Seeing Shen Xi keep up with his fighting rhythm, Luo Chen was secretly astonished, feeling that his choice was correct. When he saw Shen Xi use her literary power to heal him during the battle, Luo Chen was even more amazed. Such abilities, such as Shen Xi, were absolutely terrifying. He began to feel fortunate that he had brought Shen Xi into his camp early on. If such a person had gone astray, like that young woman before, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, since Shen Xi was Ming Yu's daughter, she likely wouldn't make mistakes on such significant issues. After dealing with all those who had surrounded them, the two finally entered the entrance of the neutral star storage. Once inside, they were under the jurisdiction of a neutral city. The neutral city had the obligation to ensure the safety of objects stored here, and causing trouble here would be equivalent to declaring war against the neutral city. Therefore, no one dared to cause a disturbance here. The three of them smoothly arrived at the place where Peng Zhang's items were stored. Shen Xi saw 10 insect eggs quietly lying in the capsule. How should we handle this? The girl looked at them with disgust. Insect species consume everything. Wherever they go, all that remains are collapsed black holes. Chapter 24. You are bad for each other. The insect race is eyeing the Shuwen star system. In other words, Everything within the Shuwen star system is on the insect race's menu, and they happen to possess formidable combat power. For such a threat, the officials of the Shuwen star system are certainly quite troubled. Shen Xi despises the insect race's greed and lack of restraint. They are born to destroy, not to survive sustainably. I brought the literary power extracted by the military, which can kill insect eggs using literary power. Shen Xi was slightly surprised. There isn't much information about the insect race online, so she genuinely hadn't thought of this method. However, it was equally surprising that the military could extract literary power. Shen Xi said nothing and moved aside, her stance quite obvious. Luo Chan was momentarily taken aback and stood still. Shen Xi tilted her chin slightly. The expression seemed to say, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. The literary power I brought comes from a resonance practitioner. Firstly, this technology is still not mature, and the extracted literary power will be greatly reduced. Secondly, a mere breakthrough is certainly not comparable to you, so you should take care when you act." Compared to this still immature technology, Luo Chun naturally trusts the literary power emitted by the resonance practitioner writing on the spot more. Shen Xi nodded, "Of course. I can act without issue, but I want to see what the extracted literary power looks like." So that's it. Luo Chan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the other party would make some demands. "No problem." Luo Chan nodded. Seeing him agree, Shen Xi no longer hesitated and took out her brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from the compressed space. There was no table here, so she pasted the paper on the wall, and Xing Lin stood beside her, actively helping her with the materials, grinding ink and preparing the brush. Shen Xi's movements were bold and unrestrained, and the characters she wrote were equally wild and unbridled. Luo Chan instinctively widened his eyes. Previously, when they were in the Star Shuttle, the characters Shen Xi wrote didn't have this style. At this moment, she stood in front of the wall, splashing ink as if she were a military commander casually pointing out the landscape. Her brows held a hint of disdain, confidence soaring, exuding a youthful spirit. She seemed capable of accomplishing anything. Luo Chan felt fortunate to have made the right decision. Such a remarkable person. Perhaps she is the first to awaken and resonate in so many years. She is destined to be extraordinary. Shen Xi quickly finished writing and then looked at Luo Chan, asking what to do next. Luo Chan stepped forward, took down her writing, and admired it carefully for a moment. Even with his unprofessional eye, he felt that Shen Xi's characters were rare in the world. He and T looked closely before in the Star Shuttle, but now the more he looked, the more astonishing it became. After a moment, Luo Chan walked to the capsule cabin and gestured for Shen Xi to open it. He then stuffed Shen Xi's writing into the capsule. Thus it was completed. Shen Xi watched as he closed the capsule again, with no further actions. "Is that all? When will it take effect? How do you kill the insect eggs with literary power?" "It's already taking effect now." It was Xing Lin's voice. Shen Xi turned to look at her, surprised. "So soon? Other people would certainly take a bit longer, but you're different." This remark, Xing Lin had said more than once, and Shen Xi understood she was referring to her talent in resonance. Is that so? After all, her level was approaching mastery. Shen Xi carefully observed the inside of the capsule. She noticed that the surface color of the 10 insect eggs was gradually dimming. Suddenly, the insect eggs began to shake violently. Not long after, the surface of the eggs cracked, and the cracks expanded at a visible speed, then shattered completely on the ground, revealing the insect bodies inside. It should be noted that the insect shell outside the eggs serves a protective function. Before the eggs mature, the shell provides nutrition and protection for the insect body. Now that the shell has shattered, the eggs are far from maturing. The fate of these insect eggs is obvious. As expected, the various curled insect bodies inside turned from their original pink to a ghastly white, then to black. Soon, the entire egg shriveled like a flower that had withered for a long time. The dehydration process completed in just a few minutes. Looking at the insect eggs that were as dead as could be, Shen Xi clapped her hands, took a deep breath, and said, "It's resolved." Of course, it can only be said to be a temporary solution. However, I suppose you want to tell me who sent those who obstructed you. Luo Chen's lips moved. Actually telling you would. No. Shen Xi promptly stopped him from continuing. I don't want to know right now. When the day comes that we truly fight side by side, it won't be too late for you to tell me. After saying this, Shen Xi extended her hand toward him, palm open. You can give me the item now, right? Luo Chen took a deep breath and took out a small bottle from the compressed space, placing it in Shen Xi's hand. This bottle is not large, about the size of Shen Xi's thumb, and she pinched the sides of the bottle with her index and thumb fingers, bringing it closer to her eyes to examine. Inside the transparent bottle, a light misty substance occasionally gathered and dispersed, sparkling with tiny lights, looking as beautiful as a starry night sky. Shen Xi's eyes widened in wonder. Unable to contain her admiration, it's truly amazing. Seeing her curiosity, Luo Chen couldn't help but say a few more words. Yes, different literary works yield different extractions. He glanced at the misty substance in the bottle and added, some are beautiful, some are not so much. Shen Xi withdrew her gaze and returned the bottle to Luo Chen. I would like to see more of this if I have the chance. Luo Chen, once this matter is over, I will return to the military to report. The recruitment for the first military academy will begin soon. It will be quite difficult for you to get an introduction letter now, so you can only take the path of the major selection. You need to prepare well. Shen Xiao. Luo Chen noticed she wasn't as concerned about the literary power bottle as she had been before and said impatiently, I will send you the details later. Shen Xi nodded. She didn't mind attending military school. In fact, she could even say she wanted to go. She just didn't hold much hope for what Luo Chen said about speaking well of her to the 13th Army. The return journey was much quicker and smoother. Aside from Luo Chen's occasional reminders, at the Star Shuttle Management Office, Shen Xi stood in the corner, cupping her hands to bid farewell. As they were about to board the Star Shuttle, Luo Chen suddenly turned around and walked towards Shen Xi, who was standing in the corner. Shen Xi assumed it was about entering military school again and nodded repeatedly. I understand. The major selection is very important. I will prepare well. Luo Chen shook his head. Not this. Shen Xi was puzzled. What else is there besides this? Luo Chen said nothing and glanced at Xing Lin. Noticing his gaze, Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. Feel free to say whatever it is. Luo Chen frowned slightly, lowering his eyelids as if he was pondering his words. Shen Xi couldn't help but speculate in her heart. It's related to Xing Lin. Does Luo Chen know Xing Lin? To be honest, Xing Lin holds a very significant meaning for Shen Xi. She knows that Xing Lin is very mysterious, but she herself also has her own secrets. This does not hinder them from being good to each other. Shen Xi is not one to pry. Now that someone suddenly wanted to tell her about Xing Lin, she felt somewhat disinclined to know. Shen Xi spoke. Never mind, don't say it. Hurry back. Preempting Luo Chen before he could speak, Shen Xi took the initiative. Luo Chen looked at her in surprise, explaining, actually, I didn't mean to say anything. The young man paused for a moment, then looked at Xing Lin again. Speaking earnestly, you being so close is not good for either of you. Shen Xi? Luo Chen had no intention of explaining, seemingly acknowledging that Shen Xi knew. In short, you also know that someone like him is not suitable to be too close to you. Shen Xi? What kind of person? After saying that, the young man turned around and walked away with long strides. What? It was completely nonsensical, totally baffling. Shen Xi tilted her head and looked at the calm expression of the merchant Xing Lin. He didn't seem to be upset by Luo Chen's words at all. Shen Xi moved closer to him, thought for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, what does he mean? Perhaps Xing Lin's expression was too calm, giving Shen Xi a false impression that what Luo Chen said might not be true. What he said is all true. Huh? Shen Xi widened her eyes and stared at him. Noticing the curiosity and inquiry in her emotions, Xing Lin began to explain, generally speaking. Someone like me really shouldn't get too close to you, but my situation is rather unusual. How so? Shen Xi became interested. This wasn't her prying for details. It was Xing Lin voluntarily sharing. Xing Lin's lips curved slightly upward, and in his straightforward tone, there was a hint of dominance because I'm not ordinary. No one dares to control me. Oh, Shen Xi pondered. What about me? It seems like everyone wants to control me now. She spoke in a teasing tone. Facing her soft, smiling eyes, Xing Lin rubbed his fingers with me around. No one can control you. The young man's expression was serious, and his tone was forceful, making it hard for anyone to doubt the truth of his words. Shen Xi laughed heartily. You seem like a guardian who indulges the children at home. Doesn't that imply she can cause trouble outside at will? Of course, Shen Xi believed that with Xing Lin's combat power, no matter what she did, he could handle it. But Shen Xi didn't want that. A person should do things within their own capability. She was clear about her own abilities. She didn't want to do things beyond her capacity just because someone was there to back her up. She knew very well that anyone can only accompany you for a while, and nothing is more important than improving one's own abilities. Setting that aside, Shen Xi changed the subject. Are we going back to Star 112 now? There's news from Kuei-Mu that the situation at Haimu Cliff has been resolved well. Lu Xiu also doesn't need Shen Xi's help for the time being. Therefore, she wasn't in a hurry to rush back. Xing Lin had no objections, you decide. Shen Xi immediately made a decision, then we'll stay here for a while. The two settled in a hotel in the neutral city. Aside from some unstable factors, Star 145 could be considered a livable planet. The climate and environment here are naturally suitable for human habitation, and the planet is rich in resources, allowing residents to be self-sufficient. In addition, there are many beautiful natural landscapes on the planet. The tourism industry on Star 145 is developed, and not long after Shen Xi checked in, a tour guide came to offer their services. Chapter 25. There wasn't much to do at the moment, and Shen Xi also wanted to take a break, so he agreed. The price wasn't high. 450-star coins, the guide would accompany them for a day. The guide was a youthful girl, with long black hair braided into two pigtails hanging over her shoulders. She always spoke to Shen Xi with a smile, her dimples filled with sweet kindness. There are many interesting places on Star 145. I know them all, and you found the right person in me, she said enthusiastically. The three of them sat in the hotel's reception area. Shen Xi selected a few pictures from the one she had displayed on the screen. Majestic mountains were shrouded in clouds and mist, with verdant greenery at the foot and strong, tall trees winding upwards, a small path appearing and disappearing. It seemed to be the rainy season, and the cobblestone path was damp, but it had a unique charm. Just this one picture was enough to capture Shen Xi's heart. The guide girl, Man, was perceptive and began to introduce it excitedly. This is Xing Peak. The name comes from a highly respected resonator, Master Shen Xi. Do you know Master Shen? Shen Xi shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Man smiled, pleased that he didn't know. If he knew everything, what use would she be? When Master Shen came to Xing Peak, he fell in love with this place at first sight and wanted to settle here. But unfortunately, at that time, Master Shen was the head of the Shen family on Central Star, and the large family needed his management. Reluctantly, he had to give up that decision. In the end, Master Shen named Xing Peak, which can be seen as a way to make up for his regret. Man's tone was regretful, her expression animated, but Shen Xi paused. The Shen family on Central Star? Shen Xi frowned. Which Shen family on Central Star? Hearing this, Man smiled and said, there's only one Shen family on Central Star. However, her smile was innocent, without any mocking intent. Shen Xi thought, oh, so it seems this Master Shen has some connection to me. Shen Xi liked this place and nodded to Man, indicating that they could go see it. All right. Man's face lit up with joy as she selected several suitable scenic spots along the way. She even had food recommendations. Shen Xi had no objections and entrusted everything to her. Their first stop was Guanjing Tower. According to Man, this was a must-see attraction for anyone visiting Star 145. It displayed the planetary history of the neutral star, from desolation and ignorance to its current highly developed economy and culture, with residents living and working in peace. In every city of Star 145, there stood a Guanjing Tower. Man said its significance to Star 145 was akin to that of Iju Square to Central Star. Shen Xi thought that was indeed significant. Guanjing Tower was a cylindrical building, its exterior made up of different colored blocks, forming ancient totems. Shen Xi looked up, and under the sunlight, the colors of those totems became even more brilliant, a mysterious and ancient aura enveloping her, impacting her heart. Shen Xi believed that anyone who came here would be unable to resist stopping and admiring. What kind of totem is this? Shen Xi asked Man, instinctively feeling that this totem might belong to a certain ethnic group that once existed on Star 145. Man was taken aback, staring directly at Shen Xi. Even Xing Lin cast a glance her way. Under the gaze of the two, Shen Xi paused for a moment, realizing something was off. Man blinked her confused eyes, guessed. This is the totem of the Shuwen tribe. How could anyone not recognize the totem of the Shuwen tribe? After saying this, she quickly pressed her lips together, cautiously telling Shen Xi and Xing Lin, this can't be spoken of anymore. It would be bad if he heard it. He? The Shuwen tribe? Man's expression visibly panicked. Hey, no more talking about it. Suddenly, she straightened up, clasped her hands together in front of Guanjing Tower, and reverently spoke, Great deity, your follower Man spoke thoughtlessly. This guest is visiting star 145 for the first time and doesn't understand the rules. Please do not blame us for speaking too much. Great deity, your follower Man pays respects. After this, she slowly opened her eyes and smiled brightly. All right, nothing will happen. The great deity won't blame you. Shen Xi responded with an O. The customs of star 145 were a bit beyond her expectations. Once inside, Man had to report first. While Shen Xi waited by the door with Xing Lin. Shen Xi leaned closer to Xing Lin and lowered her voice. Did I make a rather low-level mistake? It seemed disrespectful to the Shuwen tribe. Xing Lin looked into her eyes, his moist eyes showing little guilt. He indeed did not feel any reverence for the Shuwen that emanated from her. However, the young man surprisingly did not get angry or think she shouldn't have. He even thought, what if his star disciple was disrespectful? Who among the Shuwen would dare to say a word? Thinking of this, Xing Lin kindly reassured her, it's all right. They're not petty enough to care about this. Shen Xi spread her hands. Deities are broad-minded, but as a beneficiary, how can I remain indifferent? After all, my star power is given by them, right? My star master, I am very grateful and respectful to him. Shen Xi lowered her gaze to her hands. The faint star power gathering into mist swirling around her fingertips. In that moment, the girl's expression was genuinely devout. Xing Lin stood frozen. The emotions rising and falling from Shen Xi in an instant overwhelmed his heart. It seemed different from others, carrying a hint of expectation. At that moment, Xing Lin saw Shen Xi look up and ask him, is it true that the star people have no chance to meet their star master? Xing Lin instinctively replied, not necessarily. Shen Xi realized, yes, both the Second Academy and the acting minister have the chance to meet the Shuwen tribe. I wonder if the leaders of each military district have the opportunity? You want to meet him? Xing Lin instantly regretted asking that question. Shen Xi nodded. I want to meet him. With my high talent, he should be quite strong, right? Just as Xing Lin was about to tell her that he was her star master, Man's voice suddenly rang out. All right, let's go in. Shen Xi walked over. In the blink of an eye, Xing Lin lost the chance to speak. Star 145 had long been in turmoil and chaos until many years ago when the deity came here and ended that situation. Man's face was filled with pride and gratitude. Now we can live such a good life thanks to the deity. Is the deity the city lord? Shen Xi asked. Wasn't it said that the city lord suppressed everything with force? Man nodded, but then shook her head. The deity is not the city lord. But the city lord and the deity have an extraordinary relationship. Usually, the deity helps the city lord with matters that the city lord cannot handle. Shen Xi widened her eyes, instinctively asking, what kind of relationship? Man shook her head. I don't know about that. The people cannot speak recklessly about the deity or the city lord. Is guessing not allowed? Shen Xi did not say this aloud. For the people of star 145 who believed in the deity and the city lord, saying such things would be disrespectful to her. Shen Xi would not do such an impolite thing. That is why no one dared to cause trouble on star 145. Speaking of this, Man became excited, of course. Many bad people have harmed and killed on star 145, but they dare not touch a single finger of the residents of star 145. All because of the presence of the deity and the city lord. Shen Xi thought about how, just a day ago, she was one of those harming and killing, and her expression turned sour. It is the deity and the city lord who have given us a stable life. Thank you, deity, for your mercy on your followers. Man clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer. 145 star is actually more marginal than 112 star, but the stable life of the residents here, indeed, depends on the deities and the lord of the city. Otherwise, how could one know that this place wouldn't be even more chaotic than 112 star? Thinking about what happened on 112 star, Shen Xi couldn't help but sigh. The top floor of the Crown Star Tower allows people to immerse themselves in any time period of 145 star, which is also one of the most popular attractions. After entering the top floor, Shen Xi was enveloped in darkness, and when the light returned, Man-Man's figure had already disappeared. Xing Lin was holding her wrist, and Shen Xi could clearly feel the warmth coming from him. She turned to look, but Xing Lin's expression was not good. What is wrong? Xing Lin was cautiously observing his surroundings, and Shen Xi couldn't help but feel anxious. She didn't sense any danger around, and her perception of danger was quite sensitive. But she also knew she was still far behind Xing Lin. Perhaps there was some deeply hidden danger. She could feel Xing Lin's grip on her hand tightening. So Shen Xi pressed her lips together and stopped speaking, also vigilantly observing the surroundings. They were in a dense jungle, with low shrubs and unknown vines intertwined. Lush and green, a gentle breeze passed through, causing the leaves to tremble, revealing beautiful flowers nestled below and butterflies resting above. Such an environment could indeed easily hide dangers. Let's go. Not long after, Xing Lin suddenly spoke. He still held Shen Xi's wrist and walked straight ahead. Shen Xi noticed that no matter which direction he took, a path would naturally appear before him. The plants seemed to move automatically to make way for Xing Lin. What is this? Is it a special effect of this simulated space-time? Soon, the two of them walked out of the jungle, and an endless field appeared before them, filled with sunflowers. But strangely, it was not the sun hanging overhead, but a star. All the sunflowers were facing the star, raising their flower crowns high. Xing Lin stopped walking. Where is this? She couldn't quite remember if Man-Man had introduced it earlier. Xing Lin did not respond, and suddenly a young man appeared ahead. He walked over along the ridge, wearing loose clothing, a gray-brown vest on his upper body, and a large straw hat that almost covered his entire face. As he approached, Shen Xi could clearly see his face and was somewhat surprised. Isn't this the Lord of a neutral city? Gu Ming smiled lightly, and after standing on a ridge, he slightly bent over. A distinguished guest has arrived. I apologize for my rudeness. After saying that, he straightened up, his light blue, deep-set eyes scrutinizing Shen Xi. Chapter 26. Don't be willful like me, meeting the other's gaze. Shen Xi slightly nodded. Gu Ming had a gentle smile in his eyes and slowly turned his gaze away. He looked back at Xing Lin. He is waiting for you. Do you want to meet him? Xing Lin fell into deep thought. Gu Ming was not in a hurry, respectfully waiting for Xing Lin's answer. Seeing this, Shen Xi pondered in her heart. It was clear that the Lord of the neutral city knew Xing Lin and held great respect for him. However, at this moment, the version of him in this simulated space had not necessarily become the Lord of the neutral city yet. No, according to Man-Man, this Lord had been in charge of Star 145 for at least 100 years. Yet, Xing Lin looked like a mere youth. It was only now that Shen Xi realized she had never asked Xing Lin about his age. If the young man in this simulated space was not yet the Lord, then it implied that Xing Lin was at least over 100 years old. If the young man was already the Lord, it would mean that Xing Lin's identity was quite significant. Shen Xi's gaze subconsciously fell on the hand that Xing Lin held on her wrist. His hand was slender and strong, and the bluish veins were faintly visible beneath his overly fair skin. She could not associate Xing Lin with someone over 100 years old at all. Just go with the flow. You can arrange it, Xing Lin's voice rang out, sounding somewhat different from usual, with a cold tone that resembled the soft strike of jade. Gu Ming slightly turned his body, making an inviting gesture, then please. Xing Lin led Shen Xi forward in the direction he indicated. The moment they stepped onto the path, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Shen Xi was taken aback and couldn't help but look up and around. They were now standing in a corridor with a tranquil yet lively starry sky hanging above them. On the walls on both sides of the corridor were swaying sunflowers, their round flower heads and golden petals clustered together, snuggling closely. It resembled a moving painting framed in wood. She likes sunflowers, Gu Ming explained as he noticed her movements. Shen Xi snapped back to reality. He? Who is that? A bold thought crossed her mind, but Shen Xi didn't dare to voice it. Xing Lin merely glanced at the sunflowers and then withdrew his gaze, seemingly indifferent. The group arrived at the end of the corridor, where a yellow wooden carved door stood wide open. Gu Ming led the two inside. In the brightly lit room, The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and in the center of the room was a set of light yellow sofas. On the middle sofa lay a stunning young girl. She had her eyes closed, her expression serene, dressed in a loose silk sleeveless dress covered in sunflowers, reaching her knees. With a section of her delicate white calf exposed, her small, round foot gently resting on the soft carpet. Gu Ming was the first to approach and sit beside the girl, picking up a shawl that had fallen on the carpet and gently draping it over her. The girl slowly opened her eyes, her golden irises shining brightly like sunflower petals, yet lacking warmth. Her gaze locked onto Xing Lin. "You're here." Her voice was as melodious as the sound of a harp, incredibly pleasing. Shen Xi couldn't help but fixate her gaze on her for a long time. It wasn't until Xing Lin brought her to sit opposite the girl that she came back to her senses. After a long silence, the girl's gaze lingered on Shen Xi for several breaths, carrying a hint of understanding. "I sense your arrival at star 145. I thought it had been a while since we last met, so I use a little trick to summon you." Her perceptive eyes scanned Xing Lin. "You seem to be doing well. A few days ago, those old guys were anxiously looking for me, fearing something had happened to you. Now it seems you're fine. Currently, it is indeed okay," Xing Lin replied, showing little desire for conversation. Listening to their words, Shen Xi couldn't help but recall Xing Lin's state when she had seen him days ago outside Blackstone Cliff. It could only be described as terrible. Was that what the girl referred to? What exactly was the girl's identity? What was Xing Lin's identity? Shen Xi had her speculations, but did not dare to confirm them at this moment. "You must take care of yourself. A dozen of me combined isn't worth one of you. If something happens to you, they will truly go mad over there." The girl spoke leisurely, her expression showing little concern. Gu Ming brought over tea. Before Shen Xi could react, he turned to her. "Have some. It's good for you." Shen Xi hurriedly nodded in thanks. "Thank you." The cup contained a milky liquid, exuding a refreshing aroma that invigorated her just by smelling it. Shen Xi tilted her head back and drank it all, the warm liquid flowing down her throat into her stomach, as if warming her from within. At that moment, Shen Xi felt completely warm, as if she were sitting by a fireplace, extremely comfortable. "You're still as taciturn as before," the girl sighed. Leaning back, her golden curls spilled around her, framing her face and making her beauty even more pure. "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Xing Lin remained unmoved. "No." The girl gently shook her head, yet her lips carried a knowing smile. "You will come to ask me." Xing Lin did not respond to her remark. The girl then turned her gaze to Shen Xi with a playful smile. "What about you? Do you have any questions for me?" When being looked at by the girl, her focused gaze made it seem as if she had eyes only for Shen Xi. This unique feeling of being the sole focus made Shen Xi unable to resist speaking the truth. Yes, since arriving here, she had many questions in her heart. The girl nodded encouragingly, urging Shen Xi to speak. Shen Xi thought for a moment and sincerely asked, "This is no longer the simulated space on the top floor of Guanxing Tower, right?" The girl lightly hummed an affirmation, still smiling. "May I ask your identity?" Shen Xi asked her second question. The girl slightly parted her lips. She shot a reproachful glance at Xing Lin. "Didn't that little girl already tell you my identity?" "This is the Divine Hall." The Divine Hall. Shen Xi thought to herself that it was indeed so. This girl was the deity mentioned by Man. Then, what about Xing Lin? The deity Shen Xi looked at Shen Xi with great interest, his expression changing several times. He kindly reminded her, "You still have one question. You can ask me anything, even if it's unrelated to me. As long as I know, I will share everything." His tone carried a hint of temptation. After saying that, he jokingly glanced at Xing Lin. Sensing the mischievous intent, Xing Lin slightly frowned. Shen Xi looked back at Shen Xi, hesitating. "Anything? Would you not consider it disloyal of me?" Shen Xi shook his head, encouraging her, "Of course not." What could this half-star girl possibly ask about Xing Lin? Should he reveal everything related to Xing Lin to her? How interesting, Xing Lin with a half-star girl. Moments later, under Shen Xi's eager gaze, Shen Xi finally spoke up. "What is your relationship with the Lord of the Neutral City?" "What?" Shen Xi was taken aback, not expecting Shen Xi to ask that question. Then he smiled, his expression innocent and naive. "Gu Ming and I, we are lovers." Shen Xi's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that beings from the Star Race and the Shuwen clan could indeed marry. Perhaps, sensing her thoughts, Shen Xi took the initiative to explain, but it's very difficult. His tone was melancholic. Being with a human means I have to actively give up my right to be worshipped. Worshipped? Shen Xi's heart skipped a beat. So that means you can no longer accept offerings from the text, and you no longer have star disciples? Shen Xi nodded. His expression suddenly became full of compassion. Yes, unless. His words came to a halt. Shen Xi suddenly turned to Xing Lin seriously. You may not be able to accept what I say, but I still have to say it. You are different from me and cannot be as willful as I am. Xing Lin frowned. Shen Xi's voice suddenly rang out. Would the lack of written offerings have any impact on you? Yes. Without energy support, I will dissipate into the universe. Shen Xi felt a mix of emotions. The divine-like script race had a long lifespan, but after being with humans, the length of life suddenly had limits. Whether this is good or bad is uncertain. However, Shen Xi's tone did not show much regret, so it seems that it is already good enough for her now. Shen Xi, being too close to Xing Lin is not a good thing for you. Of course, it is the same for Xing Lin. But with such words, he had no right to say them to Xing Lin. Again, this sentence, Shen Xi couldn't help but look at Xing Lin, who showed no reaction. All right, I'm tired. Gu Ming stood up to send them off. Stepping out of the room, there was an endless field outside. Shen Xi instinctively turned to look back, and the place where the room had been was now only vast sunflowers. Goodbye, you two. Gu Ming gently bowed to the two of them, then turned and walked into the endless sunflowers. So, the piece of star 145 cannot last long, right? Once Shen Xi dissipates, the stability of star 145 will face destruction. Yes, Xing Lin nodded. How long do you think this period will last? Shen Xi's words made Xing Lin unconsciously recall the current dire situation. He slowly shook his head. Not long. At most 2 years. Shen Xi was shocked, her expression turning ugly. At most only 2 years. Thinking of the happy and blissful appearance of the tour guide man. Shen Xi really found it hard to imagine how they would cope if everything were to be destroyed now. Xing Lin knew what she was worried about. Her anxiety was too strong. He spoke to comfort her. This is not just about star 145. Worrying is useless. Only self-rescue matters. Self-rescue, self-rescue. The road ahead is bleak. Originally meant to relax, Shen Xi was now more anxious. She sighed, transforming her worries into motivation, practicing more, and preparing the materials for her school application properly when she returned. After leaving the field, the two returned to the simulation space on the top floor of the Crown Star Tower. Man was waiting for them at the door, her expression excited. Noble guests. Noble guests. Which period did you experience? After the city lord took office, she casually mentioned. The girl smiled. Me too. I saw the gods in the simulation space. Oh, the gods and the city lord are so powerful. Being able to become a believer of the gods is truly the most fortunate thing. Listening to Man's cheerful words and recalling the earlier experiences, Shen Xi felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 27. She really made me cry. The Shuwen clan cannot intervene too much in human affairs, and no one knows what sacrifices the gods have made for this. Shen Xi's original intention may have been for Gu Ming, but she still brought hope to star 145. And now, this hope will be completely lost with her disappearance. Since returning from the Guanxing Tower, Shen Xi has been thinking about this matter, to the point that her schedule for the following days was clearly distracted. Man noticed that she was in low spirits and proactively suggested sending her back to rest, continuing the trip the next day. Shen Xi did not object. Outside the hotel's large floor-to-ceiling window, it was drizzling. Shen Xi leaned against the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the light rain. She had maintained this state for a long time. Xing Lin knew she had many thoughts in her heart, but those emotions could only be digested by herself. All Xing Lin could do was wait. How's your body? With the lights of the city coming on outside, the girl gazing at the starry sky suddenly spoke. Xing Lin was slightly surprised and turned to look at her. The girl was staring directly at him, her soft eyes set against the backdrop of the starry river. Xing Lin realized she was asking about what happened a few days ago. He nodded. I'm fine now. Shen Xi curled her knees, resting her head lightly on them. Looking up at him. Did the words I wrote help your injury? Let's just assume Xing Lin was injured. Shen Xi didn't know how to describe his state back then accurately. Yes. Receiving a definite answer, Shen Xi let out a light sigh of relief. She thought to herself that it was good that it was this way. The strange behaviors and actions that had appeared on him before now had good explanations. Shen Xi finally understood, though it was a bit hard to believe. However, it wasn't too difficult to accept. She suddenly smiled, her eyebrows curving. Can I also say that I'm somewhat special? After all, not everyone has the chance to know someone like you. People always consider themselves geniuses, eager to possess extraordinary abilities, able to do things ordinary people cannot. Shen Xi was also such a person. She naturally hoped to be the one to save the collapsing building. She also hoped to achieve her grand aspirations. Although she didn't know what the future would hold, at this moment, she believed she was special enough, and thus believed she could be excellent enough to reach the other shore. Xing Lin couldn't help but follow her smile, gently echoing, "Yes, you are special enough." These words struck a chord with Shen Xi. She suddenly realized that the gods coming down from their altars seemed no different from ordinary people. Perhaps people regarded them as gods precisely because they possessed more powerful abilities. But aside from that, they shared the same joys, sorrows, troubles, and desires as all living beings in this world. Understanding this, Shen Xi got up and stretched. "I'll write you something." Practicing calligraphy cannot be neglected, and neither can training. The next morning, Man arrived early. After a night of sorting things out, Shen Xi was able to face Man with a calm demeanor. However, at the end, she gave Man many rewards on top of what was originally promised. She ruffled the little girl's braid, exchanged contact information with Man, and reminded her to reach out if she encountered difficulties. "I hope luck is always with you." The girl softly sent her sincere wishes. She couldn't stop Shen Xi's fate, but she wanted to do some small things within her power. Just back at star 112, Luo Chun sent the necessary materials and processes for enrollment. Shen Xi followed his instructions to register an account on Qinxing. Qinxing is a government-controlled company, usually managed by humans, but the technical backbone is the mechanical race. As a part of the Star Network, Qinxing connects with the Star Network, allowing the citizens of the Shuwen system to access it. However, Qinxing is actually a paradise for military school students. It preserves all kinds of battles between the insect and beast races since the civilization of the Shuwen system began. Citizens can immerse themselves in the battlefields of the past on Qinxing. Moreover, as a simulation map, Qinxing can adjust pain perception, and its weapon data is only slightly behind that of the frontline battlefield. Qinxing collaborates with military schools as a daily training ground for military students, supplying a large number of excellent talents to the front lines. If Shen Xi wanted to enlist, she certainly couldn't miss out on Qinxing. If it weren't for Luo Chen's reminder, Shen Xi wouldn't have thought of this matter. The enrollment application for the military school elections had been floating in the Qinxing Plaza for several days. There were no restrictions on age, gender, or race. Anyone wishing to join the military school could fill out an application report and submit materials. After completing her registration, Shen Xi asked Kuei Mu for his opinion. Unsurprisingly, Kuei Mu chose to follow her. Shen Xi then helped him register an account as well. The two of them prepared their application materials simultaneously. The application details included a link to the simulated battlefield. To enter the battlefield map, one needed to navigate through the map and upload the recorded video materials. Before selecting the map, Shen Xi asked Xing Lin for his opinion. Xing Lin immediately chose the most difficult map for her. While waiting to enter the battlefield map, an introduction about the battle appeared on the light screen. Battle name, Counter-Strangle. Location, the Evil Land. Details, the beast and insect races formed an alliance, with the Vanguard team setting up a battle command in the Evil Land. The insect race insidiously kidnapped human infants as bait. The human team was ordered to destroy the setup and rescue the infants. Note, the insect and beast races may harm the human infants at any time. Shen Xi understood that to complete this map, two conditions needed to be met simultaneously. 1. Rescue the infants. 2. Destroy the setup. As the loading progress completed, Shen Xi's vision blurred, and the next moment she found herself in the Counter-Strangle map. Before her was a forest shrouded in miasma. Shen Xi cautiously remained still and chose to record first. However, since it was her first time entering the map, she accidentally started a live stream as well. Meanwhile, in the Qinxing Plaza, right after the military school enrollment application, a notice floated by. User Chung Yuan entered the counter-strangle map through the enrollment application link and started a live stream. The plaza erupted in excitement. Which fool is using counter-strangle as enrollment materials? He followed the link to enter the live stream, and the moment he entered the map, he nearly threw up. The scenery was rapidly retreating, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't see anything clearly, making him feel dizzy and nauseous. It was evident that Chung Yuan didn't understand how Star Stream, and it set the perspective to first-person view. Just as he was about to exit, his vision suddenly blurred. He realized he was flipping his body in the air at an impossible speed, simultaneously switching his sword from one hand to the other, swinging it down from above. The light glimmered. The sword's shadow was fierce, with a slicing sound. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh, followed by a thud as a figure fell to the ground. He covered his pounding heart, his eyes wide. What was that noise? What just happened? Before he could react, he found himself reaching out, his slender fingers gliding over the red longsword's blade. The cold light reflected the girl's cool brow and eyes, her killing intent palpable. This girl is so cool. That thought unconsciously popped in his mind. He watched as her delicate hand waved to the side, and in his peripheral vision, the dense forest instantly erupted with crimson walls, cleverly dividing the battlefield and isolating the infants from the insect and beast races. The crimson structures quickly condensed above the human infants' heads. He felt the other party move, cutting through the swirling red smoke, ultimately landing atop the protective structure for the human infants. Looking down from above, in each separated red-walled square, the insect and beast races were roaring as they climbed over the walls, rushing toward this side. He was shocked and terrified, completely forgetting his earlier desire to escape. He was astonished that this young lady was actually going to face them head-on. This was clearly a last resort. With so many Zerg and beast races, just dragging it out would be enough to drag her to death. This young lady was probably playing this map for the first time and didn't know that there was actually a time limit for the counterstrike. Meeting the conditions of saving the baby and destroying the deployment at the same time was not very difficult. However, due to the time constraint, everyone who attempted this map had inevitably failed. He thought to himself that although the young lady's skills were quite impressive, she was still a bit off. He couldn't help but anxiously send a reminder. Young lady, you can't do this. This map has a time limit. Dragging it out won't win. He hoped she would see it. At this moment, Shen Xi was still unaware that she had accidentally started a live stream. Moreover, she hadn't opened the audience's comments, so she couldn't see Zhou Yi's reminder. Watching the Zerg and beast races charging at her, Shen Xi took the initiative to meet them with her sword. The flame sand sword was a natural enemy of the beast race, and the characters inscribed on it were a natural enemy of the Zerg, combined. She maneuvered effortlessly among the groups of beasts and Zerg. He watched in amazement as she charged into the groups of beasts and Zerg, weaving through them from incredible angles, her crimson weapon slashing, stabbing, and chopping. The feeling was extremely novel, with star power rippling around her. Each time the star power vibrated, there were sounds of groans or moans from the Zerg and beasts. He suddenly felt very strong. Of course, he clearly understood that it was this young lady who was strong. Shen Xi used a bold and aggressive fighting style. She had practiced swordsmanship since childhood, mastering various sword techniques. She aimed to finish quickly, showing no mercy, overpowering the enemies single-handedly. The sword was enveloped in rich star power, and the combination of literary and star power made the long sword even sharper. With a swift and flowing movement, like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, she left the Zerg and beast races battered and bruised. With her intention to speed up, the groups of beasts and Zerg were soon completely dealt with by her. As the once lush green forest was covered in crimson sand mist, silver star power intertwined within, and the corpses of the beasts and Zerg lay scattered everywhere. The red walls stood tall, destroying the forest. This scene felt somewhat desolate. He suppressed the food that had nearly reached his throat, feeling a chill all over and gasping in awe. She actually succeeded. With her own strength, she slaughtered 50 of the beast and Zerg races. His expression finally turned to fear. Who on earth was she? In a daze, he hurriedly clicked the button to save the replay. He groggily watched from the personal perspective as he withdrew the crimson little house protecting the human baby and at the moment the sunlight illuminated that land. He scattered a wave of red sand. The red sand quickly covered the battlefield from earlier. What was presented to the children was a stunningly beautiful red desert. Such a killing god, such love for children. She really made me cry. Chapter 28. Understanding without words. The words successful completion of the map appeared in the air. In Shen, she lowered her head to look at the operation screen, confirming that the recording was complete. She saw the live broadcast notification on the side and gasped in surprise. In the next moment, Zhou Yi felt a darkness before his eyes and was thrown out of the reverse map. The live broadcast had already ended. He climbed up to the Qinxing square in a daze and then started a thread. Wow! The admission application materials using the reverse map and full score map turned out to be a way for a military big shot to pass the time. As soon as the thread was posted, a lot of people flooded in, all of whom had clicked the link out of curiosity to enter the live broadcast site just a moment ago. Although the girl was too impressive, I still have to say, poor little Huan too, her life is also a life. Holding the toilet while throwing up and sharing her experience, the girl is too strong. I surrender. Zhou Yi posted the replay video he recorded in the thread. Those who hadn't seen this map battle were in for a treat. This reply was quickly pushed to the top, and the thread's popularity soared, trending in Qinxing Square. At this moment, Shen Xi had already exited Qinxing. At the first military university, Qin Ke had just walked out of the training building when his friend Mo called out to him. Have you seen that thread on Qinxing Square? No one expected that an admission application would cause such a stir. Because those who can awaken their marks can obtain a recommendation letter to enter the military academy after awakening. Most people who take the path of the big election are half-star people, recognized as having poor talent. Of course, there's a small portion of people who, for various reasons, missed the awakening ceremony and thus missed the recommendation letter. But such occurrences are too rare. Therefore, the military academy's big election is usually something that military academy students look down upon. Qin Ke nodded, initially dismissive, but after watching that video, he was completely convinced. Mo nudged him with his elbow, raising his eyebrows. So, are you interested in teaming up with her? Such an outstanding performance guarantees her admission to the first military academy. Qin Ke believed many people would have their eyes on her. He hesitated a bit. The team was already set with Tang Ji. Changing members now would undoubtedly offend Tang Ji. The Tang family was powerful and had close ties with his family, making it difficult for him to handle. TSK. His friend scoffed, leaning in closer. They say Tang Ji is the best since Mingyu, but in my opinion, he is way worse. Just look at this on Qinxing. He can't even compare. Wanted to ride on Mingyu's coattails is really audacious. This friend was a loyal fan of Mingyu and looked down on the notion of Tang Ji being his successor. Qin Ke felt helpless. He was about to enroll, so it was better to say less to avoid stirring trouble. Many people admired Tang Ji, and he indeed was excellent. Do you want to bring Chung Yuan into the team? Qin Ke had indeed thought about this. If he were to team up with Chung Yuan, he could only withdraw from the team himself to avoid offending Tang Ji. Thinking of this, Qin Ke glanced at Mo. You came to find me. Are you thinking of becoming my teammate, or have you already confirmed your team members? Hearing this, Mo excitedly bumped his shoulder. I was waiting for you to say that. I'll contact Chung Yuan right now. Don't worry, as long as she enters the military academy, she'll definitely be on our side. Shen Xi was unaware of everything happening in the military academy. She had been busy since submitting her materials. Lu Xiu personally came to her door, his clothes wrinkled and unwashed for several days, looking exhausted. Shen Xi invited him into the study and had some guesses about his visit based on recent events. You haven't returned, and I've been on edge the whole time, he said, his voice full of fatigue. He had deliberately not contacted Shen Xi these past few days. What is going on in District 17? You didn't leak the bug egg incident, did you? Lu Xiu rubbed his brow and shook his head. No, only the four of us know about this matter. After saying that, his gaze fixed on Shen Xi, his eyes sharp, as if he were questioning whether Shen Xi had revealed anything. He was referring to Kuei Mu, Shen He, and the two of them. Shen Xi shrugged. I usually would hide things from Xing Lin. Lu Xiu let out a sigh of relief. It was fine if Xing Lin knew. He had investigated and found that she had no ties to District 17. The plans over there are still ongoing, but I have withdrawn. The matters that were supposed to be handled by me, I claimed I had a relapse and pushed them all out. From the moment he learned that Shen Xi was heading to star 145 with the chip, he discreetly handed over everything he was responsible for. This undoubtedly announced his withdrawal from this power struggle. Originally, according to the previous plan, after consuming the influence of the Peng Jiang family, Lu Xiyu, as the main force, would also gain power. Now many people in District 17 lamented his bad luck, having a golden opportunity in hand, yet unable to seize it. Lu Xiyu made this decision with great determination. Peng Jiang was involved with the insect race, which could easily attract the attention of the military. If the military was unaware, it would just mean he lost an opportunity. If the military found out, continuing with the current affairs could very likely cost him his life. Although it wasn't he that exaggerated, being cautious was always wise. Lu Xiyu glanced at Shen Xi. Was your journey smooth? Shen Xi nodded. It was relatively smooth. Her gaze seemed to have seen through Lu Xiyu's ulterior motives. You want to ask if I encountered military personnel, right? Yes. In front of Shen Xi. He saw no need to hide. Did you encounter them? I did. Seeing Lu Xiyu's tense expression, Shen Xi chuckled lightly. Don't be nervous. I got along well with him. Lu Xiyu broke out in a cold sweat. I knew the military couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Shen Xi added at that time, there were quite a few half-star people obstructing us from dealing with the bug eggs. Shen Xi frowned. Those people aren't from the Meteor Group, right? Almost all the elites of the Meteor Group had gone to Blackstone Cliff. After the Blackstone Cliff incident, the Meteor Group's stronghold was easily resolved by Kuei Mu. Therefore, Shen Xi concluded that those obstructing them were not from the Meteor Group. Lu Xiyu frowned. It's surprising that Peng Jiang would have connections with the insect race. It's hard to say how many of those obstructing us were from District 17. Even if they aren't from District 17, their connections won't be few. Shen Xi's voice continued. District 17 has been selling banned drugs that allow half-star people to awaken their marks. If I remember correctly, you were involved in this as well. Lu Xiyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, yes. There is a high chance those half-star people obtained the banned drugs from District 17. This matter could be significant or trivial. The military had always turned a blind eye to it. There are many half-star people in the military. If they were to investigate, how many would be able to protect themselves? However, since this matter had come to Chun Yi's attention, he couldn't handle it symbolically, especially since it involved the insect race. Shen Xi had a strong intuition that Chun Yi would handle this thoroughly. First, because those colluding with the insect race were from the management of District 17, not nameless characters. Second, the people who went to obstruct the military had connections with District 17. Over half of Peng Jiang's resources were obtained from the insect race's military side. The insect race's goal was to introduce the bug eggs into the Shuwen star system. Therefore, this matter could not be trivialized. The military personnel would soon arrive at Star 112, and they were coming in with a blaze. Over the years, various illegal activities in District 17 had occurred, but the military had neither reason to overstep their authority nor the manpower to resolve the frontline tensions. Who would have thought that Peng Jiang would collude with the Zerg, giving the military a perfect excuse? This understanding was tacit between Shen Xi and Lu Xiyu. Chapter 29. All right. But after all, no matter how furious Chun Yi gets, it's impossible to uproot the 17th district completely. Handling a batch of people while leaving another batch behind is the most likely approach. Shen Xi's words were to the point, and their gazes met. Do you think I have a chance in this matter? The military's arrival at Star 112 will inevitably require the cooperation of the people from the 17th district. Why can't that person be him? Lu Xiyu fell into deep thought. Shen Xi, it's not impossible. But at the same time, she changed her tone. We also need to prepare for the worst. Shen Yi probably won't come personally. More likely, he will delegate someone else to handle it. We need to understand this person's temperament and principles of conduct as soon as possible. Listening to Shen Xi, Lu Xiyu couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at her. The young man suddenly became quiet, his eyes focused intently on Shen Xi. Shen Xi couldn't help but stop talking as well, looking at him in confusion. After a moment, Lu Xiyu spoke. Are you willing to help me seize power? Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, her tone puzzled. Why not? Lu Xiyu, because this matter involves the military and carries great risks. Your future is bright. There's no need to bind yourself to the 17th district on this issue and leave a bad impression in the military. With various institutions starting to enroll students, Lu Xiyu knew that Shen Xi was likely to choose to enter a military academy. If she were to enter a military academy, becoming entangled with the 17th district would not be good. When she went a star 145 to deal with the insect eggs. Lu Xiyu intentionally reduced her contact with her, considering this aspect. If she encountered someone from the military regarding the insect eggs, and they monitored her private contacts with the 17th district, that would not be good for her. On the other hand, the fewer people who know about the insect eggs, the better. She also didn't want to attract the military's attention too early. As for the matters of Star 145, she could directly inquire about them when she returned. I understand your considerations, but since I want to change the 17th district, I cannot help you. Lu Xiyu was taken aback. You still think about this matter? Shen Xi stared at Lu Xiyu. I can't just ask for your help without giving anything in return, can I? She was testing the waters. If in the future the 17th district were under his control, and she had the means to confront those complicated forces, could they stand together to completely cleanse the 17th district? Lu Xiyu felt a shiver down her spine. You really decided to fight to the end in the 17th district? Shen Xi, why not? Yes, why not? Lu Xiyu's expression turned serious. If you still have this attitude in the future, then I am willing. After making this promise, Lu Xiyu suddenly felt much lighter. The young man revealed the first smile since entering the room, clearing the 17th district and stopping human trafficking. Shen Xi knew that Lu Xiyu was not someone who made promises lightly. Once he made a promise, he would do everything he could to fulfill it. At that moment, the distance between the two seemed to shorten. However, the relaxed atmosphere quickly dissipated. Shen Xi frowned slightly, but you need to be prepared. My relationship with Chun Yi is delicate. If the person who comes is his confidant, it wouldn't be good for us to be too closely connected. Seeing Shen Xi's cryptic expression, Lu Xiyu was surprised. How could this be? You are the daughter of Mingyu. Chun Yi holds Mingyu in high esteem. Since Shen Xi is Mingyu's daughter, as a former comrade of Mingyu, he would surely take care of her. Yes, everyone thinks so. Shen Xi shook her head. It's not that simple. I don't know much about my father's past with Chun Yi. I can only be certain that his attitude towards me is not very good. Of course, Shen Xi wasn't interested in those past events. She trusted her intuition. The parties involved in this matter. Peng Jiang has already died at Blackstone Cliff, and the Meteor Group has also been dealt with by Kuei Mu, but Peng Jiang's influence in the 17th district is not small. Now the military's anger will surge into the 17th district. Lu Xiyu frowned, but this matter cannot avoid you either. You obtained Peng Jiang's chip, and you also went along to deal with the insect eggs. What about the person you met at Neutral Star? Remembering Luo Chen's words, Shen Xi couldn't help but relax her posture. He knew what to say and what not to say. Luo Chen wanted to recruit her into the 13th Army. Knowing Chun Yi's attitude towards her, Luo Chen wouldn't speak recklessly and make her impression on Chun Yi worse for no reason. Shen Xi sighed. In any case, we should observe the changes. You should closely monitor the various docking squares on Star 112 over the next few days. The military is coming, and they may split into two groups, one open and one covert. She was just imagining how she would handle this matter perfectly if it were up to her. Thus, in reverse, she needed to ensure that all defenses were in place. Lu Xiyu nodded. My star ring hasn't been monitored by the military system yet. We can communicate normally for now. If, unfortunately, either you or I get monitored to avoid delays, I will have someone here send you a bouquet of flowers as a signal, using the falling star flowers outside. Shen Xi was referring to the half-star people, the quasi-intelligent machines that Lu Xiyu had rescued from the auction. Lu Xiyu knew them, so misunderstandings were unlikely to occur. Lu Xiyu nodded to indicate her understanding. After finalizing the specific details, Shen Xi personally sent Lu Xiyu off. Upon returning, she saw Su Jiuyo waiting in the living room. What's wrong? She clearly had something to discuss with Shen Xi. I heard Kuei Mu say you want to help him apply to the academy. Shen Xi, can I go too? Su Jiuyo looked at her eagerly, her eyes filled with longing and hope. Shen Xi couldn't help but smile helplessly. Why not? She ruffled Su Jiuyo's hair. You have absolute freedom to choose what you want to do. Even if you choose nothing, that's fine. You are my friend, and I won't leave you behind. Looking at Su Jiuyo's current appearance, Shen Xi sighed. Although that matter had passed a long time ago, the harm it caused Su Jiuyo was not so easily erased. If she were the Su Jiuyo she had just met, how would she have carefully asked her if she could? If she wanted to do something, she would go ahead and do it, merely informing her when she came to see her. Su Jiuyo's eyes sparkled. I know you won't reject me, but I still want your approval, because it seemed like I would give her a lot of courage and strength. Su Jiuyo, then I will also join the military academy. Shen Xi smiled. All right. Chapter 30. The arrival. Shen Xi agreed so readily that Su Jiuyo felt a bit uncertain. Aren't you going to persuade me? I thought you would say that with my conditions, I'm not suited for military school. After all, she couldn't awaken a mark like Shen Xi and Kuei Mu, and needed others' protection. Shen Xi shook her head. How could you not be suited? You have literary power now and can provide buffs to Kuei Mu. Such abilities are very suitable for military school. Just do what you want. As far as Shen Xi knew, some auxiliary troops indeed accepted humans. Shen Xi's words boosted Su Jiuyo's confidence. All right, then I'll go study. With confirmation, Su Jiuyo left like the wind. In the afternoon, Shen Xi received a communication from Luo Chun. The young man sat upright, and, judging by the background, it seemed he was in the military. Shen Xi glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Is this something I can see? She sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, reclining against a soft cushion, looking relaxed. Luo Chan examined her background carefully before speaking. Where are you now? Have you prepared your enrollment materials? He hadn't had the chance to log on to Qinxing yet, so naturally, he was unaware of the stir she had caused there. Ready. I'm focused on this matter. Do you have something? Besides the enrollment materials? If one were to say what intersection the two had, it would only be. Shen Xi perked up. Luo Chan paused for a moment. I'm going to stay with you for a few days. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow and elongated her tone. Oh. Seeing her reaction, Luo Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. It seems you've already guessed my purpose. Shen Xi lightly hummed. It doesn't seem hard to guess. However, recalling what she had just said to Lu Xiyu, Shen Xi found the current situation quite interesting. She didn't ask Luo Chan for specific details, as if she didn't care at all. Message me when you arrive at 112 star, and I'll pick you up. Shen Xi's attitude was just right, neither overly flattering nor distant, treating him like an ordinary friend. However, Luo Chan still noticed some clues. He thought Shen Xi was at 112 star, and since she was involved in this matter, along with the chip being in her hands, it was enough to show her intricate connection to it. After hanging up, Luo Chan went to bid farewell to Chun Yi. The middle-aged man, with a stern expression and wearing a combat uniform, only shifted his gaze from the screen when Luo Chan entered. His sharp eyes seemed to cut through Luo Chan in an instant. This time, we must severely crack down on the drug trafficking situation in District 17. His rigid hand hit the metal desk, producing a crisp sound. This is the source of the problem. The drug trade persists, and awakened semi-stars are emerging one after another, causing great instability in society. Chun Yi's voice was loud and condemning. Luo Chan frowned slightly. General, there are quite a few semi-stars in the military now. Will this action provoke public resentment? Public resentment? Chun Yi sneered, his eyes suddenly fierce and powerful. Semi-stars should not awaken marks and go to the battlefield. His resistance to the awakening of semi-stars made Luo Chan feel uncomfortable, and he suddenly lost confidence in persuading him to let Shen Xi join the 13th Army. The young man pursed his lips and nodded, understanding, I'll handle it carefully. Chun Yi understood Luo Chan. He was someone who would give his all in whatever he did. Thinking of this, his expression softened slightly. I also understand that we can't make things too tense with District 17, but you need to give them a good warning. Associating with the insect race is indeed crossing the line. It cannot be forgiven. Understood. Luo Chen lowered his head, stealing a glance at Shen Yi. Shen Xi had said similar things before. Remembering Shen Xi's attitude, Luo Chen cautiously observed Shen Yi's expression and spoke. General, do you remember the girl we met on the abandoned star 3 months ago? Luo Chen intentionally did not mention her name, but Shen Yi immediately recognized Shen Xi's identity, and his expression tightened. I remember. His tone suddenly became stiff, mixed with a hint of displeasure. This attitude, Luo Chen's tone was relaxed. Actually, I've been in contact with her during this time. I learned that she's currently on 112 star, so I wanted to sneak over. On one hand, to secretly investigate District 17, and on the other hand, she's also a semi-star and has awakened a mark. Perhaps she has some connection to District 17. Luo Chen shared his speculation and plan. Chun Yi frowned. She shouldn't have any connection to District 17. The reason she awakened a mark was due to the space pirates on the abandoned star. Luo Chun was surprised that he was speaking up for Shen Xi. General Chun, he seemed to dislike Shen Xi, yet now he was actively defending her. You're right, but I already made an agreement with her. I'll go visit her under the pretense of catching up with a friend and secretly investigate District 17. Visit a friend? Chun, he suddenly scrutinized the young man in front of him. It seems you two are getting along quite well. The scrutiny was too obvious, making Luo Chun feel a bit uncomfortable. Although he didn't understand Chen Yi's intention in saying this, he still nodded. It's pretty good. The young man's expression relaxed, his eyes carrying a smile. Chen Yi's scrutiny intensified. You're not young anymore. I can't interfere with your personal matters, but you just doubted that young girl? Isn't that a bit suspect of deceiving her? Just because you wear this skin doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. I won't allow any soldiers under my command to cross moral boundaries. As he spoke, his hand knocked on the desk, his tone severe and authoritative. Luo Chun suddenly realized Chen Yi's meaning and took a deep breath. She was a good-looking girl, but thinking of her terrifying combat power, all Luo Chun felt was admiration and anticipation for her. He chuckled dryly. General is right. I will naturally act within my duties and won't do anything to bring shame to you. After leaving the office, Luo Chun did not mention the matter of letting Shen Xi join the 13th Army. He instinctively felt that the timing wasn't right. He would wait until he returned from 112 star and then bring it up naturally, which would seem more reasonable. Luo Chun took a star shuttle directly from the 13th Army and arrived at 112 star early the next morning. When Shen Xi received the communication, she was still asleep. Shen Xi opened the communication, groggily looking up. On the screen, a beautiful starry nebula was behind the other party. She immediately woke up. You're in space? She sat up in bed, yawning, tears sparkling at the corners of her eyes. Have you already arrived in the space belonging to 112 star? Luo Chun nodded, his gaze catching a glimpse of the smooth, fair skin on the girl's shoulder, and he silently looked away. She lowered her head to send him the address. You can park the star shuttle here first. This was a highly private docking area where her starship was parked. By the time she took the aerial tram to pick him up, everyone had started to wake up one after another. As the number of people she saved increased, the houses in this suburban area also multiplied. One small house after another lined up next to Shen Xi's small courtyard. The sky was still a light gray, and lights in the small houses began to turn on. Noticing the movement outside, people opened their windows and greeted Shen Xi enthusiastically. Luo Chun observed everything quietly. When the two reached Shen Xi's small courtyard, they ran into Kuei Mu, who was out early for practice. Huh? The tall young man scratched his head, a bit puzzled. Where'd you been? Just now. Xing Lin was asking about you. Saying this, he glanced at Luo Chun and recognized his identity. Oh. Shen Xi pointed to the small courtyard, completely unaware of her host responsibilities. You go in first. I have something to do. Luo Chun replied with an mm and stepped into the small courtyard. Not long after he entered, Xing Lin came out, meeting Shen Xi's gaze. Xing Lin bit his lip and left. Shen Xi seized the opportunity to send a message to Lu Xiu. The hidden line has arrived, but we remain still. The lack of news from the other side indicates that the obvious line hasn't reached yet. The matter of entertaining Luo Chun was handled by someone else. When Shen Xi returned in the evening, she learned from Sujio that Luo Chun had not been in the small house that day. It seems he has already taken action. All right, I understand. After all, she can't rush this matter. Luo Chun would come to inquire about her on his own. Sure enough, at night, after everyone returned to their rooms, Luo Chun called out to Shen Xi. Just as he opened his mouth, he ran into Xing Lin coming down from upstairs. The boys in different gaze looking down from above. Thinking of the other party's identity, Luo Chun instinctively swallowed. He took the initiative to explain, I have something to ask you. Shen Xi nodded and sat down accordingly. Xing Lin also came down the steps and sat down not far from Shen Xi, clearly showing he had no intention of leaving. Whether he listened or not didn't matter. Besides, with Xing Lin's identity, what could he not know? Luo Chun calmed his emotions and looked at Shen Xi. He hadn't asked in detail before. Can you tell me why that chip was in your hands? Shen Xi knew he would definitely ask her this. Even if it wasn't him who came, he wouldn't let Shen Xi off the hook. Well, Shen Xi had already thought about how to respond. She slowly began. As you know, I can write. When I first came to Star 112, I was short on money, so I sold my writings a few times in District 17. Of course, that's not all. There's a short-term task channel in District 17. That day, someone commissioned me to sabotage the trade between Pengjiang and the Meteor Group. So I went there. Shen Xi mixed truth with falsehood. Luo Chen couldn't detect any flaws in her story. However, his intuition told him that this wasn't the whole truth. Shen Xi must be hiding something. But that was not important. He continued to inquire. Were you the only one who went? Shen Xi shook her head, of course not. There was Kuei Mu. He is my capable assistant. After obtaining the chip, we split up. I went to Star 145, while he went to deal with the Meteor Group's space pirates. Luo Chen became interested. Oh, he's that capable? Remembering the young man he encountered earlier that day, sharp yet concealed, he realized that the young man's abilities were not weak, though he had no concept of just how strong he was. Shen Xi chuckled. What's wrong? Are you interested in him too? Luo Chen remained non-committal. How much do you know about District 17? Shen Xi replied, not much, to be honest. I don't really like this place. Her voice was lazy, tinged with a hint of disgust. I see there are many types of intelligent machines and half-stars living around you. Luo Chen's gaze suddenly turned sharp, filled with scrutiny. There are quite a few. Birds of a feather flock together, right? I'm also a half-star, and a type of intelligent machine. Isn't that normal? Sensing his probing, Shen Xi's words immediately turned sharp. Seeing her attitude, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 31. Opposite, let us just talk nicely. After all, we're going to be comrades. Luo Chen smiled, completely unfazed by Shen Xi's words. Shen Xi clicked her tongue. Comrades? We haven't even started yet. She wasn't too optimistic about Luo Chen being able to persuade Shen Yi. She also smiled back. Of course we can talk nicely. You are from the military, and you didn't come to Star 112 just to hang out with me. We all understand. Her expression clearly indicated that she would cooperate well with him. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. I indeed have a mission. Unlike their last meeting at Blackstone Cliff, he was much more ambiguous about whether to reveal military matters to Shen Xi. It wouldn't be reasonable for her not to enter the military academy, given her situation. With her martial arts skills, if Luo Chen didn't know her, it would be fine, but since he did, he couldn't just watch her go down the wrong path. On the other hand, out of a sense of cherishing talent, Luo Chen was reluctant to let her waste her excellent abilities on trivial matters. Of course, there was no need to say this to Shen Xi. She understood everything in her heart. Since they were all going to be in the military sooner or later, Luo Chen didn't mind letting her know these things now. Not to mention, families of the Star people have been instilling this knowledge in them since childhood. It seemed a bit inappropriate to Luo Chen that Shen Xi only now grasped these common-sense concepts. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little pity. Shen Xi had a decent background. Her mother was from the Shun family, and her father was a well-known figure, Mingyu. However, it seemed she hadn't gained much convenience from this. Remembering Chun Yi's attitude, Luo Chen felt a headache coming on. He came back to his senses. You also know this matter involves the Zerg. The 13th Army won't let it go easily. The Chancellor intends to impose heavy penalties to make these people remember their lesson. Chun Yi's decision was within Shen Xi's expectations. Seeing Shen Xi's calm expression, Luo Chen smirked. You really do understand the Chancellor. Shen Xi widened her eyes, filled with resistance. Don't say random things. I've only met him once. How could I understand? She continued. I'm new here and don't know the 17th District as well as you do, so I need your help. Shen Xi was taken aback. You want me to help you? Luo Chen nodded, looking as if it was only natural. Otherwise, why would I come to find you? Wait a minute. This situation. Shen Xi pondered for a moment, realizing she had already decided to help Lu Xiyu take advantage of the chaos and profit from it. Now Luo Chen was actively asking her for help. Using the military's power to eliminate rivals in the 17th District, Shen Xi stole a glance at Luo Chen. He looked upright, and now his gaze was sincere, making it hard to refuse. Remembering her actions from the morning, she felt inexplicably guilty. The 17th District needed to be reformed, but the situation there was complicated, with many people from the Star government and prominent families involved. They couldn't offend these people too harshly. What was Chun Yi's attitude? Shen Xi indeed grasped the key point. Controlled substances. That's the focus for Chun Yi. Huh? Shen Xi frowned. What is her attitude then? Shen Yi's attitude was important, but so was Luo Chen's. After all, he was in the military district. Noticing the implication in her words, Luo Chen chuckled with a hint of exasperation. What? Do you want me to deceive the higher-ups? Shen Xi laughed it off. It's not that serious. Actions need to adapt to the situation. The trade of controlled substances was indeed a major issue in the 17th district. If they prohibited this, it would offend not just Star 112. You know, the trade of controlled substances involves broad connections. There are many half-stars in various military districts and families. Are you saying he wants to tear down others' umbrellas without having one of his own? Luo Chen sighed. But you can't deny that the existence of controlled substances has increased many unstable factors. Shen Xi raised her hand. Let us stop discussing this for now. She truly couldn't understand Chen Yi's motives. He was a general. How would his soldiers feel about such a decision? I truly don't agree with the Chancellor's decision. At this point, Luo Chen's meaning was clear. So what is your attitude? Shen Xi wanted to know where Luo Chen's priorities lay and how far he wanted to take this matter. I only care about the bugs. Shen Xi understood. The situation with Peng Jiang needed thorough investigation, but Peng Jiang's position in the 17th district was already significant. If they dug deeper, it would involve more than just the 17th district. Then you want to investigate this too? Luo Chen understood Shen Xi's implication. He gritted his teeth. Investigate. Whether it could be resolved was one thing, but they couldn't be without the truth. Peng Jiang's star ring is with me. We just need to decode the star ring to know who he has been in contact with. Luo Chen's eyes brightened. Then he realized that Shen Xi's connection to the 17th district might not be so simple. However, there was no rush on this matter. He could take action first. Shen Xi hinted at this. Luo Chen's heart stirred. They were cooperating, so they couldn't just consider one side's opinion. You just asked why I have so many semi-intelligent machines and half-stars around me, right? They're what I brought back from the 17th district auction. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, having already guessed what Shen Xi was going to say next. Human trafficking? His voice turned cold, filled with disgust. It was evident that the issue of human trafficking in the 17th district was well known. You, réalising Shen Xi's intention, Luo Chen frowned. You can't get involved in this matter. Out of consideration for Shen Xi as a junior, Luo Chen didn't want her to get too entangled in this issue. However, Shen Xi had already heard such discouraging words from Lu Xiyu and didn't want to hear them again. I know, that's why I'm borrowing the wind. Do you want to be my wind? Her eyes were too clear, and her voice was pure, making it hard to refuse. Moreover, if it could reduce this issue to some extent, Luo Chen wouldn't oppose it. The young man pressed his lips together, reminding her, just remember yourself. Don't waste your talent and ruin your future. I'll lend you this wind. Shen Xi smiled. Then I'll lend you the wind too, to make the 17th district burn even hotter. Luo Chen had a military analysis device, so decoding the star ring wasn't difficult. The next day, the small courtyard became busy, not only with Peng Jiang's star ring, but also with all the star rings of the people involved in the meteor shower event going into the analyzer. Luo Chen was gone all day. Shen Xi knew he was investigating the 17th district. How was it going? As the analyzed documents scattered across the light screen, Luo Chen spoke while reaching out to click on them. When he caught a glimpse of Shen Xi's expressionless face, his heart couldn't help but sink. Shen Xi's voice sounded beside him. We were all wrong. These bug eggs didn't come from outside. Shen Xi looked up at Luo Chen. You told me before that the Zerg traded with Peng Jiang, intending to place these bug eggs on Shuwen star. But the truth is the opposite. The source of the bug eggs is within Shuwen star. Thinking of the bug eggs being inside Shuwen star, Shen Xi's expression turned grim. Luo Chen glanced at the decrypted video of Peng Jiang contacting someone. Then his face turned ashen. The trait side only revealed a virtual image, and even the voice had been processed. Shen Xi glanced at the randomly generated bull-headed image. You don't have sufficient permissions. The virtual image and voice cannot be decrypted. Although semi-intelligent machines have barriers compared to intelligent machines, most data semi-intelligent machines do have permissions. Moreover, she was using a military analysis device, even if her permissions were insufficient. The military analysis device would have the necessary permissions. The current situation only indicates that there are intelligent machines involved on the other side. and their security level is not low. Chapter 32. Trouble. The insect eggs given to Peng Jiang were from this mysterious person, and he wanted Peng Jiang to place the eggs on star 161. If I remember correctly, isn't this near the border? Luo Chun shook his head. No. Star 161 is just close to the border. The key point is that the weapons Peng Jiang has are indeed provided by the insect race. Hiss. What does this indicate? It indicates that the mysterious person is closely connected to the insect race. Just after completing the transaction with Peng Jiang, the insect race is already figuring out how to deliver the weapons. Transporting weapons is far less scrutinized than transporting insect eggs. I have a hunch this isn't the first time, nor will it be the last. All the documents are on the analyzer. Taking these back, Shen Xi will be busy for a while. As for the meteor group, Peng Jiang chose to cooperate with the space pirates because they have more connections and can more easily send the insect eggs to star 161 without drawing attention. Moreover, those weapons are surplus for Peng Jiang. Giving them to the meteor group allows him to complete the task assigned by the mysterious person, while also enlisting the meteor group's help to deal with the other two forces in Area 17. Peng Jiang's plan was quite clever. He just didn't expect that before he took action, the other two sides had already formed an alliance. After reviewing all the materials, Luo Chen looked at Shen Xi. This star 161 is crucial. Of course it is crucial. Those insect eggs were originally within the Shuwen star system, but they need to be specifically placed on star 161. Is there something special about star 161? While speaking, Luo Chen conveniently packaged a copy of the materials and sent them to Shen Xi. The identity of the mysterious person will continue to be deciphered by the intelligent machines in the military district. At this point, he no longer has the capacity to handle the subsequent matters. The young man wore a serious expression, clearly showing that he was in a bad mood. Shen Xi patted his shoulder. At this point, there was no choice but to wait for results. Fortunately, they had discovered some clues. However, so many days had passed, and the mysterious person behind the scenes should be aware that the military had become involved. Whether they could find more clues was uncertain. No, Weiqi. Shen Xi suddenly stood up, her breathing becoming rapid. Luo Chen was astonished by her actions. What happened? The news of Peng Jiang's transaction with the meteor group was told to her by Lu Shiyu. In other words, this matter is not a secret among the high-ranking officials in Area 17. Everyone knows they need to sabotage this transaction. Thus, Lu Shiyu took on this task. Lu Shiyu. Shen Xi quickly opened Lu Shiyu's communication. Just as she was about to press the button, she paused, her fingers hovering over the screen. Her eyes flickered continuously, and she bit her chin. How much does the mysterious person know? Do they know of her existence? Do they know that Luo Chen has come to her courtyard? What happened? Shen Xi looked somewhat frightening, and Luo Chen asked again. Something happened. Shen Xi tried to keep her tone calm. She took a deep breath and turned to look at Luo Chen. Luo Chen was startled by the red veins in her eyes. Do you know Lu Shiyu from Area 17? Luo Chen nodded. He had heard the name. Have you seen him in Area 17 these past 2 days? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. No, he had heard he was sick. You need to have Chen Xi find someone to quickly decipher the virtual image and voice of the mysterious person. It must be faster than the other side expects. Seeing Shen Xi's seriousness, Luo Chen's expression also became grave. He directly contacted Chen Xi in the room. On Chen Yi's side, it seemed he had just received a report and hadn't had time to review it. When he saw the setup on Luo Chen's side, his gaze paused on the petite figure in the corner of the screen. Shen Xi noticed the communication was connected, sensed Chen Yi's gaze, and turned to walk outside. I'll step out first. She walked quickly, her steps firm and her posture upright. Chen Xi stared at her disappearing figure and waited for a moment before looking back at his subordinate. Is there something? Chen Yi's voice was stern, and his expression carried a strong sense of authority. Luo Chen typically wouldn't contact him unless it was urgent, but he was at Shen Xi's home. This realization made Chen Xi furrow his brows. Military secrets cannot be disclosed to irrelevant individuals. Luo Chen, you know this rule. Chen Yi's implication was clear. He considered Shen Xi an irrelevant person. Luo Chen did not refute him. That was not the focus at the moment. He quickly conveyed his recent discovery to Chen Xi. Finally, he told Chen Xi, Commander, the situation is urgent. You need to organize a team to investigate and decipher the identity of this mysterious person immediately. Luo Chun vaguely guessed that something urgent must have happened. Otherwise, Shen Xi and Ti have demanded this of him. He had no objections. If what Luo Chen said was true, then this matter was indeed serious. His expression darkened, and he responded heavily with an MM. The communication ended. Luo Chen got up and opened the door, seeing Shen Xi talking to someone. Shortly after, that person left holding a bouquet of falling star flowers. Luo Chen walked straight over. Can we talk about what happened now? Shen Xi didn't know where to begin her explanation. Chapter 33. Intriguing. Luo Chen looked at her with great interest, as it wasn't him who was anxious right now. How could he not see that Shen Xi had something to hide from him? Given the current situation, there was no way to avoid Lu Xiyu. Shen Xi, I believe you know that the internal situation in Zone 17 is unstable. Peng Jiang is trying to win over the Meteor Group by acquiring weapons to gather allies for a strike against his rival. But little did he expect that his rival has already taken action first. Shen Xi began to explain. Luo Chen nodded. I noticed that. And then? The task of sabotaging Peng Jiang was assigned to Lu Xiyu. According to the rules, everything obtained from Haishi Cliff should be submitted to Lu Xiyu. But I didn't submit it. Luo Chen understood Shen Xi's meaning. So much time has passed, and the mysterious person behind the scenes, upon realizing that the matter was exposed, should have targeted Lu Xiyu first. Or perhaps Shen Xi. Realizing this, a chill suddenly shot up Luo Chen's spine. How can you be sure the mysterious person doesn't know that Lu Xiyu entrusted this matter to you? Shen Xi naturally knew. Firstly, her arrangement with Lu Xiyu was a private matter. Lu Xiyu was part of the management in Zone 17, and without handing over the star ring, it wouldn't be easy for him to investigate the relationship between the two of them given his star network security level. Secondly, Lu Xiyu feigning illness after the incident could very likely confuse the mysterious person and draw their attention away. These details were hard for Shen Xi to elaborate on. She furrowed her brows, wondering if the mysterious person had already approached Lu Xiyu. They would know soon enough. Luo Chen's probing gaze lingered on Shen Xi for a moment, and he calmed down. Then let's wait. Luo Chen didn't ask Shen Xi how to confirm further. During the mission to Star 145, he had already gained some understanding of Shen Xi's way of doing things and knew she wasn't careless. Before long, Shen Xi's star ring received a message alert. It was from the half-star person who had gone to Zone 17 to deliver flowers. Mr. Lu has fallen ill and cannot smell the fragrance of the falling star flowers. Luo Chen saw her lower her head to operate the screen. She bit her lip and suddenly looked up at him. Luo Chen knew that this confirmed it. The mysterious person had indeed found Lu Xiyu. We have to go to Lu Xiyu's house immediately. Shen Xi stood up and walked outside. Luo Chen followed her out. A hover car was already parked in the open space in front of the building complex. Kuei Mu was already seated in the driver's seat, ready to go. Shen Xi quickly ran over and opened the passenger door. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace, leaping through the window into the car. Just as he settled in, the light rail vehicle started moving. 10 minutes later, the light rail arrived at the parking square, and the three of them switched to the Star Shuttle. This Star Shuttle was provided by the Beast Clan starship and was also a military-grade shuttle with superior performance. Most importantly, its exterior number had not been disclosed, making it an essential tool for smuggling. Shen Xi and Kuei Mu were already donning light armor, while Luo Chen was examining the Star Shuttle. This Star Shuttle is quite good. After assessing it, he finally lowered his head to put on his light armor. As the Star Shuttle set off, Luo Chen couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to Zone 17 like this? Aren't you afraid of being stopped by the Star Government?" Shen Xi shook her head. No, this Star Shuttle without a clearance has entered Zone 17 before, and the Star Government won't interfere. Luo Chen frowned and clicked his tongue, his tone quite sarcastic. It was clear that the security situation on Star 112 had deteriorated to the extreme, and the Star Government was doing nothing about it, which he was dissatisfied with. Seeing his thoughts, Shen Xi sneered. Not just that, but Zone 17 has managed to take root on Star 112. Doesn't that imply the support of the Star Government? How could it not? Firstly, they receive a large amount of star coins every year, and secondly, Zone 17 has the backing of star pirates. Why would the star government want to provoke Zone 17? Can they deal with the surrounding star pirates? Or can they completely refuse that large influx of star coins? The star shuttle was fast and quickly arrived at Zone 17. Lu Shiyu's house was located within Zone 17, but Shen Xi didn't head directly there. Instead, she first detoured to the small building where Chen He lived. Chen He lived in a 3-story wooden building located on the edge of Zone 17, surrounded by a courtyard wall. Shen Xi climbed over the wall, and the courtyard was quiet. The front door was wide open. She walked straight in, and the housekeeping robot, hearing the noise, slid over on its tracks. Welcome home. It's time for a meal. When it scanned that the person in front of it was not its owner, the housekeeping robot stopped and slightly bowed. Hello, guest. May I ask what brings you here for the first time? The owner is not home, but the housekeeping robot can relay your message. Chun-He isn't here. Shen Xi glanced around. Do you know where Chun-He has gone? Sorry. The robot cannot interfere in human affairs. The housekeeping robot does not know. Shen Xi turned to approach it. Seeing this, the housekeeping robot issued a warning. Guest, you may leave now. Without the owner's consent, you cannot approach this house. Shen Xi did not stop. Warning, if the guest proceeds, the housekeeping robot will take mandatory measures. Warning, Shen Xi flipped over and removed the controller from its head, causing the robot's voice to immediately stutter, connecting the central controller to her star ring. Shen Xi tapped her fingers, her eyes reflecting the progress of the screen analysis. When Kuei Mu and Luo Chun entered, the progress had reached 100%. The deleted images from the robot appeared before them. 2 people in light armor entered Chun He's courtyard and fought with Chun He, who had noticed something wrong at the first moment. However, in the end, Chun He was overpowered and taken away. Shen Xi frowned. Chun He was Lu Shiyu's right-hand man. The mysterious person probably thought Chun He would know the whereabouts of Peng Zhang's star ring. Now, the military district had already started deciphering the identity of the mysterious person, and the operations on the star network could not be hidden from the mysterious person themselves. They didn't have much time left. They needed the mysterious person to get flustered, drawing their attention away from the military district, while fearing that the mysterious person might lash out in anger. It was truly a dilemma. Shen Xi shared the screen footage with Luo Chun and Kuei Mu. She asked Luo Chun to inquire about the progress from Chun Yi's side. Luo Chun deliberately turned to glance at her. Shen Xi had already walked to the spot where Chun He was fighting with the 2 men, observing closely. The opponents were indeed meticulous, having the intention to restore the fight scene to its original appearance. After observing for a while, Shen Xi couldn't find any traces and had to walk back to Luo Chun. Luo Chun had already called Chun Yi's communication. After briefly stating his purpose, Chun Yi's tone was not good. There was no progress on their end, and the other side was resisting. Just then, Shen Xi's figure came into view. She looked up, her expression neutral. Did you figure out the methods of those who fought Chun He? Are they familiar? The beings in the Shuwen star system were also divided into factions. Different Shuwen's clans corresponded to different star envoys, and students taught by the same teacher often had similarities. Shen Xi didn't know much about this, so she had to ask Luo Chun. Luo Chun fell into thought. He did feel that the methods of the 2 people earlier looked somewhat familiar. Before he could think it through, Chun Yi's stern voice sounded. Luo Chun, what are you doing? The reprimanding tone filled Luo Chun's ears. He sighed and briefly described the current situation. After speaking, Chun Yi's face looked even worse. Meanwhile, Shen Xi couldn't wait for Luo Chun's response. With a puzzled expression, she lowered her head to continue watching video. Can't figure it out? It seems like they're wild cards. After murmuring, she clapped her hands. All right, let's head directly to Lu Shiyu's place. As she turned, she waved her hand toward Luo Chun. Shen Xi nimbly climbed over the wall, stepping lightly on the edge, like riding the wind, and jumped to another wall. The thick star force swirled around her toes, making her appear almost like a fairy. Behind her, Kuei Mu quickly followed. Luo Chun had no choice but to leap after her, and in the process, he forgot to turn off the communication. Who would have thought that Chun Yi also hadn't turned it off? As they approached Lu Shiyu's small house, Shen Xi moved like a ghost. Luo Chun keenly noticed that she was sneaking up to Lu Shiyu's house from the blind spot of their line of sight. This maneuver astonished Luo Chun greatly. She was a born scout. Before he could think further, Shen Xi's cold voice rang in his ears. Stay close. As her words fell, her figure had already vanished. Kuei Mu and Luo Chan followed suit. Shen Xi had already entered Lu Shiyu's house. She had been here more than once and was very familiar with the layout. Just a moment ago, her people had come here and heard Lu Shiyu's voice, indicating that Lu Shiyu was still inside the house at that time. That half-star person, with a face that didn't belong to the 17th district, generally wouldn't easily arouse the vigilance of those two. But it was hard to say. While exploring ahead, Shen Xi sketched a layout of Lu Shiyu's house and marked the locations for their tasks, then sent it to the 3-person public channel. After that, Shen Xi quickened her pace and slipped into Lu Shiyu's bedroom. The room was dimly lit, and there was no sound of breathing. Taking advantage of her enhanced night vision from her awakening, Shen Xi carefully observed the bedroom. Sure enough, she discovered 3 traps. It seemed they also wanted to wait for the rabbit to come. The mysterious person must really hate her. Otherwise, why would they set such traps? It was a deadly setup at every turn. Shen Xi casually altered the traps, wanting to see who was waiting for the rabbit. Shen Xi, no matter what happens later, pretend you didn't hear anything. After sending a public channel reminder to Kuei Mu and Luo Chan, Shen Xi looked around the bedroom. Her gaze paused. It's you. She quickly walked over, grabbed a vase, and without blinking, smashed it down. Accompanying the sound was a sharp alarm. The alarm echoed throughout the entire house. The moment Luo Chan heard the sound, his heart skipped a beat, instinctively sensing that something had happened to Shen Xi. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly noticed Shen Xi's message on the public channel. Luo Chen's heart relaxed sharply. At that moment, Chen Yi's furious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Luo Chen, what are you doing? Didn't you hear the alarm? Support. The tension in his tone made Luo Chen mutter to himself. He thought to himself that the F-Frere's attitude towards Shen Xi was indeed intriguing. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen shared the public channel with Chen Yi as well. Chapter 34. He must stop it. It was obvious that the current situation was deliberately created by Shen Xi. Realizing this, although Chen Yi didn't say anything further, his face turned pale with anger. On the other side, Shen Xi concealed her figure the moment the alarm rang. Soon, a series of orderly footsteps approached, and a 5-man team burst into Shen Xi's view. They ran into Lu Shiyu's bedroom in formation and stood still, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings like searchlights. The synchronized footsteps and the formation indicated their training was thorough. Their gaze swept around the bedroom and then settled on a fallen vase on the floor. Shen Xi had intentionally left some flaws around it, with messy footprints and faint traces. She believed these people wouldn't be able to resist checking it out. Sure enough, after staring at the area for a few seconds, the 5 exchanged glances and cautiously circled around the original trap's location towards the vase. Perhaps they had already determined that Shen Xi was hiding in the cabinet next to the vase on the table. They loaded their silenced guns as they walked. 1 step, 2 steps, they were already stepping into the trap Shen Xi had set. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, echoed in the quiet bedroom. The 5 pressed closer together, and the next moment, disaster struck. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped them, and immediately following the smoke were bullets raining down like a shower. A trap. Retreat quickly. Retreat? How could they retreat? This was the grave they had originally prepared for Shen Xi. How could they not fully experience it before retreating? The bedroom door had closed at some point. A transparent barrier rose around them, blocking all signals. The 5 were trapped within the barrier, a cage that directly confined them. The smoke was designed to attack the human nervous system. Its high concentration acted quickly, and their legs gradually turned to jelly. At this point, how could they still be unaware of what kind of trap this was? In the last moment before consciousness faded, a petite figure stepped into their line of sight. Before they could react, they had already passed out. Shen Xi stepped on the now inactive trap, inhaling the smoke before opening the barrier. This smoke was far more potent than the drug the Su family had given her last time. The previous one was aimed at ordinary people, while the one in Lu Shiyu's bedroom was specifically designed for star beings. Because it was tailor-made for star beings, its effectiveness was much greater. Without hesitation, Shen Xi dismantled their star rings. She targeted one that was connected to her own star ring. This person was a half-star being, and his star network security level was not as high as Shen Xi's, who was a quasi-intelligent mechanical being. With little effort, Shen Xi opened his star ring. This person was not innocent, but Shen Xi was not surprised that she did not find any information about the insect race or insect eggs in his star ring. It seemed that the mysterious person had set up a security lock for that aspect. Shen Xi accessed their public channel. A prompt appeared on the screen, requiring verification. TSK. Shen Xi gripped a flame sand dagger, stabbing through the tip of his finger and collecting blood without hesitation. The star ring was bound to human genes and locked according to the human's own settings and the star network security level. Star rings were not easy to lose. They could only be forcibly dismantled. Even if lost, apart from the owner, many private functions were difficult for others to access. However, it was not entirely impossible to use. Like military personnel and what Su Jiao had done before, forcibly cracking the information inside was possible because Peng Jiang was already dead and the star network security level had been downgraded. The current situation was entirely different. These people were not dead, and Shen Xi did not have time to analyze everything slowly. She directly collected their DNA information violently and designed a temporary pass to deceive the star network system. Before long, she accessed this person's public channel. How interesting. There were locks on the public channel, and it required security verification. Shen Xi did not rashly attempt verification. Her intuition told her there was a significant secret within. Did she not see that Chen Yi had not yet successfully decrypted the mysterious person's virtual image and voice? Following the same method, she created temporary passes for the other 4 people and reopened the barrier. Turning around, she stealthily moved outward while sending a message in their public frequency. Unremarkable small fry, handled, requesting transfer to the prison. The prison was where Lu Xiyu and Shuwen were held. The moment the message was sent, there was a reply. However, a communication credential link appeared in the public frequency, requiring verification before it could be received. This intricate chain of events indicated that the person behind it was cautious. It also suggested that their ambitions were not small. Shen Xi sent the situation back to her own public frequency and laid out her next plan. Luo Chun and Kuei Mu had not yet replied when a message popped up with Chen Yi's name. I disagree. Shen Xi's gaze fixed on this sentence. And 5 seconds later, she replied, Who is this person? The next moment, Chen Yi received a message that he had been kicked out of the public frequency. His pale face twisted for an instant. Shen Xi sneered. Disagree? Why did he have to disagree? Chen Yi suppressed his fury and spoke to Luo Chun. Share it with me. Luo Chun. After all, he was his superior, and he silently reshared the channel with him. The message prompt in the public frequency indicated that Luo Chun and Kuei Mu had agreed with Shen Xi's opinion, while Chen Yi saw Luo Chun heading in the opposite direction to Shen Xi. Luo Chun, have you forgotten not to disclose too many military secrets to outsiders? After watching for a while, Chen Yi's reproachful voice suddenly rang out. Luo Chun did not pause. Shen Xi is not an outsider. Hearing this, Chen Yi's breathing became heavier. But considering that Luo Chun was currently on a mission, he did not explode in anger. The 3 regrouped, and Shen Xi distributed a star ring and matching temporary pass to each of them. At this moment, they were not far from the entrance to Lu Xiyu's basement. Since there were traps set up in Lu Xiyu's bedroom, it was likely that the basement entrance, serving as a prison, was also heavily fortified. The 3 were well aware of this, and the next likely scenario would be a tough battle. They exchanged glances, and Shen Xi gestured to Kuei Mu to pay attention to the side and rear. Kuei Mu seamlessly changed position, and Shen Xi glanced at Luo Chun, whose eyes were very bright in the dim light. Shen Xi pointed ahead and then at herself, leading the way first. Why is she leading? Chen Yi's dissatisfied voice sounded. What is Luo Chun doing? Is his task to let others charge into battle? Although he knew he should not speak in this environment, he couldn't help but voice his discontent when he saw Shen Xi take the initiative. Luo Chun did not find anything wrong with letting Shen Xi lead. She was clearly more familiar with the area, and having her in front would be more efficient. So why not? Not hearing Luo Chun's response, Chen Yi felt a surge of anger. His gaze was complex as he stared at the screen. At this moment, his eyes were only on the forward figure, brave yet cautious. Gradually, it overlapped with the figure in his memory. He had to admit that, as Yu Ji's daughter, Shen Xi was truly outstanding. However, in an instant, Chen Yi snapped out of his daze, his expression suddenly turning cold and hard. No, he must stop it. Chapter 35. Cardiac arrest. Shen Yi's thoughts were unknown to the three people in Lu Shiyu's home. At this moment, the entrance to the basement was already in sight of the three. However, in the yard in front of the basement entrance, a five-person squad was patrolling back and forth. Of course, there were other traps set up as well. Shen Xi and the others tacitly stopped their footsteps and carefully hid behind a rockery. According to the public frequency of those people, there were currently a total of 20 people in Lu Shiyu's house, divided into 5 teams. One team had already been taken down after heading to the bedroom. Now, the remaining teams were guarding the entrance of Lu Shiyu's house, the basement entrance near the study. And one team was on standby as a supplementary force, ready to respond at any moment. This arrangement indicated a considerable force. Shen Xi and her companions only had 3 people, while there were still 15 opponents remaining. They still needed to rescue Chunha and Lu Shiyu. The task was undeniably heavy. Shen Xi's gaze swept over Kuei Mu and Luo Chun, finally settling on Kuei Mu. She suddenly reached out, her fingertips gliding over Kuei Mu, granting him defensive and healing buffs. As soon as she moved, Kuei Mu understood her intention. Sure enough, after the surge of literary power, Shen Xi pointed into the distance, signaling Kuei Mu to divert the others. Kuei Mu nodded and turned to dash towards the position Shen Xi indicated without hesitation. After Kuei Mu left, Shen Xi's delicate hand grasped Luo Chen's arm. "Let's go." The girl's tone was cold and serious, just as Kuei Mu's figure was exposed, and he fired 2 shots. Attracting the guards around the basement, Shen Xi seized Luo Chen and rushed towards the entrance of the basement. Her speed was astonishing, with stellar power lifting the fiery sand blocks in the air, and Shen Xi stepped on the fiery sand blocks. In a few breaths, the two reached the entrance of the basement. Shen Xi quickly activated the access pass. As the basement door opened, they slipped inside. "We don't have much time." Although she had given Kuei Mu buffs, there were too many enemies for him to hold out for long. The basement in Lu Shiyu's house was not small, with a deep corridor. Just as the two were about to step forward, Shen Xi suddenly felt a prickling sensation in her heart. At the same time, Luo Chen also stopped in his tracks. The two turned their heads in unison, exchanging a glance, and simultaneously activated the smoke-dust system built into their light armor. They believed that the trap would not be used by just her. Once ready, Shen Xi tightened her grip on her twin blades. "Charge!" At her command, the two moved simultaneously, shooting out like arrows. The moment they entered the corridor, smoke enveloped them instantly. Shen Xi realized that the signal interference barrier would rise in an instant. They needed to be fast enough to leave the corridor before the barrier went up. Shen Xi's hands moved like shadows. A speed buff was applied to both of them. Luo Chen felt a surge of literary power enveloping him, his speed suddenly accelerating. His intuition told him that this was related to Shen Xi. Luo Chen was alarmed and instinctively glanced at the swirling figure beside him. Meanwhile, inside the administrative building of the 13th Military District, Chen Yi watched everything projected on the screen, unable to help but hold his breath in nervousness. On the screen, bullets were coming from the corridor. Fortunately, the light armor they wore had decent defense. However, there were too many bullets, and the two had to raise their stellar power shields to defend themselves. For a moment, the bullets struck the stellar power shield, producing a muted thud. After they finished traversing this section of the corridor, both of them appeared somewhat disheveled, but neither had any thought to focus on that. They continued forward until they reached the door of the room, where Lu Shiyu and Chunha were held, when a voice, gender indiscernible, suddenly echoed. "You finally came." The voice resonated throughout the entire basement. They looked up and confirmed that this voice was pre-recorded. "You've ruined my plans. Your lives will serve as compensation." The two instantly felt a sense of danger, cautiously observing their surroundings. 1 minute, 2 minutes. There was no movement. Shen Xi frowned, about to say something, when Chunha's voice suddenly rang out. "Shen Xi, is that you?" Shen Xi's wariness diminished slightly as she took a step closer to the room from which the voice came. "Chunha, are you all right?" Chunha choked up slightly. "I'm fine." Shen Xi turned back to gesture to Luo Chen to wait in place while she cautiously approached. "The door is locked. Fortunately, the access pass still works." As she opened the door, Chunha's figure immediately lunged at her. Shen Xi, her white floral dress was stained with blood, half of the skirt torn, and the fabric on her shoulder was also ripped, revealing a small shoulder covered in wounds. Shen Xi didn't know where to place her hands. Taking advantage of this moment, Shen Xi quickly scanned the room, discovering Lu Xiyu slumped in the corner, his pale face with tightly shut eyes, his body covered in injuries. As she got closer, she noticed his exquisite golden-rimmed glasses were broken, the frames askew against his ear. It seemed he had suffered greatly. Shen Xi nodded at Luo Chun, indicating for him to come over and carry Lu Xiyu. Give Chuanhe the recovery star power medicine. Seeing Chuanhe's complexion become much more rosy, Shen Xi asked, "Do you still have combat capability? Can you protect yourself?" Chuanhe's gaze was firm. "Of course I can." Remembering the experiences of the past few days, Chuanhe was determined to return the favor 1,000-fold. "I won't be satisfied until those people pay for what they did to me." Luo Chan carried Lu Xiyu on his back, with Shen Xi in front and Chuanhe behind. "Let's meet up with Kuei Mu first." Shen Xi had already thought it through. As long as they got out of Lu Xiyu's house, these people would hesitate to act. After all, this was still the territory of the 17th district. At this moment, the people outside finally realized the situation in Shen Xi's basement. More and more people were rushing towards the basement. Meanwhile, the mechanisms in the basement had also been activated. Shen Xi quickly treated Chuanhe's injuries, reminding her to keep up with her speed. For a moment, Shen Xi's literary power and stellar power surged through the narrow corridor as if she were risking her life. The traps that Shen Xi and Luo Chan had previously passed through had a resting period after being used. During this time, without those traps, other mechanisms could not stop the three. Once the three exited the basement entrance, the people outside had already gathered. Their weapons were poised, and fierce eyes stared at the few people in front of the basement entrance. "Do you know where this place is? Causing trouble in the 17th district. Who gave you the guts?" Shen Xi's face was cold as her gaze swept over the group. They all wore specialized masks, and their voices had been altered. "The 17th district? What a garbage place." No one seemed to take Shen Xi's mention of the 17th district seriously. "Daring to interfere with our affairs, your death is imminent." The speaker raised the weapon in hand, which was a C-grade flame cannon, powerful enough to level everything within a few hundred meters around the three. Moreover, when the attack range was reduced, the power of the attack would rise sharply. With both sides this close, the opponent's attack range would only converge within a 20-meter radius. This distance and range could turn even a starship to ashes, let alone their flesh and blood bodies. Shen Xi and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Just as the cannon's chamber heated up and the dark barrel flashed with a hint of red light, the air around them distorted for a moment. In that brief gap, Shen Xi and the others swiftly distanced themselves. Chapter 36. Is this a good thing? The flame cannon was trapped in the basement, and a blazing light shot up, with a deafening sound echoing through Lu Xiyu's house. The commotion finally reached the entire 17th district. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the 17th district rose in unison to look in that direction. Perhaps they were certain that Shen Xi and the others could not escape from the flame cannon, and they did not care whether the commotion would be noticed by others in the 17th district. But they miscalculated. The figures of Shen Xi and her companions were hidden in the swirling smoke, rising amidst the endless spreading flames, brushing off the sparks and dust that had fallen on them. Their standing positions seemed engulfed in flames, but in reality, they were just far enough from the explosion's center to avoid harm. In fact, at this moment, Lu Xiyu's small courtyard was also engulfed in flames from the flame cannon. Shen Xi and her companions stood amidst the fire. After firing the flame cannon, the opposing side already had thoughts of retreating. However, upon discovering that Shen Xi and her group were unharmed, their steps to retreat paused. The looks in their eyes toward Shen Xi and her companions changed. Clearly, they intended to fight Shen Xi to the end. They did not want to leave, and coincidentally, Shen Xi did not want them to leave either. With a wave of her small hand, a wall of flame sand rose from the ground, completely scattering their formation that had been disrupted by surprise. Kuei Mu had somehow come to their side. The group stood together, tacitly covering all directions, watching the man still aiming the flame cannon. Shen Xi's gaze swept over the cannon on his shoulder with a smile that was not quite a smile. "You don't have another shot left, do you? If even the flame cannon couldn't solve them, What else could? Hearing Shen Xi's words, the man's face darkened, and he gripped the flame cannon even tighter. He indeed did not have a second shot. But as an important weapon bearing the insignia of their base, it absolutely could not be left behind. Thinking of this, the man took a step back. The people behind him instinctively surrounded him protectively. It was clearly a protective stance. Seeing this, Shen Xi couldn't help but curl her lips, ready to break them down one by one. The wall of flame sand on that side had already closed in, and Shen Xi and her companions simultaneously charged toward the people in front of them. The battle was triggered, and Shen Xi headed straight for the man holding the flame cannon. At first, she was merely testing whether there were still rounds in the cannon. But now, with no ammunition left, the man was still so protective of the flame cannon. Wasn't he that strange? So conspicuous. The 6 people in front were no match for Shen Xi and her companions. Even in a one-on-two situation, it was difficult for them to gain the upper hand. Not to mention that on Shen Xi's side, there were 4 combatants. After the last person in front was dealt with by Shen Xi, panic finally appeared in the man's face. Shen Xi approached him expressionlessly, as if dancing on his heart with each step. "Are you still holding onto the flame cannon?" Her cold voice sounded like a whisper from hell, causing the man to instinctively raise his gun. Even with the dark barrel aimed at Shen Xi, there was no change in her expression. The girl charged at the man, kicked high, knocking the gun away, and the bullet was fired off course. Shen Xi's small hand grabbed the man's shoulder, using force along the joint to push downwards. With a loud bang, the man fell heavily to the ground. He quickly rolled over and changed his shape. Stellar energy surged around him. Shen Xi charged up again and kicked at his chin, and in the next moment, the man was knocked down. The transformation was complete at that moment. A huge, cold, and thick python appeared before her, coiling around the flame cannon in the center. The man quickly raised his head, his eerie green eyes staring intently at Shen Xi, and his massive mouth opened, revealing a blood-red forked tongue. It should contain venom. Ordinary pythons do not have venom. They solely rely on their immense strength to strangle their prey. "Be careful," Luo Chun warned Shen Xi. Looking at the giant python before her, Shen Xi really wasn't too afraid of it. After locking eyes for half a minute, the giant python suddenly leaned in. However, Shen Xi reacted faster, stepping back while using the floating flame sand blocks to land on the giant python's head. Feeling this, the giant python straightened its body, violently shaking its head. Shen Xi seemed to be sitting in the center of turbulent waves, her toes firmly planted in one spot without moving. The giant python emitted hissing sounds, shaking its head faster and even using its tail to strike at its own head. The snake's tail trembled, as thick as a small tree. If it hit a person, it was unimaginable how painful it would be. But Shen Xi's speed was at its peak. As if she had already predicted the opponent's movements, the tail struck down hard on the giant python's head, while Shen Xi's toes remained planted. The giant python was furious. Shen Xi no longer wasted time, instructing Kuei, Mu, and the others to handle the other people trapped in the wall of flame sand, while she gripped her heavy sword. Her gaze scanned the giant python inch by inch. This was the spot. Strike the python at its weak spot. Using gravity, she plunged the flame sand sword downwards, wrapped in stellar energy, piercing into the giant python's vital point. The giant python stiffened, followed by a more frantic counterattack. It no longer cared about the flame cannon, its tail skillfully twisting to ensnare Shen Xi. The scales of the snake gleamed coldly, and it opened its mouth, droplets of green, oily liquid oozing from beneath its scales. Before long, the entire giant python appeared coated in a terrifying green liquid. Shen Xi speculated that the green liquid was its venom. If ensnared, that liquid could directly enter the prey's body through the skin. Unsurprisingly, if entangled, the person would be unable to escape. The giant python quickened its pace, but every time it clashed with Shen Xi, it always fell just short. As the tail brushed past Shen Xi's figure, she struck it with her sword. Instantly, a deep wound appeared, and bright red blood mingled with the green venom. The giant python, already injured by Shen Xi's previous strike to its vital point, was now at the end of its strength. After struggling a few times, Shen Xi severed its tail, leaving it battered and bruised. The giant python could no longer maintain its form and reverted back to its original human shape. It looked at Shen Xi with a fierce and disgusted gaze. We will succeed eventually. You can stop us once, but you cannot stop us every time. The insect race will eventually return to the land of Shuwen. Just wait to become food for the insect race. The man laughed madly. Ha ha. Shen Xi stepped forward, looking down on him from above, her expression unchanged. Oh. She met his eyes. You're quite regretful that you couldn't become food for your beloved insect race, aren't you? The man's expression froze. Shen Xi no longer spoke, and with a single stroke of her sword, she ended his life. It's rare to see someone so eager to become food for others. The insect race's arrival at Shuwen. Is that really a good thing? Chapter 37. I advise you to give up. Shen Xi picked up the Yin Guang cannon, examined it for a moment, and her eyes lit up when she saw the emblem on it. She understood why this person protected the Yin Guang cannon so fiercely. After putting the cannon down, Shen Xi rushed into the battlefield to finish off the remaining few enemies. After it was over, Lu Shiyu's house was in complete disarray. There were definitely many people gathered outside. Shen Xi retracted the Yin Sha wall and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. A request for entry came from outside. Perhaps sensing that the battle inside was over, the people outside were unable to wait any longer. Shen Xi sighed and gestured to Luo Chun, meaning that it was his time to take the stage. Chunyi noticed the exchange between the two and submitted a request. The door of Lu Shiyu's house opened, and in the next moment, a group of people surrounding the entrance appeared before them. Lu Shiyu's home had already turned into ruins, and among the debris stood 3 individuals in light armor, their clothes stained with blood, their eyes filled with menace. This scene shocked everyone, causing them to gasp. Although they had seen many big scenes in District 17, when had they ever witnessed someone daring to attack the management of District 17? The leading individuals turned their gazes to Chun He, the only one they recognized who was still conscious. Chun He, what is going on here? At this moment, Chun He was with Lu Shiyu, who lay in the center of the courtyard, the only part of his body untainted by blood. However, the many deep and shallow wounds on him made it seem irrelevant whether some parts were intact or not. Do you see any difference between him and those people beside him? Chun He turned to look at Luo Chun. Following closely, Luo Qing's gaze also shifted towards Luo Chun. Under the premise of not knowing the other's identity, Luo Qing's attitude could be described as polite. May I ask who you are? To dare to cause such a huge disturbance in District 17 warranted a respectful address. Luo Chun directly took out his identity card from the compressed space of the star ring. I am Luo Chun from the 13th Army's Eagle Squad, tasked with investigating the collusion between District 17 and the insect race. In just a short sentence, the information was substantial. The crowd was first astonished to learn that he was from the 13th Army, then panicked upon realizing he was from the Eagle Squad, and finally terrified at the thought of District 17's collusion with the insect race. Within a mere few seconds, their thoughts shifted threefold. Shen Xi and Kuei Mu stood quietly behind Luo Chun, looking like the other party subordinates, successfully preventing the crowd from lingering too much on them. Luo Weiguan, I don't understand what you mean. District 17 has always abided by the law. How could we possibly be involved with the insect race? How could we dare? Hearing this, the phrase abide by the law made Shen Xi unable to suppress a cold snort in her heart. They didn't even feel embarrassed. Luo Chen's cold gaze fixed on the eyes of the other party. Are you implying that I am lying? Those who had rolled on the front lines had seen too much bloodshed. Just a glance was enough to make Luo Qing feel flustered. His voice seemed to be choked, unable to come out. His instinct told him that now was not the time to refute. The most important thing was to figure out what had actually happened. As Luo Qing was organizing his thoughts and about to speak, a voice interjected. Is it Lu Shiyu who colluded with the insect race? Luo Weiguan can handle it however he wants. We in District 17 will never cover for him. The speaker was none other than Lin Zhe, the second in command above Lu Shiyu. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Chun He raised his head and glared fiercely at him. Mr. Lin really knows how to handle people. The soft and delicate voice carried an obvious sarcasm, and Lin Zhe frowned, casting a cold glance at Chun He. Clearly, Chun He's words displeased him. Following closely behind Luo Qing, he added, yes, we in District 17 will never cover for him. He subtly glanced at Lin Zhe, pretending to think, however, based solely on a small Lu Xiu. He shouldn't dare to commit such a large crime. Someone behind him must be colluding and trying to put District 17 in a difficult position. It was as if he was about to write Lin Zhe's name on Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen observed the undercurrents between both parties, but did not reveal too much. I will take Lu Xiu away for now. You all, feel free. Luo Weiguan, you just need to say one word. And District 17 will fully cooperate with your work. Supporting voices arose. After clarifying the information they wanted to know, everyone began to leave. I said, how could Lu Xiu actively push away his responsibilities? It turns out he is colluding with the insect race and feels guilty. From afar, words floated over with the wind. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen paused and turned his gaze to Shen Xi, a hint of a smile lurking in his eyes. Realizing his gaze, Shen Xi boldly stretched her arms. I'm tired, Kuei Mu, carry the Yin Guang cannon. The Yin Guang cannon clearly held secrets. Noticing Shen Xi's exclusive attitude, Luo Chen chuckled. Did he say anything? He hadn't even said anything yet, and Shen Xi was already waiting for him. Be careful bringing Lu Xiu back to the small courtyard. It wasn't until they entered the living room that Luo Chen remembered to communicate with Chen Yi. Looking down, he saw that the communication had not been turned off. Hiss. This meant that Chen Yi had been observing their actions all along. Luo Chen hurriedly turned off the communication to tell Shen Xi about this matter. Worry was locked between Luo Chen's brows, while Shen Xi seemed indifferent. So what? What does it matter if he knows or doesn't know? Can have any impact on me? I'm worried the commander won't let you into the 13th Army. Oh, Shen Xi was unconcerned. So, I need to maintain a good image in front of him? She lightly tapped Luo Chen's shoulder with her slender fingers. You know that a normal general wouldn't react like you do when seeing an excellent soldier's performance. I advise you to give up on persuading Chen Yi to let me into the 13th Army. Chapter 38. Promise me a commitment since Chen Yi clearly disdained her. No matter how well she performed, you wouldn't take a liking to her. Luo Chen frowned, his tone resolute. No way. He couldn't possibly let go of such a promising talent like Shen Xi. Luo Chen speculated. I see that the leader is still quite concerned about you. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. Shen Xi had no particular thoughts about it. Misunderstandings or not, there were many things she needed to do, and she wasn't in the mood to explore other people's secrets. Don't you want to know what secrets are involved? Not really, Shen Xi replied. However, seeing how persistent Luo Chen was, she didn't want to reject his goodwill, so her attitude softened. If you want to investigate, then go ahead. I'm curious too. I just don't feel like doing it myself. Because this matter involved a wide scope, Chen Yi also sent a technician to assist Luo Chen. Considering that the technician was coming, Shen Xi didn't touch the items she had obtained from the mysterious person. The technician arrived the next day, accompanied by Luo Chen's teammate. Zhou and Shen Xi returned from her morning exercise just as Luo Chen was picking them up. Zhou was immediately drawn to Shen Xi. Although it was just an ordinary morning workout, Shen Xi was usually hard on herself, so this time she looked quite battered, with tattered clothes and her fair face smeared with blood and dirt, as if she had just escaped from a disaster. Only her pair of bright, piercing eyes remained particularly captivating. Noticing that the three of them were talking, Shen Xi did not approach but quietly stood at a distance. Luo Chen and Xieling both sensed Zhou's gaze and instinctively turned to look at Shen Xi. For a moment, the small talk ceased, and all eyes were on Shen Xi. Shen Xi, is something the matter? Shen Xi stepped forward to inquire, glancing at Zhou and Xieling, and then looking pointedly at Luo Chen. Luo Chen understood and immediately went up to introduce Zhou and Xieling to Shen Xi. Xieling was a mechanical being. Although she couldn't awaken or harness star power, she could pilot mechas and work as a technician. Therefore, the proportion of mechanical beings in the military had been significant in recent years. Shen Xi politely nodded to both of them to show she understood. Xieling and Zhou exchanged glances, thinking this girl is not simple. Under Chen Yi's deliberate concealment, they were unaware of Shen Xi's series of actions the previous day, so they naturally felt surprised. Luo Chen was the captain of the Eagle Squad of the 13th Army, having stood out from millions. A person so powerful and proud had learned to read a young girl's emotions. Who would believe this if it were told? Shen Xi took the initiative to open the door, welcoming Zhou and Xieling inside. We haven't touched those items, We were just worried about damaging some important clues. The vibrant little courtyard appeared before Zhou and Xieling's eyes. Su Jiuyo was watering flowers with a watering can, the fine droplets of water spraying in the sunlight, forming a rainbow above the blooming flowers, creating a dreamlike scene. Su Jiuyo greeted Shen Xi, Luo Chan with a smile. Shen Xi led them straight into the study, where all the items obtained from a mysterious person were placed. She gestured for them to make themselves comfortable before turning to leave. Once Shen Xi was gone, Zhou and Xieling's gazes toward Luo Chen changed. Good job, Captain. This mission was worth it. All of them were young men in their prime, and they understood the deeper meaning behind Zhou An's words. Zhou joked, "No more of these jokes in the future." The young man immediately pulled a long face, clearly displeased. Zhou was surprised. "What is wrong with saying what I think? Aren't you all on the same page?" "Not at all," Luo Chen replied earnestly. How could the pure friendship between him and Shen Xi be tarnished by such words? Seeing that Luo Chen's expression was genuine, Zhou was intrigued. "She'll probably work with us in the future, so you should tone down your unseemly behavior." Work together? Zhou was genuinely surprised. Previously, on the abandoned star, they thought Shen Xi had great talent, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, there is a long way from having good talent to being strong enough to fight alongside them. But how much time had passed? Luo Chan was already considering bringing her into the Eagle Squad, recalling the pair of bright, piercing eyes on the endless dirt mounds. Zhou felt even more curious about Shen Xi. Zhou's current mission was mainly to protect Xieling, so he stayed at Shen Xi's home alongside her. Luo Chen had tasks from the 17th district to attend to, and after briefing Zhou and Xieling, he left. Xieling focused on deciphering the star rings. Zhou then scanned Shen Xi's study, and after confirming Xieling's safety, he exited the room. At this moment, the hosts Shen Xi and the others weren't present. The living room had Chun He and Lu Xiu, who had just woken up. Two more strangers. Shen Xi's family really was quite large. Zhou leaned against the door with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Chun He and Lu Xiu. His sharp eyes quickly detected the fluctuating star power around Chun He. This young girl had quite a level of star power at her age. Not bad at all. Chun He and Lu Xiu naturally noticed Zhou's presence and surmised that he was likely a military person, so they didn't speak. After observing for a while, Zhou suddenly asked, "Where is Shen Xi?" Chun He and Lu Xiu both looked at Zhou and with wary eyes, inspecting him without reservation. They then shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. "Oh, you don't know?" Zhou nodded, unsure whether he believed their claims. The entire day passed without Shen Xi returning, which made Zhou even more curious about her. When Shen Xi appeared, still injured and stepping into the sunset, Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Where have you been? Why are you so badly hurt?" Shen Xi paused, looking up at him in surprise. She had noticed him sitting on the roof early on. She was just surprised by his sudden question. After all, they weren't very familiar yet. "Do you need something?" Zhou assessed her condition and found her full of energy, not resembling someone who was injured at all. "I'm quite curious about you," the young man stated frankly. After all, it was Luo Chen himself who had said he wanted to bring her into the Eagle Squad. "From now on, we will be teammates," he added. Shen Xi realized that this was Luo Chen's one-sided wish, and nothing was certain yet. She wasn't very enthusiastic about joining the 13th Army, just as she had chosen to come here alone instead of going to the Shen family on Star 112. She had also unilaterally refused to receive any information from the Shen family since leaving Central Star. She had not returned to the base left by the abandoned star's metaphor since then. That place, once led by her father, was somewhere she subconsciously did not want to go. However, she wasn't entirely resistant. She just wasn't very passionate about it. Zhou stared at her intently. "Will you promise me one thing? After this matter is settled, let's have a match on the sinking star." Chapter 39. Containing powerful forces, he wanted to see what kind of strength she had that could earn Luo Chen's recognition. Shen Xi instinctively wanted to refuse. The girl frowned slightly, her dry red lips parted, as if she had already anticipated Shen Xi's words. Zhou immediately interrupted her. "You can't refuse. Who knows? I might be your military training instructor. Aren't you afraid of me?" The military training for new students in military academies involves calling up veterans from various military districts. Zhou An's exceptional abilities made it no surprise that he was selected. Shen Xi felt that this threat was hardly anything to worry about. She was somewhat puzzled, asking herself, why should I be afraid of this? If I have to be afraid of a new student training, why not just clean up and deliver takeout to the insect tribe? Zhou couldn't help but laugh, his bright eyes filled with admiration. I kind of like you. Shen Xi nodded. Thank you for your liking. Zhou took her agreement as a given, then it's settled. After this matter is over, we'll have a match at Qinxing. Just as Shen Xi was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from behind her, Xing Lin. In an instant, Zhou felt uneasy, his sharp instincts screaming danger. Every muscle in his body tensed as if he could flee at any moment. Shen Xi instinctively turned around. The boy's light golden eyes were fixed coldly on Zhou, his gaze as frigid as if he were looking at a lifeless object. It wasn't until Shen Xi walked up to him that the boy slowly withdrew his gaze. Once that gaze disappeared, Zhou An's inexplicable panic began to dissipate. The young man pressed his lips together, looking at the two below. Let's go back. Xing Lin's voice was cool and clear. Shen Xi nodded and left with the brown-haired boy. Who is this person? Shen Xi thought to herself, realizing that there were indeed many hidden talents around her. You've been busy lately. Xing Lin's voice sounded, carrying a hint of subtle emotion. Shen Xi had also been very busy. Since coming to this world, she rarely had any downtime. But in Xing Lin's eyes, there was a significant difference between now and before. Shen Xi thought it was just because she had written less during this time, and she felt quite guilty about it. Since they had met, Xing Lin had helped her a lot, yet she had not been able to fulfill her initial promise of writing enough characters due to various reasons. She decisively admitted her mistake with a sincere attitude. I was wrong, I understand. I definitely won't neglect you again in the future. Next time, I will prioritize your needs. She told herself in her heart. Xing Lin was taken aback, meeting Shen Xi's sincere gaze. Her soft eyes, with long lashes uplifted, were as steadfast as her words. Feeling the guilt, unease, and anticipation emanating from her heart, as well as a strange emotion that even Xing Lin couldn't comprehend. The god who had never experienced such feelings was momentarily at a loss. Seeing that he remained silent, Shen Xi felt even more guilty. At this moment, she truly despised her own untrustworthiness. Looking at Xing Lin's slender figure, she recalled the information she had heard from Shen Xi about 145 stars, and her heart ached terribly. The feeling of despondency surged quickly, engulfing Shen Xi's heart and eyes. As someone with a special bond with her, Xing Lin was immediately affected by her intense emotions. Sensing her brewing sadness, panic appeared in Xing Lin's eyes for the first time. Don't be sad, you did nothing wrong. The world is vast, and you should soar freely without being trapped because of me, Xing Lin said seriously, his tone gentle. He had initially only wanted her to write characters for him, never intending to confine her to writing for him alone. Shen Xi instinctively raised her hand, her blood-stained fingertips slowly approaching the boy's compassionate, serene brows. Xing Lin slightly bent his waist, noticing her movement, his eyes widening. Shen Xi's fingertip gently touched the tips of his brown-green hair, drawing near to the boy's light green brows. You have powerful strength and could easily imprison me to write for you, yet you've never had such thoughts. You do not bully the weak because of your own strength. Shen Xi smiled softly. Xing Lin felt the warmth of her fingertip and inexplicably felt a tightening in his own. Because I am a god, he lowered his eyelashes, his nearly white lashes shading most of his light golden eyes. Shen Xi's fingertips suddenly pressed down, and she gently shook her head. No, gods can have selfish desires and can break rules. What restrains powerful forces is never one's identity. Xing Lin was stunned. Then what is it? Shen Xi withdrew her finger, the warmth suddenly disappearing, leaving a cool sensation lingering at the tips of Xing Lin's hair. His gaze followed Shen Xi's finger down, but his awareness was still stuck at that chilly brow. The next moment, Shen Xi's hand gently landed on his chest. Through the thin fabric, their skins of different temperatures touched. Xing Lin averted his gaze, staring blankly into her eyes. It's the heart, the powerful and kind heart that Xing Lin possessed. And this was precisely what Shen Xi sought after. Chapter 40. Frustration in Xing Lin's calm eyes. A rare flash of panic appeared. Then he instinctively took half a step back, as if the hand Shen Xi placed on his chest had the weight of 1,000 pounds, making it hard for him to bear. Noticing the other person's action, Shen Xi looked up, her expression puzzled. What's wrong? Xing Lin's expression had already returned to clarity, and after briefly glancing at Shen Xi, he quickly looked away. Nothing. It's just that it's the first time I've heard such a statement, and I found it surprising. Oh, Shen Xi smiled knowingly. It's good that you don't blame me for being rebellious. Xing Lin relaxed. Looking at Shen Xi, can you tell me your views on the gods? Previously, when Shen Xi had not yet confirmed his identity on star 145, her attitude towards the Shuwen clan and the gods had piqued Xing Lin's curiosity. Are you talking about the Shuwen clan? Xing Lin shook his head. No, I mean the gods. Hearing this, Shen Xi raised her eyebrows slightly. The two of them sat on the high earth mound. Although the heat source of the star had long since faded, the ground still retained warmth. The distant wind blew over, still carrying a hint of heat. Star 112 seemed like a child, eternally filled with passion. Shen Xi spoke of Pangu creating the world, of Niwa mending the sky, of Quafu chasing the sun, of Yang Jian splitting mountains to save his mother, recounting those mythological stories she had heard since childhood. Xing Lin's eyes widened. These were things he had never heard before, a very intriguing sensation. The collision between two civilizations, traversing through layers of time, crossing mountains and rivers, delivered a spiritual enlightenment to him. This was very different from the Shuwen clan. Xing Lin suddenly spoke. Will you blame me? For watching you coldly, yet never offering any help. He looked down at his hands, where the dense star power swirled like droplets of water in his palms. He raised his hand, his brows and eyes hidden within this rich star power. His words carried a hint of testing. Clearly, I have the ability to easily accomplish what you wish to do, yet I have not protected those weaker ones. Shen Xi naturally knew he could achieve things easily. She gently shook her head. It's not like that. Even the gods in my stories do not take people's matters into their own hands. The affairs of the world belong to the world. Humanity has its own strength and development rules. Mythological stories inspire the heart, giving people a stronger inner self and courage to go against the current, rather than creating a comfortable environment and placing people inside it. But it cannot be denied that those injustices you mentioned are closely related to the Shuwen clan. Xing Lin withdrew his hand, his gaze fixed on Shen Xi. As the core circle of this world, isn't it normal for the Shuwen clan to be connected to those matters? Because those matters are the pain points of this world. A well-developed society should not have such significant flaws. Clearly, the economy, wealth, national strength, development, and education are all very advanced. Yet there still inevitably exist differences between classes. The origin of this class system is directly linked to the Shuwen clan, but they're not the core. The core, the two had previously discussed. The core lies in writing. Xing Lin understood this better than Shen Xi. Humanity would not comprehend the role of writing in the Shuwen star system. Xing Lin understood, but some things even he could not tell Shen Xi. The young man suddenly felt frustrated. I shouldn't have asked you such questions. Shen Xi understood his meaning and smiled. Why shouldn't you ask? How can we know each other's thoughts without communication? Human hearts are the hardest to measure. I suppose even the gods find it difficult to unravel, right? Shen Xi rested her chin on her knees, looking at the land beneath her feet. The brilliance of the star had completely faded, darkness enveloping the earth. The wailing wind grew closer. The buildings in the distance lit up one by one, and the sounds of commotion were carried by the wind. This world is indeed full of hope. Shen Xi stood up, reaching out to Xing Lin. Let's go home. Xing Lin looked up, seeing Shen Xi's upturned lips, her eyes shining softly in the darkness. Home? Family? That's quite a novel concept. But he felt it wasn't too bad. His distinctly structured hand slipped into Shen Xi's palm as she pulled him up. The small courtyard had already lit up warm. Bright little lights for them. The robot Jia had prepared the food, waiting for Shen Xi's return to start. Su Jiao was leisurely arranging flowers under the lights, while Koemu sat on the sofa, chewing on the teaching materials compiled by Shen Xi. Guests Chunha and Lu Xiyu were quietly nestled on the sofa, occasionally exchanging a word or two. Luo Chun, shedding his fatigue, eagerly awaited Shen Xi's return to discuss matters. With lights shining for her and people waiting for her, and companions by her side, Shen Xi felt incredibly fortunate. The study was given to Feng Ling and Zhou, and while Shen Xi, Lu Xiyu, and Luo Chan discussed the affairs of District 17 in the living room. With things having reached this point, they were much easier to handle than before. As you said, the people of District 17 are all trying to draw me in. Luo Chan threw the items they had given him these days onto the living room table. The writings were not lower than those of the resonance realm, rare crystal materials, and the so-called electronic chips they had uncovered regarding the truth of this matter. Shen Xi picked up a chip and attached it to the star ring to read the contents inside. The light screen was shared, and everyone present could see it. 2 chips, completely different contents. Such a good opportunity. Who would let it slip by? Clearly, just a moment ago, they were cooperating and sharing words. And now, they were already starting to throw dirt at each other. How could this not be considered a form of tacit understanding? Not surprising. Lu Shiyu's cold voice broke the silence. Because if it were him, he would do the same without hesitation. Although he had suffered quite a bit before. After being treated in Shen Xi's treatment pod, he had fully recovered. Lu Shiyu naturally engaged with Shen Xi, prompting Luo Chun to glance at him instinctively. The two shared a familiar demeanor. Understanding dawned on Luo Chan as he suddenly spoke. What do you think I should do? The implication of this question was to let Shen Xi decide. His calm posture and genuine inquiry suggested that as long as Shen Xi spoke, he would definitely act according to her words. Shen Xi coughed lightly. What thoughts do I have? Since they are so eager, of course, you can't let them down. You must fulfill their hidden hopes evenly. Luo Chen understood. This was to catch them all in one net. However, he frowned slightly. Can I do this alone? That was certainly not enough. It would be even better if we had the backing of the Star government. That would be foolproof. Although the Star government's control over District 17 was not substantial, when it involved the insect clan, those families would avoid it if they could, fearing even a slight touch. A single move could affect the whole body. Most of the families on Star 112 were branches of the prominent families on Central Star. If other families were slightly involved with the insect clan, it might not have a huge impact. But if these families got involved, it would also affect the main families on Central Star. And as the main families on Central Star were busy fighting for power and profit, even a little public opinion could shatter them to pieces. To be honest, Luo Chen's timely support was quite beneficial. Representing the military, Luo Chen held the sword. If they could gain the support of the Star government, then they would hold 2 trump cards tightly in their hands. However, Shen Xi could not help Lu Shiyu with this matter. Lu Shiyu's expression was serious. Tomorrow, I will visit the planet chief. Given the current situation, there will likely be many people visiting the planet chief. I need a solid reason to get in. Shen Xi then told him, wait for me for a moment. With no other options, he decided to take a bit of the writing meant for Xing Lin and give it to Lu Shiyu. The three discussed the details before parting ways. Shen Xi's small house had several rooms, and Luo Chen's room was next to the study. For convenience, Zhou did not arrange a separate room for himself and stayed with Luo Chen. In the study, Feng Ling was reporting progress to Chen Yi, while Zhou went to Luo Chen's room. Have you really decided to recruit Shen Xi into the team? No matter how many times I hear it, I still find it unbelievable. Luo Chen nodded and glanced at him. How is Feng Ling doing today? Zhou's expression was grave. It's just some scraps. The core information hasn't been decrypted yet. The person on the other side is too capable. It made sense. Anyone bold enough to pull off such a big operation must have some skills. Zhou recalled the events of the afternoon. Do you know the person besides Shen Xi? Who? Xing Lin didn't think there was anyone around Shen Xi worth Zhou inquiring about. If there was, it could only be that one. Are you talking about the one who came back with her today? Xing Lin was usually quiet around Shen Xi. He rarely did or said anything to draw attention to himself. But once he did, his identity made it hard not to notice him. Don't provoke him. Luo Chen warned Zhou. He didn't know Zhou well, but he certainly went to provoke Shen Xi today. Seeing Luo Chen's cryptic demeanor, Zhou was curious. What's wrong with you? He remembered their brief encounter in the afternoon and couldn't help but feel alarmed. Do you also want to recruit him into the team? Zhou shook his head. You can't take him. That person's strength is far beyond yours. Luo Chen. He was amused and looked at Zhou with a cold gaze that seemed to want to cut him. Do I have that qualification? Don't get me into trouble with that mouth of yours. Zhou's pupils widened in shock. For Luo Chen to say something like that, the person's identity. Luo Chen didn't want to beat around the bush anymore and said directly, that's a member of the Shuwen clan. Am I supposed to take him? What are you thinking? Do you want to seize power? Zhou held a high position in the team. To be honest, if Luo Chen left, he would likely be the next captain. Zhou was stunned into silence, realizing it was. In an instant, he thought of many things. The Shuwen clan had always held themselves high and rarely interacted with humans. Even though the Star people had a naturally close relationship with them, there was no record of any Star person being familiar with the Planet Chief. The title Planet Chief naturally placed one above the Star envoys. But seeing the interaction between that person and Shen Xi, it was no wonder Zhou hadn't guessed this possibility. Chapter 41. Respect for Xing Lin. In other words, is Shen Xi able to grow so much in such a short time related to him? Zhou couldn't help but speculate. Luo Chen thought the same and nodded. It's highly likely. Upon hearing this, Zhou's eyes instantly brightened. We must recruit her to our team. The Shuwen clan already has strong combat capabilities, and a person trained by the Shuwen clan would be unimaginably powerful. Zhou was eager to try and couldn't wait to engage Shen Xi in a battle right away. However, thinking of the fact that he was still on a mission, he regrettably dismissed the idea. Seeing his thoughts, Luo Chen expressed his disdain and teased him. What's wrong? Weren't you doubting her abilities yesterday? How come your attitude has changed so quickly? In front of Luo Chen, Zhou was used to being thick-skinned. He casually draped an arm over Luo Chen's shoulder and replied matter-of-factly, of course, I can't doubt the strength of the Shuwen clan. However, Luo Chen shook his head, his tone pessimistic. The leader's attitude towards this matter is uncertain. A few days ago, Luo Chen was confident that he could persuade Shen Xi, but now, he too had begun to feel uncertain. Zhou was puzzled. What? The leader isn't interested in this? Who does he want? Tang Ji. But he also looks down on the 13th Army. The Tang family has deep ties within the military, and as a member of this generation of the Tang family, Tang Ji's path has long been planned out. He won't come to the 13th Army. This is unrelated. He didn't know how to explain it specifically, and seeing that Luo Chen didn't want to elaborate, Zhou appeared thoughtful. On the other side, Shen Xi handed the written characters to Lu Xiyu. This time, she didn't just go through the motions. The characters were filled with emotion, and the writing was very rich. The level even surpassed that of a master's work. Lu Xiyu was astonished and couldn't help but speak up. Your level has been continuously improving. He realized a terrifying fact. For other resonators, the end of a level is mastery. But for Shen Xi, it seemed not to be the case. It seemed that the universal standard of resonator levels did not apply to her. Her upper limit was completely beyond sight. How is this possible? Lu Xiyu quickly dismissed his thoughts. Carefully storing the written characters, he spoke seriously. Tomorrow, I will do my best. Not just for himself, but also to not let Shen Xi down. Beneath the silver-gray tips of his hair was gratitude and emotion towards Shen Xi. Shen Xi looked at the assignments they had sent her on the desk, slightly lost in thought. The pile notebooks had different names written on their covers. They came from those half-starved or semi-intelligent beings who had been rescued. Shen Xi's fingertips brushed over the notebooks, without needing to open them. She could already tell that they contained literary power, as she had become proficient in using literary power in battle. The accumulation of bits and pieces also formed a considerable volume. This indicates, Shen Xi? Lu Xiyu's voice rang out again, his gaze shifting to the pile of notebooks on her desk. What's wrong? Shen Xi came back to her senses and looked at Lu Xiyu. How about you come here to study after this matter is settled? Lu Xiyu. Shen Xi was enlightening those semi-intelligent beings and half-starved individuals, which Lu Xiyu had heard before. Whenever he had business here, he could occasionally hear Shen Xi's clear reading voice coming from the academy in front of her small courtyard during the day. Lu Xiyu appeared puzzled. Do I need to study as well? I've already completed the basic education of the galaxy. Shen Xi nodded, her expression extremely firm. Yes. Chunha can come too. Lu Xiyu cast a strange glance at Shen Xi and nodded in agreement. The next day, Lu Xiyu, who went to visit the planet's master, returned early. The young man still held the written characters in his hands, his light gray suit slightly wrinkled, and he walked to Shen Xi's small courtyard with a dejected step. His facial muscles twitched slightly, relaxing a bit before he stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was captured by Shen Xi. The girl sat on the windowsill of the second floor, looking down at his actions, silently sighing. Didn't he come in? The written characters were well wrapped, showing no signs of having been opened. Hearing the sound, Lu Xiu looked up, meeting Shen Xi's gaze. He silently lowered his head. Has the planet's master already found a partner for cooperation? Lu Xiu shook his head. No, he didn't reveal any news. Perhaps he wants to watch from the sidelines. So what are your thoughts now? Shen Xi jumped down and walked to the round table next to the flower bed in the courtyard. Lu Xiu sat down behind her as well. If it doesn't work with the planet's master, we can also try those families. Lu Xiu himself had friendly families, although a large portion had chosen to sever ties with him. However, there were still some local small families that chose to support him. Given the current situation in the 17th district, everyone unanimously believed it was too chaotic. Large families that couldn't afford to lose would naturally lean towards safer choices. But those small families wanted to take this opportunity to gamble big. Lu Xiu understood this better than Shen Xi. Give me some of your useless works. Shen Xi's works, even if considered useless, would be enough to attract those small families to snatch them up. You want to win over the local small families? Yes, also, please help me talk to Luo Weiguan. We can start taking action. Pressure the two major forces in the 17th district. On one hand, it can let those small families still in a wait-and-see state see Luo Chen's attitude and determine their position. On the other hand, it can also test who the planet's master supports. If not, Shen Xi told Lu Xiu, check if the planet's master has any weaknesses. A person cannot be like an iron barrel. He must have weaknesses, even if they are very small and inconspicuous. Lu Xiu, who had just entered, took the useless works and went out again. Actually, you all have a more convenient method. After learning of Shen Xi and Lu Xiu's plans, Luo Chen spoke up. Shen Xi, as long as you reveal a bit of information to let the star government know he is by your side, wouldn't the planet's master support you? Zhouan, who was beside them, snorted softly before speaking. Him? Shen Xi was taken aback. Xing Lin? If we talk about who else by her side has such great power, it can only be Xing Lin. Shen Xi frowned and shook her head. I refuse to do this. She rejected so quickly that Luo Chen and Zhou momentarily didn't react. Seeing the disagreement on Shen Xi's small face, Luo Chen and Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. Are you worried he will be angry? Such things are not uncommon. The Shuwen clan wouldn't be angry because of this. Shen Xi understood that many people use the name of the Shuwen clan to gather power. Just like those who aspire to the throne must claim to be the children of heaven, that their authority is divinely granted. They claim to be the representatives of the gods on earth, so they naturally feel justified in using the name of the gods. But Shen Xi didn't want that. He indeed wouldn't be angry because of this, but my behavior is not what a friend should do. I should respect Xing Lin. Chapter 42, Blasphemous Words This. Shen Xi's words changed the expressions of Luo, Chen, and Zhouan. After a long time, Zhouan's voice finally sounded again. Shen Xi, have you and Xing Lin always interacted like this? They had never considered that someone could treat the Shuwen clan as friends. The Shuwen star system had a strict hierarchy, with the Shuwen clan being a high, godlike race. How could anyone become friends with the Shuwen clan? And how could the Shuwen clan deign to be friends with humans? Did that one also think this way? Shen Xi sensed the disbelief in his tone. Yes. Luo Chen sighed beside him. His gaze toward Shen Xi was very complicated. Do you remember what I said before? The Shuwen clan and humans are not suited to be too close. It's not good for either side. Shen Xi nodded. I remember. Similar words have been said by Shen Xi when they were on star 145. Before meeting Shen Xi had asked Xing Lin, who said it was not a big deal. However, after meeting Shen Xi felt that Xing Lin might still be hiding something from her. But she also realized that Xing Lin did not want to say much. At this moment, Shen Xi looked into Luo Chen's eyes. How could I know what would be bad? Considering that Shen Xi was indeed ignorant of many common sense matters, Luo Chen began to explain. Emotions are a burden for the Shuwen clan. Shen Xi understood a little. Humans inherently possess rich and complex emotions, while the Shuwen clan needs to expend great literary power to comprehend such emotions. Luo Chen sighed. I learned this through my position as a star master. Do you know that in the current Shuwen star system, the lack of literary power has become the norm? The reason why the resonators hold such a high status is that the ability of humans to resonate with words is diminishing. Literary power is decreasing. To reduce the consumption of literary power, the Shuwen clan deliberately keeps their distance from humans. Luo Qin's attitude was pessimistic, and there were already vague rumors in the Central Star that the ability of the human race to resonate with words was gradually disappearing. This was the first time Shen Xi had heard such a statement, and she couldn't help but be curious. Is the ability of the human race to resonate with words really disappearing? Don't all humans have this ability? It's only a matter of time. Shen Xi's mood inevitably sank with Luo Qin's words. The inherently rich emotions of humans would unknowingly influence the Shuwen clan. Even if you don't want it or take measures to avoid it, it still cannot be changed. So, Shen Xi frowned. So being with me means Xing Lin's need for words will grow greater. And if there isn't enough literary power, he will become very weak. Even like Shen Xi. Shen Xi broke out in a cold sweat, her heart pounding. She suddenly stood up, looking flustered. I have something to do. I'm leaving. Hey, you have to remember my words. Luo Qin's voice echoed as she pushed the door open and disappeared around the corner of the staircase. Luo Qin shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and his body suddenly stiffened. Light footsteps slowly approached, and at the end of his line of sight, Xing Lin appeared, dressed in white silk, his cold, light golden eyes landing on Luo Qin and Zhou in the room. That feeling of being tightly grasped, unable to breathe, and unable to resist emerged again. Luo Qin's pupils dilated. Did he hear it? He must have heard it. How much did he hear? He must have heard everything. Blasphemous words were heard by the god. He must be furious. What would he do? Luo Qin and Zhou and both smiled bitterly, anxiously awaiting Xing Lin's reaction. But Xing Lin did nothing. The light footsteps faded away, heading upstairs. The heavy pressure on them dissipated in an instant. Luo Qin and Zhou both broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 43. In despair, both of them saw fear in each other's eyes, realizing that they had just walked through life and death. Luo Qin sighed. He needed to reflect and understand that some words should be left unsaid. The other party didn't attack them this time, considering Shen Xi's face, but that didn't mean they could continue to act recklessly. On the other side, Xing Lin walked straight to Shen Xi's door, his bony hand half clenched into a fist. After a few breaths, he dejectedly lowered his hand, his light golden eyes filled with complex emotions. Shen Xi was writing, pouring her emotions onto the paper, which was moving to read. However, in this text-efficient Shuwen star system, no one could recognize these words. Without a medium for emotional resonance to others, it was just a piece of writing rich in literary power. Shen Xi gradually stopped suppressing her emotions. After all, there weren't many literate people, and even fewer who could understand her. She could safely and comfortably place all her emotions within it. Originally, she just wanted to write something for Xing Lin, but in the end, it became a vessel for her to vent her emotions. After finishing in one go, she felt refreshed and set down her pen, rubbing her hands. When she looked up, she saw a familiar figure sitting on the windowsill. The brown-green ends of his hair fell smoothly, swaying slightly with the wind. Shen Xi opened the window, asking, "What are you doing here? And it looks like you've been sitting for a while." Xing Lin slightly tilted his head. The halo of stars fell on his light golden eyes, giving them a metallic sheen. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, and it seemed as if a sigh echoed in the air, akin to some form of compromise. "Why didn't you finish those words?" Shen Xi leaned against the windowsill, turning slightly toward him, her tone puzzled. "What words?" Xing Lin's expression was serious. "Aren't you curious? What is wrong with our closeness to you?" Shen Xi was taken aback. "Then tell me, what is wrong?" Xing Lin's gaze stayed on her face. Her expression was too natural, as if she hadn't taken the matter to heart. He pursed his lips slightly, not answering her question. "Then why did you suddenly walk away?" Shen Xi met his gaze and inexplicably sensed a hint of tension from him. "Did you hear my conversation with Luo Qin and the others?" Xing Lin nodded. "Yeah, I heard." Shen Xi's eyes shifted over him, as if she were trying to see through him. In the end, she had to give up. "Then you?" Xing Lin perked up his ears, unconsciously leaning in her direction. She took a glance at his reaction, weighing her tone. "Would you feel angry? After all, they were talking about you behind your back." Xing Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded, seeming to feel a bit of anger. Shen Xi cautiously continued. "Would you be scared? Or worried?" Xing Lin's body stiffened. Was he scared? Worried? What was he afraid of or worried about? This question was somewhat difficult for him to answer at that moment. Shen Xi waited for a while, but didn't receive his answer. Perhaps he still hadn't understood the meanings of these two emotions. She felt a bit relieved, but also a hint of unnoticeable disappointment. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "That's great. You haven't developed those emotions." Joy washed over Xing Lin through the special connection between the star person and the star master. He was taken aback, staring blankly at Shen Xi's smiling face. She was genuinely happy for him, glad that he and T felt worry or fear. Realizing this, Xing Lin instinctively clenched his hand. Shen Xi was already turning to walk back, and Xing Lin suddenly grabbed her sleeve. "So do you want me to understand or not understand?" Shen Xi opened her mouth, looking confused. Did she want him to understand or not? After a while, she murmured, "I don't know." Xing Lin stared at her face, trying to discern the truth in her words. A moment later, in frustration, he released her sleeve. Xing Lin frowned, wanting to explain something. He opened his mouth but didn't know where to start. Did he need to apologize for his inappropriate behavior? Why should a deity apologize to a human? Why should he lose his composure? Some questions couldn't be delved into deeply. Shen Xi felt a wave of melancholy and wanted to ask something, but wisely chose to remain silent. She walked to the desk and picked up the writing she had done for Xing Lin. Handing it to him, she said, "I'm worried you might become weak." So I hurriedly interrupted the conversation. The ink had not dried yet, and the unique fragrance of the ink lingered in the air, rich in literary strength mixed with swelling emotions. Xing Lin took the paper, the smooth surface brushing against his fingertips, sending a slight tingle through him. "Thank you." He slowly tightened his grip, carefully holding the pages close to his chest. Then, "Are you afraid? Worried?" Xing Lin's voice suddenly broke the silence. Shen Xi exclaimed softly and then feigned composure, saying, "Of course I would be. If you left because of this, I might find it hard to improve so greatly again." Her stuttering words seemed to conceal her true feelings. Yet, Xing Lin's gaze seemed to have seen through everything. "I'm not asking about that." Xing Lin's voice came again, making Shen Xi feel a shiver run down her spine. She chuckled lightly. "You want to ask if I'm afraid of being influenced by you, right? Didn't you say it wouldn't harm me?" But her expression looked a bit unnatural. The inexperienced Xing Lin suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. The young man, easy to talk to, nodded, "Thank you." It wasn't until Xing Lin left that Shen Xi realized half her body had gone numb. Shen Xi lowered her long eyelashes, concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. The open windowsill let the wind sweep in, lifting the curtains. As the fabric fell, obscuring Shen Xi's face, a coldness, almost cruel, climbed up her cheeks. "Stop," she softly told herself in her mind. In the next 2 days, Xing Lin's figure rarely appeared in the small courtyard, which relieved Shen Xi somewhat. Lu Xiu had already gained considerable support from many families. Meanwhile, through Luo Chen's probing suppression, it became evident to Shen Xi that the planetary master had not yet taken a side. It seemed he truly intended to watch from the sidelines. Wanting to keep himself safe? That was absolutely not allowed. On the 3rd day, most of the lower-level management in the 17th district were pushed out to take the brunt of the attack. The remaining ones were tough, nuts to crack. Luo Chen's work came to a standstill. The good news was that Lu Xiu finally found the planetary master's weakness, his daughter, Mingyu. This Mingyu was currently attending the Star System Academy, but her studies had stagnated for quite some time. "I'll personally go to the academy," Shen Xi decided immediately. Lu Xiu had no objections. The breakthrough point was now in Mingyu. Be careful when you go. All he could do was wish her a smooth journey and keep an eye on the situation behind. Shen Xi set off immediately. To facilitate matters, Luo Chan lent her the star shuttle representing his identity, which could at least intimidate some unseeing individuals. The Star System Academy was located on the central star. Shen Xi didn't expect to return so soon. A day and a half later, the starship docked in the public star zone of outer space. In Shen Xi boarded Luo Chen's starship, approaching the central star. The emblem on the exterior of the star shuttle indicated that the pilot was from the Luo family. So the Central Star Guards did not question her too much. Shen Xi successfully arrived at the plaza where the star shuttles of core personnel from various families within the Star System Academy were parked. Here, if you randomly pick someone, their family behind them is a name to reckon with in the Central Star. Looking far into the distance, You can see the milky white dome of the Galactic Academy. Tall buildings stand majestically, with layers of artificial gardens surrounding each milky white structure, making them especially beautiful. In front of the nearly cloud-piercing entrance of the Galactic Academy, a fountain pool made of white jade appears natural, with water gently splashing, nurturing the flower beds that surround the fountain. Green vines bear clusters of pale, purple flowers, tightly packed together, climbing along the edge of the white jade fountain pool. Shen Xi paused to watch and discovered several large characters on the pillar in the center of the fountain pool. I come here to wander. My heart is very happy. Shen Xi. How can I describe her current mood? It's just unfortunate. How could such beautiful scenery be ruined? This is one of the famous sights of the Galactic Academy, and anyone who has been here has marveled at it. Therefore, Su Zhao was the first to discover that there was actually someone who was not captivated by this scene. Who are you? He stepped forward, frowning, with eyes full of vigilance. Shen Xi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man standing in front of her. Both sides were quietly assessing each other. Su Zhao felt that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. Judging by her attire, her temperament did not seem like that of an ordinary person. Are you also a student of the academy? Su Zhao did not know many people, but since he felt the person was familiar, she might be a student of the academy. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. And? What's your name? Su Thao Fronith. His tone displeased. Why should I tell you? Shen Xi shrugged nonchalantly. I don't have to know, just out of courtesy. After all, you also asked me a question earlier. Oh, is that so? Su Zhao suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. My name is Su Zhao. After saying this, he realized that the other party had not answered any of his previous questions, and his brow furrowed again. Who exactly are you? Why do you look like you can't stand the fountain pool? Who do you think you are? Shen Xi realized the reason the other party was talking to her. Her gaze returned to the fountain pool, and she politely explained to him, how could I not stand it? The fountain pool has its own scenery, with water flowing and winding through the beautiful purple. The water strikes the jade stone, ringing like pearls. The purple gently trembles, fragrant breezes swirl around. This is indeed a rare and wonderful sight. Shen Xi's unreserved praise made Su Zhao's expression much better, nodding and admiring repeatedly. However, Shen Xi changed the subject. Su Zhao frowned and glared. If you don't say something nice today, you won't be able to leave here. Shen Xi's voice continued. But this pillar in the center of the fountain pool. Nonsense. Who let child bark? Su Zhao was so angry that his whole body trembled. Shen Xi was surprised. Su Zhao, agitated, said, Do you know where the beauty of this fountain pool lies? He pointed to the central pillar. It lies precisely in this central pillar. Open your eyes and see clearly. The inscription on it is rich in literary power and emotion, truly a masterpiece. Chapter 44. Offering as they spoke, Su Zhao's admiring gaze was unreservedly fixed on the pillar. Shen Xi could see it. He was truly in love. However, at that moment, Shen Xi felt goosebumps all over her body. Su Zhao's gaze returned to Shen Xi's face, and upon seeing her expression, his face immediately fell. What do you mean? He lowered his voice, his tall figure looming closer to Shen Xi, trying to exert pressure on her. Shen Xi curled her lips, smiling helplessly. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't appreciate it. If I've offended you, I'm sorry. Her tone was sincere, but it felt like Su Zhao had thrown a punch in a cotton. He couldn't help but feel frustrated, but didn't know how to deal with Shen Xi. After all, a young girl had already apologized. If he kept pressing, it would only make him seem lacking in grace. Su Thao truly regreti de estar na conversación. Unnecessarily inviting discomfort upon himself. He snorted, turning to leave, when he suddenly heard Shen Xi speak. Since you're from the Star System Literature Institute, I'd like to ask you about someone. Su Zhao paused, frowned, and glanced sideways at Shen Xi. Why should I tell you? Do you know Mingyu? She's in Class 10, Level 2. I don't know her. Su Zhao instinctively replied, but then suddenly froze. He fell silent, bending down to scrutinize Shen Xi's face closely. You. Shen Xi found his behavior rather puzzling. Su Zhao tentatively asked, Is your surname Shen? Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, and Su Zhao suddenly shouted as if he had finally confirmed something. Shen Xi, this person actually recognized her? Su Zhao's face lit up with excitement, and his cheeks flushed slightly from the thrill. Shen Xi hesitated. You are? Su Zhao widened his eyes. Don't you remember? I'm Su Zhao from the Su family. The Su family. Shen Xi frowned slightly. She didn't have a good impression of them. I only know Su Jiuyao from the Su family, not you. Hearing this name, the excitement on Su Zhao's face faded instantly. All right, you met Su Jiuyao on your way to Star 112, huh? You must have failed the resonance. The expression on the young man's face suddenly filled with regret. Shen Xi had no idea what he was thinking, so she repeated her earlier question. Do you know Mingyu? Su Zhao's mood dipped as he replied. I don't know her. After pausing, he looked at Shen Xi again, this time with a serious gaze. But I can help you inquire. Shen Xi smiled. Thank you. Su Zhao's heart suddenly raced for a moment. He awkwardly looked away. It's nothing, just helping you out. It's the least I can do. How could he say it was the least he could do? Shen Xi didn't want to owe anyone favors. So she quickly took out a calligraphy piece from her compressed space. I rushed over and didn't expect to run into someone I know. Just a small token. I hope you won't dislike it. Oh. Su Zhao hurriedly waved his hands, flustered. No need. Shen Xi forcibly stuffed the item into his arms, and his refusal gradually faded. Looking at the rolled-up calligraphy in his arms, feeling the other person's distant and polite attitude, a hint of bitterness crossed Su Zhao's heart. Then, thank you. His tone was flat. After saying that, Su Zhao looked up at Shen Xi. Let's exchange contacts. When I find her, I'll let you know. After exchanging contact information, Su Zhao thought for a moment and spoke again. Where are you staying these days? At the Shen family? Not decided yet. I'll go back after finishing my business. Stay long. Shen Xi replied succinctly. Su Zhao frowned, considering Shen Xi's identity, and understood a bit more. If you don't mind, there's a resting area in the library of the Literature Institute. The library? Can I go in? Shen Xi tilted her head slightly, her eyes looking soft and confused. Su Zhao couldn't help but smile. Of course you can. For convenience in searching for materials and studying, there are resting areas. I also have a VIP card. The VIP lounge is not much different from a dorm. Shen Xi understood then. Thank you. Entering the Star System Literature Institute, they had to pass by the fountain pool. This time, Su Zhao's expression was awkward. I didn't recognize you just now. It was really. The young man's handsome face turned red. It was really a mistake. If he had known the other party was Shen Xi, how could he have argued with her? He had just said something unpleasant. Considering Shen Xi's somewhat awkward identity at the moment, wasn't it normal for her not to notice the brilliance of that pillar? He hoped his words hadn't hurt her pride. While Su Zhao was lost in thought, Shen Xi felt that no matter how many times she looked at that phrase, it still pained her heart. It was such a beautiful scene. If only it had been written better. The two entered the Star System Literature Institute, each with their own thoughts. The Star System Literature Institute covered a vast area, dividing all students into 6 levels based on the different ranks of resonators. This meant that once you entered the Star System Literature Institute, you would be a student for life, as learning had no limits. Su Zhao spoke eloquently. Shen Xi actually agreed with this point. There were too many people in the Star System Literature Institute, especially from level 1 to level 2. I'm no longer level 2, so I'm not very clear about level 1 and level 2 matters. He spoke proudly, cautiously glancing at Shen Xi, noticing her lack of reaction, which made him feel a bit defeated. Shen Xi, what are you doing now? Why are you looking for Mingyu? After speaking, he worried that Shen Xi might misunderstand, hurriedly waving his hands to explain, I'm not trying to pry. If you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to answer. He pondered his tone, just concerned about you. Shen Xi looked puzzled, turning to see the panic reflected in Su Zhao's eyes. And couldn't he help but ask, were we very close before? Su Zhao's face changed drastically, losing all color as he stammered. And no, not really. They indeed weren't very close. But he had a rather unusual connection with Shen Xi. However, what was the point of discussing that now? The young man forced a self-deprecating smile. My sister. Is she doing well now? Su Zhao suddenly changed the subject. Shen Xi abruptly stopped. Su Zhao followed suit, glancing at her, his heart suddenly dropping. What's wrong? Shen Xi's fair and bright face was extremely cold. You only just thought to ask about Yu Yao? Aren't you her biological brother? Su Zhao realized, oh right. The two were friends. She must think he didn't care enough about his sister. But Su Zhao wanted to explain. Yet he found that the explanation he came up with at that moment was incredibly weak. After a moment, he lowered his head. Yes, I haven't cared enough for her, and I don't deserve to be a brother. Admitting fault came quickly for him. Shen Xi had never heard Su Jiuyao mention whether she had an older brother. Are you her cousin? Shen Xi also didn't want to wrong someone. Looking at Su Zhao's appearance, he didn't seem like someone who would neglect his sister. Su Zhao looked up, his eyes brightening. Ah, yes, I nodded vigorously. We are indeed cousins. In fact, over the years, Su Zhao had never met Su Jiuyao. He had only heard her name and knew there was such a person in the family. However, there was no need to share this with Shen Xi to avoid being seen as shirking responsibility. His demeanor made Shen Xi's sudden anger dissipate somewhat. Yu Yao is not doing well on star 112. Just thinking of Su Jiuyao's situation made her feel unhappy. Su Zhao cautiously observed her expression, and with a careful tone asked, "Can I know?" Shen Xi replied, "Are you sure you want to know?" Su Zhao instinctively felt that what Shen Xi was about to say wouldn't be pleasant. Star 112 was a chaotic place. Located in a remote area near the Beast clan, it was easy to imagine that life there was definitely not easy. With Su Zhao's silence, Shen Xi didn't want to say anything more. The two of them walked in silence for a few minutes until they reached the place where Su Zhao stopped the light rail. Su Zhao suddenly spoke up. "I want to know, you haven't told me yet." Shen Xi pointed to the car ahead. "Let's get in and talk." Once inside the car, Shen Xi succinctly recounted Su Jiuyao's experiences on planet 112. Initially, Su Zhao felt only pity for her suffering in such a place and for her inability to resonate with words. But as Shen Xi's voice fell on his ears, that pity gradually transformed into overwhelming anger. The young man's eyes reddened. "Is everything you said true? I have no reason to lie to you, but of course, you have no reason to believe me. You can check it yourself." "No, I believe you. You wouldn't lie." The young man dejectedly lowered his head. "I didn't know it would be like this. The ones suffering are the Su family members, and the executioners are also from the Su family." He could think of more. The Su family stationed on various planets was actually supporting the central Su family. If the Su family on planet 112 was recklessly trafficking people, it was for money and power. A portion of the resources they obtained would be sent back to support the central Su family. This realization sent a chill down his spine and made him afraid to think further. Shen Xi noticed his painful expression. For a kind person, being born into a tainted family was indeed a suffering. And now, Shen Xi could only watch his pain coldly, as it was neither caused by her nor something she could resolve. "I'm sorry, I don't know," he murmured again. "Sorry shouldn't be said to me. If Su Jiuyao is doing well on planet 112, perhaps she would be very happy to have someone from her family visit her." However, thinking about the things the Su family on planet 112 had done, Shen Xi felt that it might not be so certain after all. She pressed her lips together and honestly added, "But it's hard to say. She is doing quite well now. And the Su family on planet 112 can no longer harm her." Su Zhao suddenly felt a sense of determination. "I will visit her." Shen Xi nodded. After that, Su Zhao took Shen Xi to the library and posted information about his search for Mingyu on various forums and groups. Afterward, he left the library and returned to his dormitory. He needed to ask if anyone on the central planet knew about this matter. Upon returning to his dorm, he activated the defense system and contacted his older brother, Su Er. Su Er was different from Su Zhao. He was being trained as the next head of the Su family. Although Su Zhao came from the direct lineage, he was considered a more marginal figure in the family because he had never been very motivated. However, his brother Su Er was exceptionally gifted with a keen political sense. He had been groomed as an heir from a very young age. When the communication connected, Su Er saw Su Zhao's dejected appearance and raised an eyebrow slightly. The young man had deep-set eyes, and his golden hair was neatly slicked back. Chapter 45. Regarding Shen Xi's plan, wearing a dark blue silk shirt without a crease. He sat upright in the chair, his brows and eyes gentle, holding a smile. "It's been a while since you last contacted me. How are your studies lately?" To Su Zhao, Su Er was like a fatherly figure, and their relationship was quite close. Upon learning such a significant matter about the 112 star, Su Zhao's first impulse was not to ask his father, the head of the Su family, but rather Su Er, who was still studying at the academy like him. After a brief silence, Su Er felt curious but patiently waited for him. "Brother, I recently heard something and wanted to ask for your opinion." The fact that this pampered little prince at home took the time to contact him made Su Er think it must be something serious. Brother, do you know that the Su family on the 112 star has been selling off family members who go there in recent years? Su Zhao's expression turned serious, his tone firm rather than doubtful. Hearing his words, Su Er's smile instantly faded. His face became solemn, the warmth in his eyes replaced by coldness. Yet, there was no surprise, questioning, or anger. Seeing him like this, Su Zhao had a vague suspicion, but still asked stubbornly, Brother, do you know about this? Su rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Where did you hear about this? It's absurd. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his narrow eyes. Su Zhao keenly observed his reaction. Brother, why are you not surprised at all? Not even angry? Su was taken aback. So this is true? You know Dad knows. And you just stand by and watch? Remembering Shen Xi's words and the undisguised disgust in his tone, Su Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice. Upon hearing this, Su frowned, his tone involuntarily growing heavier. Su Thao, where did your family etiquette you learned in primary school go? Is it meant for you to question your family here? Su Zhao's face was filled with disappointment. So it's all true. The young man's eyes burned with anger, but he tried to keep his tone calm. So, brother, why don't you refute me? Su fell silent for a moment, his hand unconsciously tapping the table, his eyes darting around, showing his current agitation. There are some things you don't understand. When I first found out about this, I was also very angry. But Su Zhao, you must understand that anger does not solve anything. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. In that place, being a clean person is itself a crime. Su patiently explained. Moreover, the Central Star's reach does not extend that far. Even if Father and I wanted to manage it, we would be powerless. You don't know how complicated things have become in recent years on the Central Star. For Father to manage the entire family and ensure the Su family does not fall behind is already extremely difficult. How could he have the time to deal with those matters? Shen Wei has gone back on his word again, sending Shen Xi away, ruining our plans. Do you know how passive our family is? Hearing Su mention the Shen family, Su Zhao was taken aback. Plans? What plans? Isn't Shen Xi being sent away because she can't awaken or resonate? Realizing he had misspoken, Su displayed a moment of awkwardness, then casually replied, It's nothing. Just a small matter. But Su's earlier frantic tone did not sound like it was just a small matter. Su Zhao persisted. This matter concerns me, brother. Can I know? This, Su showed a troubled expression. What is the point of discussing this now? Shen Xi's already gone. According to Shen Wei's actions, it's impossible for her to come back. Knowing this doesn't matter anymore. Su Thao froneth. What if Shen Xi comes back? What will you do? That possibility wasn't entirely impossible. However, his brother had a somewhat stubborn and rigid character. He really didn't want him to know about those family matters. Realizing that Su wouldn't easily speak up, Su Zhao suddenly changed the subject. It's fine if you don't say anything. This matter isn't that important. Let us talk about the 112 star issue. Can you make the Su family on the 122 star stop such behavior? Su Zhao's expression was serious, as if he were not joking. Su looked intently at Su Zhao, then finally sighed with a bitter smile. Well, you've grown up and started to care about family matters. Su was unsure whether to feel happy or angry now. All right, since you want to do something, I will personally look into the 112 star issue. Su looked helpless, his eyes once again filled with warmth. Is there anything else? No, Su Zhao answered dryly, his heart sinking to the bottom. His brother would rather agree to restrain the actions of the 112 star than tell him about Shen Xi's plan. This only indicated that Shen Xi's matter was far more important. Su Zhao was not foolish. He just didn't pay much attention to family matters. While he was lost in thought, the star ring lit up. Su Zhao opened it to find a response regarding Mingyu. After confirming the time and place to meet with Mingyu, Su Zhao opened Shen Xi's contact box. He hesitated for a moment while editing the message, then pressed the button to request a video call. In less than a second, Shen Xi answered. Did you get news about Mingyu? Yes. Su Zhao pressed his lips together and suddenly said, I'm sorry. Shen Xi looked at him in confusion. What are you apologizing for? I just asked my brother, and the family is indeed aware of the situation on the 112 star. Shen Xi raised a sarcastic smile, not particularly surprised. Su Zhao felt even more ashamed. So he apologized again. Before communicating with Su he could still comfort himself that this was just the Su family's unilateral actions on the 112 star. But now, Realizing that he was both a beneficiary and a part of the executioners, that feeling of shame surged to its peak. Everything he enjoyed now was built on the blood and freedom of others. Shen Xi looked at his expression and sighed. I didn't expect you to be so pure and kind, quite similar to Su Jiuyao. Rather than being against me, you should personally apologize to those who were harmed. Su Zhao nodded gravely. Okay, I've arranged to meet Ming Yu tonight at the restaurant next to the library. You can prepare first. Shen Xi nodded. Su Zhao hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, Shen Xi, is your uncle good to you? Shen Xi paused in her actions. In her memories, Shen Wei had indeed treated the original host very well, and she nodded without hesitation. What is wrong? Su Zhao's sudden question made Shen Xi feel a bit strange. Nothing. I just thought about how you went to the 112 star. Considering what Su Jiuyao went through, he didn't dare to continue, not wanting to reopen Shen Xi's wounds. The 112 star is indeed tough, but I went willingly. Do you think my uncle should have kept me in the Central Star? Among the various families on the Central Star, who didn't he know how much Shen Wei cared for Shen Xi? Such a thing was indeed something Shen Wei could do. When Su Zhao first learned that Shen Xi had been sent away, he had been surprised. Now, with Su Er's words implying that Shen Wei had intentionally sent her away, he had this question. Chapter 46. Want to give it a try? Recalling the last words of Shen Wei when leaving Central Star, Shen Xi felt it was not surprising that Su Zhao would think so. Uncle had mentioned wanting to find a way, but I refused. Su Zhao was surprised. Is that so? Have you contacted your uncle after you left? Shen Wei should know about that plan, right? Shen Xi was stunned again. The girl's eyes suddenly turned cold, and her tone became distant. Thank you for your concern, but I have something to attend to. It was obvious she wanted to hang up the communication. Su Zhao responded with an "oh," realizing that his question had crossed a line. Sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. Shen Xi replied with a faint "hm." Su Zhao was just like Su Jiuyao, overly familiar. After ending the communication, Shen Xi shook her head helplessly. However, Su Zhao was not as tactful as Su Jiuyao. Nevertheless, Su Zhao's words inevitably made Shen Xi think of Shen Wei. She fiddled with the star ring to open the prohibited communication list, and Shen Wei's name lay quietly there. Her finger hovered over the name. After a moment, Shen Xi irritably turned off the light screen. The night in Central Star came late, but after the stars faded. The night sky of Central Star was excessively beautiful. No matter where one looked up from, the sky was always filled with brilliant stars, with Central Star at the center, like a throne surrounded by subjects bowing in submission. Ming Yu had been waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. She had been stagnating at level 2 for 3 years. If she couldn't find an opportunity to upgrade, she wouldn't be able to continue her studies at the Academy of Literature. Students entering the Academy of Literature belonged to it for life, but they were divided into 2 modes, studying and traveling. Those who could not upgrade within 3 years were assumed to have finished their studies at the Academy and could only embark on a traveling phase. Naturally, traveling could not compare to studying at the Academy. The Academy was rich in resources, with senior students and mentors at high levels. Many people were eager to stay at the Academy. Thinking of this, Ming Yu's anxious mood calmed slightly. Su Zhao was from the Su family of Central Star. Being able to upgrade to level 3 at the age of 20 indicated he was outstanding. Not to mention, the Su family had many talented individuals, including those with broken mirrors and transformations. Therefore, when she learned that Su Zhao was looking for her, Ming Yu was overjoyed. Soon, she saw a young man and woman walking toward her. The young man was handsome, his well-fitted gold-trimmed suit fully showcasing his tall and upright figure. The girl beside him had short hair, and the soft ends fell around her brows and eyes, making her naturally charming eyes appear particularly soft. Ming had seen a photo of Su Zhao, but who was this person beside him? Hello, Senior Su. Ming Yu took the initiative to step forward and greet politely. Then her gaze turned to Shen Xi, filled with curiosity and confusion. Su Zhao pointed to Shen Xi, saying, "She is looking for you. I'm just helping to connect the 2 of you." Ming Yu was shocked internally, but her expression remained unchanged. What kind of identity did this girl have to be able to ask the young master of the Su family for help? What did she want from her? Ming Yu did not think she could know someone of such stature. Even as she followed into the private room, Ming Yu felt a bit uneasy. Once seated, Shen Xi got straight to the point. I heard you are currently at a bottleneck in your upgrade, right? This matter was not a secret, so it was not surprising that the other party knew. However, Mingyu was puzzled about how this related to why the other party was looking for her. She responded with a HM and continued to scrutinize Shen Xi. Shen Xi smiled slightly. I can help you upgrade. Huh? Mingyu's eyes widened in shock. And not only her, but Su Zhao also looked at Shen Xi in surprise. He instinctively tugged at Shen Xi's sleeve, making faces at her silently. Are you joking? Shen Xi ignored Su Zhao's reaction and quietly looked at Mingyu. Mingyu did not miss Su Zhao's action. She instinctively questioned, do you know what you're talking about? Helping someone upgrade requires at least a transformation level and must be a high-level transformation. The girl in front of her looked like she was only 18 or 19. Could she really help someone upgrade? Mingyu suddenly felt that she was being played. However, she still held a glimmer of hope. Are you saying you can find someone to help me upgrade? Shen Xi shook her head. No, it's just me. I can do it right now. Mingyu's eyes dimmed, shaking her head. Little sister, I don't have time to play house with you. Her expression turned cold as she glanced at Su Zhao. Sorry, Senior Su. I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first. Shen Xi crossed her arms, looking completely unhurried. Seeing this, Mingyu bit her lip, increasingly convinced that she was being toyed with. Anger rose within her, but she thought of the close relationship between the other party and Su Zhao. As someone from Star 112, why should she argue with them? She could only blame herself for not having the ability. Mingyu suppressed the unwillingness and resentment in her eyes and stood up to leave. Hey, are you leaving? Su Zhao was nervously anxious. Huh, you really thought it was that serious? Mingyu sneered inwardly. However, the next moment, just as her hand reached for the door button, Shen Xi's voice suddenly rang out. Is there anything else you are busy with besides upgrading? I said I can help you right now. Why are you unwilling to give me even a little time? Or is it that you really don't want to upgrade? Or perhaps you can't afford the price I'm asking for? Mingyu's steps halted. After a moment, she turned around, frowning at Shen Xi. Observing the other party's slightly raised face, her confidence in her eyes soaring as if it were tangible. For some inexplicable reason, she asked, what price do I need to pay? Shen Xi smiled mysteriously, tapping her fingers on the table. Don't worry, it's definitely an affordable price. So what do you think? Want to give it a try? Want to give it a try? These few words seemed to hold immense power. Without realizing it, Mingyu walked back and sat down across from Shen Xi again. Once seated, she finally realized what she had done. Mingyu pursed her lips. So how do you plan to help me? Are you going to show me your usual assignments? Mingyu bit her lip. She had the intention of asking Su Zhao for help, so she had brought her usual assignments. How did this girl know everything? Mingyu lowered her head to take out her things. Shen Xi took them and began to review them seriously. Seeing this scene, Su Zhao felt extremely anxious. Mingyu didn't know, but how could he not know? Shen Xi had failed to resonate. What was she doing now? Was she lying? Unable to help himself, Su Zhao reached out to tug at Shen Xi's sleeve, reminding her to stop. Chapter 47. Supporting you to rise while waiting for Shen Xi. Mingyu kept observing Shen Xi and Su Zhao. Su Zhao's little actions, which she thought were discreet, couldn't escape Mingyu's eyes. She suddenly felt a pang of regret, wondering how she had been easily swayed by the girl's 2 sentences. Now it was truly a difficult situation to navigate. Mingyu no longer held hope that this girl could really help her with this matter. She just treated it as accompanying Su Zhao for a while. Mingyu only hoped that this little bit of time would pass quickly. To her surprise, not long after, Shen Xi closed the books. Mingyu and Su Zhao couldn't help but look at her simultaneously. She finished reading so quickly? Was she really deceiving them? Mingyu couldn't help but frown. Su Zhao cautiously leaned over to ask Shen Xi what it meant. In fact, Shen Xi could tell Mingyu's current level just by flipping through casually. However, she still needed to think about how to help her level up. She couldn't just take out the books she had written like she did with Su Jiuyao and the others. Mingyu's foundation was poor, very poor. The characters in the books couldn't be described as beautiful or standard, only very ordinary. The content of the writing was utterly illogical. Her foundation was even worse than Su Jiuyao and Kuei-mu. Shen Xi sighed, setting her book aside. She took out her prepared writing tools. Mingyu and Su Zhao watched her actions with curiosity. Shen Xi slightly lowered her eyes, her delicate white hands gently manipulating the items on the table. her movements unhurried and filled with a certain rhythm. She spread the paper and ground the ink, dipped her brush, and then raised her eyes to look at Mingyu across from her, saying, "Watch carefully." In the next moment, Shen Xi's wrist fell as she began to write. To make it easier for them to recognize, Shen Xi wrote in neat and elegant small characters. The brushwork concealed the sharpness, despite the simplicity of the characters. It couldn't hide Shen Xi's inherent flamboyance. The power of her writing poured out like gentle waves on a calm sea stirred by a light breeze. Inside, it was surging, rolling, almost ready to burst forth. The literary power left Mingyu speechless in shock. Su Zhao, however, was so astonished that she couldn't help but exclaim, "Shen Xi, you!" The richness of the literary power was something she had only seen in museums or libraries. No. What she had seen before was nothing compared to what Shen Xi wrote. This was at least of master level. Mingyu suddenly raised her head, staring at Shen Xi intently. The girl's expression was calm while writing, her brows slightly lowered, one hand gently holding one end of the white paper, the other writing quickly and accurately. In just a few minutes, she had written half a page, yet it seemed effortless, requiring no more than a breath. How terrifying! Not only Mingyu, but at this moment, Su Zhao's gaze toward Shen Xi was filled with fear. A single thought filled her mind. Didn't Shen Xi fail to resonate? Why was she stronger than the master she knew? After finishing a page, Shen Xi paused slightly. "Do you understand?" Mingyu and Su Zhao snapped back to reality. "Huh?" Shen Xi's gentle fingertips pointed at the blank parts of the paper. "Look at the content." Mingyu obediently turned to see, and after reading the content of the page, she gasped in surprise. This was actually the content from her homework, but it had been corrected. Shen Xi had already laid out a new sheet of paper. "You're learning to write, right?" Shen Xi said while moving. "But I found that your sin and structure logic is a bit off. There are quite a few mistakes in your writing. I'll correct it for you. You can use it as a reference. Also, your foundation is too poor. You need to practice more." Mingyu looked up, her eyes filled with admiration and awe. Her tone excited. "Yes, I will definitely practice diligently after I go back." She propped her chin up, watching Shen Xi write. Every character that flowed from Shen Xi's hands was so beautiful, like a piece of artwork. Compared to Shen Xi's writing, Mingyu shook her head frantically in her mind, trying to dispel such thoughts. How could she possibly compare to Shen Xi? A genius like her, who seemed to have just passed the resonance ceremony not long ago, could reach master level. Such a person was personally teaching her to level up. Mingyu now wanted to go back and slap herself for how she spoke to a master. Now, she was only worried that her kneeling posture wasn't quite right, which might leave a bad impression on the master. Not long after, Shen Xi finished another page. Seeing Shen, she continued to lay out more paper. Mingyu hurriedly spoke. "Aren't you tired? Why not take a break before writing more?" Shen Xi didn't pause her actions, glancing at her in confusion. "Not tired. It's just writing a bit. What is tiring about that?" Shen Xi continued, almost completely copying the content from Mingyu's homework on her own paper. Mingyu was shocked. This meant that Shen Xi had casually scanned and memorized the content of her homework. How is this even possible? In the end, Shen Xi wrote a total of 10 pages. At this moment, Mingyu had completely worshipped Shen Xi. "How did you manage to memorize so much content in such a short time?" Shen Xi shot her a glance. "If you knew who I was, you would have such doubts." Mingyu was puzzled, looking toward Su Zhao. Who might know? "Who are you?" Su Zhao's tone revealed a sense of despair. "A type of synthetic human." "What?" Mingyu was shocked, staring at Shen Xi and then at the characters on her desk. How could this be possible? The overwhelming literary power contained in these characters didn't seem fake at all. "I've helped you. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Shen Xi's voice rang out, and Mingyu quickly snapped back to attention. "What do you need me to give you?" Remembering the value of those 10 pages of master-level work, Mingyu felt inexplicably anxious. Shen Xi looked at her face, filled with panic with curiosity. "What are you worried about?" As the initial excitement faded, Mingyu regained her rationality and began to fear. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to afford it, even if she went bankrupt. Mingyu forced a bitter smile, but she had to face the reality. She swallowed hard. "Just say it. I will fulfill it even if I go bankrupt." However, Shen Xi paused, looking at Su Zhao. who was still in a daze beside her. Following Shen Xi's gaze, Mingyu's eyes fell on Su Zhao's face. The room fell silent for half a minute before Su Zhao finally realized that both of them were looking at him. The young man's panicked gaze met Shen Xi's. Now as you both, he stammered, almost biting his own tongue. Shen Xi's calm gaze remained fixed on him. Su Zhao suddenly stood up. I'll go out first. After he left, Shen Xi turned back to Mingyu. Without Su Zhao beside her, Mingyu began to feel nervous again. What kind of matter needed to be discussed away from Su Zhao? Could she afford this price? I hope you can persuade your father to support Lu Xiyu. How it didn't seem like a very difficult thing. Mingyu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then asked in confusion, who is Lu Xiyu? He asked from Area 17. Your father will understand. Area 17? Mingyu's expression changed slightly as she cautiously asked Shen Xi, will this matter affect my father? Shen Xi was very sincere. It will, but not significantly. Lu Xiyu already has considerable support from the 112-star families. Moreover, he is cooperating with me, and I have military support behind me in this matter. Supporting Lu Xiyu 1T put him at a disadvantage. Mingyu seemed to understand. She slightly lowered her head. I understand. I will do my best. However, if this matter puts my father in a dangerous position, then I 1T insist. Shen Xi nodded, indicating that she understood. It's okay. I'll wait for your news. After exchanging contact information, Mingyu left. Su Zhao immediately came in, seemingly aware that he had many questions to ask. So Shen Xi didn't move at all. Looking at the person sitting quietly in front of him, Su Zhao felt his thoughts become somewhat stagnant. Why would you? Wasn't it a failure of resonance? Su Zhao slowly sat down next to Shen Xi. At that time, it was indeed a failure. Shen Xi was aware that his situation was special, so he could only guide them to think that he later succeeded in resonance. Su Zhao suddenly realized many things. So, will you return to Central Star? He wondered if the Su family knew about Shen Xi's special situation. Did they know that Shen Xi would later resonate? And was this related to that certain plan? Su Zhao couldn't help but ponder. Yes, but not now. Several major academies are on Central Star, so it's not wrong for Shen Xi to say he wants to return. Are you planning to enter the Literature Academy? Every resonator dreams of entering the Literature Academy. Su Zhao thought that although Shen Xi's level was already very high, she shouldn't be an exception. No. To his surprise, Shen Xi unhesitatingly denied it. Indeed, she is exceptionally talented. How many in the Literature Academy are as capable as she is? It seems it doesn't matter whether she enters or not. Then are you going back to the Shen family? In recent years, not many people from the Shen family have succeeded in resonance, showing a decline. If Shen Xi returns to the Shen family, they would rise to the top again. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Shen Xi's voice of denial sounded again. No. Su Zhao was puzzled now. Neither going to the Literature Academy nor returning to the Shen family. So what does Shen Xi plan to do? Are you going to another family? Looking at the confused expression on the other person's face, Shen Xi retorted, can one only rely on a family? Su Zhao had a look that suggested, isn't it always like that? Shen Xi did not respond directly, but stated the final answer. I plan to enter the military academy. What? Su Zhao instinctively stood up, feeling it was extremely absurd. Shen Xi must be joking, right? He stared at Shen Xi's face. This face was serious and calm, with not a single change in the arc of her lips. You're serious. Why? Su Zhao didn't understand. Shen Xi smiled lightly, saying it wasn't hard to understand. I desperately want power and status, and this is the most convenient path. Su Zhao still didn't understand. Born with a silver spoon, he had the glow and protection of his family, able to do whatever he wanted, so everything in his eyes had a 1, 2, 3 plan, including this moment. One could gain power from the Literature Academy as well. You're already a master with a bright future ahead. The Shen family would do everything to support you in rising to power. However, he had never thought about the fact that gain and sacrifice are always correspondingly related. Shen Xi sighed. That's not what I want. Shen Xi raised her gaze, staring into Su Zhao's anxious and puzzled eyes. I don't want to rely on the whole family to back me, nor do I want to continue the family's glory. I have my own things to do, and from the perspective of family interests, this matter is untimely. Chapter 48. Sharing the moonlight across 1,000 miles, she wanted to seek fairness for the intelligent machines and semi-humans on Star 112. This matter could not be related to the Shen family. Watching Shen Xi express his thoughts calmly and steadily, Su Zhao was stunned in place. Although he wanted to ask Shen Xi what he intended to do that required distancing himself from the Shen family and going solo, he understood that they were not that familiar yet. After a moment, he lowered his head as if conceding, "I understand." This conversation ended on an unhappy note for Su Zhao. After Ming Yu returned to her dormitory, she immediately called her father's communicator. Ming Yu was somewhat surprised to receive this communication. He remembered that Yu had been anxious about upgrading recently, so she should not have had the time or inclination to contact him. On the screen, Ming Yu's small face still showed excitement, her eyes nearly disappearing with her smile. It was as if a bright light had shone down, and Ming Yu smiled back. "What's up? Is there progress on the upgrade?" Seeing her so happy, Ming Yu couldn't think of anything else besides the upgrade. Hearing the unmistakable affection in her father's voice, Ming Yu quickly regained her composure and suppressed her smile. "Dad," she hesitated, her gaze flickering. Ming Yu observed from the other side, wondering what new development this was. "What's wrong? Have you grown up and have your own secrets now?" Ming Yu bit her lip, glanced at Ming Yu quickly, and as if she had made up her mind, she said rapidly, "I sold you." After saying this, she pouted, hugging herself as if afraid of being scolded. Ming Yu raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. "What are you talking about? Selling me?" Ming Yu then recounted everything about Shen Xi. By the end, she understood Shen Xi's request as well. The other side fell silent. Ming Yu looked at Ming Yu with guilt and took the initiative to speak. "Dad, if it's disadvantageous to you or very difficult, I can figure it out myself. There is always a way to repay it. Besides, the other party seems quite nice." On the other side, Ming Yu heard the commotion and shook his head slightly, not feeling troubled. "I just didn't expect her to take action." Ming Yu looked puzzled. "I know there is a master-level resonator behind Lu Shiyu. I originally thought they were just ordinary collaborators. You know how proud a master can be. I really didn't expect that master would actually come personally for Lu Shiyu." It seemed that Lu Shiyu's weight needed to be considered more seriously. Hearing that Ming Yu was not troubled, a relaxed expression returned to Ming Yu's face. She pouted, looking adorable. "No way. That master is very approachable." Seeing his daughter so completely captivated by the other party, Ming Yu couldn't help but feel playful. "Really? How does she compare to your old man? You really make me, your old father, sad, selling me just like that." Ming Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, nearly stamping her feet. "Dad?" Ming Yu laughed heartily, then turned serious. "I'm not teasing you anymore. Tell me about this master. What do you think of her?" After all, Ming Yu had never dealt with Shen Xi and had never met her in person. He had only heard various rumors about her. Those rumors, he understood, were a mix of truth and falsehood, merely for entertainment. Ming Yu recalled her interactions with Shen Xi during this time. "She looks much younger than me, but her mastery of resonance text is vast like the galaxy. That is a very high evaluation." Ming Yu pondered. "So how do you think she compares to the masters of the few major families today?" Ming Yu answered without hesitation. "She can't be compared at all." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "She is the most powerful master I have ever seen. Not to mention the future, right now. She is already stronger than the ancestors of those families." Ming Yu seemed to understand. "I help with her business, so you don't need to worry." The father and daughter chatted a bit more before ending the communication. Ming Yu immediately excitedly shared this news with Shen Xi. Meanwhile, on the distant star 112, Ming Yu immediately contacted Lu Shiyu. During the 2 days that Shen Xi was away, Luo Chun and Lu Shiyu were not idle. At this moment, the power struggle in District 17 was entering a heated phase. One could say that Ming Yi's communication was a timely ring. Almost the moment he saw that name, he knew Shen Xi had succeeded. A relaxed smile spread across his weary face as Lu Shiyu answered the communication. The two tacitly did not mention Shen Xi during this conversation. 3 hours later, the meeting concluded and the cooperation between Lu Shiyu and Ming Yu was officially established. Ming Yu acted quickly. Half an hour after the communication ended, the entire District 17 already knew that Lu Shiyu had the backing of Planetary Chief Ming Yu, with the military providing protection and the Planetary Chief actively supporting him, along with the strong backing of those small families. This war without visible gunpowder had already sounded the horn of victory. The remaining resistance was just a matter of time to deal with. On the other side, After receiving Ming Yu's message, Shen Xi stood up. After taking off her mission, an inexplicable sentiment swept over her. The sky was dotted with stars, resembling scattered gems. This was the celestial dome of the central star. The two largest and brightest twin planets hung on either side of the sky, their bright and pure light cascading down. There was a saying, "May we all live long and share the beauty of the moon, even if we are 1,000 miles apart." At this moment, she and everyone on the central star were seeing the same bright twin planets, including her uncle. Shen Xi suddenly stood up and left the library. An hour later, outside the Shun family residence on Central Star, Shen Xi looked from a distance at the plaque that read Shen Yu. After standing still for 10 minutes, she still did not move. Suddenly, a light approached from afar. It was a light rail vehicle. Shen Xi glanced at it and quickly withdrew her gaze, hiding in the nearby shadows. Just a minute ago, in the back seat of the leading light rail vehicle, Shen Wei seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked toward the inconspicuous corner outside the Shen family. A petite figure stood in the bright moonlight, her back straight, exuding stubbornness and resilience. Shen Wei was taken aback, and a bold guess emerged in his mind. He quickly leaned in to take a look, only to see that the figure sensed the vehicle lights beside her and instantly vanished into the darkness like a ghost. Thinking of this, Shen Wei cast an unhappy glance at the driver. "Stop!" Shen Wei's authoritative and somber voice rang out. The driver complied and pulled over. The next moment, the car door opened, and Shen Xi stepped out by herself. The tall figure stood under the twin planets, bathed in their glow. The soft light fell upon her brow and shoulders, seemingly adding a gentle hue to her whole being. Shen Xi, hidden in the darkness, watched Shen Wei in front of her, her hands carefully clenching slowly. Shen Wei looked around, as if searching for something. His concerned gaze fell not far ahead of Shen Xi. Several times, they had completed silent eye contact in the dark. It was as if Shen Wei knew she was hiding there. "Uncle," Shen Xi felt a tightness in her chest, the youthful emotions enveloping the small space around her. After a long time, Shen Wei sighed and turned to walk towards the light rail vehicle. Shen Xi couldn't help but follow him with her gaze. Just before getting on the vehicle, he paused again, turning back to look in the direction where Shen Xi was hiding. His gaze was firm yet gentle, powerful and full of strength. Half a minute later, he turned and sat back in the light rail vehicle. After that, the vehicle lights lit up again, and the light rail passed by Shen Xi, entering the Shun family residence. In the darkness, Shen Xi finally felt as if she could breathe freely after being pardoned, taking a deep, long breath. Shen Xi stepped out of the shadows and walked to the spot where Shen Wei had just stood. Standing quietly for a moment, his fingers unconsciously fiddled with the star ring. After a long while, Shen Xi opened the star ring and sent a message to the number that was prohibited from communication. "Everything is fine." After turning off the light screen, Shen Xi slowly walked outside. Just as he returned to his study, Shen Wei saw the message sent by Shen Xi. Thinking of Shen Xi's deliberate silence over the past few months, Shen Wei sighed. His expression quickly became serious. It was normal for the child to resent him. In the future, Shen Xi would naturally understand that he was doing it for her own good. However, why did she come to Central Star? Just moments ago, Shen Xi had come out, and he didn't want to force things, but there were some matters he needed to know. With this in mind, Shen Wei dialed for communication. Soon, Shen Yi's face appeared on Shen Wei's light screen. The head of the Shun family stood tall, his gaze proud and disdainful. He stared at Shen Yi for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "How has she been lately?" Remembering Shen Xi's current state, Shen Yi nodded. "Pretty good. In fact, it was almost too good." Thinking about the things Shen Xi and Luo Chan had done, Shen Yi felt a headache coming on. However, his cold gaze glanced at Shen Wei, and he decided it was unnecessary to discuss it with him. Shen Wei frowned. "You came to Central Star?" But looking at the background behind Shen Yi, he was still in the 13th Army. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes. He knew Shen Wei well enough not to waste words. "What do you mean?" Shen Wei was surprised, realizing that Shen Yi was unaware of Shen Xi's arrival at Central Star. With this thought, he could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly, his tall figure creating a visual pressure. "Shen Yi, you said you would take good care of her." His suddenly raised voice was filled with unmasked anger. But facing him was Shen Yi, the head of the 13th Army, who had seen it all. Shen Yi's expression remained unchanged. So what happened that makes you so angry? Shen Wei slammed his fist on the table, looking at Shen Yi with fury. Xi has returned to Central Star. Do you know that? A hint of surprise flashed in Shen Yi's eyes. Shen Wei sneered. You really didn't know? Knowing what the situation in Central Star is, how could you dare let her come back? I trusted you enough to hand her over to you. How have you taken care of her? Even as a scholar, his anger was still intimidating. I understand, and I will ensure her safety. Shen Wei's fiery eyes fixed on Shen Yi, and after a moment, he finally compromised. You better do so. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to rely on Shen Yi to protect Shen Xi, would he speak to Shen Yi like this? With this thought, Shen Wei felt another wave of anger. Both sides had their own thoughts as they ended the communication. Ultimately, Shen Wei couldn't rest easy and proactively sent a communication request to Shen Xi. When Shen Xi received the communication request, she was piloting the star shuttle, its transparent shell rising, the twin stars above drawing ever closer, as if she could reach out and touch them. Shen Xi couldn't help but be mesmerized, and when the communication came in, she answered without paying much attention. Chapter 49. Growth and Departure. It wasn't until the other side remained silent for a long time that she turned her gaze. In the next moment, Shen Xi sat up straight. Uncle. Shen Xi straightened up, her expression obedient. Shen Wei casually glanced at the two massive twin stars outside the transparent dome behind her, realizing she had already entered space. Where are you now? Shen Xi hadn't expected him to contact her at this moment. Still lost in her thoughts, she instinctively replied. 3,000 light years, 50 degrees, 34, 22. By the time she realized what she had said, Shen Xi couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. This coordinate belonged to a commonly used interstellar navigation route, which Shen Wei was quite familiar with. He immediately said, Are you going to the Institute of Literature? After all, he was also a student of the Institute. But why was Shen Xi going to the Institute? Was she regretting that she couldn't resonate? So, she wanted to go for a visit? Shen Xi nodded, Upon receiving Shen Xi's clear answer, Shen Wei couldn't help but worry. Why are you going to the Institute? Shen Xi, I have something to do. Shen Wei looked at Shen Xi on the screen. She was completely different from a few months ago. It was as if a greenhouse flower had finally grown into a reliable, towering tree in the wild. Shen Wei felt a mix of emotions. He didn't ask what Shen Xi's matter was and suddenly spoke. Are you doing well lately? Shen Xi nodded. Very well, very fulfilling. Looking at the understanding and obedient demeanor of the other person, Shen Wei couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. It was like his daughter had finally grown up, but it also meant she was beginning to leave him. After a moment of swallowing, he said in a heavy tone, Listen to your Uncle Chun. Shen Xi suddenly raised her eyes. Uncle Chun? Her puzzled eyes seemed like a clear spring, prompting Shen Wei to also respond with a huh? Who is Uncle Chun? Shen Xi asked, suddenly recalling the current commander of the 13th Army, Chen Yi. Before Shen Wei could change his expression, she spoke, You can't be referring to Chen Yi, right? Shen Xi's tone showed no familiarity or respect. Shen Wei certainly didn't think that his sensible Xi had a problem. He immediately frowned and asked back, Didn't Chen Yi come to find you? Shen Wei's tone was accusatory. Shen Xi took a breath. You didn't entrust me to Chen Yi, did you? Shen Wei did not deny it. Shen Xi let out a low laugh. This was really a surprise. Her tone was even worse than before. The middle-aged man with a stern face immediately darkened his expression. What happened? Did Chen Yi not take good care of Xi? Otherwise, how could the usually polite Xi have such an attitude towards an elder? It's nothing. He just doesn't seem to be taking care of me. I thought he had some conflict with my dad. Shen Xi's tone was calm. Even knowing that Shen Wei had entrusted her to Chen Yi, she still felt indifferent. Whether entrusted or not, what difference does it make? It wouldn't affect her now. From this, it seemed that Chen Yi was not good to Xi. Shen Wei's expression turned grim. I will talk to him. His attitude has been a bit cold, but his concern for you is not insincere. From Shen Wei's words. You still want him to take care of me? Shen Wei nodded. Looking guilty, I really can't rest easy with you out there alone. Shen Xi shook her head. No need. I don't need anyone's care. Shen Xi spoke very firmly, which made Shen Wei doubt that she was actually throwing a tantrum. Xi, are you still angry with me? Is that why you can't accept my arrangements? You haven't even replied to my messages. If it weren't for trusting Chen Yi, Shen Wei would have rushed to the front lines long ago. No, I have never been angry with you. She just didn't know how to face Shen Wei. This relative, who had a deep emotional bond with the original owner, made Shen Xi uncontrollably think of her adoptive father. When she met Shen Wei's concerned gaze and guilty expression, Shen Xi almost agreed to his words. Shen, he might be very good, but our current relationship. Shen Xi pondered her tone. No, we haven't had any relationship. This is fine as it is. There is no need to blame him for how he should treat me. I don't need it. Hearing this, Shen Wei fell silent for a moment, then looked relieved. She has grown up. However, there was always a hint of gloom in his eyes. Perhaps Shen Xi had become independent too quickly. It seemed that after the resonance ceremony, she had grown up in an instant. She no longer needed her uncle. Shen Wei thought about the things he had said back then, realizing that they had indeed hurt Xi, even though she had said nothing. The conversation fell into a stalemate, and the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. The person who worked day and night for the family had wrinkles creeping onto his face. At his age, in the Shuwen star system, he was still in his absolute prime. There shouldn't be any signs of decline. Shen Xi sighed. You need to take care of yourself. She suddenly regretted what she had said earlier. Shen Wei needed support. After the communication ended, Shen Xi looked up, the silver light of the twin stars shining into her eyes, cold and clear. After resolving the matter with Mingyu, Shen Xi could have left Central Star right away. But considering that it wouldn't be polite to leave without saying goodbye, and that Su Zhao had helped her so much, she felt she should stay to say farewell. So she chose to return to the institute. Just as she approached the library, unexpectedly, she encountered the figure of Su Zhao pacing back and forth. Upon seeing him, he clearly froze for a moment, then slowly walked over. Shen Xi glanced at him, puzzled. Do you have something to do? What are you doing at the library entrance in the middle of the night? Blocking me? I applied to retain my enrollment and start studying abroad early. Shen Xi, can I go with you? Shen Xi pondered his words. The young man was excited, speaking about this decision with enthusiasm and eagerness. Shen Xi couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Have you thought this through? If you leave with me, what will you do if one day your decision goes against your family's decision? The excitement faded instantly, and the color drained from the young man's face. Su Zhao looked down, biting his lip in thought. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, his expression resolute. I only support justice. But what if this justice goes against your family? That family raised him, supported him, and provided him with a comfortable and peaceful life. Shen Xi didn't believe he could abandon these to leave with her. Su Zhao gritted his teeth, and although his face was pale, he said, if that day really comes, if I truly cannot do anything harmful to the Su family, then at least I cannot become one with the Su family. This statement. Shen Xi chuckled. You're quite honest. Who can actually do something like betraying their family for the greater good? Being honest about what you can't do can sometimes be a plus. Shen Xi didn't care whether one more person joined or one less person left. She said flatly, you do as you wish. I'm leaving tomorrow. She wouldn't interfere with others' paths. Upon hearing this, Su Zhao instinctively smiled. The passion surged in his chest, eager to burst out. But he was, after all, from the main branch of the Su family. As soon as his application was approved, he was sent to Su Air's star ring. Seeing the contents of this application, Su Air furrowed his brow. Early the next morning, he arrived at the institute. By this time, Shen Xi had already packed up and was coming out of the institute. The two met at the entrance. And Shen Xi was dressed in a neat brown fitted short coat, paired with tight long pants and matching short boots, walking past Su Air without glancing sideways. Su Air couldn't help but slow his pace. He always felt this person was very familiar, but there were no memories related to this in his mind. However, he had important matters to attend to, so he didn't dwell on it. He hadn't walked far when he ran into Su Zhao, who was stopping the light rail car. Su Air walked over, knocked on the car window, and the next moment, the car door opened, allowing Su Air to sit inside. Su Zhao, sitting in the driver's seat, turned to look at Su Air, who had a furrowed brow. Brother. Su Air shot him an annoyed glance. You know I'm your brother? Why didn't you discuss your study abroad application with me and Dad? His tone was questioning from the start. Su Zhao didn't dare to let him know he was going to leave with Shen Xi, so he tried to keep his tone light. I just thought that studying abroad might be more helpful for my upgrade. Fortunately, Su Zhao had quite a few impulsive decisions over the years. Su Air didn't doubt the truth of his words, and his tone softened slightly. Studying abroad is fine, It will broaden your horizons. Su Er admitted that his younger brother had been raised too innocently. Thinking about what he had said yesterday made Su Er feel a toothache. If their father found out about those words, he would be furious. Su Er pointed at the car seat with his long fingers. Don't rush about the study abroad thing. I'll discuss it with Dad and set up a plan for you before you head out. His tone left no room for refusal. Are you going to arrange the study abroad itinerary for me? Su Zhao couldn't help but ask. Su Er is it unayable? Looking at Su Zhao as if he were a fool. What else would it be? You don't need to worry about anything. Just follow our arrangements when the time comes. Su Zhao knew that the places Su Er would arrange for him would definitely not include Planet 112. He agreed reluctantly, using the excuse of having something to do, leaving Su Er alone on the light rail to find Shen Xi. My brother knows about my study abroad application and might try to stop me from leaving with you. Should we go now? As soon as they met, Su Zhao was eager to leave. He didn't want to stay, didn't want to follow the path planned for him by his brother and father, and didn't want everything he saw and knew to be filtered through them. He had his own eyes, his own feet. He wanted to walk and see for himself. He wanted to know if what happened with the Su family on Planet 112 was an isolated case. He also wanted to know whether his brother would handle the Su family on Planet 112. And these answers he would never find from Su Er's mouth. Moreover, Su Zhao also wanted to see what Shen Xi really intended to do. Shen Xi opened the entrance to the Star Shuttle. You go in first. Mingyu had sent her a message that she was coming to say goodbye. She wanted to wait for Mingyu. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't sleep all night after I got back yesterday. I kept reading your words. They were very enlightening. Perhaps because she had run over. Mingyu's little face was flushed, beaming with a sincere and pure smile. I'm glad I could help you. Shen Xi's tone was gentle and strong, making her seem very reliable. Can I give you a hug? Mingyu hesitated to ask. This was the resonance master, and all the masters she had seen before were surrounded by layers of people, with no chance to even meet face to face, let alone like now. Chapter 50. Everything feels strange now. Not only can she talk to Shen Xi, but she can also boldly make such an audacious request. Mingyu looked at Shen Xi with an expectant expression. Shen Xi was willing to fulfill such a small request. She nodded, and the next moment, Mingyu pulled closer, wrapping her arms around Shen Xi's waist. She was slightly shorter than Shen Xi, and when she hugged her, her chin rested perfectly against the side of Shen Xi's collarbone. Mingyu's eyes sparkled slightly. Shen Xi's waist was slim yet strong, with subtle muscle lines beneath her hands. In an instant, Mingyu's face turned red, and she quickly pulled away, stammering, "Thank you." At that moment, Su Er turned the corner and his gaze landed on them. It was her again. That familiar feeling resurfaced in Su Er's mind, and he frowned slightly, scrutinizing the person in front of him. At this time, noticing the other person's unabashed gaze. Shen Xi glanced over. Her stunningly beautiful face was covered in frost, and her cold, emotionless eyes revealed a sharpness that instantly captured Su Er's attention with a chill. He felt a jolt, and his heart couldn't help but race, panic spreading from his chest to his eyes. Shen Xi nonchalantly withdrew her gaze, seemingly unconcerned about the storm she had stirred up. Mingyu glanced over, showing a look of surprise. Su Er? Shen Xi's expression softened, and her tone was calm. Do you know him? Mingyu found it very strange. He was a member of the Su family, Su Zhao's brother. Why did Shen Xi seem not to recognize him? Shen Xi paused and looked back at Su Er. Sensing her gaze, Su Er's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, confronting her in a provocative manner. I'm leaving. Shen Xi merely glanced at him before turning away. Her posture relaxed, making it seem like Su Er had exhausted all his strength. As Shen Xi boarded the Star Shuttle, after seeing the insignia on it, Su Er seemed to ponder. The Luo family, it appeared, had also called for outside assistance. His murmurs were blocked by the Star Shuttle. 2 days later, Su Zhao followed Shen Xi into the courtyard. Xi, you're finally back. The girl by the flower bed stood up first upon hearing the noise. After her, the gazes of 2 other people in the courtyard turned over. Shen Xi's eyes immediately fell on Xing Lin, who was leaning against the corner. The moment their eyes met, the boy's indifferent gaze lit up instantly. Shen Xi's heart skipped a beat, and she awkwardly looked away. Deliberately ignoring Xing Lin, she glanced at Kuei Mu and then at Su Jiuyao, thinking everything was going quite smoothly. The girl's minor resistance was magnified, all directed towards Xing Lin. Xing Lin's light golden eyes fixed on Shen Xi for a few moments. Then, he silently turned and left. The atmosphere suddenly stiffened. Glancing at the departing figure, Su Yuyao andguimo etchanget suptle, tatsit glances. They had been waiting in the yard since Xi left without moving a step. Now that Xi was back, she just turned and walked away without saying anything. Xi, who was that person? Su Jiuyao gestured towards Su Zhao with her chin, her tone cold and slightly resistant. Realizing this, Su Zhao felt at a loss. Shen Xi. Shen Xi found it both helpless and amusing. That's your brother. He's here to see you. Su Jiuyao's expression turned fearful, thinking she wouldn't have been tricked, right? What did she get, brother? Her furious eyes turned towards Su Zhao. Su Zhao awkwardly explained, "Em Su Zhao." Su Jiuyao was surprised. Her resistance peaked instantly. Why is it him? No wonder Xing Lin would be unhappy. Glaring fiercely at Su Zhao, Su Jiuyao took Shen Xi's arm and walked inside. Luo Weiguan and the others were urgently called back, and Lu Shiyu is busy too. Although Su Jiuyao said nothing, her attitude said it all. Shen Xi thought that her relationship with Su Zhao must not be good. But after all, guests are guests. Shen Xi sighed, stopped, and turned to the awkward-looking Su Zhao, saying, Yao Yao was just startled. She didn't mean to target you. Su Zhao's face immediately broke into a smile. It's okay, I understand. This is indeed the Su family's fault. He spoke sincerely, his face full of guilt. However, Su Jiuyao did not appreciate it. Don't think I don't know. The Central Star Su family is aware of everything the 112-star Su family does. Even if Su Zhao had shown her kindness, Su Jiuyao didn't want to give anyone from the Su family a good face. She couldn't understand what he said to Shen Xi that made Shen Xi bring him back. Thinking of this, her impression of Su Zhao worsened. In that case, for Yao Yao's sake, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to stay here. The intention of sending him off was very clear. A hint of loneliness flashed in Su Zhao's eyes as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's the reasoning. Shen Xi bringing him here was already enough. How could he expect more from her? After a few words to send Su Zhao away, Shen Xi turned back to see Su Jiuyao smiling brightly. Shen Xi helplessly thought, do you really dislike him that much? In fact, to Shen Xi, Su Zhao and the Su family seemed like two different entities. However, she had no right to decide anything for Su Jiuyao. Her assistance to Su Zhao would end here. It's not that I hate him. I just don't want to deal with him. Shen Xi spoke casually. Since Su Jiuyao saw her not caring much about Su Zhao, she leaned closer to Shen Xi. What do you think bringing him back means? I just want to say, I'm on Xing Lin's side. After saying that, Su Jiuyao looked at Kuei-mu, who immediately tensed up and nodded hurriedly. Me too, on Xing Lin's side. Huh? Shen Xi was puzzled. What are you talking about? Su Jiuyao's eyes widened. A bit confused and perplexed. You don't know? What should I know? Shen Xi laughed, her tone helpless. Su Jiuyao, you and Su Zhao must have an engagement, right? I thought you brought him back to continue the agreement. Xing Lin has been waiting for you to come back these days. How could he not be sad when he saw you bring another man back? Shen Xi was first surprised by the engagement with Su Zhao. Then she instinctively denied it. No, Xing Lin won't be sad. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Xi looked up and saw that the person sitting in the living room was none other than Xing Lin. He had his head lowered, with brownish-green hair hanging down, obscuring most of his eyes and brows, making it hard to see his expression. But Shen Xi's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't said anything wrong, what he shouldn't have. Shen Xi thought in her heart, shifting her gaze away. Su Jiuyao also noticed Xing Lin's figure, standing frozen in place along with Shen Xi. How could he not be sad? She murmured softly. Shen Xi clenched her fingers, her voice low and hoarse. Don't say that. Xing Lin and I don't have the kind of thoughts you think. After saying that, Shen Xi quickly pulled her hand away and left. Su Jiuyao watched her blink out of sight, looking between Shen Xi and the motionless Xing Lin in the corner, murmuring softly, everything feels strange. Chapter 51. Annihilation. Back in her room, Shen Xi felt as if she had just lost a battle, drenched in sweat without realizing when it happened. She furrowed her brows and walked straight to the desk. She laid out the paper, ground the ink, and began to write in one go. Shen Xi quickly immersed herself in her writing. When she finally came to her senses, the table was already covered with paper. Obscure phrases and hard-to-read oracle-bone script conveyed the girl's unspoken, nuanced thoughts. Now, through the silver light streaming in from the window, these thoughts were laid out in front of her in this silvery hue. Staring at the content on the paper, Shen Xi unconsciously rubbed the pen's barrel. After sitting for a long time, she stood up and organized the scattered papers. Moments later, there was a knock at Xing Lin's door. The door opened, and Xing Lin sat in the corner of the room, his star power dissipating from his hands. The young man looked up, his light golden eyes softening. Shen Xi was taken aback, holding a bundle of papers as she walked in. I heard from Su Jiuyao that you've been waiting for me, so you must be running out of words. Shen Xi spoke lightly. Xing Lin glanced at her, wanting to say that wasn't the case, but then felt there was no need to explain. Shen Xi approached him, crouched down slightly, and handed over the papers in her arms. I wrote this for you as soon as I got back. Take a look. Xing Lin extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the paper that still seemed to carry the warmth of Shen Xi's embrace, carefully receiving it. His gaze fell on the unfamiliar characters and writing. The rich literary power lingered at his fingertips, intertwined with the girl's obscure, joyful, resistant, unwilling, and complex emotions that sank low. These complicated feelings surged into the young man's body in an instant. He paused briefly, then looked up at Shen Xi. In just a moment, he quickly lowered his gaze again, suppressing the emotions that tugged at him. Shen Xi silently watched him for a moment. You haven't experienced what happened last time these past 2 days, right? No. The young man's voice was low and raspy. His fingertips rubbed the surface of the paper, slow and reverent, as if treating it like a treasure. Shen Xi paused, her gaze following his movements. Although she had seen such behavior from him before, it still made her feel that this was because of her. That's good. She averted her gaze. Xing Lin was just obsessed with the words, just the words. Telling herself this in her heart, Shen Xi smiled. If you ever run out of words again, just tell me directly. No need to wait. Your matters can't be delayed. That soft response made Shen Xi feel instantly better. She stood up, then I'll head back. Take your time to absorb. As Shen Xi turned to leave, Xing Lin immediately looked up, his subtle gaze following the girl's retreating figure, until she disappeared at the door. The entire room fell silent. The swirling star power floated in the air, and at some point, a faint smile had crept onto Xing Lin's lips. Su Zhao's arrival did not disrupt the lives of Shen Xi and Xing Lin, because the next day, the strange atmosphere surrounding Shen Xi and Xing Lin dissipated entirely. After observing for a day, Su Jiuyao found that Su Zhao was really nothing to worry about, and she too gave up her resistance toward him. Shen Xi finally remembered to go check on Shen Xing, but first received a communication from Luo Chun. I'm sorry. On the screen, the young man, with a year's stubble, looked guilty, his eyes downcast, unable to meet Shen Xi's gaze. Shen Xi thought it was because he hadn't convinced Chen Yi. She didn't find it surprising. I understand. Seeing her calm expression, Luo Chun felt even guiltier. The commander has rejected your application to the military academy. Shen Xi, I'm really sorry. Shen Xi frowned, momentarily stunned. After a moment, she let out a cold laugh. The little goodwill she had toward Chen Yi because of her uncle had dissipated just like that. Is he really going for total annihilation? Luo Chen's expression was also grim. If it weren't for me, the commander wouldn't have known in advance about your application to the military academy. Shen Xi remained non-committal. Since he can suppress me, then getting into the military academy wouldn't necessarily be better than not getting in. Hearing this, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, seeming very dissatisfied with Chen Yi. I still have a backup option. The commander's influence doesn't extend there. However, that would certainly be a compromise for Shen Xi. Choose. As long as I can join the military, that's enough. The girl's tone was firm, her expression ignited with fighting spirit. Since Chen Yi wants to suppress me, then I must join the military. Luo Chen understood, and it made him feel guilty toward Shen Xi. Don't worry, my previous promise still stands. Wherever you go, I'll go too. After the communication ended, Luo Chen sent over the admission requirements for the Social Sciences Academy. As the lowest ranked of the major academies, the Social Sciences Academy had not previously offered military-related programs. However, due to the increasing friction and wars with the insect and beast races, this year, they also added a military annex. Since it was the first time opening the annex, there were no restrictions on admissions. The person in charge of this military annex came from the 11th Army and was far removed from the 13th Army, having no ties with Shen Xi. Shen Xi sent her application materials without any hesitation. As she changed her preferred choice, Kuei Mu and Su Jiuyao followed suit. By this time, it was already late in the admissions process, and as the admission lists for various academies and programs were released, the name Qing Yuan once again became active at Xinxing. Chapter 52. Departure to the Academy of Social Sciences on the day the admission list and materials of the first military academy were announced. The name Qing Yuan was highlighted in red on the Xinxing square. Clicking in, a series of red highlighted comments scrolled quickly. Why was Qing Yuan not admitted to the military academy? Is Qing Yuan really a military big shot? As the discussions heated up, some people became increasingly convinced that Qing Yuan was indeed a military big shot having fun on Earth. After submitting the application, Qing Yuan had hardly been online. Could this not be because the military district was busy? Others speculated that the first military academy was afraid Qing Yuan would overshadow Tang Ji, thus rejecting Qing Yuan's admission. This viewpoint had few supporters, with some even reporting it. The public believed that the military academy would not let go of such a good talent. However, a few who knew the inside story understood that Qing Yuan was indeed not affiliated with the military district. No one dared to echo the conspiracy theory, but everyone was genuinely puzzled as to why the first military academy would reject Qing Yuan. At the same time, in the dormitory of the first military academy, a loud crash echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground. Qin could turn around to see Mo Yu striding towards him angrily. Heavy iron-like blocks scattered on the floor. What was the dean thinking? Was he really paving the way for someone with the surname Tang? Qin Ke's expression remained calm as he slowly shook his head, uncertain. After thinking for a moment, he added, I haven't heard any news on this matter. This indicated that the dean's rejection of Qing Yuan's admission was not due to Tang Ji. Mo Yu took a big gulp from the cup on the table, his mood calming slightly. Then why? Qin Ke looked at him with an innocent expression, as if to say, how could I possibly know? Seeing him so calm, Mo Yu got a bit angry. How can you be so calm? You have already withdrawn from the team for Qing Yuan, and now look, she's been rejected. Qin Ke felt helpless. Yeah, what good does it do for me to be angry? Can it change the dean's mind? Mo Yu fell silent, sitting down abruptly and breathing heavily. Have you contacted Qing Yuan? Qin Ke suddenly asked. Montag you was Baflet. You really believe those comments on Xinxing? Qin Ke pointed at the table. Mo Yu followed his gesture and saw the notice about the Academy of Social Sciences establishing a military subsidiary. Mo Yu pondered for a moment. Are you saying she might go to the Academy of Social Sciences? If I were without power and rejected by the first military academy, I would choose the Academy of Social Sciences. Qing Yuan, being able to go through the application process, indicated that she did not come from any prominent family. But the admissions process at the Academy of Social Sciences is different from that of the first military academy. They want to disclose student information. Montag was Toblit. But if Qing Yuan doesn't go online, I can't do anything about it. King Kiskiviko smiled. What are you worried about? She will definitely go online. After all, once the new students enroll, there will be the Military Student League. Mo Yu clapped his hands and exclaimed excitedly, right? Why didn't I think of that? The Military Student League requires points from clearing the Xinxing map. Even if this matter can be resolved, I still can't forgive the dean's actions. It was clearly a simple matter, but they had to go in circles. On 112 star, Shen Xi, who was being thought about by two people, received a communication request from the Academy of Social Sciences. Higher-ranked individuals in the STAR network can directly initiate communications with those of lower rank. The person contacting Shen, she was the head of the military subsidiary. On the screen, the other parties seemed to be in an office, looking over with a sharp and cold gaze. Shen Xi calmly met his gaze, her eyes deep and quiet, with a hint of fighting spirit. This silent confrontation ended in a stalemate. You are Qing Yuan? Li Jin asked. He had reviewed the materials sent by Shen Xi and also seen the materials on Xinxing. The young girl before him was indeed a good talent. Shen Xi nodded and introduced herself slowly. Yes, my name is Shen Xi, courtesy name Qing Yuan. Shen Xi. Li Jun repeated the name, seeming to have heard it somewhere. He was somewhat curious, with a sarcastic tone, someone like he was actually picked up by me. The first military academy had always been known for cherishing talent. Though he knew Shen Xi would not have any problems and was not afraid of Tang Zi, he still wanted to probe why Tang Zi would abandon Shen Xi. Shen Xi detected the hidden meaning in his words and lightly laughed. I've heard some news. It was Chen Yi who requested the first military academy to reject my admission application. She did not mind letting the person before her know Chen Yi's attitude toward her. Li Zhen understood. Tang Zi was Chen Yi's mentor, and after so many years on the front lines, he would indeed give Tang Zi this face. He showed a puzzled expression, but I don't understand. Chen Yi is known for cherishing talent. Logically, he should be eager for you to enroll. Shen Xi had no idea. She responded flatly, maybe it's because of my father. I don't know what connection he has with my father, so I'm not sure why he targets me. What can I do? A debt must be repaid by the son. Father? Has a connection with Chen Yi? The surname Shen. Li Jun suddenly realized why he found Shen Xi familiar. He chuckled lightly, so, it's you? You do resemble your father quite a bit. I understand your situation now, but I have another question. Shen Xi, do you really want to join the military? Li Zhen isa gaza sudanli sharpanat. As if trying to see through Shen Xi's thoughts. Shen Xi did not hesitate at all. Her aura suddenly transformed, like a sharpened sword, her expression resolute. I do. Li Jun was momentarily taken aback, inevitably reminded of Mingyu. He had entered the academy a few years after Mingyu. Which military student had not idolized Mingyu? But since his disappearance, that person had truly begun to fade from the public eye. Coming back to reality, Li Jun's gaze towards Shen Xi softened. All right, Shen Xi. Welcome to the military subsidiary of the Academy of Social Sciences. From now on, I will be your teacher. After a slight pause, Li Jun added, though I am not as good as your father, Mingyu. But in the end, who could compare to Mingyu? That dazzling star had once been a colossal mountain pressing down on all military students. Today, no one could surpass that mountain. Perhaps in the future, someone might be able to climb over it. Shen Xi officially confirmed her decision to go to the Academy of Social Sciences. After dealing with the larger-scale star pirates around 112 star with Kumu, Shen Xi and the others finally left. Both Shen Xi and Kumu specialized in individual combat, while Su Jiuyo had entered as a support soldier. Standing back on the land of the Central Star, Su Jiuyo felt somewhat dazed. Since leaving the Central Star, she had never imagined she would have the chance to return. Noticing Su Jiuyo's excitement barely concealed on her face, Shen Xi took the initiative to speak. The enrollment time at the Academy of Social Sciences is not restricted. Do you want to go home and have a look? After a moment of silence, Su Jiuyo shook her head. No need. I don't have any relatives in the Su family anymore. She had been without parents since childhood. Her parents had sacrificed their lives for the prosperity of the Su family. There were many orphans like her who grew up relying on their families. Su Jiuyo had once been immensely grateful to the Su family, feeling a strong sense of belonging. But after experiencing the Su family on 112 star, Su Jiuyo told herself that she no longer owed the Su family anything. Chapter 53. Punching the Military Academy, kicking the Arts Academy, although it is on the Central Star. The location of the Social Sciences Academy is relatively remote. Unlike the Arts Academy, which experiences 4 distinct seasons, the Social Sciences Academy is surrounded by ice and snow. Snow falls year-round, and snow accumulates continuously. The sky is covered with thick clouds, and the biting cold wind ravages throughout the year. The number of new students entering the Social Sciences Academy each year seems to be few. Shen Xi, covered in snow, looked up and saw that not far ahead. There was only one volunteer in the pavilion with a welcoming screen. The surrounding area was blanketed in white snow. Shen Xi walked in, passed through the protective screen, and was greeted by a chill that made the person inside sneeze. Shen Xi noticed that the person in front of her raised their head, looking lazy. After scanning Shen Xi with their eyes, they suddenly realized, you are the new students? The volunteer instantly perked up, got up from the chair, and cheerfully pushed over a processor terminal. First, register your information. Just stick the star ring on it and scan. Shen Xi approached, placed the star ring on the processor terminal, and her information was simultaneously entered onto the screen beside it. Name, Shen Xi. Gender, female race, semi-intelligent machine. Half-star human star power level. First level of the star ascendant literary power level. Grandmaster level major. Individual combat system beside her. The volunteer was boredly looking at the content on the screen when suddenly they froze. They turned their head abruptly, looking at Shen Xi with horror in their eyes. Star power level. First level of the star ascendant. Literary power level. Grandmaster level? No way. How could someone have both star power and literary power at the same time? No. How could someone's literary power be at the Grandmaster level? Feeling the volunteer's gaze, Shen Xi glanced at the screen and frowned slightly. The next moment, the content on the screen was encrypted for protection. The volunteer's eyes widened in terror. How could someone trigger the encryption system as soon as they enter the academy? What kind of big shot is this? They actually entered the Social Sciences Academy? They should go to the Arts Academy or the First Military Academy. The volunteer was so shocked they became speechless, numbly completing the enrollment information for Shen Xi and the other two. Once everything was completed, Zhuoming cautiously looked at Shen Xi and said, big shot. I'm from the Academy Management Association. Can I ask you to add me as a contact? He spoke as humbly as possible, looking at Shen Xi with pitiful eyes. Shen Xi paused for a moment, opened her star ring, and replied, sure, if there's anything in the future, can I ask you for help? Seeing this, Zhuoming quickly leaned towards his star ring, excitedly patting his chest in assurance. Serving the big shot is what a small brother like me should do. After sending off Shen Xi and the others, Zhuoming looked at the contacts belonging to Shen Xi on his star ring and began to grin foolishly. The next moment, he immediately climbed onto the sinking star, enthusiastically posting with the label of the Social Sciences Academy. Reliable news. Our Social Sciences Academy has a new super big shot this year. Kicking the Arts Academy and punching the Military Academy is just around the corner. He sent the post and copied it into the internal network of the Social Sciences Academy. Once the post was sent, it attracted a lot of attention. The Social Sciences Academy has gone crazy, kicking the Arts Academy and punching the Military Academy. Do they have no shame? A small Social Sciences Academy. How ridiculous. Hey, don't get yourself into trouble. I'm from the Social Sciences Academy. I'm here to speak. The poster has gone mad. Take them away. Mocking comments flew by one after another. The students of the Social Sciences Academy recognized Zhuoming and shockingly private messaged him. Zhuoming, are you crazy? Did the welcoming make you lose your mind? Help, Zhuoming. Quickly delete it before the dean comes looking for you. Zhuoming read through their messages, tilting his head and snorting coldly. These mortals, how would they understand? Ming Zhua, Social Sciences Academy, those who don't understand me, you're in trouble. MOU had been paying attention to the information of the Social Sciences Academy ever since talking to Qin Ku. Therefore, he immediately discovered Zhuoming's post and commented right away. I want the contact number of the super big shot. I'm willing to pay. Under MOU's reply, many responses followed immediately. Is the person above serious? Is the person above trying to stir up trouble? Right. Zhuoming also replied. Ming Zhua. Wanting the big shot's contact number? What are you dreaming about? The big shot's contact number is guarded by me. For a moment, Zhuoming felt extremely honored. Meanwhile, MOU frowned and directly clicked to apply for Ming Zhua's contact. He added a message. I want to team up with the big shot from Military Academy graduate practice. Please help me contact them. Thank you. I'm willing to pay. Zhuoming saw this application and was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to have serious business. After thinking for a moment, he approved the application. I can't just give out the big shot's contact number casually. I must at least get the big shot's consent first. It's okay, just get the big shot's consent first. I'm MOU from the First Military Academy. After that, MOU further sent his resume to Zhuoming. Seeing this, Zhuoming thought to himself that this sincerity was taken to the extreme. Considering Shen Xi's major, it was quite possible that she would team up with someone from the First Military Academy. After all, those who understood the conditions of the Social Sciences Academy would know. He immediately became serious and assured MOU that he would definitely notify the other party. Chapter 54. Reaching consensus, feeling that he has made contact with someone. MOU feels a wave of relaxation. When Qin Ku enters the room and sees him humming contentedly, he can't help but ask. After understanding the context, Qin Ku shakes his head slightly, his tone helpless. Are you really sure this big shot is Cheng Yuan? I mean, what kind of strong person can the Academy of Social Sciences hire besides Cheng Yuan? However, no matter what, this is still a direction to consider. Meanwhile, Shen Xi, who is being thought of, is currently called to Li Zhan's office for enrollment information. It hasn't been long since the last communication. Shen Xi walks into the office alone, where Li Zhan is quickly working on something behind his desk. Due to the privacy settings on the screen, Shen Xi can't see what's happening, so she sits quietly in a chair. Before long, Li Zhan looks up and appreciatively scans Shen Xi from top to bottom before speaking. I really didn't expect you to be able to resonate with words. And at such a high level. Li Zhan, a bit hidiki, chuckles. It's no wonder Chen He stopped you from entering the military district. Clearly, your situation is more suitable for the Literature Academy. That said, Shen Xi doesn't believe he would push her toward the Literature Academy. No, Chen Yi and the Shen family don't know that I can write. Li Zhan is somewhat surprised, but he doesn't pry. After all, that's a family matter. He nods. Your information is quite extraordinary. I immediately use my authority to conceal it for you, but my authority is limited and high-ranking officials will still see through it. Shen Xi ponders for a moment. That's fine. She never intended to conceal anything. Li Zhan's expression turns serious. Although I am your mentor, I have many tasks at hand. I can't always keep an eye on your specialized training. You need to be diligent yourself. Entering the Academy of Social Sciences is not the end, but merely your starting point, understand? Shen Xi nods, understand. However, all the resources of the Academy of Social Sciences that I can access will be open to you, so you don't need to worry about that. As for your upgrade plan, I still need to observe more, so don't rush. To be fair, Li Zhan is quite attentive to Shen Xi. He never thought about mentoring a student before. Meeting Shen Xi can only be described as a matter of timing and fate. The third day of new student enrollment starts military training. I just took office and it's a critical time, so this military training will be with the new students of the First Army. Shen Xi, are you confident? At this point, Li Zhan's expression is teasing. I am confident. Shen Xi deeply Li Zhan feels as if his punch landed on cotton. After dismissing her, Shen Xi and a few others head to their dormitory. The student dormitory at the Academy of Social Sciences is spacious enough, but other conditions are somewhat lacking, especially in the dormitory area for military medical students, which appears rather shabby. The protective shield is just an ordinary one, merely ensuring a suitable temperature inside the dormitory without providing any protective function. Shen Xi, Su Jiao, and Kuei Mu are assigned to a small building each. Xing Lin follows Shen Xi into her small building. The first floor has a living room, training room, and simulation room, while the second floor mainly serves for living accommodations. Xing Lin's room is right next to Shen Xi's. After unpacking her things, Shen Xi goes to explore the small building on the first floor. The training room can adjust various parameters, such as increasing gravity and setting extreme weather conditions. Inside the simulation room is a Chunsheng terminal, specially prepared for military students. Using this terminal to log onto Chunsheng offers a completely different experience compared to logging in with her star ring. Do you want to give it a try? Hearing the voice, Shen Xi turned around to see Xing Lin standing by the door, not knowing how long he's been watching. Shen Xi gently shakes her head. Smiling at Xing Lin, I actually want to try out the training room with you. It seems they haven't had an exhilarating fight in a long time. The feeling of their last thorough battle is somewhat fuzzy in her memory, compared to going to Chunsheng to grind for resources or simulated combat. Shen Xi prefers to fight face-to-face with Xing Lin. Sure, Xing Lin nods. Entering the training room, Shen Xi goes to the door to set the parameters first. Xing Lin observes her actions and says, "These parameters won't affect me." After all, she understands that he is from the Shuwen clan. Her parameters were not set for Xing Lin. After confirming the settings, snowflakes suddenly begin to drift in the room, and the temperature drops sharply until it reaches minus 30 degrees Celsius before stopping. Shen Xi's breath appears in front of her, transforming into tiny droplets of water. The weather is indeed extreme. Xing Lin stands amidst the falling snowflakes, completely unaffected, his posture straight, and his complexion as rosy as usual. Shen Xi stretches her somewhat stiff limbs and laughs. The last time I went to Blackstone Cliff, I wanted to see what it would feel like to fight you there. But there are restrictions on star power. Plus, I was in a hurry back then, so I didn't have a chance. Xing Lin's gentle gaze remains fixed on her. You adjusted the magnetic field, right? Although this room doesn't affect star power as much as Blackstone Cliff, it still has an impact. In a normal environment, Shen Xi's star power level can unleash 100% of its damage. But in this room, she might not even be able to unleash half of it. Xing Lin raises his hand in a defensive posture, star power swirling in his palm. Come on, he says with a clear voice. Shen Xi's eyes burn with fierce flames, as if she intends to melt all the ice and snow in the room. Here I come. As the words fall, the flame sand sword appears in her hand, and Shen Xi rushes forward. Due to the adjusted gravity, her speed has slowed down significantly. However, the momentum of her sword is more intimidating than ever before. The star power meets the flame sand sword, and starlight envelopes the sword, igniting sparks. The immense force attempts to pull the sword from Shen Xi's hand. Yet, she grips it tightly, and the sword moves as if it were her arm, following her will. Her body twists, using force against force, and breaks free from the restraints of the star power. Shen Xi swings the sword, shaking off the starlight that still clings to the blade, then abruptly twists her wrist. The sword spinning as it breaks through Xing Lin's star power barrier. What seems to be a thin layer of star mist now keeps Shen Xi's sword from advancing another inch. Behind the mist, Xing Lin's somewhat blurry figure remains relaxed and unbothered. Shen Xi doesn't feel angry. Instead, she calms herself and shifts the grip of her sword, using her body to carry the sword horizontally to cut through the mist. As the mist disperses at the edges, sparks fly out. After one move, the mist in the center of the star power barrier visibly thins. Shen Xi quickly halts, swiftly turning her body like a waterfall cascading down, reversing the sword and striking back with all her strength. Xing Lin's fingertips move slightly, and a new star power barrier emerges to block the tip of her sword. Like a rock, it stands strong and unmoving, completely resisting the waterfall's descent, containing the residual force as well. The extreme movement meets extreme stillness, quickly turning cold, and they remain locked in place. Shen Xi thrusts her sword upward, the stillness giving way to movement, as her force sweeps through the star power barrier, soaring skyward. Influenced by her momentum, the snowflakes in midair also rush upward, and both Shen Xi and Xing Lin instinctively glance up at the rising power. Yet, the movement of his fingertips remains unaffected, and in the next moment, the overwhelming force directed at Xing Lin is like a river flowing into the sea, instantly returning to calm. Shen Xi raises her gaze, and just then, Xing Lin looks over as I'm going to counterattack now. The words as she slip from his lips, inexplicably carrying a tender undertone. Shen Xi is taken aback, and the next moment, a blade of star power condenses, breaking through the falling snowflakes, striking down on her with incredible speed. Shen Xi hurriedly dodged, but was still hit on the shoulder and back. In the next moment, he composed himself and once again raised his sword, engaging in battle with Xing Lin. The commotion on Shen Xi's side had already been picked up by Li Zhan when he set the parameters for the training room to facilitate observation and management of students. The data from the training room usually syncs to the mentor star rings. After seeing Shen Xi's settings, Li Zhan, who initially had no interest, still clicked into the details. Various data regarding Shen Xi's performance in battle appeared before Li Zhan. Watching her gradually adapt from an initial disadvantage and ultimately surpass her opponent, Li Zhan was not without surprise. But what surprised him even more was the person fighting against Shen Xi. The small room could not capture his data. This could only mean that he either had no star power, making his combat data nearly zero, or he was too strong. Clearly, being able to outmaneuver Shen Xi in this small room indicated that his combat power was absolutely astonishing. Just as he was pondering this, a voice suddenly came in requesting to enter. Li Zhan set the light screen in front of him to private and opened the door. Immediately, a man in a gray-green military uniform walked into the office with a measured step. Upon seeing the visitor, Li Zhan slightly raised his eyebrows. The man presented a transfer chip. Li Zhan used his star ring to check it, and instantly, the man's information appeared before his eyes. To have the captain of the Divine Eagle team serve as a military training instructor at the Military Attachment Institute. How could I have such capability? What? Is President Shen really willing to let go? Luo Chen stood in a military posture and, upon hearing Li Zhen's slightly teasing words, remained expressionless. You must be Shen Xi's mentor, right? Li Zhen smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying, just quietly observing Luo Chun. Luo Chun met his playful gaze and proactively admitted, I came for Shen Xi. I can tell. Li Zhen glanced at Luo Chun meaningfully. My disciple is exceptionally talented. I understand your desire to team up with her. He quickly confirmed Luo Chun's employment. From this moment on, Luo Chun would serve as part of the military training instructors, training alongside the new students of the Military Attachment Institute. Li Zhen felt it necessary to remind Luo Chun for this military training. I applied to train with the 1st Military Unit, so you might encounter quite a few familiar faces. During the truce period, training military academy students is indeed something that active military personnel like them should do, but there are differences between types of training. Who would want to come to the Military Attachment Institute if they could go to the 1st Military Unit? Li Zhen spoke with the tone of someone watching a show. Do your best. The Military Academy's Class 01 students will be entrusted to you. Luo Chun stood up straight, saluted correctly, yes, sir. Just as Li Zhen was about to wave him off, he suddenly paused. Are you familiar with Shen Xi? The sudden question caught Luo Chun off guard for a moment, and he then replied, We've collaborated. It's all right. Li Zhen pundarat. Shen Xi is still young, and her awakening time should not be long. Do you know how she leveled up before? After all, achieving her current level at this age is somewhat puzzling. Luo Chun was not surprised by Li Zhen's inquiry. In fact, even if Li Zhen hadn't asked, he would have proactively informed him. There is a member of the Shuwen tribe, a Shen Xi side, who has been training her. Li Zhen understood and became clear about the identity of the person Shen Xi was fighting in the training room. He nodded, I understand. I want to interfere with Shen Xi's leveling up. In terms of using and upgrading star power, who could compare to the Shuwen tribe? No wonder Shen Xi has made such great progress. On this matter, Luo Chun and Li Zhen reached a consensus. Chapter 55, Team Formation. Shen Xi received a message from Zhuo Ming in the middle of the night, feeling somewhat puzzled. She didn't know any students from the 1st Military Academy, so why would someone with the 1st military label want to team up with her? Shen Xi, give him my contact number. She wanted to see what this person's intentions were. After getting consent, Zhuo Ming immediately went online to share Shen Xi's contact number with MOU. On the other side, MOU received the message just after finishing his training. The moment he saw the information, he shouted excitedly, Got it! His loud voice caused many people in the break room to glance over. When they realized who it was, some couldn't help but scoff internally. What was there to be happy about? They were already in their 3rd year and still hadn't formed a team. What a joke. Hearing this, Qin Ku turned to look, his eyes carrying a sense of intimidation that silently fell upon the speaker. The person who spoke immediately looked awkward. Seeing the other person avoid eye contact and not daring to look back, Qin Ku walked over to MOU. You got the contact? MOU was busy adding the contact number when he thought for a moment and edited a message to send. Hello, EM Montague, a 3rd-year student from the 1st Military Academy. I'd like to invite you to team up. Based on Qin Ku's advice, MOU didn't mention anything about Cheng Yuan. Not long after the message was sent, a reply came back. Video chat. MOU glanced at the curious looks around him and nodded. The next moment, after setting his privacy, he sent a contact request to the other party. Shen Xi was lounging on the sofa in the living room, wearing a loose loungewear, seemingly just finished washing up, with her short hair damp and sticking to her head. Behind her, the robot Jia Jia was bustling around in the living room, busy with its tasks. Her bright eyes met the slightly messy background, and Shen Xi slowly shifted her gaze to the 2 young men in front of her. I don't seem to know you, the girl said, her tone questioning. Meanwhile, Qin Ku and MOU were also sizing up Shen Xi. She looked to be in her teens, with a pure and upright demeanor. Qin Ku silently noted that her figure was indeed similar to that of Cheng Yuan. MOU, somewhat dazed, murmured, You look a bit familiar. Shen Xi chuckled. Looks like you don't know me either. Her questioning gaze clearly indicated that she found the 2 of them unreliable. Meanwhile, Jia Jia rolled over with a cup of tea. Shen Xi ran her fingers over the teacup, smiling at the 2. So what are your thoughts? Seeing that MOU was silent, Qin Ku sighed inwardly and quietly asked, May I ask your name? Are you a new student at the Military Academy this year? Shen Xi replied, My name is Shen Xi. Her gaze teased. You didn't just decide to team up with me because you saw Zhuo Ming's post, did you? Although that was indeed the case, admitting it felt off. Shen Xi continued. In fact, I already have teammates. According to Luo Chen's arrangement, Shen Xi's team would definitely include him. Qin didn't think Shen Xi was simply rejecting them. Anyone who could form a team right after starting school wouldn't be weak. She was clearly questioning their abilities. Qin Ku smirked slightly. I wonder who you're teaming up with? Is your team still looking for members? MOU and I have already sent you our profiles. You could take a look. His voice carried a hint of competitiveness. Shen Xi opened their profiles. After briefly scanning, she looked back at Qin Ku and MOU. Smiling, they seemed pretty good. Their backgrounds were impressive, and even in a place as talent-rich as the First Military Academy, they were among the top. This made Shen Xi even more curious. Why would you want to find me? After all, you don't know me, right? Qin Ku's eyes fixed on Shen Xi as he suddenly asked, Are you Cheng Yuan? Shen Xi was taken aback, then realized but still felt puzzled. What does this have to do with Cheng Yuan? Did you see my admission materials? But those should be confidential. To this day, Shen Xi was still unaware of the storm she had caused on Qinxing. Is that you? Qin didn't mind letting Shen Xi know he was here for Cheng Yuan. Shen Xi began to understand a bit more. So, you saw Zhuo Ming's words and suspected I was Cheng Yuan, so you came over. Qin Ku acknowledged this with a nod. Shen Xi understood. Regardless of how they saw her admission materials, these two were indeed here for her, and they were indeed capable. However, she still needed to ask for the opinions of her other teammates. I need to ask the others in my team for their opinions about teaming up. Would you mind waiting a bit? Upon hearing Shen Xi's words, Qin Ku confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Cheng Yuan. After speaking, Shen Xi picked up her teacup. After taking a sip, she noticed that Qin Ku and MOU were still looking at her. Shen Xi paused her actions. Do you have something else? No, just waiting for your good news. After the communication ended, MOU's eyes shone brightly. She really is. Yeah. Qin Ku shook his head helplessly. This time he got lucky. Montague chuckled. Why didn't you speak earlier? Qin Ku shot him a confused glance. Montague frowned it. I just feel like she looks familiar. I was pondering that earlier. And then? MOU shook his head, unable to recall. Shen Xi, that name seems familiar, but I just can't remember. As for Qin Ku and MOU's matter, Shen Xi had nothing else to do and directly sent a message to the public channel shared with Luo Chen and Kuei Mu. Shen Xi, these two want to join our team. What do you think? Kuei Mu, I'll just watch. Luo Chen. A few minutes later, Luo Chen, sure, they are outstanding students from the First Military Academy. 3 years ago, during military training for new students, both showed exceptional qualities. 3 years have passed, and looking at their records, they've been steady and solid. Joining their team will definitely add strength. Kuei Mu, I'll follow as Xi's lead. Shen Xi then shared the public channel with MOU and reminded him to add Qin Ku. Agreed. MOU first shared the public channel number with Qin Ku, and soon after, both appeared in the public channel of Shen Xi and the others. Upon seeing that Luo Chen was also in the channel, Qin Ku and MOU were shocked. Luo Chen? Why isn't he in his Phoenix team anymore? Is it a coincidence with the name? MOU muttered as he added Luo Chen's contact number from the public channel. It really was him. MOU stared in astonishment at the military certification in the profile. Qin Ku also had the same question. Or is it that Shen Xi has taken a liking to Shen Xi, so he sent Luo Chen to bring in newcomers? Such a situation wasn't impossible. Qin Ku even started to think about whether Shen Xi would join the Phoenix team. As for them teaming up, their future paths wouldn't diverge much. The Qin family didn't have many members in the 13th Army. There were even underlying conflicts between the higher-ups of the two sides. Qin Ku side, not wanting to let go of Shen Xi, but also not wanting to get entangled with the 13th Army. Thus, he remained silent as soon as he entered the public channel. MOU noticed his strange expression and, understanding the situation, felt a bit anxious. Qin Ku, to team up with Shen Xi. Qin Ku had already volunteered to withdraw from his team. Now, if he had to enter the 13th Army because of this, MOU, Shen Xi, are you going to join the 13th Army? When he saw the other S profile, Luo Chen already knew that the other party must have concerns about his identity. Being connected to the Qin family was only beneficial for Shen Xi, not detrimental. Therefore, He needed to reassure her at this moment. Luo Chun, not going. Upon seeing this message, Mou and Qin Ku exchanged glances. Did Luo Chun really not want his Phoenix team anymore? What happened? Was it just a regular team-up? No, Shen Xi saved his life, right? He put down the Divine Eagle team to bring her. Mou was dazed. Qin Ku, did we pick up a bargain? After all, someone like Luo Chun was willing to bring Shen Xi without asking for anything in return. However, Qin Ku thought of another aspect. Why do you think Shen Xi doesn't want Shen Xi? Mou fell into contemplation. Yeah, Shen Xi doesn't want her. And the dean doesn't want her either. He suddenly realized something. Wait, the dean is Shen Yi's mentor, right? Could it be that Shen Yi is the one obstructing Shen Xi from entering the First Army? He boldly hypothesized. Qin Ku frowned, but why? If Shen Yi says no, the dean can just refuse her too. No matter how much face he gives Shen Yi, it shouldn't come to this, right? Mou scoffed. That's not it. The dean has Tang Ji over here. He definitely doesn't want Shen Xi to come and steal Tang Ji's thunder. As for Chen Yi, it's just right to mention him. He shrugged. I'm too excited. Let us go play games on Chunxing. Are you coming? Qin Ku shook his head no. He always felt that the truth wasn't like this. The dean couldn't be as petty as Mou said. The military training began as scheduled, with a total of 3 stations, requiring them to go to 3 different planets to complete tasks. In the central square of the military academy, Li Zhen stood on the platform in military uniform, giving a speech. His loud voice echoed throughout the square, and below, the new military students stood tall. After the mobilization, Luo Chun and the other 3 coaches led everyone onto the Star Shuttle. The first station wasn't far from the Social Science Institute. However, the weather conditions were even worse than at the Social Science Institute. There were 200 freshmen in the military academy, managed by 4 coaches. This number seemed considerable, but compared to the 2,000 in the First Army, it was quite insufficient. Shen Xi only saw Luo Chun when she arrived at the location. Why are you here too? She was a bit surprised. Shouldn't Luo Chun be in the 13th Army now? Did Chen Yi allow him to come? I don't trust others to train you. This was overheard by another coach, Chun Fan, who happened to pass by. He looked at Shen Xi in surprise. Then at Luo Chun. What's going on? Is there a loophole? Shen Xi responded nonchalantly. The military academy was stationed in a valley, with a temporary base made of specially provided housing. Although sturdy, it didn't have a protective shield. Therefore, they had to endure the extremely harsh weather themselves. Early on the 3rd day, a commotion arose near the base. Shen Xi came out of her small room and happened to run into Su Jiuyao and Kuei Mu, who were together. The First Army people are here. Remembering how the First Army rejected Shen Xi's application, Su Jiuyao was quite indignant, and her tone wasn't good either. Shen Xi glanced over. Rows of white small houses were rising, and the First Army students were working vigorously. Shen Xi responded, Isn't that normal? Early on the 4th day, military training officially began. The sky was still dim, and a sharp sound rang out, waking all the military students who were still in dreamland. Chapter 56. The first day of military training, however, everyone is a military academy student. And after a moment of panic, they quickly gathered and organized themselves into groups in the valley. The military-affiliated college was divided into 4 teams, each with 50 people, numbered from 1 to 4. Shen Xi and Kuei Mu were in Team 1, while Su Jiuyao was assigned to Team 4 due to her different major. 10 minutes later, the alarm gradually faded. In front of Team 1, Luo Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes scanning like searchlights, exuding an intimidating presence. The students from a military-affiliated college did not come from military families like those from the First Military Academy, so they did not recognize Luo Chun. On the other side, students from the First Military Academy widened their eyes when they spotted him, glancing over in curiosity. Hua Cheng, the coach next to them, noticed their little commotion and wore a sly smile as he moved closer. What? Have you never seen Coach Luo before? As an outstanding graduate from years past, Luo Chen's photo still hung in the honor hall of the First Military Academy. How could the students there not have seen him? They were just curious and envious. After all, Luo Chen should be coaching at the First Military Academy. Hua Cheng glanced at the military-affiliated college students with disdain, thinking to himself, what do these losers think they are? Realizing their thoughts, Hua Cheng chuckled and nodded toward Luo Chun. Look at your charm. My students are just dying for you to coach them. How about we switch? Hearing this, the military academy students began to stir. Luo Chun shot a strange, cold glance in their direction. Good. Suddenly, he faced them, his voice booming. All members carry a weight of 200 units with a gravity coefficient. Level 2 star power limiting wristbands and run 100 kilometers. This. Upon hearing the command, the military students exchanged glances. Wasn't this a bit too harsh? The star power limiting wristbands, as the name suggests, were used to restrict their star power, and the higher the level of the wristband, the greater the restriction. Star people had superior physical abilities because their physique was altered by star power over the years. Under extreme conditions, achieving a light load and rapid movement required the assistance of star power. If they had to wear a restricting wristband, it would directly have their capabilities. Moreover, star people were used to having star power assistance, and after wearing the star power limiting wristband for the first time, they might not even be able to exert half of their original physical abilities due to the discomfort. Coach. They couldn't help but look at their coach, the smiling, pale-faced guy who seemed easy to talk to. Hua Cheng crossed his arms, a bright smile on his face, his voice soft yet saying the coldest things. Did you not hear me? Run forward. No, coach, we just started. We can't adapt yet. Perhaps Hua Cheng really did seem easy to talk to. As complaints started rising, Hua Cheng's leisurely voice followed, adding, those who can't make it back in time for lunch won't get a second serving at the cafeteria. What? Everyone was taken aback and quickly straightened up, hurriedly running toward the vast, white forest. Luo Chen's gaze returned to Team 1. Did you hear Coach Hua's words? All members, run forward. Yes. After the loud response, there was a sound of synchronized footsteps. Hua Cheng watched Team 1 run off, and he couldn't help but feel that. Although the military-affiliated college students were not as talented, their appearance and attitude were much better than those from the first military academy. His tone inevitably carried a hint of mockery. As the figures faded into the distance, he glanced at Luo Chun. Long time no see. How about a little race? Luo Chun pursed his lips and expressionlessly declined. I want to stay with my team. No time. Hua Cheng immediately smiled, stepping forward to pat Luo Chun on the shoulder. I knew you'd want to stay with your team, so I'll leave my team to you. Out of consideration for their past as classmates, Luo Chun endured it. In the next moment, his strong body shot out, creating a graceful arc. Wow. Impressive, Hua Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. After running for a while, everyone began to tire. The students from the first military academy and the military-affiliated college were completely mixed together. However, the color of their clothing was different. The military-affiliated college wore a light gray that was resistant to dirt, while the first military academy wore a deep blue that was both dark and attractive. The few light, gray-clad students stood out starkly among the sea of blue, especially as a couple of them held leading positions. Even more glaringly, 2 students in light, gray consistently occupied the front positions. The student from the first military academy were turning red with envy. What gives that little shorty the right? One student questioned. The shorty in question was none other than Shen Xi, among the military students averaging over 190 centimeters in height. Shen Xi was considered tall, but still somewhat lacking. Yet, she seemed to be moving effortlessly. The loose hem of her clothing swayed slightly with her movements. Despite her slender figure, each step she took felt solid. In fact, this level of training intensity was nothing for Shen Xi. Firstly, her control over star power had reached a meticulous level. Even with just a little star power, she could compress it for multiple uses. Therefore, the current level of the star power limiting wristband posed no challenge for her. She moved easily and even had the energy to ask Kuei Mu what he wanted for lunch. Since they were riding the coattails of the first military academy, the food was decent. Yiyo is in the auxiliary major, and I'm worried she won't make it back in time for lunch. Let's each grab a bit of food for her too, she said. Kuei Mu nodded. Okay. The third cafeteria has the most abundant food, and the serving staff are generous. We'll aim for the third cafeteria when we get back, understood? Shen Xi anticipated that the instructors would definitely prioritize the third cafeteria. Thinking of this, Kuei Mu immediately added, I heard the third cafeteria prepared a pot today. Shen Xi's eyes lit up at once, exclaiming in amazement, Not bad, Kuei Mu, you've improved. to inquire about these things now. Kuei-mu felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "It's not me. It's Yuyo who inquired." Shen Xi immediately decided, "Then we'll go fight for the pot at the third cafeteria." "Hey!" Suddenly, a voice came from the side as Fu Zhou, gritting his teeth, speeded up to catch up with Shen Xi and Kuei-mu. His rebellious brows concealed disdain. He was one of the top students among the new First Military Academy students, excelling in both talent and family background. The only person he respected was Tang Ji. Seeing these two acting so arrogantly in front of him was truly a sign of not taking him seriously. "Are you two being too presumptuous?" Shen Xi and Kuei-mu exchanged puzzled glances. Shen Xi remained silent, while Kuei-mu also quieted down. Fu Zhou's eyes displayed further disdain, his tone condescending. "This is military training, not a place for your chit-chat." His high and mighty attitude was filled with contempt. Shen Xi didn't understand and retorted, "How does our conversation interfere with your military training?" A flash of displeasure crossed Fu Zhou's eyes as he raised his voice. "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? You're quite brave." "Shen Xi." Kuei-mu, look, he's so fragile. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhou was enraged. Chapter 57. Are half-stars unworthy? "The lowly half-star, how dare you speak to me?" On the other side, Shen Xi came to a halt, her expression dark. Kuei-mu was a bit confused and also stopped, looking at Shen Xi with a bewildered gaze. It was this gaze that pricked Shen Xi's heart even more. Kuei-mu might have heard such words many times before, to the point that they no longer mattered at this moment. Fu Zhou also stopped, looking at Shen Xi's face, extremely displeased. "What does this mean? Are you looking for a fight?" Shen Xi curled her lips slightly. "Yes." Fu Zhou widened his eyes. What? The military training regulations only stated that students from the same school cannot fight during training. But it didn't include students from different schools. The moment the words left her mouth, Shen Xi flipped her wrist, and a dazzling light unique to star power burst forth from her palm, a fiery sand staff appearing in her hand. The staff, wrapped in snow and terrifying star power, came crashing down towards Fu Zhou. He looked up in horror, his panicked eyes reflecting the shadow of the staff, like a thunderbolt striking down. Once she made her move, there was no possibility of holding back. Not using a long sword was already her kindness, considering the opponent was a military academy student. Fu Zhou couldn't dodge in time and took a solid hit on the shoulder. She weighed the staff in her hand, then dropped it down to Fu Zhou's knee position, catching him off guard with a sweeping blow. In the blink of an eye, the entire process was complete. Fu Zhou bent his knee and let out a muffled groan as he knelt down. She sneered and rushed forward, kicking him in the chest, sending him flying 5 meters backward. She swung the staff around and was about to move forward when Luo Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Shen Xi. Shen Xi stopped, turned back, and shot Luo Chen a cold glance. By now, quite a few people had gathered around to witness the scene. The students from a military academy looked at Shen Xi as if they were seeing a monster. It should be noted that Fu Zhou was well known among the new students of the military academy. He had good talent, a good family background, and exceptional combat ability. After all, he had been trained at home since he was young. They assumed they would be badly beaten if they faced Fu Zhou. Yet, this Fu Zhou had no ability to retaliate against a girl from the military training institute. It was too tragic. And what kind of gaze did that girl have? She didn't even put Luo Chen in her eyes. Luo Chen sighed. He knew she was not going to make things easy for him. The young man stepped forward, extending his hand towards Shen Xi, his fingertips curling slightly. Shen Xi held the fiery sand staff behind her, the bright red light standing out vividly against the white backdrop. She extended her other hand, which wore a star power restriction bracelet, and Luo Chen pulled her closer, fiddling with it a bit. Glancing at the cold-faced girl in front of him, Luo Chen spoke in a condescending tone. The star power restriction is raised to level 5. Still trying to show off. She shook her hand, feeling slightly better due to Luo Chen's attitude, and casually said, "Whatever." "What? The star power restriction raised to level 5? What? She beating Fu Zhou was just showing off?" The students from a military training institute straightened their backs inexplicably. The military academy students, on the other hand, were filled with rage. "Instructor Luo, how can this be? Shen Xi tightened her grip on the staff, tilting her head towards the source of the voice. The voice immediately stuttered. Well, there should be an explanation. How can you suddenly hit someone? Shen Xi ignored the person speaking and looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen's imposing gaze swept around, and he announced now, for those who did not return to the base within the stipulated time, the penalty for returning late will be multiplied. If you are 1 hour late, it's multiplied by 1. 1.5 hours late, it's multiplied by 1. 5. No upper limit. Once his words fell, no one dared to watch any longer. Cursing as they ran off, Shen Xi retracted the fiery sand staff and glanced at Kuei Mu beside her. Let's go if we're late. There will be no food left. Seeing that Luo Chen did not punish Shen Xi, Kuei Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing nothing happened. Shen Xi shot him a curious glance. What could happen? Yes, we are half-stars, but we all entered the military academy, and in the future, we will also be soldiers. Who gave him the sense of superiority to treat us like garbage? Are there really no half-stars on the front lines? Do those soldiers who are diligently guarding the front lines know they are being backstabbed by him from behind? People like that need to be taught a lesson. Kuei Mu felt warm in his heart, knowing that Shen Xi was mostly angry because that person had insulted him. Shen Xi was like this. Whether it was dealing with Su Jiao or him, she was always sincere. Luo Chen stood in front of Fu Zhou, who was still lying in the snow. His beautiful brows and eyes clouded with gloom, a bit of blood at the corner of his lips staining the white snow, making it very conspicuous. Can you still train? If not, I'll have a drone take you back. Luo Chen looked down at him, his tone indifferent. Fu Zhou frowned, took a moment to calm down, and slowly got up, his expression filled with unwillingness and resentment. In a fit of rage, he scooped up a pile of snow beside him, throwing it towards Luo Chen, splattering some on his meticulously kept military pants. Luo Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you protecting that lowly half-star? In Fu Zhou's eyes, anyone who could enter the military training institute was likely a half-star. And Shen Xi's reaction only solidified this possibility. However, he didn't understand how that lowly half-star could be so powerful, humiliating him to such an extent, while Luo Chen stood on her side. How infuriating. Luo Chen couldn't help but frown, still speaking in an official tone. Do you still want to continue training? You have no right to manage me. Fu Zhou's eyes were filled with hostility. Panting heavily, his words rushed. I will report this matter to the academy. Military academy students fighting is a violation, and the instructor is privately protecting them. Just wait to be kicked out of training with that lowly creature. Luo Chen's patience had run out. Whatever. The young man relaxed slightly between his brows, adding, by the way, I also want to ask your academy, are half-stars unworthy of entering military school, becoming soldiers, and guarding the front lines? Chapter 58. What's there to be happy about hearing Luo Chen's words? Fu Zhou's expression stiffened, and he clenched his teeth. Oh dear, what's going on? Huo Cheng approached with a relaxed tone, examining Fu Zhou's face. He finally concluded that the young man was quite energetic. Fu Zhou still held his neck high and said nothing. Huo Cheng rubbed the chip in his hand, which was used for scoring military academy students' assessments, and slowed his tone. Classmate Fu Zhou, since you're so energetic, hurry up and finish your training, or are you planning to give up? Fu Zhou quickly raised his head, his unwilling and resentful eyes fixed on Huo Cheng, nearly roaring, Coach, I'm not convinced. A cold glint appeared in Huo Cheng's eyes, and he said leisurely, if you're not convinced, then make her convinced. What good does it do to say you're not convinced to me? Then he raised his voice sharply. Fu Zhou, Fuzu, still full of indignation, called back, yes. Forward. Fu Zhou got up, unwillingly glanced at Luo Chen, and then ran off. Huo Cheng watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance before turning his gaze to Luo Chen. It seems you have high hopes for that, Shen Xi. Luo Chen's tense expression softened slightly. She deserves it. He thought of the footage he had seen from the drone feedback. Huo Cheng was deeply convinced of Shen Xi's potential. Indeed, she is quite deserving, but it's a pity that the First Army didn't get such a good student. Huo Cheng casually sighed. He hadn't seen Tang Ji's strength. But Fu Zhou, who claimed to be under Tang Ji, was completely no match for Shen Xi. Shen Xi had initially signed up for the First Army. Luo Chen wasn't sure why he brought this up. Perhaps it was truly out of fairness for Shen Xi, unwillingness to accept the situation. Hua Cheng was momentarily surprised. But when he came back to his senses, Luo Chun had already walked ahead. He hurriedly caught up. What do you mean by that? Luo Chun didn't turn back, his youthful brows and eyes returning to their calm demeanor. The literal meaning. Hua Cheng shot him a meaningful glance. But why do I hear that you're not very happy? Luo Chun scoffed. Who can be happy in such circumstances? When he learned that the leader had stopped Shen Xi, he was almost sick to his stomach. Luo Chun truly couldn't understand what Shen Xi was thinking. Shen Xi and Kuei Mu were the first to enter the base. Once inside, disregarding the gazes of the coaches along the way, Shen Xi and Kuei Mu rushed into the cafeteria. One chose the dishes while the other boiled soup, and soon, a bright red broth began to bubble. Shen Xi and Kuei Mu quickly found a good spot to sit down. Since they had training in the afternoon, they didn't wait for Su Jiuyao. Anyway, this place had already been arranged with the cafeteria staff, so Su Jiuyao could eat directly upon returning. After finishing lunch and just stepping out of the cafeteria, Shen Xi noticed a group of military academy students gathering not far away, frequently glancing their way. After a moment's pause, Shen Xi took the initiative to walk over. Do you need something from me? The leading male student blushed and said, Shen Xi, you're really impressive. Looking at the people around him, they all gazed at Shen Xi with bright eyes. Shen Xi smiled lightly, her tone sincere. You can also be impressive. With Shen Xi's words, the military academy students felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Not far away, a student from the First Army couldn't help but snort. She really stands out, doesn't she? If Tang Ji from the First Army hadn't come, what would she be? So arrogant. The First Army students were extremely unconvinced. Meanwhile, Chen Lai, the captain of the military academy's first team, looked at Shen Xi with admiration, feeling a bit shy. This captain should be you. Shen Xi, however, didn't think much of it. You're doing great too. Over the past few days, he had been coordinating the team and assisting Luo Chun, doing very well. And everyone trusted him. Chen Lai smiled shyly. Compared to you, I'm too lacking. Shen Xi, you're really impressive. Chen Lai secretly decided to look up to Shen Xi and become someone as impressive as her. Once, he thought that half-star people could never compare to star people and could never surpass them. But Shen Xi demonstrated through her actions that star people could also be beneath half-star people. Feeling Chen Lai's gaze, Shen Xi was moved. Let's work hard together and grow stronger. Shen Xi's words made the group, led by Chen Lai, feel their hearts flutter. The noon break only lasted half an hour. In the afternoon, there was indoor star power control training. The military academy students needed to wear star power limiting wristbands and use their star power to pass through small holes in the transparent walls, accurately hitting the meteorite gold balls on the other side. Meteorite gold, being a solid metal of the Sherman star system, had a very high density. One can imagine how demanding it was to hit a meteorite gold ball. Sufficient sharpness and strength were required to strike the meteorite gold ball. In the training room, only a few people stood, as everyone felt exhausted after the morning's drills. Hua Cheng's smiling eyes scanned the room and then slowly spoke. Each hit on the meteorite gold ball counts as 1 point. If you score less than 50 points, not only will you miss dinner tonight, but you'll also have to stay behind to complete the goal. This meant everyone had to hit at least 250 times. Everyone looked at the meteorite gold balls hanging on the other side of the transparent wall, scattered at various distances from the room. Unsurprisingly, the closer meteorite gold balls were easier to hit. Didn't the ones in front have an advantage? Shen, she was also looking over there. She quietly tugged on Kuei Mu's sleeve. Kuei Mu turned his head and met Shen Xi's eyes, leaning in to whisper, I have a feeling this round is a team match. You should remind Chen Lai and the others. Similar small movements like Kuei Mu's gradually unfolded in the room. After Hua Cheng confirmed they were ready, he spoke again, now adjust the star power limiting wristbands to level 2. At this point, he paused and looked at Shen Xi among the crowd. The star power limiting wristbands of your classmates are adjusted to level 5. As soon as this was said, all eyes fell on Shen Xi. Look, keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Letting you be arrogant. The First Army students couldn't help but show schadenfreude. The military academy students were worried and indignant. They were worried that Shen Xi was being targeted by the First Army's coach and indignant that the First Army's coach would actually target Shen Xi. It was simply too much. However, Shen Xi, who was being treated specially, felt indifferent and adjusted to level 5 without a care. Watching the smug First Army students, Hua Cheng secretly sighed. Others at level 5, and they at level 2, competing on the same stage, didn't he feel guilty, but were instead happy. What is there to be happy about? If these were his soldiers, he would have kicked them out long ago. After all, they were military academy students. Hua Cheng comforted himself, reminding himself not to bring the crude ways of the military district over. He had to protect the flowers of the Sherman star system. Now, everyone, rely on your own abilities. As soon as the words fell, everyone rushed forward, charging ahead. Sensi kesturet to kuimu immediately transformet. And the giant wolf appeared in the room, knocking down those who were running nearby. Chapter 59. Why did you provoke her? The transformation of star people requires the support of star power. Upon witnessing Guimund's transformation, those around him changed their expressions several times before ultimately choosing to abandon the option. Shen Xi jumped on a Kuei Mu's back and reached out her hand towards Chun Lai and the others. Those who could come up did so, while those who couldn't closely followed Kuei Mu's side. The military academy students reacted quickly. Those with slightly lesser abilities were sent onto Kuei Mu's back, while those with decent abilities stayed firmly beside him. Kuei Mu's massive body resembled a small mountain. As a group of military students escorted the students from the military academy towards the transparent wall. Sitting on Kuei Mu's back, Shen Xi squinted and asked them, "Can you shoot arrows?" "What?" The crowd had not yet responded when Shen Xi brought her hands together, and in an instant, the yin sha bao appeared in her hands. The arrows, formed from condensed star power, emitted a bright light, drawing the bow to its full moon shape. The next moment, with a whoosh, the star power arrow shot out, accurately hitting the meteorite gold ball on the other side through a small hole in the wall. Finally, Shen Xi turned to look at them and asked, "Can you do it? Can give it a try. It doesn't seem difficult." Shen Xi spread her hands, and the yin sha bao appeared in her hand again. She distributed the yin sha bows to the military academy students, demonstrating once more. Seeing the scene, the first military students turned green with anger, wondering how she had so much star power, wasting such star power to help those useless people. What a fool Shen Xi was. Kuei Mu interfered with the first military students, while the military academy students seized the opportunity to shoot their star power arrows. The first military students were also unwilling to back down, and for a time, star power arrows flew into the meteorite gold balls across the way. As the number of hits increased, finally, some meteorite gold balls could not withstand the pressure and shattered, scattering in a meteorite sand. With the first meteorite gold ball shattering, the battle became increasingly chaotic. Shooting star power and hitting the meteorite gold balls would simultaneously feedback to the student star rings. Therefore, they clearly knew how many times they had hit the meteorite gold balls. At this moment, there were a total of 150 people in the room, and among them, only 25 belonged to the military academy. Hua Cheng looked at the clearly united military academy students and the first military students still fighting individually, shaking his head again. How to put it? Each has its pros and cons. Over here, after Shen Xi's initial 2 demonstrations, she had not engaged much in the fighting. She and Kuei Mu mainly focused on interfering with the first military students. As time passed, the closest meteorite gold balls had mostly dissipated. Fu Zhou finally arrived late, entering the training room with those students returning to the base. Noticing the gazes from the others, Shen Xi glanced sideways and saw that he looked energetic and spirited, with no visible injuries. Clearly, he had spent time healing himself. As soon as he entered, he exuded a fierce aura. Since his arrival, some first military students automatically gathered around Fu Zhou, clearly taking him as their backbone. Fu Zhou rubbed his hands, his eyes fixed intently on Shen Xi. Sure enough, the next moment, a blast of star power deflected his shot arrow. The arrow continued its course, nearly hitting a military academy student in the corner. Shen Xi turned to look. Fu Zhou provocatively lifted his chin and simultaneously made a thumbs-up gesture with his hand. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes slightly. This kid really was a handful. The next moment, Shen Xi patted Kuei Mu's back, dividing the battlefield. The two had fought together for a long time, their cooperation seamless. Upon hearing Shen Xi's words, Kuei Mu let out a long howl, shaking everyone to their core. Then, Kuei Mu seemed to go mad, charging wildly through the crowd. knocking the first military students aside. Seeing this, Fuzhou unleashed a series of star power blades towards Shen Xi and Kuei Mu. Shen Xi sneered, putting away the yin sha bao and forming a wall of star power in her palm, blocking all the attacks. As the number of first military students near the transparent wall decreased, Shen Xi chuckled lightly and suddenly spoke out loud. To all my comrades from the First Military Academy, don't blame me for filling the well after drinking too much water. Blame your classmates for targeting me so specifically. Everyone was momentarily confused, and the next moment, Shen Xi flipped her hand downward, her gaze bold and extraordinary. Walls of yin sha rose from the ground, quickly reaching the ceiling, trapping the military academy students and a small number of first military students on the side of the transparent wall. The tall yin sha walls fit tightly together, dividing the large training room into two parts. The first military students, along with Hua Cheng, were stunned. This girl, Hua Cheng, couldn't help but chuckle. The first military academy students soon reacted, glaring angrily at Fuzhou. They didn't have time to think about how Shen Xi had limited her star power to level 5, yet could still summon so much star power to create so many yin sha walls. Now, they were only concerned that their task had not been completed. It had originally seemed hopeful, even if they all fought together. Now, Shen Xi had blocked everything. What a perfect case of filling the well after drinking too much water. Fuzhou, what were you thinking provoking her? Was getting beaten up in the morning not enough pain? The accusing gazes from everyone were too obvious, leaving Fuzhou feeling somewhat at a loss. Chapter 60. Waiting for you. Convincing me. Looking at this scene, Hua Cheng found it amusing. Instructor, isn't this a foul? Fuzhou asked, unconvinced, suddenly turning around to inquire. Caught off guard, Hua Cheng restrained his emotions and slowly shook his head. Not a foul. Hearing this, Fuzhou was so infuriated that she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Gritting her teeth, she glared fiercely at the tall flame sand wall. What was there to fear? Maintaining such a large-scale mark required a considerable amount of star power, and once her star power was exhausted, the wall would naturally disappear. After Fuzhou finished speaking, the military academy students belatedly realized that Shen Xi's star power limit had already reached level 5. Even in this situation, she could still produce such a large-scale mark? Hopefully, her star power wouldn't last much longer. This thought served as comfort, and the military academy students no longer had such strong opinions about Fuzhou and the others. On the other side of the flame sand wall, Shen Xi agilely jumped down from Kuei Mu's back. When she looked up, almost everyone's gaze was glued to her. Chen Lai regained his floating thoughts and slowly spoke. Shen Xi, you are really strong. After his words fell, the students from a military academy echoed in agreement. Yeah, really strong. Sister Xi is the best. Hearing such flattery, Shen Xi beamed with joy and reminded them, why aren't you finishing your tasks quickly? At her words, the military academy students were completely focused. Indeed, Shen Xi had already created such excellent conditions. If they didn't perform well, how could they explain it to her? When they felt Shen Xi's gaze upon them, the remaining 20 students from the first military group chuckled awkwardly and quietly stepped back. It seemed that Shen Xi had no intention of driving them out right now. Since this was the case, they would wait. Once the military academy completed their tasks, there would still be a share for them. Shen Xi sat down in a corner, yawned, and watched with great interest as the military academy students struck the meteorite gold balls. Before long, names of the military academy students began to appear on the task completion list on the screen behind Hua Cheng, along with completion times and success rates. Seeing this, the students from the first military group who were trapped outside felt a pang of jealousy. This information was networked throughout the entire base, so the names displayed on the screen were those of all students. In other rooms, upon seeing the contents on the screen, instructors couldn't help but comment. It seems there are quite a few good seeds in the military academy this year. Although their accuracy is slightly lacking, their speed is still quite fast. Not just fast. While students in other training rooms were either in chaotic battles or group fights, Shen Xi had single-handedly created a relatively peaceful environment. Without being disturbed, the accuracy of striking the meteorite gold balls would also improve, naturally increasing the speed. In this training room, the students from a military academy had basically completed their tasks, and they looked at Shen Xi excitedly. Shen Xi, we completed the task. Shen Xi nodded. Everyone did great. When Shen Xi said this, the others felt a bit uncomfortable. Chen Lai spoke anxiously. Shen Xi, you should hurry and complete your task too. Shen Xi slightly shook her head. I'm not in a hurry. She patted Kuei Mu's shoulder beside her, signaling him to go complete the task on his own. Kuei Mu glanced at Shen Xi, stood up, and with his fingertips swirling with star power, a wooden bow appeared in his hand. Using star power as arrows, he pulled back the bowstring and shot like a meteor. Before long, he completed the task. After Kuei Mu completed the task, the students of the first military group slowly approached the transparent wall. When they felt Shen Xi's gaze on them, they abruptly stopped. Seeing that Shen Xi and Kuei Mu still had energy left. And although there were many people left from the first military group, the military academy also had quite a few. They didn't dare to do anything that would make Shen Xi misunderstand. You are free to do as you wish. She just couldn't stand that Fuzhou. It wouldn't be because of one person that she would judge everyone else. Upon receiving Shen Xi's confirmation, the students from the first military group were extremely excited and hurriedly completed their tasks. As the name of the first military group appeared on the screen, Hua Cheng's smile became even more pronounced. The students trapped outside the first military group erupted into a huge discussion. Since those trapped over there could continue hitting the meteorite gold balls, why couldn't they? At that moment, a small gap in the flame sand wall suddenly descended. Just enough for Shen Xi to sit on the wall. She swung her long legs and smiled at the first military group students who glanced over. Hello, everyone. Do you want to come in? As soon as Shen Xi's words fell, the eyes of the first military group students sparkled with excitement. Yes. Shen Xi pursed her lips, her gaze lightly scanning around before returning to the front, unsurprisingly spotting Fu Zhou's flushed face. All right, but I have a request. No sooner had the word request left her lips than a burst of star power suddenly shot over from afar. Shen Xi, unfazed, blocked it with a star power shield, turned her head, and met Fu Zhou's fiery gaze. Looks like you guys don't really want to come in. Shen Xi spoke from her elevated position on the wall, looking down at Fu Zhou. In that moment, Fu Zhou felt as though he had shrunk in Shen Xi's eyes. This realization only fueled his fury. Meanwhile, the student from the first military group, eager to complete their tasks, angrily glared at him. Some even came forward to restrain Fu Zhou. At that moment, Fu Zhou was isolated and helpless. This was truly a blow both physically and mentally. Shen Xi rested her chin on her hand, finding the scene amusing. How should I put it? Although Fu Zhou had followers, the first military group was just too large. Being large meant there were too many people. How could everyone possibly admire Fu Zhou? If he was strong, hadn't Shen Xi completely dominated him? Shen Xi, Fu Zhou has deeply realized his mistakes, and Fu Zhou is Fu Zhou. We are us. Shen Xi, please distinguish between the two. Hearing the student's words, Fu Zhou was so furious that he cursed loudly. However, the other party stood tall, seemingly unbothered. Only looking at Shen Xi. I don't have many requests. Just admit that I'm stronger than you. Immediately after, the first military group erupted in unison. Shen Xi is the strongest. Ha! Shen Xi laughed so hard that she trembled, waving her small hand. I'm very happy today. Except for Fu Zhou and those who follow him, everyone else can continue hitting the small balls. This was quite blatant. The members of the first military group exchanged glances and decisively tied up Fu Zhou and the 15 who followed him, placing them in a corner. Seeing this, in the next moment, Shen Xi removed the flame sand wall. The student from the first military group re-entered the competition of hitting the meteorite gold balls. Shen Xi then slowly walked over to Fu Zhou and the others. TSK. Why don't you remember to hit? Was this morning not painful enough? Fu Zhou glared at her with resentment, shouting, Instructor, isn't this still a violation of the rules? A few seconds later, Hua Cheng's voice came leisurely. Not a violation. Fu Zhou gritted his teeth, damn it. Seeing his tense expression, Shen Xi felt much better. It's only because Tang Ji isn't here that you. A monkey became king. Bah, Tang Ji. This name was not new to Shen Xi. She raised an eyebrow. Seeing Shen Xi's indifference, Fu Zhou sneered, just wait. Tang G1T let you off easily. Shen Xi crossed her arms, watching the battle ahead, and casually replied, if you can't win, just bring someone else. I understand. Such childish and irresponsible behavior. Fu Zhou was momentarily speechless. I just want you to understand that you have nothing to be arrogant about. Shen Xi turned around, quietly gazing at him, and exaggeratedly said, it's just a matter of instant killing you. There is nothing to be arrogant about, so why are you being arrogant? Fu Zhou's face flushed. Is it because you have a Tang Ji behind you? DEITY. I don't understand. If you don't accept me, why do you hope to defeat me through others? Why can't you make an effort yourself without hands or feet? After saying this, Shen Xi sneered contemptuously, her gaze sweeping over the group of people following Fu Zhou. It seemed to say, how could such an unambitious person deserve their following? At that moment, their thoughts of following Fu Zhou wavered. Shen Xi slowly walked away. As the military academy students gradually completed their tasks, Hu Cheng's voice rang out. There was still half an hour left in the training time, and after that, the scores would be invalid. Shen Xi glanced at the battlefield. In the opposite room, only the distant falling golden ball was still hanging. Those military academy students who lacked the star power to hit it all hung their heads in despair. If they weren't wearing the star power limiting bracelets, they might have succeeded. But now it was almost impossible to hit. Shen Xi clasped her hands together, and as she pulled them apart, the yin sha bao was also drawn back. At the same time, everyone's gaze turned towards her. They were all curious about how much star power Shen Xi had left after using the mark. Could she still hit that distant falling golden ball? Shen Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. Look, on the yin sha bao, 5-star power arrows were knocked. What was Shen Xi going to do? In the next moment, the 5-star power arrows shot out, flying through different wall holes towards the distant falling golden ball. With a clang, they collided, and the star power arrows pierced into the yin sha ball. In the next moment, the falling golden ball was completely destroyed. Seeing this, everyone changed their expressions drastically. It should be noted that at this distance, very few could hit the yin sha ball. Therefore, the yin sha ball's defensive power was not small. Yet Shen Xi's star power was so strong that it directly destroyed the falling golden ball. Just how much star power did she have? Shen Xi moved quickly, and soon, only 5 falling golden balls remained hanging in the small house opposite. Shen Xi was just 5 hits away from completing her task. She turned to look at Fu Zhou and the others, pretending to be troubled, and said, I'm very sorry. In the next moment, she turned back, drew her bow, and the star power arrows shot out, piercing through the 5 farthest falling golden balls. The golden balls exploded in midair, scattering fine golden sand that fell down like rain. Some people realized belatedly that Shen Xi was trying to cut off Fu Zhou's retreat, but Fu Zhou couldn't even hit those distant falling golden balls. In other words, Shen Xi had overestimated Fu Zhou. All the falling golden balls were exhausted, and Hu Cheng took a deep look at Shen Xi before stepping forward. The training was over, and those who hadn't completed their tasks could go receive their punishment. Someone untied Fu Zhou, who stared fixedly at Shen Xi in the crowd, his throat rolling, his expression fierce. Shen Xi, we're not done. Shen Xi tilted her head, laughing lightly, her beautiful features appearing even more enchanting in the military uniform. I'm waiting for you, any time to defeat me. Chapter 61. Trapped by her, Fu Zhou and the people following him did not complete their tasks. Not only did they miss dinner, but they also had to undergo double training. After the training ended, Shen Xi and Kuei Mu left, and the people from the military academy excitedly followed behind Shen Xi. Shen Xi, you are really strong. Such voices kept ringing out, and they admired Shen Xi from the bottom of their hearts. They also longed to become as powerful as Shen Xi. Outside the base, snow had begun to fall, and in the distance, there was a figure standing in the snow, as if it had taken root in place. Shen Xi's face suddenly broke into a brilliant smile, leaving those around her momentarily stunned. The next moment, Shen Xi suddenly dashed out, star power swirling around her toes, increasing her speed. Noticing the figure in the distance, Chenlai couldn't help but wonder, who is that? Kuei Mu looked indifferent. That's a good friend. Chenlai was curious. Is that Shen Xi's? Gui Muso, he's head. No, it's mine. As for Shen Xi's relationship with Xing Lin, Kuei Mu pursed his lips and looked into the distance, unsure of how to explain. Shen Xi had already stopped in front of Xing Lin, the girl slightly huffing, her eyes shining bright. How did you get here? According to military training rules, Xing Lin shouldn't have come. Xing Lin's expression was gentle as he looked Shen Xi up and down. The white snow almost covered his entire body, and the snowflakes on his brown-green long eyelashes made his delicate features appear even more ethereal, as if he were not human. It seemed he wasn't human after all. I came to see you. Shen Xi raised her hand to brush the snow off him, the snowflakes fluttering down. Where will you be resting later? Xing Lin didn't mind and slightly raised his gaze, locking onto her. Where can I rest? He was a deity, perhaps different from herself. Shen Xi nodded. I wrote some characters for you these past 2 days and was planning to have a robot take them back. Xing Lin replied, I know. It was precisely because he knew that he was eager to come and see. Shen Xi wasn't surprised. Then I'll give them to you later. Xing Lin had been looking at her when he suddenly reached out. Shen Xi was taken aback, allowing Xing Lin's hand to fall on the tips of her hair. His well-defined fingers gestured slightly, his tone gentle. Your hair has grown a lot. Shen Xi had cut her hair short enough before, and she hadn't taken care of it in the past few days, so it had indeed grown a bit. However, she was puzzled. Didn't we just part ways a couple of days ago? The length was about the same then and now. The tips of her hair brushed against Xing Lin's fingertips, which curled slightly, pausing for a moment before withdrawing. He pursed his lips, emphasizing, it seems to have grown much longer than 2 days ago. Seeing him like this, Shen Xi no longer refuted. She just smiled, asking him to wait there for a moment. Shen Xi returned to her dormitory to fetch the writing, and Xing Lin was still waiting in place, not moving an inch. Shen Xi, holding the writing, felt a bit helpless. Aren't you feeling the wind and snow? Saying this, she handed the writing over to him. Xing Lin didn't take it immediately. Instead, he first used his star power to disperse the snow around him. Once he was dry and refreshed, he took the writing and held it in his arms. After considering Shen Xi's words, he nodded. What you said is right. Although I don't feel much, the writing can't withstand the wind and snow. Here he goes again, treating the writing as if it were his life. Shen Xi sighed. I'm not talking about the writing. I'm talking about you. How can you compare an object to a person? Xing Lin nodded, looking thoughtful. Shen Xi took out an umbrella from her compressed space and held it over Xing Lin's head. I'm going back now. There will probably be training at night. Xing Lin nodded, seriously suggesting, I'll stay nearby. If you need anything, just call me anytime. Xing Lin believed that training with him would definitely be much better than this so-called military training. However, Shen Xi had already enrolled and had to follow the school rules. He could only add extra practice for her. Shen Xi indicated that she understood. After a brief rest in the afternoon, the night training focused on mech operation. It was still with the First Army, but for some reason, Fu Zhou did not attend the training session. Shen Xi thought he hadn't finished the afternoon training, not realizing he had gone to do something significant. Unlike most of the students in the First Army, who came from military families, the students from the military academy were almost all first-time users of mecha. Mecha could maximize the combat capabilities of star beings. The combination of star power and mecha was a significant weapon in the Shuwen star system. Moreover, the existence of mecha also provided self-defense capabilities for intelligent robots and semi-intelligent beings engaged in auxiliary military roles. Similarly, some semi-star beings with lower combat power could use mecha to shorten the gap with star beings. However, driving a mecha also depended on talent. In the spacious and bright training room, 3 mechas were displayed, each representing a different branch: heavy mecha, light mecha, and versatile mecha. The former was stable and easy to operate. The middle one was swift and flexible, while the last one, the versatile mecha, was more moderate than truly all-encompassing. The students from the military academy stared at the 3 towering mechas in awe. TCH, country bumpkin. A harsh voice suddenly rang out, and Shen Xi couldn't help but look over in the direction of the sound. The speaker met her gaze and looked startled for a moment. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He suddenly remembered that Shen Xi might also be seeing a mecha for the first time. At this, the boy straightened his back. You definitely haven't seen mecha before, right? Haha, you are in for a treat. He whistled, proudly saying, how about this? The instructor hasn't arrived yet. Do you want me to tell you how to use the mecha now, so you won't embarrass yourself in front of the instructor? He wore a look of false kindness, as if he was doing her a favor. Shen Xi almost laughed. He was really full of himself. No need. She decisively rejected him and walked to a corner with a blank expression. Seeing this, the boy scoffed. What are you pretending for? Luo Chun soon arrived. Driving a mecha requires compatibility, usually referring to affinity with intelligent beings. In this regard, intelligent robots were superior to semi-intelligent beings, who were in turn superior to humans. And finally, semi-star beings. Those who fell at the bottom, star beings, had to rely on luck. Those with poor compatibility might even struggle to perform simple movements in a mecha. That boy probably didn't expect that almost all the students in the military academy were semi-star beings, giving them a significant advantage over the First Army. After a brief explanation, they could start hands-on practice. Aside from the 3 demonstration mechas, Luo Chun brought in about 20 more mechas. Everyone divided into groups, with 10 people per group for trial driving. The students from the First Army grouped together, while the military academy students had to form their own groups. They quickly got the hang of it and drove the mechas around a few laps. After coming down, they looked disdainfully at the military academy side, as if they had finally found a way to crush them, filled with a sense of superiority. On the military academy side, the condescending glances were so blatant that everyone felt a breath of anger building up inside. Shen Xi encouraged them to relax, explaining that linking star rings with mecha and controlling the mecha was actually quite similar to controlling their own bodies. Chunlai took a deep breath and resolutely entered the mecha. It seemed to be his first time, and he was a bit nervous. After starting up, the mecha stumbled a bit, tripping over its own feet. Fortunately, Chunlai quickly adjusted, only stumbling a couple of steps. This scene instantly triggered laughter from the First Army students. So funny, the country bumpkin from the military academy hasn't even seen a mecha before. As he spoke, a boy in the crowd exaggeratedly mimicked Chun Lai's earlier movements. Shen Xi watched and quietly flicked a bit of star power. The next moment, a scream rang out, and with a loud thud, that boy fell to the ground. Who ambushed me? He sat on the ground, angrily looking around. As I was about to collide with Shen Xi's calm eyes, my voice suddenly faltered. Pretending to be magnanimous, I stammered, I'm fine too, then let's just forget it. But how could the people from the military academy not see that the other party was scared of Shen Xi, which was why they said that? After running a lap, Chun Lai exited the mech, his entire being in a state of extreme excitement. I did it. It was really simple. He shared his little tricks with the newcomers. Seeing this, Shen Xi smiled with satisfaction. The people behind also successfully completed their mechs. Finally, it was Shen Xi's turn. The soldiers instinctively turned their gazes towards her. Shen Xi's strength made them scrutinize her for any weaknesses. Even in the realm of mechs, where Shen Xi might not necessarily be weak in the future, as long as she showed even a hint of incompetence today, they would think that Shen Xi was nothing special. Shen Xi entered the mech, connected to the star ring, and noticed the gazes of the people outside. She smiled. In the next moment, the mech started moving. Although it was a bulky, heavy mech type, it was incredibly agile in Shen Xi's hands, swiftly darting across the open space and executing a beautiful 1.5 somersault at the end. This, even though there was a flair for showmanship, everyone acknowledged they were impressed. The students from the 1st Military Regiment reported that nothing happened. The military academy students erupted in joyful cheers. Amidst the cheers, Shen Xi opened the mech's hatch, nimbly climbed up to sit on the arm of the mech, and revealed a playful smile. Not far away, Luo Chun, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile too. This truly was a carefree age. But in the next moment, Shen Xi's smile suddenly faded. 2 instructors and Fu Zhou walked into the training room, with the 2 instructors heading towards Luo Chun. Fu Zhou stood at the door with his arms crossed, looking at Shen Xi with an air of arrogance, while negotiating with Luo Chun. The instructors frequently cast their gazes towards Shen Xi. Even Shen Xi, no matter how dull she was, understood that they were coming for her. She just didn't know what Fu Zhou would do. Had he reported the incident of him hitting her to the academy? That seemed like something he would do. Shen Xi jumped down from the mech first, meeting the 2 instructors. As they walked outside, the military academy crowd followed anxiously. Shen Xi turned back, first catching the worried gaze of Kuei Mu not far away, then looking at the others, who were all anxiously watching her. Chunlai even spoke up, "Excuse me, instructors. Where are you taking our team member Shen Xi? The instructor's expression was stern, intimidating Chun Lai with his gaze. This has nothing to do with you. Focus on your training. Chun Lai clenched his teeth and anxiously looked back at Shen Xi. Shen Xi responded with a reassuring smile. It's okay. I'm fine. You all train well. Chapter 62. Arbitrary bullying with Shen Xi's instructions. Chun Lai and the others were worried, but did not dare to act recklessly, only watching as Shen Xi followed the instructors away. At the entrance to the training room, they encountered Fu Zhou, who stared at Shen Xi for a few seconds before suddenly sneering. Are you still arrogant now? Seeing the blatant sarcasm and smugness in his eyes, Shen Xi was extremely puzzled. To him, being unable to beat someone up was quite an honor. Perhaps it was because Shen Xi appeared exceptionally calm, without a trace of panic or fear. The smile on Fu Zhou's lips faded as he stared at her thoughtfully for a few seconds before disdainfully uttering, pretending to be calm. After saying that, he abruptly turned and walked away. TSK. Behind him, Shen Xi made a sarcastic sound. When Fu Zhou turned back to look, she walked with a more relaxed and flamboyant stride. Fu Zhou glared at her, clenching his fists and wanting to make a move. Shen Xi glanced at his gesture provocatively. What, do you want to hit me? She had the look of someone daring him to try. You. Fu Zhou was so furious that his whole body trembled. Seeing this, Shen Xi laughed heartily, satisfied as she walked past him. Fu Zhou was like a defeated rooster, forced to follow behind Shen Xi, seething with indignation. This scene indeed made it hard to tell who was truly being bullied. Entering the office of the chief instructor responsible for this military training, the man's hawkish eyes fixed on Shen Xi. His tightly furrowed brows and the displeasure in his eyes made his attitude very clear. Shen Xi stood there obediently, accepting his scrutiny. Although she felt unhappy inside, she did not show it. After all, the military instructors were naturally inclined towards their own students, which was not surprising. Did you cause trouble and fight? The person at the top asked with a commanding tone, his voice booming like thunder. Shen Xi replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Returning to the instructor, I did not. How could that be considered causing trouble? She had merely helped a student from the 1st military unit out of goodwill. The man raised his voice, did not. His anger was palpable, truly unsettling. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him was Shen Xi. Shen Xi looked up, her lips curling slightly. Yes, I said I did not. What? Can the instructor not hear what the student is saying? Shen Xi. Fu Zhou furiously slammed his palm on the table, producing a thunderous sound. Do you know where you are and who you are talking to? Beside Shen Xi, 2 instructors slightly shifted their bodies, frantically signaling her with their eyes. Shen Xi pretended not to see, speaking earnestly. I know. I'm in your office, chief instructor, speaking with you. It's an honor to speak with you. The content of her words was fine, but the tone was dripping with sarcasm, which darkened Fu Zhou's face even more. Shen Xi sighed. Well, since the chief instructor believes I caused trouble, then let it be as you say. What can a small student like me do? I can only accept whatever you say. What a clever way to retreat while advancing. Fu Zhou looked at her coldly. He did not believe she recognized her mistake. Meanwhile, Fu Zhou, unaware of Shen Xi's sarcastic undertone, thought she was scared and couldn't wait to speak up. You know, that's good. Shen Xi, just wait to get kicked out of the training base. Trash should go where trash belongs. Shen Xi turned to Fu Zhou, raised her hand to clench her fist, and smiled maliciously. Oh, where do you say trash should be? The murderous intent in the girl's narrowed eyes was unmistakable. Remembering the beating from the morning, Fu Zhou felt his skin tighten, stepping back half a step. What do you want to do? This is the chief instructor's office. Shen Xi looked innocent. I don't want to do anything. You can't stay in the chief instructor's office forever, can you? Or do you mean? Shen Xi turned back, smiling at Fu Zhou. The chief instructor has to guard you closely all the time? After saying that, Shen Xi laughed. How interesting. Enough. Fu Zhou's face darkened. Since you've already admitted. Shen Xi raised her hand, interrupting him. Chief instructor, mind your wording. I did not admit anything. I said what you say is what it is. Fu Zhou narrowed his eyes. What's the difference? Of course there is. It does not mean I am wrong. After saying this, without waiting for the enraged Fu Zhou to speak, Shen Xi took the initiative to say, you want to kick me out of the military training base. But my records are at the military-affiliated hospital. The chief instructor can only speak after obtaining permission from the military-affiliated hospital. Using the military-affiliated hospital to pressure him? Fu Zhe acknowledged that the girl in front of him was a rational troublemaker. But she was mistaken. So what if it was the military-affiliated hospital? The training base is under my control now. If I say you won't be trained, then you won't be trained. Oh, Shen Xi pretended to exaggerate. The chief instructor has such great authority. Since you say what you say is what it is, if you say I won't be trained, then no one could train me. I understand. What do you understand? Fu Zhou couldn't help but ask. Shen Xi smiled. I understand that being unable to beat people is indeed quite effective. As soon as her words fell, a voice immediately rang out. I don't know if my authority is enough. Everyone in the room turned to look at the source of the voice. Standing outside the open door was Li Zhan, dressed in military uniform, nearly 2 meters tall and with a sturdy build. Just standing there made people feel intimidated. Not to mention, he held multiple identities. Although he was affiliated with the military-affiliated hospital, he was not inferior to the 1st military unit. But what rank did the head of the 1st military unit, Tang Ming, hold? What rank did Li Zhan hold? Tang Ming was not only experienced, but had also consecutively led 2 heads of state, Ming Yu and Chen Yi, holding high positions for many years. With a stamp of his foot, the entire military world would tremble. For Li Zhan to achieve such accomplishments at this age was enough to make his peers envious. At this moment, the originally seated Fu Zhe instinctively stood up. As soon as Li Zhan entered, he shielded Shen Xi behind him, his sharp eyes scanning the room before lightly saying, I understand the situation now. So, Chief Instructor, you think half-star soldiers are trash, and trash should be in my military-affiliated hospital, right? Fu Zhe broke out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Li Zhan's gaze, merely saying, not really. If we're talking about causing trouble, it seems the 1st military unit fits that description better. Fu Zhe, not really? The people from the 1st military unit have always followed the rules. Li Zhan interrupted with displeasure. So, do you mean the people from the military-affiliated hospital do not follow the rules? Fu Zhe swallowed hard. After all, half-star soldiers are. Half-star soldiers? They can't follow the rules, but can hold a line? Do you want to broadcast this statement to all the soldiers in the 9th Army and see what the half-star soldiers think about your words? Fu Zhe was completely flustered. No, Fu Zhou certainly did not mean that. Li Zhan pressed on. Then what do you mean? Fu Zhe caught a glimpse of Shen Xi and suddenly came up with a plan. He just said Shen Xi is trash. That's all. Shen Xi is trash. This was the funniest joke Li Zhan had heard all year. So funny that he couldn't help but laugh, but only made Fu Zhe feel colder. Since Shen Xi is trash, then what about Shen Xi's fellow students from the 1st military unit? I really need to ask Director Tang how the admissions for the 1st military unit were conducted this year. Fu Zhe hurriedly looked up, wanting to make a correction. Li Zhan had already reined in his laughter. Enough, Shen Xi is not at fault. First, this is the first time the 2 schools are training together. There is no rule against fighting between schools. Second, it was the people from the 1st military unit who spoke first. If you insist on punishing Shen Xi for causing trouble, then I will have to investigate whether the 1st military unit's derogatory remarks about half-star soldiers are justified. Comparing the two, a discerning person would certainly know which sin is greater. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhou anxiously looked at Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe frowned, suddenly raised his head, and showed no fear on his face. Commander Li, do you really want to escalate this matter and provoke the Fu family? Li Zhan looked down at him with indifference. Then do you really want to escalate this matter and provoke all the soldiers of the half-star people? Recently, there have been frequent frictions on the front lines with the beast and insect tribes. Are you sure you want to stab them in the back at this moment? Fu Zhe was momentarily speechless. You clearly just want to support that little girl. Why make such a big fuss? She was in the wrong first. Lizendra Turka. So the one who spoke first is not in the wrong? The two were to stand still. After a moment, Fu Zhe laughed, Commander Li. Borrowing a line from classmate Shen Xi just now, you can't always stay by her side. It's fine to let people go. Oh, so this is using Shen Xi's safety to threaten himself. Li Zhan instinctively looked at Shen Xi, who seemed completely unafraid. Indeed, she is a Mingyu. Such matters would hardly scare her. If you want to test, then go ahead, but let me make it clear, Shen Xi is not someone you can easily manipulate. If you touch her, the Fu family behind you can expect to fall apart. No matter how ambiguous Chen Yi's attitude towards Shen Xi is, the 13th Army would never stand by and watch the daughter of Mingyu get into trouble. throughout the Shuwen star system. Everyone who has admired Mingyu or has been protected by Mingyu would not turn a blind eye. Moreover, there is also the Shen family. Shen Wei is famously protective of Shen Xi. Do they really think Shen Xi is someone they can bully? In fact, regarding this matter, Luo Chun has already sent the information to Chun Yi. Just as Li Zhan was leaving with Shen Xi, Chun Yi's communication came through. Fu Zhe did not take Li Zhan's words to heart. Although he could see that Li Zhan was intentionally protecting Shen Xi, he probably also considered this person as his disciple. But what is just an 11th army? Who doesn't have a military district? Until Chun Yi's communication came in, Fu Zhe didn't think much and directly answered the call. On the other side of the light screen, the man who had just come down from the battlefield was enveloped in a murderous aura. Are you making things difficult for Shen Xi? A restrained inquiry filled with anger left Fu Zhe and the other three completely dumbfounded. Chun Yi's thick brows were tightly knitted, and seeing Fu Zhe remain silent, he snorted coldly, "Dumb now? If you can't handle this position, I don't mind my teacher changing the candidate." After the words fell, Fu Zhe seemed to react and quickly spoke up, No. Chapter 63. Who exactly is Shen Xi? Chun Yi's temper is notoriously bad, and he is known for being cold and rigid. Fu Zhe had never heard of him making things easier for anyone. This was the first time he had called specifically for Shen Xi, which surprised Fu Zhe greatly. "Commander Chun, may I ask Shen Xi?" Chun Yi's expression was cold and impatient, indicating that some things were not to be inquired about. Fu Zhe immediately stopped speaking, lowering his head in thought for a moment. Seeing him silent, Chun Yi was about to hang up the communication. "Since you find my words unworthy of your attention, let the teacher speak to you directly." Fu Zhe was taken aback. Was this matter going to involve Dean Tang? How could Dean Tang possibly step in for such a trivial issue? Before Fu Zhe could speak, the screen distorted, and Chun Yi's figure completely disappeared. Just trying to scare someone. How could this matter possibly involve the dean? As soon as the call ended, Fu Zhou's skeptical voice rang out. It was not surprising that Li Zhan stood behind Shen Xi. The quality of students at the Military Auxiliary Academy varied, and with someone like Shen Xi, how could Li Zhan not protect her? Although he was reluctant to admit it, Fu Zhou acknowledged that Shen Xi was stronger than him. However, to say that there were powerful figures behind Shen Xi was impossible. She was just a powerless half-star person. Even if she had some connection to a family, it would definitely be a small one. Fu Zhe turned around and glared at Fu Zhou. "Did you complete your training tasks today?" At this, Fu Zhou's face immediately stiffened. He hadn't finished his training in the afternoon, and he had skipped the evening training to report on Shen Xi. Fu Zhe frowned and scolded, "You idiot! Why aren't you going? You keep saying half-star person. Why don't you go beat her?" Fu Zhou's eyes widened. Fu Zhe pointed towards the door. "Get out. Hurry." Fu Zhou angrily turned to leave. This idiot. Fu Zhe was also quite angry. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the two instructors still standing there, and he raised an eyebrow. "Don't you have any tasks?" The two instructors quickly made excuses to leave. "What do you think Shen Xi's background is?" In a secluded corner, the two instructors murmured. "What do you think? Commander Chun doesn't easily speak for others, and just now he was so protective. If you didn't know better, you'd think someone was bullying his daughter." The instructor next to him suddenly stopped, and the one speaking also halted, turning back to see his companion's shocked expression. "Shen Xi. Her last name is Shen, right?" Instantly understanding, he exclaimed, "You mean Ming?" He covered his mouth in shock. As their gazes met, the two realized. Who else could make Commander Chun break protocol? With such talent, it's no wonder she is his daughter. Bold enough, confident enough. "Let's go. I want to see this girl's information." The two conspired and left. Meanwhile, in the chief instructor's office, not long after, a communication invitation from Tang Ming rang out. Fu Zhe looked at the notification with mixed feelings, comforting himself that it might not necessarily be about Shen Xi. But deep down, he was already certain that it was most likely about this matter. Sure enough, Tang Ming first greeted him with a smile, asking him to report on work. Then changed the subject. "Little Fu, military training matters shouldn't be under my jurisdiction, but I heard that you aren't flexible enough in your dealings." Fu Zhe lowered his head, repeatedly denying it. Tang Ming waved his hand. "I'm not here to hear you say that. And it's not wrong to follow the rules. It's just that, as a young person, full of vigor, I can understand. Who hasn't been young before? When you were still a rookie in the military, you did far more outrageous things than this." Fighting is just part of being a military student, isn't it? Punishment is necessary. Double the training, remember the lesson, recognize the rules. But how can we ruin a person's future? Fuzhe smiled bitterly. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake. Tang Ming still smiled. I didn't say you were wrong. Discussing right or wrong is too serious. My old man's advice, take it or leave it. After all, I haven't been involved in military training for many years. Fuzhe dared not speak. When Dean Tang spoke, how could he not listen? Taking time out of his busy schedule just to speak up for Shen Xi. He defined this matter as simply youthful impulsiveness, even though it involved a half-star person. But more importantly, it was for Shen Xi. Just who exactly is a Shen Xi? No matter how well Chen Yi spoke of it with Tang Ming, he still didn't share the same surname. No matter how much Tang Ming cared about this matter, he shouldn't personally inquire. Unless Tang Ming was not looking at it from Chen Yi's perspective at all, but purely because of Shen Xi. Shen Xi. Fuzhe suddenly had a flash of insight and laughed out loud. So that is how it is. Shen Xi, daughter of Shen Lin and Mingyu. He completely understood Li Zhen's earlier words. If he really sent Shen Xi back today, and the news of bullying the daughter of Mingyu got out, half of the 20 military districts in the Shuwen star system would probably not let the Fu family off easily. Not to mention the Shen family. Fuzhe broke out in a cold sweat. On the other side, Shen Xi followed Li Zhen out and reached the training room door when Li Zhen suddenly stopped. Shen Xi looked up, puzzled. Li Zhen sighed. You really are fearless. Shen Xi shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? I'm in the right and have done nothing wrong. Moreover, Shen Xi didn't believe that Li Zhen wouldn't protect her. Thinking of this, she sighed. However, what you said to scare Instructor Fu earlier by mentioning the Shen family, I feel a bit guilty about. Li Zhen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Don't want to rely on the Shen family? Shen Xi lowered her head, her toes brushing against the accumulated snow on the ground. If I rely on the Shen family, I might as well walk the literary path. Although she knew she shouldn't say this, she still wanted to express, you might not like to hear this. But in the future, I don't want to be too closely related to the Shen family in matters like this. Li Zhen frowned, thinking for a moment. All right. Shen Xi looked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Thank you. Li Zhen shook his head, but you're mistaken. The Shen family isn't enough to threaten Fuzhe. I'm referring to those in the military district who are related to your father and are now in positions of power. Shen Xi's expression changed slightly. Many will speak up for you, but it doesn't necessarily mean they truly love and protect you, Li Zhen advised patiently. I had considered that. Of course, the era of heroes has passed. Those who have not seen the glorious scenes of that time naturally wouldn't understand how shocking it was. Shen Xi found it unremarkable. She hadn't even seen her own father. As for Chen Yi, thinking of this, Shen Xi felt a wave of agitation. Li Zhen patted her shoulder. In the future, when encountering such matters, you must fight if necessary. Star people, half-star people, are not inherently superior to those from noble families. Just because someone is high up due to their abilities doesn't mean they can say whatever they want. Shen Xi nodded, and Li Zhen looked at her, finding her obedient. She was quite different from the soldiers under him. With a light laugh, he extended his hand. Shen Xi understood and reached out her hand that had the star power suppressing bracelet on it. While Li Zhen adjusted the bracelet, he said, Level 8. How does that sound? We can adjust it later based on the situation. Shen Xi watched the needle jump to 8 and nodded noncommittally. Even if it was suppressed to 7, she could still use literary power to enhance it. It didn't really affect her. That partner of yours, adjust it for him when you get back. He can't bully the students of the first military too much. Be more magnanimous, understand? Understood, magnanimous. Back in the training room, in front of a group of first military students, Shen Xi directly adjusted Kumu's bracelet to 5. The students from a military auxiliary academy gathered around, looking puzzled. Shen Xi, are you okay? What did the instructors say? Shen Xi twisted her wrist, ignoring the soldier who had perked up his ears over there, and deliberately said loudly. The chief instructor didn't pursue the matter, but Deanly said that as a member of the military academy, one should act with more magnanimity. So well, he adjusted my star power limit level. This statement sounded harmless on its own, but coming from Shen Xi's mouth at this moment, it carried a hint of the military's pettiness. Some military students were not very happy to hear this. Others focused on Shen Xi's star power limit level. That bright display of level 8. Some military students couldn't even reach level 8 after training. Goodness, she started at level 8 right away. One could only wonder how much ability she had left now. People are drawn to strength, especially among military students who prioritize the strong even more. Shen Xi had this strength, so why wouldn't they accept it? It must be said that not all military students looked favorably upon Fu Zhou's actions. Unable to defeat someone, he turned around and sought someone to deal with Shen Xi, but it didn't work out. How awkward. So when Fu Zhou returned, the way the military students looked at him was a bit off. Fu Zhou, fuming, shot Shen Xi a fierce glare before throwing himself into training. An hour later, the training ended, and the military students hurried back to rest, leaving only those who had not completed their tasks still training in the training rooms. However, the intensity of that day's training was not even close to the intensity of Shen Xi's usual training. So Shen Xi and Kuei Mu quietly went out, only to be spotted by a military academy student, Zhou Qing, who followed them out of concern. In a secluded corner, before Shen Xi and Kuei Mu could even stand still, they started fighting. Their martial skills were on full display, much more precise than during training. Before long, both of them were injured. Drops of bright red blood stained the pure white snow, yet not a single person stopped. Zhou Qing watched in fear, worried for Shen Xi and Kuei Mu, yet also afraid of alarming the instructors, not knowing what to do for a moment. They fought for 2 hours, and when they finally stopped, there was hardly a good piece of flesh left on either of them. Zhou Qing rushed over, checking one and then the other. Seeing the brilliant light flashing in their eyes, excited to the highest point, he stomped his feet in frustration, nearly breaking down. "What are you doing? You're injured so badly. How can we explain this to the instructor?" Seeing Kuei Mu's robust body lying there like a small mountain, he huffed and leaned closer to Shen Xi. However, he didn't know where to place his outstretched hand. The girl was covered in blood, snowflakes clinging to her dark lashes, making her look both broken and beautiful, which made one unable to help but feel heartbroken. Not to mention, he admired her so much. "Shen Xi, are you okay? What should I do?" Shen Xi tilted her head slightly. She had already noticed him, but since he had no malicious intent, she didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly, she still scared him. "Fine." Shen Xi's voice was hoarse, tinged with excitement after the fight. Chapter 64. Assessment. Thank you for your concern. However, Zhou Qing misunderstood her and thought she was injured. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a scene, and the boy's thinking was slow. "Aren't you two good friends? How could you suddenly start fighting?" Shen Xi let out a carefree laugh. "It's not a fight. We're training." "Training?" Zhou Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What kind of training is this? If you have a few sessions like this, you'll end up dead. What do you know? It's in a life-and-death struggle that combat power is most improved." Kuei Mu's voice echoed, filled with the same lingering delight as Shen Xi's. Zhou Qing was stunned. Life and death. No wonder Kuei Mu and Shen Xi were so strong. "But you're both seriously injured. How are you going to explain this to the instructors now?" He quickly collected his thoughts and asked. The next moment, he saw Shen Xi's hand gently moving in the snow. Blood traces followed her fingertips, eventually forming words. The literary power surged, like a waterfall from a sheer cliff, crashing toward Shen Xi's body. The entire world fell silent in an instant. Zhou Qing was shocked into speechlessness. In the next moment, he saw Kuei Mu, like Shen Xi, drawing characters beside him, the literary power flowing like a stream into his body. Although it wasn't as good as Shen Xi's, it was indeed improving. Before long, Shen Xi's injuries disappeared. She sat up, her fingers moving in the air, and the same characters formed and entered Kuei Mu's body. Instantly, the healing speed of Kuei Mu's injuries accelerated. Zhou Qing finally returned to his senses. "Is your awakened mark healing?" But that didn't seem right. Zhou Qing recalled that in the training room that afternoon, the marks they displayed were not healing. Can a person awaken 2 types of marks? Moreover, Shen Xi was clearly using literary power. Zhou Qing was shocked. "Are you resonators?" Shen Xi nodded yes. Zhou Qing felt his head getting more and more muddled, filled with questions. "Do you want to learn?" "Huh." He was even more surprised. What did Shen Xi mean? It was what he was thinking, but no, he didn't dare to think anything. "To learn to write, like we just did, to enhance your combat." "Do you want to learn?" "Huh." Zhou Qing stood frozen in place, as if he had been frozen. But why teach me? He subconsciously asked, feeling dizzy. Shen Xi smiled. Everyone has the right to education, and you have that right too. Why not teach you? Shen Xi's words shook Zhou Qing's heart. He was a half-star person living in the peripheral star system. Although his planet was relatively peaceful, the difference between star people and half-star people was like a chasm. Since he could remember, people around him had repeatedly emphasized that someone like him should stay in trashy places and live a trashy life. Even his admiration for soldiers had become a sin. From a young age, he knew that half-star people were different from star people. If there hadn't been a recruitment plan for the military academy this year, he would have had no chance of receiving higher education. But now someone was telling him he had the right to education. Zhou Qing's eyes were almost red. Shen Xi patted his shoulder, signaling Kuei Mu to come over. If I remember correctly, your dormitories are next to each other, right? You can guide him in the future. The teaching materials and the videos of Shen Xi's previous lessons were all packed and sent to Zhou Qing by Kuei Mu. The sea of learning is boundless. You must be diligent. The blond youth slightly lowered his head, delivering these words with a practiced tone. Shen Xi felt it resembled her own style back then. At night, listening to the howling wind and snow outside, Zhou Qing lay on his bed, staring blankly at the things in the star ring. Shen Xi and Kuei Mu hadn't explained too much to him. It was only when he returned to the dormitory that he belatedly realized he was not a human and couldn't resonate. How could he write? But Shen Xi looked so certain, making him feel that even if he ultimately failed, it must be his own problem. With that thought, Zhou Qing suddenly got up. There were 3 people in their dormitory. One was the team leader, Chen Lai, and the other was being punished outside for not completing a mission. When Chen Lai saw him get up, he didn't think much of it. Zhou Qing studied for the entire night. The next day, Chen Lai woke up and saw him still sitting at the desk, surprised for a moment, then frowned. What are you doing? Zhou Qing didn't know how to explain to Chen Lai, so he could only say he was fine. How strange. Chen Lai muttered, but didn't pay much attention. The arrangements for the second day were similar to the first. Morning physical training, afternoon practical skills training, and evening mecha content teaching. After the training at the base, Shen Xi and Kuei Mu would add extra training every night. Sometimes Zhou Qing would go watch their extra training. And sometimes he would stay in the dormitory to practice writing. He was very diligent, knowing that when Kuei Mu started learning, it was also very difficult for him, which further strengthened his determination to work harder. Therefore, on the second night, when Chen Lai saw him holding a pen and writing, he finally couldn't help but ask. Zhou Qing couldn't hold back and revealed everything. Chen Lai was astonished. How is this possible? We can't resonate. What good would it do even if you learn? Zhou Qing's gaze was resolute. Kuei Mu is also a half-star person like me. He writes not because of resonance, but through his own learning. Chen Lai felt his worldview was completely overturned. How is that possible? Zhou Qing retorted, if you don't believe it, you can learn with me and see if what I said is true or false. Chen Lai's pupils shrank suddenly, stammering. Why you would let me learn? You'd be willing to let yourself learn something so good? Not to mention anything else. At least he could write the offerings for the Star Master himself. Zhou Qing raised his chin, his eyes full of pride and admiration. Of course, Shen Xi said that everyone has the right to education. I have it. And so do you. Chen Lai was even more shaken. Shen Xi had actually said such a thing. Also, if she wanted to keep it hidden, she wouldn't have taught Zhou Qing. He never considered whether Shen Xi would harm them because he knew she absolutely wouldn't. After 2 days of intense study between the two, the third person in the dormitory was also brought in. The 3 young men were all competitive, each trying to be more serious and hard-working than the others. The writing materials Shen Xi brought were almost used up. However, Shen Xi was delighted to see such a scene. Unfortunately, she had to contact Xing Lin. To her surprise, Xing Lin seemed to have anticipated this and brought new paper, pens, and ink first. Soon, it was the 5th day. The base would assess everyone's overall strength every 5 days and adjust the star power restriction bracelets based on their abilities. With this in mind, everyone couldn't help but look towards the military academy's direction. Shen Xi stood in the front row, her light gray military uniform fitting snugly, her head slightly tilted back. Looking spirited, no one knew what Shen Xi's final rating would be. Her star power restriction had already been raised to level 8, and if it went further, the military personnel had to admit that Shen Xi was indeed strong. Not the kind that incites a sense of challenge, but rather an overwhelming, insurmountable strength. This assessment mainly focused on individual abilities, so cooperation was not allowed. The goal was to cross the snow-capped mountains, but heavy traps had already been laid in advance. The entire mountain was filled with reconnaissance machines to monitor the student situations, and combat robots would also participate. However, this time, students were not required to wear star power restriction bracelets. With a command from above, soon everyone in the base rushed out. Shen Xi walked leisurely at the back, seemingly unhurried. Seeing this, Fuzhou couldn't help but scoff, asking if he was scared. "If you're afraid, just go back to your military academy." Hearing his sarcastic tone, Shen Xi found this person extremely strange. How could this defeated subordinate act, as if he was the one who should be scared? "Oh yes, I'm scared." "You're not scared, that's fine," Shen Xi said sarcastically. "Fuzhou is furious, threatening you. Just wait, this time I will definitely crush you." He snorted coldly and turned to stride out of the base. Last time, he only refrained from attacking Shen Xi because he remembered the rules of the base. If it came to fighting, who knows what would happen? He comforted himself in his heart. So what if the star power was strong? It didn't represent everything. People quickly disappeared into the crowd. Kuei Mu stepped forward, remarking that Fuzhou seemed to have some issues with his brain. He spoke in a hushed tone, afraid of being overheard by others. Shen Xi could understand some of it. It was simply because they were half-star beings, yet their talent was higher than his, which made him feel unbalanced. A young master from a prominent family, like him, had deeply ingrained notions. He certainly couldn't understand how a half-star being with lower status could possess greater talent and could defeat him without giving him a chance to fight back. Because he couldn't comprehend this, he felt the need to prove himself even more. Shen Xi shook his head, putting this matter aside, and then left the base with Kuei Mu. The training base was surrounded by snow-capped mountains, located in the northern part of the Social Sciences Institute. In fact, this area where the Social Sciences Institute is located is called North Frost State. North Frost State is vast, but is covered in snow year-round. The alpine plants are low, cold-resistant, but scarce. Therefore, standing at the foot of the mountain, one could see figures winding upwards. Most of them had already engaged in combat with battle robots. Not long after Shen Xi stepped out, he encountered a battle robot. The mechanical eyes of the robot flickered with red light, as if locking on to Shen Xi's identity. In the next moment, the robot charged directly at Shen Xi without hesitation. It was humanoid in shape, immensely strong, and its mechanical arms raised, making one shudder to think of how painful a full-force blow would be. Shen Xi sidestepped to avoid it and immediately raised his hand to counterattack. Seeing her movement, the students of the army couldn't help but laugh. She actually counterattacked directly. Did Shen Xi not care about her own hand? Everyone could see that there was no star power swirling around Shen Xi's arm, nor was there any change in form. Chapter 65. As everyone knows, the transformed star beings are the strongest. Shen Xi is being too overconfident, right? She can't be stuck at the first level, can she? Voices of schadenfreude echoed through the crowd. The students from a military academy watched nervously as the scene unfolded. With an excellent person like Shen Xi around, they felt their backs straighten. They certainly didn't want Shen Xi to fail. In fact, such thoughts occurred in an instant. Over there, Shen Xi's hand collided with the arm of the combat robot. The scene of Shen Xi being at a disadvantage didn't happen as expected. Instead, she handled it with ease. In the next moment, she seized the robot's mechanical arm and charged forward. What was she doing? Trying to throw the robot over her shoulder using her own strength? Isn't that too ambitious? A voice declared confidently. However, in an instant, Shen Xi relaxed her shoulder and lifted, and the robot really fell according to her force, tumbling into the snow. The person speaking in the crowd felt their face burn with embarrassment. The slap in the face came too quickly, but the robot, being mechanical, felt no fatigue or pain. A stir arose in the snow. Look, the robot is trying to climb out. Shen Xi crouched down to gather strength, then suddenly dashed forward, her star power gathering in her bones, adding to her strength. With a fierce stomp of her right foot, even though the robot swiftly dodged, it still sustained an injury to its shoulder. By the time it climbed out of the snow, keen observers had already noticed the dent in its shoulder. Taking advantage of the robot's unsteady footing, Shen Xi leaped up and delivered a flying kick, her powerful strike landing in the robot's chest, forcing it back several steps. After landing, Shen Xi spun around to gather strength for another side kick, knocking the robot off balance, nearly causing it to fall. TSK. Suddenly, someone felt this scene was a bit familiar. The person who said this was fortunate enough to witness Shen Xi take down Fu Zhou on the first day of training. At this moment, the robot's form gradually overlapped with Fu Zhou's, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. Over there, Shen Xi had completely knocked the robot to the ground. Finally, the robot's voice rang out, "I lost, you can pass." Upon hearing this, Shen Xi withdrew her hands, stood respectfully, and bowed to the robot, still lying in the snow. Thank you. Not for the robot letting her pass, but because she earned it through her own efforts. She was grateful to the robot for serving as a punching bag, enhancing her combat ability. After speaking, Shen Xi turned and moved forward. The people beside her, feeling a bit sour, couldn't help but comment on her pretense. However, Shen Xi didn't care about that. After running another 20 kilometers, she encountered the second combat robot. There are also levels among combat robots. The higher the level, the greater the combat power it can exert. The combat robot that Shen Xi faced in the first round was level 2, which most military school students could handle. By the second round, the robot's level had risen to level 4. Level 4 combat robots can already perform auxiliary tasks on the battlefield, and since they were still rookies, they were not easy to deal with. Around her, some had already transformed to fight the level 4 robot. Those who were a bit stronger enveloped themselves in star power. This way, regardless of their original form, both their strength and speed would increase. But this undoubtedly wastes a lot of star power. Shen Xi also took action. There was no visible fluctuation of star power on her body. It merely looked like she was fighting the robot with pure physical strength. However, this robot was only slightly better than the level 2 robot and could return a few blows to Shen Xi. After a while, it was similarly knocked down by her. She bowed to thank it before leaving. Behind her, Fu Zhou's unwilling gaze followed. Shen Xi seemed to sense something and turned to look. She saw the robot staggering Fu Zhou, who had been distracted. The star power enveloping him fluctuated up and down. Seeing this, Shen Xi smiled, a military genius. I'll take my leave first. I hope we get a chance to meet again later. Her smiling face did not appear as a blessing in Fu Zhou's eyes. It was more like a curse. Fu Zhou pressed his lips tightly, his eyes burning with fierce flames, pouring all his anger towards Shen Xi onto the robot before him. The third round featured level 7 combat robots. The surroundings were wide and empty. Those who could reach this point at this time were few and far between. And without exception, they were all students from the 1st Military Academy. When they saw her approach, they all looked over in unison. Shen's speed is quite impressive. The speaker sat in the snow, looking like he was resting. To improve his speed, he had used a different form in the second round. It was effective and indeed increased his speed significantly, but it also consumed a lot of star power and stamina. Shen Xi smiled kindly at the person and turned to face her combat robot for the assessment. Not resting, Shen Xi had just begun fighting when Kuei Mu caught up. Like Shen Xi, he also had no intention of resting. For a time, only the two of them were engaged in combat with the robots in the vast expanse of white. The sounds of collisions echoed continuously. Yet, neither of them used star power to envelop and protect their bodies to enhance speed and strength. Despite that, the force they exerted was still enough to match the combat robots blow for blow. The students from the 1st Military Academy were wide-eyed. They knew Shen Xi was strong, but had no idea she was this strong. And why was this half-star being who had a good relationship with Shen Xi also so formidable? Who exactly were these two? Before long, Shen Xi knocked the robot before her down. Meanwhile, Kuei Mu was still engaged in battle. Shen Xi glanced over there, saw he was fine, and proceeded forward. The 4th round featured level 10 combat robots. This level of combat robot is commonly used in every corner of the front lines. They are fearless, have strong defenses, and can even defeat some star-conforming level beings. The levels of star power are divided into 6 ranks with 18 tiers: Star Initiation, Star Conformity, Star Awakening, Star Beyond, Star Slash, and Star Unity. Each rank can be further divided into 3 minor tiers. Different talents can reach different levels of star power at the initial awakening stage. When Shen Xi first awakened, Her star power level was Star Awakening Tier 1. Through this time of improvement, she had reached Star Awakening Tier 3. Although she had only improved by 2 minor tiers, the range of her combat power improvement was not limited to that. This relates to the classification of star power levels. The high or low level of star power represents the strength of the star power that can be used at that stage, excluding the concentration of star power that can be used at that level. High-talent individuals and low-talent individuals can exert different concentrations and strengths of star power, even at the same level. This is because the maximum star power that a star power level can exert is a range rather than a specific value. Moreover, this strength can be altered. Beings enhance their levels to increase the intensity of their star power usage. When the intensity of star power reaches a point where it can no longer be improved, they automatically enter the next level. This threshold varies from person to person. Therefore, even at the same level, the combat power exhibited can vary significantly. The robot before her, said to be able to defeat star-conforming level beings, was not a match for Shen Xi. She didn't even need to change her form, nor did she need to completely envelop herself in star power. That would waste too much star power. However, she did use some fiery sand to make a small vest to protect her vital areas. After defeating the level 10 robot, Shen Xi broke a light sweat. Her reactions were all transmitted back to the eyes of the instructors at the base through the reconnaissance machines. After the incident involving Fu Zhou, Shen Xi's background had become a semi-open secret among these instructors. At this moment, the camera zoomed in, fully displaying Shen Xi's face after the battle on the screen. The girl's eyelashes, like crow wings, slightly lifted, and a fierce fighting spirit condensed in her eyes. Those fierce and intense eyes stared straight ahead, seemingly penetrating the screen and delivering a blow to their souls. They overlapped with a pair of eyes from many years ago. A domineering aura swept across the scene. In an instant, it ignited the fighting spirit of the instructors present. No one felt anything but an unbearable itch, dry mouths, and an urge to rush up and fight with Shen Xi. What level had this immature little tiger cub reached at this moment? Everyone was anxious and restless, but they didn't realize that someone had already taken a lead. Shen Xi knew that there were a total of 5 obstacles set by the instructors along the way. She had already passed the 4th level. Only the final level remained. However, Shen Xi didn't understand that the 4th level had already involved 10th level combat robots. The 5th level might be even more powerful. She didn't know what to expect. This level was not far from the base on the return journey. It was also to give the students enough time to rest along the way, because every checkpoint consumed both star power and physical strength. Therefore, Shen Xi walked a very calm and long distance. When she saw the military barracks not far from a base, Shen Xi understood what the 5th level was set to be. It was soldiers. Experienced soldiers who had been trained on the front lines would fight with them. So she wore an excited smile and quickly sped up to the military personnel. As the area was approached, the soldiers in the barracks also came out. Shen Xi examined each of them. They were dressed in military uniforms, standing tall, exuding an intimidating aura, and their gazes were sharp and fierce. Those who had seen blood were indeed different. Shen Xi boldly met their eyes without fear. In fact, she had nothing to be afraid of. On the contrary, she was extremely excited. Although she had fought alongside Luo Chen, she had already understood the strength of the Eagle team. The people in front of her might not match Luo Chen's combat power, but fighting with them was a rare opportunity. She believed it would bring her improvement. Seeing a little girl completely unafraid of them, dressed in military academy attire, the soldiers were quite curious. "Little classmate, how are you so fast?" Chapter 66. Battle. Before Shen Xi could respond, a voice suddenly emerged from a crowd. "You are Shen Xi?" Following that, a tall young man, about 190 centimeters, parted the crowd and walked forward, his lean figure standing tall like bamboo. Shen Xi looked up and met his meaningful gaze as whispers spread around them. "I'm your opponent for this round." He spoke, removing his jacket and wrapping a white band around his arm in layers. His arm was clearly defined with muscles. Shen Xi pursed her lips. "Who are you?" Hearing this, he paused for a moment, his captivating peach blossom eyes fixed on Shen Xi. "Fooly," Shen Xi chuckled lightly. "Have I stumbled into the Fu family's den? Why do I keep running into people from the Fu family these days?" The implication was clear. Fooly caught the sarcasm in her words, but showed no reaction. He clenched his fists, his muscles bulging, and the white band hung down, fluttering in the wind. Come on, let me see your strength. Shen Xi smiled. Shouldn't that be my line? In the next moment, she charged forward. Almost simultaneously, Fu Li moved as well. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Their fists met, and star power spilled from their muscles. Red and white star points intertwined and fell. Fu Li transformed his punch into a palm, attempting to grab Shen Xi's hands. As Shen Xi quickly retreated, she lifted her leg for a side kick. Unexpectedly, Fu Li reacted quickly. With a loud bang, they collided again. Fu Li extended both hands, his fists driving down toward Shen Xi's head. Shen Xi bent down to avoid it, shifting her center of gravity to attack his lower body. Her long legs swept out, raising a flurry of snow. Fu Li stepped back 2 paces, but seeing Shen Xi's momentum not abating, he kicked fiercely. Snow was kicked up simultaneously, flying into Shen Xi's eyes. However, Shen Xi swiftly countered, pressing down on the top of his foot, and grabbed his ankle, forcefully yanking it back. Fu Li lost his balance and fell, landing a split on the snow. At this moment, the height difference between them had narrowed. Shen Xi's 2 fingers hooked toward his eyes. This was both a fierce move and a lethal strike. Fu Li, however, was decisive. He immediately fell back to avoid it, his back against the snow, and slapped the ground hard with his hands, using the force to spring up. Shen Xi seized this opportunity, her hand gripping tightly under his ribs, pulling hard. Fu Li quickly twisted to evade, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he faced Shen Xi. Shen Xi provocatively smiled, and taking advantage of his unsteady center of gravity, she leaped up, knees slightly bent, and smashed toward his chest. Fu Li reacted quickly, but in an instant, his palms caught both of Shen Xi's shoulders. Fu Li grunted, staggering back a few steps, his fingers digging deeply into Shen Xi's shoulders. He had considerable strength. An ordinary person would have had their shoulder joints shattered by this blow. But Shen Xi, with star power permeating her bones, felt her bones were hard and powerful at this moment. She shrugged her shoulders, unable to shake off Fu Li's fingers, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. In the next moment, both palms struck toward Fu Li's throat. Fu Li hurriedly tilted his head to dodge, and Shen Xi chuckled, her hand sweeping back again. A glimmer of light flashed. Fu Li saw clearly that Shen Xi had unexpectedly drawn a short blade in her hand. The sharp tip of the knife screamed for blood, slicing through the wind and snow, making a rustling sound. Fu Li hurriedly let go and retreated, but it was already too late. A line of blood appeared on his neck, with bright red droplets slowly oozing out. Fu Li raised his hand, and in the next moment, the vivid red droplet formed on the tip of his finger. His expression darkened. You wouldn't want to know my markability. Shen Xi remained non-committal, shaking her hand as the flame sand dagger dissipated into the air. Then let's try it. He suddenly struck. Into Shen Xi, his speed seemed to multiply. A fierce wind rushed in, and the next moment, his large palm had grasped Shen Xi's slender neck. Her pale, delicate neck was held in his grip, and it seemed that with a slight exertion, Shen Xi would meet her end on the spot. The wind gently brushed past, and the ends of Shen Xi's short hair fell onto Fu Li's bronze hand. Just moments ago, he had rushed in quickly. The wind hitting him had not been piercing. Shen Xi realized, a smile playing at her lips. Ah, so this is your ability. Fu Li's speed had not increased. It was Shen Xi's speed that had slowed down. You lost. He lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with regret. Lost? How could that be? Ah, is that so? As the words fell, the Shen Xi in Fu Li's hand suddenly cracked inch by inch, turning into red smoke and dissipating. Fu Li was taken aback. What is happening? You have abilities, but I don't. Following the voice, Fu Li looked over to see a small orange cat hiding behind a snow mound, its fluffy fur gently swaying in the wind. It turned out that just as Fu Li's large hand reached out to grasp Shen Xi's neck in a flash of lightning, Shen Xi had used flame sand to create a fake version of herself. The real her had instantly transformed, shrinking lightly to the ground. Fu Li was shocked, but I felt the pulse of blood under my hand. Shen Xi remained non-committal. You only grasped that part, and I only disguised that part. Is that so difficult? Is that so difficult? That is incredibly difficult. To create a perfect replica of oneself in an instant requires an exquisite mastery over one's abilities. The temperature of the skin, the sensation, even the pulsing of blood. Shen Xi chuckled. It's not entirely my skill. Isn't it because you underestimated me? Indeed. Fu Li's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the soldiers watching the battle around them were dumbfounded. Is this a new recruit? How can a military academy newcomer react so quickly in the heat of battle and have such a high level of control over their awakened mark ability? All right, then let's fight in a mimicry form. Fu Li transformed, becoming a white fox that landed in the snow, its head held high. Gray eyes resembling two dull beads embedded in its sockets, exuding a chilling aura. Shen Xi transformed back to her largest form, but was still shorter than the white fox. Her glass-like eyes sparkled with fierce battle intent, her whiskers quivering, and in the next moment, she suddenly dove toward Fu Li from the air. Sharp claws emerged from her pads, radiating a chilling light. Fu Li was not to be outdone, raising his paw to strike at her back, intending to hook her spine with his inwardly curved claws. Shen Xi's nerves tightened, trembling slightly. She was agile, dodging to the side. The sharp hook snagged her fur, pulling down a series of orange hairs. They floated gently to the ground, clearly visible against the snow. Seeing this, a cold light flickered in Shen Xi's eyes. The two of them stood apart, cautious and unwilling to act recklessly. In the next moment, Shen Xi suddenly moved. Fu Li followed closely, a large orange cat and a large white fox clashing together. Sharp claws sank into fur, eager to tear away a piece of flesh. Unfortunately, under the wrapping of star power, both only drew a little blood. After a moment, they separated. In the snow, orange fur and white fox fur were mixed together. Fu Li looked extremely disheveled, his white fur contrasting starkly against the background, every wound glaringly visible. Of course, Shen Xi was not in a much better state. However, judging by her condition, it seemed not to bother her much. Indeed, Shen Xi had not used her full strength. The excitement in her sparkling eyes reflected her true feelings at that moment. She was merely testing Fu Li. What about Fu Li? Shen Xi did not know if he had used all his strength, but from his gaze, terrifying and cold, brimming with fighting spirit, it was clear he was fully engaged. The two of them tacitly charged at each other simultaneously. Shen Xi's claws struck down with immense force toward Fu Li, who was poised like a hungry wolf ready to pounce. The claws snapped against his lips, sharp nails exposing the tender flesh at the edge of his lips. They pierced in abruptly and without hesitation. A sharp pain surged to the depths of his heart. Fu Li let out a cold hiss. In the next moment, the fox and the orange cat pressed down tightly. The large mouth opened wide, and the sharp fangs bit down without hesitation. The orange cat was already smaller than the fox, and at that moment, it seemed doomed in everyone's eyes. However, in the next instant, there was a click. The upper and lower jaws clamped together, and the orange cat pinned beneath the fox dissipated. Furios furios. This was merely a fake decoy again. Meanwhile, Shen Xi's true self had already moved behind Fu Li. The orange cat fell heavily, its mouth opened, and its sharp teeth bit down fiercely on the fox's neck. Fu Li was taken aback, a chill rising inch by inch. It seemed that at this moment, she was already on the edge of life and death. Yes, if the two were in a hostile state now, Fu Li would have already perished at Shen Xi's hands. Fu Li's body stiffened, unable to move at all. A tremendous life and death crisis enveloped her. Shen Xi's glass-like eyes glanced down. The white, glossy fur had smeared her mouth. She suddenly let go, spat, and lightly jumped aside, her eyes filled with disdain. Fu Li took the opportunity to turn around, looking at her with a complex expression. Shen Xi sat leisurely in the snow, slowly grooming her fur. At this moment, the surroundings were eerily silent. No one would believe that Shen Xi could actually defeat Fu Li, because Fu Li held a considerable rank in the military, and her own star power level was quite high. But Shen Xi managed to do it. At this moment, everyone felt disillusioned, because they could all see that Fu Li had used her full strength. It wasn't just a casual effort for an ordinary task. It was to measure the student's combat abilities. No, that's not right. To measure Shen Xi's combat power, how could it be done without using full strength? In that moment, everyone's gaze towards Shen Xi changed. It was as if they were looking at a rising star, a genius about to shine throughout the entire star system. A figure destined to be recorded in the history of the Shuwen star system. Someone who could genuinely stand shoulder to shoulder with the former Mingyu. Although those present did not know who was stronger between Shen Xi and Mingyu, how could this be compared? After all, they were not from the same era. Mingyu was the Mingyu of that era, while Shen Xi was the Shen Xi of this era. A disjointed Shen Xi, exceptionally outstanding in her own right. In the next moment, there was an explosive roar from the crowd. Their gazes towards Shen Xi suddenly became fervent. Who wouldn't want to have a match with Shen Xi? Chapter 67. Cheng's jealousy twisted his face, but now they still had tasks at hand and could only watch as Shen Xi left, their eager gazes almost piercing. Someone who had been close to Fu Li came over to help him up and quietly asked Fu Li, "Who is this person?" The talented younger generation from various families had already been widely publicized, and none of them had the surname Shen. Not to mention, there were no families with the surname Shen among the military district's prominent clans. Fu Li's friends found it strange. Shen, she was completely an unexpected dark horse. Fu Li didn't say anything. He brushed the snow off his clothes and walked straight to Shen Xi. The girl had already returned to her human form, relaxed yet poised like a tall and elegant cover. Fu Li lowered his head, seeing the lingering amazement in Shen Xi's eyes. "I lost. You really are strong." Shen Xi's gaze flickered slightly. "You and Fu Zhou are quite different." Shen Xi had long suspected an unusual relationship between the two. Fu Li frowned slightly. "I'm here to see you. It has nothing to do with him." He simply guessed Shen Xi's identity and wanted to see her strength, not to stand up for some useless brother in his family. Shen Xi nodded to indicate she understood and then slowly bowed to Fu Li. "Thank you. I had a great time fighting." Fu Li raised his hand in a military salute. Shen Xi turned to look outside the crowd. Kuei Mu was watching them. She smiled at him, pointed in the direction of the base, and said, "I'm heading back now." Everyone followed her gaze and finally spotted Kuei Mu. It seemed that this year's talents from the military academy were quite impressive. A friend poked Fu Li in the waist. "Your brother has been completely overshadowed." Fu Zhou had considerable talent, which only highlighted the extraordinary qualities of Shen Xi and Kuei Mu even more. The new assessment had already begun, but Shen Xi had arrived at the entrance of the base. At the gate, Luo Chun was waiting for her. The young man had a gentle expression, doing very well. When Fu Li had just come out, Luo Chun had felt a bit worried. However, Shen Xi's surprise was enough to excite him, and he was still bubbling with enthusiasm. Shen Xi noticed the look in his eyes and raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you want to fight me too? What? Is it not allowed? You practice with Kuei Mu every day. Do you think I don't know?" TSK. That tone had an inexplicable sourness to it. But now their identities were different. Who could blame him for being the instructor? After a playful banter, Luo Chun suddenly reined in his expression. "Fu Li came specifically for you. What do you think? If it were just a famous genius showing up, it wouldn't warrant his eager visit. Otherwise, why hadn't he rushed to find Tang Ji to fight?" Luo Chun was quite aware of this. Shen Xi asked, "What are your thoughts?" These convoluted matters were hard for Shen Xi to grasp. "It's for your father." Shen Xi was taken aback. No matter what, Mingyu was always the moon that all military academy students looked up to. And as Mingyu's daughter, how could she not pique the curiosity of those who admired her father's prowess? However, Shen Xi was a bit puzzled about how Fu Li knew this. Her intuition suggested that this was the reason Luo Chun had brought it up. Seeing Shen Xi's lack of reaction, Luo Chun instinctively rubbed the edge of his pants. "Last time Fu Zhou made things difficult for you, I informed the leader. Chun, he had a close relationship with Mingyu, and he rarely stuck his neck out for anyone." Luo Chun speculated that Chun, he had warned Fu Zhe, which led to the latter's suspicions. However, when it came to this, Luo Chun was uncertain about Shen Xi's thoughts, making him a little anxious. Shen Xi looked up and noticed the tension hidden in the young man's eyes. She smiled suddenly. "What are you nervous about? Afraid I'll blame you?" Luo Chun was still worried. Shen Xi's voice was somewhat muffled. "I know you're doing this for my sake. I'm not surprised that Chun, he would stand up for me." Luo Chun, confused, felt their relationship was a bit awkward. The leader cared about Shen Xi, but Luo Chun couldn't understand why he would obstruct her from joining the military. Shen Xi wasn't very clear on this either. She glanced at Luo Chun. "Last time I came to Central Star to see my uncle, he said he specifically entrusted me to Chun Yi. Luo Chun was surprised. But if that's the case, the leader's actions don't seem to align. I don't know what their true intentions are, but I believe they won't stand by and let others bully me. Shen Xi didn't want to delve into the reasons behind this matter. Her feelings towards Shen Xi were quite complicated. She would be grateful if he stood up for her, but his obstruction of her joining the military also frustrated her. Not to mention their first meeting, where his cold and impatient attitude made it hard for Shen Xi to approach him. Do you have something to do? If not, I need to go back and write. After the assessment, the base would give all military academy students a night off. The next day, a new round of training would begin. Since Shen Xi had nothing to do tonight, she wanted to write something to send to Xing Lin. By the way, what about the words you promised to give me last time? During the last mission on Star 112, Luo Chun had to leave in a hurry. Shen Xi's promise to give him her writing had not been fulfilled. When confronted directly, Shen Xi showed no reaction. She looked at Luo Chun for a moment. Then I'll give them to you later. Shen Xi shared a dorm with Su Jiuyao and another half-star girl. At this moment, the dormitory was very quiet. Their assessments had not yet concluded. Shen Xi sat down at the desk and began writing. The high-intensity training over the past few days had made her mind particularly clear, and her writing flowed smoothly. In no time, the table was filled with papers. It wasn't until dusk that Shen Xi gathered the papers, picked out the ones for Luo Chun, and walked out. Outside, it was bustling. Most people had already returned. Fu Zhou had heard about Fu Li's arrival at the base and his fight with Shen Xi. Seeing Shen Xi walk out, Fu Zhou's expression immediately darkened. He rushed over a few steps, snorted coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Don't think that winning my brother's assessment makes you something special. It's just an assessment. My brother definitely didn't go all out and let you win. Fu Li's comrades had all said that Shen Xi defeated Fu Li. It was truly laughable, making Fu Zhou feel extremely uncomfortable. Winning an assessment counts as winning. Huh? He glared at Shen Xi fiercely. Don't get too smug. Shen Xi replied, did you come all the way over just to say this? Shen Xi thought Fu Zhou's brain might not be functioning well. Being provoked like this, Fu Zhou felt even more that she was becoming arrogant because of this incident, which made him look down on her even more. Sensing the contempt radiating from Fu Zhou, Shen Xi felt even more speechless. You're being narrow-minded. After saying that, she pushed past Fu Zhou. If there's nothing else, don't block the way. Fu Zhou had no resistance as Shen Xi pushed him aside. Feeling the gap between them, he was shocked and gritted his teeth. What do you have to be arrogant about? Shen Xi turned back, her gaze slightly cold. The fact that I can beat you to the ground is enough to be arrogant, right? What? Are you not satisfied? Saying this, Shen Xi clenched her fist. Fu Zhou was so angry he huffed through his nose. Are you going to hit me again? I'm telling you, the base has new rules. This isn't allowed. If Shen Xi dared to make a move, it would be considered a blatant violation, and no one would protect her. Shen Xi laughed coldly, her tone full of threat. What? Do you think you can stay at the base forever? Or stay in school forever? Fu Zhou was furious and shouted, are you sick? Is it necessary to cling to me like this? Shen Xi didn't say anything, just shot him a warning glance before leaving. In the central square of the base, there was a huge light screen displaying the results of this assessment. Shen Xi was far ahead in first place. Kuei Mu was in second. Although Fu Zhou was in third, he would return an hour later than Kuei Mu. Shen Xi just took a quick glance before heading straight to the instructor's dormitory. Luo Chun seemed to have something to do, but his friend Huo Cheng was there. Seeing Shen Xi approach, Huo Cheng couldn't help but be curious. It was already quite strange that Luo Chun went to the military academy to become an instructor. Huo Cheng had reason to suspect that Luo Chen's reason for going to the military academy was because of Shen Xi. Shen Xi, is there something you need? Huo Cheng asked with a smile on his pale face. Shen Xi handed over a piece of paper meant for Luo Chen and asked if the instructor could help pass it along. Huo Cheng lightly brushed his fingers over the rolled-up paper, sensing the strong literary power within, and was slightly surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll take something so precious for myself? Then that's a matter between you and Instructor Luo, Shen Xi replied, using the star ring to scan the scene before him. Seeing this, Huo Cheng accepted the scroll and hugged it to himself, the rich literary power rushing out and dispersing around him. Huo Cheng instinctively clicked his tongue, his face turning red. You really found me a good job. Are you deliberately testing my willpower? Shen Xi's heart stirred. Was Hua Cheng's family quite wealthy? The Star people, with their ability to awaken the literary seals, had created countless wealth over generations. Families with a reputation were all extremely rich. Hua Cheng was slightly taken aback, thinking that the Shun family had considerable wealth too. And compared to the Shun family, the Hua family wasn't that rich. If instructor Hua can afford the price, I can sell you the characters. Hua Cheng realized what Shen Xi was referring to. He looked down at the scroll in his arms. Did you sell these to Luo Chun as well? Shen Xi shook his head. No, I gave them to him. Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng's face twisted with jealousy. Fine, the price isn't an issue. Just thinking about how Luo Chun could get these without spending a penny made Hua Cheng feel sad. Not long after Shen Xi left, Luo Chun returned. As soon as he entered, he saw Hua Cheng staring at him with a resentful gaze. When he walked to the left, that resentful gaze followed him to the left. When he walked to the right, the gaze followed to the right. When he went to the bathroom, that resentful gaze seemed to penetrate through the bathroom door, as if it wanted to burn a hole in him. Luo Chun couldn't take it anymore. What are you up to? Hua Cheng replied sarcastically. Luo Chun frowned. If you're not feeling well, go lie down in the treatment cabin. Hua Cheng replied, filled with resentment. Luo Chun clenched his fists. Just as he did, Hua Cheng suddenly stood up. Luo Chun, do you really want to fight? Hua Cheng shot him a sideways glance. I wouldn't dare. Who would dare to fight you? His tone was sour. What's going on? Hua Cheng seems off today. Just as he was about to say something, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the scroll on the table. Luo Chen's heart stirred, realizing, did Shen Xi send this? Chapter 68. A moment of fluorescence. Hua Cheng turned his head away, ignoring him, only carefully watching from the corner of his eye. This kid is probably filled with jealousy. Luo Chen chuckled lightly. Luo Chen was also a bit impatient. He pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a deep breath before reaching out to gently open the silk cloth that bound the scroll. The smooth and delicate silk had a soft touch, and when his rough fingers touched it, it felt even more pronounced. This made Luo Chen involuntarily slow his movements. The silk slipped from his palm onto the pile on the table, and the paper rolled up slowly unfurled. At some point, Hua Cheng stopped sneaking glances and turned around to observe openly. Luo Chen gently pinched one corner of the scroll with one hand, while slowly smoothing it out with the other. One character after another flowed into view. Luo Chen's eyes widened involuntarily. Although he didn't know what exactly Shen Xi wrote, the arrangement of these characters with their strokes and styles gave a very comfortable feeling. Hua Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. From his perspective, this writing was a masterpiece. Shen Xi just gave this to you? How much did she spend? Hua Cheng was astonished. No. He quickly shook his head. A master's work is not something that can be acquired simply with money. Luo Chen tilted his head, looking at his envious expression, and reminded him expressionlessly, aren't you only good at saying of? Hua Cheng glared at him. Mind your own business. Saying this, he stepped forward 2 steps and directly occupied the perfect position behind Luo Chen. I not only want to see these characters, but I also want to see your offering. Luo Chen chuckled. Do as you please. With that, he turned back, his fingers gently brushing over the characters, which were rich in literary power. Hua Cheng watched with envy, really wanting to reach out and touch them. To be honest, he had never touched a master's work before. Of course, the paper scroll he just received didn't count. Luo Chen could feel the scorching gaze behind him without having to turn around. The offering from a star being to a star master did not require a particularly complicated ritual. Luo Chen spread all the papers on the table and gathered the star power to input it into the awakening mark on his wrist. The star power entering the awakening mark was like a stream flowing into the sea, causing no ripples. Before long, a layer of starlight appeared on the mark. This indicated that the star master had responded. Luo Chen pressed the shimmering mark against the paper page from beginning to end. At this moment, in the distant floating realm, a young member of the Shuwen tribe was absorbing literary power through the special connection with Luo Chen. The literary power flowed into his body via Luo Chen's awakened Shuwen mark. However, at the very moment the literary power surged in, the star power around him suddenly fluctuated. This aura. The ethereal voice echoed in the empty hall. His expression was inscrutable, with a hint of faint compassion in his gaze. His distant eyes seemed to peer through the void toward an endless distance. Xing Lin, so you went there. His voice was melodious, deep and melancholic like the resonance of a cello. He began to gather literary power again, but stood up from his chair. The moment he stepped out, the surrounding environment suddenly filled with swirling snow. The mirror-like ice lake reflected the exquisite face of the young man. Brown-green hair was dusted with flecks of snow, and beneath the slightly drooping lashes, a pair of light golden eyes, devoid of joy or sorrow, were hidden. It seems you're in good condition. He approached Xing Lin, his palm surrounded by the massive literary power infused with Xing Lin's aura. Xing Lin glanced sideways and suddenly reached out to him. Star power surged from his fingertips, carrying an ominous and predatory aura. Accompanied by a light laugh of insight. The surging star power paused and then abruptly withdrew. Lin Yi sighed and looked down at his palm. Xing Lin, you lost control. Xing Lin pursed his lips and said nothing. At that moment, when he saw Shen Xi's literary power being occupied by Lin Yi, an endless rage indeed arose in his heart. That should have been his. He developed a possessive desire for Shen Xi's literary power. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on his expression. Do you know that I had a close relationship with Shen Xi in the tribe? Xing Lin was unaware of this. He had always been different from ordinary members of the Shuwen tribe. You probably don't know. You've always lived in the sacrificial tower. But Xing Lin roughly guessed what he wanted to say. Frowning slightly, the wind and snow grew more violent above the mirror-like lake. Those words Shen Xi had said came to mind as he stared directly into Lin Yi's eyes. Then what do you think? Xing Lin, I have no thoughts. He neither wanted to do anything nor to give up anything. Lin Yi's expression showed no change, seemingly unfazed by his decision. Don't forget your responsibilities. His words were cold and rational. Yet it seemed that even if Xing Lin acted on his own accord, he had no intention of doing anything. After watching the wind and snow for a while, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Actually, you can still do something. Hidden within his cold voice was a trace of barely perceptible disdain. In this situation, responsibilities didn't really matter. He clenched his fist, as if he could grasp the flowing literary power. Whether humans or the Shuwen tribe, it didn't matter if they were extinguished. After all, billions of years later, the universe would be reborn, and galaxies could once again come to life. What did it matter whether it was you or me? This was not something a member of the Shuwen tribe would typically say. Xing Lin glanced at him. Lin Yi's eyes concealed deep, cold despair. But in the end, the Shuwen tribe and ordinary humans were not much different. Humans have desires. The Shuwen tribe also has desires. The enormous star power flowing within them pushes them to become the core of the Shuwen galaxy, to be the protectors of humanity. The social structure was reshuffled and rebuilt because of them. Because the Shuwen tribe is imperfect, the entire Shuwen galaxy is filled with various contradictions. Those flaws stem from the Shuwen tribe, yet the Shuwen tribe cannot resolve them. Sometimes I envy humans, possessing the most intense emotions in the universe, embracing each other like flames, igniting one another, and sparking new flames. Lin Yi self-mocked. But the future of the Shuwen tribe is already clearly seen to have an end. The flow of literary power had stopped. Lin Yi used star power to feedback. From a distance, the sound of crunching footsteps approached. A girl walked through the snowy white landscape, her umbrella almost covered in snow. Lin Yi turned to look. Someone was coming. People say that in pursuit of a fleeting moment of fluorescence, they fearlessly endure the eternal night throughout the year, thinking that the moment of fluorescence is enough to comfort the eternal night. With that, he shook his hand and walked toward the lake. The wind and snow continued, but the figure vanished in an instant. When Shen Xi approached, Xing Lin had already collected his emotions. She moved the umbrella over Xing Lin's head, tilting her head up with bright eyes. Did I just hear other voices? Shen Xi suspected that someone had been talking to Xing Lin. He is not important. Shen Xi glanced around, finding no traces of Lin Yi's presence. She understood. It was the Shuwen tribe? Xing Lin nodded. Shen Xi glanced at Xing Lin, not pursuing the matter further. She was always aware of the boundaries. But at this moment, Xing Lin inexplicably wanted her to continue asking. Aren't you curious? Xing Lin looked down at her and suddenly spoke. Shen Xi? She exclaimed, surprised. She was indeed a little curious, but if Xing Lin was not comfortable discussing it, that was fine too. Xing Lin took the initiative to explain. He came because of you. Shen Xi was even more surprised because of me. She doesn't seem to have done anything, right? Why is it said to be because of me? Shen Xi was really curious now, and she could see that Xing Lin could answer this question. Who did you give the characters to? Xing Lin asked softly. I gave them to Luo Chen. Is this related? Is that Shuwen clan Luo Chen's Star Master? Star beings need to offer characters to their Star Masters. If Luo Chen offered the characters she gave him, then his Star Master might also know about Shen Xi. Shen Xi found it a bit strange. How did it lead to you here? Xing Lin didn't reply immediately. Shen Xi suddenly thought of a possibility, her gaze flickering, and she awkwardly changed the topic. What did he come for? Xing Lin noticed her awkwardness. Some answers were on the tip of the tongue, but Shen Xi pretended not to know, and he pretended to know that Shen Xi didn't know. Because of your strong literary power, he happened to encounter me. There is always a special perception between the Shuwen clan that allows them to know each other. Xing Lin's explanation seemed somewhat unconvincing. Shen Xi responded with an "oh," feeling somewhat honored. After saying that, she tightly pressed her lips together. She suddenly didn't know how to take out the characters she was supposed to give to Xing Lin. Aren't you curious? How did he suddenly appear and then suddenly disappear? Where did he go? Shen Xi speculated that perhaps it was very similar to the world of Shen Xi. At that time, Shen Xi also suddenly brought them to his world, then suddenly let them go out. Yeah, but it's a bit different. Shen Xi has already been expelled by the Shuwen clan. His world no longer belongs to the territory of the Shuwen clan, Xing Lin explained. Shen Xi suddenly looked up. Would Shen Xi feel sad? Xing Lin was somewhat confused. Shen Xi's voice was despondent. After all, being expelled by one's own clan, unable to have eternal life, and being far away from friends and family. How could one not feel sad about it? Shen Xi thought, how could it not be sad? At least there would be some regret, right? There was another question she didn't ask. Would Shen Xi, even for just a moment, have doubted his choice or regretted his choice? Why? Xing Lin was puzzled. Shen Xi has lived a very long life and seen many scenes in the world. Would he still feel sad about the disappearance of life in the future? Xing Lin felt that he wouldn't, but he didn't understand why Shen Xi thought Shen Xi would. The thoughts of the two races diverged at this moment. Shen Xi bit her lip, thinking about how to explain it to Xing Lin, but she didn't know where to start. Should she start with the brief and limited life of the human race, or from the insatiable nature of humanity? Chapter 69. Who is that person? After a moment, Shen Xi raised her head to look at Xing Lin's expression. She changed her wording. Do you think it's worth it for Shen Xi to give up her identity as a Shuwen clan member, give up everything of the Shuwen clan, and even give up her immortality for her lover? When the items used to measure the balance were placed on the table, Xing Lin was momentarily at a loss for how to answer just this question. She was willing to give those up, not entirely for her lover. That was the only answer she could give. It seemed that only by adding another weight on the other side could the entire balance be in a state of equilibrium. Xing Lin was startled by her own thought. Shen Xi, however, smiled. You see, you do agree with me a little, don't you? She looked into Xing Lin's eyes and slowly spoke. I think it's not worth it. The Shuwen clan is not devoid of emotions, nor are they devoid of humanity, right? Xing Lin, the Shuwen clan itself, is emotionally indifferent. Not that they lack emotions or humanity, but rather, they have the ability to learn them. His mood did not seem very good. Yes, since they have the ability to learn humanity, there will come a day when they will fully possess it. But how could a long and dull life not feel like a curse to him? Xing Lin had silently agreed with Lin Ye's statement. If the road ahead is a stagnant pool, then even the most radical change would be worthwhile, even if it means losing one's life. So you think he won't be sad? The identity and everything of the Shuwen clan is not glory, it is a shackle. Xing Lin's gaze was flat, as if she were merely commenting on someone else's affairs. As soon as she finished speaking, she added, with a compassionate expression, but I willingly wear the shackle. Shen Xi was shaken inside for what? Xing Lin shifted her gaze to her face, perhaps because this universe is too beautiful, and the various lives cultivated within it are too beautiful. I don't want them to disappear. Humans rely on the Shuwen clan to settle in the Shuwen star system, allowing civilization to restart and then evolve branches. The Shuwen clan has its own mission and responsibilities. He had never felt tired of it, but he allowed his clansmen to feel tired. Xing Lin's gaze was restrained. I think I understand your meaning, just in terms of love. It is indeed not worth it for Shen Xi to do that. Her core motivation must be more than this. Perhaps he was once sad, because no matter how unbearable the Shuwen clan is still his race. It's just that at this moment, that sadness is not enough to shake his determination to leave. After speaking, the emotion on Xing Lin's face gradually relaxed. This is the complexity of human emotions, isn't it? Axie? Shen Xi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yes. Xing Lin walked closer to her. The Shuwen clan territory is in the floating realm. It exists nowhere and everywhere. So theoretically, the Shuwen clan can appear anywhere in the Shuwen star system through the floating realm. There is actually such a place. Shen Xi opened her eyes wide in surprise. Her attention instantly shifted to this matter. What kind of place is it? Xing Lin seemed to be reminiscing. Perhaps it is bizarre. In your words, it can be whatever you wish it to be. It can be spring blossoms one moment and snowflakes the next. Isn't that quite similar to the legendary fairyland? Seeing that Shen Xi was very curious, Xing Lin felt a stir in his heart. Do you want to take a look? What? She looked utterly incredulous. Xing Lin must be joking, right? Xing Lin reached out his hand to Shen Xi. I can take you to see it. It's a place I often stay, but it's actually not that beautiful. Shen Xi, however, did not move. Won't your clan leader have any thoughts? After all, I'm just an ordinary person. In the Shuwen star system, those most familiar with the Shuwen clan are the presidents of the judicial yuan and legislative yuan, as well as the acting ministers. But Shen Xi guessed that they probably had never been to the Shuwen clan territory either. Xing Lin had a look, of course. Don't worry about his thoughts. His words were like a spoiled young master in a family. Combined with his appearance, Shen Xi couldn't help but doubt. You wouldn't be the clan leader's child, would you? Xing Lin was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. I'm not. After saying that, his mood sank again. The Shuwen clan has not had a newborn for nearly 300 years. Shen Xi, She blinked. Then you, how old are you? You want to know my age? Shen Xi quickly waved her hand. I don't want to. She shrank her head. Last time on star 145. She had only guessed that Xing Lin was over 100 years old. Today she learned he was at least 300. Just consider him to be 300 years old. Shen Xi didn't want to know that there was a monster around her whose age could be considered her ancestor. Do you want to take a look? Xing Lin's fingertip curled slightly. The long and slender finger sparkled with starlight. It tempted one to reach out. Shen Xi thought for a moment. If it doesn't affect you. Of course not. The next moment, Xing Lin's hand had already grasped her wrist. The Shuwen mark awakening on Shen Xi's wrist was slightly warm. Xing Lin lowered his gaze and pulled her forward a step. In the next moment, the surrounding environment changed abruptly. The swirling snowflakes disappeared in an instant, and the breath of winter retreated. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose to a very pleasant level. Unknown bird calls sounded overhead, chirping away. Shen Xi raised her eyes and looked around. Lush greenery enveloped this small courtyard. Looking up, gentle light fell down. But the sky was bare, with nothing there. In front of the two, there was a small door. This was said because this building, almost as high as the sky, only revealed a side corner in front of Shen Xi. Where's this? Shen Xi asked softly, fearing to disturb anyone. The altar tower. Don't be afraid. No one will come here. Shen Xi's pupils constricted. The altar tower? What exactly is Xing Lin's identity in the Shuwen clan? Xing Lin pulled her directly towards that door. As soon as they approached, the door opened. After entering the building, the scene before her changed abruptly. Shen Xi was surprised to see the outside scenery through the altar tower. A wide plaza extended out with stands for people to sit. In the middle of the plaza, close to the altar tower, there were suspended platforms connected to the altar tower by transparent walkways. Shen Xi was shocked, and in an instant she understood. This is the wing pillar. Xing Lin nodded, sort of. The altar tower and the wing pillar are connected. Shen Xi opened her mouth wide. You live here? The architectural style of the altar tower is similar to a high tower, hollow in the middle, with an atrium. She looked up. The altar tower was very tall, and she couldn't see the top from far away. Which floor do you live on? It's so big here, each floor can accommodate many people. She wondered where Xing Lin lived. The top floor. Shen Xia? She was thinking how to get up there, even if there is stellar power. Climbing the stairs would consume all the stellar power, right? She was still too naive. Perhaps because the atmosphere was relaxed now. She didn't want to use her brain anymore. Xing Lin said nothing, just lightly waved his fingertip. Suddenly, a staircase made of stellar power appeared before her. He led Shen Xi up. In the next moment, the two appeared on the top floor. It was extremely spacious here, with stellar power floating, surrounding this vast space. It seemed that even saying a word could cause an echo. Shen Xi raised her eyes and looked ahead. There were only level after level of steps. Behind the steps was only a crystal-like platform. There was nothing else. Shen Xi turned back to look. There was nothing around. It was empty enough. Is this where you live? There's nothing here. How can Xing Lin live here? Xing Lin took her up the steps and then sat on the platform. He slightly lowered his gaze. Shen Xi followed his gaze down and was surprised to see the scene of Wing Pillar Square. The awakening ceremony had already passed, but there were still quite a few people in Wing Pillar Square. After all, this is the most iconic building in Central Star. Almost everyone who comes to Central Star will visit Wing Pillar Square first. Some even took the cocoon platform to get close to the Wing Pillar, pressing their hands against it. Shen Xi could almost see the intricate patterns on that person's palm. What is he doing? The person slightly closed his eyes, with a devout expression, looking as if he was making a wish. Sure enough, he was making a wish. Shen Xi glanced at Xing Lin. What was he wishing for? Her intuition told her that Xing Lin could hear the voice in that person's heart. Xing Lin smiled, and starlight gathered around him, shrouding his face in a halo of starlight, making him appear especially divine. He hoped that when he awakened, he would awaken a good talent. Awakening talents can indeed vary in quality. Would he succeed? Although Shen Xi instinctively thought he probably wouldn't succeed. Otherwise, if everyone came here to make wishes, why would so many people's talents not be high? Xing Lin, yes. He won't succeed. How could I have the ability to decide what ability he can awaken? Did you listen to them making wishes here every day? Xing Lin nodded and looked at Shen Xi. You've been here too. Shen Xi was surprised, pointing at herself. Me? She couldn't remember. No, it wasn't her at that time. It was the original owner. However, after she came here, she had basically inherited the original owner's memories. Even trivial memories from when she was very young were very clear in her mind. But Shen Xi remembered not having any memories regarding this. So, what did I wish for? She was a bit curious. Xing Lin recalled, you came on the eve of your 18th birthday. You said that the next day was your birthday, and you hoped to leave Central Star. Shen Xi frowned. I wish to leave Central Star? And then? Xing Lin looked at him, seeming quite relieved that he had heard her wish at that time. Then I promised you, so I left here and boarded the same starship with you. But that is not right. I was supposed to leave Central Star because of my failed awakening. There are people in Central Star who don't want you to leave. I concealed your whereabouts at that time. Xing Lin thought it was a bit strange. Why did Shen Xi seem to know nothing? She really didn't know. So, I might know that someone would try to stop me from leaving, which is why I wished to you. That person who was stopping me, I sent my uncle, nor the Shen family. So who is it? Why is there a blank in my mind? Chapter 70. It's me. Xing Lin also sensed something was wrong. He suddenly reached out his hand, his fingertip pressing against Shen Xi's forehead. Shen Xi's expression immediately calmed down as he looked at Xing Lin's face. Suddenly, Shen Xi noticed a slight furrow in Xing Lin's brow. He couldn't help but feel anxious and swallowed hard. What was wrong? Xing Lin lowered his gaze to meet Shen Xi's worried eyes, saying, there is indeed no content about making a wish in your memory. However, he couldn't possibly be mistaken. Xing Lin pressed his index finger to his own brow, and as the star power surged, a glowing thread was pulled out along with his fingertip the next moment. The thread obediently lingered at his fingertip. Upon noticing Shen Xi's curious gaze, Xing Lin explained, this is a memory silk. With a casual wave, the silk floated into the air, then extended into a thin, glowing plane. Then, Shen Xi saw that she actually appeared on it. No, that was the original host. The original host on the eve of her 18th birthday, with a resilient expression, stepped onto the wish column. Then, a hand pressed against the surface of the wish column, eyes closed in reverence as she made a wish. Since this was Xing Lin's memory, Shen Xi could also hear the voice from his heart. This feeling was magical. It was as if she was having a meeting with her past self. When the other person raised her eyes to look at the wish column, Shen Xi's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She even felt an illusion that the other person was making eye contact with her. Then, she turned to leave. The memory ended here, and Shen Xi suddenly realized. Since I wanted to leave Central Star, why did I still commit suicide? The original host committed suicide before the ceremony, which should have been after returning from the Wish Column Square. She was full of hope for the future at that time. Why would she commit suicide? Xing Lin was taken aback. You committed suicide? He really found it hard to imagine that Shen Xi would actually commit suicide. Shen Xi also felt something was off. Didn't you see it? Weren't you just looking at my memories? Shen Xi was startled, suddenly looking up and staring intently at Xing Lin. Did you see anything strange? What kind of strange scene are you talking about? She had been too relaxed just now, not guarding against Xing Lin at all. It was only now that she realized Xing Lin might have discovered her biggest secret. Shen Xi felt anxious inside. The two looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. The sound of their breathing lingered around them, and Shen Xi dared not speak again. After a moment, Xing Lin's gentle voice rang out again. What kind of strange scene are you talking about? He suddenly reached out his fingertip towards Shen Xi, causing her hair to stand on end as she instinctively leaned back to dodge. Xing Lin's hand paused in midair, his thoughtful gaze resting on her. Are you scared? The fluctuations in the Star Master's emotions would always be known to the Star Envoy immediately. Xing Lin didn't understand. Were you afraid of? His eyes softened, and the star power swirling around his fingertip was gentle and light. Shen Xi bit her lip. Xing Lin smiled slightly, his fingertip brushing past her hair, tucking a strand that fell over her brow behind her ear. His warm fingertip grazed her earlobe, touching the smooth skin before pulling away. Strangely, Shen Xi's tense emotions eased considerably. As Xing Lin's fingertip twirled, when he had touched Shen Xi's brow earlier, her vast memories surged towards him. But at that time, Xing Lin hadn't seen everything. He only chose memories from around the time she turned 18. However, now, when he revisited those memories, Xing Lin still didn't discover anything strange. In fact, he didn't even see any scenes of the suicide that Shen Xi had mentioned. He released his fingertip, and the starlight scattered like flowing light. He leaned closer to Shen Xi. Can I look at your memories again? Shen Xi became tense again. Meeting Xing Lin's pleading gaze, she felt a bit resistant, but didn't want to refuse. She struggled in her heart, ultimately shaking her head no. Star envoys could never refuse the Star Master's requests. Xing Lin suddenly became interested, a smile on his face, lowering his tone and demeanor. I want to see. Shen Xi's heart raced. She had never seen Xing Lin use such a soft tone to make such a request. The two stared at each other, once again at a loss for words. In the end, Xing Lin let out a sigh, and Shen Xi's guilt surged to its peak. However, she really didn't want Xing Lin to know her secret right now. Xing Lin lowered his head and gently twirled his fingertip again before letting go, the starlight swirling around him. The young man's gaze was calm, watching the changes in the starlight at his fingertip. Under the illumination of the starlight, his features looked even more handsome, like a noble son unaware of the world. After a few recalls, he finally caught a familiar breath. Xing Lin suddenly raised his head to look at Shen Xi. Shen Xi was startled by this sudden gaze, her heart pounding. Upon closer inspection, she found that Xing Lin's expression was quite grim. She couldn't help but feel even more guilty. I'm sorry, but Xing Lin shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Xi looked at his expression. What did you find? He could even be said to be angry. Xing Lin's gaze towards Shen Xi became complicated. Your memories are indeed obscured. I still can't discover what secrets are hidden in those blocked memories. Shen Xi's face paled, feeling even more tense instead of relaxing because Xing Lin hadn't discovered her secret. Since Xing Lin said it was obscured, then didn't the person who obscured it know all her memories? Who was that person? Xing Lin gritted his teeth. It's me. Huh? Shen Xi's eyes widened in horror. Xing Lin quickly explained, it's me, but not me. Shen Xi's mood unexpectedly relaxed strangely. After learning that a stranger might know her memories, she felt panic and unease. But upon realizing that this person was Xing Lin, she seemed to forget that she had just resisted him looking at her memories. I don't quite understand. Xing Lin's star power surged with his emotions. I was plotted against by him. Wasn't it you? You plotted against yourself. Don't you have those memories? The you from before was stronger than the you now, so you can't fully see my memories? Xing Lin nodded yes. Then what was his purpose in plotting against you? Xing Lin's gaze turned to Shen Xi. Meeting his eyes, Shen Xi pointed at herself. Because of me? Her mind raced quickly. Because of my writing ability? Xing Lin nodded, most likely. Shen Xi was confused, unsure whether to be angry or sad at this moment. You don't have to tell me the identity of the other party, Shen Xi murmured softly. I would blame you for that. Xing Lin replied, you should blame him. His expression was sincere, showing no intention to conceal anything. Shen Xi found it hard to believe that he had actually plotted against her. I will find out the whole story. If the former him wanted Shen Xi to sacrifice for the Shuwen star system, then Xing Lin would never agree. Then who is blocking me from leaving Central Star? It shouldn't be you, right? If everything was part of the other party's plan, then in that plan, Shen Xi would leave Central Star and then meet Xing Lin at the Edge Star. There are many people blocking you from leaving. Aside from those who are taking advantage of the situation, the main force is the Su family of Central Star. Chapter 71. Not wanting to understand the Su family? It was somewhat beyond Shen Xi's expectations. She thought her connection with the Su family was only through Su Jiuyu. Shen Xi pondered, recalling that when she first arrived at Central Star and met Su Zhao, his attitude towards her was a bit strange. However, since he did not mean any harm, Shen Xi did not think much of it at the time. Looking back now, he might have known some clues. Xing Lin noticed her frowning, seemingly troubled by this, and comforted her. I will find out everything. No matter who it is, they cannot touch my people. Don't worry, not even the former version of himself. The young man's tone was firm, his expression resolute. Shen Xi couldn't help but feel a sense of reassurance. I'm not worried about this matter. I'm not afraid of the Su family. As for you, Shen Xi elongated her tone, her gaze shifting to meet Xing Lin's eyes. Xing Lin quickly followed up. You don't need to worry about that. It was as if he was making a promise. Shen Xi couldn't help but feel curious about the relationship between him and that version of himself, even though she knew she shouldn't cross the line to ask. But at this moment, she couldn't help but blurt it out. Are you two one soul in two bodies? Or is it hysteria? As soon as she realized what she had said, there was no room for reversal. Xing Lin's expression turned strange, and for a moment, he did not speak. Shen Xi felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and softly said, It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. However, Xing Lin shook his head. No, I'm just curious that you think that way. He paused. Although I live in the Temple of Sacrifice, I spend most of my time in a deep sleep. And every time I wake up, I go through a process of growing from childhood to youth. In fact, Xing Lin did not clarify that this was not simply sleeping, but rather a form of dissociation. The one family lacked literary power, and he did this to reduce the consumption of literary power, giving back to the Wen clan. But similarly, as he grew from childhood to youth, the other members of the Wen clan would also return that literary power to him. Shen Xi vaguely sensed something was off from his words. She secretly glanced at Xing Lin and brought up an inconsequential topic. So every time you wake up, you lose the memories from the last time, and the one who plotted against you and me is the version of you before the last sleep? Xing Lin nodded. That's right. So you don't need to worry about him causing you any harm. I won't allow it. When he made that promise, his gaze was particularly gentle. He didn't seem like a deity in the temple, but rather like a youth troubled by worldly matters. Shen Xi's heart suddenly panicked for a moment, sensing that something was deviating from its original course. But she could only watch, unable to reach out to stop it. Shen Xi felt her heart racing, her gaze shifting away. Of course I'm not worried. She suddenly stood up. Aren't we staying here too long? We have training tomorrow. The girl's evasive actions were too obvious, and the emotions of panic and fear filled her chest. She rushed towards Xing Lin through their connection. Xing Lin sat on the steps, looking up at her. His soft brown-green hair fell, completely exposing his brows and eyes. He looked confused and worried, with a hint of water glistening between his soft eyelashes. Shen Xi's breath caught slightly. You were scared. Shen Xi felt despicable. He only liked her writing, yet she was trying to pull him down from his pedestal as they spent more time together. Shen Xi hurriedly took a few steps back. Xing Lin, I should go back. Xing Lin frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on her for half a second before getting up from the steps. Okay, I'll take you out. He reached out, as usual, but Shen Xi instinctively wanted to dodge. However, Xing Lin's movements were quicker than hers. His warm hand grasped her wrist, his thumb resting on the mark on her wrist. She lowered her gaze, maintaining a calm facade while her heart was in turmoil. Xing Lin glanced at her. After leaving the floating realm, Shen Xi broke free from Xing Lin's hand and casually took out the writing she had prepared for him from the space of the star ring. I wrote a lot this time. It should be enough for you for a while. She spoke quickly, appearing anxious to cover up her feelings. Xing Lin tilted his head to examine her expression, a hint of inquiry in his gaze. You. The emotions he sensed from Shen Xi were too complicated for him to fully interpret. However, he could feel that she was deliberately distancing herself from him. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke. I estimate that I won't use this much for long. I am currently growing and need a lot of writing. Shen Xi. I really need you. Fireworks exploded in Shen Xi's mind. He needed her for writing. Shen Xi repeatedly reminded herself in her heart, and her emotions quickly calmed down. I understand. I'll be prepared. Xing Lin's increasingly distant attitude made him doubt whether he had said something wrong. He just didn't want Shen Xi to distance herself from him. Shen Xi took a step back, and, seeing that it was getting late, she said, I should head back. After saying that, she turned and left. Her footsteps quickened, and she ended up running. Behind her was Xing Lin, bathed in snowflakes, watching her leave from afar. He looked like an abandoned puppy, yet he didn't dare to take a step forward, wary of her attitude. Only when she felt she could no longer sense his gaze did Shen Xi slowly stop. She cautiously turned her head to take a look. In the silver-white scene, snowflakes fell gently, covering even her own footsteps. A long sigh escaped her lips. Xing Lin's identity was indeed extraordinary, living in the temple of sacrifice, willingly binding himself for the universe's sake. All the signs indicated something. Shen Xi was right. Xing Lin was different from her. And this truth was something she only understood now. Perhaps it wasn't that she didn't understand before. She just didn't want to understand. She dragged her feet back to the base, half-heartedly. Hey, what have you been doing coming back now? A sudden voice startled Shen Xi. She looked up to see Hua Cheng leaning against the wall, watching her with an amused expression. Shen Xi felt drained and, considering his identity, mustered her spirits to salute him. What is wrong? Before Hua Cheng could say anything, Luo Chen's figure suddenly stepped out from the shadows. Shen Xi glanced at him before turning her gaze back to Hua Cheng. Is there something? Hua Cheng immediately walked over, putting his arm around her shoulder. Shen Xi, do you know how amazing the writing you gave to Luo Chen is? It directly helped him reach a small level up. You know how difficult it is to level up at their stage. Shen Xi responded, Oh, then what? Hua Cheng patted her shoulder. Name your price. I'll buy it no matter how much it costs. I have plenty of good materials. After saying that, he winked at Shen Xi. That's enough. Luo Chen walked over to rescue Shen Xi from Hua Cheng's grasp. In the end, he still looked a bit disdainful. What does this look like? Shen Xi leaned out with Luo Chen's strength, her posture dejected. I haven't had time to write lately. What? Chapter 72. The early love of a child. Hua Cheng found it extremely unbelievable. Did you write those words yourself? Yes. For the first time, he realized that everyone who could resonate with her had this kind of expression. Shen Xi was already used to it. At this moment, Hua Cheng's gaze towards Shen Xi changed. Someone who could resonate and had such high innate talent seemed to be a first in the history of the Shuwen star system. Right? He quickly put on a friendly smile and said, It's okay. You can write whenever you have time. I'm not in a hurry. After saying that, he noticed that Luo Chen clearly wanted to talk to Shen Xi, so he quickly made an excuse to leave. As Hua Cheng turned to leave, he vaguely heard Luo Chen asking, Is it because of him? Who is it? Shen Xi nodded, then shook her head. I'm fine. Luo Chen looked at her expression and sighed. He felt like a parent catching a child in their first love. And the other party had such a significant background. It was really difficult to find the right words to say. In any case, for his sake and for your sake, you need to maintain a good sense of proportion. Shen Xi lowered her head, lost in thought. Luo Chen didn't quite understand what a girl her age was thinking. However, he vaguely heard his younger sisters mention that at 18 or 19, it was the easiest age for infatuation. Xing Lin was exquisite and handsome, with unmatched star power, and he had accompanied Shen Xi in her growth up to now. Luo Chen believed that it was hard for a girl of 18 or 19 not to develop feelings for such a person. But what he feared was that these feelings shouldn't arise and couldn't arise. After a moment of silence, he spoke. It's common for star people to have admiration for their star masters. Admiration? Shen Xi appeared confused. Luo Chen nodded. Yes, I also admire my star master. You could say that no star envoy would not admire their star master. The hurried affirmation revealed Luo Chen's worries. It was as if there was a thin layer of window paper in front of Shen Xi's eyes. She only needed to lightly touch it with her finger to see what was behind it. But Shen Xi did nothing, just nodded along with Luo Chen's words. Yes, I'm just a devoted follower of him. She spoke each word distinctly, as if afraid it wouldn't be heard clearly. Luo Chen felt reassured that Shen Xi could think this way, and a smile appeared on his face. After this conversation, Shen Xi's mood seems to have improved a bit. Did Instructor Hui say you've reached a new level? My writing has such a good effect. Shen Xi had only one Kuei Mu awakening beside her. Both of them had awakened their talents through medication, and they both only had a half understanding of the matter of serving the Star Master. Shen Xi knew that her writing was extraordinary, but she didn't realize the significant enhancement it had for the Star People. Luo Chen was a bit surprised. You haven't tried it? Shen Xi shook her head. Xing Lin said, I don't need to serve. The moment the words are written, the offering is complete. Suddenly, she remembered something Xing Lin had said. By the way, Kuei Mu also hasn't served. His growth has also been rapid during this period, perhaps related to his writing. Luo Chen was puzzled. Kuei Mu can resonate with words? He can't. He can write through learning, not resonance. This was the first time Luo Chen had heard such a statement. Did you teach him? Shen Xi herself was a master-level resonator, a level that was already a great mentor in the Star System's Literature Academy. Yes. Are you interested in learning? Xing Lin said that learning writing greatly enhances the combat power of Star People. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Did he really say that? The Shuwen clan had a unique vision. Since Xing Lin said it, there couldn't be any problems. I'll send you the tutorial in a bit. Just follow along to learn. Learning writing requires perseverance. One must know that ice doesn't freeze 3 feet deep in a single day. However, perseverance is precisely the easiest thing for a soldier to give. Since it could make one stronger, Luo Chen was filled with interest in the learning Shen Xi mentioned. The two walked side by side toward the base. I'll learn some other news tonight. I might need your help to investigate. Shen Xi suddenly spoke, and Luo Chen quickly gathered his expression. You say, I mentioned to you that my uncle entrusted me to Chen Yi. This matter might not be spontaneous, but rather premeditated. The Su family once obstructed my departure from Central Star, and I suspect there is a connection between these two matters. Luo Chen also fell into thought. The Su family always puts interests first. They wouldn't waste effort on something for no reason. They might want to gain something from you. Shen Xi examined herself. Is it my writing? Or, she shook her head, particularly certain, it's not writing, it's bloodline. Shen Xi scoffed. It's my bloodline as the daughter of Mingyu. After using the awakening medication, it's very likely to awaken a good talent. But your talent is indeed outstanding, and there is research indicating that talent has a familial tendency. However, compared to that, your writing is more alluring, and as the Su family is one of the top literary families, they are more likely to covet your writing. In Luo Chen's eyes, Shen Xi must have been able to resonate with words long ago, and this ability just happened to be discovered by the Su family. How could he know that Shen Xi had never been able to resonate? The reason she could write was that she had mastered the words, not through resonance. Help me investigate the Su family. Luo Chen nodded. This matter indeed needed clarification. When they reached the dormitory building, Shen Xi and Luo Chen parted ways. The first thing Shen Xi did upon returning to her dorm was to send a communication to Lu Xiyu. On star 112, the sun was shining brightly. Lu Xiyu sat at his desk, his brow slightly furrowed. He relaxed a bit when he saw Shen Xi. How have things been lately? He glanced at Shen Xi's expression. She seemed stronger. Help me investigate something. Shen Xi got straight to the point. Lu Xiyu immediately sat up straight, his eyes fixed on her. You say? I remember a few months ago, the 13th Army sent a batch of space pirates into the prison on star 112, right? Lu Xiyu had an impression of this matter. Among those pirates, there was a second-in-command named Song Tan. He should know some secrets. I want to find out if there were other forces involved in the awakening medication used on me by the first-in-command back then. After understanding the whole story, Lu Xiyu's expression became serious. Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. One space pirate, it shouldn't take much effort to deal with. Wait for your news. After the communication ended, Shen Xi lay back on her bed. Su Jiuyo and that roommate didn't know where they had gone, and the room was quiet. Outside the clear window, heavy snow continued to fall, and Shen Xi couldn't help but think of Xing Lin. She wondered how he was doing now. As the thought flashed by, Shen Xi frowned, got up, pulled out a chair, laid down some paper, and practiced writing. Before she knew it, she had written a lot again. She picked up the scattered papers and carefully set them aside. Her mood had calmed down a lot. Looking up, she found Su Jiuyo curiously watching her. Shi, what's wrong? Shen Xi smiled lightly and shook her head. It's nothing. However, Su Jiuyo was still worried, standing by her desk without leaving. Shen Xi glanced at her, realizing that she couldn't put her at ease, so she took the initiative to pull her down to sit. Yu, I'm really okay. I was just feeling a bit down earlier. Su Jiuyo looked down at the papers spread out on the desk, which were unfamiliar characters to her. Shen Xi had said it was Oracle Bone script. Su Jiuyo's expression showed contemplation. The previous actions of Zhuozhou hadn't made her unhappy. But today, Shen Xi had written so many characters and even used Oracle Bone script as if she was deliberately concealing something. Chapter 73. The road ahead, she reached out towards the pile of papers. Shen Xi immediately became alert and covered the contents of the papers. Su Jiuyo, seemingly oblivious, naturally rested her hand on the table, but her gaze swept thoughtfully over Shen Xi's hand. Is it for Xing Lin? She deliberately didn't ask about the content, knowing that Shen Xi wouldn't share it. Yes, Shen Xi replied with an unusual expression, as if she didn't want to continue this topic. Su Jiuyo understood. It seemed that Shen Xi's discomfort was indeed related to Xing Lin. Suddenly, she reached out, held Shen Xi's hand, and looked at her intently, saying seriously, Shi, although Xing Lin is great, I am your good friend, and I support whatever decision you make. Shen Xi's pupils contracted. I don't have any decision to make. Xing Lin is indeed great, but it has nothing to do with us. After saying this, Shen Xi instinctively lowered her gaze, avoiding Su Jiuyo's eyes. This was a sign of her guilt. Su Jiuyo clearly noticed and sighed inwardly. She was unaware of the misunderstanding between Shen Xi and Xing Lin. However, no matter what decision Shen Xi made, she would support her unconditionally. As long as you're happy. Love is not the most important thing in our lives after all. Shen Xi glanced at Su Jiuyo and saw her enigmatic expression, unconsciously mumbling, You seem to understand a lot. Is it that people from the Shuwen star system experienced love earlier? Su Jiuyo's expression instantly became lively. Of course. Although I am single, I played several immersive romance games on Xing. In terms of dating, I'm quite experienced. Shen Xi pondered. Xing Lin's existence was indeed special to her. But what if her feelings for him were not romantic? Perhaps she could use this game to see how real love is experienced. I want to play too. Do you have any recommendations? Oh, there's so many. Su Jiuyo wrapped her arm around Shen Xi's shoulders, resting her head on Shen Xi's shoulder and smiling brightly. Indeed, the essence of humanity is to share interests. She finally understood various truths. The two chatted for a while. Considering that there would be training the next day, Shen Xi didn't try anything directly. After the star power restriction bracelet's level was adjusted, the training intensity doubled. Shen Xi had no time to think about other matters. Meanwhile, while Shen Xi and the others were training, a significant event occurred on the central star. After parting ways with Shen Xi, Xing Lin went to the Su family. He entered the Su family unnoticed. The head of the Su family and Su heir were arguing about Su Zhao. Su Zhao seemed determined to break away from the Su family's control, and there had been no news since he left. This infuriated the head of the Su family. Sui. The two parted unhappily, and Su heir angrily exited the study. As he passed through the garden path, he caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. He frowned and stopped, asking, Who's there? The wind blew gently, and no one responded. Su heir, feeling impatient, walked over to that spot. In the next moment, a spark of starlight fell on his forehead. Su escause instantly froze. Xing Lin's eyes were cold as he ruthlessly read Su heir's memories. Engagement? Xing Lin's hand paused slightly, and the star power beneath his hand surged violently for a moment. He scanned Su heir with frost-like eyes, withdrew his hand, and turned to walk into the darkness. Subsequently, Su heir's eyes regained clarity. The shadows of the flowers swayed, and he pressed his hand to his throbbing forehead, looking confused. Where did you go? Outside the altar, Lin Yi leaned against the wall, watching Xing Lin's star power swirling beside him with a half-smile. Shuwen clan, taking action against an ordinary human. This was against the rules. Xing Lin glanced at him, his light golden eyes filled with hostility. Lin Yi was not afraid. Instead, he seemed to appreciate it. How interesting, what will you do? Xing Lin remained silent and walked straight into the altar. Lin Yi, not willing to give up, followed him in. He seemed to dislike the altar. As soon as he entered, his expression turned sour. I say, the Shuwen clan is just barely hanging on now. With insufficient text, you have to release yourself every so often. What's the point? Since you're bound to perish sooner or later, what's the difference between perishing early or late? You might as well go wild while you still have time, just like Shen Xi. He leaned closer to Xing Lin, speaking in a coaxing tone. Xing Lin stopped and turned his head to look at him. There's no need to use your abilities on me. You know it's useless. His ability, called Bewitching Heart, was effective against the Shuwen clan as well. However, Xing Lin saw through it at a glance. He frowned and asked, "You didn't use this ability to lure Shen Xi away from the Shuwen clan, did you?" Lin Yi showed no change in expression when Xing Lin saw through him. However, Shen Xi's matter had nothing to do with him. I just saw new hope from Shen Xi's matter. Unfortunately, I don't have a suitable candidate by my side. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here trying to persuade you. You have quite a principle. Xing Lin's face was expressionless. Lin Yi couldn't quite grasp his thoughts. What about you? You don't want to protect the Shuwen clan and the Shuwen star system, do you? The tone was sarcastic. If you say that again, I might suspect you have colluded with the insect race. Xing Lin's expression remained unchanged. Even the hostility in his eyes dissipated. Lin Yi stared into his eyes and took a step back. Ha! You quickly restrained your emotions again. Are you the high and mighty Xing Lin, God, once more? Lin Yi's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he suddenly pointed at Xing Lin's heart. I wonder if you've heard that love is like spilled water, impossible to retrieve. Xing Lin could present himself like this in front of Lin Yi. But could he maintain this demeanor in front of that human girl? Do you dare to look down on her with your current gaze? Xing Lin coldly stared at him, seemingly unfazed. Lin Yi didn't care about his reaction. Glancing around the altar and speaking, "This altar of yours is truly disgusting." After saying that, he turned to leave. Xing Lin continued to watch his figure disappear. The Shuwen clan could not collude with the insect race. His earlier words were merely out of irritation towards Lin Yi. Since the Shuwen clan's inception, they had lived in the Shuwen star system. Humans only knew that when star people awakened their Shuwen clan marks, they gained powers to resist the insect race. On the surface, the Shuwen clan seemed high and mighty, needing nothing while many star people rushed to the front lines to defend the Shuwen star system. But things were not that simple. While the Shuwen clan granted power to the star people, they also required a large amount of text power. If there was no text power, the Shuwen clan could face destruction. Since humans arrived in the Shuwen star system, the text power of the Shuwen clan had never been sufficiently replenished. In fact, the text power had been decreasing year by year. The number of resonating humans was decreasing. Correspondingly, the number of star people who could awaken was also decreasing. Once, half-star people could awaken too, but now they could only trigger it through medication. This cycle itself was just tearing down one wall to shore up another. Sooner or later, it would collapse. The Shuwen clan hadn't had a newborn in 300 years. Every 50 years, they needed to release themselves to provide text power for their kin, which was just the beginning of their collapse. What would the future hold? It's truly hard to say. Chapter 74. Military training at the second station. Star Lin delivered a divine decree through the altar at Wing Column Square. The Su family was forsaken by the gods. The brilliance on the wing column shone brightly, and everyone present could clearly see the contents above. Caught off guard, the Su family had no chance to conceal it. In an instant, the Su family's status plummeted. The member of the Su family who held a significant position in the Prime Minister's office completely lost the chance to run for Prime Minister. This was because the candidates for the two houses and the Prime Minister were usually appointed by the Shuwen clan. The event happened too abruptly, and for the major families of Central Star, it was akin to a thunderclap out of a clear sky. When Luo Chun learned of this news, the morning training had just ended. He received the news because he had just revealed to his family his intention to investigate the Su family. His uncle thought he was concerned about the matter and sent it to him. Luo Chen's mind went blank as he headed straight to the cafeteria. Many students saw Luo Chen walk over with a serious expression next to Shen Xi. The two seemed to have a conversation, after which Shen Xi followed Luo Chen away. This scene always sparked curiosity. Some worried that Shen Xi had angered the instructor, some took pleasure in misfortune, while others simply watched the drama unfold. Shen Xi followed Luo Chen directly to a secluded corner. "What's wrong with you?" Shen Xi felt a bit puzzled. "Why do you pull her out for no reason?" Luo Chen hesitated to speak. "Strange, you started to be shy too?" Seeing Luo Chen's demeanor, Shen Xi felt even more confused. Luo Chen's expression was tense, as if making a significant decision, suddenly granting Shen Xi access to the star ring. Looking at the content on the light screen, Shen Xi was momentarily dazed. "I'm leaving. You know what this is about?" Shen Xi blinked and finally came to her senses from the news. "If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known." Luo Chen looked at her irritably. "You would find out sooner or later." The power of the Shuwen clan was indeed immense. After a century of deep-rooted influence, a mere word could cause a family to plummet to the bottom. Shen Xi truly felt the weight of this. Star Lin had never shown any privileges in front of her, so she had previously been unaware of the vast gap between them. That was why there were regulations preventing the Shuwen clan from easily interfering in the affairs of the star systems, let alone issuing such clear divine decrees of preference and aversion. However, Shen Xi's thoughts were somewhat skewed at this moment. "So, will this matter affect Star Lin?" Luo Chen shook his head and then nodded. "It will have some effect." Shen Xi frowned. Luo Chen, fearing that she would become overly concerned, quickly reminded her, "If you don't want this matter to worsen, don't contact him for the time being." Luo Chen lowered his head, staring directly into Shen Xi's eyes. "Don't let the Shuwen clan know he did this for you." The Shuwen clan certainly could have their own preferences, but it couldn't be for a particular star person. Shen Xi's heart tightened, clearly understanding the seriousness of the situation. "I understand." Luo Chen then let out a long breath. "All right, the matter you asked me to investigate. I will continue to look into it. Now that the Su family has fallen, it's the most convenient time to investigate." Shen Xi listened to Luo Chen and deliberately did not contact Star Lin. The military training in Beishuang Prefecture quickly came to an end. Shen Xi's star power restriction bracelet had also reached level 20. This level of restriction made her stand out among the new students in the military academy. Apart from a small group of followers of Fu Zhou and Tang Ji who still doubted Shen Xi's strength, most of the students in the military academy accepted her abilities wholeheartedly. The assessment for Beishuang Prefecture was scheduled for the next phase. Thus, overnight, the Beishuang base was emptied. Shen Xi didn't even have time to say goodbye to Star Lin before boarding the starship heading to Star 10. This was a military starship, operated by the military academy, and the military-affiliated academy also benefited from the military academy's prestige. On the starship, various team coaches were introducing the situation of the second station. Star 10 was located on the edge of the central star system and was closer to the self-igniting stars. However, Star 10 had a thick atmosphere, abundant water resources, and dense cloud cover. Therefore, the climate was hot and rainy, with lush vegetation on the planet. Shen Xi's eyes reflected the introduction about Star 10 on the light screen. Star 10 was a planet wrapped in blue and green, with dense jungles on the few landmasses. The remaining area was either ocean or rivers and lakes. Most of the residents of Star 10 lived on the sea. The jungle represented danger and death. The second station was located in the largest dense forest of Star 10, the Muda Forest. The assessment for Beishuang Prefecture was also arranged here. The large star shuttle brought people closer to the Muda Forest. Next, you will undergo a 3-day assessment. Only those who successfully obtain the heart of the forest and return to the Blue Town will be considered qualified, Luo Chen reminded at the end. As the shuttle door opened, the military students jumped out one after another from the high altitude like dumplings. Their light armor had built-in landing devices, allowing them to float gently to different locations in the dense forest. After landing, Shen Xi slightly bent down to carefully observe her surroundings. The shade of the trees obscured the sun, and the vegetation was chaotic and overgrown, with almost no bare ground beneath her feet. Ethereal bird calls echoed softly, and a heavy, sweet fragrance filled the air. Confirming that there was no danger nearby, Shen Xi opened the star ring and set the coordinates for her location. The heart of the forest was a unique plant fruit that only grew in the depths of the Mudu forest, hence its name. This meant that all of them needed to venture deeper into the forest. Wearing a dark green light armor, Shen Xi covered almost all exposed skin, leaving only her almond-shaped eyes visible. After determining the direction, she set off cautiously. Not long after she walked out, she heard the sound of flowing water nearby. She carefully climbed a tree to observe. After seeing a jungle giant tiger leisurely finish drinking water and leave, Shen Xi climbed down and walked over. As she quickly collected water, an unexpected event occurred. The sound of something piercing through the air, accompanied by a sharp aura, shot straight toward Shen Xi's back. Shen Xi rolled on the ground, and the dart made of meteorite material embedded deeply into the brown soil at the water's edge. Shen Xi suddenly looked up and squinted at a fleeting figure not far away. The dart glowed with green star power, swirling as it lifted off the ground. Shen Xi quickly waved her hand, and a wall of fiery sand appeared in mid-air, blocking the dart's path. With a clang, an agitated voice of cursing came. The dart changed direction and shot toward Shen Xi again. Shen Xi blocked it with the wall of fiery sand once more. The dart went left, she blocked left. It went right, she blocked right. Then, several walls of fiery sand converged, forming a sealed small space, trapping the dart securely inside. A strange cry came from the opposite side. The dart completely lost its motion, and the figure vanished without a trace. Shen Xi crouched by the water's edge, listening intently for a moment. The surroundings were quiet and peaceful, with fragrant flowers and chirping birds. It seemed like it had fled. She relaxed slightly and released the wall of fiery sand. Inside was empty, and the trace of the dart had disappeared. In that instant, a chill suddenly rose from the base of Shen Xi's spine. Chapter 75. The Prey Hunter Action Faster Than Consciousness. The next moment, a dagger pierced into Shen Xi's back. A strange sound was drowned out by the massive splash of water. The young man in a blue short shirt did not notice, turning the knife handle in a circle before pulling it out forcefully. The dagger had barbs, producing a nauseating scraping sound. Surprisingly, no blood was visible as the dagger was drawn out. The young man was taken aback. In front of him, Shen Xi instantly disintegrated, turning into flying sand that sprayed across his face. As the fiery sand scattered, the young man felt a flash in front of him and a chill creeping up his spine. A sound of breaking air came, and then he felt a pain in his arm. Shen Xi had struck with her sword, spinning away to create distance. Star power swirling beneath her feet as she slipped into the dense woods by the shore. The situation had taken a sudden turn. The identities of hunter and prey were instantly reversed. As the fiery sand settled, the young man raised his hand to wipe his injured arm. The bright red blood was particularly striking. He got up and looked around. The leaves swayed gently in the wind, making it impossible to detect where Shen Xi was hiding. The young man frowned. Based on his knowledge of this dense forest, he shot off in a specific direction. In the forest, Shen Xi watched him attack without hesitation, feeling a twinge of fear. The hiding spot she had chosen earlier was indeed there. As the young man's powerful attack descended, he unexpectedly found the area completely empty. This made him wary of acting recklessly. Both sides, one visible and one hidden, were observing each other's movements. Waiting for the moment, the other let down their guard to strike and deliver a fatal blow. Shen Xi was unsure whether this person before her was arranged by the instructors or was one of the dangers inherent to the Mu Duo forest. Regardless of which it was, she couldn't allow him to get the upper hand. She slowly tightened her grip on the sword. The sword resonated with a sharp sound, and the next moment, a cold sword light burst forth from the broad leaves, aiming directly for his heart. The young man was alarmed and hurriedly dodged, but Shen Xi was even more agile than he was. She spun in the air, the sword tip piercing beneath his collarbone. The blade caught on his collarbone, and Shen Xi twisted it forcefully, scraping past with an unpleasant noise. The young man gritted his teeth, and with a massive surge of star power, he struck at Shen Xi. His large hand gripped the sword blade, forcibly pulling it out. Shen Xi released her long sword and quickly dodged. Once she steadied herself and looked again, the forest was in disarray, and the young man's figure had vanished. There were scattered drops of blood on the ground. He had been wounded by her sword, and it was a significant injury. He likely wouldn't appear again anytime soon. Shen Xi breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the creek, washing her hands before filling a large jug with water. After placing a purification cotton pad into the jug, she casually tossed it into the star ring's compressed space. She glanced back at the sky and set off again. The daytime in the star realm generally lasted longer than the night, approximately 16 hours. Shen Xi estimated she could travel for another 10 hours before needing to find a place to rest for the night. Traveling through the dense forest at night was far too dangerous, and she also needed to prepare food along the way. The leaves had obscured her view earlier, but now she could vaguely see the high sky and broad clouds, indicating that it likely wouldn't rain soon. She felt reassured and continued onward. After 4 hours of walking, signs of human activity gradually appeared in the seldom-tread forest. Shen Xi hesitated for a moment, cautiously following those traces. Finally, after an hour, she spotted a familiar figure in green clothing. It was someone from the military academy. She hurriedly caught up and realized she recognized this person. Chen Li? Chen Li turned around, looking rather disheveled, his backpack missing and his green light armor marked with various stains. Shen Xi observed him for a moment. Did you encounter an attack too? Did you? Chen Li's eyes lit up. Seeing Shen Xi in this dense forest gave him a sense of security. Shen Xi, did you also run into trouble? Shen Xi nodded. Tell me about your situation. Chen Li took this opportunity to check on Shen Xi. Seeing her unharmed lightened his heavy heart. I encountered an attack shortly after landing, and they took my backpack. They didn't have much in their packs anyway. Most of my important items are in the star ring's compressed space. However, the assessment requires that the containers for the heart of the Mu Duo forest must be in the backpack. What do they look like? In blue short shirts. They were ruthless, but surprisingly, they also treated my injuries. Chen Li scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. They were actually quite nice. Shen Xi realized. It seems we encountered the same group. They are here for the assessment. She glanced at him. Let's go together. I still have my container, which can hold a lot of the forest heart. Chen Li's spirits immediately lifted. Thank you. I hope I won't be a burden. Shen Xi replied, you won't be. The two set off together, with Chen Li tinkering with his star ring. Since entering the forest, the star ring had lost contact, and he had no idea how the others were doing. He referred to the other students from the military academy. As the squad leader, Chen Li was indeed responsible. It was likely they had also encountered those who stole backpacks. Thinking pessimistically, they had probably lost most of their bags. Pausing at this thought, she considered, the instructors wouldn't want us to return empty-handed. That group is quite formidable. If over 90% of the students lost their backpacks, wouldn't this assessment be unreasonable? Chen Li was a bit taken aback. Huh? Isn't that normal? Shen Xi shook her head. How can that be normal? This is the first stage of the graduation assessment. How could they allow most people to fail? It would look good at all. These results will be included in our final scores, written on the military students' records. There is no way they would let us all fail. Upon hearing this, Chen Li felt it made perfect sense. Does that mean the instructors have yet to convey something to us? The two had the same thought. She stopped and pondered. This forest is too vast. It's unclear where everyone else is. Right now, we feel like hunted prey, while those in blue are the hunters. They know this forest well and have ample time and opportunity to set traps, waiting for us to walk into them. Chen Li was still fiddling with his star ring, wishing he could contact the others. Suddenly, Shen Xi had a thought. How many military academy students have you added for communication? Chen Li thought for a moment, somewhat shy. Probably over 100. Shen Xi was astonished. There are 200 students in total at the military academy this year. That is quite impressive. Chen Li's cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment. No, I just happen to be good at this sort of thing. Chapter 76. Good luck continues. Oh no, I've been discovered. At this moment, in the training base of the Blue Town, the instructors were watching the images projected on the screen with great interest. Hua Cheng clicked his tongue and nudged Luo Chen in the waist. Shen Xi's move is too heavy. Luo Chen glanced at him, his fair and kind face showing excitement, as if he were watching a performance, just short of sitting back with a bag of sunflower seeds to enjoy the show. But what would Shen Xi do? From the looks of it, she seemed to want to contact others from the military academy. But the signal jamming devices had been set up in this dense forest early on, leaving them as isolated boats scattered in the sea. Only intelligent machines or semi-intelligent machines could break the deadlock. However, those auxiliary professional intelligent machines and semi-intelligent machines had long been left deeper in the forest, taken out by the blue team earlier in the day. It seemed that Shen Xi was finally going to hit a wall. The thought of seeing Shen Xi hit a snag made the instructors feel secretly excited. Seeing this, Luo Chan gave a soft huff of unclear meaning. I forgot to tell you, Shen Xi is a semi-intelligent machine. What? Wu Cheng was surprised. The others suddenly realized, wow, we forgot Xing Lin's identity. Indeed, compared to the more famous Ming Yu, Xing Lin, Shen Xi's mother, had a much dimmer reputation in the military, to the point that they overlooked this fact. Hua Cheng regretted, shouldn't we give the blue team a hint now? Deal with Shen Xi first? Luo Chan shot him a cold glance. The blue team had already given their utmost specifications to deal with Shen Xi, and it was precisely because Shen Xi acted decisively and ruthlessly. Just now, if that person from the blue team didn't leave, he would have met his end right there. In the dense forest, Shen Xi connected her star ring with Chun Lai. She opened the light screen and operated it with her hands as if they were after images. The star net connected by the star ring covered the Shuwen star system, and the technology of the intelligent machines was advanced enough. There was no reason for the Mu Duo forest to lack a signal unless it was jammed. Shen Xi used her semi-intelligent machine privileges to open the back end of the star net, pinpointed the location of 10 stars, and gradually advanced towards the Mu Duo forest. Then, she temporarily built a local star net that could only connect to those on Chun Lai's communication. After the setup was successful, Shen Xi casually pulled them all into a temporary communication channel. Before long, the channel lit up. Guimu, Ti, Zhou Qing, Shen Xi. Finally found the organization. Shen Xi, where are you? After thinking for a moment, she based it on the range of the jamming signal to construct a temporary map and expanded it into the public map of the channel. In the next moment, everyone's positions appeared on the map. However, apart from the green dots representing their positions, there were no landmarks or features on this map. Shen Xi, those closest should return to the group first and carefully observe the surrounding environment on the way to update the map. As soon as Shen Xi spoke, the active people in the channel quickly responded. Shen Xi looked around and saw that the person closest to her was Zhou Qing to the east. She retracted the star ring and said to Chun Lai, let's go find Zhou Qing first. In the channel, the number of active people was increasing. After discussing, everyone realized that they had almost all encountered members of the blue team. Most of them had lost their backpacks, with only a small portion still holding onto theirs. Among them, Kuei Mu and Shen Xi were the lucky ones, while Zhou Qing and Chun Lai were among the unlucky ones whose backpacks had been taken. On their way to meet Zhou Qing, Shen Xi and Chun Lai encountered a military student, Qin Shen. Qin Shen had a good impression of Shen Xi, mainly because he admired strength. After discussing, Qin Shen proposed to accompany Shen Xi and the others. Considering that the military academy had too few people, only about 200 in total, it was not enough for anything. Shen Xi decided to bring him along and kindly added him to her temporary star net. Shen Xi granted him permissions, allowing him to learn the locations of several other military students. However, before Shen Xi could pull people into the public frequency, Chun Lai spoke up first. Qin Shen, you need to guarantee that the people in your communications have no ill intentions towards Shen Xi. Only then can we let you enter the public frequency. After the incident with Fu Zhou, Chun Lai didn't want to see that happen again. Shen Xi didn't expect Chun Lai to take the initiative to defend her. She shook her head slightly. It's fine, even if it's Fu Zhou. If they need to be brought in, they still have to be brought in. Our common enemy now is the blue team, not the military and the military academy. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen showed admiration. Shen Xi, you are really magnanimous. His words were sincere, and he earnestly assured Chun Lai and Shen Xi, don't worry, I am not on the same side as Fu Zhou. My friends in communications will not look down on Shen Xi, nor will they look down on semi-intelligent beings. Qin Shen was well aware of the origin of the conflict between Shen Xi and Fu Zhou. I admire strength. I follow whoever is strong. And now, Shen Xi is indeed the strongest among the trainees this time, so I have no reason not to listen to her. Upon hearing Qin Shen's assurance, Chun Lai felt relieved. However, he also understood that being a semi-intelligent being didn't mean much. As long as they were strong enough, they could still earn the respect of those star beings. And he had to work hard to become stronger. Shen Xi pulled everyone in Qin Shun's star ring communications into the public frequency. Once in the public frequency, without needing Shen Xi to explain much, the military academy students who had entered earlier briefly clarified the current situation. The military students had no objections and followed Shen Xi's previous arrangements. Before long, a small team of 15 people gathered around Shen Xi. 15 people were quite a number, at least sufficient to respond to the blue team's members. Shen Xi, now, those gathered should try to form teams of 15 to 20 people, and while pairing up, head toward the center of the forest and update the map. Those blue team members who ambushed us definitely don't know that we have already made contact and gathered together. They currently have the advantage. Now is the time for us to take the initiative. Shen Li's eyes sparkled. What should we do? Shen Xi scanned the crowd in front of her. I remember there are some among us who haven't had their backpacks taken from the very beginning, right? Qin Shen nodded. Yes. A tall and slender boy stepped out from the crowd. My ability is luck. Because of my good luck, I haven't encountered anyone who would take my backpack. Can your luck be adjusted? He nodded repeatedly. Yes, I can adjust my luck to be better or worse. However, under normal circumstances, my luck is usually on good side. Shen Xi nodded. All right, Lin, now you will adjust your luck to be worse. We'll hide in the dark, and you'll be in the open by yourself, okay? Lin instantly understood Shen Xi's intention. She wanted to use him as bait. Sure, he answered decisively. Then, everyone dispersed, hiding in the shadows, while Lin adjusted his luck and walked alone in the forest. His luck was indeed very accurate. Before long, sounds began to echo in the dense forest. Chapter 77. Searching for military academy students, this is a small team of 3 people traveling together. The moment they spotted Lin, they launched an attack. If Lin were alone, she would surely end up as a fish on a chopping board. But now, the roles of fish and cleaver had already reversed. When the 3 were discovered, the military academy students hidden in the dark also moved. Seeing these people in blue, the military academy students were filled with rage. They rushed out like a swarm, throwing their star power as if it were free. It was a disaster, truly a disaster. In front of the screen, Hua Cheng shook his head, his tone full of regret. Yet his face was adorned with a bright smile. The blue team of 3 was subjected to an unprecedented beating. After satisfying their cravings, the military academy students held knives to the necks of the 3 and brought them before Shen Xi. You're now captured. Hand over your star ring permissions if you know what's good for you. Shen Xi slightly bent down, looking down at the 3. The 3 appeared disheveled, their faces changing colors like a palette. After exchanging glances, they finally resigned themselves and nodded. Fine, we'll hand it over. They were confident that even if they surrendered their permissions, this group of star users without support soldiers would find it useless. Shen Xi sat down and connected to the 3 star rings. Familiar with the process, Shen Xi quickly found their temporary star net. She paused for a moment, glanced at the 3, and seeing their relaxed demeanor, a confident smile appeared on her lips. In the next moment, Shen Xi's fingers moved like shadows, operating on the screen. 10 minutes later, she successfully swapped her identity with one of the blue team. Who is number 15? The round-faced one among the 3 changed his expression instantly, looking at Shen Xi with suspicion. Now Shen Xi was calm, while they were not. 20 minutes later, the identity information of the blue team was successfully swapped by Shen Xi, Chen Li, and Qin Shen. At the same time, a secret entrance appeared on the star rings of Shen Xi's team. Clicking this entrance would change them into the identities of the blue team members. Now their numbers in the blue team were Shen Xi 15, Chen Li 17, and Qin Shen 19. Shen Xi continued to operate on the screen. When the blue team members checked their star rings and found themselves kicked out of the blue team as temporary star net, they all broke down. How did you do that? Number 15 anxiously tapped on his star ring screen, and the more he tapped, the heavier his heart felt. To this, Shen Xi only smiled mysteriously, her hands not stopping. Seeing this, number 15 became even more frantic. What are you doing? Shen Xi tilted her head slightly. What do you think? Shen Xi was comparing the maps of her side and the blue side, trying to integrate them. She needed to do this without anyone noticing, which was not easy. They didn't have support soldiers, but that didn't mean the other side didn't. Shen Xi could see that the temporary star net set up by the other side was very mature, much better than hers. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to bypass such watchful eyes. However, the good news was that the other side seemed to underestimate her side. Underestimating the enemy is always the most fatal point. Her speed increased, and the content on the screen switched rapidly. Fine beads of sweat even began to appear on her fair forehead. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Finally, after 20 minutes, Shen Xi stopped, letting out a long breath. She rotated her wrist, her fingertip tapping on the screen. In the next moment, everyone's star rings received a notification simultaneously. Wood Forest Map upgrading. Wood Forest Map upgrade successful. Everyone clicked on the map, and they saw that the originally blank map now had many terrain and vegetation markings. Besides the green dots representing them, many red dots appeared as well. Everyone almost instantly understood what these red dots represented. Everyone, now please select the group leaders for each team. I will grant the leaders permissions to avoid the red dots and find military academy students as much as possible to recruit them into the group. When everyone saw the number of red dots, they understood the situation. If the military academy students did not unite, it would be impossible to complete the mission. Shen Xi checked the time. Everyone, we have 3 hours left. After dark, cease all actions and await further instructions. The military academy students all sprang into action. Before they moved, Shen Xi turned her gaze to the three in blue, examining them for a moment, then slowly spoke, "Your outfits." Number 15 quickly crossed his arms. "What are you doing? Most of us know each other. It's useless even if you want our clothes." Since they had already replaced their identities on the StarNet, did she still want to replace their real identities? Number 15 shouted angrily, "Don't go too far." Shen Xi pondered, it might not be completely useless. After saying this, she signaled to the military academy students. In the next moment, a group of big men surrounded them. After a cacophony of cries, the three of them shrank to the ground, pitifully wearing a set of military academy uniforms, while their clothes were offered to Shen Xi. Shen Xi was extremely satisfied, pretending to be displeased. "This is robbery. Too much, too much." Huo Chen clapped and laughed heartily, drawing everyone's attention. "Now let us go." Taking the three along, Shen Xi and her team split into 3 groups, with Qin Shen and Chen Lai heading in different directions to find military academy students. On Shen Xi's side, the number of military students was increasing. On one hand, it was because Shen Xi was strong enough. On the other hand, their backpacks were gone. Having been deemed unlikely to complete the mission, they believed Shen Xi could still provide a way out. Since that was the case, why not go for it? Until the sound of fierce fighting came from ahead. Hearing the commotion, Shen Xi checked the map and saw that there were only 2 red dots ahead. Shen Xi pondered for a moment, then waved to a military student. "Let us sneak up and see what is going on." She slid her fingertip across the map, and a route appeared clearly synchronized to all the military students' maps. "Action!" Shen Xi waved her hand. This large team split up and moved into the thick vegetation. Soon, they quietly reached their destination. Shen Xi looked down at the fighting individuals. What a familiar face. After watching for a while, she opened the screen and issued an order. "Attack, capture the blue team." In the next moment, the military academy students charged out of the vegetation like tigers descending a mountain, swiftly taking down the 2 blue team members. The 5 led by Fu Zhou stared blankly at this scene, their faces breaking into brilliant smiles. He eagerly stepped forward. "Did you team up? How did so many people come together? Why not join us and work together?" With so many people, Fu Zhou thought, even if they encountered those in blue, they wouldn't be afraid. However, Lin, who he spoke to, gave him a cold glance, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Fu Zhou was puzzled and turned to look at another military student. To his surprise, this student also had a very cold attitude towards him. Furrowing his brow, Fu Zhou was about to ask when he saw the crowd in front of him suddenly part. Shen Xi walked leisurely from outside the crowd, making her way to the center. Behind her followed 3 unfamiliar young men like a crescent moon. Chapter 78. Such a heart, the 5 of them walked to the center, and the expressions of the 2 blue team members changed drastically upon seeing the faces behind Shen Xi, watching their former teammate follow in their footsteps. 15 felt a strange sense of delight. Sigh, 168, 170. How could you 2 be so careless? 168 looked terrified. "What are you saying? Have you defected?" 15 hurriedly spat twice. Don't say that. I swear to defend the glory of the team, but I have already fallen in battle. What the enemy wants to do with my corpse is beyond my control. 168 and 170 looked at Shen Xi in unison, tightening their lips, their faces showing a readiness to face death. Shen Xi smiled. You're already captured. If you know what's good for you. Hurry up and release the star ring permissions. Otherwise, if I forcefully invade, I can't guarantee you won't see something you shouldn't. The two looked panicked, and like the previous three, they resignedly opened the permissions. With practice, Shen Xi's speed was much faster than before, replacing 168 and 170 with coexists. Shen Xi gestured to Lien Lien. Lien Lien understood. The clothes of 168 and 170 were also stripped off. This change left the onlooking Fu Zhou and others dumbfounded. Fu Zhou frowned tightly, turning his gaze to Lien Lien. Hey, Lien Lien, why are you listening to the military academy students? He felt extremely unbalanced. Just now, his words were ignored by Lien Lien, but with just a glance from Shen Xi, Lien Lien rushed to do her bidding. Why was that? Had he forgotten which school he belonged to? Lien Lien stopped and turned back, her expression sarcastic. Why? Because Shen Xi is strong, stronger than anyone here. Fu Zhou didn't expect Lien Lien would dare to retort him. His face twisted in anger. Lien Lien, you actually worship the half-star military academy students. You don't deserve to be a student of the military academy. Shen Xi frowned. At the same time, the instructors watching this scene in the light screen in the dark blue town also frowned uncomfortably. Fu Zhou was overly concerned about the difference between star and half-star individuals. Clearly, Shen Xi was much stronger than him, yet he still considered himself extraordinarily gifted, believing no non-half-star could compare. Such a mindset would inevitably lead to a dead end. Luo Chen showed no expression, but his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. On the side, Hui Cheng directly shook his head in disbelief. This kid still didn't know who he had provoked, not to mention the powerful people backing Shen Xi. Just her status as a master-level resonator alone meant that with just one word, many would refuse to provide Fu Zhou with any information. At that point, Fu Zhou would struggle even to level up. He still spoke of talent. What a fool. The Fu family kid was incredibly foolish. Everyone felt he made a valid point and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, in the Mudu forest, Shen Xi turned to look at the furious Fu Zhou. With a sigh, her eyes reflected pity for the reckless child. Lien Lien raised her head. In my eyes, there is no distinction between star and half-star. I only recognize those stronger than me. I'm sorry, but you are not strong enough for me to follow you. If you want to be angry with yourself. Her words struck deep into Fu Zhou's lungs, and he turned away in anger, glaring at Shen Xi as if blaming her for everything. Shen Xi took a step forward, closing the distance to Fu Zhou. I can give you a chance to persuade those military students behind me to follow you. Fu Zhou's face was full of humiliation, as if he had been offered charity. I don't need it. Shen Xi said firmly, I advise you to think carefully. The Muda forest is not safe. You saw it. The blue team has been surrounding us, and if one attempt fails, there will be another. If 2 people can't do it, then there will be 4. How many can you 5 fight against? Shen Xi's words were genuine concern. Fu Zhou frowned and remained silent. His companions tugged at him. Fu Zhou shook his head and shouted, They have already followed you. How could a few of my words change their minds? Stop pretending. Shen Xi shook her head. I really don't understand why you have to treat half-stars this way. Are the genes of star individuals inherently superior? Fu Zhou's expression clearly articulated his answer. In his eyes, star genes were meant to be superior. And what Shen Xi hated most was this mindset that divided people into classes, creating a vast chasm. Without these deeply rooted influences in the star system, the status of half-stars and quasi-intelligent machines wouldn't be so low, and many tragedies wouldn't occur. Shen Xi's expression suddenly turned sad. You were born into luxury, sitting high above, feeling superior because of your genes, bringing prejudice and harshness to vulnerable groups. You cannot see the struggles of most people living in the Shuwen star system. As a soldier, you are meant to protect not the many in the Shuwen star system, but your family's glory. Fu Zhou, you are really a failure as a person. Fu Zhou abruptly turned around, his expression fierce. What'd you just say? Is what I said not true? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well, generalizing the half-star group with prejudice. You cannot see others' efforts, let alone their excellence. Talent? Truly gifted individuals are few. Do you think you have talent? Being just above passing means you can be proud? How ridiculous! Although most half-stars do not awaken with satisfactory talents, it does not mean there are no exceptionally gifted individuals. Shen Xi and Kuei Mu both have good talents. Yet Fu Zhou entirely negated others with just one half-star. Fu Zhou clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. Shen Xi smirked. What? Do you want to fight? Do you think you can win against me? Fu Zhou's strength suddenly waned. He hated Shen Xi for being a half-star even more and despised himself for being completely suppressed by her. I can help you contact the military students in your star ring. Fu Zhou turned around in disbelief. You would be so kind? Shen Xi remained unchanged. Believe it or not, that is up to you. Before Fu Zhou could respond, one of his companions immediately spoke up. Shen, you truly have a generous heart. This matter was Fu Zhou's fault, and here I apologize on his behalf. We need your help. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Shen Xi. Futsu, standing azide, still tilted his head, but his attitude already indicated agreement without words. Open the star ring, Shen Xi said to Fu Zhou. Behind her, the military students were somewhat confused by Shen Xi's actions. However, since Shen Xi was their leader, they had no reason to question her decisions. They only needed to obey. Reluctantly, Fu Zhou opened the star ring permissions. Shen Xi operated quickly, establishing a new temporary local star network, separate from her own and the blue team's network. Fu Zhou's star network was based on his star ring, but was a stripped-down version, missing the most crucial feature, map sharing. Chapter 79, Wasting Time? Although Fu Zhou and the others had maps on their star network, the maps were just initial ones, lacking terrain features, vegetation, and the distribution of the blue team's positions. Moreover, in order to allow Fu Zhou to invite people into the star network, many programs were simplified, sacrificing safer paths in the process. This meant their star network was easier to detect. Shen Xi wasn't without selfish motives. After everything was set up, Shen Xi cut off the star ring connection. You can take care of yourselves. Then, she turned and left with her team. On the spot, Fu Zhou opened the temporary star network, and sure enough, the people in his communication were chatting enthusiastically on the public frequency. On the map, everyone's positions were also displayed as green dots. Could she really be kind-hearted? Fu Zhou couldn't help but feel puzzled. Meanwhile, Shen Xi's group couldn't help but voice their opinions. Shen Xi, why waste time helping Fu Zhou? Someone like him isn't worth helping. Yeah, why? Voices of agreement arose from the crowd. Hua Cheng was also curious, stroking his chin. I want to know too, why? Luo Chen shot him a glance. You're too invested in this. Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow. Aren't you curious? This girl has always been proud and often retaliates tenfold when someone offends her. Why is she being so nice today? Luo Chen replied. Shen Xi won't let herself suffer losses, but don't forget they are in an assessment with a common enemy. Now is not the time for internal strife. In the dense forest, Shen Xi gently parted a large leaf. I just don't want to lose too badly in the assessment. The star network I built for them is not compatible with ours. How far he can go with this star network depends entirely on his own abilities. If he lacks strength and gets discovered by the blue team, he can't blame me for not putting in enough effort into the star network. Realization dawned on everyone, and their gazes toward Shen Xi changed. Who wouldn't admire someone so strong and understanding of the bigger picture? As the light dimmed, Shen Xi glanced at the time. We have 1 hour left. Next, we'll search for military academy students while looking for food. This notification was quickly relayed, and by the time dusk fell, Shen Xi and her team found a place to rest and enough food. The number of people on the public frequency also surpassed 1,000. This 1,000 were regrouped, 300 vanguard, 300 central guards, 300 rear guards, and the remaining 100 for guerrilla tactics. Shen, she said, everyone, let's fill our stomachs first. There were plenty of edible things in the jungle, and after obtaining these, Shen Xi and her team didn't even need to start fire. They simply placed the food into nutrient solution boxes, which would naturally break down into nutritious liquid. One nutrient solution was enough to provide an adult's caloric needs for a night. After everyone quietly consumed the nutrient solution, Shen Xi began to speak on the public frequency. The blue team is most active at night, and it can also be our time to be active. At this moment, everyone understood Shen Xi's intention. Anyone who entered the military academy had a fighting spirit. It was impossible to be bullied without wanting to retaliate. And now, the opportunity had come. Vanguard, Central Guards, and Rear Guards will regroup into teams of 20. We will enter hunting mode. The excitement spread to everyone on Shen Xi Star Network public frequency. They all opened their star rings, looking for isolated or small-numbered red dots to encircle. A silent hunt, where prey and hunters reversed roles, unfolded deep in the jungle. Until dawn broke, the blue team captains finally sensed something was off. In their expectations, the military academy students were scattered everywhere, easily defeated one by one, with no ability to resist. But why were their blue team members going one by one without returning? However, the Star Network map showed that those team members were indeed still in the jungle. But their instincts told them something was wrong. Luo Chuan entered the group public frequency and called for his teammates who hadn't returned to the base for a night. 15, please respond quickly. Shen Xi opened her star ring, saw the message, and glanced sideways at the real 15. 15 instantly became alert and took a step back. What are you doing? What bad idea are you up to? Shen Xi chuckled lightly. Look at what you're saying, as if I'm a terrible person. She kindly displayed her public frequency content to 15. Look, your captain is calling for you. How should I respond? 15's eyes widened. You can't be trying to scheme against my captain, right? He shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. Impossible, impossible, you can't succeed. You don't know who my captain is. Shen Xi lowered her head to operate the light screen. I don't know, so I want to get to know him. 15, received. Captain, I have the latest news about the military academy students that needs to be reported urgently in person. Luo Chuan stared at the message sent by the other party, a strange expression flashing across his face. Luo Chuan, what latest news? Can it be said on the Star Network? Shen Xi smiled. 15. Auxiliary soldiers are missing. Local Star Network is in danger. Captain, details to follow. Seeing this message, Luo Chuan's pupil shrank. If that's the case, it would explain why he felt uneasy. He frowned and sent his location. Luo Chuan, hurry there. Luo Chuan really got tricked by Shen Xi, right? Hua Cheng laughed heartily, without restraint. He laughed while patting Luo Chen's shoulder. The intention was quite obvious. Luo Chen replied, do you hope he gets tricked or not? Luo Chen's expression was indifferent. I have no thoughts on it. On the light screen, Luo Chuan was a seasoned-old fox. He didn't fully believe Shen Xi's words. However, the other party was indeed his teammate. 15 couldn't possibly lie. And he didn't consider that Shen Xi could directly replace the identity of the other party. He just felt uneasy after sending his location. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chuan first contacted the base. He briefly explained the situation here and instructed them to check the Star Network situation for the auxiliary soldiers. Meanwhile, Shen Xi guessed that he must first investigate the situation of the auxiliary soldiers. So she hurriedly covered up the connection between her local Star Network and the other party's local Star Network. After completing all this, she was already sweating profusely. 15 looked at her with a complex expression. Honestly, your abilities are better than many auxiliary soldiers. You say you're a type of intelligent machine, but your abilities really don't seem like one. This was almost approaching the level of an intelligent machine. Shen Xi thought for a moment. Perhaps it's because my mother is quite capable. The world only knows Mingyu, but doesn't understand Shen Lin. However, how could Shen Lin, who attracted Mingyu to marry into the Shen family, be just a simple vase? Shen Lin herself was an extremely outstanding person. Even before she chose to become an intelligent machine, her abilities had already surpassed those of some intelligent machines. And this was something many people in the Shuwen star system were unaware of. Chapter 80. Keen, who is your mother? 15 asked. Shen Xi stood up and glanced at him. Why should I tell you? After saying that, she brushed off the dust from her clothes. Come on, let us go meet your captain. Although the sky was gradually brightening, the dense forest was lush with leaves competing for sunlight, blocking the light in layers. They walked through the thick forest, and it was still dim overhead. Shen Xi didn't bring many people, just 10 in total, including herself. But she had brought along capable individuals like Qin Shen. Plus, there was 15. 15 found this very puzzling. Why did you bring me along? Shen Xi pushed aside the leaves in front of her and said, after all, he is your captain, so of course I need to bring you. Along the way, Shen Xi kept pulling 15 into conversations. making him look increasingly distressed. How did I not notice before that you were such a chatterbox? He was frustrated because the other party didn't ask about the blue side at all. He had no reason to stay silent. It just felt awkward. Shen Xi smiled. That's because we hit it off. I don't chat with just anyone, you see. She gestured towards Qin Shun and the others. I didn't have small talk with them. Did I? This made 15 feel a bit better upon reflection. He was no longer so averse to Shen Xi's incessant questioning. When they were about 2,000 meters away from Luo Chuan, Shen Xi stopped. 15, from now on, you cannot make any sound. 15 nodded. He had no burden playing the role of a deceased person. Shen Xi turned to Qin Shun and said, give me 15's clothes. 15 watched on, puzzled. Are you going to dress up as me? He looked down at Shen Xi's height and found it even more absurd. Shen Xi sensed his disdain for her height and snorted. Well, you'll see what a miracle is. With a wave of her hand, star power surged, and flames instantly enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, another 15 stood in the forest, with a round face and mischievous sparkling eyes. This doppelganger faced the bewildered 15, looking almost identical, even the muscle definition matching closely. You, I'm going to be scared. His breakdown was evident. Shen Xi donned his clothes, and when she spoke again, it was already in 15's voice. In a moment, I will send out a small signal. You all open your devices and keep an eye on my movements. 15's expression turned to one of terror. You. He finally realized. No wonder you kept talking to me earlier. It was to mimic my voice, right? The face that looked exactly like 15 smiled, admitting it without hesitation. Yeah, you cooperated quite well. 15 was distraught. Captain, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Shen Xi kicked him, straightening her face. Stop calling me that from now on. No more reviving. Then she signaled Qin Shun and the others to find a place to hide. Shen Xi then left alone. 2,000 meters was not far for Shen Xi at full speed, but she deliberately slowed down. As she approached, she parted the leaves to reveal a tall young man. He wore a fitted blue uniform, a silver gun hanging at his waist. Shen Xi's gaze lingered on the gun for 2 seconds. Captain, she mimicked 15's tone, practicing at about 70%, and walked up to Luo Chuan, saluting. Luo Chuan glanced at her. You said you have something important to tell me. What is it? Shen Xi raised her hand, pointing at her wrist, and spoke, Star Network. Luo Chuan seemed to ponder, then nodded right. He had not publicly disclosed the content of the screen, and Shen Xi did not know whether he had shut down the Star Network. However, it didn't matter if he had or not. She was just putting on an act. Shen Xi pretended to sigh in relief. Captain, our Star Network has been monitored. Luo Chuan's gaze slowly fell on her face, slightly frowning. What happened? Tell me in detail what you encountered. Shen Xi quickly replied, I caught a military academy student. He told me there's a very powerful auxiliary major student in their grade. This student evaded our capture and exploited a loophole to monitor our localized Star Network. So now all actions through the local Star Network are under their watch. The part about capturing the auxiliary major student was a guess from Shen Xi. Up until now, they had encountered anyone from the auxiliary major. Even Su Jiuyao was unreachable for Shen Xi. This led her to suspect that Su Jiuyao and the others had entered a place with even more thorough shielding. Besides the Blue Side's headquarters, where else could it be? What should we do now, Captain? Shen Xi appeared very anxious. Luo Chuan still frowned, his tone somewhat skeptical. But the bases and T detected any issues with the local Star Network. That just shows how troublesome the opponent is. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting back to Shen Xi. What do you think we should do in this situation? At that moment, Shen Xi felt a sudden rush of nerves. She met his gaze, suppressing her restless emotions, and shook her head. I don't know. You should report it quickly. The chill on her back reached its peak, and Shen Xi suddenly retreated quickly. At the same time, a surge of star power struck down, a vast attack exploding at the spot. Flames reflected in Shen Xi's eyes, and in her peripheral vision, Luo Chuan had already raised his gun. The trigger was pulled. Here it comes, the starless gun. The crisis alert reached its peak, and a buzzing sound filled Shen Xi's ears. She quickly changed her form. The silver bullet, trailing smoke, drilled into Shen Xi's forehead. Immediately, she disintegrated in an instant. Dust filled the air, and in an inconspicuous corner, a small orange cat hid behind a broad leaf. Watching the chaos in front of him, Luo Chuan's vigilance heightened. Shen Xi observed the person through the gaps in the leaves. That silver handgun was very suspicious, giving her a sense of foreboding. It could instantly disintegrate her flame, sand doppelganger. That bullet seemed to have the effect of nullifying star power. Suddenly, Luo Chuan seemed to sense something and shot in the direction where Shen Xi was hiding. Shen Xi was alarmed. What keen awareness! She hurriedly dodged, tossing out a flame sand chunk to rustle the surrounding leaves. The surrounding leaves rustled simultaneously, making it impossible for him to guess where she would hide. Shen Xi carefully crouched on the tree trunk. She didn't dare to observe him directly anymore, retracting her gaze and only using her peripheral vision to keep track of his movements. As long as he didn't take action, everything would be manageable. He was very keen, which was an advantage, but sometimes it could also be a breaking point. Chapter 81. Let's stop fighting. Shen Xi was still in her kitten form, using a weak star power to gather the flame, sand blocks, and shake the nearby leaves. The surroundings rustled together, prompting Luo Chuan to cautiously fire in several directions. Nothing happened. Taking advantage of this little commotion, Shen Xi lightly landed on the ground. The soft cushion made no sound upon landing. She set a flame sand crossbow behind layers of foliage, pulling the bowstring tight and securing it with a flame sand block. Then, Shen Xi silently left the area. After several missed shots, Luo Chuan became increasingly cautious. In such moments, one need not fear the opponent's silence, but rather the subtle movements that might conceal a deadly attack. Shen Xi did not look at Luo Chuan, transforming back into her human form. With a gentle twist of her fingers, she released the flame sand block holding the bowstring. The sharp crossbow bolt shot out in an instant. Here it comes. Luo Chuan's heart tightened, raising his gun to aim at the direction of the bolt. Just then, Shen Xi burst through the leaves, her sword like a rainbow piercing the sun, descending from the side. Her target was not Luo Chuan, but the silver gun. Luo Chuan was startled. At this moment, if he turned his gun, the crossbow would come straight at him. He calmly fired a shot, and in an instant, Shen Xi's long sword also struck. Luo Chuan released his grip, and a brilliant silver star power surged from his palm, sending a burst of light towards Shen Xi. Shen Xi quickly raised her other hand, forming a star power barrier. The crossbow disintegrated beneath the silver bullet. However, Shen Xi's star power barrier gradually diminished as it came into contact with the opponent's star power. Shen Xi realized she understood what this person's mark was. Twisting her wrist sharply, she swept the sword blade towards Luo Chuan's face. The sword's momentum was fierce, and the wind it created pressured Luo Chuan, who quickly retreated, the blade just grazing the tip of his pen in a half circle. The sharp sword edge swept past, causing a slight pain at the tip of his nose. Luo Chuan's gaze became even more intense, focusing on Shen Xi. This year's military academy students had produced such a good talent. Shen Xi narrowed her eyes, the sword momentum rising again. What technique and weapon was Shen Xi using? It looked like ancient martial arts. Hua Cheng stroked his chin deep in thought. At this moment, everyone was fixated on the fight between the two in the dense forest, with only Hua Cheng still having the presence of mind to comment. Luo Chuan raised both hands defensively, two silver military knives appearing in his grasp. He gripped the knives tightly, the silver light swirling around the blades, exuding a gentle yet terrifying aura. Are you sure you want to clash with my weapon? Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. Why not? In the next moment, the two military knives crossed to block the long sword. The soft silver glow spread from the knives to the flame sand long sword. In an instant, the flame sand long sword became mottled from erosion. Shen Xi pressed down hard, but Luo Chuan would not give an inch. The long sword scraped against the knives, but the tip had already been eroded almost completely. Luo Chuan chuckled lightly. Don't say I didn't warn you, classmate. Shen Xi smiled slightly. Your mark is to nullify my star power, right? Thus, the flame sand long sword she had condensed with her mark was being utterly restrained by his knives. Classmate, you have quite an eye. He nodded, his fox-like eyes hiding a sense of pride. Shen Xi reversed her grip on the sword and tossed it directly at him. Luo Chuan shook his head, effortlessly blocking it with his knife. Classmate, that's useless. Shen Xi brought her hands together and then drew them apart, drawing her bow to shoot arrows while simultaneously creating distance. Luo Chuan was unhurried. I told you, it's useless. despite Shen Xi firing 5 arrows simultaneously. He still handled it with ease. However, even so, he was indeed being hindered, allowing Shen Xi to create space between them. Shen Xi, are you planning to escape? Luo Chuan's mark was indeed troublesome. Hu Cheng thought it made sense for Shen Xi to consider escaping. Several instructors around nodded in agreement, understanding the situation, knowing when to advance and retreat. Not bad. Shi Wan Ti. Luo Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Hu Cheng, upon hearing this, wondered what he meant. What other trump cards does Shen Xi have? I don't know. Luo Chen shook his head. He only knew that Shen Xi had not yet unleashed her full power. Since that was the case, she would not take a step back. In the dense forest, Shen Xi suddenly and swiftly picked up a fallen branch from the ground. Even though it was just a branch, its size was quite considerable. Star power surrounded the branch, and in an instant, a wooden spear appeared in Shen Xi's hand. Shen Xi gripped the spear, giving it a shake, producing a sound like breaking air. She nimbly leaped onto the leaves, then suddenly turned around, the spear following suit in a rapid spin. The spearhead shot towards Luo Chuan. Thick star power enveloped the spearhead, forming a tough barrier. Luo Chuan attempted to block with his knives, but the spear, borrowing the momentum of its descent, forced him to stagger backward. Shen Xi's star power surged, the spearhead advancing repeatedly. Luo Chuan activated his star power. Shen Xi's star power wrapping around the spearhead began to dissipate faster. But what of it? In terms of star power density, Shen Xi's star power reserves were not lacking either. The two were a stalemate. Luo Chuan's fingertips moved slightly, a streak of silver star power responding. Shen Xi sensed danger and preemptively released flame sand, layering it over the scattered silver handgun on the ground. Seeing that retrieving the silver gun was futile, Luo Chuan couldn't help but feel anger. Shen Xi seized the opportunity, gripping the long spear and twisting it, breaking through a gap, then forcefully clapping it left and right. The overwhelming star power descended together, causing Luo Chuan to wince, but he managed to hold onto his knives. Shen Xi swung the long spear, sweeping from the side, landing a heavy blow on Luo Chuan's waist. Luo Chuan finally got provoked, charging at Shen Xi like a fierce tiger. Shen Xi did not retreat, but instead met him head-on. They had been fighting for so long. Her people should be arriving soon. The spear danced fiercely, forming a barrier before her. Yet at this moment, this barrier crumbled under Luo Chuan's powerful palm. Shen Xi's eyes widened as she saw a massive white tiger with striking eyes, its brown irises devoid of emotion, roaring thunderously. Shen Xi lowered her body and rolled away. Luo Chuan's palm descended like the Grim Reaper, shadowing her. Shen Xi transformed, her petite and agile form darting left and right, ultimately leaping lightly to land atop Luo Chuan's head. Luo Chuan instinctively swatted his massive palm down. Shen Xi leapt gracefully. The next moment, a loud thud echoed as his palm landed squarely on his own head. Luo Chuan's head shook, and his vision filled with stars. Shen Xi, just. She sighed and jumped onto a large fallen leaf. The broad leaf rested on sturdy vegetation, ample enough for her to sit leisurely. Let's stop fighting, shall we? Her tone carried a hint of helplessness. Luo Chuan stood still, his eyes still vigilant. It's just an assessment. Is it necessary to fight so hard? Her glass-like eyes blinked, wet and innocent. So how do you think this should end? Then I'll just leave, and you can pretend you never saw me. Shen Xi stood up and stretched lazily. She deliberately created a non-combatant demeanor, appearing utterly harmless. No, came Luo Chuan's voice as his massive body lunged forward. Shen Xi, unable to dodge in time, hurriedly reverted to her original form, her equally large paw and claws springing forth, firmly gripping Luo Chuan's body. The two immediately began to grapple. Chapter 82. You have been eliminated. After a brief call, Shen Xi took the opportunity to roll away from Luo Chuan's sharp teeth. The massive tiger head brushed past her back, a gust of hot wind sweeping by, yet Shen Xi felt as if she were in a cold abyss of the poles. The pain on her back was evident, but she relied on her agility to quickly create distance. In this moment, streams of star power fell recklessly, all crashing onto Luo Chuan. The impacts made him see stars and stagger on his feet. Charge! 9 military academy students swarmed in. He hurriedly raised a star power barrier to avoid the attacks. Unfortunately, misfortune struck again as he tripped over a fallen branch. Luo Chuan lost his balance and nearly fell. With a series of crashes, his large body first lunged sideways, trampling over 3 broken plant stems, and was struck by countless branches before finally crashing into a thicket of thorns. Due to his lack of agility, he got stuck inside and could no longer move. Shen Xi. She turned to Lin. Your mark is really impressive. At this moment, Luo Chuan felt like he was choking on cold water. Luo Chuan reverted to his human form, his tall body trapped in the small thorny grove, covered in blood streaks, his handsome, cold face stained with spots of blood, presenting a kind of broken beauty. Seeing this, the instructors in front of the Blue Town hologram all raised their star rings, snapping many photos. Hua Cheng laughed heartily. I wonder how much these photos can sell for. Shen Xi returned to her human form and walked in front of Luo Chuan, still not having asked for his name. Your mark is quite interesting. Slow to approach, Shuwen quickly shouted unwillingly. Shen Xi, what do you mean? You said you respected me before. Why don't you ask for my name? Shen Xi tilted her head, a smile at the corner of her lips. Don't you know, I'm just using you? Hey, you're going too far. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow and looked back at Luo Chuan. Her right hand lifted, and the Yin Sha sword appeared in an instant. Its tip aimed directly at Luo Chuan's long neck. Officially informing you, you have been eliminated. The sharp, cold light grazed his pulse. A slight exertion would sever the artery. Luo Chuan's icy gaze fell on Shuwen, filled with deep meaning, causing Shuwen to feel a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed Shen Xi's hand, and dragged the sword tip aside. Let us talk nicely. Fighting and killing don't suit your identity. Shen Xi grasped Shuwen's wrist and pulled his hand away. The sword tip pointed back at Luo Chuan. Name, star ring permissions. Losing should be done gracefully. Luo Chuan looked deeply at her. Luo Chuan. He struggled a bit. It seemed his bad luck was still increasing, and the thorns tightened, adding several more blood streaks to his body. Shen Xi couldn't bear to look, swinging her sword to cut the surrounding thorns, sheathed it behind her, and extended her other hand towards him. Luo Chuan's gaze fell on her pale hand, stained with crimson blood. He pursed his lips slightly, and his own large brown hand fell into her palm. Shen Xi tightened her grip and forcefully helped him up. His tall body immediately covered her. Luo Chuan lowered his gaze, but Shen Xi released her hand without any hesitation. A gentle breeze brushed across Luo Chuan's palm, surprisingly bringing a hint of coolness. Shen Xi instructed Qin Shun and the others. Let us go. It's not safe here. As they left, Shuwen and Luo Chuan cooperated quite well. An hour later, in a safe zone, they hadn't had time to rest while rushing before, but now that they had stopped, Luo Chuan was tending to his injuries. Shen Xi watched for a while, seeing him drink the healing liquid, and felt she didn't need to help. Instead, it was Luo Chuan who noticed Shen Xi's gaze and offered the healing liquid. Do you want some? Shen Xi shook her head. No need. Because she often got injured and frequently used written healing, her physique had changed. Some minor injuries could recover quickly without healing liquid. During the journey, those injuries had already healed. She connected to Luo Chuan's star ring and successfully entered the Blue Side's regional star network. Then, Shen Xi looked up and laughed. I didn't expect my luck to be quite good. Understanding the meaning behind her words, Shuwen chimed in. Isn't that so? Luo Chuan glanced at him, causing Shuwen to quickly retract his neck and make a gesture for silence. Qin Shun and Lin leaned in, while the others continued to stay alert nearby. What's going on? Upon seeing that Luo Chuan was ranked first in the Blue Side public frequency, Qin Shun was amazed. Our luck is truly remarkable. He laughed genuinely, but when he looked up, he saw Luo Chuan's expressionless face. Qin Shun immediately wiped the smile off his face, awkwardly saying, Luo Chuan. Don't take it to heart. Qin Shun knew Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan curled his lips into a cold smile. Shen Xi ignored this, as she was currently replacing Luo Chuan's and her own identities. Luo Chuan's number was 1. Her gaze fell on the number 2. Is number 2 your support soldier? Luo Chuan didn't speak, and Shuwen blinked, covering his mouth, and said in a muffled voice, I've already fallen. It doesn't matter, the commander has fallen. I don't believe the Blue Side A scattered group can turn the tide. Xing Lin hesitated. Shen Xi, support soldiers can temporarily act as commanders. I know. She disconnected from Luo Chuan's star ring. She entered the interface for number 1. The blue side had a total of 20 teams, each with about 200 members. This was nearly double the number of military academy students. However, last night, during their guerrilla warfare, Shen Xi and the others had eliminated about 800 of the enemy. This meant that the blue side now had 3,200 members. On the military academy side, there were a total of 300 support soldiers, all of whom had been wiped out. Among the remaining 1,700, some had been dispatched by Fuzhou and others had not yet regrouped. Shen Xi didn't hold out much hope for Fuzhou. Now, there were only about 1,000 people available on this side. Shen Xi sighed and suddenly blurted out, "Today is already the second day." Shuwen looked at Shen Xi with sudden terror. Xing Lin pondered, "Are you saying that if we can't complete the task within 3 days, it counts as a failure? Do you think the instructors will count that?" Xing Lin fell silent. The operation interface for number 1 had many more functions than Shuwen's. One of them was the team frequency for the squad managed by number 1. The team frequency allowed private messaging between team members, and each member's location was clearly marked on the map within the team frequency. Let us pick a lucky one. Shen Xi's finger traced over the various numbers before finally stopping at number 9. She clicked in a private chat. Number 1, Captain Number 9, urgent order. Shuwen, curious, leaned in, but Shen Xi didn't display the holographic screen, so he could only see empty air. Shen Xi chuckled softly and shared the screen's content with him. Shuwen was thrilled, leaning closer to pat Shen Xi's shoulder. "I knew it, you still value me." Number 9, Captain, I'm here, what's the order? Shen Xi directly issued a position. Number 1, Captain, all teammates from Group 1, move to this position and wait for further orders. Then Shen Xi opened a private chat interface with number 2. Upon seeing this, Shuwen frowned. Chapter 83. Attack on the blue side, you can't do it this way. Captain, the leader and number 2 have always communicated through direct video calls. Saying this, he felt a bit smug, thinking that now you have no way out. Once the message is sent, the truth will be revealed. But making a call would raise even more suspicions. Shen Xi responded with an L. Number 1. The captain, how's the investigation of the base's local star network going? Number 2. Why are you using messages to communicate? State my name. 15 shrugged, pointing at the light screen. See, I told you this wouldn't work. Shen Xi gently rubbed her fingertips and looked at Xing Lin and Lin. What do you think this number 2 could be? Xing Lin guessed Peiyu. As Peiyu was Luo Chuan's deputy, he was always by Luo Chuan's side. It wasn't surprising that Xing Lin would guess him. Shen Xi noticed out of the corner of her eye that after Xing Lin made this statement, Luo Chuan's slightly tense muscles relaxed. She turned to Lin. What do you think? Take a guess based on your intuition. Pei Jin. Shen Xi immediately lowered her head. Number 1. The Captain Pei Jin, be careful, good. Number 2. Approved, detecting anomalies, currently handling it. What's going on with you? 15's eyes widened. You. He looked at Lin and spat. What amazing luck you have. This is really unplayable. He angrily turned his head, but was also very curious and hurriedly turned back. Number 1. The Captain, what anomalies? To what extent is it being handled? Number 2. Just a rudimentary local star network. I've already pinpointed their location, and I'm sending someone to deal with them. Number 1. The Captain, how many people are gathered on the other side? They managed to set up a new local star network right under your nose. We can't underestimate the opponent. Bring more people along. Number 2. I'll send you the information of the other side. Shen Xi opened the link sent by the other side. Fuzhou's side was unsurprisingly discovered. Fuzhou still had some skills, gathering nearly 500 people during this time. Shen Xi frowned. If these 500 people couldn't be held, they would only have about 1,200 people on their side, including those who hadn't been organized yet. Just in terms of numbers, they were heavily outnumbered by the blue side. Shen Xi returned to the interface to communicate with number 2. Number 1. The Captain, excluding this 500-man team, there are still over 1,000 military academy students. Many blue side members have gone out and haven't returned from yesterday until today. I suspect they're already organizing counterattack. These 500 may just be the advanced troops. Number 2. What did 15 say? Did he discover any urgent news? Luo Chuan actually entrusted this matter to number 2 as well. Shen Xi looked up and shot him a half-smile. Number 1, the captain, I'm tracking the military academy students and have set a trap. You personally lead the team to deal with these 500 advanced troops. Number 2, okay, what about the base? Shen Xi pondered for a moment and then lowered her head to input. Number 1, the captain, I'll take over once I've handled this side. After the communication ended, Shen Xi switched back to her team's public frequency, gathering everyone before heading to ambush. Shen Xi took the initiative, and her position was close to her side, so they could completely wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Any solitary blue side members encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with. Shen Xi also led her people to converge with them. Just as number 2 was taking people to handle Fu Zhou's team, Shen Xi also made her move. 900 against 300. With prior ambushes set up, Luo Chuan's small team was quickly wiped out. After dealing with them, Shen Xi led the main force directly towards the blue side base. Kuei Mu led a team of 10 as scouts to investigate the situation first. Kuei Mu's mark is wood, which already gives him a natural advantage in this dense forest. The enemy base, located at the center of the forest, further enhances Kuei Mu's strengths. Shen Xi led the main force behind, keeping a close watch on the movements of the enemy. Before long, the ahead Kuei Mu sent back information about the blue side base. After reviewing the information, Shen Xi looked up at Luo Chuan again. He had a backup plan. The situation at the base was different from what was shown in the local star network. In terms of defense, a slight difference could lead to significant consequences. Even a tiny variation could doom Shen Xi and her team. Fortunately, Shen Xi did not charge in recklessly. After refining the map, Shen Xi estimated the combat power of both sides. The opposing base still had about 1,500 people left. This number was greater than that of Shen Xi's main force. Plus, they were on the defensive within their base. A direct assault would likely be unfeasible. Shen Xi ordered everyone to stop, then crouched down to ponder the current situation. After a moment, Shen Xi sent a reinforcement order to the public screen. Not long after, there was an immediate response on the public screen, and soon 3 small teams rushed out of the base. After Shen Xi and her team hid nearby and watched their figures disappear into the distance, she instructed Kuei Mu to scout again. Kuei Mu, we can take action. Upon receiving Kuei Mu's message, Shen Xi immediately ordered on the public screen. Shen Xi, attack the blue side base. 1,000 people quickly sprang into action. The vanguard split off 50 people to infiltrate the blue side base, according to plan, searching for the location where the auxiliary soldiers were held. Shen Xi temporarily cut off the blue side star network connection with the star ring, but this could only last for 15 minutes at most before being detected by the enemy. At the moment the enemy's star network signal disappeared, Shen Xi and her team launched their attack. The events unfolded too rapidly. While the blue side was defending, they attempted to activate the star network to notify Captain Luo Chuan. However, when they opened the star ring, they only saw the signal lost indicator. Seeing this, the blue side members were stunned. Just then, a military academy student shouted, "Brothers, charge! Don't save your star power. Hit them. Take back our backpacks." Shen Xi charged forward with the main force, unleashing star power recklessly. The scene was filled with blinding light, nearly dazzling the eyes. Luo Chuan and 15 slowly followed behind. We're going to lose this 15 side, but to be honest, losing to someone like Shen Xi didn't feel like a loss. It wasn't the last moment yet. There might still be a turnaround. 15 turned his head, his eyes brightened. Did you leave a backup plan? Luo Chuan only smiled and remained silent. Shen Xi's side was fighting intensely. Meanwhile, on the other side, number 2 Pei Jin also began to encircle Fu Zhou's team. He acted quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, making quick work of them. Almost single-handedly against 3, Fu Zhou and his group had no chance to fight back at all. Once the star power's glow faded, these 500 people were completely captured by Pei Jin. He walked up to Fu Zhou and scrutinized him for a moment. Fu Zu looked disheveled, his clothes covered in dirt. Pei Jin chuckled lightly. "It's you." Pei Jin was familiar with Fu Li, and with this connection, he could at least converse with Fu Zhou. Fu Zhou was a bit surprised. "What are you doing here? Did my brother come too?" "He's not here," Pei Jin replied bluntly. "Ever since Fu Li came to the base for the test last time and went back, he's been acting like a madman in the training room." Chapter 84. Auxiliary Soldier. Elimination, let me see your star ring. Fu Zhou shared the permissions, and Pei Jin pointed at the screen. Fu Zhou curiously watched from the side. Although he had been captured, he didn't feel any resentment since the other party was Pei Jin. Brother Pei, what are you doing? Pei Jin turned his gaze and gave him an appreciative look. Not bad, you. Tell me, how did you hide the auxiliary soldier? He nodded, tapping thoughtfully. This star network is quite interesting. Fu Zhou was taken aback. This star network was built by Shen Xi, and the other party was not an auxiliary soldier. He could tell Pei Jin the truth, and that way Pei Jin would be alert to Shen Xi. Fu Zhou pursed his lips. In the end, he relaxed his expression and said, yeah, this is a trick I specially hid. Pei Jin's gaze softened as he patted his shoulder. Xiaolan is quite interested in this auxiliary soldier, and hearing you say that, I'm a bit interested too. Where is he? In that moment, Fu Zhou's mind raced quickly. I had someone escort him to find other teammates. Pei Jin, with a hint of regret, jokingly scolded him. You little rascal, you have such a crafty mind. After that, he turned and instructed everyone to regroup. Now that all 500 people on Fu Zhou's side had perished, they could no longer participate in the assessment, even if they stayed in the dense forest. Pei Jin brought them along. Before the battle, Pei Jin had received a message from Shen Xi through the number 1 account that the other party had returned to the base. Considering that the number 1 had already returned, Pei Jin was not in a hurry on the way back. Instead, he wanted to sweep the area to see if there were any military academy students left. Until one of the blue team's teammates suddenly said, strange. It seems like the star ring hasn't given any notifications for a long time. Pei Jin frowned and opened his star ring. After seeing the signal loss indicator, a chill ran down his spine. Something happened. Quick, return to the base. Fu Zhou and the others saw the blue team suddenly change their expressions and quicken their pace. Exchanging glances, they understood each other. This must have been stirred up by Shen Xi. Meanwhile, Shen Xi's star ring was flashing wildly. The enemy's auxiliary soldier had discovered her, and only 10 minutes had passed since she cut off the enemy's local star network connection. Shen Xi quickly opened her star ring and entered the operation interface. The enemy was trying to restore the local star network connection. Since she had replaced Luo Chuan's identity information, she had a certain priority. Using Luo Chuan's identity to counterattack gave her an advantage. For a moment, the enemy could not restore the star network connection. In the base, Xiaolan's face was as dark as water, her fingers moving on the screen like a shadow. After 3 rounds of confrontation, not only had she made no progress, but she was also retreating. Xiaolan was horrified. What was going on? The enemy actually had such a powerful auxiliary soldier hidden. Xiaolan's face tightened, and the slightly furrowed brows added a touch of coldness to her bright face. She steadied her mind, carefully analyzing why the enemy had always been pressing her down. It turned out that the enemy was using Luo Chuan's identity information. Luo Chuan, as the team leader of this assessment operation, was the main figure when the local star network was established. Xiaolan had also given him a lot of priority and convenience. After all, who would have thought that the team leader would be the first to perish? Watching as the enemy clawed and attacked her, fiercely blocking her chance to restore the local star network signal, Xiaolan made a swift decision and actively cut off the local star network. In the next moment, the blue team's local star network completely collapsed. All traces of the blue team in Shen Xi's screen also vanished. Cutting off the tail to survive, Shen Xi immediately understood that the enemy wanted to rebuild the star network. And if the enemy rebuilt the star network, Shen Xi could never suppress her again. Her expression darkened as she glanced towards the direction of the blue team's base. Changing form, the next moment, a small orange cat dashed out. It darted in and out, using its agile and tiny body to quickly penetrate deep into the battlefield. A few blue team members saw her coming and tried to block her. The military academy students quickly supported from his side, finally allowing Shen Xi to break through the defense line and completely enter the blue team's base. The blue team's base was quite large, but fortunately, Shen Xi had the defense map. She rushed straight towards the auxiliary soldier's office. However, many blue team guards had already spontaneously gathered here, protecting the auxiliary soldier like an iron barrel. The level of protection was astonishing. Even Shen Xi was taken aback. She was alone, and her fists were no match for 4 hands. Even reaching here, she was still at a loss. Just when Shen Xi was anxious, her star ring received a notification. The vanguard searching for the auxiliary soldier sent a message. The bad news was that the auxiliary soldiers had all perished. The good news was that they had found the backpack. Shen Xi instructed them to take away all the backpacks they could carry. At this moment inside the room, Xing was swiftly building a new local star network. Shen Xi quietly checked on the permissions on her star ring, pondering the enemy's timing. Shen Xi, now focus on depleting the enemy's numbers. As soon as Xing's star network construction was completed, the moment the blue team's star network connected, Shen Xi instructed the military academy students to retreat. Because Shen Xi's instructions were timely, the military academy students retreated without hesitation. Throughout this battle, the number of military academy students lost was far less than that of the blue team. However, it wasn't until they reached a safe distance that the military academy students realized they had overlooked Shen Xi. At this moment, Shen Xi was reinforcing and concealing her side's local star network while quietly hiding in the enemy's base. Now there were 800 military academy students left. The blue team's losses were about 600. Without the star network, even the blue team would collapse due to disrupted formations and psychological defenses. Now, there were still 300 people left in the blue team base. Shen Xi instructed Xing Lin to take people to intercept the 3 blue teams that had been deceived earlier. Mu followed closely behind them. With both sides working together, Shen Xi's goal was to ensure that these 600 people would never return. As the sun set, the blue team's base gradually quieted down. The new local star network was established, this time based on Xing herself. Jin arrived late, but fortunately brought back a considerable number of people, which was somewhat comforting. The two discussed the current situation together. Luo Chuan had actually been resolved. Jin couldn't believe it. Xing shook her hands, her fingertips feeling sore, her wrist slightly swollen, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. I underestimated this auxiliary soldier. Even now, I still haven't found any traces of the enemy's local star network. She did really well. Jin thought for a moment. Do you want to take a look at Fu Zhou's star ring? It might provide some insights. Jin instinctively thought that the one who built the star network for Fu Zhou and was now battling with Xing was the auxiliary soldier hidden by Fu Zhou. Yeah, Xing nodded lightly. It's worth a look. So, hidden outside, Shen Xi saw Fu Zhou walk past her and enter the auxiliary soldier's room. Fu Zhou's elimination did not surprise Shen Xi at all. And now, Fu Zhou's star ring had the local star network she built. Xing probably wanted to take a look. However, Shen Xi had already considered this possibility when she built the star network for Fu Zhou. Therefore, she later reinforced and concealed the military academy student star network repeatedly, fearing that Xing would discover traces. Before long, Fu Zhou came out. If Shen Xi guessed correctly, Xing must be searching for traces of the military academy students' local star network now. She pondered for a moment, clicked into Mu's chat screen. After delivering the plan, Shen Xi turned and found a more concealed place to hide. She opened her star ring, repeating the actions of building the star network from before. This time, the local star network she built was different from the previous one. She had previously used the star ring as a coordinate to connect individuals who had star ring communication. This method was simpler and more stable because it relied on the main star network. What Shen Xi is building now is quite similar to what Xing built before. It allows completely unrelated people, once enveloped by this star network, to enter the same public frequency and chat together. Shen Xi figured this out only after secretly observing Xing's setup. However, it is different from Xing's because Shen Xi needs to disguise it as a local star network. Therefore, on the surface, this local star network still relies on the main star network like before. But internally, apart from Shen Xi, there are no other people. After the setup was completed, Shen Xi set the active coordinates of the star network in a remote area. Then she leaked a trace. Soon, this trace was captured by Xing. The star network's attack came swiftly, and Shen Xi quickly defended herself. On the screen, characters were flying wildly, and Shen Xi's hand moved quickly, darting like a butterfly. She resisted with all her strength. It was precisely this that made Xing believe that a large troop of military academy students was in that remote area. Before long, there was a commotion outside. Shen Xi quietly stepped out to take a look, and Jin had left with his team. He was a strong assistant in Luo Chuan, and someone Xing could trust. Now the base was wide open. Xing's attack on the star network was still ongoing. Shen Xi's resistance was still relentless. However, she had already walked out from her hiding place, silently, like a ghost, counterattacking Xing Lin while approaching her small room. At this moment, the sunlight had dissipated, and the base was shrouded in darkness. This dim light was more suitable for stealth or assassination. Shen Xi had heard that support soldiers were very weak. She once again hid outside the support soldiers' room. From a distance, she saw the guards outside the room. There were 3 guards in total. It seemed they were convinced that the base was safe and had relaxed their vigilance. Xing Lin's attack on the Star Network was still ongoing. Yet Shen Xi had already silently approached. She moved too quickly. As soon as she arrived, the star power came crashing down recklessly. The 3 guards didn't react in time, allowing Shen Xi to rush in. Who would have thought that there were still military academy students left inside the base? In an instant, when they sent the message and rushed into the room, Shen Xi's fiery sand dagger was already pressed against Xing Lin's long and beautiful neck. As the crowd rushed into the small room, Shen Xi held Xing Lin's shoulder with one hand while pressing the dagger down with the other. Glancing over the crowd, a smile curled at the corner of her lips. Your support soldier has already been eliminated. Chapter 85. Shen Xi's eliminated Xing Lin appeared unfazed. It is well known that support soldiers are the easiest to bully, and as a support soldier, he must have experienced quite a bit of targeting. Eliminating him would be revenge for the support soldiers. Shen Xi released Xing Lin, agilely climbed up the wall, hanging upside down at the corner, her upper body facing down, her eyes shining brightly. The blue team star power came crashing down, but Shen Xi moved on the wall as if it were flat ground, dodging several attacks. For a moment, no one could pin her down. At this moment, Xing Lin, who was outside the fray, keenly noticed Shen Xi's movements. Her fingertips moved rapidly. It looked like she was using star power, but it didn't seem quite right. Instead, it resembled operating a star network. Xing Lin widened her eyes in surprise. Could it be as she thought? More and more people poured into the small room. After the incident where Luo Chuan was captured, to prevent such situations from happening again, Xing Lin had layered encryption on the new star network and set conditions. Only those within the center of the localized star network could destroy it. Similar to what Shen Xi had done by cutting off contact before the battle. This would not happen again. Moreover, the command of the blue team had been fully transferred to Peijing. After all, support soldiers are fragile. Even if someone targeted Xing Lin, eliminating her would no longer affect the current battle situation, unless the opposing support soldier came to the room where Xing Lin had set up the star network and operated the screen themselves. But how could that be possible? It is common knowledge that support soldiers can be easily eliminated by a mere touch of star power. Furthermore, what Fu Zhou had said earlier had led Peijing and Xing Lin to believe that Shen Xi's combat ability was lacking and that she needed protection. Who would have thought that a support soldier could actually infiltrate the enemy's base, break through layers of encirclement, dance on the knife's edge, eliminate the enemy's support soldier, and while engaging the enemy, destroy the opponent's localized star network? Just imagining this was already fantastical, yet it was now unfolding right before Xing Lin's eyes. She couldn't believe it, but the voice in her heart grew louder. At this moment, Shen Xi's survival space was being compressed again and again. She quickly threw out a wall of flame sand to defend and used one hand to manipulate the star ring, leaving afterimages. Sweat beads covered her forehead. Jumping characters flashed before her eyes, disappearing one by one into the darkness. She needed to issue the most correct command in this fraction of a second. Her mind was incredibly clear in this moment. The DEITY, forming a blade, finally stabbed heavily into the blue team's localized star network. At the same time, the blue team's attack fell upon her. A vast light enveloped her, almost completely obscuring her upright figure. Shen Xi raised her hand to fend off the blue team's attack with star power. After the light dissipated, a sharp star power pressed against her brow. A tired voice then sounded, "You have been eliminated, Military Academy solo soldier." Listen, how familiar that phrasing is. They expressed genuine joy at having eliminated her. Looking at Shen Xi, however, they saw her unperturbed, a light smile playing at the corners of her lips. The attacker withdrew their star power, puzzled. "Why are you so happy?" Shen Xi rummaged through the chaos, found a chair, dusted it off, and sat down. Her movements were leisurely and unhurried. "The assessment is over. Shouldn't I be happy? A sudden unease rose in the blue team. Yet Xiaolan pushed through the crowd to stand before Shen Xi, her fox-like eyes exuding charm. Scrutinized Shen Xi for a moment before extending her hand. Hello, I am Xiaolan. Shen Xi's eyes sparkled slightly as she reached out to shake her hand. Hello, Shen Xi. Can you tell me why you destroyed my star network? Clearly, Shen Xi was just a solo soldier. Shen Xi answered honestly, I shouldn't have been able to, but I saw the whole process of you setting up the star network. Because I saw it all. I gained more insights and also understood where the weaknesses of your star network lay, which allowed me to take risks. Upon hearing this exchange, the blue team's expressions changed drastically. They looked down at the star ring. The familiar signal loss icon appeared. Xiaolan realized, sighed, if we had known earlier, we shouldn't have easily trusted the words of a military academy student. Even an eliminated military academy student can still confuse people. She stared at Shen Xi. The person leading the military academy students is you, and now you've left a backup plan, right? Just as the blue team can transfer command, so can military academy students. If all goes well, Kuei Mu would lead another assault on the blue team's base. And this time, Pei Jin would no longer be able to provide timely support. What followed was a natural progression. The blue team lost the star network twice, and morale began to crumble. With the main commander Pei Jin absent, the leaders of the various small teams below were unwilling to yield to one another. No one listened to anyone else. After initially throwing themselves into disarray, they were then torn open by the fierce military academy students. By the time they regained their senses and tried to cooperate properly, their numbers had already dwindled, making it impossible to recover. The military academy students charged into the blue team's base, excited and invigorated like lions released from their cages. Kuei Mu commanded everyone to settle into the blue team's base. In an instant, the blue team's base had become the military academy students' base. The situation flipped drastically. Realizing they had fallen into a trap, Pei Jin rushed over with the main force. Although they had the advantage in numbers, Pei Jin's attacks did not yield better results. The military academy students operated like a tightly knit unit, executing commands methodically. While fierce battles were fought up front, Kuei Mu led a few people deep into the blue team's base. The military academy students quickly used boxes to store the heart of the dense forest. Soon, the storage was completed within the dense forest. As time passed minute by minute, the front gradually fell. In direct confrontations, they simply could not match the opposing side. The number of military academy students was gradually decreasing. Kuei Mu's voice resonated through the public frequency in every military academy student's ears. Everyone hold on, for the glory of the military academy students, and to not let Shen Xi down. At this moment, the military academy students demonstrated their resilience to the fullest. Faced with Pei Jin's relentless and intense assaults, although they were on the brink of collapse, everyone still held on. At this moment, the coaches in front of the screens were moved, quickly writing scores on the grading screen. As time ticked away, Pei Jin closed in inch by inch. The military academy students retreated step by step. In the darkest hour before dawn, the military academy students were cornered deep within the base. Behind them was the heart of the dense forest, which they had worked hard to obtain. Ahead were the blue team members, eyeing them with murderous intent. Kuei Mu gritted his teeth. Everyone protect the heart of the dense forest. We absolutely cannot let the blue team get it. The military academy students surrounded the heart of the dense forest, positioning it in the center. In response to the blue team's provocative attacks, they mostly focused on defense. Pei Jin met Kuei Mu's cold eyes and instinctively regarded him as the one who had eliminated Luo Chuan. The new hatred and old grudges combined made his attacks even more lethal. Kuei Mu changed form, his massive body blocking the way for everyone. Silently, he absorbed most of the attacks. Even Pei Jin couldn't help but glance sideways. The person before him had long surpassed the threshold of endurance. Yet he stood firm, not budging an inch. His form didn't even sway by a fraction. Pei Jin saw resilience, loyalty, and reliability in him. Such a person was truly too suitable to be a teammate. Pei Jin believed that once military training was over, this person would surely receive many team invitations. It wasn't until the sun rose on the horizon that the blue team ceased their attacks, and Kuei Mu finally staggered. Kuei Mu, the military academy students called out worriedly. A petite figure unexpectedly made her way through the crowd and steadied Kuemu. At the moment he made contact with Shen Xi, Kuemu transformed back into his human form. The tall young man leaned heavily on Shen Xi's small shoulders. Qin Shen looked on, feeling unable to bear it. "Why don't I help?" he offered. Shen Xi shook her head, saying it was fine. Qin Shen thought for a moment. Shen Xi's combat prowess was formidable, even if she appeared small. Carrying a Kuemu was a trivial matter. It wasn't until the two disappeared ahead that Pei Jin turned to Qin Shen and asked, "Qin family kid, was that guy named Kuemu? What's the mark, and what's the current star power level? Do you know?" Qin Shen was taken aback and said, "I definitely don't know." He waved his hand and asked Pei Jin, "Brother Pei, did we win?" The mention of this made Pei Jin's expression twist in annoyance as he replied, Yes, we went around. Take your heart of the dense forest and get lost." Qin Shen responded with an O and called for someone to carry the bags. Although their remaining number was small, the hearts of the dense forest they obtained were neatly arranged. In the base room, Shen Xi wrote down words to heal Kuemu. Shen Xi's literary power was strong, so the healing speed was quick. Before long, the internal injuries of Kuemu had been smoothed out. He still appeared weak on the surface, however. Shen Xi patted his shoulder and said, "Great job." Kuemu's brows relaxed with warmth. "We won." Shen Xi was also very happy, of course. The assessment was announced as concluded, and the military academy students returned to the town of Yulan. Even the blue team members returned to Yulan as well. Shen Xi then learned that, aside from a few soldiers, the rest were all pre-practice military academy students. This assessment was not only a military training evaluation, but also a pre-practice assessment. Compared to the jubilant atmosphere on Shen Xi's side, the pre-practice candidates looked grim and despondent. Shen Xi also listened as Qin Shen explained the training of military academy students. The training was extremely rigorous and complex, starting from military training upon entering school, to joint examinations, and then to the pre-practice and practice systems. Each stage would involve professional scoring. These scores determined whether a military academy student could smoothly enter the practical phase. Essentially, after the joint exam, it could be roughly determined whether a student could enter the final practical stage. If the scores were insufficient, they would need to enter pre-practice early to boost their scores in hopes of entering practice. But what if their scores after pre-practice were still not enough? That would essentially declare they had no chance to enter the battlefield. Shen Xi turned to see Luo Chuan speaking. She nodded, and Qin Shen took over the explanation, as it was also for the sake of the lives of the people from the Shuwen star system. The battlefield was a very dangerous place. It seemed that the quality of this batch of pre-practice individuals was not good. Qin Shen turned his head and noticed Luo Chuan still standing there. After thinking for a moment, he said to Shen Xi, "My instructor is looking for me. I'll be leaving first." He hurriedly stepped away, glancing at Luo Chuan a few more times as he passed by. Chapter 86. Brotherhood City. As Shen Xi moved to the side, she saw Luo Chuan standing there. Shen Xi didn't think much of it and turned back to gaze at the endless dark blue sea before her. However, sensing his presence beside her, she waited for a moment and, not seeing any action from Luo Chuan, took the initiative to look at him. "Do you need something?" Only then did Luo Chuan slowly walk over. "I heard about you. You are Shen Xi from the Military Auxiliary Academy." Shen Xi didn't quite understand what he meant and slightly tilted her head. "So what?" Luo Chuan's lips curled up slightly. "I'm quite curious. Why don't you go to the first military academy?" He finally approached Shen Xi, his tall figure exuding a sense of pressure that enveloped her. His narrow, fox-like eyes held an aggressive glint that gripped Shen Xi. Shen Xi maintained a blank expression, her voice growing noticeably colder. "Is it because I don't want to? Besides, I think the Military Auxiliary Academy is quite good." Luo Chuan noticed the displeasure in her tone and furrowed his brows slightly. In his view, someone as talented as Shen Xi shouldn't be overlooked by the first military academy. Just as he was about to say something, Shen Xi suddenly stepped back 2 paces and nodded slightly. "I just remembered my coach is looking for me. I have to take my leave." Without waiting for Luo Chuan's reaction, she turned and left. This little encounter didn't leave much of a ripple in Shen Xi's heart. By the time she reached Luo Chen's office, the matter had slipped her mind. Seeing her arrive, Luo Chen smiled broadly. "You did quite well in this assessment." Shen Xi leaned closer and Luo Chun quickly opened the light screen permissions for her. It displayed all her scores from this assessment. Regardless of whether they were from the system or the coaches, they were all high scores. Shen Xi joked, "I can still get such high scores, even if I was eliminated early?" Of course, your role was crucial for the military students to pass this assessment. However, because of your involvement, the auxiliary soldiers didn't receive the assessment they deserved, so they will have to retake it. Luo Chun felt a sense of pride in Shen Xi's excellence. He was extremely glad to have discovered her early on. Now, there will be countless people wanting to team up with you for practical training. Shen Xi looked up, her eyes sparkling with joy. "So Qin Ku and Mo, you were quite lucky, huh?" "Not just them. I'm also very lucky." Luo Chuan's tone was serious. At that moment, Shen Xi felt a pang in her heart. Being trusted and acknowledged made an emotion akin to pride swell within her. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile that she couldn't suppress. The second stage of the assessment mainly trains your combat abilities in the rainforest and at sea, which is particularly important for you. Shen Xi immediately composed her expression, becoming exceptionally serious. Luo Chun continued, "Previously, you were marked by the Beast Clan, which means that once the entire Beast Clan encounters you, they will do everything possible to eliminate you. The strongest faction among the Beast Clan possesses formidable combat abilities in water. Luo Chun didn't want this to become Shen Xi's weakness. Her star power simulation had a natural fear of the underwater environment, which could also affect her original combat power. I will take it seriously." Luo Chun never doubted Shen Xi's attitude and execution. However, seeing her like this made him worry that she might push herself too hard in training. "You and Kuei Mu are adding extra training every day. Do you think I don't know? I've already arranged something for you, so you can't recklessly try to train yourself." "Shen Xi, what arrangement?" "I'll personally give you extra training." "Shen Xi, oh." Luo Chan then asked her some questions about writing, and Shen Xi answered them one by one. In the end, she teased, "It seems you're also adding extra training every day." When Shen Xi left Luo Chan's office, it was already late. The pink clouds of the dark blue town cradled a red sun, and the orange light shimmered through the transparent building. Shen Xi encountered Luo Chuan again. He was striding over with long legs, bathed in the orange glow of sunset. He noticed her quickly, paused for a moment, looked behind her, and his gaze fell on the nameplate on the door that read Luo Chun. Shen Xi calmly turned her gaze away and walked past him without a sideways glance. She was interested in his mark, but she didn't want to deepen her connection with him at the moment. Ignoring his gaze, Shen Xi walked away decisively. Luo Chuan stood in place for a while, then walked down the corridor into Luo Chen's office. After speaking with Shen Xi, Luo Chan felt enlightened and spread out paper and pen, preparing to practice writing. In terms of learning writing, he usually contacted Kuei Mu and Su Ju more often. He naturally knew they hadn't stopped communicating even for a day. As soon as Luo Chuan entered, he caught a whiff of ink. "Luo Chuan." The young man frowned slightly. "What are you doing?" Luo Chun glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. "Can't you see? I'm writing." Luo Chuan found it somewhat absurd. "You can't even do that. Are you just doodling?" The Luo family isn't poor enough to not be able to buy you paper. His disdain was evident. Luo Chun leisurely ground the ink, not bothering to look at him. "Do you need something?" Implicitly, he was saying that if there was nothing, Luo Chuan could leave. Luo Chuan sat down in front of a chair and glanced at Luo Chen's uniform. "Are you now a coach at the Military Auxiliary Academy? What made you suddenly think of becoming a coach there?" Given Luo Chun's temperament and vision, Luo Chuan didn't believe he would voluntarily go to the Military Auxiliary Academy to be a coach. If it weren't for the fact that this year the academy had someone like Shen Xi becoming a coach, there would be a waste of time for Luo Chun. "If I want to go, I will go." Luo Chuan speculated. "Is it the idea of President Chen?" Luo Chun's ink-grinding action paused slightly, and his tone became complicated. "No." Luo Chuan didn't catch the oddity in his tone and continued, "I just saw Shen Xi come out of here. You're her coach. What do you think of her?" Luo Chun sensed some underlying meaning and finally raised his eyes to look at Luo Chuan. "What do you mean?" Luo Chuan's eyes showed determination. "Nothing much, just that I think highly of her. After all, such an exceptional student is hard to come by." Luo Chun's expression grew wary. "Is there something wrong with your practical training?" You come here to concern yourself with my student. I have reason to suspect you want to poach her. There is something, but I'm not lacking in this regard. Luo Chen noticed the corners of Luo Chuan's mouth slightly rise, and a hint of warmth flashed in his eyes. This made him feel a sense of unease. However, the next second, Luo Chuan took the initiative to stand up. Since you don't welcome me, I want to stay here to obstruct your view. Luo Chuan watched Luo Chuan come in for no reason, say a few inexplicable words, and then leave on his own. He pondered for a moment. Shameless. Momins latte. A low curse sounded. Formal training began in 2 days. Star power can capture oxygen in the water, helping star beings breathe underwater. Before entering the water, the instructors taught the military students how to use star power to capture oxygen. This skill relies on a large amount of star power and the most delicate control of star power. Most military students stumbled through their initial learning. A few students who awakened simulations related to water picked it up much faster. Although this group hadn't undergone systematic training, they had previously used simulations in underwater combat spontaneously. Even Shen, she was a bit slow to get the hang of it. But for a newcomer encountering this for the first time, her speed was already quite impressive. The military students first practiced techniques on land for 4 hours. Due to excessive oxygen intake, everyone felt dizzy, their faces flushed. It was evident they were experiencing oxygen intoxication. Shen Xi's cheeks were also rosy, and her eyes were misty. As she raised her gaze and lowered her brows, her beauty resembled the delicate petals of a begonia. However, everyone was busy training, so no one noticed this change in her. Luo Chen was weaving through the military academy students when he sensed something as he passed by Shen Xi, stopping in his tracks and turning to look into the distance. Unexpectedly, he spotted a familiar figure. He turned back, glanced at Shen Xi, who was pouting his lips, and patted her shoulder. Shen Xi, lost in training, came back to her senses, her wide-open eyes looking extremely innocent. Aren't you dizzy? The rouge had stained her entire face, and Luo Chen felt somewhat annoyed. Shen Xi blinked, seemingly a little bit dizzy. He always knew that Shen Xi had a lot of endurance. When she said a little bit, it probably meant that as long as she didn't faint, it wouldn't count as a little bit in her eyes. Luo Chen sighed, discreetly blocking someone's view, and told Shen Xi, "You should rest first." However, Shen Xi was reluctant. No. Luo Chen clicked his tongue. Am I the instructor, or are you the instructor? Shen Xi replied, but you also said that I need to work a little harder than others. She understood that Luo Chen was caring for her, patted his arm, and smiled. I'm fine. This is much easier than the extra training with Kuei Mu. I know my limits. She didn't even mention that the training with Xing Lin was far more intense than with Kuei Mu. If Luo Chen were to see that scene, he would be scared to death. Since Shen Xi had said so, Luo Chen couldn't refuse politely, but he disagreed, saying, do as you like. Shen Xi immediately began a new round of practice. Luo Chen stood in place for a moment before giving a signal to Hua Cheng, who was also in the crowd. Hua Cheng understood and stepped out of the crowd first. Not long after, Luo Chen followed him out. The two met in a secluded area. What's the matter? Hua Cheng got straight to the point upon seeing Luo Chen. Luo Chen gestured toward Luo Chuan's direction. The meaning was clear. He wanted Hua Cheng to hold him up, preferably get him out of the way. Hua Cheng glanced at Luo Chuan. Although he wanted to trouble Luo Chuan, he didn't want Luo Chen to be too pleased. What's the condition? Why should I help you? Luo Chen snorted with a smile, pointing with his index finger toward Shen Xi's direction. He silently mouthed, it's not about helping me, it's about helping. There was no need to finish the sentence. Hua Cheng understood immediately and made a gesture indicating he was on board. Then, he straightened his clothes and strode toward Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan had already noticed the meeting between Hua Cheng and Luo Chen. As Hua Cheng approached, he exchanged a seemingly smiling glance with the distant Luo Chen. Hua Cheng's pale face was beaming with a smile, his tone filled with goodwill. Luo Shidi, is that you? Luo Chuan's expression was impassive, polite yet distant. Hua Cheng Shi Xiao. Chapter 87. Calm sees Hua Cheng, with the demeanor of an elder, smiled and nodded repeatedly at Luo Chuan. To be able to take on the role of a practical training instructor, his junior brother has achieved something remarkable. Luo Chuan replied in a calm tone, we're all instructors. There's not much difference. Hua Cheng shook his head in strong disagreement. I think yours is much more interesting. That day, when Shen Xi caught you, all of us instructors in that room were so excited that we could hardly contain ourselves, wishing we could jump in ourselves. Luo Chuan's expression changed slightly. You're saying all the instructors saw what happened that day? Huicheng nodded yes. He opened the star ring. I have recorded some good stuff here. You know, your senior brother is a bit of miser, so I assume you won't mind? Luo Chuan's face turned bright red. What did you take? Huicheng shared the light screen with him, and before Luo Chuan could fully see it, Huicheng quickly closed it. However, that one glance was enough to make him furious. He looked at Huicheng in disbelief. Are you planning to auction off my photos? That was indeed the original idea. Luo Chuan shouted angrily. Have you gone mad from being poor? Huicheng candidly replied, yes. Luo Chuan took a deep breath. How much? I'll buy it. Huicheng's face broke into a wide grin as he sent over a price, and even reminded him, just a kind reminder from your senior brother. I'm not the only one with these photos. They even have videos. Luo Chuan gritted his teeth. He could only blame the Shuwen star system for not having a strong foundation in portrait rights, as long as it doesn't harm public safety or personal safety. It's really hard to do anything about it. Luo Chuan, with his handsome looks and high star power level, is quite popular on the star web, with plenty of male and female fans. His photos are hard to come by. The photos Huicheng took were unedited and did not deliberately harm his image. Luo Chuan really had no way to deal with it. Got it. After saying this unhappily, Luo Chuan left. When Luo Chuan turned to look again, he found that Luo Chuan had already left. Huicheng was leisurely walking over, looking quite pleased. So fast. Huicheng slightly raised his chin, of course. Your junior brother is busy right now. After a brief rest in the afternoon, the instructors instructed the students to practice in the water. On the soft beach, the military training students jumped into the sea one by one like dumplings. Luo Chuan stood tall at the edge of the coast, highly focused, observing the condition of each student. Although the quality of students from the military academy was indeed not as good as those from the first military academy, they were very resilient. Even though they were at their limits, none of them surfaced from the water. Instead, they continued to push beyond their limits. Shen Xi submerged in the sea. Looking up from the water, the sunlight softened and intertwined through the layers of waves. The deep blue sea completely enveloped her. As she spread her arms, the waves parted and then closed back around her. She was able to move forward with the push of the waves. Shen Xi had no swimming experience and felt quite curious at this moment. Colorful little fish swam past her side, seemingly unbothered by the presence of humans in the sea. They were surprisingly bold. Some even swam over, their mouths opening and closing gently, brushing against Shen Xi's fair skin, leaving behind a series of soft marks. Unable to resist, Shen Xi followed, her fingertips gently gliding over their shimmering scales. Surprisingly, they were not afraid of her, allowing her to touch them softly. She was having a great time in the water. It was only when Luo Chuan rang the notification bell that she reluctantly returned to the surface. At the same time, the military students from their team also resurfaced. However, unlike Shen Xi's vibrant state, everyone else seemed very tired. Each person's face showed signs of exhaustion. Luo Chuan glanced at everyone's state, finally settling his gaze on Shen Xi. Not bad. Being able to hold your breath for an hour and a half on your first time in the water. Let's take a break, and we'll continue in 10 minutes. Everyone made their way to the shore, and as soon as they reached it, they lay flat on the beach without regard for their appearance. Shen Xi looked over and noticed that Kuei Mu also seemed very tired. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Kuei Mu and she were not far apart in progress. There was no reason for such a large gap after they both came out of the water. As she was lost in thought, Luo Chuan walked over, touched her arm, and pointed to the shade in the distance. Shen Xi understood and followed him over. Under the bright sunlight, her skin looked as if it was glowing. Do you feel any different? A chair was set up under the shade. Luo Chuan walked over and sat down, crossing his long legs in a relaxed manner. Shen Xi's attention was drawn to his movements, and she asked blankly, Did you really set up a chair here? Luo Chuan didn't seem like someone who would slack off during training. Huicheng did it. He pointed at the chair's armrest. Now, let us get down to business. Shen Xi responded with an ow. It does feel a bit different. I feel like I shouldn't be so relaxed. Luo Chuan's gaze circled around her, examining her carefully, then nodded honestly, yes. Then, she hesitated, looking at Luo Chun. What do you think my situation is? Luo Chen's expression grew complex as he looked at her. You should know that the Shuwen clan is the darling of the entire Shuwen star system. There isn't a place in the Shuwen star system that the Shuwen clan can't go. Shen Xi understood. You mean, Xing Lin? Luo Chen nodded. Seeing Shen Xi lost in thought, Luo Chen helplessly shook his head. This matter is not bad for you, and you don't need to take it too seriously. As an observer, Luo Chen didn't want Shen Xi to become too deeply involved with Xing Lin. On the other hand, Shen Xi's current achievements were indeed due in no small part to Xing Lin. In many ways, it had provided her with convenience, and it was clear that Shen Xi did not entirely lack feelings for the other party. Because of this, severing ties seemed so difficult. No, they simply couldn't sever ties. As long as Shen Xi remained a star envoy, she would inherently have a special connection with the Star Master. It was impossible to cut that off. However, Luo Chen was genuinely worried. How could the Star Master and the Star Envoy, humans and deities, be too close? Luo Chen sighed again. He wanted to ask Shen Xi about her feelings toward Xing Lin, but didn't he know how to start? Perhaps this was the best way to get along for now. There was no retreat, and moving forward was a deep abyss. Shen Xi nodded, I understand. She lowered her head back into the sunlight, finding a spot where no one was around to sit down, resting her chin on one hand, watching the sea surface move with the wind and waves. Under the azure sky, the distant sea was merged with the sky. Groups of white seabirds flew from afar, making clear calls, then landed on the beach, leisurely tidying their feathers. Shen Xi watched for 10 minutes, letting her mind go blank for 10 minutes. She had no idea what Xing Lin was doing in secret. She couldn't even be sure if the other party was around her. All she knew was that she was indeed like a fish in water in the sea. The training in the water gradually increased in difficulty. At first, they only learned to breathe freely. Then they raced in the sea. Students with water-related marks were far ahead. Yet Shen Xi, who obviously had a land duck mark, also performed remarkably. Then there was combat in the water. From unrestricted star power combat to restricted star power combat, the difficulty kept increasing. The military students were trained to the point of exhaustion. Moreover, the students from a military academy had to continue studying writing after returning. Yes, thanks to Kuei Mu and Shen Xi's testimonies, writing practice became wildly popular in the military academy. When the ink, paper, and brushes were insufficient, Shen Xi asked Luo Chen to help contact Lu Xiyu. Shen Xi's schedule was also packed tightly. Except for the mention of Xing Lin by Luo Chen on the first day of training, Xing Lin hasn't appeared at all. She was also thinking that the other party might not have come to Yulantown at all. After completing Luo Chen's training tasks, she still had to train with Kuei Mu. Sometimes when Kuei Mu lacked energy, she would spar with Luo Chen. Other times when Luo Chen was busy, even Hua Chen would be pulled in as a punching bag. During her other free time, Shen Xi used it to write. She left early and returned late. And every time others saw her, she appeared to be in a hurry. 10 days passed in a flash. Now, Shen Xi was more composed than before. When Luo Chuan passed by the military training base on official business, he happened to see her figure. He paused, and Shen Xi stopped and turned, realizing it was him. Any previous slight displeasure had long been forgotten, and she politely smiled back. Instructor Luo. The pre-practice training ground was not far from Yulan Town, and Luo Chuan would occasionally come over. However, Shen Xi rarely paid attention to him. Luo Chuan approached her with long strides. I moved the pre-practice training ground to Yulan Town. Chapter 88. Hair has grown again, Shen. She was somewhat puzzled and did not understand the other person's intent in saying this to her. She thought for a moment that perhaps there was something special in the Blue Town that was beneficial for training. With this in mind, she politely responded, Is that so? Then congratulations. Luo Chuan frowned. You once said you were very interested in my mark, so I thought you might be interested in my weapon as well, so. As he spoke, he took out a silver pistol from a compressed space and handed it to Shen Xi. Shen Xi's gaze fell on the silver gun, then looked at Luo Chuan. Seeing that Shen Xi did not react, Luo Chuan moved the gun a little closer. The young man spoke slowly, his tone soft. This is for you. Shen Xi was surprised and didn't notice the change in his tone. For me? Why? She did not take it, only feeling confused. It seemed that she and Luo Chuan were not familiar with each other. Luo Chuan pursed his lips and thought for a moment, suddenly asking, "Do you want to go to the 5th Military District after graduation?" Before Shen Xi could answer, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Shuwen agree to you." Luo Chen walked straight to Shen Xi's side, clasped her wrist, and pulled her behind him, facing Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's gaze shifted from Luo Chen's face to the hands they were holding and slowly moved to Shen Xi's face. Seeing that she showed no resistance to Luo Chen's actions, it was clear that their relationship was not that of a military student and a coach. Luo Chuan's expression darkened slightly, a storm gathering in his eyes. "You too?" Luo Chuan sneered, a provocative look on his face. "Yes, us." Luo Chuan stared at Luo Chen for several seconds before turning to leave. As soon as he left, Luo Chen quickly let go of Shen Xi's hand, his expression somewhat guilty. Shen Xi looked at her wrist, then at Luo Chen. "What is going on? What are you two playing at?" She raised her hand in front of Luo Chen, her tone rising him. Luo Chen sighed, looking at her with annoyance. "I'm doing this for you. You're still young and have quite a few admirers. Remember to study hard." He had a look that said he was really worried. Shen Xi realized that he was sending her something because of this. She looked disinterested and glanced at Luo Chen. "I can refuse myself, right?" The implication was that there was no need to create a false impression to make Luo Chuan back off. "It's more convenient for me this way." Shen Xi did not say much more and changed the subject. "Do you know each other? You seem to care about him." Luo Chen restrained his playful demeanor. "After all, we are from the same family. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer." Although his relationship with Luo Chuan was not particularly close, they were family, and blood ties were strong. Shen Xi responded with an "oh," indicating she understood. However, it was clear that Luo Chuan would not easily back down. Now that the training grounds were close, he would occasionally circle around to their training area. However, he did nothing, and for a while, Shen Xi did not feel bothered. After Luo Chuan came to their training area for 3 consecutive days, Luo Chen was so annoyed that he took the initiative to find Su Jiuyao. When he saw her, Su Jiuyao was quite surprised. Luo Chen was mainly responsible for individual training, while individual and auxiliary training were separate. "Instructor Luo, did you come to find me for something?" Luo Chen nodded and took Su Jiuyao to a secluded corner. "What is up?" Su Jiuyao looked around. There was no one else, making it seem mysterious. Luo Chen cleared his throat. It seems like I haven't heard Shen Xi mention Xing Lin for quite a while." Su Jiuyao was somewhat confused. "Is something wrong with the Xi?" Luo Chen quickly shook his head. "Nothing, I'll be going now." He turned and left, his steps hurried, giving off a feeling of fleeing. This left Su Jiuyao stunned. "What is going on? You pull me over mysteriously, and then just this?" After walking quite a distance, Luo Chen finally slowed down. The young man sighed. He really felt lost. "Forget it. I can't manage this." At the training ground, Luo Chuan was still standing by the shore. Sensing something, he turned his head and met Luo Chen, who had just returned. Luo Chen thought for a moment and walked to him. "Is there nothing going on in the practical training area?" "Nothing." Luo Chuan suddenly smiled, turning to look at Luo Chen. "You and Shen Xi have nothing going on." Shen Xi acted familiar with Luo Chen, but that was all. Luo Chen was not angry upon being found out. Instead, he countered Luo Chuan. "So what?" Luo Chuan frowned slightly. "I don't understand why you're so resistant. Shen Xi doesn't have that intention towards you. Isn't that reason enough?" Luo Chuan chuckled lightly, his handsome face shining. "I don't see this as an obstacle. Just because it's not now doesn't mean it won't be in the future." He emphasized right after, even if she already has someone she likes. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, Luo Chen's eyes widened. He knew that Luo Chuan was extremely persistent. Whatever he wanted, he would definitely get. "Sick." He muttered a curse and turned to leave. Shen Xi emerged from the water and immediately saw Luo Chen's face turning pale with anger. She looked at Luo Chuan standing in the distance and instantly understood. The girl splashed a spray of water onto Luo Chen's hand. "Why get angry for him? This blue town isn't yours. Can't people come here?" The cool water splashed onto his hand, and Luo Chen finally focused his gaze. "I want to stop until I reach my goal. I have a headache now." Shen Xi sat down beside him. "But has he done anything so far, right? What are you really worried about?" Luo Chen frowned tightly. What was he worried about? worried that he might anger the deities. But he couldn't say this to Shen Xi. Being an insider, she couldn't see her own heart or Xing Lin's. This state was good for both of them. Yet, Luo Chuan had to show up at this moment. Luo Chuan was afraid of angering the deities and also worried that the deities and Shen Xi might see their true feelings. Seeing that Luo Chuan was silent, Shen Xi didn't know how to comfort him. In the end, she promised, "I will keep my distance from Luo Chuan. Don't worry." After this reassurance, it was time for a break. Shen Xi and the military students continued to go back into the water. But this time, Luo Chuan followed her into the water as well. She could hear Luo Chuan's voice through the sound of water by her ear. "Let us have a match." On one hand, it was to see Shen Xi's training results. On the other hand, he was in a bad mood and needed a battle to vent. All right. The two continued to dive to an open area. Fighting underwater had many restrictions compared to fighting on land. However, Shen Xi was quite agile, moving underwater like a fish. Just as they were getting into the fight, dark clouds rolled in on the shore, and a heavy rain poured down. It was as if the heavens had opened up. The vast sea surface stirred up furious winds. Waves piled up, and the roars of the sea echoed. Luo Chuan's expression changed, and he hurried to the shore. The military students had begun to return one after another, but Shen Xi and Luo Chuan had not yet come back. "Where are Shen Xi and Luo Chuan?" Luo Chuan furrowed his brow and asked Shen Lai. Shen Lai also became anxious, looking towards Kuei-mu. "Where is Shen Xi?" Kuei-mu was not flustered. He glanced at the water surface. She asked with instructor Luo. Perhaps they were too caught up in a fight and didn't notice what is happening on the surface. The distance they had dived was deep enough that the movements on the surface were not easily transmitted down. The waves grew higher, and the rain fell harder, leaving the people on the shore looking like drowned rats. Luo Chuan's tone was grim. "It seems like a storm is coming. We must find them quickly." Saying this, he began to take off his outer jacket. "You keep an eye on the outside. I'll go underwater." Kuyum's lips moved slightly as he reached out to stop Luo Chuan. "I'll go." Luo Chuan looked him up and down, his eyes filled with disdain. "You?" This was clearly a tone of contempt, but Kuyum seemed oblivious. "No need for the instructor," he said as he walked towards the sea. "Nonsense. Come back." Luo Chuan grabbed Kuyum's shoulder. "Your underwater survival skills aren't enough. I'll go." As the two were arguing, the water sound device next to Kuyum lit up. Then, Shen Xi's voice came through. "Kuyum, we are here." Kuyum turned his head, and in the distance on the ocean's surface, two figures were floating in the water. He quickly turned back and walked towards where the boat was parked. Seeing this, Luo Chuan hurriedly followed. The boat moved through the wind and waves like a small flatboat, difficult to steer, and after several twists and turns, they finally reached Shen Xi and Luo Chuan. After successfully bringing the two aboard, the four were about to head back when the wind and waves grew stronger. On the surface of the sea, the roar of the wind was so loud it nearly numbed their ears. Fortunately, Luo Chuan had experienced such situations before. He directed Shen Xi and Kuyum in operation, and the four of them successfully returned to the shore. After anchoring, they disembarked. The dark clouds cast a gloomy light over the shore. The other military academy students had long since left, leaving only Shen Xi's team anxiously waiting on the beach. Shen Xi quickly scanned the area and suddenly spotted a figure holding an umbrella not far away. She froze, standing in place. "Shen Xi, you," Luo Chuan said, turning to her. Seeing she didn't respond, he followed her gaze and was also taken aback. The next moment, however, Shen Xi suddenly started running. The surroundings were chaotic, and her sudden movement drew everyone's attention. A clear smile lit up her face, like a ray of sunlight breaking through the foggy, dim sky, brilliant and bright. In just a few steps, Shen Xi reached Xing Lin. She was completely soaked, but showed no sign of embarrassment. Xing Lin moved the umbrella over her head, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. He pressed his lips together and then said, "I'll listen to you. I've learned how to hold an umbrella." But at that moment, his umbrella was over Shen Xi's head, leaving him exposed to the pouring rain. She blinked, her delicate white hand gripping the umbrella handle, intending to move it towards him. "I'm already wet. You should take care of yourself." Xing Lin, however, pulled her closer. "I'm fine." Now, both were under the umbrella, with the sound of raindrops pattering above them. It was quiet under the umbrella, allowing them to hear each other's breathing. Shen Xi gazed at him, noticing that his face seemed even paler, his lips a light color, almost devoid of blood. As she looked, a hint of worry crept up on her. You don't look well. Xing Lin raised his fingertip and touched the ends of her damp hair. Your hair has grown a lot. Shen Xi, right? It's been a long time. Xing Lin's hand paused briefly before retracting. Shen Xi turned around and saw that Luo Chan had organized the military students quite well. Since it was raining now and training was halted, she waved to him, signaling that she would leave first. Chapter 89. Luo Chan had no objections and waved his hand to let her go first. Shen Xi then took Xing Lin towards the base. Xing Lin's star power drifted out in wisps, and the heavy rain did not affect their progress at all. After a moment of silence, Shen Xi spoke first. You don't look well. I've written a lot recently, and I'll give it all to you shortly. Can it improve your condition? It can. He confirmed her question. After a pause, he continued, I know. Shen Xi waited for a while, but did not hear him elaborate. So she tilted her head and asked, what? Xing Lin added, I know you've written a lot for me. I've heard about the Central Star incident. Thank you. She seemed to think of something and asked, is your current state because of that incident? Xing Lin shook his head, no. Hearing this, Shen Xi finally felt relieved. Then what have you been doing lately? This was a simple small talk, but it was one of the rare instances where Shen Xi took the initiative to ask about Xing Lin. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xing Lin's lips. I've been investigating what happened before my slumber. Shen Xi understood. Is your weakness also because of this? Xing Lin neither confirmed nor denied it, but the silence was already an answer. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't know. You said that he has plans for me, so when the time comes, I'll naturally find out. Why do you need to exhaust yourself? Xing Lin disagreed. It's just a bit of star power. It's not a big loss. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, don't you resent me? Resent what? I plotted against you. Won't you resent me? His voice contained an inexplicable tension. I have never resented you. I didn't know you before your slumber, but I can feel that you mean no harm to me now. Moreover, without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. If the you before your slumber designed our meeting just so I would write for you, then I'm willing. Because she was willing, she did not feel resentment. Xing Lin pondered her words for a while. Aren't you distancing yourself from me because of this? Shen Xi suddenly looked up. The boy's light golden eyes were bright, hiding a hint of softness, yet also carrying a touch of grievance. She was taken aback, suddenly stammering. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Yet Xing Lin was still earnestly waiting for her answer. Under such a gaze, she felt ashamed and lowly. Shen Xi finally sighed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have distanced myself from you. She admitted it. Xing Lin looked a bit unhappy. He pressed his lips together and stared at Shen Xi for a long time. But he also knew she didn't want to explain her reasons. But it was Shen Xi. When she ran over just now, Xing Lin admitted he was happy. All right, I accept your apology. Are we still friends? He suddenly leaned closer, softening his tone, which carried a pleading tone no matter how one listened. Shen Xi was dazed, feeling as if her heart was thoroughly stirred. Is it? Not receiving an answer from Shen Xi, he leaned in a bit closer. Shen Xi suddenly turned her head, her forehead brushing against his lips. Xing Lin was taken aback. Then he heard Shen Xi's voice. Of course. He slowly smiled, joy coming swiftly. Then such things are not allowed in the future. Shen Xi nodded, Upon returning to the base, Shen Xi first settled Xing Lin in the residential area. The base in Yulan Town was different from that in Beishuang's house. The residents in Yulan Town's residential area were local star people. Without permission, Shen Xi could not bring anyone into the base casually. But placing him in the residential area was no problem. She turned back to get her writing materials. As soon as she entered the base, she saw Luo Chan waiting in the corridor. It seemed he had been waiting for a while. Shen Xi's smile immediately faded. She hesitated for a moment before walking up to Luo Chan. What are you doing here? Seeing her actions revealing a hint of guilt, Luo Chan couldn't help but find it amusing. What? Are you afraid of something? Shen Xi glanced at Luo Chen's expression and said, I've decided not to distance myself from Xing Lin anymore. Luo Chan responded with a sound of acknowledgement. And then? Shen Xi shook her head. Is there anything else? Luo Chen relaxed a bit. He sighed. You seem to have made a significant decision. As long as you are not feeling guilty, that's fine. Going to get your writing materials? Shen Xi nodded. I see that Xing Lin is in very poor condition. Luo Chan followed her back. After retrieving the paper, He sent her off before leaving the base. When he finally returned to his office, he saw Luo Chuan sitting there leisurely. He didn't know how long he had been waiting. "What are you doing here?" Luo Chuan spoke irritably, his tone harsh. Luo Chuan was very frank. "I came to ask you about that star power-rich boy from today." Luo Chuan felt a bit annoyed. "It has nothing to do with you. How could it be unrelated?" "He is related to Shen Xi, which means he is related to me." Luo Chuan carefully scrutinized Luo Chuan's expression. "Do you know Shen Xi well? You've only met her once or twice, and you're so certain?" Luo Chuan looked innocent. "Those things aren't important. The Luo family doesn't care about status." While this was true, the reality was not so simple. Shen Xi has her own aspirations. She has no interest in you, so why bother? Luo Chuan's mind was quick. So she has feelings for that boy. Luo Chen quickly covered his mouth, his face showing panic. Luo Chuan was confused, but did not continue. Luo Chuan warned Luo Chuan fiercely, "You are not allowed to say such things again." Luo Chuan was confused, but vaguely understood that the crux lay with that boy. "Hide your feelings in front of him," Luo Chen advised in an elder brother's tone. "You might as well tell me everything you know, so I know what to do." His voice was buzzing. Luo Chuan also noticed Luo Chen's odd behavior and regained his rationality. Luo Chuan released his hand and sat beside him. "That boy is Shen Xi Star Master." Luo Chuan was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. How could a Star Master be so close to a Star Envoy? His expression changed several times before he casually said, "I understand now. I won't say it again, but I won't give up on Shen Xi." He understood the implication of Luo Chen's warning. Such words were indeed unspeakable. It is well known that the Shuwen clan does not engage in emotions with humans. Luo Chen chuckled ambiguously. "Do you know about the Su family of the Central Star?" The Su family was abandoned by the gods. This matter has caused quite a stir. Luo Chuan had naturally heard of it. He nodded, but he did not understand why they were discussing the Su family now. The Su family was once engaged to the Shen family. Luo Chuan frowned. The Shen family? He had some guesses in his heart, but it seemed absurd. The Shen family was a famous family of the human race, and Shen Xi, who could awaken her mark, could not possibly be from the Shen family. Luo Chen explained. Shen Xi's father is Mingyu, and she follows Shen Lin's surname. Luo Chuan's expression finally cracked. First, he realized Shen Xi's identity had such a background. Second, he understood Luo Chen's hint. His pupil shook absurd. Luo Chen actually linked the Shuwen clan and the Star people together. How is that possible? You want me to retreat in the face of difficulties, right? Luo Chen shrugged indifferently. In any case, before you had the chance to do anything, he had already returned. If you don't believe me, just look with your own eyes. However, after realizing this, Luo Chuan became furious. Why didn't you stop it? You clearly knew this was forbidden. Since Luo Chuan was Shen Xi's instructor and their relationship was so good, why didn't he stop it? Luo Chen lowered his head. By the time I realized, it was already too late. Shen Xi had not taught me, and there were many things I didn't understand. She had an extraordinary trust in Xing Lin, and the feelings between them were not something I could control with mere words. While this may sound like shirking responsibility, Luo Chen had indeed taken action in the past. Luo Chuan finally calmed down and, after a moment's pause, stood up and said, "I'll head back first." On the other side, Shen Xi arrived at the hotel where Xing Lin was resting, holding an umbrella. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offered a clear view of the distant beach. The salty wind, carrying moisture, spread into the room with Shen Xi. She closed the umbrella and placed it by the door, walking towards Xing Lin. He sat on the fabric sofa in the room, facing outside, his light golden eyes gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Shen Xi sat down opposite him and took out the written characters, spreading them on the table. At some point, Xing Lin turned his head and was gently watching her movements. When Shen Xi looked up after arranging the papers, she met Xing Lin's gaze. The situation was not that simple. It involved not only my state before I fell asleep, but also other members of the Shuwen. Xing Lin's voice suddenly broke the silence. Shen Xi was puzzled. Other members of the Shuwen? Xing Lin nodded. They are unwilling to reveal anything. But I trace some clues that seem to relate to your parents. Shen Xi was genuinely surprised. My parents? What do you mean? Liu Hua has been working for the me that existed before, and he is the Star Master whom your father metaphorically referred to. Your father and mother lived in the Temple of Liuhua for a long time after they went missing in the Shuwen star system. Shen Xi furrowed her brows, her heart racing inexplicably at Xing Lin's words. Are you saying that my parents went missing because they went to Liuhua's temple? And now? Where are they now? I have been to Liuhua's temple and did not find any trace of your parents, but at least proves that they once stayed in the Liuhua temple. During that time, Liuhua was doing something, and although I don't know the specifics, I sense your traces from it. Shen Xi was in a daze. So, this matter has been plotted since then, and even my parents were involved. And now, they don't know what this is specifically about. But clearly, it wouldn't be something ordinary like providing text for Xing Lin. Xing Lin nodded yes. What do you think it could be? What was the you before you fell asleep concerned about? Xing Lin's throat moved slightly, and after a few seconds, he replied, the Shuwen star system. Xing Lin felt a heavy weight in his heart. That is my responsibility, unrelated to you. Shen Xi seemed to understand a little. The panic and tension in her heart slightly eased. If it's for the world, then it's worth it. She smiled gently, her expression calm. You have your responsibilities, and I have mine. Although she wasn't born in the Shuwen star system, she respected and loved all the beings living here and was willing to give everything for them. Since I chose to become a military academy student, to go to the front lines, to protect the star system, and to fight for justice for the lowly, I wouldn't mind giving my life for this world. Chapter 90. Star 161. Shen Xi's heart fluttered. She knew that when she spoke, it wasn't just empty words. She would truly act on it. He couldn't help but wonder if he had foreseen this. If it really was a matter of the survival of the galaxy, he was willing to contribute his meager strength. Xing Lin couldn't help but reach out to hold her hand. No more words were needed. He leaned in a little closer, looked at her seriously, and said solemnly, this day will not come. Xing Lin's expression was resolute. He would not allow that day to arrive. Shen Xi shook his hand, telling him not to think about these things anymore. When soldiers come, we will fight. When water comes, we will block it. The most important thing now is to conserve strength and make ourselves stronger. Only with great power can we avoid falling into difficult situations. No matter the schemes or plots, brute force will always prevail. As Xing Lin absorbed literary power, Shen Xi continued to write beside him. Outside, the sky was dim, but inside, it was tranquil. Xing Lin scanned the words on the paper, feeling the abundant emotions from Shen Xi. It turned out that during this time they hadn't met. She too had been missing him. Those emotions flowed like water and surged like waves, gradually engulfing Xing Lin. He could have shut these feelings out, but at this moment, he willingly indulged in them, letting his heart be swayed by the emotions contained in the words. After the tide of emotions receded, he slowly lifted his stiff neck. The figure of Shen Xi at the desk became increasingly blurry in his vision. A drop of water fell, landing on the back of Xing Lin's long-fingered hand. Yet it felt like it carried immense weight, scorching him like fire, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. In the next moment, Xing Lin lowered his gaze, his fingertip brushing over the watermark, and the corner of his lips slightly curved up. What are you writing? He leaned closer to Shen Xi and suddenly asked. I'm writing about today's experiences, Shen Xi replied, her hand moving swiftly, a smile in her eyes as elegant characters fell onto the paper. Xing Lin's gaze shifted to the writing, and the profound literary power surged forth, intertwining with dense emotions. She expressed her feelings in the words, and Xing Lin could directly sense her current state of mind. She seemed to be in good spirits. Due to the requirements of the training base, Shen Xi had to leave after a while. Because the sea storm arrived early, the instructors moved the training to the dense forest. Fortunately, the training in the water had mostly been completed, so it didn't significantly affect the progress. Thus, the next day, the group set off in the rain. The climate on Star 10 was special. The towering trees rooted deep into the soil, effectively shielding against the strong winds. Therefore, even though the sea nearby roared with fierce winds and towering waves, once they entered the dense forest, they only felt the rain falling densely. In the rain, the military academy students began their training. After the usual warm-up exercises, they divided into groups for combat training. As the military training progressed, even Fu Zhou quieted down. Although he still acted aloof in front of Shen Xi and the others from the military academy, At least he refrained from making sarcastic comments. It wasn't until the second phase of training was nearing its end, and the first military group and the military academy were about to separate, that Fu Zhou specifically sought out Shen Xi. The training during this period had made him appear much steadier, with a determined look in his dark face. Shen Xi, although you've been far ahead in these 2 rounds, the military academy still can't compare with the first military group, and the same goes for half-star people. My future is still long, but perhaps this is already your limit. There was again that familiar tone. Shen Xi felt as though her ears were going to develop calluses from hearing it. So what? Futsu wurde as mag expression. The third stop for the first military group is at the front line, while your military academy can only go to star 161 for stroll. That's the biggest gap between us, and this gap will only grow larger in the future. He looked down at Shen Xi with a hint of pity. Shen Xi responded, "Oh, so you're here to show off?" "Not showing off, it's a fact. It's good-hearted of me to help you see the truth. Half-star person, humph." Shen Xi didn't want to engage with him any further. The prejudice of the human heart was indeed a mountain, and she didn't want to be the one to move it. Clearing her throat, she said, "All right, then I wish you a bright future. I hope that when we meet next time, you can beat me." Fu Zhou's face stiffened. Then he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "All right, I'll see you at the military academy competition. I will make you see the gap between us." Okay. Shen Xi's attitude was perfunctory. "I wish you well and hope that by then, the gap between us will be a little smaller." Fu Zhou glared at her fiercely and turned to leave with heavy steps, as if the ground were Shen Xi's face. However, the third stop for the military academy's training was set at star 161. This was quite interesting. Shen Xi thought for a moment and turned to find Luo Chen. The door to his office had her information added as a key. Therefore, Shen Xi walked right in. However, Luo Chen was on a call. Shen Xi paused at the door, pointing outside, signaling that she would step out first. Luo Chen waved his hand, indicating for her to come in. Shen Xi walked in and sat in a corner to wait. Before long, Luo Chen finished the video call. "Are you communicating with Chen Yi?" Luo Chen nodded. "There are new developments on star 161, and he hopes I can finish my work here and go to star 161. What do you think? Should we finish up first?" Shen Xi asked. "By the way, the military academy's training ground is also on star 161. Is that a coincidence?" Luo Chen rubbed his temples. "It's not a coincidence. Such incidents have happened before, and coincidentally, the dean also has leads, so he specifically chose star 161 as the training ground to train you. So what's the situation now? Can you share?" Luo Chen nodded. "I can share part of it. However, as for you, I don't mind telling you everything I know. I believe the dean's video call will also reach your star ring soon, so I'll share the information first." Upon hearing this, Shen Xi immediately perked up, pulling her chair closer to Luo Chen. "Tell me in detail. Has the identity of that mysterious person been deciphered?" Luo Chen's expression turned grim, and his mood dropped. "No." Shen Xi was somewhat surprised. "They're hiding that deep? The military district has a complete and mature system, and the combat robots assist the soldiers in this area with superior capabilities. I didn't expect that they still haven't figured out the identity of the other party. Is the other side also a combat robot?" She could only think this way. There weren't many other possibilities. Luo Chen nodded. "The leader thinks so too. The identity of the mysterious person has not been broken through, so the leader focused on star 161, which indeed led the leader to discover something." At this point, Luo Chen's expression was particularly serious. Shen Xi thought that what Chen Yi discovered on star 161 was definitely not a small matter. "Tell me, there's a Zerg army hidden on star 161, which is formed from those larvae, perhaps due to a lack of specialized training. These Zergs are somewhat weaker in combat power. The leader decided to eliminate this Zerg army, and during the troop deployment, they found out that the dean was also aware of this matter, so they planned to cooperate. How many of these Zergs are there?" Shen Xi always focused on the key points. 1,500. Ah, Shen Xi gasped sharply. So 1,500 larvae were brought to star 161 to hatch. This has been done quietly so many times, and they only managed to destroy one batch after all their efforts? That mysterious person was too rampant. How did they manage to do all this quietly? Luo Chen's expression was also grim. This is a question I also want to know. But now they can't even find a trace of the mysterious person. After expressing his feelings, he returned to the main topic. How many people will Shen Xi send? The situation at the front line of the 13th Army is tense, so there aren't many who can be dispatched. The leader's intention is to use elite soldiers for precise strikes. The entire Eagle Squadron will go, and they will also select capable soldiers. 500 will be enough. If they're ordinary soldiers, then 1,000 will be needed. This means that Shen Xi will send 500 people. It all depends on the situation at the front. On the other hand, 161 Star is not under the jurisdiction of the 13th Military District, so it is unrealistic to transfer 1,000 people there. Moreover, with such a large number of soldiers being mobilized, the Beast Tribe will surely notice and take action. Therefore, it is highly likely that, in the end, 500 people will be dispatched. Shen Xi asked again, "What did the teacher say?" Luo Chan had a complicated expression and said, "You should ask the dean yourself. After all, I'm just an instructor, and my military affiliation is still with the 13th Army." "How could he tell me this?" Shen Xi raised her eyebrows. "But Shen would tell you, right?" Luo Chan helplessly replied. "The dean told the leader that the rest would be handled by him." "Huh?" Shen Xi was a bit confused. "Is my teacher that tough? The 11th Army is so far from 161 Star. Where would he find that many people?" Luo Chan shrugged. "I don't know about that. Maybe he will tell you." Shen Xi nodded thoughtfully and then stood up. "I'll take my leave now." After returning, she first checked the basic situation of 161 Star. 161 Star is a planet surrounded by oceans and glaciers. Most of the inhabitants live underwater, while a small portion lives on the ice surface. However, there are large, fierce animals unique to the area living on the ice. So those who can survive, they're not ordinary people. Ordinary citizens live in small underwater cities. After reading about the climate of 161 Star, Shen Xi had some thoughts about the two military training locations. Once she finished looking into the basic situation of 161 Star, Li Zhen's communication came through. In a light screen, he looked a bit fatigued, his brow tightly furrowed, but his gaze remained sharp. However, upon seeing Shen Xi, there was a hint of concern in his eyes. "I heard from Luo Chan that you've made significant progress." Shen Xi nodded to her teacher, pausing for a moment before looking directly into Li Zhen's eyes. "I have already discussed the matter of 161 with Luo Chan." Li Zhen smiled slightly. "Luo Chan is quite open with you. I called you for this matter as well. Please go ahead, teacher." The information Shen Xi learned about the insect tribe incident from Li Zhen was another version. Chapter 91. Making enemies. Li Zhen had sensed that the insect race had embedded their people within the Shuwen star system 5 years ago. At that time, he discovered implanted insect eggs on a neighboring planet under the jurisdiction of the 11th Army. Li Zhen personally led a team to eliminate 50 eggs that were about to hatch. It was from that moment that he began to pay attention to this matter. Unlike Shen Xi and her team, who had direct contact with the mysterious individuals, Li Zhen had never had any direct or indirect encounters with them. The other party operated very secretly, and over the years, he had only detected clues about the incident on Star 161. This indicated that Star 161 was not the only planet where insect eggs were placed. Shen Xi shared the information she knew with Li Zhen. After pondering for a moment, she spoke, suggesting that the other party might be exploiting the conflicts between different races within the Shuwen star system to incite hatred between the half-stars and the full stars. Perhaps Star 112, as the largest hub for human trafficking, had already become a breeding ground for them to select helpers. This was exactly what worried Li Zhen. The insect race was greedy and voracious. How could those people dare to cooperate with them? His tone was stern and filled with confusion. Shen Xi, however, fell silent. Noticing her unusual expression, Li Zhen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Shen Xi exhaled, contemplating that perhaps it was due to the hopelessness of life, wanting to drag everyone into the mire, or maybe it was due to being inherently bad. Who knew? Li Zhen looked at her thoughtfully. Shen Xi composed herself and said, "I heard from Luo Chan that Shen Xi can only send 500 people, and with the military academy students, there will only be 700 in total. Can they handle those insects? After all, they're insects. Moreover, the military academy students have never experienced anything like this. It is highly likely there will be mistakes." From Shen Xi and the teacher's perspective, it was clear they wanted to make a decisive strike, which was why Shen Xi had her doubts. Li Zhen chuckled softly. "Do you really think I would consider you kids as the main force?" She shook her head. I don't think you would. Experience is experience, not rushing things. Her demeanor was not one of worry. The emotions flowing in her eyes were merely curiosity. He was close to star 161, yet could not send too many soldiers into the area. Given that the 11th Army was so far from star 161, it seemed even less likely they could do so. I am indeed curious how you plan to fill this gap, she said. Li Jun became interested, crossing his arms and adopting a testing attitude. So what do you think I will do? Shen Xi met his inquisitive gaze and began to think. If it were her, the immediate task would be to discreetly let a large number of soldiers enter star 161. Chenyi's 500 could enter the space around star 161 under the pretense of a patrol. Since these military academy students were merely gaining experience, the teacher would surely bring more people than Shen. With so many people trying to enter star 161 without alarming its inhabitants was simply impossible. If they had to go in openly, they would need a legitimate reason. Suddenly, she had an idea. It's the military academy students, right? Li Jun nodded. Exactly. The announcement made at the beginning of military training was that the military academy and the first military academy would conduct joint training. I've already sealed off the news that the military academy students left star 10 temporarily. First, star 10 is located within the central star system, making it difficult for news to spread to star 161. They can take advantage of the time difference. Secondly, the first military academy is going directly to the military district front lines without passing through other planets, so naturally, no one will know they have already left. Soon, soldiers from the 11th military district will land on star 10 and join forces with the military academy students to head to star 161. She understood. I'll participate well in the training and let the soldiers from District 10 see. She felt a surge of gratitude and nodded in thanks. Thank you, teacher. Li Jun then asked her about improving star power levels and piloting starships in combat. Finally, he informed her that the second phase of training assessments was canceled, and she could take a good rest in the next 2 days before the 11th Army arrived. At the same time, instructors would issue a notice for temporary rest. After finishing the communication with Li Jun, she sat in her chair for a while. Outside the transparent window, the dark blue night sky hung high, with stars scattered throughout. The sea storm had ceased, and star 10 would welcome a period of clear weather. Considering it was still early, she got up and walked out of her room. Outside, military academy students from the military academy and the first military academy were saying their goodbyes. When they saw Shen Xi, they all nodded in greeting. Seeing Shen Xi walk straight out of the dormitory and into the snow-like square, it seemed she was about to leave. Are you going out, Shen Xi? One of them asked, glancing at the star ring. It was getting late. Soon, the base would be locked down. Shen Xi's voice came from afar. It's fine. The instructors have already lifted the lockdown. Not far away, Fu Zhe said. When did the lockdown get lifted, this Shen Xi? He was about to remind her when a light cough came from behind. Instructor Fu. The first military academy and the military academy have already separated for training. This meant that now the head instructor of the first military academy had no authority over the students of the military academy. Fu Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. So you're just letting her go? Luo Chan shook his head. It's not about letting her go. Dean Li Jun has already issued a notice to lift the lockdown. Shen Xi is acting in compliance. Fu Zhe wanted to say something else, but thinking of Shen Xi's identity, he closed his mouth and turned away, not very happy. As soon as Shen Xi exited the base gate, she saw Xing Lin waiting under a street sign. At that moment, the sign was playing an introduction to the Yinhui town, the halo flickering, and Xing Lin seemed to stand in the light. The young man was tall and slender, like a pine or bamboo, long yet upright. Shen Xi leaned over, and he approached her, his back adorned with a myriad of colorful neon lights. How did you know I was coming to find you? Shen Xi asked. I don't know. Xing Lin smiled at her. He could use star power to track Shen Xi's movements, but he didn't T1 do that. Just like he waited outside the base. It was simply because he wanted to, not because he knew she was coming out. Shen Xi was slightly taken aback. Xing Lin asked, did you come to find me for something? With the second phase of training nearing its end, Xing Lin thought she should be preparing for the assessment. The two walked along the street. I came to tell you about star 161. Xing Lin was somewhat puzzled. What happened to star 161? In fact, there was no need to inform the Shuwen race about these matters. In the eyes of all beings in the Shuwen star system, the Shuwen race merely provided awakening marks for the stars. Indeed, the history of the Shuwen star system had never mentioned that the Shuwen race had fought against the beast and insect races. Furthermore, due to an unwritten rule that the Shuwen race could not intervene in matters within the star system, people gradually came to believe that the Shuwen race would not get involved in these insect-related issues. Previously, when Shen Xi and Luo Chun dealt with the insect eggs, although they did not avoid Xing Lin, Shen Xi had never disclosed the details to him. However, now she wanted to tell him. Her intuition told her that the Shuwen race was not merely a bystander. Naturally, this was just part of the reason that brought her here. After listening to Shen Xi's account, Xing Lin's expression grew serious. I understand. I will personally go to star 161. As for the other planets that may have insect eggs, you will need to investigate carefully. Shen Xi was confused. Can't you investigate? Xing Lin shook his head. The insect race has a natural advantage over the Shuwen race. They can block the Shuwen race's searches. As he said this, Xing Lin was about to leave. After contemplating for a moment, he stopped and said to Shen Xi, "Literary power can restrain the insect race, so be careful. If things go wrong, leave star 161 immediately. It could be very dangerous." "I will," she replied. Xing Lin said no more, turned, and disappeared from the street corner in the next instant. The military academy's personnel left early the next morning on a starship, leaving only the students of the Military Auxiliary Academy in a large base. Remembering Xing Lin's words, Shen Xi gathered all the students to assess their studies. After nearly 2 full days and nights of studying, the Military Auxiliary Academy students had basically gotten the hang of it. Even Luo Chen's handwriting could exhibit some star power. Some were already studying advanced materials. After getting a general understanding of everyone's learning levels, Shen Xi demonstrated how to apply literary power in actual combat. When they saw Shen Xi effortlessly using literary power to enhance her speed, strength, and weapon intensity, everyone was envious. With this skill, their combat abilities would increase significantly. Their defense and attack power would rise, and even their battle endurance would improve. At that moment, everyone sincerely thanked Shen Xi. Such secret techniques are generally not easily taught to others. However, Shen Xi was generous. At that moment, Luo Chen's heart was also surging with emotions. "Thank you." After Shen Xi finished, he was the first to approach her. Due to his excitement, his face was slightly flushed, and his breathing was a bit rapid. Shen Xi looked him up and down for a moment and teased, "Why do you look like a restless young boy? Is this still the captain of the Eagle Squad? You don't know how terrifying what you brought out is." As everyone knows, writing can only be done by resonators. But now half-star people could do it too. Even Luo Chen's throat felt a bit dry as he recalled the classroom in Shen Xi's residence on planet 112. He finally managed to ask, "Can class intelligent machines also learn to write through studying characters?" Shen Xi nodded. Luo Chen's pupils shrank sharply. He was thinking far ahead. This was a secret technique that could completely overturn the existing social structure of the literary star system. He grabbed Shen Xi's wrist and pulled her to a corner. "Do you know how many family interests you are shaking with this move?" Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. "Of course I know. But that doesn't include the 20 military districts and countless literary star people, right?" Luo Chan smiled wryly. He should have known. Shen Xi had always been intelligent. How could she not know the consequences of her actions? Yet she still did it boldly. After a brief pause, Luo Chen asked her, "What is your purpose?" "I hope everyone can learn this set of materials. Although it doesn't cover all characters and won't allow one to master this profound art, it's much better than the current situation." Luo Chan suddenly understood why Shen Xi didn't choose the path of an official. What she aimed to do would make her the enemy of all families that relied on resonance. Chapter 92. Is Qi Jin going crazy? This is a serious matter. He murmured softly, his expression grave. Shen Xi didn't take it to heart and spoke in a joking tone. "You can still back out now." Luo Chan shot him a glance, but there was no blame in it. "Your mindset is quite good." Luo Chen asked irritably, "Does Xing Lin know about this? What is his attitude?" Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat puzzled. He usually didn't involve himself in worldly affairs, so naturally, he had no thoughts on the matter. Luo Chen did not comment on her statement. Xing Lin does not interfere in worldly matters. but that doesn't mean he won't interfere in Shen Xi's affairs. Does Dean Li know your thoughts? Shen Xi and T discussed this with Li Zhan. Find an opportunity. You can reveal the necessary information. Having someone to back you up is better than relying solely on Shen Xi. Luo Chan worried that she might be torn apart by the resonators. The soldiers from the 11th Army arrived quickly. Early the next morning, the base, which had been empty for a day, was filled with many soldiers. Most of the military academy students in the military affiliate were still unaware of the situation and came forward to check upon hearing the commotion. They saw a large number of soldiers marching in with weapons, their steps synchronized, and then standing uniformly in the square. Their faces were cold and determined, harboring a fierce aura, like divine weapons that had drunk blood and were ready for battle. Shen Xi stood in a corner of the square, watching the scene with narrowed eyes. At the front of the square, the young man leading the team scanned the already assembled soldiers, then nodded in satisfaction before turning around. To the side, Luo Chun led 3 instructors over. Upon seeing Luo Chun, the others slightly nodded and approached him. They seemed to know each other. After chatting for a while, the leader suddenly turned his gaze sharply towards Shen Xi. Shen Xi did not flinch or evade. She appeared fearless. It seemed their eye contact was quite obvious, and Luo Chun also turned to look. As soon as he blinked, Shen Xi leisurely withdrew her gaze, patted Kuei Mu's shoulder, and yawned. Let us go. Time for extra training. Qi Jin watched Shen Xi's departing figure for a moment, then withdrew his gaze, scrutinizing Luo Chen's face for a moment before looking away. The main commander of this operation was Qi Jin. The group of students led by Luo Chen would form a small team to cooperate with the main force. Therefore, the instructors needed to coordinate well with Qi Jin. After the soldiers were dismissed, several instructors and team leaders held a meeting with Qi Jin to discuss specific matters. After the meeting, people trickled out in small groups, and Qi Jin specifically called out to Luo Chen. I really didn't expect to see you here. Aren't you the team leader for the 13th Army? Qi Jin asked curiously. Luo Chen did not hide it. The commander had this idea, but I'm busy with military training, so I turned it down. Qi Jin responded with an O, asking, what made you come to the military affiliate as an instructor? Luo Chen replied ambiguously, go to the 1st Army every time is quite boring. As he spoke, he had already walked out of the building. Luo Chen turned sideways and waved. I'll go coordinate with the students first. Contact me if there's anything. Luo Chen turned and hurried away. Qi Jin scoffed softly. The 1st Army is boring? Who believes that? He slowly strolled across the base square, exiting the base gate, where 2 familiar figures gradually approached. It was the girl who had shown no fear of him earlier. Qi Jin stood still, his gaze unabashedly fixed on her as she came closer. As they neared, Shen Xi noticed their presence. The gaze was too obvious for her to ignore. The closer they got, the more the other's gaze seemed glued to her face, prompting Kuei Mu to warily position himself in front of Shen Xi, glaring fiercely at Qi Jin. Just as they were about to pass by each other, Qi Jin suddenly spoke. Are you a military academy student? A solo operator. Shen Xi stopped, and considering he was the team leader, likely also the overall commander, she nodded. Yes, I'm Shen Xi. Qi Jin responded with a nod of appreciation. Not bad, quite courageous. Shen Xi showed little reaction. It was hard to tell if she was pleased by the compliment. Do you need something? She hinted. The instructor just announced that we need to gather. No, you go ahead, Qi Jin said, spreading his hands. Shen Xi nodded slightly and left with Kuei Mu. From a distance, Kuei Mu's voice carried over. What does he mean? Who knows? Shen Xi replied lazily. Shen Xi wasn't lying. She had indeed returned from extra training after receiving a notification from Luo Chen. In the training room, Luo Chen briefly explained the situation regarding the 161 star. The military academy students were both surprised and excited, all eagerly waiting to fight the bug race. The bug race harbored an indelible hatred for the Shuwen star people. Even an ordinary child from Shuwen star would want to kill the bugs, let alone the military academy students. Shen Xi, have you seen the bug race? Chun Lai excitedly rubbed his hands, speaking to Shen Xi, feeling that she was impressive, and couldn't help but ask. No. Upon hearing Shen Xi's negative response, Chun Lai felt a bit disappointed. However, the next moment, he heard Shen Xi speak again. I've seen bug eggs. Chun Lai's eyes lit up instantly. Bug eggs? What do they look like? How do you deal with bug eggs? Shen Xi thought for a moment. They look quite ordinary. You can deal with bug eggs using literary power. At this point, Shen Xi reminded Chen Lai to practice writing more in the next few days. You never know when it might come in handy. Using literary power against the bug race is highly effective. The military academy students formed a separate team, numbered 7. Finally, Luo Chan told everyone, this time, to eliminate the bug race. We have the elite team from the 13th Army as the vanguard. And with so many from the 11th Army and us instructors supporting, you don't need to worry about your safety. This led to a wave of regret from the students, as it was clear they all wanted to personally eliminate the bug race, not just go and watch. The attitude of the military academy students greatly satisfied the instructors. After the assembly was dismissed, Shen Xi and Luo Chan walked together in tacit agreement. Aren't you going back? Who did Shen Xi send as the team leader? The Eagle team, being a special operations team of the 13th Army, had each member capable of standing alone. It's Shuwen. After all, he was involved in this matter, so he can better collect traces. Shen Xi rubbed her face, noticing a few bloodstains on her light gray sleeves. Luo Chen glanced at her and instantly knew Shen Xi had dragged Kuei Mu for extra training again. As expected, when he looked over, he saw plenty of bloodstains on Kuei Mu's clothes as well. I always feel uneasy. I don't know how long the mysterious person has been plotting, nor do I know how many bugs are lurking on many unknown planets. Thinking of those bugs stealthily gnawing at the planet's resources in the shadows, Shen Xi felt goosebumps all over. Shen Xi quietly informed Luo Chan about the bug eggs discovered on the 133 star by Li Jinbiao. This kind of matter, Li Jin would hide from Chen Xi, and Luo Chan would find out sooner or later. However, Shen Xi had pondered it herself and found no discernible pattern between those two planets. If there were common points, could it be that they both belong to the fringe star system? Ultimately, they still lack sufficient information. Shen Xi continued his sentiment. So you see, I have information to share with you. But what about the information from Shuwen? The girl looked at him with her eyes narrowed in a smile. Her intention was obvious. Luo Chan. In the end, he helplessly said, all right, if I knew, I would tell you. Was it worth you bringing it up specifically? Even without asking, Luo Chen wouldn't hide it from her. Shen Xi was extremely satisfied. You saw the commander this time, right? Stay away from him, Luo Chen reminded. Shen Xi detected something off in his tone and was puzzled. What is wrong with him? Luo Chen replied irritably. I'm afraid that when he goes crazy, it will affect you. It's actually not a big deal. Oh, so this is how I appear in Luo Shidi's eyes. Qi Jin's tone was sarcastic as he walked out from his side, looking at Luo Chan with a half-smile. Talking behind someone's back, and the person happens to hear it. Shen Xi felt so embarrassed that her scalp was about to explode. She forced a perfunctory smile, saluted Qi Jin, and signaled for him to carry on. However, Qi Jin ignored Shen Xi and fixated his deep gaze on Luo Chan. Come on, I'm curious. How do I usually look crazy in your eyes? Luo Chan surprisingly remained calm, cleared his throat, and said, you know it in your heart. I lack the words to describe it, so I won't play the clown here. Shen Xi couldn't help but applaud Luo Chan in her heart. He was indeed brave. She still didn't know how much trouble Luo Chan had gotten into during his student days. Looking at him now, Shen Xi felt she was nowhere near his level of boldness. Qi Jin snorted coldly. You really are something. Who can compare to you when it comes to madness? No one has ever driven themselves crazy to the point of getting involved with the 13th Army. Shen Xi's eyes sparkled. She wanted to hear more. Luo Chan retorted. That's still better than you not even having a mentor now. That was the most piercing remark for Qi Jin. So he didn't have a mentor? Luo Chan smiled again. Who doesn't know that you go crazy every day looking for a mentor, but does anyone pay attention to you? Sure enough, smiles don't disappear. They just shift. Now it shifted to Luo Chen's face. Meanwhile, Qi Jin was furious. He stared at Luo Chan for a while, then suddenly laughed. I don't even know whose mentor it is. It's been years since I've seen them, and you still have the nerve to call them a mentor? I have a better relationship with my mentor than you do with yours. It's quite amusing. Shen Xi eagerly looked back at Luo Chan. Luo Chen noticed her gaze paused, then raised his hand to ruffle her hair in a teasing manner. Were you eavesdropping on, little kid? Didn't you say you wanted extra training? Hurry up and go. Shen Xi blinked, pulling his hand away. When did I say I wanted extra training? I'm still busy with you. Seeing her look of enjoying the show made Luo Chen's heart tighten. He wondered for whom he was doing this. This ungrateful little thing. Ruffling Shen Xi's head, Luo Chen reluctantly said, "All right, I'm leaving." Unexpectedly, Qi Jin didn't want to let Luo Chen off the hook. Luo Chen walked ahead with Shen Xi and Kuei Mu, while Qi Jin followed behind. As he walked, he boasted, "I even went to Teacher Qin's house this year. I wonder if certain people have the honor to do that." Chapter 93. Teammates. Luo Chen's body stiffened, his expression tense. Meanwhile, Qi Jin continued to speak, saying to Teacher Qin, "How about you just take me as your disciple?" Teacher Qin remained silent, sighing. "If I were Teacher Qin's disciple, how could I bear to let him suffer like this?" His tone was both regretful and somewhat sarcastic. Even Shen Xi couldn't stand it. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Chen, who remained tight-lipped, but the muscles in his arms were bulging, clearly visible. Shen Xi knew that right now, Luo Chen must be itching to smash Qi Jin's head. After all, he was her instructor, and Shen Xi couldn't just watch him being bullied like this. She coughed lightly and suddenly spoke, "Commander, don't you have a mentor yet?" She raised her pure white face, her eyes looking extremely innocent, and her tone sounded very obedient. Qi Jin was about to scold Luo Chen, but his attention shifted to Shen Xi, looking down at her with a condescending expression. "What, do you have one?" Shen Xi blinked, her obsidian-like eyes glistening. "Yes." "Is that so difficult?" She admitted that her words carried a sarcastic tone. Qi Jin became unsettled, staring intently at Shen Xi. "You have one? What is so great about this little shorty? Weak and skinny. The only thing worth mentioning is her courage. How could she have caught the attention of a mentor so soon after starting school?" Qi Jin squinted, his gaze turning to Luo Chen. Suddenly enlightened, he pointed at Luo Chen and sneered, "Your mentor wouldn't be Luo Chen, would he? TSK, TSK, TSK. What is there to brag about?" "Luo Chen, I advise you not to mislead your students." Luo Chen wore a face full of helplessness. Shen Xi had a similarly helpless expression. "I'm not even qualified to be Shen Xi's mentor." Qi Jin didn't take it seriously. "Oh." He shot another glance at Shen Xi. "But your mentor probably isn't that impressive either." Luo Chen. "Kid, how dare you say that about Director Li? You're getting cocky." He suddenly felt a surge of mischief, quietly activating the starlight ring, then said to Qi Jin, "Do you dare to say that again?" Shen Xi looked at Luo Chen and then at Qi Jin. She raised an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth lifting. "Yes, do you dare?" Qi Jin crossed his arms, looking indifferent. "What is there to be afraid of?" I said, "Little girl, your mentor probably isn't that impressive either. After all, anyone who can find a mentor right after starting school is either a slacker or too outstanding." Since Shen Xi's name was unfamiliar to Qi Jin, he assumed she didn't belong to the latter category. If that was the case, the level of the teacher who accepted Shen Xi would naturally be revealed. Luo Chen tapped the starlight ring and performed a series of actions, then mysteriously told Qi Jin, "You'll regret it." Shen Xi leaned closer. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Just sending a message to your mentor." Shen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. You're going to report me?" Luo Chen's face turned slightly red from being exposed. Qi Jin scoffed dismissively. "You've made progress during your 3 years of service in the 13th Army, and you even know how to report now. How interesting." However, she looked at Luo Chen and then at Qi Jin, thinking that the combined psychological ages of the two of them didn't add up to her shoe size. This whole exchange was quite amusing. She didn't know who would be laughing last. At that moment, Li Zhen, far away at the Social Sciences Institute, received a message from Luo Chen. Given that the extermination of the 161st star was imminent, he thought the other party had something important to say. When he opened it, after hearing the content, Li Zhen looked troubled, glancing at the contact name and then at the message. It was indeed Luo Chen. There was no mistake that the message was sent by Luo Chen. Thinking about the connection between Luo Chen and Qi Jin, Li Zhen shook his head and turned off the starlight ring. For a while, Luo Chen wouldn't be able to see the defeated expression on Qi Jin's face. "Aren't you busy, Commander?" Qi Jin crossed his arms. Not at the moment. He had already organized the meeting content and sent it to Li Zhen. If all went well, they could set off first thing tomorrow morning. Right now was indeed a rare moment of leisure. "But we are quite busy," Luo Chen urged. Qi Jin looked as if it were only natural. You do your thing. Luo Chen turned to seek Shen Xi's opinion. What do you think? Shen Xi pointed towards the dormitory. How about we each go back to our own places and work hard? She made a small fist. We'll meet at the peak. Luo Chen, after saying that, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate and changed it to, I'll wait for you at the peak. This trip was to deal with the insect race, and Luo Chen thought about it and nodded. All right, I'll head back. After saying that, he turned to Qi Jin, the corners of his mouth pulling into a stiff arc. I'm going back to the dormitory. You want to follow me, will you? Qi Jin. He became even more curious about why Luo Chen listened to Shen Xi so much. Once Luo Chen left in a hurry, he raised his chin and asked Shen Xi, what is your relationship? Why does he take care of you so much? Shen Xi didn't answer directly, but instead asked back, what is your grudge with him? Instructor Luo seems to dislike you. Weren't you just calling Luo Chen? His suspicious gaze fixed on Shen Xi, his expression clearly saying, don't pretend to be unfamiliar. Shen Xi replied dismissively. He asked the instructor. It's normal for him to take care of his students. Kuei Mu nodded in agreement. Yes, very normal. Qi Jin squinted, looking as if he was thinking, do I look like I believe you? Shen Xi didn't indulge him. If you don't want to say, then forget it. I'll just ask Luo Chen. He wants to hide it from me. She turned to leave. Qi Jin's expression stiffened. He didn't want to give Shen Xi too much face, but he was genuinely curious about why Luo Chen treated Shen Xi so well. Curious to the point of being somewhat restless. After standing still for a moment, he caught up with Shen Xi. Actually, it's not a big grudge. We just served the same Star Master and competed for a mentor, but I couldn't compete with him. Qi Jin gritted his teeth. I just don't understand. Both of us serve the same Star Master, and my talent is pretty good, and my upgrade speed is fast. The families behind us are about the same. Why does Luo Chen get all the preferential treatment? Why do mentors choose Luo Chen and not me? Shen Xi suddenly realized, oh, so that is how it is. The two of them had been at odds, bickering whenever they met, for quite some time. Qi Jin gave a light hum, then returned to his usual posture. You still haven't said what your relationship with Luo Chen is. Shen Xi pondered for a moment and then said, maybe it's because I'm the youngest in his team. He has to take care of me a bit. Upon hearing this, Qi Jin narrowed his eyes. Are you going to the 13th Army's Eagle team? At first, he found it strange that Luo Chen came to the military academy as an instructor. But if Shen Xi was indeed planning to join the 13th Army's Eagle team, it wouldn't seem odd anymore. He sneered, since you're going to the 13th Army, why are you even in the military academy? TSK, but getting into the Eagle team isn't as easy as you think. Qi Jin's drastic change in attitude surprised Shen Xi a bit. She looked at him curiously. Do you have such a strong bias against the 13th Army? Qi Jin's expression changed, quickly denying it. Don't say that. Isn't that's stirring up tensions between the two military regions? With cooperation imminent. Saying such things is really shaking the morale. Chapter 94. Undersea Cave. Qi Jin was now like a ferocious beast with its fur bristled and trapped, harboring a fierce look in his eyes. However, considering Shen Xi's identity as a military academy student, he couldn't act. All his strength had nowhere to go. Only gathering his chest, left and right, restless. Your mentor wouldn't be Chen Yi, would he? Qi Jin asked suspiciously, trying to reassess Shen Xi and figure out what exceptional qualities she possessed. Shen Xi's feelings for Chen Yi were complex. After a moment of silence, she replied in a low tone, no, I'm not going to the 13th Army. I certainly won't join any Eagle squad. Not going to the 13th Army? Qi Jin was somewhat surprised and then doubted the truth of Shen Xi's words. But looking at her expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Just as he was about to press for more information, Shen Xi seemed to have anticipated his thoughts and spoke first. Aren't you busy commanding? I'm quite busy myself. I've just arrived at the dormitory. Are you going to follow up with the girls' dormitory? Her tone was fierce and impatient. Qi Jin stopped in his tracks, but didn't get angry due to Shen Xi's emotions. He simply watched her enter the dormitory, suddenly smiling. Meanwhile, Kuei Mu, taking advantage of Qi Jin's distraction, quickly slipped away. Early the next morning, the army officially set out. The exterior of the 11th Army starship was disguised to look like that of the 1st Military Academy. As the starship embarked on its journey, the Military Academy students quietly stayed in their cabins writing. Shen Xi also seized the time to write a lot, storing it in her compressed space. Military starships were much faster than ordinary starships. By the evening of the third day, Shen Xi and her group entered the space range of Star 161. However, before entering the space range, the elites of the 13th Army used star shuttles to board the 11th Army starship. Thus, both cooperating parties successfully came together. Looking down from the starry sky, Star 161 was enveloped in thick white gas, almost mist-like, like it was wearing a mysterious veil. Beneath this mysterious veil, large areas of blue lay, with white undulating like a gauzy skirt. The starship passed through the layers of atmosphere and slowly approached Star 161. Since it was under the guise of military training, Star 161 quickly allowed them to pass. Before long, the starship landed safely. Shen Xi and the other military academy students boarded in an orderly fashion, setting up a base at the predetermined military training location. It was the first time the military academy students witnessed the style of soldiers during a march or battle. They moved quickly and worked in an orderly manner. Inspired by this scene, the military academy students were full of energy and enthusiasm. The base was completed using building packages, and each team began training under their leaders, exactly like the military training process. However, the elite team from the 13th Army did not join them. Half an hour later, these 500 people also ran out of the base. The military academy students were arranged into a single line, with Shen Xi's team at the end, jogging slowly behind the front line. Star 161 was filled with glaciers, snowfields, and oceans, with rivers occupying 80% of its area. Star 161 was much colder than North Frost State, with hardly any plants visible on land. The white snowfields and perpetually frozen snow-capped mountains made the landscape stark. The sky above looked like a low-hanging cotton candy, with light that was not glaring and no warmth at all. Star people here would inadvertently use star power to keep warm. Fortunately, this time, the instructors did not restrict them from activating the temperature-regulating devices in their clothing. Otherwise, they would have frozen to death before even engaging with the insect race. After running for a while, Shen Xi saw the silhouette of an animal hiding behind a solid sheet of ice. Its cautious little eyes were watching this way, and its pink tongue occasionally licked its white fur, looking extremely cute. This was the unique creature of Star 161, the snow beast. And this one appeared to be just a cub. Adult snow beasts could grow to 2 to 3 meters long, possessing great strength and the ability to swim. Yes, the primary food source for snow beasts was found in the water. Before long, the front line of the team came to a halt, and Shen Xi vaguely heard the sound of something entering the water. On Star 161, the ocean was indeed the main residence for the star people. Major cities had ports on land that connected to other planets, while people traveled through submarines in the ocean with SS-level protective shields inverted above the underwater cities, ensuring absolute safety. The place where Shen Xi and the others had landed was relatively remote, far from the cities, so there were no city-states or populations living in the nearby waters. Shen Xi also entered the sea. Star power automatically operated to capture oxygen. The underwater flora and fauna of Star 161 were rich, with many algae contributing to a diverse marine community, giving hope to the residents of this planet. Therefore, the oxygen in this sea area was abundant, allowing Shen Xi to breathe without consuming much star power. After swimming for a while, Shen Xi carefully observed the differences around her. At this moment, deep in the ocean, among a massive gathering of algae, over 100 insect creatures were hiding, greedily watching the individuals swimming by. With a gulp, someone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The flesh and blood of star people were the most delicious. They drooled in unison, their desire for food gradually eroding their rationality. However, since the insect mother had not sent any signals, they dared not act. Within the base on land, Qi-Jin's screen displayed real-time information from the elite team of the 13th Army. While most soldiers pretended to train, the elite team had quietly snuck into the underwater cave where the insect race was hiding, continuously transmitting maps and offensive and defensive arrangements back. Most insect creatures did not like to think, but the higher the level of the insect, the greater its intelligence. They did not need to learn deliberately to understand many offensive and defensive arrangements. It seemed to be engraved in their genes. Shuwen was quickly gathering information. This was a large underwater cave with many entrances and exits. It resembled a gigantic tomb inverted on the ocean floor, with numerous openings on the raised mounds. These openings were either entrances or exits. Because the cave was large, Zhou and his team could not determine how many openings there were at once. They could only explore inch by inch. Their team split into 10 small groups to check each opening. Upon investigation, Zhou discovered that each opening was guarded by insect creatures. They were very cautious, holding the corpses of large fish or massive plants in their hands, chewing on them, producing rustling sounds. Seeing this scene made Zhou and scalp tingle. The guarding insect creatures appeared to be of low rank, although they were not highly ranked and lacked intelligence. Their combat power was formidable. After sending this information back, Zhou quietly withdrew. Just then, a faint, sharp, strange sound suddenly echoed within the cave. If Zhou hadn't been in a highly alert state, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. He froze for a moment, feeling a sense of unease rising in his heart. Exchanging glances with his teammates. What does this mean? Chapter 95. Aversion at this moment, in the sea far from the enormous underwater cave. Shen Xi and her team were navigating through a vast gathering of seaweed. The tall seaweed plants were scattered across the seabed like towering trees. Suddenly, the water rippled. Shen Xi sensed something and turned to look back, seeing vibrant schools of fish weaving through the seaweed. Everything seemed calm. However, unease gradually rose in Shen Xi's heart. She quickly scanned her surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Keep up, Shen Xi, a kind-hearted classmate reminded her softly. Shen Xi suppressed her discomfort and continued forward. Just then, a wave rippled through the water. Shen Xi quickly sidestepped, which drew a curious glance from her classmate who whispered, "What's wrong?" The unease in Shen Xi's heart intensified, as if something was slowly slipping out of control. She bit her lip and adjusted her water communicator to the instructor's frequency. It crackled twice, but failed to connect. This shouldn't be. Shen Xi frowned. This model of communicator was military-grade, robust, and shouldn't easily lose signal. She patted the shoulder of the girl beside her. "I'm going to check ahead. Be careful." The girl, a support soldier, adhered to the principle of protection, and the support team was placed in front of the individual soldiers. The instructors also emphasized the importance of the support soldiers. Shen Xi left the group and hurried forward. Seeing her actions, the cadets in the team cast their gazes toward her. Kuei Mu, positioned a bit further back, noticed Shen Xi's movement and followed her out of the line. "What's going on?" Shen Xi had not walked far before she spotted the instructor, who was diligent, occasionally shifting their gaze to monitor the situation in the team. She stared at the instructor and the surrounding classmates for a moment, and the sense of strangeness in her heart grew stronger. At some point, the classmates in the team had noticed her and Kuei Mu standing outside the line, but showed no reaction. Kuei Mu also sensed the oddity, and, seeing Shen, she clenched her fists and moved forward, quickly stopped her. "Wait." Shen Xi's expression was determined. She needed to see what was causing the trouble. "I'll go with you." The two approached the instructor, but even at such close proximity, there was still no response from the other party. "Look how strange." Shen Xi no longer hesitated and slapped her hand heavily on the instructor's shoulder. Her hand passed through the instructor's shoulder and fell. "What is this?" Kuei Mu also moved his arm. His arm passed through the instructor's body, as if his hand merely swept through the water. Shen Xi furrowed her brows and looked back at the classmates who were still moving forward. The Yan Sha long whip appeared in her hand, and she swung it heavily at the crowd. The whip shadow swept across the team and returned to Shen Xi's hand. The two exchanged glances. They were all illusions. Shen Xi quickly adjusted the frequency of her communicator. Before long, the team behind them became chaotic, and the cadets began to gather around Shen Xi. "What happened? What is going on? Why isn't the instructor speaking?" Many were still unaware of the situation. Shen Xi raised her hand to signal for silence, briefly explaining her earlier discovery. Unease spread in the silence. At the same time, a fierce fighting spirit ignited amidst the unease. Shen Xi glanced at the instructor and classmates who were still moving forward yet remained before their eyes. They were all phantoms. She had no idea where the real ones were now. "It must be the insect race," Chun Lian stated firmly. "We came this time to exterminate the insect race." But unexpectedly, they struck first. The insect race was not small. if there really were insect races around us. She suddenly turned sideways, her gaze sweeping over the towering seaweed. They could only hide behind those seaweeds. Shen Xi quickly instructed, change formation, support soldiers in the middle. Kuimu, you lead the front, and I'll cover the back. Kuimu nodded, and the team changed accordingly. At this moment, everyone shared the same frequency on their communicators, but they all remained silent, only hearing Shen Xi's voice. Now we're going to explore this kelp forest. Use star power to push through. As her voice fell, Kuimu took the lead, and they moved through the kelp forest while using star power to violently destroy it. These kelp forests were just ordinary seaweed. It didn't take much effort to destroy them with star power. The seaweed was overturned, startling vibrant fish that flailed their tails in a frenzy. The view ahead opened up, revealing nothing particularly special. Continue, Shen Xi commanded coldly. Star power continued to be unleashed, striking the seaweed, which crumbled into ruins upon contact with the star power. Just then, an attack came from his side. Almost simultaneously, attacks surrounded the cadets, arriving in an instant. The cadets instinctively raised their star power barriers. Upon closer inspection, they found themselves surrounded by bizarre insect creatures. Their antennas flickered, and their grotesque heads bore large eyes. Covered in a white haze, now fixated on the cadets with greedy, naked hunger. Saliva dripped from their gaping mouths, revealing rows of serrated teeth coated in tiny hairs, sending chills down the spine. What the hell is this monster? It was Shen Xi's first time seeing mature insect creatures, and they were indeed hideous. These insects had a very noticeable bulge on their foreheads, some larger, some smaller. This represented the intelligence and rank of the insect race. The higher the rank, the higher the intelligence, and the less pronounced the bulge on the forehead. Clearly, the group attacking them now belonged to the lower ranks of the insect race. However, the lower-ranked insect creatures were more obedient to the orders of their superior queen. Their combat power was indeed high. Realizing this, Shen Xi felt a weight in her heart and reminded everyone, they're very strong. Everyone be extra careful. The insect creatures moved again, their speed astonishing, seeming to face no hindrance in the water. Their deformed limbs were particularly sharp and fierce, emitting waves of eerie light. One insect charged at Shen Xi, swinging its upper limb down toward her star power barrier. The sharp tip pressed against the barrier. It was so close that Shen Xi could hear its grinding teeth. The creature's grotesque head leaned close to Shen Xi's star power barrier, its mouth opening wide. Dark, thick liquid dripped from its jagged teeth. As soon as it landed on Shen Xi's star power barrier, it seemed to have corrosive properties. The star power barrier was instantly burned through. Shen Xi was taken aback, quickly supplementing star power to fill the gap. With her other hand, she swiftly gestured. The water around Shen Xi began to boil. Characters rapidly formed, and the literary power surged out from the star power barrier, striking the insect creature directly. It displayed a look of terror, emitted a sharp, ear-piercing shriek, and staggered back. Shen Xi focused her gaze and saw that a large chunk of its powerful hind leg had been torn off. Fluorescent green blood gushed out from the wound. Shen Xi pondered and said to everyone, they can influence star power, but literary power can restrain them. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Those who had been struggling to hold on quickly took out the characters they had written during this time. The paper spread out in the water, and rich literary power enveloped the area. They followed Shen Xi's lead, using star power to draw out the literary power to attack the insect creatures. The arrogant insects that had been above them immediately fell into a disadvantage. They huddled together, their malicious gazes recklessly scrutinizing Shen Xi and the others, who were sheltered by the literary power. Let us take the initiative, Shen Xi declared, and she moved first, riding with both hands, one left and one right simultaneously. However, she was riding different characters. She was very fast, and her literary power gathered at her fingertips. In an instant, she emitted an aura that even the insectoids feared. They looked towards Shen Xi in terror. The tremors and fear from their bones allowed them to instantly identify who among this group posed the greatest threat. Almost simultaneously, they changed direction and charged toward another spot. Just as their attack landed on a military academy student, Shen Xi's literary power also arrived. She divided a portion of her focus, and layers of star power barriers were raised to protect that student. However, in just a second, the first layer of the star power barrier shattered. Then came the second layer, and the third. 5 layers of the star power barrier broke within just a few seconds. But that small amount of time was enough for the military academy student to dodge the most lethal attack, and even to launch a counterattack against the insectoids using literary power. All the military academy students moved. The insectoids also sprang into action, and both sides engaged in fierce combat. Most of the military academy students were not like Shen Xi, capable of writing characters freely at any time and place. They were using the reserves they had built up over time. Shen Xi knew that these things would eventually be exhausted. Only she could supply them without limit. Gritting her teeth, she sped up her hands, and characters were born at an astonishing speed from her fingertips, landing on the insectoids. Each hit left indelible, brutal wounds on them. This was because Shen Xi's literary power level was quite high, and every piece she created at this level was collected to enhance star power. Only Shen Xi could recklessly place them on the insectoids. 15 minutes later, the sea area was in chaos. The kelp forest had been destroyed in the battle, and the military academy students bore various injuries. But worse off were the insectoids. Under Shen Xi's reckless output and her classmates' bombardment using a sea of characters, a portion of the insectoids had already fallen. The remaining insectoids emitted a sickening rustling sound before suddenly dragging away their fallen companions and turning to escape into the kelp forest at all costs. Meanwhile, the sounds of gnawing came from afar. Shen Xi's thoughts stirred, and a look of disgust spread across her face. Kuei Mu also wore a look of revulsion. They were eating their own kind. Yes, those who were not yet dead, but had fallen and lost their combat capability, were being used to provide a last flicker of life, to fill the bellies of other insectoids, and then enhance the strength of the remaining insectoids. They had to leave here quickly. The combat power of insectoids that had fed on their kin would rise sharply. They could not linger here. Otherwise, if those insectoids turned back, they would be finished. Chapter 96. Even bragging should follow basic rules upon discovering this fact. The military academy students' previously enthusiastic feelings about driving back the Zerg were doused like cold water. The atmosphere among them turned gloomy, especially as they returned to the place with the Phantom. Although the Phantom had disappeared with the Zerg's departure, they were still trapped here. Shen Xi attempted to contact the instructors, but there was no signal at all. She then opened the star ring, which also had lost signal in practice. This situation felt a bit familiar. The support soldiers exchanged glances and gathered together, synchronously opening the star ring. Dozens of people quickly tapped on the touchscreen. Shen Xi was doing the same. This situation was similar to when they were in the Mudwa forest and their signals were blocked. However, the Zerg's blocking was far more sophisticated than what the instructors had used in the Mudwa forest. Indeed, the instructors had shown some mercy. Shen Xi sighed, her fingers moving even faster. Lines of characters danced and faded before her eyes, also flickering before the eyes of other support soldiers. Several semi-intelligent machines, or cyborg support soldiers, were the first to set up a backend for operation and pulled Shen Xi into it as well. Now, all the support soldiers were operating in this backend. Here, all their discoveries could be shared, effectively combining their collective intelligence to find loopholes in the signal blocking. It was easy to imagine the power they could unleash. A single underdeveloped support soldier might not attract attention, but what about dozens? The combined power of these dozens of support soldiers could be immense. Sure enough, not long after, Shen Xi and the others discovered a loophole. They exchanged glances and, in unison, attacked that point of vulnerability. When dozens of attacks fell simultaneously, even the strongest loophole would collapse. Thus, that loophole in the Zerg's robust signal-blocking barrier was torn apart at a visible speed. The gap widened until the system completely collapsed. A sharp sound rang in Shen Xi and the others' minds, piercing enough to make Shen Xi's face turn pale. Her fingers quickly moved, unleashing her literary power to shield everyone in front of her. A wave approached from afar, halting at the surging literary power she emitted, and the wave bounced back. At the same time, a reluctant sigh echoed in everyone's ears, laced with deep malice. Shen Xi quickly looked up to find that the support soldiers' expressions were not good. She stood up and walked over to Su Jiuyao. Among them, Her injuries were the most severe, as she had rushed to the front alongside Shen Xi. Shen Xi's fingers moved, casting a healing spell on Su Jiuyo. Her pale lips moved slightly, indicating she could hold on. However, Shen Xi shook her head, instructing the individual soldiers to write and treat their fellow support soldiers. They were essentially practicing this skill. As the literary healing took effect, Shen Xi took the opportunity to contact the instructors. Within a few minutes, the main force returned. Looking at the disheveled military academy students, everyone had an unusual expression. Several captains from the 11th Army approached to inquire about the situation. Shen Xi briefly explained what had just happened. When they heard that Shen Xi and her group had driven away over 100 Zerg, one captain couldn't help but scoff. The sound was too obvious. Everyone had been listening intently, and now all eyes turned to him. He was the captain of the 5th Squad, a young man of average appearance, but with a look of disdain in his eyes. Shen Xi's expression darkened, and she stared directly at him. Perhaps her gaze was too straightforward, causing him to snicker and say, "Are you saying that over 100 of you, along with dozens of non-combatant support soldiers, drove away more than 100 Zerg? What a joke. Even bragging should follow basic rules." After saying this, his sharp gaze fixated on Shen Xi, wanted to see her panic. However, there was nothing of the sort. Shen Xi remained calm. The remaining captains exchanged glances, each calculating in their minds. No one believed it to be true, but they didn't want to say it outright. After all, they were students of the Military Auxiliary Academy, the Academy of Commander Li. If reprimanding were necessary, it should come from Commander Li himself. They were nothing but troublemakers. The captain of the 3rd Squad hurriedly played the mediator, saying, "Lu Zhen, what's the situation now? It's a fact that the Military Academy students are trapped, and this sea area seems off." The implication was that even if it wasn't the Zerg, there was something else at play. The captain of the 5th Squad sneered, glancing around. His disdainful gaze seemed almost tangible. Who knows what the situation is? Some people might be staging their own show to gain qualifications. His contemptuous gaze cut through Shen Xi like a knife. The remark was quite harsh. Shen Xi frowned slightly. Suddenly, a hand fell on her shoulder. Looking up, it was Instructor Lin. He caught Shen Xi's gaze and subtly shook his head. The 3rd Squad captain continued to mediate, "Since there's nothing going on here, let's leave quickly and return to the base." Everyone had no objections, and Shen Xi nodded. However, the 5th Squad captain cautioned the 3 instructors not to let the Military Academy students hold them back, adhering to the principle of saying less rather than more. The instructors didn't elaborate and responded perfunctorily. After the captains left, the 3 instructors immediately muted their communication devices and approached Shen Xi. "What happened? How did you drive him away?" Unlike the foolish captains, they unconditionally trusted Shen Xi's words. After all, Shen Xi was the daughter of that person. In such matters, how could she possibly lie? What reason would she have to lie? Shen Xi manipulated the water flow with her fingertips, and then a rich literary power was born from her fingertips. The 3 instructors exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Shen Xi, you can actually—" He quickly stopped himself. This was no trivial matter and couldn't be casually discussed. Shen Xi, however, returned a reassuring smile. "Instructors, not only can I, but we all can." As her words fell, everyone began to move their fingers. Some had deeper literary power, while others had shallower. Even the cyborgs could do it. However, the literary power emitted by the cyborgs was shallow and short-lived. But everyone could do it. The 3 instructors looked at each other, their heads spinning. It was astonishing. The star people, half-star people, cyborgs, and machines could resonate together. Shen Xi cautiously glanced at them. "Actually, you can too." The instructors were even more surprised and couldn't help but get excited. We can too?" Shen Xi nodded. The instructors felt like they were dreaming, and after regaining their composure, they couldn't help but smile wryly. "Shen Xi, you're not joking with us, are you?" Before Shen Xi could respond, a loud "Uniform no" rang out from all the Military Academy students. They chimed in one after another. "I couldn't right before the military training. I learned after meeting Shen Xi during the training. Miju, Miju." As everyone raised their hands, the instructors were left dumbfounded. First, this ability could be acquired simply through learning and persistent practice. While there were differences in skill levels, everyone was making progress. Secondly, Luo Chun had learned this, and they had no idea. The three instructors were furious, their tones filled with resentment. Shen Xi, aren't we your instructors? Why didn't you involve us in such a good thing? Shen Xi. Naturally, after spending some time together, they discovered that the relationship between Luo Chun and Shen Xi was not ordinary. Shen Xi didn't expect it, but why didn't their respective teams notice it? Thinking of this, their resentful gazes fell on the team leaders of their own squads. Shen Xi shivered and quickly sent the items to them. After receiving the teaching materials, the three instructors were satisfied, patted Shen Xi on the shoulder, and rejoined the advancing team. However, shortly after they started walking, a sharp alarm suddenly rang out from the water communicator. Shen Xi opened the star ring, and this time, a distress message from Zhou and appeared on the public frequency. At the same time, the public frequency map updated, and Shen Xi quickly saw Zhou and their current location. Meanwhile, the general shape of the insect tribe's nest was also marked on the side. Shen Xi scanned the values with a grim expression. But the most important thing at this moment was to support Zhou and the others. An order came from the front of the team, and everyone unanimously headed towards the insect tribe's nest. The instructors separately instructed them to pay attention to safety through the water communicator. Everyone knew that the battle was coming. When they were still 10 kilometers away from the insect tribe's nest, dozens of insects suddenly burrowed out to block their way. These insects had strange, sticky substances hanging on their bodies and faces, swaying with the flow of water. Their eyes looked at Shen Xi and the others with increasing hatred and coldness. The grinding sound that made one's teeth ache echoed in their ears. A hissing and spitting sound, as if they were rubbing against everyone's ears. With a command from the team leaders, they fired the text-powered cannons infused with literary energy. These cannons were specifically designed to deal with the insect tribe, supporting underwater combat, because their mode of effectiveness was different from ordinary shells. One after another, the text-powered shells were fired without restraint. Bang, bang, bang. After the muffled sounds, the skin of the insects hit by the shells rotted and exploded. At the same time, the hatred and murderous intent in their eyes intensified. But the team leaders still did not take these insects seriously. The sound of the text-powered cannons continued to ring out. Shen Xi and the others were at the back of the team, only hearing the commotion ahead. Stretching their necks, they could only see heads popping up one after another. At this moment, Instructor Lin began to explain. This is the text-powered cannon. Shen Xi was curious. The text-powered cannon is a type of shell specifically designed to deal with the insect tribe, containing rich literary energy. Each shell requires a lot of characters. The vast majority of the characters they could collect were of low rank. The higher the rank of the characters, the fewer there were. This is not because the literati wanted to raise the value of the characters. Rather, it's because they truly cannot write them. Resonance ability is like a gift from heaven. How much can be written and what rank can be achieved depends entirely on the favor of the heavens. Chapter 97. The mother bug enters a weak period. The high-level texts are scarce and are prioritized for the upgrades of the star people. The idea of someone like Shen Xi casually using master-level texts against the insect race is simply unimaginable. Shen Xi stretched her neck, quite curious about this text energy cannon. Instructor Chun continued, explaining that the text energy cannon is a special device used by the intelligent machines to extract text power from the texts and then store it in the cannon for portable and mass use. Of course, this process results in some loss of text power, but there is no helping it. It's not that the resonators themselves can't extract text power. After all, we can't send resonators directly into battle, right? That would be absurd. At this point, Instructor Chen glanced back at Shen Xi, who was listening with great interest, along with the other military academy students who were also paying attention. They gradually realized how terrifying it was that Shen Xi and the others could use texts. Just as Instructor Chen finished his explanation, the battle ahead concluded. The insect race, undeterred by death, seemed to be stalling for just a minute or two with their lives. The team continued to advance. And when the military academy students passed by the insect corpses, their classmates instantly recognized the origins of these insects and nudged their companions. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly realizing that these were the same insects they had just fought. Low-level insect races rarely have independent thoughts. They gather information and are commanded uniformly by the mother bug. Shen Xi mumbled softly, questioning why these insects would try to block them for just 2 minutes when they knew they couldn't stop them. Was it to Instructor Chun, who was right behind her, naturally overheard her words. He explained, there must have been a battle ahead. Don't underestimate those 2 minutes. Sometimes they can turn the tide of a battle. Fortunately, the vanguard was the elite team led by Shuwen, so the mother bug's plan fell through. Shen Xi felt that the insects had clearly been able to run away when they faced them before, but now they seemed ready to die there. It seemed like they could hold back the main force, but in terms of effectiveness, it wasn't really working. According to Instructor Chun's logic, they were clearly in a position of priority and should have concentrated all their forces to attack Zhou and S vanguard, overwhelming them with numbers to finish the battle quickly with minimal losses. It wasn't a life-or-death situation where sacrifices had to be made to preserve the core strength. Why act this way? Shen Xi was puzzled. Instructor Chun responded with a weary expression. Don't overthink it. How can we possibly understand the mother bug's thinking? It made sense. Insect races as a species didn't care about the lives of their kin. It was very possible for them to expend lives carelessly. Shen Xi realized that she was still stuck in her human perspective, trying to apply her way of thinking to the mother bug, which was obviously a mistake. With that thought, she quickly felt relieved. The team moved quickly. The sounds of explosions continued to echo from the front. From a distance, they could already see the commotion caused by the battle. Zhou and S vanguard was facing the main force of the insect race. Rows of text energy cannons fired, drilling into the entrance of the cave, turning it into a graveyard. Meanwhile, the nauseating sounds of flesh being chewed echoed rhythmically, making everyone feel sick. As the main force and the vanguard joined together, the attack line on the cave entrance stretched longer, and the artillery fire became more intense. Zhou and S vanguard could finally relax a bit. The military academy students were instructed to stay in the back, and as the battle broke out, the soldiers gradually became too occupied to pay attention to them. Shen Xi watched for a while from the back before making her way forward. Before long, Shuwen felt a pat on his shoulder. What was happening? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her just as he was about to speak when the cold voice of the captain of the 5th team suddenly rang out. Who told you to come here? Get back. Shen Xi. Shuwen deliberately shot a glance at the captain of the 5th team. Shen Xi took a deep breath, realizing she hadn't received orders to come forward, and nodded. But before leaving, she pointed at Shuwen with a gesture that said, stay safe. The 5th team captain furrowed his brows tightly, initially wanting to explode in anger. But seeing Shen Xi actually leave felt like hitting a cotton ball. His frustration only intensified. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Shuwen's mouth moving, clearly blocking communication with him. A cold glint flashed in the captain's eyes. What is going on with you? Have you gotten stronger in the past few months? Shuwen joked. Shen Xi scoffed. Quickly, what is happening? Shuwen briefly recounted the earlier events. After hearing strange noises from the nest, a small team led by Zhou had encountered a group of returning insects. Before they knew it, a battle was about to erupt. Concerned about being attacked from behind, Shuwen and his team moved quickly. However, strangely, the insects didn't seem inclined to attack proactively. Clearly, when that small team encountered the insects, if they were attacked by the insects at the cave entrance, they wouldn't be able to hold out for support from other small teams. Yet, until Shuwen brought his team together and dealt with that group of insects, the insects at the cave entrance hadn't made a move. Only after Shuwen's team retreated to a safe distance did the insects emerge, swiftly dragging away the insect corpses. At this point, Shuwen speculated that it might be because their mother bug had entered a weak period, causing delays in issuing commands. And now, it was clearly the best time to attack. So, he promptly reported the situation and called for reinforcements. The sounds of battle ahead were unmistakable, with soldiers roaring in anger and the sounds of flesh bursting echoing in the air. There was a moment of silence on Shen Xi's side. After a while, Shuwen tentatively called out, Shen Xi, what's wrong? Is there a problem? No, came Shen Xi's clear voice. I just wanted to tell you that we encountered insects on our way here. The mother bug's weak period doesn't last long, and after it passes, the mother bug's level will increase, and its insects and bug girls will also become stronger. Now, without knowing the duration of the mother bug's week period. The soldiers must quickly destroy this nest. Otherwise, once the mother bug passes its week period, the military will be in trouble. In this situation, there was no holding back on the use of text energy cannons. Rows of artillery fired text energy rounds under the cover of star power, exerting absolute firepower. Gradually, the sounds of flesh being chewed weakened, indicating that there were not many insects left in the cave entrance. A team leader ordered a soldier to step forward, holding a decomposition cannon, and several shells fell onto the massive nest in front. Clouds of dust rose, and within the dust, the insect nest was being disintegrated. The situation inside the nest slowly became apparent. This nest had multiple entrances and complex passages. If they hadn't used the decomposition cannon directly, anyone entering would surely get lost inside. Everyone could see that within the nest, layers of insects radiated outward from the center, surrounding and supporting a larger insect. The mother bug. It must be the mother bug. The mother bug shot a cold, sinister glare at them while emitting a piercing shriek that seemed to directly penetrate their minds. In that moment, everyone felt their spirits shaken. The next moment, the insects surrounding the mother bug charged out recklessly from the ruins of the nest. They looked fierce, waving their large, sharp forelimbs, and in an instant, they were only a few hundred meters away from Shen Xi and the others. In just a moment, the several hundred meters distance could be covered. The military academy students instinctively gasped. The soldiers in front remained calm as they fired the energy cannons. Boom, 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 they relentlessly struck the insectoids. The bodies of the insectoids in the front began to rot. Flesh and blood floated away with the water, grabbed by other insectoids nearby, and then shoved into their mouths. Dense sharp teeth ground against each other. Even though this insectoid was consuming its own kind, its body was also rotting under the energy cannon fire and being eaten by other insectoids. Watching this scene made Shen Xi's scalp tingle, and her hatred for the insectoid race reached its peak. The concentrated firepower suppressed the insectoids to beyond the 500-meter line in front of the soldiers. Nevertheless, these insectoids continued to surge forward, dying at the 500-meter line. The corpses were naturally devoured by other insectoids that were missing bones and flesh. Then, those insectoids that had consumed the flesh and blood of the former also died on the spot. This scene was truly shocking. Shen Xi had never seen such a reckless way of fighting. Her disgusted gaze met the insect mother at the center of all the insectoids, surrounded like a moon among the stars. The other parties seemed to sense it, casting a cold gaze back, a sinister and eerie smile curving at the corners of her lips. An inexplicable sense of unease rose in Shen Xi's heart. Suddenly, a change occurred. A soldier carrying an energy cannon in the front row suddenly collapsed as he took his position. In the emergency, no one paid attention to what had happened to him. Someone quickly took his place from behind. However, more and more people fell down. The number of those being replaced also increased. Then a sharp screech sounded, and the insect mother let out another eerie cry, rippling waves emanating from her center. The waves reached Shen Xi and the others. The star force barrier they used to cover their mouths and noses collapsed instantly. A rancid smell spread across the sea area. Shen Xi's face suddenly changed. This smell. At the same time, more and more people fell, and in the blink of an eye, more than half had collapsed. Everyone hurriedly rebuilt the star force barrier to protect their mouths and noses, glancing left and right, their expressions turning grim. However, misfortune did not come alone. The insectoids charged forward, their massive forelimbs raised, glimmering with a dark and ominous light. Teams of leaders quickly raised star force shields to defend. The moment they made contact, the star force shields shattered instantly. Fortunately, he had already dodged in advance, so he was not injured. Be careful, Shen Xi instructed quickly as she rushed forward. Chapter 98, Kill. In front of the defense line forged by the warriors, chaos had erupted. The insectoids were fighting alongside the soldiers, and some had even broken through the ranks and advanced towards the military academy students. Everything that had just happened had already angered the military students. A few of them quickly surrounded one insectoid, attacking it recklessly with their various abilities. For a moment, even the insectoids were somewhat wary. Shen Xi rushed into the melee in just 2 or 3 steps. What are you doing here? Go back. Zhou was the first to notice Shen Xi and frowned as he scolded her. I'm here to help you. Shen Xi replied casually, as if the situation before her was not a big deal. Before Zhou could respond, a mocking sneer emerged from the crowd. Shen Xi turned to see it was the captain of the 5th squad. You should go back. You can't handle these insectoids yet. The captain's cold huff made Zhou uncomfortable, but he patiently explained to Shen Xi. Who says I can't handle them? Shen Xi raised her hand and quickly traced something in the air. Zhou was momentarily stunned by her actions, confused. You're overestimating yourself. The captain of the 5th squad mocked even more. Meanwhile, in the distance, the insect mother at the center of the insectoids squinted her eyes at the scene and let out a chilling shriek. In the next moment, the swarm of insectoids surged forward with increasing speed and numbers, like a tidal wave. Their sole target was Shen Xi. The eerie glow in their compound eyes intensified, and just meeting their gaze sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, all those terrifying compound eyes were fixed on Shen Xi alone. Shen Xi was already sharp-witted and immediately sensed the chilling malice and murderous intent directed at her. You want to kill me? Shen Xi slowly curled her lips into a smile, and a simple yet rhythmically extraordinary character appeared in the air. It was the character for murder from Oracle Bone script. It hung high in the air, radiating a restrained brilliance, with immense power contained within it. Go! Shen Xi gave a soft command. The next moment, the character charged toward the oncoming insectoid army. Upon contact, the enormous power within the character erupted, crashing into the insectoids with devastating force. In an instant, a large area of insectoids was reduced to nothing but bones. Everyone present was stunned, staring at Shen Xi in shock, especially Zhou and Shen Xi. You actually know this move? He had long wanted to fight Shen Xi to see her strength. But he also understood that since Shen Xi had just entered the military academy, no matter how outstanding she was, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Now he had to retract his previously naive thoughts. Shen Xi didn't answer, but the slight curl of her lips showed she was in a good mood. However, this smile quickly faded. In the next moment, she became serious again. Her hands moved continuously, drawing characters with both hands simultaneously. With Shen Xi's help, everyone could finally fend off the insectoid attacks and lift the artillery fire again. Boom, boom, boom. The literary cannons and Shen Xi's characters complemented each other, and the insectoids fell one after another. The insect mother in the distance looked on maliciously at Shen Xi and the others. No, there are too many insectoids, and we lost too many people. And that poison from earlier. Zhou whispered in Shen Xi's ear, suspecting they had already been poisoned. Shen Xi's mood was not optimistic either. After the Star People's physique had been adjusted, their various attributes were superior, including their ability to decompose poisons and toxic gases. As long as they didn't accumulate a large amount of toxins in their bodies, they wouldn't easily fall. To take down so many soldiers in an instant would require an enormous amount of toxins, which was very difficult to achieve. The medical assistants had already analyzed the blood composition of the fallen soldiers, and the toxins contained within did not match the toxins in the sea at the moment. Therefore, it was impossible for them to have fallen due to poisoning in an instant. Hearing Zhou and S words, Shen Xi's expression grew darker as her gaze swept over the floating insectoid corpses, and a thought suddenly struck her. Star power shot out like silk, wrapping around a piece of the corpse and sending it to the medical assistants behind her. Please check this. A minute later, the monitoring results came back. Sure enough, those corpses contained a large amount of toxins. So that is how it is, Shen Xi murmured. Zhou sensed something and quickly asked, what is wrong? Shen Xi pointed at the corpses, feeling a chill in her heart. I suspect that when those insectoids rushed over to hold us back with their deaths, part of their intention was to bury us with a large amount of toxins. And those toxins accumulated rapidly when they reached this sea area, leading to the outbreak of battle. Zhou hurriedly turned back to look and found that most of the fallen were indeed from the main force. Shen Xi stood up and leaped to the front of the medical assistants. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing a smooth expanse of skin, and seriously looked at the medical assistants. I want to know if there are any toxins in my body. The medical assistant nodded and quickly took out a testing device to examine Shen Xi. The results showed that there were indeed toxins in Shen Xi's body, and the concentration was not low. Naturally, it had not yet reached the threshold for her to fall. "How is it?" Shuwen asked anxiously when Shen Xi returned. Nearby, several squad leaders also strained to listen. Shen Xi's expression was grave as she nodded. Shuwen's heart sank along with her. Shen Xi squinted her eyes. "The only way now is to quickly end the battle. If we keep dragging this out, we'll definitely die. And escaping, too many of us have fallen. We can no longer support our comrades to leave this place. Moreover, we came here with the belief that we must win. We must bury these insectoids here. Therefore, retreating is not an option. Since retreating was impossible, they could only fight. Launch an attack." Shen Xi clenched her fists, the bones cracking like the cold. Murderous intent she exuded. She traced characters, channeling literary power like star power into her bones and skin to fully arm herself. At the same time, the fiery sand light armor enveloped her, making her figure appear even taller. With a flip of her hand, she grasped the fiery sand twin blades, the thin blades covered in a rich and menacing literary power. Meanwhile, Shen Xi continued to trace her fingers, one character after another appearing sequentially on her body and weapons. Then they fell on the soldiers and their weapons. In an instant, the soldiers noticed the changes on their bodies, and their gazes towards Shen Xi shifted dramatically. At this moment, Shen Xi gripped the twin blades tightly, lowering her body to gather strength. The next moment, she shot forward like a cannonball, aiming for the insect mother. Protected by layers of insectoids, the soldiers, realizing her intent, opened fire to clear the way. The insectoid army surged forward, and those farther away were directly shattered by the literary cannons, breaking into pieces. The closer ones were each stabbed in the compound eyes by Shen Xi's blades. The sharp tips pierced into their heads, and with a forceful twist, she yanked them out. The insectoids let out a shrill cry as they fell, stirring up clouds of mud and sand. Shen Xi was already skilled, and now, bathed in blood and fighting fiercely, she exuded an aura of killing gods and Buddhas alike. The soldiers behind her also spared no effort in firing the literary cannons, acting as her strongest support, allowing her to charge forward without distraction. Such a fierce offensive strategy finally created a massive opening in the insectoid army. The battle grew increasingly intense, and Shen Xi was getting closer to the insect mother. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The closer she got, the greater the hindrance from the Zerg. The Zerg mother's eerie gaze was fixated on Shen Xi, who was locked in a fierce battle with her Zerg soldiers. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: to kill Shen Xi. Even if it meant her own death, she must kill this human before her. "Kill!" The Zerg mother issued the order. The surrounding Zerg momentarily loosened their defenses. Shen Xi, seeing this, was overjoyed. She swiftly eliminated the Zerg in front of her with a single strike and leaped into the air. At the same time, the artillery fire from behind rained down. The explosions shattered the flesh of the Zerg. Shen Xi's dual blades moved without hesitation, taking down Zerg one by one. Soon, she was only 100 meters away from the Zerg mother. At this moment, Shen Xi had infiltrated deep into enemy territory, but she felt no regret. She narrowed her eyes, channeling her star power into her feet, charging forward like a falling leaf. Just then, the Zerg mother let out a strange cry. It resonated deep within Shen Xi's heart, and all she could see were the Zerg mother's dark, compound eyes, glimmering with cold light. Now, these beams of light converged into a single stream, heading straight for her. She was taken aback, quickly regaining her focus and driving her curved blade into the Zerg mother's compound eye. At the same time, a sharp pain surged from Shen Xi's chest, blooming into a sharp flower from her torso. Shen Xi gasped, summoning the last of her strength to twist fiercely. The Zerg mother fell lifelessly, a hint of doubt lingering in her expression. Shen Xi staggered, collapsing to the ground. Gritting her teeth, her fingers moved, enveloping her entire body in fiery sand, covering her in stone and sand. Meanwhile, under the cover of the fiery sand, all defensive and healing powers fell upon Shen Xi. Completing all this took only 3 seconds. But for Shen Xi, it felt like a century. Her vision darkened, and she fell into a deep slumber. In the distance, Zhou, witnessing it all, shouted, "Shen Xi!" He rushed forward. At this moment, the Zerg army, now without their Zerg mother, was in disarray, flailing about like headless flies. As Zhou rushed, he yelled, "What will I tell Luo Chan if something happens to you?" "Shen Xi," but no one could respond to him. The only replies he received were the sounds of artillery wreaking havoc and the instinctual feeding and counterattacking of the Zerg. The captain of the 5th squad, closest to him, rushed over to grab him. First, deal with the Zerg. Chapter 99. The glacier is melting. Zhou turned around and found it was him. His anger intensified. "What business is it of yours?" The young man was in a fit of rage, his eyes red and filled with a storm. The captain of Team 5 tightened his grip on his hand, also suppressing his anger. "Please consider the bigger picture." Zhou shrugged and waved his hand away. "What? Is the hero who saved us from the mother bug not considering the bigger picture? You know that student is definitely not alive anymore. What's the point of going now? It would be better to quickly deal with the insect race." Zhou snorted coldly and, carrying his literary cannon, rushed out first. "TCH, what are you pulling?" He also snorted coldly and turned back to join the extermination of the insect race. At the same time, a team of insect race scouts quietly appeared 10 kilometers away from the battlefield. The remaining insect race relied only on instinct, and their combat power had significantly decreased. So, not long after, all the insects were exterminated, leaving behind a scene of wreckage. After intense combat and high concentration of mental energy, they finally dealt with all the insects, and a sense of relief washed over them, followed by exhaustion. The soldiers let themselves go limp, being carried by the water. Only Zhou and the military academy students rushed straight towards the piled-up insect corpses. Shen Xi, they tacitly began to move the corpses, stirring up waves in the water. However, after turning over all the corpses, they surprisingly did not see Shen Xi's figure. Zhou was stunned. "Where's Shen Xi?" Kuei Mu stared at that spot, bending down to clear the mud. Soon, a splash of red caught his eye. Kuei Mu bit his lip. "Shen Xi is fine." Zhou? He had already prepared for the fate of returning to accept blame from Luo Chan for Shen Xi's death. Kuei Mu continued to dig, and Zhou, along with other military students, quickly joined in to help. What kind of identity does this military academy student have? Not far away, the captain of Team 5 muttered to himself. "I don't know, but she's really fierce. I believe her when she says they dealt with the insect squad, but it's a pity." A captain beside him sighed. The captain of Team 5 scoffed, unwilling to admit how powerful Shen Xi was. "It's just luck that she could use literary power. It's probably her awakened mark." The captain raised an eyebrow, a strange expression on his face. "Luck? This kind of thing cannot be achieved by luck." He shook his head, no longer paying attention to the captain of Team 5, and swam towards Zhou and the others. Over there, Zhou and the others finally dug out a huge piece of fiery sand. "What is this?" After examining the fiery sand for a while, the captain couldn't help but feel curious. Zhou also looked at Kuei Mu. "Shen Xi is inside." "Inside?" The captain was genuinely surprised, circling around this piece of fiery sand and looking nonstop. Zhou had a worried expression. "How do we get her out?" "Shen Xi is injured. She needs to come out quickly." Kuei Mu shook his head. "No need. Shen Xi can heal herself." As soon as he finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the fiery sand. Then it suddenly collapsed, turning into dust that fell like rain. Shen Xi's figure finally emerged, gently floating in the water, her eyes wide and sparkling. Zhou and her eyes met for a moment, and he let out a long breath. "It's great that you're okay." Shen Xi blinked and suddenly smiled. "I heard what you said." Zhou's gaze shifted. "Thank you." Zhou's face suddenly turned red. "No need. Since you're in my territory, of course, I couldn't just watch you get into trouble." Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, non-committal to his words. After cleaning the battlefield, the soldiers gathered all the insect corpses together, and with a few high-intensity literary power shots, the corpses turned to dust. "I didn't expect this mission to be completed so easily," the captain joked, directing everyone to retreat back to camp. Just then, the seabed suddenly trembled. The seawater suddenly swirled, a huge suction pulling Shen Xi and the others into it, following the waves up and down. "What happened?" The sound of water roared, and Shen Xi's ears felt almost numb, instinctively shouting. There was no response. Perhaps someone did respond, but she couldn't hear it. Meanwhile, such scenes were unfolding in various underwater cities on Star 161. In an instant, the entire Star 161 fell into great panic. A strong underwater earthquake shook violently. The sea roared, and whirlpools formed. It was as if the gods were expressing their anger. Shen Xi struggled to open her eyes in the whirlpool. Beyond the layers of whirlpool, a huge red mass burst out from the seabed, and the surrounding seawater quickly heated up. A booming sound came, and the whirlpool wrapped around them, pulling them downward, gradually approaching that red mass. The water temperature kept rising. As they got closer, Shen Xi saw a huge crack appearing on the seabed, with water rushing down in a frenzy, revealing a blinding red color. This is magma. A look of terror finally emerged in Shen Xi's eyes. Didn't they say that the Shuwen star system wouldn't experience such natural geological disasters? Clearly, others were witnessing such a terrifying scene for the first time as well. In the face of natural forces, even those who had mastered great power, whether they were humans or half-humans, still felt helpless. Shen Xi stared blankly at this scene, as if forgetting to breathe. Shen Xi, hurry! Only when Kuei Mu's roar sounded did Shen Xi realize that the suction of the whirlpool had diminished significantly. She hurriedly gathered her star power to break free from the whirlpool and swam away. At this moment, everyone moved in the same way. Escape, escape! Finally reaching the surface. Everyone was nearly exhausted. Shen Xi lay on the cold ice, panting heavily as she looked ahead. The deep blue surface of the water was tinted red, and the ice layer was melting at a visible speed. The red was increasing. Even lying on the ice, Shen Xi felt waves of heat. She hesitated for a moment, reached out her hand into the water ahead. The scorching touch made her fingertips tremble slightly. What on earth is happening? All units assemble. Shen Xi was groggily pulled up and followed the main force towards the camp. However, after walking for a short while, a large expanse of water suddenly appeared before them, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. What's going on? This used to be flat ground. The water surface was boundless, and no shore could be seen. After experiencing what had just happened at the seabed, no one dared to enter the water now. Clearly, this route had changed. It was uncertain whether they could successfully reach the other side. They were afraid of encountering a situation like before. The captain glanced down at the map. The camp's mark was bright and eye-catching. He immediately decided to take a detour. Changing direction, they continued walking, but before long, they encountered another expanse of water. If they took another detour, they would only be moving further away from the camp. The glacier is melting, Shen Xi suddenly murmured. Kuei Mu leaned closer to her. What? Shen Xi repeated, the glacier is melting. Star 161 was originally a planet completely covered by seawater, but because the temperature was too low, layers of ice accumulated to form glaciers. Now that the glaciers are melting, the ice layers are disappearing. That's why the original route is wrong. Chapter 100. Abandoned Star, what is that? Someone shouted in panic. Shen Xi raised his head and instantly widened his eyes. In the far distance, a fireball shot up into the sky. Even from such a distance, one could still feel the terrifying aura filled with death. The scorching heat seemed to be right in front of them. What on earth is happening? A sense of panic spread through the crowd. Even the well-trained soldiers felt a fear of being as insignificant as dust in the face of this unprecedented, utterly unresistible scene. Shen Xi came back to her senses, her brows furrowing tightly. It seemed to be in the direction of the camp. At the same time, everyone else realized this too. What was happening at the camp they were rushing back to. Captains of each team quickly contacted the camp. Meanwhile, Qi Jin, Luo Chun, and 300 soldiers had boarded the starship. In the command room, Qi Jin's expression was grim. The incident on Star 161 had occurred too suddenly. They had anticipated that the insect race would be difficult to deal with, and had even formulated a series of countermeasures. However, they never expected Star 161 to suddenly enter starfall. On the screen, Li Zhen's face was icy. Star 161 had entered starfall early, and to ensure that the surrounding star regions automatically activated their protective status, the star region was locked down. Now, no starship could enter Star 161. nor could anyone on star 161 leave. It was the first time Qi Jin had heard such a statement, and he found himself breathless. So, star 161 and the people on it had now become discarded pieces? Li Zhan's gaze suddenly sharpened, his tone as cold as frost, stating that this matter was beyond anyone's control. Qi Jin's previously ugly expression softened slightly, agreeing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhan said he would negotiate this matter. He looked at Qi Jin, hesitating to say something, wanted to ask Qi Jin to take care of Shen Xi, but ultimately feeling it unnecessary. Finally, he spoke, urging him to do his best to ensure the safety of the lives of the citizens of star 161. Qi Jin's expression became serious, and he stood up to give a military salute. Seeing this, Li Zhan's expression relaxed a bit. The matters on star 161 will rely on your coordination. After giving instructions to Qi Jin, Li Zhan sent a communication request to Shen Xi. At this moment, the captains of each team were trying to calm the crowd, but the effect was minimal. After all, he was the highest commander of this operation. Shen Xi did not hesitate to connect to the communication and turned on the public broadcast. In an instant, Li Zhan's figure appeared before everyone. The crowd fell silent, and the scene was enveloped in dead silence as everyone stared at Shen Xi with strange expressions. Shen Xi cleared her throat lightly, appearing calm. Li Zhan quickly understood Shen Xi's maneuver from the crowd's gaze and felt somewhat helpless. Shen Xi mischievously blinked at him. Seeing your mental state, I'm relieved. She initially wanted Qi Jin to take care of her, but it turned out Shen Xi was not afraid at all. In the next moment, Li Zhan's expression turned serious. We are aware of the situation on star 161, and Commander Chen and I are already thinking of solutions. Shen Xi asked the most concerning question. What is the situation at the camp? Qi Jin is leading his team and is about to rendezvous with you. Hearing this, a sigh of relief spread through the entire team. Shen Xi carefully observed Li Zhan's expression and cautiously asked a question that could be asked at the moment. Can you tell us what exactly is happening? What should we do next? Although the number of people who came this time is small, we still have some strength. Do we need to participate in the rescue efforts of the Star government? Li Zhan was taken aback. He did not expect Shen Xi to ask such a question. After a moment, he scanned the crowd and nodded, his voice loud and firm. Yes. His approving gaze fell on Shen Xi without reservation. What I want to say is that this is a very difficult battle that may lead to victory, but more likely, you will remain forever on this scarred land of star 161. Li Zhan did not conceal the fact that the starship could no longer leave star 161. However, there was more that he could not say, as those were secrets that the public could not know. After cutting off the communication, everyone was still immersed in Li Zhan's words, momentarily unable to return to their senses. Only Zhou and cautiously approached, lowering his voice to ask Shen Xi, "Is Commander Li your mentor now?" Shen Xi nodded, yes. Zhou seemed to ponder this. Li Zhan was like a shot of adrenaline. The team quickly organized itself. Aside from the occasional curious glances at Shen Xi, the soldiers rested in place to conserve their strength. Witnessing all this, several captains had to admit that Shen Xi was formidable. Even the captain of Team 5 looked at Shen Xi with a complex expression, while Shen Xi was receiving attention. Luo Chen was being reprimanded. He was furious, flipping over the desk in his office and scolding Luo Chen for quite a while. Chen, in a fit of rage, was very intimidating, like a jungle beast locking onto its prey, and his eyes seemed to grip the soul of the person before him. Luo Chen lowered his head, neither rebutting nor apologizing, just looking humbly submissive. Qi Jin had originally come to discuss the next plan with him. But as soon as he reached the door, he heard Chun Yi's thunderous roar. Qi Jin stood by the door, listening, and then cautiously leaned closer, his lips curling into a grin. Luo Chen seemed to sense something and decisively walked to the door. He left it open to facilitate Qi Jin's entry for discussion, but it inadvertently allowed him to eavesdrop on someone else's privacy. As Chun Yi was scolding, he paused when he saw Qi Jin, his voice choking in his throat before he decisively cut off the communication. Luo Chen's expression turned cold. He said, "You better have come up with an effective plan." Qi Jin smiled wryly. Commander Chen seems quite angry. But the starfall of star 161 is not something you and I can decide. So why direct your anger at me, and with such intensity? It's important to note that Shen Xi was not known for his explosive temper. He adhered to the rules and seldom let emotions interfere with the battlefield or work, known for his calm demeanor. This was indeed strange. Qi Jin's face was filled with curiosity and schadenfreude. Does this have anything to do with the current situation? After being subtly rebuffed, Qi Jin did not dare to gossip openly and hurriedly expressed his thoughts. Before long, the starship arrived at the location where Shen Xi and the others were resting. During this time, the changes on star 161 became increasingly evident. The rouge-colored clouds hung low, thick and oppressive like blood, with dark raindrops falling from the clouds, splashing on the ice surface, making a sizzling sound. Some droplets landed on the soldiers, causing their uniforms to fade instantly. It was important to note that these military uniforms were produced by the military, crafted with the latest and most advanced technology from intelligent machinery. Yet now, just a single drop of rain had caused them to lose their color. Chapter 101, refusant arrangement. After a brief, sharp scream, everyone realized that the rain was corrosive. Once they understood this, everyone quickly covered themselves with star power to prevent harm from the raindrops. More and more people rushed out of the magma caves, and the entire 161 star was indeed as devastated as Li Zhan had said. Everyone's expressions were very serious. On one hand, there was the uncertainty of the current scene. On the other hand, there was concern for the residents on this planet. They had undergone training, yet they were still like this, not to mention those ordinary citizens. The panic in their hearts would only double. Fortunately, a massive object emerged from the oppressive clouds, like a sharp sword breaking through the clouds, bringing hope to everyone. The main command had arrived. It was unclear who let out a joyful cheer. Then everyone stood up, looking hopefully towards the direction of the starship. The starship hovered above them. The hatch opened, and the figures of Qi Jin and Luo Chan appeared before their eyes. Luo Chan jumped down first, his body slowly descending under the support of star power, landing safely. Following him, a large star shuttle descended closely behind. Qi Jin directed everyone to board the star shuttle in an orderly manner, and then they would return to the starship via the shuttle. Luo Chen assisted everyone in boarding the ship amidst the crowd. Shen Xi met Luo Chen's gaze from a distance, smiled gently, and then boarded the star shuttle. The interior space of the large star shuttle was quite spacious, allowing for more people. Under normal circumstances, the large star shuttle could carry about 1,000 people. With the assistance of the large star shuttle, it only took 2 shuttles to bring everyone back to the starship. In the internal square of the starship, Qi Jin briefly explained the upcoming arrangements to everyone. They would head to the nearest city for as much rescue as they could manage. The rescued citizens would be temporarily housed on the starship. Qi Jin pointed at the huge screen displaying the map, fixing on the nearest point. We will go here. Rongwa City. The starship set off, and, staying within this safe behemoth, they could better observe the changes happening on 161 star from the sky. The sea had completely turned red, with countless marine animals floating on the surface, exposing their white bellies. On land, snow beasts looked blankly at their caves sinking, their young falling into the water. Within minutes, their bodies were covered in patches, their fur falling off, revealing bright flesh and blood. The poor snow beast cubs struggled in the water, emitting piercing cries of despair. Shen Xi couldn't bear to look closely, feeling a heaviness in her heart. 161 star was also home to these animals, but now, humanity was struggling to survive. Who could save these innocent lives from the flames and water? Rongwa City was not very far away, especially since the starship traveled fast. It didn't take long to reach their destination. The situation here was also dire. The landmarks on land, like docks, had disappeared, and Shen Xi and the others could only follow the map's indications. Everyone was fully armed and once again entered the sea. This time, Qi Jin and Luo Chen also went into the water with them. They dove straight towards Ronghua City. This area should have been within the bounds of Ronghua City. Qi Jin looked at the devastation before him and said, but now, there is no sign of the city's protective shield. Everyone's faces turned grim. The reduction in the shield's area could only mean that the energy of a shield could no longer maintain its original area of protection and had to shrink to ensure the safety of the residents within. Let's go, he said, continuing towards the city center according to the map. Along the way, they could see neatly arranged, colorful house ruins. It was hard to imagine how prosperous this place had once been. Shen Xi felt a lump in her heart. After walking for a long distance, everyone's expressions grew worse. The debris from houses became more numerous, and the traces of human life became increasingly apparent, yet everything was ravaged beyond recognition. They had walked for so long without seeing the boundary of Ronghua City's protective shield. It seemed that the situation in Ronghua City was more difficult than they had imagined. After picking up the pace for a while, they finally saw the edge of the protective shield. Inside the shield were the citizens who were also fleeing, migrating towards the center of the shield. At the same time, the citizens noticed them. "Look, is that the military?" The dazed and exhausted faces finally broke into smiles, with emotions of renewed hope glowing in their eyes. A weary mother covered her mouth and cried out loud, startling the child standing beside her. "Mom, why are you crying?" The mother wiped away her tears, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth, lifting the child up and affectionately pressing her forehead against his. "Mommy is just so happy." The joy seemed to infect Shen Xi as well, and she couldn't help but smile back. Even so, military personnel could not enter the city without permission from the local star government. Qi Jin went to negotiate with the leaders of Ronghua City. Not long after, Shen Xi and her group obtained permission to enter and exit Ronghua City. The number of sea ships in Ronghua City was enough to support the evacuation of the entire population of the city. However, the leaders of Ronghua City had previously sent people out to scout, and the answer they received was that the situation on land was no better than below. So they had given up. Now, with the military's help, it felt like a pillow being delivered while one was dozing off. Ronghua City was just a small city, and their starship could accommodate all the residents of this small city. Thus, the migration operation officially began. The leaders of Ronghua City organized the crowd to board the sea ships in an orderly manner, and soldiers formed teams to escort them. Initially, everything went very smoothly. Everyone was excited about boarding the starship. However, as the area of the protective shield continued to shrink, and Shen Xi and the others struggled to maintain the star power enveloping the sea ship, which was easily corroded by the seawater, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. Qi Jin stood on the star shuttle and issued orders. "Military Academy students, return to the starship. You do not need to participate in the upcoming rescue activities." This order was actually quite reasonable, even for the sake of the Military Academy students. But Shen Xi did not want to return to the starship and wait idly. She was a Military Academy student, true, but she would walk this path in the future. Why should she retreat now? What about those who were weaker than her? Those who were even weaker than Military Academy students? She accepted Qi Jin's goodwill, but refused his arrangements. Shen Xi took a deep breath and increased her output of star power. A thick layer of star power enveloped the sea ship, and then she quickly swam through the seawater, delivering the citizens to the shore. There were already people there to guide them onto the star shuttle, and then onto the starship. According to the usual procedure, after delivering the residents of Ronghua City to the shore, they could return. But because of the order issued by Qi Jin, just as they were about to return, Qi Jin's voice suddenly rang out. "Military Academy students, Team 5. Your mission is complete. You may now end your mission and return to the starship." Chapter 102. "I am not a greenhouse flower. I apply to stay and continue the mission," Shen Xi said. After her words, Kuemu and other Military Academy students quickly followed suit. "I apply too." "Me too. We want to stay and continue the mission." Since Qi Jin was inside the star shuttle, no one could see his expression, and everyone felt a bit uneasy. After a brief silence, a cold voice came through. "Application denied. Return to the starship immediately." The tone was firm and left no room for refusal. Shen Lai couldn't help but look at Shen Xi. "What should we do?" Shen Xi pondered for a moment, her tone emotionless. "Let's go up first." "Huh?" Everyone was a bit reluctant. Shen Xi paused and continued, "Go find Luo Chun." After all, Qi Jin was not very familiar with them, and this decision was made by him based on considerations for preserving the Military Academy's strength. On a political level, Li Jun had faced significant pressure to secure the Military Academy project. In such circumstances, countless eyes were watching, waiting to see Li Jun's embarrassment. If the first batch of students from the Military Academy were to be completely wiped out during military training, Such news would undoubtedly be detrimental to the military academy's recruitment the following year, and it was not impossible that the project could be halted because of it. Qi Jin was a subordinate of Li Jun and naturally stood on Li Jun's side in such matters. On the other hand, military academy students were just students in Qi Jin's eyes, not much different from the residents of Ronghua City. As someone from the military, he was supposed to protect the weak. There was nothing wrong with this decision itself. However, Shen Xi also wanted to contribute her part in this matter. Although she was not very strong at the moment, she was not weak enough to need to hide on the starship and be protected by others. After returning to the starship, Shen Xi immediately contacted Luo Chun. He was still on the way back with the residents from the city. Shen Xi waited at the entrance where the star shuttle would dock with the starship. Not long after, the star ring lit up. "Where are you?" After informing him of her location, Shen Xi quickly stood up. Soon, the star shuttle arrived and stopped. The residents of Ronghua City disembarking one by one and following the guidance to the resting area. Luo Chun was the last to come down, and he immediately spotted Shen Xi. "What you said on the star ring." He hesitated. "Have you really made up your mind?" Shen Xi looked at him with a strange expression. "Luo Chun, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly hesitant?" Luo Chun pressed his lips together, his lowered eyes flashing with a hint of complexity. "President Shen contacted me." Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. "And then?" "He is very concerned about you." Shen Xi frowned. "He even asked you to do your best to ensure my safety here?" Luo Chun shook his head. He didn't say that. The pause in his tone made Shen Xi realize that Luo Chun had more to say. She let out a light laugh, although he didn't say it. That must be what he hopes for, right? Luo Chun didn't respond, and Shen Xi sighed. "Luo Chun, since I have chosen this path, I have long been prepared for the possibility of dying in battle one day. Even if it's not now, it could be later." Shen Xi smiled gently, her smile faint yet seemingly shining with a bright glow. "I am not a greenhouse flower, nor do I want to become a flower whose fate is controlled by others. Just like now, I cannot accept passively waiting on the starship to accept arrangements and protection from you all. I cannot accept that." Luo Chun was momentarily dazed, yet he felt that it should be this way. Shen Xi was indeed that kind of person. He suddenly smiled as well, feeling enlightened. "You're right. I shouldn't treat you as an ordinary student. What student could defeat a trainer like Fu Li right after entering school?" Luo Chun nodded. "You and Koemu can follow me on the mission." Due to their limited abilities, Luo Chun was indeed somewhat uneasy about the other military academy students. Upon hearing this news, Chun Lai and the others were naturally unwilling, but also understood that the gap between them and Shen Xi was significant. This further strengthened their determination to work harder. Shen Xi and Koemu joined Luo Chun's team temporarily. He was only taking one person on the mission, and coincidentally, that person was the previous team leader who had doubted Shen Xi, named Lu Men. When Lu Men saw Shen Xi and Koemu boarding the starship, he frowned and questioned Luo Chun. "What is going on? Didn't he, the commander, issue an order for military academy students to return to the starship? Why are you still letting them on?" Luo Chun's expression was cold. With his rank and combat power, he felt no need to explain his decision to a mid-level officer. "Shen Xi and Koemu will be acting with us from now on. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before Qi Jin also issued orders to merge the mission teams. Because just the current team was already somewhat stretched to fully release enough stellar energy to protect the starship from being eroded by seawater. Lu Men was not very happy. Although Shen Xi had already demonstrated her exceptional skills, he still dismissed it. In his view, Shen Xi was just a student. How powerful could she possibly be? He was an old soldier, but because Luo Chun's rank was higher than his, he couldn't openly voice his objections and hurriedly sent a message to Qi Jin in secret. "Lu Men, Qi team, Luo Chun is violating your orders by privately taking military academy students to participate in the mission. What is he doing at a time like this? Still busy giving students credits." Yes, in Lu Men's eyes, Shen Xi's actions were merely about accumulating credits. The group set off with their own thoughts. Qi Jin was currently too preoccupied to care about Lu Men's report. He was fully focused on the information being relayed back on the screen. Among them, the column representing the danger level of the seawater was visibly rising at an alarming rate. The number of participants in this mission was already small, and even if they dispersed to protect the residents, it was still insufficient. Although Ronghua City was just a small city, its population was considerable. With over 100,000 residents, it was entirely possible to accommodate so many people on the starship. Yet, transporting this many people would require 2,000 soldiers, which illustrated the massive workload involved. And now, the time given by Star 161 was running out. To cope with the rising danger of the seawater, it was necessary to merge the existing teams. However, doing so would greatly reduce efficiency. Qi Jin hesitated for a moment before decisively issuing the order, merge the teams. He then saw Lu Min's message. Due to his trust in Luo Chen's abilities and his initial impression of Shen Xi, Qi Jin said nothing, merely adjusting the merged teams while inadvertently overlooking Luo Chen's team. Once again, arriving at the seabed, the residents boarded the starship in an orderly manner. Shen Xi also stepped down to join them. Now she stood within the protective shield of Ronghua City, with the raging, churning seawater just beyond the barrier. The water, almost stained red, reflected in her eyes, dark and murky. She couldn't help but feel an impulse to reach out and touch it. That was what she thought, and that was what she did. Chapter 103, Shu. Lu Min turned around, and Shen Xi had already stretched her hand out towards the protective shield. What are you doing? Shen Xi turned back, looking innocent. One of her hands was already submerged in the blood-red sea water. Her fair, slender wrist was washed by the crimson water, creating a stunning visual effect. Lu Min gasped. He thought to himself, this student is really risking it for credits. Or is she simply fearless and reckless? A sharp pain radiated from her hand. Shen Xi focused her gaze on her hand. As the water flowed over it, her skin turned pale and wrinkled. Then suddenly a piece fell off. Pieces of her wrinkled skin floated with the water, drifting away. Lu Min watched this scene, his scalp tingling. This is really too much effort, right? Looking at Shen Xi again, her expression was unpredictable, even with a hint of curiosity, completely unlike someone whose flesh was being eroded. In just a moment of distraction, when Lu Min turned back to look, Shen Xi's arm had already exposed its veins. Soon after, tiny blood vessels burst, followed by larger ones. Strands of blood seeped into the seawater, merging with the crimson waves. Shen Xi was enlightened. So this is where the color came from. She thought, no matter how intense the volcanic eruption, it shouldn't dye the seawater red. With an expressionless face, Shen Xi retracted her hand and shook it. When she turned back to look, Lu Min was still staring at her. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. Do you need something? Lu Min had a complicated expression, a bit angry. What do you mean? Don't drag us into your recklessness. Shen Xi slowly blinked, shook her head. Your wording is not quite right. She pointed at Luo Chen and then at Kuei Mu with her bloody fingers, and then said regretfully, both of these people are on my side. Even if I drag someone, it would only be you, Lu Min. As her words fell, the text drawn by her other hand was already taking effect. Shen Xi's hand was visibly healing at a rapid speed. Luo Chen noticed the commotion on her side and walked over to ask, did you discover something? This seawater can erode stellar power and flesh, and this ability is rapidly strengthening. In another hour, it will reach a level we cannot withstand. Both of them looked serious. Lu Min caught on to something. You mean you wrapped stellar power around your hand when you reached out just now? Shen Xi gave him a look that said, what else could it be? Lu Min also started to look gloomy, having no time to care about Shen Xi at this moment. Regardless, they still had to do what needed to be done. The team set off once more, the starship packed full. After Shen Xi and the others boarded, they poured out all their stellar power to wrap around the starship, and then set off. Outside, the seawater surged and raged, and amid the blood red, there were only star shuttles that seemed like green boats, steadfastly navigating towards their destination despite the storm. After making 3 trips like this, the corrosiveness of the seawater had multiplied several times over. The blood color became more glaring, and the area covered by the protective shield of Ronghua City continued to shrink, now only the size of square. At this moment, Shen Xi and their arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention in the square. People's eyes lit up, staring fixedly at the star shuttles of Shen Xi and the others. The ongoing panic tortured everyone's minds, and now they were willing to do anything for a chance at survival. Someone pushed Luo Chen. The rest followed suit, rushing forward in an attempt to seize the star shuttles. Women, children, and the elderly were scattered and knocked down, some even stepped on by unknown individuals, turning the scene chaotic. The veins on Shen Xi's forehead twitched. Enough! Her angry shout rang out, and her stellar power surged, toppling those who were trampling others. The scene fell silent instantly. Shen Xi held a ball of stellar power, her expression cold. Now go back to your places, or else. The threat was palpable. Everyone looked at the stellar power in her palm. Should they gamble on whether she would act? Hesitation filled the air. Suddenly, Shuwen dared to act. Someone shouted, and the already controlled scene fell into chaos once more. It became even more chaotic. People recklessly attacked Shen Xi and her companions, especially the three men, Luo Chen, Kuei Mu, and Lu Min, who were being beaten quite badly. Shen Xi was relatively quick on her feet. On one hand, as a girl, she was afraid of provoking the soldiers' resentment, so she didn't strike back much. On the other hand, given her identity as a military academy student, she indeed couldn't take the initiative to strike ordinary civilians. Shen Xi's frustration and anger surged. She first used her stellar power to protect those who were knocked down. Then she coldly watched as those people seized the star shuttles. No! Luo Chen's voice was drowned out by the enormous noise. Shen Xi had heard him, but pretended not to. In the next moment, the door of the star shuttle closed, and it started up, rushing out towards the protective shield. It's over. This was Lu Min's voice. As soon as the star shuttle left the protective shield, a thick layer was stripped away by the seawater. After just a few meters of travel, the star shuttle was already eroded down to a thin layer, and one could even vaguely see the figures inside. At this moment, it had become scrap, unable to move even a centimeter further. Everyone looked at this scene in terror. Shen Xi's expression was calm. Do you think that seizing the star shuttle means you can leave? Ha! The contempt in her voice indicated that they were being overly optimistic. The key to leaving this place was clearly these soldiers and military academy students. Everyone clearly realized this fact. However, the next moment, accusatory voices suddenly rose. Since you knew, why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you let people seize the star shuttle? Shen Xi looked at the person speaking. He was standing next to where the star shuttles were parked. Clearly, he was one of those who had actively participated in the seizure just moments ago. Now, he was turning the tables? After his accusation, voices scolding Shen Xi began to ring out. But Shen Xi suddenly raised her hand, pressed it against her bright red lips, and mysteriously whispered to Shu. Then she turned her finger outward. Everyone was shocked at once. The star shuttle was left with only a thin layer, and in the next moment, it would be completely eroded. At that time, the people inside would be exposed as well. Quick, save them! Urgent cries erupted from the crowd. Outside, those who had seized the star shuttle also cast pleading glances. At this moment, Luo Chen pushed people aside and walked straight out. Hey! Shen Xi rushed to catch up, grabbing him. Frowning, she said, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Min added, Yeah, the seawater's corrosiveness is too strong. Going out now is just suicide, right? To be honest, Lu Min had been feeling a lot of pent-up frustration since the crowd had violently attacked them without reason, and they weren't allowed to retaliate. Now, watching those people, he felt shamefully that they deserved their fate. Surprisingly, Shen Xi's actions aligned with his thoughts. However, the next moment, Lu Min saw Shen Xi suddenly run forward. The direction was towards the protective shield. Hey, what is wrong with you? Chapter 104, The Rebel. Shen Xi wouldn't be trying to save someone, would she? Lu Min's eyes widened. At this moment, Shen Xi had already reached the edge of the protective shield. A rich starlight enveloped her, nearly obscuring her entire being. This humanoid, star-like entity directly dove into the blood-red seawater. The waves surged, yet she moved like a nimble fish. With incredible speed, before the star shuttle was completely annihilated, her fingers touched it. Immediately, an even denser stellar power erupted, enveloping the entire star shuttle. Shen Xi, Luo Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he lunged forward. Luo Min immediately reacted and hugged him. You can't go. On the other side, Kuei Mu was even faster, just as one of his feet was about to step out. Shen Xi's calm voice suddenly rang out. Don't come out. Shen Xi layered herself with star power and literary power, and on the way she had just rushed over. She added a lot of amplifications. Although many things were blurred in front of her now, it did not affect her line of sight. She looked at the huge object in front of her, repositioned the star shuttle, and as she moved, the light around her became visibly thinner. After determining her position, she increased the output of star power in her hand to push the star shuttle back. She even glanced at Kuei Mu and saw that he was indeed obediently waiting at the edge. Her lips couldn't help but gently lift. "Let go of me." Luo Chun punched Luo Min away and turned to run to the edge of the protective shield. Kuei Mu timely reached out to stop his intention to move forward. "What do you mean?" Luo Chun frowned. Kuei Mu pursed her lips, her eyes equally filled with anxiety and worry. "She wouldn't want you to go out." Luo Chun tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. He certainly couldn't treat Kuei Mu the same way he treated Luo Min. He was extremely frustrated. This wolf listened to Shen Xi too well. Didn't he think about what the situation was now? "No matter what you want to say, I won't listen. I only listen to Shen Xi's orders." Kuei Mu spoke quickly, both persuading Luo Chun and convincing herself. Meanwhile, in the sea, Shen Xi was pushing the star shuttle closer. However, to provide enough star power for the star shuttle for protection and movement, the power used on herself would correspondingly decrease. Although Shen Xi had some confidence before making this decision, at this moment, being in the water still made her feel a headache. Her complexion quickly became pale. The layer of star power also dissipated, followed by the layer of literary power. The literary power layer could withstand for a longer time. But whether it was because the sea regarded Shen Xi's actions as provocation, or because it was excited to finally see new flesh, the seabed stirred up turbulent currents. Blood-red water forcefully washed against Shen Xi and her star power layer. Shen Xi had to expend more star power to prevent herself from drifting along with the current. Since she was behind the star shuttle, everyone could only see the star shuttle approaching, but couldn't see Shen Xi's situation at that moment. The girl was like a kite with a broken string, being wrapped by the current. In the murky water, only she emitted a shimmering and warm light, like a flickering hope in a foreboding situation. Soon, only a thin layer of star power remained on Shen Xi's body. Fortunately, the other end of the star shuttle had already entered the barrier. Without Shen Xi needing to explain, Luo Chun and Kuei Mu had already taken action, star power surging, trying to pull the star shuttle in. "What are you standing there for? Come help." Luo Chun gritted his teeth, reminding the still dazed Luo Min. Luo Min instantly came to his senses, as if awakening from a dream, and confusedly came over, extending his hand. Fortunately, his mental confusion did not affect his use of star power. Luo Chun let out a sigh of relief. Shen Xi sensed that there was suddenly less pressure in front of her and understood what Luo Chun and the others were doing inside. But the next moment, she couldn't smile anymore. The last layer of star power protection on Shen Xi finally dissipated. Countless seawater rushed towards her body. Fine, sharp. An intense pain came from all over her body. Her hand, which was pressed against the star shuttle, loosened, and the output of star power fluctuated. Then she heard a voice near her ear. "You come in first. We'll handle the star shuttle." It was Luo Chen's voice, vaguely containing some anger. Shen Xi quickly moved her fingers to add a healing effect to herself. After the healing effect took place, she indeed felt much better. Heavily exhaling, a stream of blood-red bubbles rose. The skin exposed on her body was simultaneously breaking apart and healing. More blood continuously oozed from her body, only to be carried away by the seawater. When Shen Xi emerged from behind the star shuttle, everyone gasped. It was hard to say whether the person in front of them could still be considered human. Her exposed skin revealed blood vessels and flesh, the blood vessels bursting, blood gushing out, strands of flesh being washed away by the water. However, she seemed to possess an extremely strong self-healing ability. The exposed flesh was just washed over, and the blood vessels closed up. The clean and fair skin would cover it in the next moment, because different parts progressed at different rates. Shen Xi now had alternating clean, fair skin, and exposed bright red flesh. This gave the ordinary people present a shocking visual impact. The three in front of the star shuttle naturally sensed Shen Xi's condition first. Even the star power being output fluctuated, causing the people inside the star shuttle to panic and become restless. Although Shen Xi was already in this state, her speed was not slowed down. She rushed forward while adding star power protection for herself. By the time the layer of star power protection built up, Shen Xi could heal herself, and her skin quickly returned to its normal state. When she finally returned to the protective shield, she was no different from before. In fact, because her skin was all newly grown, she appeared particularly clean and fair at that moment. However, her complexion was pale to the point of having no color, and her figure swayed as if she were about to fall. Kuei-mu hurriedly retracted his star power and rushed in front of Shen Xi. His tall figure overshadowed her, and he used his mouth to nudge Shen Xi's waist, lifting her onto his back. Shen Xi was completely buried in his fluffy fur, and Kuei-mu relaxed his muscles, feeling the soft and warm touch. Shen Xi took a breath, then laughed lightly, gently patting beneath her. At this moment, Luo Chun and Luo Min had completely brought the star shuttle inside. Shen Xi looked up and met Luo Chen's worried and disapproving gaze through what seemed like a thicket of reeds. Then she slowly blinked and whispered, "I'm fine. I have control." The effect of the text she wrote on herself was the best, whether it was amplification or defense. So rather than letting Luo Chun or Kuei-mu go out to rescue someone, she was naturally more suitable for the task. The people on the star shuttle had gradually come down. They looked sullen, but also felt that the star people were justified in helping them. At this moment, an odd psychology emerged, and they began to blame Shen Xi and the others. "You all knew that taking the star shuttle was useless. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why scare us?" This strange logic almost made Luo Chun laugh in anger. Thinking about what Shen Xi had just sacrificed for these people, his anger grew even more, and his cold eyes locked onto the shameless person who had spoken. "What do you mean by that?" A person who had long been immersed in the battlefield found that the shameless person could not withstand his gaze, and his eyes darted around. Yet he shouted blusterously, "What do you want? Violent law enforcement? The laws of the star system are strict. Soldiers must not harm ordinary citizens. They even have to protect the citizens." It seemed that he had found a backing, and his chest involuntarily puffed up a little. "It is your duty to protect us. But just now, you watched us go to our deaths without saying a word." He pointed at Shen Xi, Luo Chun, Kuei-mu, and Luo Min one by one, his voice firm. "You have long violated the military regulations." TSK. Shen Xi lay on Kuei-mu's back, and if she weren't so weak at the moment, she really wanted to get down and punch someone. Rescuing people and punching people were not mutually exclusive. Over there, Luo Chun sneered after hearing the shameless person's accusations. Then he quickly walked toward the man, saying as he walked, "In times of war, inciting people's hearts with words, creating chaos, and hindering soldiers from completing their tasks is regarded as a rebel of the Shuwen star system, and rebels should be killed." By the time he finished speaking, he was already standing in front of the shameless person. The rogue's face turned pale under the immense pressure from Luo Chun, unable to move and only trembling in his legs. According to the laws of the galaxy, soldiers or military academy students are not allowed to use star power against ordinary people. That's why Luo Chun didn't fight back when they first tried to rob the star shuttle. The attacks from these ordinary people had little effect on him. Therefore, this also gave those ordinary people the illusion that they were easily bullied. For the sake of order and stability, the law clearly states that officers and above can execute them directly. Coincidentally, Luo Chun was indeed an officer. He raised his hand, and star power surged forth, striking the rogue. In the next moment, blood gushed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and he collapsed with a loud thud. The people around him quickly stepped back, as if he were some kind of cursed object, fearing to be tainted even slightly. The world instantly felt like it had been muted. She felt a sense of relief. Now, no one dared to speak up. Several team members huddled together to discuss their next plan, while Shen Xi, still not fully recovered, lay on Kuei-mu's back, feeling completely drained. Luo Chun was speaking. Kuei-mu had no particular thoughts. Lu Min glanced at her once, then again. Shen Xi yawned and noticed Lu Min's gaze again. She wondered what was wrong with this person, still fixated on her at such a time. The star shuttle was broken, though it didn't matter much whether they had one or not. Even if they took the star shuttle, they wouldn't safely return ashore. Although somewhat disheartened, that was the reality. After discussing for a while, they found no good solutions. First of all, the star shuttle was gone, So protecting the star citizens could be set aside. It was already very difficult to protect themselves. Secondly, the rescue information had already been sent out. Although the star network hadn't collapsed yet, it was unlikely that Xi would have any better solutions. They were trapped here. Given the rate of seawater erosion, it was uncertain how long the city's protective shield could hold. It was very likely that before external forces like Li Jun and Shen Xi could think of a solution, the shield would fail. At that time, they would all perish together. Chapter 105. Selfishness, but no matter what, accepting fate like this was not their style. Luo Chun put away the star ring and stood up. I'll go check the situation at the government building first. The star government building was located just behind this square. At this moment, the staff of the star government were all trying their best to maintain the protective shield. As Luo Chun left, he pulled along the dazed Lu Men. Once they were gone, only Shen Xi and Kuei Mu remained in the square. The people in the square occasionally glanced over, with unknown thoughts in their minds. Outside the protective shield, the seawater surged violently, crashing against the shield. The crimson water was filled with ominousness and brutality, and just looking at it made one feel heavy-hearted. Moreover, the star shuttle was now scrapped. Everyone present understood that they were likely just waiting to die. A sorrowful and desperate atmosphere enveloped the square, and muffled cries began to rise. Shen Xi listened for a while, her gaze falling on the numb and despairing faces. After pondering for a moment, she pushed herself up from Kuei Mu's back. Let us also go to the star government building. With that, Shen Xi nimbly jumped down and walked straight ahead. Kuei Mu transformed back into human form behind her and hurried to catch up. Is there anything I can help with? When Shen Xi approached, Luo Chun and Lu Men were seated before a machine, outputting star power. This machine was several stories high and was placed in the center of the building. Each floor had many corresponding openings. Each opening could be used to supply energy to the protective shield. Luo Chun and Lu Men were inputting star power through one of the openings on a layer. This star power could be converted by the machine into the energy needed for the protective shield. The conversion efficiency of the star power was very high, almost reaching 1000%. This was because as the highest source of power in the Shuwen galaxy, the energy contained in the star power was very pure. However, there was another type of power that surpassed star power, literary power. Theoretically, that was the case. But the conversion efficiency of the characters fed into the machine was not very high, even lower than that of some rare minerals. Shen Xi observed for a while and noticed that, although the government staff were writing furiously and tossing their work into the conversion openings without blinking, the final conversion rates were disappointing. At this time, everyone was too busy to pay attention to her. After thinking for a moment, Shen Xi found an opening and tossed in the characters she had brought in her star ring space. The machine shut with a clang, and faint sounds came from inside. Not long after, the conversion rate was revealed. Shen Xi fell into deep thought instead. But now was not the time for overthinking. She called Luo Chun over to write characters. Energy flowed continuously, supplying the protective shield outside. For a moment, the protective shield, which had been retracting, slowed its movement. After waiting for another hour, it became clear that there were no effective rescue methods from Qi Jin's side. Now, they could only stall and place their hopes on the external forces of Li Jun and Shen Xi. However, in reality, Li Jun and Shen Xi were also in a dilemma. Upon discovering the incident on Star 161, Shen Xi first contacted Tang Ming. It was from Tang Ming that he learned about the current situation on Star 161. Starfall. This was the term that emerged from the Shuwen clan. They were already aware of this matter. Tang Ming slowly and steadily spoke. Shen Xi breathed a slight sigh of relief, barely noticeable. Noticing the change in his expression, Tang Ming's eyes flashed with compassion, and his tone took on a heavy note. But don't have overly optimistic thoughts. This is their original wording. Shen Xi was taken aback, a bit confused. Didn't they say they had already taken action? Perhaps you should have heard some comments. As the number of resonators decreases, their power is also significantly weakening. Chen Yu understood. You just didn't expect that the situation on Star 161 was so severe. Tang Ming's voice continued. It's the insect race. Their infiltration on Star 161 has succeeded. This battle we have utterly lost. His gaze sharpened suddenly, a chilling light in his eyes. But we cannot afford to lose again. Shen Xi was taken aback, realizing what Tang Ming meant. Is star 161 abandoned? However, Tang Ming shook his head. Not abandoned, but there is no possibility of success either. The power is still insufficient. They need more power. Shen Xi stared at Tang Ming for a long time, his throat moving slightly. Shen Xi is there. In a light screen, Tang Ming's expression froze slightly. I know. The military training's third stop of the military academy is right there. Originally, everyone thought this was a certain victory. The military academy students were just sent over for some exposure. Shen Xi remained silent for a long time. He began to regret. If Shen Xi were currently in a military academy, she would go to star 161. But she shouldn't have entered a military academy in the first place. After a long while, he finally regained his voice. I understand. The communication ended. Another hour passed. According to the current time, it was already nighttime on star 161. However, at this moment, the massive magma spewing from the seabed dyed the sky red, and fine lightning surged through the dark, low clouds. They merged, and transformed into a massive bolt of lightning that struck down, almost tearing apart the sky and the sea surface. Black rain continued to fall. On the Star Network, discussions about the events on star 161 were constantly brewing and spreading in forums. Below were countless prayers directed at the Shuwen clan. In fact, the Shuwen clan could hear these prayers. Lin Yi pouted, stepped out, and, in the next moment, his figure appeared in the energy supply building of the protective shield of star 161's government. Perhaps you need my help now. A voice suddenly rang in his ears, melodious like a piece of classical music, yet carrying a hint of enchanting charm. Shen Xi turned her head, her gaze dazed. May I ask who you are? Her eyes immediately met the other person's eyes. The outer circle of his pupils shimmered with a light purple halo, and beyond that layer, a faint golden thread floated. Shen Xi paused for a moment, having some guesses about the other's identity. You can call me Lin Yi. He smiled lightly, but the emotions in his eyes were indifferent. He just felt that he should do this at the moment, rather than investing feelings and emotions. Mr. Lin Yi, Shen Xi complied. Then what do you want? Lin Yi slightly lowered his brows and slowly spoke, like the flow of a piano melody. I am here to save you. Time rewinds 2 hours back. When Shen Xi entered the water, using her powerful star force and literary power to rescue a group of people. Someone deep within the core of star 161 sensed it immediately. The agitation of the star force from his same origin and the intense pain coming from the other person caused the star force to ripple as well. He did not foresee the inability to save star 161 at first. When he arrived, the insect race had not yet destroyed the core of star 161. There was still a chance. So he directly invested himself in the process of repairing star 161. However, just a few hours ago, the insect mother suddenly entered the core of star 161, and the core was instantly destroyed. Star 161 then fell into a star collapse. At that time, due to his previous actions, he was already bound to star 161 and could not withdraw in time. He could only continue to repair until he was exhausted. And he would not die. He would only fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, he gradually realized he was just a little short of power. If his adult form had come to star 161, he would not have encountered such a situation. But dwelling on that was useless. He did not fear falling into a deep sleep again. It was just, when he sensed Shen Xi's predicament, he felt a flicker of selfishness for the first time. Chapter 106. I refused to leave. Lin Yi slightly lowered his gaze, examining the girl before him. Shen Xi seemed to understand something. Is it Xing Lin who sent you? Lin Yi remained silent, his beautiful eyes revealing no emotions. Shen Xi furrowed her brows. Is he resolving the issues on star 161? She had vaguely received news from Luo Chan that only the Shuwen clan could solve the matters on star 161. Furthermore, before they arrived, Xing Lin had already come to star 161. Yes. Shen Xi fell silent again. Lin Yi observed her for a moment and reminded her, you should come with me. Shen Xi noticed the implication in his words, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. How do you plan to take me away? She thought of something, her tones certain, through the floating realm. Right? This time, Lin Yi looked at her a bit more. Shen Xi pursed her lips, a bad thought rising in her heart. The situation on star 161 cannot be resolved, right? Choosing to retreat when lacking the ability Shen Xi did not think there was anything wrong with that. It was just, what is Xing Lin's situation now? Why are you the one looking for me? Worry surfaced in her gaze. Lin Yi actually had a hard time understanding Shen Xi's current emotions. He could understand that she was probably worried about Xing Lin's safety, but that was just a conceptual understanding. However, Lin Yi did not mind revealing the truth to her. With graceful elegance, Lin Yi sat down beside her and then slowly spoke. Not well, he is still in his juvenile form, and the power you mobilized is not enough to repair Star 161. The destruction of Star 161 is inevitable, and he himself will also fall into a deep sleep prematurely. Deep sleep. Shen Xi felt a suffocating sensation in her heart. Noticing her unusual expression, Lin Yi found it quite interesting. He felt a bit of regret, but that was just how the Shuwen clan was. Once Xing Lin fell into deep sleep and began to disband, he would not remember anything about Shen Xi when he woke up again. Lin Yi stood up and reminded Shen Xi again, "Let's go." Shen Xi, however, shook her head firmly. "No, I refuse." Lin Yi was a bit curious now. Since there was nothing to do at the moment, he sat down again, raising his chin to wait for Shen Xi's reason. Xing Lin's power is insufficient. I can provide him with literary power, right? Lin Yi curled his lips, letting out a low laugh. Although it was not mocking, it was filled with disdain. You can try, but it won't be of much use. Low-level literary power won't have much effect, and high-level literary power, the resonance of a master, usually requires resting after writing just a few characters. This would undoubtedly greatly reduce efficiency, and there was obviously no time to wait on Xing Lin's side. Shen Xi bit her lip. As long as this method is feasible. She quickly stood up and waved at Luo Chen, who was not far away. As she moved, the people around seemed to finally notice her and her companion. Casting curious glances, Luo Chen's heart stirred, his gaze involuntarily falling on Lin Yi, who was beside Shen Xi. Meeting the godlike face and beautiful eyes, Luo Chen was shocked. He quickly walked over, bowed his head respectfully towards Lin Yi. "My lord." Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Xi tugged at Luo Chen's sleeve, asking him to find her an empty room. When Luo Chen left, Shen Xi pondered for a moment, then looked back at Lin Yi. "You could transfer the literary power in my words to Xing Lin. Can others who are not here also do so? If it's written now, yes." He paused, revealing a hint of confusion. As Xing Lin's star envoy, her literary power in her words could be directly transferred to Xing Lin. There was no need for him to intervene. He drew two symbols on the paper. One represented the beginning, and the other represented the end. By drawing the symbol representing the beginning before starting to write, the literary power contained in the written text could be directly offered to him. These symbols were not difficult to draw, similar to the universal characters of the Shuwen star system. Shen Xi recognized the two characters for Xing Lin from the distorted font. She nodded and operated the star ring to send the symbols to the military students at the Military Academy and to Lu Xiu, who was far away on star 112. Briefly explaining the situation here, when Luo Chen returned, she had already given most of her instructions. Luo Chen guessed what she was planning to do and asked in passing, "Do you need my help?" Shen Xi shook her head, "No." You and Kuei Mu continue to maintain the protective shield at the energy supply device. The rest I will handle. Luo Chen frowned slightly. "I'll go ask if there are any literate people outside." Shen Xi hesitated for a moment, pointed to the two symbols on the paper, and explained how to use them. Then she went to the empty room prepared for her. Lin Yi watched her movements, speaking in a flat tone. "It's useless. Do you think there are no high-level resonators writing outside? Only specific symbols and immediate writing can achieve synchronous transmission of literary power. If the written work is already completed, aside from half-star beings, only the worshipped Shuwen clan can receive the literary power. On one hand, Xing Lin only has Shen Xi as a Shuwen clan member. On the other hand, there are not so many high-level literary works available now. After all, once high-level literary works come out, they're snatched up, and everyone has used what they can. If Star 161 is really doomed, you should leave quickly before that. After all, the other party came to save her. And Shen, she didn't want to implicate him because of herself. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. The Sherman clan was immortal and indestructible, so rather than worrying about her, he should focus on his own situation. He lowered his eyelashes, and his eyes seemed to flow with soft light, reminding her that he would take her away from Star 161 at the last moment. Shen, she responded with an taking out a brush. Since it was during military training, she hadn't prepared much paper. However, that didn't matter now. The whole room was available for her to express herself. Shen Xi knelt on the floor and began to write. She first drew the initial runes, and then, as if it were a flowing river, she wielded the brush to drop ink. Shen Xi's speed was fast, but her thoughts were very clear. The more logically rigorous or emotionally rich the sentences were, the more abundant the literary power contained within them. In the blink of an eye, a sentence was already written before her. The rich literary power emanated, causing surprise to appear in Lin Ye's beautiful eyes. At the same time Shen Xi started writing, on the starship far away on star 112, a group of people began to write just like her. Although the literary power of their writing was not very strong, it still flowed into the depths of star Lin on star 161 like a trickling stream. In a room not far from Shen Xi, Luo Chun gathered a group of resonators to join this effort. Additionally, he transmitted the news from this side to Qi Jin. And with the surviving people of star 161 negotiating, one by one, the resonators began to join in writing. However, the ordinary resonators were slow, and the literary power they could provide was limited. But after a short rest, everyone persisted in continuing to write. Shen Xi, on the other hand, had not stopped since she started. Chapter 107. It's over. She wrote poetry, books, and classics, writing about the books she had come into contact with since childhood. She wrote her insights and the case files from her scientific research. At first, Lin Yi didn't think much of it until he saw Shen Xi writing continuously for 2 hours. Lin Yi was completely shocked. A ridiculous thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Shen Xi might really succeed. So he proactively left Shen Xi's room and went to the machine that converted energy to supply the protective shield. Just when I pity you, Lin Yi murmured to himself, extending his hand, and the star power surged out, completely entering the machine. With these people, the protective shield outside wouldn't last much longer. But after Lin Yi joined, the area covered by the protective shield no longer shrank inward. The citizens hiding in the corners of the square finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chun couldn't miss the commotion, and Lin Yi didn't deliberately hide himself in front of him. Therefore, Luo Chun immediately came to Lin Ye's side. "My lord." He bowed respectfully, his expression sincere. Lin Yi glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said, "I'll handle the protective shield here. You go help her." Luo Chen's heart stirred, but his face remained expressionless as he nodded and retreated. However, he did not enter Shen Xi's room. Instead, he entered another room to start writing. Although the literary power he could provide was not much at this moment, in their hearts, even a little bit of literary power might change the current situation. While providing energy to the protective shield, Lin Yi also divided his attention to focus on Shen Xi's situation inside the room. She seemed to have entered a state of forgetting herself, her wrist constantly moving, writing one character after another. Yet in Lin Ye's eyes, her literary power never diminished with the passage of time. Instead, it became increasingly rich. In the blink of an eye, 5 more hours passed. Lin Yi frowned. In the next moment, his figure appeared behind Shen Xi. The floor of the room was already filled with dense characters. "You have been writing for a long time. You need to rest," Lin Yi said, standing beside Shen Xi, staring at her face. "I don't need to. I'm not tired," she replied, and as she spoke, more characters fell from her brush. Lin Yi, he watched her for a moment, and seeing that Shen Xi showed little sign of fatigue, he left the room. Outside, the rushing current seemed to have calmed down. The endless night rain had unknowingly stopped. On the star network, people were running to spread the news, and the prayers below built layers upon layers. But the military students still hadn't stopped. With not much to write about, they copied the books Shen Xi provided. They wrote over and over again, as if gaining a deeper understanding of the content. The indigenous people on star 161 also did not stop, always immersing themselves in writing as soon as they regained their spirits. Gradually, the underground temperature dropped, and the spewing magma began to solidify. The cracked ground was covered with crimson rocks, and the blood-colored seawater surged in. The water flowed rapidly, creating a magnificent waterfall. It seemed that the situation was improving. Receiving changes from various places, Qi Jin murmured to himself. In fact, he had already received news from Li Zhan. learning that the situation on star 161 was most likely unsolvable. But now, this situation gave rise to a glimmer of hope in his originally deadened heart. After some thought, Qi Jin sent a copy of the situation here to Li Zhan. The thick clouds had unknowingly dispersed, and the night sky was dark and quiet. Only the high and distant endless darkness. Yet it gave a sense of tranquility at this moment. Under the night sky was the slowly surging sea surface. The blood-colored seawater gradually faded, and the seawater flowing into the cracks in the ground seemed to have no direction. But now it appeared that everything was indeed moving in a good direction. The night deepened. Qi Jin glanced at the time on the star ring. There were 2 hours left until dawn on star 161. However, now, due to star 161's self-imposed isolation, no stars could be seen in the sky. Even the brilliance of stars would not fall on star 161. Under the sea, even without Lin Yi providing energy, the protective shield had not shrunk in area anymore. The corrosiveness of the seawater was weakening. The color of the surging water outside gradually lightened. It was hard to say when it happened. By the time people noticed, it had already become this way. Moreover, as the seawater flowed, the colors seemed to be getting lighter. Lin Yi returned to Shen Xi's room again. He released star power, creating a swirling staircase of star power along the walls from top to bottom. Shen Xi was now standing on the staircase, writing furiously. Her originally clear eyes were now bloodshot. She bit her lips slightly, but her hands never stopped moving. The prolonged tension had stretched her nerves to a nearly transparent string. I can't stop. At this moment, Lin Yi was no longer amazed by her abilities. Instead, a bit of worry arose, although such emotions seemed inappropriate for him. After staying in Shen Xi's writing room for too long, he seemed to be infected by her current emotions. 1 hour left until dawn. Under the heavy darkness of night, the ominous red color of the sea had completely faded, revealing deep ink tones that almost merged with the night. A sea breeze rolled in from a sea surface, gentle yet powerful, as the seawater gently collided, producing a dull sound. At this moment, people hiding in various places on star 161 could not help but step out. The night wind brought a chilling breath, unique to star 161. The temperature had dropped. After the cheers subsided, the chill settled on their cheeks. Some people looked up at the night sky. In the pitch-black night sky, it was hard to distinguish anything. They could only feel the coolness falling like a blanket. Did it start to snow? Someone murmured. The snow seemed to be getting heavier, with a thick layer already settled on the shoulders and heads of those standing outside. The falling temperature took away their body heat. Everyone silently adjusted their clothes, none of them leaving. Almost in the same posture, they reached out to catch the falling snow. The countdown to dawn is 10 minutes. Shen Xi's fingers are almost convulsing, having written tirelessly for so long that she hasn't even changed her posture. At this moment, she supports her right wrist with her left hand, focusing intently on what lies ahead. Perseverance has become the only thing to do at this moment. The countdown to dawn is 5 minutes. A faint glimmer seems to tint the horizon. Billions of star citizens look up simultaneously. The vast sky is shrouded in gray mist, beneath which snowflakes continue to swirl. Clusters of crystalline snowflakes fall in a dazzling embrace. That faint glimmer grows brighter. Just then, at the bottom of the sea, Linie grabs Shan Jusidist. It's over. As the words of the divine fall, a beam of gold pierces the darkness and descends straight down at the edge of the sky by the shore. Beneath the golden light are snowflakes stained the same golden hue. They fall bathed in golden light, embodying the dawn of hope, making one unable to resist pilgrimage. The golden glow spreads wider and wider, covering the indigo sea with vast expanses of gold, while the people on the shore bask in the morning light. Unable to help but bow down in worship. Did Xing Lin succeed? Panic is written all over Shen Xi's big eyes. Lin Yi looks at her for a while, curiosity inevitably rising. Your emotions are very full, so full that it leaves him at a loss. I wonder if everyone is like this. Chapter 108. Tsunami, do you want to see him? His tone inexplicably carried a hint of joy. Shen Xi's eyes instantly brightened, like they were filled with stars. Yes. Her answer did not surprise him at all. Lin Yi released Shen Xi's hand, only using a strand of starlight to wrap around her wrist, leading her forward. After taking a step, The room in the center of Ronghua City was no longer in sight. They seemed to be walking through a cave. Shen Xi curiously observed the surroundings. The soil at the cave's edge was moist, apparently having formed not long ago. The cave was quite spacious, just enough for them to walk through, but it was not dark inside. Lin Ye's starlight illuminated the entire cave. As her gaze shifted, the space ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a corner of brown-green fabric. She paused and hurried over. It was Xing Lin. He lay on the ground, face pale, lips light, his whole being weak like a star on the verge of extinguishing. Shen Xi's breath hitched. Xing Lin. She rushed over and embraced him. Xing Lin's eyes were tightly closed, his breathing weak. No matter how she called out to him, there was no response. Shen Xi anxiously looked towards Lin Yi, who was slowly approaching. He seemed not to be in a hurry at all, as if he did not care about Xing Lin's safety. This made Shen Xi feel a bit irritable. She felt a gaze descend and sweep over the person in her arms. Then a soft voice spoke. "He is fine, just exhausted of power." So that's the case. Shen Xi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze returning to Xing Lin. She adjusted Xing Lin's position and took out paper and pen again. "You're going to write?" She could hear the astonishment in Lin Ye's tone. Yes. She did not deny it. She wanted to give Xing Lin enough energy. In the next moment, the paper was spread out, and Shen Xi ground the ink and began to write, her movements fluid and her expression serious. She didn't know how long it had been when a long hand suddenly grasped the hand holding the pen. Shen Xi could feel the warmth and dryness of the palm, as well as the breath that surged near her ear. She turned to look, meeting those earnest and focused light golden eyes. The warm fingertip gently brushed over the corner of her eye, touching and then parting, followed by a sigh. It sounded like helplessness mixed with endless compromise. "I can wake up by myself." The implication was that Shen Xi didn't need to continue exhausting her energy to write at that moment. It's not the same. Shen Xi raised the corners of her mouth, the joy in her heart slowly spreading. However, she did not continue writing. She retracted the pen, and he also released her hand. Shen Xi carefully scrutinized his expression. The pale face had a hint of flush, like someone who had drunk too much, and the light golden eyes shimmered with points of starlight. Perhaps he was also very happy inside. Shen Xi felt relieved. Unable to help herself, she yawned, the tension in her heart loosening, fatigue flooding in at once. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes as she slowly blinked. Xing Lin reached out to her. "I'll take you to the floating realm to rest for a while." Shen Xi's gaze fell on his face. Xing Lin's expression was sincere and serious, and his tone carried a hint of pleading. Clearly, a deity inviting a believer to their homeland should be a kind of benevolent offering. It was definitely not a lowering of status to plead and invite. She shifted her gaze to his palm and without much hesitation placed her hand on it. Drowsiness enveloped her, thoughts slowed, and she felt him hold her hand. He looked like a youth, yet his hand was much larger than hers. In her dazed state, a question popped into her mind. Does one need to hold hands to enter the floating realm? It seemed unnecessary when Lin Yi brought her here earlier. As the thought flashed, the surrounding environment changed. They were now at the top of the sacrificial tower, where a bed was placed at the end of the stairs, starlight cascading around it, and the bedding was soft and fluffy. After lying down, looking up, the starry river reflected in her eyes. It was dreamy. Shen Xi was truly tired. Without the time to think too much, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Xing Lin sat down at the head of the bed, sometimes focusing intently on Shen Xi, and at other times casting his gaze to check on the situation on star 161. When the first rays of dawn fell on star 161, when people bathed in the golden glow, they knew the problems on star 161 had been resolved. Countless people wept with joy, and countless prayers echoed through the sacrificial tower to Xing Lin's ears. He lowered his gaze for a moment, watching people return to the seabed after confirming their safety, watching city officials organize people to rebuild their homes. He saw star 161 begin to flourish again. Then his gaze shifted back to Ronghua City, to the little house where Shen Xi had spent the night. The little house filled with words. His gaze lingered on it, unable to tear away. The surging emotions were comparable to a tsunami, a more intense feeling than any before, no longer suppressed by its owner, unconsciously released. It was like a waterfall of rushing currents, crashing down with a thunderous sound, like the beating of drums. Because he was always concerned about the matters on star 161, Shen Xi did not rest long before waking up. Her gaze touched the swirling star clouds on the tent's ceiling, and she momentarily felt confused. Where is this? As her gaze shifted again, she saw the young man sitting on the ground, deep in thought. The golden glow fell on his face, adding a sacred aura to him. Xing Lin seemed like a deity. Shen Xi stared in a daze, momentarily forgetting to react. It felt as if she had suddenly fallen into a vacuum, with only the sound of her heartbeat echoing. Like a tsunami, it swept in from afar, gradually becoming clearer, a deafening roar, until the person by the bed suddenly turned, raised his eyes, and met her gentle gaze. Shen Xi abruptly pulled away from that state, feeling as if she were floating in the clouds. She awkwardly averted her gaze and slowly propped herself up. How did I get here? As her gaze turned to the surrounding furnishings, her memories seemed to revive bit by bit. Without needing Xing Lin to answer, she already had the answer. I should go back, right? She avoided Xing Lin's gaze and lowered her head to open the star ring. Kuei Mu's message popped up first. Then it was Luo Chen's message. Even Lu Min had sent one. Shen Xi replied one by one, and after learning that they had returned to the shore, she also prepared to get up. Xing Lin nodded, agreeing with her words, I'll take you out. Shen Xi turned her gaze, seeing that he had once again extended his hand. It was fair, clean, and slender, with just the right amount of veins visible, the muscles in his arm slightly tensed, just like his lips, which were slightly pursed at that moment. Shen Xi hesitated for a moment before placing her hand in his. Out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to catch a glimpse of him quietly smiling, and points of fragmented light flickered in his light golden eyes. He is happy. Such a thought suddenly emerged in Shen Xi's heart, making her feel startled. Bringing someone in and out of the floating realm was not difficult for Xing Lin. The two landed in a secluded corner of star 161. As soon as they touched the cold, frozen ground, Shen Xi found herself staring into a pair of big, watery eyes. Chapter 109. Destroying one's future, it was a snow beast cub. Its fluffy fur gently swayed with the wind, and its big, teary eyes looked at Shen Xi with a confused curiosity. A small pink round nose adorned its white, round face. In that instant, Shen Xi's heart was struck. She couldn't help but reach out her fingers toward the adorable little creature. The snow beast's mother was already gone. Xing Lin's voice sounded beside her, and Shen Xi snapped back to reality, her heart tightening. The snow beast, deprived of its mother's protection, would have an uncertain fate. Shen Xi turned to look at Xing Lin. Though there were no words exchanged, his eyes clearly expressed hope. Without hesitation, Xing Lin assured her, don't worry. I have a way. He marked a coordinate and led Shen Xi to the camp, promising to bring her back to see it tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the camp. Xing Lin naturally couldn't go in, so the two parted ways at the entrance. The camp was bustling with military academy students and soldiers coming and going, and with the events on star 161 coming to a close, everyone seemed to relax. As Shen Xi walked through, she saw smiles on every face, as bright as the clear sky above. Shen Xi, the cheerful atmosphere suddenly froze. A voice, filled with suppressed anger, rang out. Shen Xi turned to see Chen Yi striding toward her, his face taut and his hand raised high. She looked up to meet his gaze, which slowly moved to his broad palm. At this angle, it was clear he was aiming for her face. A nonchalant smile appeared on her lips as she noticed Chen Yi's movement pause in midair for a moment before he slowly lowered it. I will handle your withdrawal procedures. Go back to star 112 immediately, he stated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Shen Xi slightly furrowed her brows, her first thought being how Chen Yi had come here. Her second thought was that he seemed to be going mad again. She took a half step back, maintaining a polite distance. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're saying. Chen Yi frowned impatiently, suppressing his anger, his voice booming. This is a notification, not a discussion. You don't need to understand. You just need to comply. Shen Xi met his gaze again, paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly, as if finding it amusing. Mr. Chen, what identity are you notifying me with? The leader of the 13th Army? I'm sorry, but even as the leader, your reach doesn't extend to the military academy, does it? Shen Yi's expression darkened. Shen Xi, unafraid, even smiled at the corners of her eyes, continuing, "Perhaps I should remind you that I am an adult over 18, a legal person with rights. Why should you make decisions for me?" After her words, Shen Yi's face turned increasingly pale, and Shen Xi could clearly see it, but she didn't care. The onlookers were astonished. A military academy student dared to speak back to the highest leader of the military district. Such bravery was not common. Among the crowd, Qi Jin strained to listen, nudging Luo Chen's side and whispering, "What does this mean? What's the relationship between Commander Chen and this girl?" Luo Chen's expression was neutral, but the worry in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. As the two faced off, Shen Xi noticed that Shen Yi was suppressing his anger. She herself was still furious and didn't want to give him any favorable expressions. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "May I ask what crime my student has committed to provoke you, General Chen, in a wanting to ruin her future?" Li Zhen spoke slowly, his tone filled with sarcasm. He walked a few steps closer to Chen Yi, then turned his gaze to Shen Xi, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Shen Xi, come here." Shen Xi found his tone reminiscent of calling a puppy, but she obediently walked over and stood beside Li Zhen. Seeing this, Chen Yi's expression worsened, a sense of panic washing over him as he realized the situation had spiraled out of control, igniting a greater fury within him. "General Chen, I have Shen Xi's file. I will not approve her withdrawal application," Li Zhen declared. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, warning in his tone, "Li, Shen Xi's future is not here. Li Zhen smilat. Where Shen Xi's future lies is for her to decide. I'll allow her to leave when she says her future is not here." It was clear that Shen Xi was not inclined to accept Shen Yi's decision. Shen Xi met Li Zhen's gaze, where a faint worry flickered in his eyes. The next moment, Li Zhen's tone grew stern. "Perhaps General Chen is used to commanding subordinates and has forgotten what respect means. I suggest you go back and learn it." His tone suddenly turned regretful. "But I forgot, General Chen, your parents passed away early, and the only one who could be considered a brother and father figure has also gone missing. It seems no one can teach you." Brother and father figure? Shen Xi's heart stirred as she noticed a flicker of annoyance on Shen Yi's face. "However, even though Dean Tang is busy, if you have such needs, I'm sure he would make time to accommodate you, right?" Shen Yi's eyes turned sharp as he glared at Li Zhen. "Enough." His tone was heavy with anger. Li Zhen chuckled lightly, unfazed as he continued his verbal assault. "Did I say something wrong? You know better than I do why Shen Xi didn't get into the military academy." This openly accused Chen Yi of being behind Shen Xi's rejection, something only those in the know understood. But stating it plainly under the sun was a direct slap in Shen Yi's face. Chen Yi swayed slightly, involuntarily shifting his gaze to Shen Xi. Noticing this, Shen Xi found it amusing. Did Chen Yi really think he was unaware of the truth? Seeing Shen Xi's calm demeanor, Chen Yi's hand trembled slightly. Li Zhen led Shen Xi away, leaving Chen Yi standing there, his gaze lingering on their retreating figures for a long time, revealing a somewhat pitiful aspect. "What the hell is going on?" Qi Jin clutched Luo Chen's arm tightly, his mind in a state of chaos. Luo Chen forcefully pulled his hand away, shooting him a glare before turning to leave. After a moment, he stopped and turned back, seeing Qi Jin's bewildered expression. He scoffed. "Shen Xi, the first disciple of Marshal Li, will be your senior sister in the future. Of course, if you can't get into Marshal Li's faction, forget I said anything." The sarcasm was thick in his tone. Qi Jin gritted his teeth, glaring up defiantly. "Who says I can't get in to this?" Luo Chen merely let out an ambiguous snort. "Damn it, what should I do to knock this guy down a peg?" Shen Xi followed Li Zhen toward the office building when a voice suddenly rang out above her head. "Are you feeling a bit happier?" Shen Xi shook her head, her tone thoughtful. "Not as happy as I imagined." Li Zhen shook his head. "You don't need to overthink it. He made those decisions out of good intentions. But you don't have to listen to him." Chapter 110. Promoting learning. Shen Xi furrowed her brows slightly, realizing that Li Zhen seemed to know some inside information. She couldn't help but study his expression seriously. Li Zhen met her gaze, his demeanor open and frank. After a moment, he even took the initiative to ask if she wanted to hear about his speculations regarding him. Although he couldn't say how accurate his guesses about Chani were, He felt he had about 50 to 60% certainty. Shen Xi, however, shifted her gaze and shook her finger, her tone devoid of emotion, saying it was better not to, as any reason he might have was not a justification for him to dictate her life. Her life was firmly in her own hands. Let me be happy a little longer. Li Zhan chuckled, as if he had already guessed Shen Xi's decision. Regarding the matter of Ronghua City, Luo Chan had already sent me the report. You did well, but you must also pay attention to your own safety in the future. Li Zhen spoke gently, and Shen Xi could tell that he was genuinely satisfied and concerned for his student. However, she still had something to argue about regarding her lack of attention to her own safety. I have weighed the pros and cons. This is not reckless bravery. The suffering of Star 161 is imminent, and my friends are all working hard for it. How can I leave alone and be a coward? Seeing the look of satisfaction on Li Zhen's face growing stronger, overall, he was still supportive of Shen Xi. I understand that even if one cannot do something, one should not give up until the last moment. I'm very comforted that you can do all of this. I must say, Li Zhen's praise was quite appropriate. And Shen Xi's lips curled into a bright smile, her eyes radiating joy. Yes, I understand your meaning. I will be cautious in my actions from now on. After all, Luo Chen's speculation needs to be verified by Li Zhen regarding what exactly happened. After receiving the information from Shen Xi, the atmosphere between the two gradually became serious. Perhaps you have some guesses already. The sudden fall of Star 161 is closely related to the insect race, and this incident was something the Shuwen tribe claimed they could not resolve. Li Zhen's words hinted at something deeper. Shen Xi thought of the multiple planets that had been infested with insect eggs. There were others lurking in the shadows, not knowing when they would follow in the footsteps of Star 161. A chill instantly spread through her body. Li Zhen immediately decided, I will continue to send more personnel to investigate this matter. He glanced at Shen Xi, who, upon receiving his gaze, suddenly nodded seriously as if she thought of something. I will write more works. Li Zhen. Shen Xi blinked, not understanding what he meant. Ah, yes, you indeed need to write more. Shen Xi blinked again. So what were you trying to say earlier? Li Zhen cleared his throat. I meant to say that from Star 112 to Star 161. You have been involved to some extent, and in the future, this matter can involve you as well. Wow. Shen Xi's eyes lit up. Is it a task from the 11th Army? Li Zhen raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. Are we deciding on your future military district now? Of course, yes. It is the 11th Army. Her teachers were all in the 11th Army, and since entering the military academy, her teachers had given her many conveniences. With the atmosphere built up to this point, how could she not join the 11th Army? Li Zhen looked visibly happy, his brows relaxed. I will hand this matter over to Qi Jin, and he will connect with you when the time comes. Oh, Shen Xi remembered Qi Jin. His relationship with Luo Chan was rather peculiar. I heard that your writing studies are very useful. In fact, before Shen Xi returned, Li Zhen had already received verification from the military academy students. Promoting it to the 13th district, what do you think? Perhaps even to the entire Shuwen star system. Li Zhen was watching for Shen Xi's reaction. Shen Xi knew he was asking for her opinion, although he probably also knew that if she could share this method indiscriminately with every military academy student, he would mind promoting it to the military district. In fact, Shen Xi was very much in favor of it. That would be great, but directly promoting it would not be easy. Shen Xi sighed, looking quite troubled. Right now, she was just a student, and her words carried little weight. Even if she claimed it was useful, others might not believe her. Isn't Lu Min a perfect example? People's biases can lead them to firmly believe in their own views. Even if external facts shake their beliefs, they can still shrink into the narrow shell of prejudice. Deceiving themselves. Li Zhen should understand what she meant. If this matter is to be promoted, the focus is not on Shen Xi, but on Li Zhen as the authority figure and decision-maker. Li Zhen laughed heartily, starting with the military academy. I will begin, and others will follow suit. What do you think? That sounds excellent. Since Li Zhen had spoken, Shen Xi quickly packaged the teaching materials in her lecture videos and sent them over. Star 161 was entering reconstruction. Due to this sudden change, the 13th Army and the 11th Army now had reasons to send large numbers of personnel in. First, to assist in post-disaster reconstruction. Second, to investigate the specific connection between the insect race and this matter. Some things are deeply concealed by those in power. And even at Li Zhen's level, he only had some scattered guesses. They needed to determine it for themselves. Additionally, perhaps they could uncover some useful information through the traces left by the insect race on star 161. In any case, everyone was ostensibly here to help with the reconstruction of star 161. As for what ulterior motives lay beneath, that would depend on the two authorities in charge. Due to their special status, military academy students were not assigned many tasks and could take it easy. Shen Xi strolled outside the next day. Surprisingly, Qi Jin, who should have been busy, bumped into her. They exchanged glances for 3 seconds, and Shen Xi nonchalantly looked away. Qi Jin frowned and decisively followed her steps. "When did the Chancellor take you as a disciple?" His tone was stiff, and Shen Xi could even detect a hint of jealousy. Thinking of what Luo Chan had implied earlier, she suddenly understood. "You also want to join the teacher's ranks?" Qi Jin snorted arrogantly, admitting it. His tone carried a bit of unwillingness. He had worked hard for a long time, but the Chancellor had not given him a chance. Yet Shen Xi had managed to obtain it so easily. He couldn't help but be curious about what Shen Xi relied on, although he admitted she was indeed somewhat strong. Well, perhaps not just a little bit. However, he tilted his head. The Chancellor valued me more, wanting to train me first, which is why he didn't take me as a disciple early on. Although I am not yet his disciple, it doesn't mean I am not capable. Do you understand? Shen Xi nodded, her tone innocent, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "I understand, being the commander of this insect eradication mission at your age. You must be as outstanding as Luo Chun." She intentionally mentioned Luo Chun. Sure enough, the next moment, Qi Jin looked as if he had been ruffled backwards like a small animal, his fur bristling. "What are you saying? I'm not on the same level as him. You must remember," he patted his shoulder confidently, "I am much stronger than Luo Chun." The implication of his words was something Luo Chun had also mentioned. Shen Xi found it amusing and walked straight ahead. Qi Jin glanced around, crossed his arms, and asked her, "Where are you going?" "To meet a friend." Shen Xi didn't hide it. Qi Jin pondered the meaning behind her words and continued to follow her. "Luo Chun, or that military academy student beside you?" Chapter 111. Snow beasts, I don't need to leave the camp to see them. Implicitly, that means no. Qi Jin was a bit curious about Shen Xi and impulsively followed her, only to realize it was inappropriate now. So he stopped and watched Shen Xi walk away. Shen Xi followed the markings she noted yesterday. Before she got close, she heard the sounds of snow beasts playing. She was surprised and quickened her pace, only to see an adult snow beast playing in the snow with the small snow beast cub from yesterday. The cub was very lively, constantly patting snow onto the adult snow beast, which, although helpless, patiently accompanied it, its light-colored eyes filled with affection and warmth. Shen Xi was even more surprised and tilted her head to look at Xing Lin not far away, silently asking what was going on. The moment Xing Lin saw Shen Xi, the rigid curve of his lips softened instantly, and he waved to her. Shen Xi walked over and tiptoed to ask him softly, "What's going on?" as if afraid to disturb the warm and harmonious scene over there. Warm steam rose and landed on her cool skin, causing a ticklish sensation. Shen Xi noticed Xing Lin slightly turn his head, his light golden eyes shimmering like sunlight on a clear lake. His gaze was focused and deep. Shen Xi's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit awkward, and asked, "What's wrong?" Then she lowered her head to check if there was anything wrong with herself, but found nothing unusual. "It's just a machine snow beast. I extracted part of the memory from the snow beast cub, and this machine snow beast will closely resemble its mother in its memories, accompanying it through this period of its childhood. Once the snow beast matures and can hunt and survive on its own, it will leave the adult snow beast." This was Xing Lin's solution. Neither he nor Shen Xi could adopt the snow beast cub, and snow beasts were meant to live in this vast frozen land. It had its own life, and they could only accompany it for a part of the journey. Yes, after silently watching the two snow beasts play for a while, Shen Xi and Xing Lin quietly left. "I've already heard some related information. The insect tribe incident on star 161 won't be the last one. I might be a bit busy next." Xing Lin slowly spoke. "The SHWN star system is my responsibility. I can't abandon it." Shen Xi nodded as well. "My teacher told me he would investigate this matter further. If there are any clues, I will notify you first. Xing Lin nodded, slightly stopping his steps, his expression softening. I will also continue to investigate the whereabouts of your parents. Lu Hua is unwilling to reveal the truth, but that doesn't mean he can't find answers from humans. Shen Xi almost didn't react. There had been too much on her mind lately, and she had almost forgotten about this matter. It's okay. The most urgent thing right now is the matters related to the insect tribe, and Shen Xi's expression became somewhat serious. I will write more during my free time, and I won't supply Lu Xiyu for now, prioritizing you. With more strength, they would have more confidence when facing matters like those on Star 161. As they were parting, Shen Xi remembered that she had always been unable to contact Xing Lin and stopped. She was initially walking in front, and upon stopping, Xing Lin immediately noticed. He slightly lowered his head. What's wrong? He extended his hand, and the star ring appeared on his wrist. It seemed that after knowing each other for so long, they hadn't added each other as contact information. Since they met, the two had rarely been apart. Even when separated, it was only for a few days. In the upcoming situation, they each had their own affairs to attend to, so they couldn't stay together as often as before. Besides, if such matters occurred again, she thought it would be good to be able to contact Xing Lin. Xing Lin's gaze fell on her fair, slender wrist. The next moment, he opened his star ring and tapped it against Shen Xi's star ring. Starlight surrounded his star ring and, upon contact, left a faint glow on Shen Xi's wrist, gently floating as if reluctant to part. Then, let us keep in touch. In fact, he could come and go freely through the floating realm, making it easy to find Shen Xi. However, considering that Shen Xi had her own matters to attend to, Xing Lin felt he should give her more space and time. The next day, a notice for the senior officers of the 11th Army to learn writing was issued in a swift and decisive manner. Qi Jin had heard about it. Originally, he hadn't been promoted to this level yet, but thinking about Shen Xi's relationship with Luo Chun, he was worried that Luo Chun had already started learning. So he hurriedly went to find Shen Xi. Meanwhile, Shen Xi had earned a rare break due to her contributions to this matter. When Qi Jin arrived, Shen Xi was writing in her dormitory. The moment he entered, his gaze was glued to the desk and wouldn't leave. Shen Xi glanced at him, moved her body to block his view, and reminded him, I need this. It's not for sale at the moment. Qi Jin instantly became alert. Who did you sell it to? Shen Xi thought for a moment and replied honestly, besides Lu Xiyu, it would be Luo Chun and Hua Cheng. However, Hua Cheng is still busy with military training at the academy. He can wait a bit. Qi Jin was heartbroken. I knew it. Luo Chun. He got ahead of me again. Then he suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up, and his tone became softer and more flattering. Shen Xi warily pressed down on the papers on the desk. I haven't had time to write and sell recently. It won't help if you beg me. Qi Jin awkwardly smiled. Not having time to write is okay. I heard anyone can learn this, right? Can they all reach your level? Hearing this question, Shen Xi relaxed a lot and moved her hand away from the paper. They can, but how much they can learn depends on individual talent. It's well known that the SHWN star system values talent in all aspects. Therefore, Qi Jin was very accepting of this statement. He seemed intrigued then. Shen Xi understood immediately and opened her star ring, sending him all the relevant teaching materials. Upon receiving the star ring notification, Qi Jin was overjoyed, patted Shen Xi on the shoulder, and winked, brother, you're great. He bent down to organize the materials, casually asking, has Luo Chun learned it too? Shen Xi had already sat back down, re-dipping her ink, and without looking up replied, yeah, he has. Qi Jin paused, his brows furrowing. Then he huffed in discontent. Even if he started first, it doesn't mean his talent is better than mine. Just wait, I will definitely surpass him. He spoke with such conviction that Shen Xi looked at him in confusion. She didn't know what connection these two had. It was quite rare to see someone as steady as Luo Chun bickering childishly with Qi Jin like this. After tidying up, Qi Jin sat nearby watching Shen Xi write. Noticing his gaze, Shen Xi explained a few things. The afternoon passed quickly, and Qi Jin returned from Shen Xi's dormitory with a wealth of knowledge. The 11th and 13th armies still had their duties to continue on Star 161, but Shen Xi and the others could return. As one of the instructors, Luo Chun was finally let go by Chun Yi. This was when Shen Xi could finally see Luo Chun. On the day of their return, Shen Xi saw Shuwen once again. The two stood at a distance, one on the steps and one in the square. Chapter 112. Admiration. Shen Xi looked up, slightly squinting. Shen Xi stood above her, his face still expressionless, but upon closer inspection, there was disapproval and disappointment hidden between his brows and eyes. Shen Xi waited for a while, but he showed no reaction, leaving her uncertain whether he was going to give up or take further steps to stop her. The star shuttle for the return journey had already started, and she waved at him, considering he had shown concern for her several times. Then she left without looking back. After returning from Star 161 to Beishuang's house, the climates of the two places were similar, so Shen Xi and the others didn't feel out of place. After finishing morning practice and writing 3 essays, Shen Xi put down her pen and rubbed her forehead. It was still early, and suddenly having free time made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Just then, she received a message from Su Jiuyao. Yao, CC. A new immersive romance game just launched on Xinxing. Didn't you want to play it last time? Want to join me? I'll take you. Shen Xi paused her hand that was rubbing her forehead and rested her chin on her palm. She had indeed mentioned wanting to play such games before. The light from the screen reflected in Shen Xi's eyes. She thought for a moment and replied, Shen Xi, what game? The next moment, the dormitory doorbell rang. Shen Xi tapped on the star ring, and the dormitory door opened. Su Jiuyao walked in briskly. She headed straight to the study and raised her wrist. Xi, I finally managed to get a beta testing spot for this game. Shen Xi leaned in to take a look. What is it like? Su Jiuyao had already opened the promotional screen to share with Shen Xi. On the screen, people were dressed in wide-sleeved robes, sometimes wandering through vibrant markets at night, sometimes boating on clear waters, picking lotus flowers and brewing tea, exchanging lanterns and standing shoulder to shoulder with swords, youthful and spirited. Shen Xi's eyes widened slightly, clearly intrigued. Su Jiuyao assimilate, tink hachin. How about it? Pretty good. Shen Xi continued to look down, clicking to replay the video. Seeing her interest, Su Jiuyao grabbed her wrist. Let's go try it out. The two of them boarded Xinxing, and a huge advertisement for the game hung in the Xinxing Square. This immersive romance game was called Floating Dream, backed by Xinxing, and it was particularly realistic in terms of immersion. Shen Xi and Su Jiuyao logged in separately. On the other hand, the military training at the military academy had just concluded, and the buzz around the account Cheng Yuan that had caused a stir during training still lingered. Thus, those who remembered the account rushed over eagerly upon seeing Cheng Yuan. Big shot, are you here to run a dungeon again? As soon as the words were spoken, the figure in front of them suddenly disappeared. The person who asked was taken aback, spinning around in place, only to see the logo of Floating Dream where the big shot had just stood. Hiss, what does this mean? Is Floating Dream a new dungeon name? The person looked up in confusion, seeing a massive advertisement floating above the square that read, Floating Dream, the latest immersive ancient romance game on Xinxing, invites you to encounter a dreamy spring. Help! Not giving up, he also entered Floating Dream. After entering, Shen Xi didn't bother to customize her character and used Cheng Yuan's original appearance. After casually choosing an outfit, she officially started the game. As a romance game, Floating Dream fully respected players' choices, allowing them to select a love line right at the start. There were childhood friends, deep tragic love, national hatred and family enmity, mutual redemption, and mutual pursuit lines. Shen Xi pursed her lips, thinking she needed to clarify her feelings for Xing Lin and fully understand love between men and women. Therefore, she quickly clicked on all the love lines. This game had a high degree of freedom. Players were not paired with NPCs, but with randomly matched players. Theoretically, each love line would have one player paired with it. The pairing was completed quickly, loading childhood friends line. The next moment, Shen Xi's vision blurred, and when she looked up again, she found herself in a grassy field. In front of her, a boy in a green outfit was running while shaking the string of a kite. Upon noticing Shen Xi's gaze, his smile became even more radiant. Cheng Yuan, come quickly. The kite is flying. Shen Xi. She obediently followed the storyline. The boy placed a reel in her hand, and with his other hand, he held hers to guide the string. Shen Xi had no expression. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the kite swayed in midair before falling. The boy dashed forward with swift movements. Shen Xi took a moment to glance at the storyline prompt. The kite fell, and Cheng Yuan couldn't help but feel dejected. She has never done anything well since she was young. Even flying a kite is so clumsy. She wonders if Brother Zhu will dislike her. Shen Xi. She twirled her fingers, squinting her eyes to watch the boy Brother Zhu come closer to pick up the kite. Cheng Yuan, don't be sad. Let us try again. Brother Zhu's gentle voice said. Cheng Yuan quietly looked up at him, seeing that he indeed was not angry, and she felt relieved. However, she was still somewhat at a loss with the kite, so she looked pitifully at Brother Zhu. Shen Xi. Her hand decisively clicked to exit before the boy could say the next line. As long as she acted quickly, she wouldn't feel too awkward. Shen Xi exited the game as fast as she could, and then sat on the steps of Qinxing Square in a daze. She confirmed that her interactions with Xing Lin weren't that strange. So what did she feel for Xing Lin? Shen Xi furrowed her brows tightly and let out a heavy sigh. Forget it, this was fine for now. What game of play? She might as well just write. Shen Xi decisively exited Qinxing. However, at that moment, her in-game actions had already circulated. Meanwhile, a post was published in Qinxing Square. Shocking. Big Shot enters floating dream alone, possibly being pressured to marry. Children from the Shuwen system were often pressured to marry, and since immersive romance games had once solved many players' singlehood issues, these games quickly became a tool to escape marriage pressure. Given Shen Xi's series of big shot operations, she was essentially seen as someone destined to be a widow king. So no one thought she liked romance games. Thus, the conclusion that she was being pressured to marry was drawn. Didn't T expect the big shot would also be pressured to marry? Big Shot, I'm willing to have your children. The one upstairs is dreaming. Shen Xi hurriedly logged on and off, unaware that the post about her had sparked a heated discussion. After finishing her writing and stretching, she went to call Su Juyao, who was still on Qinxing. When she came back, Su Juyao had an obvious smile on her face. Upon seeing Shen Xi, she laughed even more heartily, almost rolling on the floor, holding her stomach. Shen Xi looked at her flushed cheeks, somewhat puzzled. Was Floating Dream that fun? Were she and Su Juyao playing the same game? Su Juyao waved her hand. No, this game is just okay. I was looking at your post. Saying this, Su Juyao logged back into Qinxing and forwarded the post to Shen Xi. After Shen Xi logged on and read it, she finally understood what had happened. In Qinxing Square, Su Juyao stood beside Shen Yi, patting her shoulder. Look, there are so many people admiring you. The thread calling for self-recommendations had already reached over 1,000 comments. Shen Xi didn't bother to scroll through. She just gave a quick glance, feeling somewhat confused. Why do they admire me? Chapter 113. Military Academy League. Perhaps it should be phrased differently. Why do so many people know me? Huh? Su Juyao was surprised. You actually don't know? Shen Xi opened her eyes wide. Know what? Su Juyao thought for a moment and recounted Shen Xi's sensational deeds on the Qinxing. It was only at this moment that Shen Xi realized her admission materials had already been leaked. Thinking about it this way, many things started to make sense. There were numerous private messages requesting friendship on Qinxing, and Shen Xi used some methods to reject them all at once. Her wording was polite, which only made everyone pursue her even more. These were just the consequences that followed. Once the semester officially began, Shen Xi spent a fulfilling and peaceful time. Luo Chen had already returned to the 13th Army, but the two kept in touch. From what Luo Chen hinted, Chen Yi had not given up on stopping her yet. Shen Xi had no particular thoughts about this. After all, Chen Yi was quite busy and had no time to manage her. On the other hand, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, meet them with soldiers. When water comes, cover it with earth. Shen Xi had no better way than to respond to challenges as they came. Information came from Lu Xiyu that the star pirate who was captured and sent to the 112-star prison had been taken away by Chen Yi. It was quite a coincidence. Lu Xiyu asked her opinion on the matter, but what opinion could Shen Xi have? Chen Yi's attitude was unlikely to hand over that star pirate to her. Perhaps this precisely proved that the star pirate had some clues regarding the use of awakening drugs against her. Chen Yi probably didn't want her to awaken the mark. In any case, although the current matters were a tangled mess on the surface, Shen Xi still had to do what needed to be done. She busied herself with the courses at the academy while also raising her level. Xing Lin would often come back, and the two would have a sparring session in the training room, after which he would guide Shen Xi on how to use star power. Most of the time, Shen Xi would be sparring with Mu. Sometimes she would also go on Xing to play maps, but she was accessing the military version. She almost never went on the public Xing, which made her image even more mysterious. Li Jun acted decisively, and learning to write was quickly promoted in the military academy and the 11th Army. Everyone was steadily improving their strength. Before the end of the semester, Shen Xi finally reached the second tier of the Star Realm. Since levels needed to be reported, Shen Xi went to see Li Jun. Not bad. A look of satisfaction filled Li Jun's eyes. The date for the Military Academy League has been confirmed, and the official notice will be issued tomorrow. Your individual competition strength should be no problem. As for the team competition, the first military academy is well prepared, and their overall quality will be significantly better than that of the military academy. The military academy can only say to do your best. After encouraging her a few more times, Li Jun allowed Shen Xi to leave. After the notice for the Military Academy League was issued, the military academy buzzed for a while, and then everyone's eyes turned to Shen Xi almost in unison. The individual competition would depend on individual effort. But for the team competition, everyone's eyes were filled with longing, and almost everyone wanted to team up with Shen Xi. A team competition usually consists of 7 people, and ideally, one of them should also be a support. Since Mu and Shen Xi were inseparable, they would definitely form a team. That left 4 spots. Shen Xi, I want to team up with you. Shen Xi, Shen Xi. The calls rose and fell, and Shen Xi felt quite helpless, raising her head to cast a pleading look at teacher Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming stood at the front, made a fist with his hand, and cleared his throat heavily. Maintain classroom silence. The military students instantly quieted down, and you could hear a pin drop. Lu Ming's sharp gaze swept over everyone and finally landed on Shen Xi, softening slightly. In theory, everyone could freely form teams for the team competition, but since this Military Academy League was the Military Academy's first participation to achieve better results and uphold the Military Academy's reputation, it was suggested that everyone form strong alliances. Thus, a selection competition initiated by the military students, aiming to become Shen Xi's teammate, began. They invited Lu Ming to be the coach and selected 4 students with the most outstanding qualities to fill the remaining spots. The competition was held on the military version of Xing. All participating students would enter the same map, and their performance would be judged based on the time taken to complete the map and the completion rate. The progress of all participants would be shared and projected in the hall on the first floor of the teaching building. This time, the map was set in a hospital, which Shen Xi had also completed before. In terms of difficulty, it was not very hard. However, due to the hidden tasks, some people would inevitably get stuck on the completion rate. Shen Xi bulldozed through the level, crushing everything in her path. The main task was to eliminate all remnants of the beast race. However, these remnants had buried a biochemical bomb under the hospital when they entered to hide. This bomb would detonate when everyone let their guard down and the city regained its vitality, instantly claiming half the city's lives. It was truly devastating. Shen Xi's brow furrowed. She had heard that maps on Xing were mostly based on historical events. So did they eventually find the hidden biochemical bomb in this map? Lu Ming turned his body slightly, and after a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head. No. Shen Xi's breath hitched. They hadn't found it. It was so tragic. Her gaze followed the movements of the people on the screen, as if she had crossed into that long ago time. If they had been able to find the bomb back then, but there are no ifs. These were events that had already happened, unchangeable. Now, they were being replayed here, rewritten again and again by the military students, merely serving as a vessel for the unfulfilled wishes of that time, which could never be completed. The first military student on screen finished off all the beast remnants first. He stood for a moment and chose to submit the map. Maps with hidden tasks worked like this. After completing the main task, military students could choose whether or not to continue with the hidden tasks. It was obvious this student had given up on the hidden task. Shen Xi shook her head and spoke. I apply to make the hidden task an important criterion for this assessment. Students like this, who only sought to quickly complete the map and automatically gave up exploring hidden dangers, naturally wouldn't score high in this assessment. Since it was about finding teammates for Shen Xi, Lu Ming accepted her opinion. Soon, the military students completed the map one after another. Lu Ming also quickly drew up an analysis chart of everyone's performance. Based on the analysis, the top 4 were finally identified: Chun Lai, Su Lin, and Shui, and Zhou Yi. Upon the announcement, some were happy and some were worried, while the remaining students could form teams freely. Shen Xi's team consisted of Shen Xi, Kuei Mu, Su Jiuyou, Chun Lai, Su Lin, and Shui, and Zhou Yi. The list was quickly submitted. The Military Academy League was a grand event that sent the entire Star Network into a frenzy. The entire competition would be live-streamed on the Star Network. The team competition would kick off first, followed by the individual competition, and among them, everyone preferred watching the individual competition more than the team competition. This year, due to the presence of Tang Ji, the overall heat of the competition was extremely high. It was well known that Tang Ji had an exceptionally high talent and was hailed as the best after Mingyu. Chapter 114, it is said that as soon as Tang Ji entered the first military academy, a third-year military student sought him out to form a team. This was still from Qin Ke's previous team. With this configuration, the military student's practical training could be directly utilized. However, everyone knew that third-year students were busy, and Tang Ji's teammates probably wouldn't participate in this military school league. Even so, Tang Ji could still assemble the best team in the entire first military academy. If he could outperform his second-year students and win the league championship, that would be truly impressive. As for the individual competition, almost no one doubted that Tang Ji was aiming for the championship. It was known that even some military veterans couldn't match Tang Ji's strength. While the championship seemed predetermined, the runner-up was still up for grabs. Early on, posts analyzing candidates for the runner-up began to emerge like mushrooms after rain. One post titled, "In the individual competition of the Military School League, the Military Auxiliary Academy may emerge as a dark horse," was buried among many others and went unnoticed. No one believed in the strength of the Military Auxiliary Academy. The citizens of the Star Realm were celebrating wildly, and the names mentioned were all students from the first military academy. Shen Xi finished her training and lay in the training room. Suddenly, a communication request rang out on the star ring. Covered in blood, she struggled to move her small finger and managed to write the character for recover. The request tone persisted stubbornly. Even after Shen Xi regained her composure, it continued ringing. Shen Xi had no choice but to click to accept. The light screen unfolded, and she lazily lay on the ground, her long eyelashes slightly drooping, with a few specks of blood on them. "What happened to you?" A male voice came through, somewhat startled. Shen Xi raised her gaze, her eyes cold, recognizing the person on the other side. "Qin Shen, do you need something?" She replied slowly. Qin Shen looked closely at Shen Xi, finding it hard to look directly at her. "What happened to you?" Shen Xi exhaled, explaining briefly, training, and then reminded him, "Do you need something?" Only then did Qin Shen react, sitting up properly. "It's like this. I saw you signed up for the military school league." Shen Xi quietly watched him, waiting for him to continue. Qin Shen smiled and unconsciously softened his voice. "I signed up too. I joined Tang Ji's team. What I want to tell you is that he didn't participate in military training, but he's very strong." Shen Xi responded with an "oh," her expression indifferent, showing no emotion. And then, Qin Shen sighed. "I don't know who is stronger between you and him. Just be careful." Suddenly, Shen Xi smirked, a low laugh escaping her throat. "Aren't you Tang Ji's teammate? Why are you reminding me?" Qin Shen became serious. "I'm talking about the individual competition. In the team competition, we might not even be able to compete with the second-year students, let alone you guys." Of course, he quickly emphasized, "I don't mean to look down on the Military Auxiliary Academy. It's just the reality. But in the individual competition, you and Tang Ji can still compete." On the other hand, he wanted to see the excitement. "You think highly of me?" Qin Shen raised an eyebrow. "I see your strength. After all, we've teamed up before." However, seeing Shen Xi's earnest and diligent demeanor, he became curious. "Do you train like this all the time? Wouldn't being injured affect your training results?" Shen Xi nodded, propping herself up off the ground. As she stood, the perspective of the light screen changed along with her. The girl folded her legs and looked directly at Qin Shen. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I will work hard." Her words were indeed too serious, making Qin Shen feel a bit uncomfortable. "I really hope you could defeat Tang Ji. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who can match him. After all, Tang Ji was well known, and he was undoubtedly the top student in this year's military academy. Most second-year students were not his match. However, there were many analysis posts about Tang Ji's strength circulating within the first military academy. Qin Shun was worried that Shen Xi might underestimate Tang Ji, so he came to remind her. Of course, many people hoped to defeat Tang Ji. Shen Xi was just one of them. After reminding her, he ended the communication. After the communication ended, on the other side, Kuei Mu slowly stood up. His riding strength had increased significantly, and his healing speed was also getting faster. However, compared to Shen Xi, it was still insufficient. Shen Xi's resonance level currently seemed to be at the master level. But after this period of continuous riding practice, the actual riding strength she displayed was much greater than that of a master level. For this, she speculated that the upper limit of riding strength in this world was that of a master. But her strength was not. During this time, when someone asked her, she would refer to herself as a master. After all, it didn't affect anything. However, Li Jun did not intend to spread this matter widely. So not many people knew that Shen Xi could still resonate. The team trained together for 2 months, and the teachers did not intervene. Shen Xi, as the team leader, used her own training methods. Although it looked very intimidating and was painful to experience, the actual results were quite good. The other team members' skills in using riding strength improved dramatically. Overall, everyone made significant progress. The military school league officially began. On Chenxing, the Star Network was bustling with activity. The opening ceremony was held on Chenxing, where all the military students participating in the league stood in the square, with the principal of the First Military Academy and the dean of the Military Auxiliary Academy standing together to give speeches. Voices came from all directions. Shen Xi was below, crowded among the people, looking up at the speakers in the air. The principal of the First Military Academy, Tang Ming, was also the teacher of her father, Ming Yu. Tang Ming had a stern appearance and was full of vitality, his voice deep and powerful. The people of the star system were generally older, and Tang Ming's age was actually quite prime. After watching for a while, feeling her neck a bit tired, Shen Xi lowered her head. Her pale, white hand raised to press on the back of her neck. Tang Ming and Chun Yi's speeches quickly concluded, and the league officially began. But the actual competition would not start until the next day. The team competition also adopted an elimination system, with a total of 3 rounds, each with different content. Each team needed to accumulate points, and the final victory depended on the points. After the opening ended, Shen Xi left Chenxing. Just as she returned to reality, the star ring rang. It was from Luo Chun. Shen Xi, the head of state, contacted Dean Tang. Shen Xi was still rubbing her neck when she paused at the words. She looked up, her calm eyes fixed on Luo Chun on the light screen. Is this about me again? Luo Chun nodded. Shen Xi smiled lightly. So this time, what excuse do they want to use? Meanwhile, in Li Zhen's office, Tang Ming was confronting Li Zhen across the light screen. Shen Xi is my person. I cannot give your file. Li Zhen fronat digli. Even when facing an elder, someone he had once taught, he did not relent. Tang Ming seemed unfazed, his weathered eyes flashing with a fierce light. I will ensure her well-being, Li Zhen. You cannot refuse. But Li Zhen was unyielding, his gaze firm and powerful. I must refuse. Chapter 115. Guardianship. Tang Ming did not respond, merely locking eyes with Li Zhen, his gaze resolute and unyielding. The pressure Li Zhen faced was undoubtedly significant. However, from any perspective, he cannot back down. After a long silence, the taut line of Li Zhen's lips suddenly relaxed, curling into a mocking smile. Perhaps you think you are doing this for Shen Xi's sake. But what does Shen Xi think? Tang Ming's expression remained impassive. Shen Xi was still young and could not understand what she liked or disliked. Our existence is to help her filter out the unsuitable options. Clearly, the unsuitable option is to enter the military academy. She does not need to enlist, Tang Ming concluded. Even if she likes it, Li Zhen retorted. He adjusted the non-existent wrinkles of his clothing, his movements deliberate, but the tone of his voice betrayed his current emotions. Director Tang, I still stand by what I said to President Chen earlier. Let Shen Xi come and speak to me in person, otherwise I will not let go. Having said this, Li Zhen clasped his hands together on the table, slightly raising his gaze to meet Tang Ming's on the screen. The military academy has just opened, and there are many affairs to attend to. Director Tang, forgive me for not being able to accompany you any longer. This was clearly an indication that he intended to cut off communication. Tang Ming stared at him for a few seconds. Li Jun, unable to wait for his response, directly cut off the communication. The screen went dark, and Tang Ming paused for 2 seconds before slowly raising his hand to rub his temples. He sighed. This matter handled by Shen. How could he pressure Li Jun? Li Jun was not someone who would give him face, especially for such an unreasonable request. But there was still a way. No matter how much Li Jun disagreed, Shen Xi still had her own guardian. As long as the guardian spoke up, Li Jun, considering both reason and emotion, would have to hand over Shen Xi's file. On the other side, guardian? Shen Xi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Director Li would not easily hand over your file, but if your guardian speaks up, he has no reason to withhold it from you. Shen Xi's guardian should be Shen Wei, but I've already been disowned by the Shen family. Shen Xi abruptly stopped, her brows furrowing slightly. No, the Shen family has not disowned her. She suddenly felt relieved. I understand now. I'll talk about it later. She quickly cut off the communication and dialed Shen Wei's number. The call connected quickly. CC. Shen Wei, wearing metal-framed glasses, seemed to have answered Shen Xi's call during one of his rare moments of leisure. As he relaxed, he took off his glasses and looked at Shen Xi, first observing the space she was in. The furnishings looked like they were in a home, but Shen Xi appeared to have lost some weight. How have you been lately? Have you taken good care of yourself? Uncle, my guardianship is still in your hands, right? Shen Wei was taken aback, his expression suddenly awkward. It indeed was. While he had intended to entrust Shen Xi to Chen Yi, he was still worried and had not transferred the guardianship to Chen Yi. Hearing this, Shen Xi let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, she quickly said, Uncle, I hope you can transfer the guardianship. I'm already an adult and, theoretically, no longer need a guardian. What? Shen Wei's first reaction was to refuse. However, seeing Shen Xi's urgent demeanor made him hesitate. This delay allowed him to regain some rationality. Do you have any plans? Did Uncle Chen request this? Shen Xi suddenly calmed down, slowing her breathing before asking Shen Wei. Uncle, have Chen Yi or Director Tang contacted you recently? Chang Yi, Director Tang? Shen Wei's expression turned serious. Xi, tell me why you suddenly mentioned these two. What happened? Why are they looking for me? And why do you want a guardianship? Shen Wei fired off questions, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Shen Xi smiled slightly. Uncle, if you give me the guardianship, I will answer your questions. Her attitude was clear. She was determined to obtain the guardianship. In front of Shen Xi, Shen Wei was essentially a doting father. In Shen Xi's memory, he would fulfill any request she had. At this moment, faced with Shen Xi's small request, he knew there was a trap involved and theoretically should not agree. However, Shen Xi looked at him with hopeful eyes. Uncle, I have only this one request. I beg you. The Shen family has never looked upon me favorably. Keeping my guardianship with the Shen family will only increase their impatience with me. It would be better for me to leave cleanly. Shen Xi was deliberately showing weakness, intentionally mentioning what had happened on the day of the ceremony. Shen Wei's heart softened. He recalled the unkind slap he had given her and the hurtful rumors from the Shen family about her. Wasn't his behavior also a form of harm to Shen Xi? All right. Shen Xi's face broke into a sudden smile. Thank you, Uncle. Please do it as soon as possible, preferably right now. Shen Wei. He realized that Shen Xi was truly anxious. He opened the star ring. As the head of the Shen family, he had a high degree of freedom with his star ring, and most matters could be handled directly there, including the transfer of guardianship. However, even if the operation was successful, it would still require the AI to enter the star network backend for final confirmation. But Shen Xi was not worried about this. She could enter the backend herself to operate. At this moment, Shen Xi had already accessed the star network backend confirmation interface through the star ring, waiting for Shen Wei's transfer operation to complete. Before long, the screen in Shen Xi's eyes showed activity, and she completed the confirmation at the first opportunity. Once she saw the guardianship clearly return to her, Shen Xi let out a sigh of relief, and her gaze towards Shen Wei became much more sincere. CC, can you now tell me what happened? Shen Wei asked helplessly, subconsciously aware that he might have done something he shouldn't have. Shen Xi pondered for a moment and asked Shen Wei, "Uncle, do you know where I am right now?" Shen Wei appeared thoughtful. Since she asked this, it indicated she was not on star 112, but related to Chun Yi. The next moment, he suddenly frowned. "You were on the front line?" She shook her head, simultaneously confirming that Shen Wei indeed knew nothing. Although there was a reason for her not revealing anything, Chun Yi had not informed Shen Wei of anything. "Uncle, you entrusted me to Chun Yi. Did you ever inquire about my well-being?" Shen Wei thought she was questioning him for not caring enough about her. However, her tone seemed to indicate otherwise. But he spoke sincerely. "Of course, I often contact him. Chun Yi said you've been doing well lately." Since he hadn't mentioned it specifically, Shen Wei had not considered where Shen Xi was. He subconsciously assumed She was near Chun Yi's planet, the front line. It was a possibility that Shen Wei found somewhat unacceptable, but not entirely impossible to accept. Chapter 116. I have no regrets, She smiled. She didn't understand why He didn't tell Shen Wei anything. It didn't matter. "Uncle, you'll find out soon enough. Chun Yi will explain it to you properly." "Of course, if he wants to." Shen Wei was left confused by her words. "Uncle, I still have things to do here. Take care." Shen Wei fell silent, his gaze fixed on Shen Xi. Since she had already said that, he had no reason to continue the communication. "As you wish. If Chun Yi is unwilling to tell me, then I will tell Uncle everything." Shen Xi's tone was serious. The communication ended. Shen Xi went back to the Star Network backend to confirm the guardianship. Then she reported the good news to Luo, Chun, and Li Zhan. This matter was considered truly resolved. After finishing the communication with Shen Wei couldn't sit still and immediately applied for a communication with Chun Yi. To his surprise, it connected right away. Shen Wei was somewhat at a loss, looking astonished. "Shen Wei, just in time, I have something to discuss with you," Chun Yi said while unbuttoning the collar of his shirt, his face showing signs of weariness and hardship. Shen Wei suppressed his curiosity. "Go ahead. The guardianship of She will be transferred to me. Since she is now entrusted to me, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to keep the guardianship," Chun Yi said casually, as if he didn't take the matter to heart. However, Shen Wei showed a strange smile and retorted, "Guardianship? What a coincidence. She wants the guardianship, and so do I. Yes, having the guardianship will make arrangements for She easier. She can't stay on star 112 forever. I plan to send her to the Comprehensive Institute of Literature and Arts." Shen Wei narrowed his eyes, exuding a fierce aura. The Comprehensive Institute of Literature and Arts was on Central Star. Chun Yi paused for a moment. "Yes, I know, but she can't hide carefully on star 112. It's not safe there." To Shen Wei, this sounded like a casual excuse. At this moment, he forgot the curiosity that She had sparked in him. "Then we want to send her to study." Chun Yi thought for a moment. "The Department of Science and Technology?" Xing Lin is a type of intelligent mechanical person. "So, Chun Yi." Shen Wei suddenly interjected, his voice squeezing out between his teeth. Chun Yi focused and saw that Shen Wei's eyes were red, filled with disgust and anger. "Chun Yi, I'm sorry," he said somewhat awkwardly. "I didn't mean to bring up your sister." Shen Wei's expression didn't improve. The atmosphere became even colder. "I won't agree. It's your responsibility to consider the safety of star 112. Don't tell me you can't protect a girl like She on star 112. Chun Yi's lips moved, ultimately conceding. "Fine. She wants to go to the Department of Science and Technology." Seeing that Shen Wei's expression didn't improve, he continued. "She also won't go to the Comprehensive Institute of Literature and Arts." Only then did Shen Wei's expression ease a bit. "These things are negotiable. You give me She's guardianship, and I'll listen to your arrangements." The veins on Chun Yi's forehead twitched slightly. He felt he'd already made a significant concession. "I'm very sorry, but I can't give you the guardianship." Shen Wei's voice slowly emerged. The heartstrings Chun Yi had been trying to maintain snapped instantly. He couldn't help but lose his temper. "Shen Wei, I'm not joking. I have great use for She's guardianship. Can't you stop being emotional about this?" "Huh? Emotional?" Shen Wei's expression darkened. The suppressed anger he had been holding back burst forth like a wild beast. "How interesting. Why don't you tell me what great use you have for the guardianship?" Shen Yi didn't want to say, but didn't know how to explain. His gaze rarely flickered away. Shen Wei suddenly recalled She's words. "If you're unwilling to say, it's fine. She should be more than happy to tell me." Chun Yi's expression paused. "Don't. However, Shen no longer wanted to continue the back and forth. He coldly looked at Shen. Besides, the guardianship of Xi is not that I'm unwilling to give it to you, but before I called you, Xi had already asked me to transfer the guardianship. Shen Yi's face changed drastically, filled with disbelief, as if looking at a fool. You actually agreed? Shen Wei frowned. Shen Yi's gaze made him uncomfortable. I agreed. The simple 4 words felt like a mountain pressing down on Shen Yi, causing his expression to crack. There's no way out. The next moment, Shen Yi cut off the communication first, seemingly not wanting to say another word to Shen Wei. Shen Wei, helpless, had to send a message to Shen Xi again. Shen Yi indeed refuses to say anything. If you have time, please contact me. I need to know everything that has happened to you recently. Shen Xi saw this message only after completing her training. She was still covered in blood, looking very disheveled. Once her wounds healed and she had taken a shower, Shen Xi sat on the sofa and sent a message to Shen Wei. Several hours had passed since Shen Wei and Shen Yi's communication. Shen Wei's emotions had calmed down, and facing Shen Xi, he had to appear much gentler. Shen Xi tried to be concise. Uncle, I'm currently at the military auxiliary hospital. I've decided to enlist. If Shen Wei knew the reasons Shen Yi had for stopping her enlistment, and if Shen Wei agreed with Shen Yi's actions, then he should have understood the significance of the guardianship. Shen Wei was silent for a minute, his expression confused. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his tone complex. You want to be a support soldier? He had never agreed with Xing Lin's transformation into an intelligent mechanical person and had always avoided the topic. Others couldn't even mention it, but if it were Shen Xi, Shen Wei didn't want to admit that he had a moment of compromise. She wanted to be a support soldier, to develop in the direction of intelligent machinery. If she really liked, before he could convince himself in his heart, Shen Xi's voice rang out. No, a solo soldier. Shen Wei's breath suddenly quickened, his emotions clearly tense. How could you possibly be a solo soldier? I've already awakened my mark, uncle. Impossible. Shen Wei stared intently at Shen Xi. Shen Xi suddenly understood something. Then, uncle, do you regret it? Regret giving the guardianship to me? Shen Wei's expression was complex, seeming both angry and helpless. Shen Xi, on the other hand, appeared calm. I don't regret it at all. I don't regret awakening. I don't regret entering the military auxiliary hospital. And I don't regret asking you for the guardianship. From now on, she was free. Her future was completely in her own hands. Whether it was Chun Yi, Tang Ming, or even her uncle, no one could interfere with her choices in life. All she would do was what she wanted to do, what she was willing to do. Perhaps realizing her tone had become a bit harsh, she softened her voice, even adding a hint of pleading. Uncle, I don't want you to feel troubled, but I really like it. See. After a long time, Shen Wei finally spoke again. I need to think this over carefully. Chapter 117. Is it too fast? After cutting off communication, Shen Wei sat in silence for a long time, his mind flashing through various memories. It was only now that he realized he didn't understand Xi at all. After some contemplation, he ordered his assistant to check Shen Xi's information. The first round of the Military Academy League team competition was a free-for-all, with thousands of teams thrown into the same map, the clear domain. This map was boundless. Essentially a virtual map designed by the Shuwen based on imagined territories of beast and insect tribes. In a clear domain, only beast and insect tribes existed, serving as a training ground for military academy students and soldiers to hone their skills. Regardless of whether they were military students or soldiers, once they entered the clear domain, their pain sensitivity would reset to match reality. Thus, injuries sustained in the clear domain would not be any less painful. The clear domain was vast, with varied terrain and numerous cities, and Shen Xi and her team earned points by defeating insects or beasts. As the league officially began, the Star Network live broadcast started, and Shen Xi and her teammates entered the Starry Sky through their respective Rune Starry Sky terminals, then unified into the clear domain. Soon, someone keenly noticed that on this day of the Military Academy League, Cheng Yuan had logged in. The account on the Starry Sky was bound to the Star Ring. But entering from the Military Academy terminal, due to the higher priority of military academies and military districts, the name Cheng Yuan flashed for a moment. And after entering the star map, it automatically changed to Shen Xi's real name. The question of whether Cheng Yuan was a military student resurfaced in everyone's minds. The star domain was too large, and once inside, military student teams might not be able to stay together. After Shen Xi entered, she found herself without teammates. She glanced around at the endless yellow hills, the swirling sandstorms, and the glaring sun overhead, which burned her skin painfully. This environment looked quite similar to Star 112. After entering the clear domain, apart from necessary clothing, they had no other supplies. This first round lasted 10 days, and they needed to find supplies themselves to gain more points. Shen Xi was wearing a very thin short-sleeve shirt, loose long pants, and lightweight shoes suitable for movement. Her start was quite disastrous. However, Shen Xi didn't care much. She first opened the team frequency to check the map and found that her nearest teammates were over 100 kilometers away. She expressed her intention to regroup in the team frequency and set off towards Shuwen's location. Since the team competition had just started for a day, the exciting content was limited, so everyone was somewhat uninterested. After walking for 2 hours, Shen Xi finally encountered living beings outside her own. After swiftly dealing with 2 beast tribes and looting their transportation, Shen Xi's speed increased significantly. She drove the interstellar light rail car, speeding through the endless yellow sands, kicking up a cloud of dust in her wake. Moments later, the light rail car suddenly stopped, and Shen Xi opened the door. And Shuwen stood by the car, covered in dust, jumping onto the vehicle while brushing her hair back with her hands, dusting off the gray from her fingers without concern. She patted her hands, sat down on the seat, and relaxed her posture. Shen Xi glanced at her. This girl's mark was ice, but their location this time was a bit hot, with sandstorms everywhere, greatly affecting her mark's performance. And Shuwen was afraid of the heat, and once the car door closed, a cool breeze seeped into her skin, bringing her back to life. Shen Xi, where did this car come from? Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, returning a knowing glance, her hand resting on the control panel. We're first regrouping with the nearest Xing Lin and taking out any enemies we find along the way. And Shuwen had no objections, and the light rail car restarted. The sudden increase in speed, nearly throwing her back against the seat. Shen Xi's voice finally came through, hold on tight. And Shuwen. She steadied herself in the seat, noticing the speed gauge on the control panel hitting the far left, the needle trembling. Yellow sand swept by, and outside the window, everything turned a shade of yellow. Is it too fast? She hesitantly asked, feeling a bit dizzy. No, Shen Xi replied, while driving, opening the star ring to perfect the surrounding map. And Shuwen watched as her hands quickly marked their position on the map. This task was usually performed by support soldiers. But she had heard that Shen Xi had a bloodline that resembled an intelligent machine, and she was quite talented in this area. It was indeed reasonable for her to take on this role before regrouping with Su Jiuyao. The beast tribes they encountered on the way were not numerous, and Shen Xi handled them directly. Perhaps due to being on the fringes, these beast tribes were not difficult to deal with. 2 hours later, they met up with Xing Lin. The 7-person team had already gathered 3 members. Shen Xi nodded, indicating they could take action. She had also perfected the surrounding map somewhat. There were only 3 beast tribe towns nearby, each with approximately 300 to 500 beasts. When Shen Xi stated their target, both Xing Lin and Shuwen were taken aback. Isn't this a bit sudden? And Shuwen felt uneasy. Although she believed Shen Xi was strong, she didn't trust her own abilities. Shen Xi's delicate fingers tapped on the silver control panel. Of course, we won't be going to fight ourselves. The survival of the beast tribes requires resources. Even though in the clear domain, these beast tribes are just a pile of data, they still follow their own reasonable action trajectories and logic. They will act according to their programming. So in a sandstorm-laden town, they certainly need supplies. Moreover, supplies are very important. Water and food come first. So, Xing Lin asked seriously. Shen Xi set the action location, not looking up as she replied. So we need a frame and sow discord. An hour later, Shen Xi and her team lay on a sand dune, letting the wind and sand cover them, leaving only their keen eyes peeking out at the distance. Soon, a light rail cargo vehicle approached. This cargo vehicle was designed specifically for transporting goods, equipped with a compressed space, so it looked small from the outside, but it had considerable capacity inside. The cargo vehicle had a streamlined design, with only 2 windows, making it hard to see inside, and next to the windows was a small opening from which a gun barrel protruded. There were 2 barrels in total, one on each side. The overall technology of the beast tribes was not weak, and judging by the exposed material of the barrels, they resembled spotlight guns. Given the location, Shen Xi and her team believed it was highly likely, and Shuwen cautiously turned her eyes to Shen Xi, sending a query. They currently had no weapons and were naturally at a disadvantage. But there were only 2 beast tribe members on the other side, and one could also operate in an emergency, counting as combat power. Looking at it this way, they had a chance. But without weapons, that chance was significantly reduced. Just as they were calculating this, Shen Xi suddenly charged out like a cannonball, and Shue's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 118. Framing in the next moment, gunfire rang out. Shen Xi was covered in flame, sand armor, tightly gripping the flame, sand sword in her hand, with red star power shimmering around her. She appeared like a fireball thrown into the air, then rapidly descended from midair. The spotlight gun hit her, producing a clanging sound. Her figure moved forward without hesitation, unobstructed, as she swung the flame sand sword, leaving a crescent-shaped trace, crashing down. It struck the roof of the vehicle, creating a deafening roar as it collided, leaving a large dent in the roof. And Shue's pupils contracted upon seeing this. Shen Xi moved gracefully, the sword light flashing in her hand as she swept towards the car window in front of her. Empowered by star power, the long sword was unstoppable, and a crack appeared in the car window. Noticing this, Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. The protective level of this light rail cargo vehicle's window was quite high. She flipped onto the roof of the car, positioning the sword downward to stab straight down. With immense force, the sword blade pierced through the roof, letting a beam of light shine through. The beastmen inside the car looked up, their hearts tightening. The momentum of the flame sand sword could not be suppressed. The terrifying and repulsive aura of the flame sand was right at their noses, accompanied by star power, piercing straight towards them. The overwhelming force even scraped small cuts on their skin. Under Shen Xi's violent destruction, the car roof finally collapsed, and Shuwen and Xing Lin, who were watching this unfold, were somewhat numb. In the next moment, they saw Shen Xi jump directly into the car, transforming into an orange cat, claws out, blood spraying everywhere. The 3 beastmen were dealt with cleanly. So what now? Clean up and send them to Town B. Shen Xi and the others had numbered the 3 nearby towns as A, B, and C. The beastmen had explosive tempers, and small conflicts could escalate into deadly grudges. Not to mention that this was related to survival supplies, which had already claimed the lives of 3 beastmen. The trio worked together to drive the dilapidated light rail cargo vehicle to the spot where the beastmen from Town B would pass by. After confirming that they would take the cargo vehicle away, Shen Xi and the others left. Would they use the supplies in the light rail cargo vehicle? The vehicle was clearly marked with Town A's insignia. The roof had also been attacked, which looked suspicious, and Shuwen thought that if it were her, she definitely wouldn't use those goods. Who knew if there was some conspiracy involved? They would use it. The beastmen were not that clever in this regard. As Shen Xi had predicted, the beastmen from Town B automatically ignored the potential events that could have occurred with this light rail cargo vehicle. They happily accepted this gift from above and celebrated boisterously in the town center. At this moment, Shen Xi and the others hid in a corner of the town, watching the brightly lit and bustling scene. The beastmen were closely packed together, joyfully bouncing around. After watching for a while, and Shuwen turned back and found Shen Xi holding some kind of instrument aimed at the lively area. She was momentarily surprised and couldn't help but lower her voice to ask, "What is that?" Shen Xi waved her hand, signaling her to come closer, and Shuwen then realized that it seemed to be something similar to a star ring. From the beastmen? Shen Xi nodded, and they could see that the instrument was recording the scene of the beastmen's celebration in the town center. Next to the jubilant beastmen was a dilapidated light rail cargo vehicle, marked with Town A's insignia. At this moment, the vehicle was opened, and the whereabouts of the supplies inside were obvious. Once they had recorded enough, Shen Xi operated the device and sent the video to the leader of the beastmen in Town A, and Shuwen found it hard to believe how smoothly things were going. Was that really enough? For food, the people of Town A would definitely come, and after the people from Town A arrived, they needed to pin the deaths of the 2 beastmen from Town A on Town B. Under the encouragement of bloodlust, both sides would fight without hesitation. But that wasn't enough. Shen Xi's gaze turned to the beastmen living on the outskirts of the town. We can use mimicry to quietly kill a few beastmen, collect the bodies, and then secretly send them to the convoy coming from Town A. Upon hearing this, Shuwen and Xing Lin gave a thumbs up in unison. The three of them split up. Dealing with one or two isolated beastmen wasn't too difficult for them. Before long, they regrouped. Not far ahead, the beastmen from Town A, having learned about the supplies, indeed arrived in considerable numbers. A large group of beastmen entered the center of Town B, startling the celebrating crowd into a frenzy. What was happening? The leader of Town B was among the celebrating beastmen, and upon seeing this, it began to calm its tribe while walking toward the opposite side. The leader of Town A squinted its eyes, its massive wolf head towering above, the cold glint in its green eyes evident. It pointed to the dilapidated light rail cargo vehicle and said, "That is our property." The leader of Town B clearly dismissed this, saying, "So what? Now it's ours." The leader of Town B had two massive curved horns on its furry head, with sharp tips radiating a cold light. Its round eyes glowed with red pupils, emanating an evil aura, resembling a sheep to some extent. However, Shen Xi couldn't be sure how different this sheep was from what she imagined. Beastmen were mostly hot-tempered, and seeing the leader of Town B being so unreasonable made the leader of Town A's anger flare up. It licked its lips and spoke heavily. "Although orders have been given, I wouldn't mind eating a beast." Beastmen could be food for each other. But due to the increasingly fierce wars with the human race from the Shuwen star system over the years, the beastman royalty had prohibited mutual slaughter among beastmen. Naturally, this included treating each other as food. To be honest, the leader of Town A hadn't tasted beast meat in a long time. Supplies in Huangsha City were scarce, and food was hard to come by. The few available were hardly appetizing. The tasteless nutrient liquid had at least a hint of meat flavor, while the remaining fruits, vegetables, and grasses were so bland that they could almost turn it green. In its memories, the blood and flesh of beastmen were the most delicious delicacies. The warm blood sliding down the throat could instantly transport one to paradise. The sound of tearing flesh and the breaking of tendons would truly resonate and send shivers through the soul. The cold gaze of the leader of Town A toward the leader of Town B was clearly as indifferent and cold as one would look at food. Upon hearing its words, the leader of Town B's eyes sparkled with excitement. It swallowed hard, greed evident on its face. "Perfect. I haven't eaten a beast in a long time." Taking advantage of the standoff between the two sides, Shen Xi and the others threw the beastmen killed from Town B onto the cart of Town A's beastmen. Then they quietly returned, tossing the three hidden beast corpses that were meant for transporting supplies from Town A into a nearby house. After a moment's thought, Shen Xi extended her claws, tearing the wounds of the three beast corpses wider. Blood quickly pooled on the ground, with a proud sense of smell of the beastmen. This slight commotion would soon be discovered. Chapter 119. Awakening the wildness at the moment the two leaders faced off in Town A. The beast from Town A snorted and let out a chilling howl towards Leader A. At the same time, its green eyes gradually tinged with red under the firelight. Leader A inexplicably felt a wave of panic and charged at Leader B first. Its sudden attack caught all the beasts off guard, although Leader B was already on alert. It was still hit hard and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the beast from Town A rushed towards the cluster of houses in Town B. While the two leaders were still locked in combat, the beast from Town A had already emerged carrying two corpses. The scent of blood was carried by the wind and spread across the area. The beast from Town A realized something. Their pupils turned into slits, and red veins spread around them. The beasts from Town B were also stirred by the distant scent of flesh, evoking long-buried memories. The desire lurking deep in their veins was ignited like sparks, rapidly spreading uncontrollably. It became a raging fire. Leader A bit down hard, its sharp teeth tearing through tendons and flesh. Leader B, however, refused to back down. The craving for blood and flesh ignited its fighting spirit, and its powerful horns thrust heavily into the soft abdomen of Leader A. Other beasts also joined the fray under the reckless fighting of the two leaders. The scene turned into a chaotic melee. and Shuwen was almost dumbfounded. Shen Xi pressed her lips together, her small face illuminated by the firelight, showing little joy. In the distance, a powerful beast had swiftly dealt with its opponent and viciously bit off a chunk of flesh. The fresh blood slid down its throat, igniting the wild and frenzied genes belonging to the beast race. They no longer cared, and their gazes towards each other were no longer those of hostile kin, but rather that of potential food. Yes, the beasts could also eat each other. However, unlike the insect race, they did not have superior numbers, so they had no psychological barriers about consuming their kind. The beast race had to consider the orders of the royal family. Yet now, this thin piece of paper seemed so ridiculous under the greed and allure of their nature. Although the current situation was instigated by Shen Xi, she had never expected it would trigger the ferocity of the beast race. At this moment, the beast race had completely devolved into wild beasts. Whether it was the wolves from town A or the sheep from town B, they were all greedily devouring each other's flesh. The sounds of beasts eating echoed throughout the town. The lights in town B remained brightly lit, illuminating this bizarre scene. Shen Xi, there's a new development, and Shuwen's voice, lowered, rang out. Shen Xi quietly turned to look and saw unfamiliar beasts appearing in the center of the town. They were still in battle, with the beasts from town A continuously rushing in to tear at those from town B. However, these newcomers had not joined the battle from the start. Instead, they cautiously observed their surroundings. Spotting scattered flesh, they would sneak over, take a bite, and swallow it. After eating the flesh, their eyes instantly brightened. They carefully prowled the edges, occasionally snatching a piece of meat, eating with great delight. Following them, more unfamiliar beasts appeared one after another. They observed for a while, and when they found both sides were too busy fighting to pay them any mind, they became reckless, grabbing meat and picking up the chunks scattered across the town square. If Shen Xi guessed correctly, these beasts must be from town C. In Shen Xi's original plan, she intended to sow discord between towns A and B, waiting for both sides to weaken before bringing in town C as well. However, she did not expect the night wind would carry the scent of blood so far. The beast from town C had come drawn by the smell. Should we intervene? And Shuwen whispered, inquiring. Shen Xi shook her head. No need. The beasts from towns A and B were blinded by rage. Although they saw the beast from town C wandering around, they made no move against them. Town C was also quite measured, only picking up bits of meat nearby, not actively participating in the fighting. After 4 hours of fighting, the clash between the two sides finally drew to a close. Both Town A and Town B were severely weakened. They dragged their battered bodies back to their respective towns with their spoils. Shen Xi and the others saw the vehicles from Town A speeding away, while the beast from Town B carried their corpses deep into the town. Occasionally, 1 or 2 exhausted beasts lay flat on the ground, fully reverting to their beastly state, licking their blood-stained fur while keeping an eye on their surroundings. The beasts from Town C stood at the edge of the square, their greedy eyes gleaming. Shen Xi and her companions locked eyes with a wild, predatory glint in those eyes. The square was eerily silent after the battle. Shen Xi nudged in Shuwen and Xing Lin's shoulders, silently pointing towards the distance. 10 minutes later, the three moved away from the center of the battlefield, reaching a hillside where the wind howled fiercely. It was relatively safe here. Under the heavy night sky, the yellow sand danced gently with the wind. Shen Xi crouched behind the hill, her fingers tracing through the yellow sand. The beasts from Town C had also been stirred to wildness. As for the royal family's orders, they had likely long been forgotten. Thus, the beasts from Town C would certainly take action. It was just uncertain whether they would strike at Town A first or Town B. An hour ago, in reality, it was midnight. The Military Academy Student League had just begun. According to the usual pattern, the first couple of days were mainly for the students to gather resources and meet up. Therefore, the scores during this time were generally low. He had relied on gaming for a living after graduation. So major events like the Military Academy Student League were usually his busiest times. He had even started a live stream to broadcast the league's progress. This year's league's most popular figure was undoubtedly Tang Ji. However, he had been thinking about Cheng Yuan, whom he had seen previously. He knew Chung Yuan was also online on the day of the Military Academy League and wondered if Chung Yuan was someone among the students. For reasons unknown, he wanted to find Chung Yuan. Thus, he barely paid attention to the situation at the Military Academy and only casually checked on Tang Ji's team. As the strongest first-year student, Tang Ji had a natural charisma. The location he dropped on the map was also excellent, near a bustling city. So he quickly gathered a crowd and had the support build a channel, looking to achieve something substantial. However, because preparations were necessary, things remained relatively quiet on his side. He switched to the room of the Military Auxiliary Academy, where everyone was bored and looking around. Hey, he noticed one of the team's scores rapidly increasing. After thinking for a moment, he decisively clicked into that room and glanced at the team's name. It was a simple 3-character name, Charge, Charge, Charge. The next moment, the scene on the map unfolded before his eyes. Blood covered the ground, chunks of flesh scattered across the square, and the sounds of brutal eating and fierce tearing filled the air. It was a display of violent aesthetics. Zhou Yi's heart jumped violently, a mix of discomfort and a strange unwillingness to look away flooding his chest. Chapter 120. Do what you want to do. He silently watched the entire process of the beast tribe slaughtering and feeding on each other, enduring the discomfort in his heart. Then, when the fighting paused, his gaze followed the movements of the people inside. Generally, if not specifically adjusted, the room's perspective moves with the captain's view. Everything fell silent, and a girl's cold voice broke the stillness. Zhou Yi listened, suddenly feeling a shiver. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Next, he watched the captain, who was leading the charge, directing the remaining 2 teammates to check on the situation in Town C and Town A. Meanwhile, she silently waited in place. Zhou Yi noticed that their points were continuously rising. An hour later, Shuwen and Xing Lin returned. Town C had indeed taken action. Shen Xi nodded, signaling that it was over. When dawn broke, Kuei Mu and Chen Lai proactively came over. Up to this point, except for Su Jiao, the rest of the team had gathered. At this moment, their points had also reached 1,000. For 3 people to achieve this result in one night was indeed quite impressive. On the Changxing Forum, numerous tall buildings and large posts had already been erected regarding this matter, with countless discussion threads. Zhou Yi had been following the room's progress and didn't have time to edit videos. Shen Xi felt a bit tired, instructing Kuei Mu and Chen Lai to take turns searching for supplies in the town, while Xi and Shuwen and Xing Lin would take turns logging off to rest. Back in reality from the Chunxing terminal, Shen Xi raised a hand to rub her brow. Are you feeling unwell? A familiar voice rang out. She turned around and couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. Shen Xi stood up and accepted the cup of warm water that Xing Lin handed over. She felt somewhat uncomfortable. She tilted her head back and drank the warm water, a glimmer of light appearing in the corners of her eyes. Perhaps she was a bit too hasty, as some water spilled out and ran down the corner of her mouth. Shen Xi's delicate white fingers tightened around the cup, causing her fingertips to turn pale as she squeezed the transparent cup. The veins on the back of her hand became prominent. Xing Lin lowered his gaze to observe her for a moment, then reached out to take the cup from her hands. His warm, dry hand brushed against the back of Shen Xi's hand, and she snapped back to reality, meeting Xing Lin's gaze. Want to have a spar? Xing Lin's comfort was always so direct and effective. Shen Xi couldn't help but chuckle softly, slowly loosening her grip. Sure, let's have a match. Xing Lin placed the cup down leisurely. Ever since Shen Xi agreed to Xing Lin, her spirit relaxed, and she slowly drifted to the training room to adjust the parameters. After finishing the adjustments and looking up, she saw Xing Lin walking in. He had been around much lately, and Shen Xi noticed that he seemed to have grown a bit taller, towering over her. Shen Xi stood up, raised her hand above her head to measure, then looked at him in surprise. Can you still grow taller? Xing Lin slightly curved his lips and nodded gently. Yes, I'll grow as long as I have enough strength. Once I reach my adult form, I will stop growing. His youthful voice deepened, shedding its childish tone and gradually approaching maturity. The training room door closed, and the two began to spar. Similar star powers collided, and the light splashing out nearly obscured both of their faces. I didn't expect it to provoke the beast tribe's wildness. Shen Xi's voice came out muffled. It's okay. This isn't your problem. It's the beast tribes who can't control their desires. Xing Lin's calm voice responded. I even developed a vile scheme because of this. Yes, Shen Xi even considered exploiting this trait of the beast tribes. However, she felt ashamed as a human to use such a scheme against the beast tribes. She felt psychologically uncomfortable, disgusted, and nauseated that the beast tribes lacked humanity, viciously consuming the flesh of their kin. Yet, for a brief moment, she had the thought of using the flesh of the beast tribes to lure them into breaking the rules set by their royal family and slaughtering each other. The beast tribes were cruel and murderous, and they were generally food deficient. In the eyes of the beast tribes, no food could compare to the taste of their own kind. The human race ranked lower in this comparison. Xing Lin seemed to let out a sigh. The vile scheme you mentioned has been used by the Shuwen Star people. In the beginning, when the beast tribes were numerous, they had immense power. Although the human race had the strength of the Shuwen tribe to aid them, they were still at a disadvantage when facing the large numbers of the beast tribes, not to mention the insect tribe lurking nearby. The human race used various methods to resist the beast tribes and the insect tribe. Throughout this long conflict, they had tried every method imaginable. From Xing Lin's rational and indifferent perspective, he didn't think such a scheme was wrong. If the beast tribes were worthy of deep reflection and introspection from the perspective of the human race, they wouldn't have developed a greed for food against their own kin. So you think I'm not wrong, right? A hint of confusion lingered in Shen Xi's voice. Yes, Xing Lin's answer was quite decisive. The beast tribes have thoughts and reason, but they are fundamentally different from the human race. They lack empathy, do not harbor noble intentions, and do not possess healthy emotions. They are not human. Shen Xi suddenly stopped, allowing Xing Lin's star power attack to land on her chest. A trickle of crimson slid from the corner of her mouth. Xing Lin walked towards her, the healing star power already rising in his palm. The warm light fell upon Shen Xi. Do what you want to do. Shen Xi pressed her lips together, feeling her injuries slowly heal, and her mindset began to change. I understand now. The two exited the training room, and the robot Jia had already prepared food. Shen Xi quickly consumed the food, took a shower, and then sat back at the Chunxing terminal once more. Kue Mu and Chun Lai had collected quite a bit of useful supplies. Next, the remaining beast tribes in town A, B, and C were all dealt with by Shen Xi and her team. From these 3 towns, they even obtained an empty hovercraft. With the hovercraft, their speed of advancement would undoubtedly increase significantly. This vehicle seemed designed for transporting goods, and it also had a compressed space. The compressed space was empty, but had a considerable capacity. Shen Xi collected several beast corpses and tossed them all inside. The compressed space itself had powerful preservation capabilities and could also mask odors, so there was no worry about being detected by the beasts. Additionally, the outer body of the hovercraft was quite well protected. The compressed space was filled with many beast corpses, while their own food was placed outside. In fact, they wouldn't feel hunger in a map. The existence of food was to maintain their stamina within the map. If their stamina hit 0, the military academy students would be forced to log off. They also obtained quite a few weapons, including spotlight guns and light-chasing cannons. They had indeed become much more affluent. After overcoming her own hurdles, Shen Xi wanted to aim for something bigger. The group slowly sped towards a more secluded and hidden area. In reality, Zhou Yi looked on in confusion at Shen Xi and her team's actions. What do they mean by this? Why not hurry to regroup with the auxiliary soldiers or other teams from the military academy, but instead quietly head toward the remote area? Chapter 121. Will this data remember my father? In fact, how to make choices in the first round is a quite important question for military academy students. Teams with lower overall strength naturally want to collaborate with teams that have higher overall strength. For example, Tang Ji's Wuxing team has many teams with lower strength actively approaching them, hoping to share in the spoils while the big shots feast. Collaboration among military academy students has already become the norm in the first round. There are many members of the beast and insect races, and relying solely on small teams to fight alone results in very few points. Teams like the Charge team that made such moves on the first day are indeed in the minority. Therefore, in Zhou Yi's view, after the Charge team achieved initial results, they should quickly join forces with the Military Auxiliary Academy team to expand their achievements. Thus, he was quite puzzled by the current actions of the Charge team. It was only the second day of the competition, and the charge team had already amassed 1,400 points, temporarily ranking first among all military academy teams. Because of this, more and more people outside began to pay attention to the charge team. However, the vast majority of people did not understand the operations of the charge team. In the 13th military district, Zhou mysteriously returned to the dormitory and leaned closer to Luo Chun, who was sitting at the table watching the star ring screen. Hey, Zhou nudged Luo Chen's shoulder, looking as if he had discovered a big secret. Guess what I saw? Luo Chen's expression was calm, seemingly indifferent. What? His tone was very dismissive. Zhou let out a light, ambiguous laugh. The commander is secretly watching Shen Xi's competition livestream in his office. Luo Chen paused for a moment. That's strange, he murmured. Wasn't he just making a fuss about having Shen Xi expelled a few days ago? He had lived for so long and still didn't know that the commander was such a peculiar person. Yeah, it's very strange, Luo Chen replied quietly. Zhou didn't hear clearly and didn't care about that. Instead, he sat down beside Luo Chen, pointed at the screen, and said, "Share it with me. I'm too lazy to open the live room. I feel like Shen Xi's going to do something big," he said thoughtfully, noticing the charge team's air tram heading towards a remote area. In the live room, nearly 1,000 people had gathered on Tang Ji's side. It seemed they were about to launch an attack on a medium-sized town. Meanwhile, Shen Xi was still aimlessly wandering in the yellow sand. As a result, those who came to watch due to the points ranking were quickly leaving out of boredom. Only Zhou remained in the live room. He didn't even know what he was holding on for. When Tang Ji officially began the attack on the medium-sized beast race town, the charge team finally made a new move. Shen Xi and her team abandoned the air tram, each wearing a yellow outfit, and slowly moved forward. After running for an hour under the scorching sun, a silver-gray building rose abruptly, exuding a chilling aura. Zhou Yi, who had been mentally exhausted, suddenly perked up. This was a military base. Moreover, the level of defense was not low. However, such a military base was something Shen Xi and her team couldn't possibly breach. The weapons obtained from the three towns were just a drop in the bucket here. But not far from the beast race base, Shen Xi, hiding behind a mound of earth, revealed a cunning smile like a fox. "Do you think this data will recognize my father?" This seemingly random question came from the team leader, trailing off in a rising tone. What does that mean? Zhou felt a bit baffled. The few members in the team also didn't understand Shen Xi's meaning. But at that moment, in the Central Star Shen family, District 13, Shen Wei and Shen Yi both stood up from their chairs, their eyes fixed on the screen. Shen Xi lowered her head and operated on the star ring. Since it wasn't shared, her teammates didn't know what she was doing. From Zhou Yi's perspective, however, he could see. Shen Xi entered the opponent's base operating system and sent a string of incomprehensible code. In fact, this string of code would automatically turn into a letter upon entering the beast race's operating system, a letter that indicated Shen Xi's identity. After sending it, Shen Xi told Kuei Mu and the others, "Hide well in a moment, and listen to my next arrangement." She was going to infiltrate the enemy camp alone. Next, Kuei Mu and Shuwen helped move the beast corpses down. Then, Shen Xi sat alone on the pile of beast corpses while Kuei Mu and the others hid as ordered. Before long, the silver-gray gate opened. About 1,000 beast race members marched out, led by a crocodile, its black, tough skin glistening, and its eyes filled with murky malice. "You are Shen Xi?" Shen Xi slightly curled her lips, sitting leisurely on the pile of beast corpses, her expression innocent yet ghostly. "Yes, I am." The crocodile general's gaze swept over Shen Xi. "Did you kill all these beasts?" "If you want to think that way, then you can," Shen Xi replied. The crocodile general's face darkened, and with a wave of his hand, he captured her. But Shen Xi suddenly spoke. "Don't you want to know why I killed them?" The two sides had enmity, and the beasts didn't care why Shen Xi wanted to kill the beast race. They only needed to know that Shen Xi had killed them. Shen Xi let out a long sigh. "I heard that eating beast meat can increase star power. I just tried it, and indeed it tastes quite good. The blood and flesh of the beasts contain immense power, and when the warm liquid is swallowed, it feels like a fire igniting in my chest and abdomen. Really, it's very delicious." Shen Xi revealed an obsessed expression, her eyes glinting with a hint of madness. As her gaze moved, the timid beasts retreated a step, their eyes filled with fear as if they were looking at a monster. They had only ever heard of beasts eating humans. How could there be someone who eats beasts? The crocodile general turned back, his suspicious gaze scrutinizing Shen Xi. You say you ate beast race? He pointed at the scattered meat chunks on the ground. Yes, but these beasts had too weak combat power, so they were of minimal help to me. However, you should be different. When that pair of polished eyes looked over, desire was plainly expressed. The crocodile general was very familiar with such a gaze. You want to eat me? Shen Xi gently nodded. The stronger the beast's combat power, the greater the help it will be for my star power increase. Of course, Shen Xi was just speaking nonsense. She was very resistant to this matter, but that didn't stop her from saying whatever she wanted. Hearing Shen Xi's words, the other beasts were startled. The crocodile general, however, did not change color. How ridiculous! A lowly half-star human thinks they can eat beasts? Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've eaten a star human. Although star humans don't taste great, it's fine to have one occasionally. In the next moment, he commanded sharply, take her into the base. What's going on? The leader of the charge team has entered the beast race base? If she were to die on the map, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the military academy student herself. But for the charge team still in the competition, this was undoubtedly a chaotic situation. Chapter 122. Despair and fear. He was extremely worried outside. However, after entering the Beast Clan stronghold, Shen Xi wasn't in immediate danger. This was a small-scale base, led by that Major General Crocodile from earlier. Shen Xi estimated that the entire base had about 50,000 inhabitants. Entering such a base was something that other military academy students wouldn't even dare to imagine. He was still anxious. If it were another small team, the first member would definitely disagree. But this charge team was quite peculiar. Whatever the captain said went. The team members seemed to listen to the captain too obediently, without even considering whether such actions were feasible. The advantage they had gained on the first day crumbled just like that. Shen Xi was locked in the Beast Clan's prison. In this prison, besides Shen Xi, the others locked up were all beasts. This actually provided some convenience for Shen Xi. As soon as she entered, a beast approached her with ill intentions. In the large room, thousands of beasts were gathered together. The beast escorting Shen Xi, still haunted by her previous words, quickly pushed her into the cell and ran away. Shen Xi felt like a little white rabbit that had stumbled into a wolf's den, instantly surrounded by various large beasts. Humans, half-humans? Shen Xi was not afraid at all. Excitement even burned in her eyes. To be precise, she was a half-human. Upon hearing this, the beast's expressions turned disdainful. Shen Xi looked at them, the corners of her lips curling up, and her gaze directly met the strongest-looking beast among them. What? Do you look down on me? The scoff held more contempt than any derogatory comment. So what if she was a half-human? Didn't they know that the world outside had changed? For the Beast Clan, half-humans were far more terrifying than full humans. The beast became intrigued by Shen Xi's words. Oh, how so? A half-human, considered even lower than a human, can actually be more terrifying? What a ridiculous joke. Shen Xi's expression was earnest. Yes, because half-humans can enhance their abilities by consuming beasts. What? Shen Xi's words left all the beasts confused. How is that possible? Shen Xi crossed her arms. Why don't we have a competition? Let the strongest among you compete with me. Her gaze landed on the stout beast with a large bare head. The beast's eyes, like black beans, instantly radiated ferocity. You want to compete with me? It looked down at Shen Xi, its disdainful expression assessing her thin arms and legs, which barely reached its chest. You think you can defeat me? The large prison was stained with old blood, and Shen Xi guessed it had seen its fair share of fights. She nodded. That's right. Or are you afraid? How could the bear beast be afraid, especially against a petite and seemingly weak half-human? The surrounding beasts burst into laughter. Shen Xi's words stirred some long-forgotten memories. Kill this half-human, and we can share the spoils. One beast shouted among the crowd. Upon hearing this coarse voice, the bear beast's gaze towards Shen Xi changed instantly. It slowly swallowed its saliva. All right, if you can't kill me, I will eat you. Shen Xi's eyes revealed just the right amount of killing intent. The surrounding beasts parted, leaving Shen Xi and the bear beast at the center. Shen Xi did not change her form, but boldly declared, "You should know that half-humans are at their strongest in mimicry, and I can kill you in human form." As her words fell, the enraged bear beast could no longer contain itself and charged forward with heavy steps, each footfall like an earthquake. It transformed into its full beast form, towering over Shen Xi, as if a single blow could turn her into pulp. Shen Xi flicked her right hand, and the flame sand longsword appeared in her grasp, while her body was simultaneously covered in flame sand armor. As the bear beast's wind-like paw approached, she soared into the air like a feather, facing the bear's massive head. Her figure shot forward like an arrow, the longsword aimed directly at the bear beast's eyes. At the same time, she summoned star power, and flame sand short stabs flew in from all directions towards the bear beast. The overwhelming star power flickered in the dim room, with the bear beast surrounded by fatal attacks. There was no way to evade. In reality, the bear beast was quite formidable. Its tough fur was not something ordinary attacks could tear through. It assessed the situation. The instinctive danger sensed by the beast told it that the most crucial threat was not the flame sand attacks from all sides, but the flame sand longsword in Shen Xi's hand. It ignored the attacks coming from all directions and focused solely on Shen Xi. The huge bear paw lifted, attempting to swat Shen Xi's sword away. The bear beast, large in size, surprisingly moved quite nimbly. But when it came to agility, Shen Xi was confident that no one could match her. She twisted the long sword in her hand, her body contorting in midair to avoid the incoming paw. Then, from an unconventional angle, she thrust her sword again towards the bear beast's eyes. The bear beast was startled, turning its head to dodge while raising its massive paws, bringing them together. In the center of its palms was Shen Xi's petite figure. This situation was nearly unavoidable, and there was no solution. All the beasts watched, their expressions filled with excitement. Almost in the next moment, they envisioned Shen Xi being flattened into a pulp by that enormous paw. Ancient memories were awakened. The beasts couldn't help but lick their lips, as if they could already taste Shen Xi's flesh and blood. Yet in the center of that massive paw, Shen Xi showed no intention of escaping. At this moment, for those watching the live stream from Shen Xi's perspective, it was undoubtedly a tremendous test. The gigantic bear beast, its broad paw, and the immense force generated by its swing seemed capable of trapping a person between its hands. A sense of despair enveloped the viewers' hearts. However, in contrast, Shen Xi maintained a confident smile even in such a scene. He felt as if his heart was tightly grasped, and even his breathing stopped for that moment. Through Shen Xi's perspective, he met the bear beast's terrifying gaze. The wind from its paw raged, and he felt like a fish stranded on a beach, wide-eyed and drenched in sweat. Far away in District 13 and the Central Star Shen family, Shen Wei and Chen Yi's hearts tightened simultaneously. Their eyes revealed the same worry. Although they knew this was just a map and everything was imaginary, that Shen Xi herself wouldn't suffer much harm. It felt as if they truly saw her being killed by the Beast Clan. The fear and worry reached their peak at this moment, while the one causing all this, Shen Xi, was in the eye of the storm. Chapter 123. The Hook's expression was as calm as an old monk in meditation. His heartbeat had not stirred even the slightest ripple. The bear's paw swiftly closed, and the figure in its palm vanished without a trace. The half-star being was indeed weak beyond belief. The beast felt as if the dust had settled. Yet, at the center of the battlefield, the bear beast's pupils suddenly contracted, a flicker of confusion flashing in its eyes. In the next moment, this confusion transformed into terror. It hurriedly turned around, but it was already too late. The sound of the sword piercing flesh was almost imperceptible, yet to the bear beast, it was as startling as thunder. Its mountain-like body swayed precariously and then crashed to the ground. Only then did the beast see Shen Xi's figure appearing like a specter behind the bear beast. Her arm, as white as if it could glow, bore a long streak of blood. That was the bear beast's blood. Shen Xi stood on the massive bear beast's shoulder, making her look so small. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant existence that had toppled a bear beast many times larger than herself with a red longsword. Shock and amazement spread in the hearts of all the beasts present. The first among you is nothing but this. Shen Xi's voice slowly echoed, and the next moment, The sword in her hand was thrust once more into the bear beast's body. She brushed against the bear's spine and then forcefully pulled the sword out in a horizontal slash. The bear beast lay completely on the ground, inhaling more than exhaling, its body resembling a limp fish. This half-star being truly could kill a bear beast. Shen Xi flicked the long sword, and a string of blood droplets fell, splattering into a beautiful blood flower. However, to the beast tribe, it seemed utterly unappealing. Outside, Zhou was hunched over a trash can, heaving violently. Shen Xi's sudden change of position had made him dizzy from the first-person perspective. This damned familiar feeling. He now had a substantial confirmation of Cheng Yuan's guess about Shen Xi. Chen Yi and Shen Wei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, they still frowned at Shen Xi's current situation. Compared to the concerns outside, Shen Xi herself felt quite at ease. She jumped down from the bear beast's shoulder, and as she passed, the beasts made way, watching her warily. No one dared to step forward. Shen Xi casually pulled over a chair and sat down, her movements exuding a carefree nonchalance. For a moment, both sides seemed to be in standoff. However, the bear beast in the center, with blood dripping all over the ground, gradually lost its life as time went by. Before long, it became nothing more than a corpse. The spacious little room was filled with the smell of bear beast blood and flesh. This odor was pungent and unpleasant to Shen Xi. To the beast tribe, however, it was like an incredibly rich and fragrant floral scent, thick enough to penetrate every beast's nose. Their sensitive noses could not prevent the scent from spreading, even if they tried to cover them. Gradually, someone could no longer withstand it and quietly swallowed. The sound of swallowing echoed one after another. With such a delicacy before them, it was nearly impossible for the beast tribe to resist. Meanwhile, Shen Xi squinted her eyes slightly, as if she were asleep. A bold beast crept closer to Shen Xi, but she immediately opened her eyes, her gaze sharp as a white dagger. The beast trembled in fear. As beasts, their sense of danger was always particularly heightened. However, as they cautiously approached the bear beast, Shen Xi showed no reaction. This half-star being so small, even if she had killed the bear beast, how much could she possibly eat? Such a large bear beast. Gulp. It quietly took a bite. Surely the half-star being wouldn't notice, right? Thus, the beast, with its sharp teeth dripping saliva, approached the still warm corpse of the bear beast. With a soft pop, the muscle was torn apart, warm blood sliding into its mouth, stimulating its taste buds. The sound of gnawing echoed among the beasts, even though it was being very careful. To the keen-sensed beasts, it was no different from being blatant. More and more beasts crept over, secretly taking a bite and then hiding away. Shen Xi, sitting in the corner, peeked through a small gap in her eyelids, not at all surprised by the scene before her. Wild beasts were extremely protective of their food, and a single bear beast, though large, still could not satisfy their greedy stomachs. Before long, sounds of contention erupted, like some kind of signal. The entire room suddenly erupted into a brawl. More beasts were injured, and the smell of blood filled the room. Shen Xi frowned slightly and effortlessly struck down a beast that had been knocked close to her with her sword. The beast barely had time to let out a howl before losing its life. Its limp body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out. "If you want to fight, then fight, but stay away from me," Shen Xi said unceremoniously. There was a moment of silence in the room. All the eyes filled with greed and murderous intent stared fixedly at Shen Xi. Although Shen Xi maintained a calm facade, her heart was worried that these beasts might turn against her. Fortunately, they were currently intoxicated by the scent of the bear beast. Only one beast cautiously approached, dragging the corpse beneath Shen Xi's feet and swiftly fleeing. This further ignited the anger of the beast tribe. No beast paid attention to Shen Xi anymore, all rushing to chase after the one trying to eat alone. A new round of fighting began. Shen Xi stood in place for a moment, then decisively turned and slowly approached the door of the room. Unbeknownst to her, she had already activated the star ring, and a series of codes flashed across the screen. By the time she reached the doorway, Shen Xi raised the star ring and pressed it against the data chip. With a click, the door quietly opened. Shen Xi rolled out swiftly and closed the door behind her. Just as the door sealed shut, a sharp wind blew in from the side, grazing Shen Xi's fair cheek and leaving 3 fresh blood marks. Shen Xi instinctively raised her hand to block it, but the fiery sand dagger collided with a hard wall. The harsh scraping sound rang out as the dagger struggled to advance further. A tremendous force bore down. Shen Xi gritted her teeth, shifted her weight to roll aside. Bang! A loud crash echoed. The wind surged again, cold as frost, rushing at her once more. Shen Xi sprang up, pressed against the wall, moving nimbly, and gripped the dagger in reverse, using gravity to plunge it downward with force. She encountered an obstruction again. This formidable defense was truly a headache. Shen Xi switched to a horizontal slash, gliding along the hard exterior of her opponent. Sparks flew, and just from the painful scraping sound, one could tell how tough the opponent was. With her long legs stretched out, star power surged through her muscles and skin, delivering a powerful kick toward her opponent's knee joint. That heavy force would have shattered the joints of an ordinary beast, causing them to stumble and kneel. Yet this beast seemed unfazed. Shen Xi only felt a numbness in her leg and quickly escaped, moving as gracefully as a fluttering butterfly. In an instant, she widened the distance between herself and her opponent. However, it seemed the opponent had no intention of letting Shen Xi go. The gray claw, tipped with sharp backward hooks, moved swiftly toward Shen Xi's shoulder. With a thud, blood splattered. The backward hook latched on Shen Xi's joint, gripping it tightly. Chapter 124. Steady Victory? Shen Xi turned her head slightly to look back, lowering her shoulder in an attempt to break free from her opponent's grip. However, the more she struggled, the more she felt the hook digging deeper inside her. Now, her entire right shoulder was bleeding profusely. Shen Xi's gaze darkened. In the next moment, her left hand swung up, and the Yin Sha long sword appeared in her grasp. The sword gleamed. Pain surged through her. The Yin Sha long sword swept across her opponent's claws, forcing them to let go. With a loud crack, a pure white arm fell to the ground. In the midst of her opponent's astonishment, Shen Xi quickly pulled away, moving at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, she had created distance. Shen Xi, you truly are his descendant, a low murmur echoed. Shen Xi did not hear the voice. She was sprinting forward at full speed. Beasts from the beast tribe continuously poured into the corridor that connected both sides. With only one hand left, Shen Xi wielded the Yin Sha long sword, cutting down every beast she encountered. Stellar power spread through the corridor, creating chaos. For a moment, these beasts could not take her down. Of course, if they used cannons, they might have a chance. But since Shen Xi was in the base, these beasts were too afraid to use artillery. And if they only used guns, no matter what kind, they wouldn't have much effect against Shen Xi's formidable Yin Sha armor. Naturally, she was not completely unscathed. However, the injuries she sustained were bearable for her. The severe pain from her right shoulder wound constantly stimulated her nerves. At this moment, she was in an extreme state of excitement. The more she fought, the more fervent her eyes became. In her hand, the long sword had somehow transformed into a heavy knife, 3 feet long, 3 inches wide, and 2 inches thick. The blade was sharp, and under the enhancement of stellar power, it was unstoppable. She ran while wielding the knife, using the gaps in combat to apply speed-enhancing runes on herself, and simultaneously issued commands to Kuei, Mu, and the others. Before long, the crocodile leader chased after her, observing Shen Xi from a distance, much like a cat watching a mouse. How ridiculous! What can you do alone? Killing a few beasts doesn't mean you've won. Look, this is the cold-blooded nature of the beast tribe. If they find it amusing, they will send their soldiers to their deaths right in front of you. As Shen Xi swiftly struck down another beast, droplets of blood flew into the air, and she fought with a blood-soaked fervor. Yes, being able to kill one more beast is indeed a gain for me. Bloodstains marked her face, making her small visage astonishingly bright. In the end, it's all the same death. I'm very curious. Just how many beasts can you kill? Shen Xi concealed her expression. Oh, then you can just watch closely. Beasts continuously charged forward, and more fell under Shen Xi's knife. Gradually, some beasts no longer advanced fearlessly. Their once arrogant and disdainful eyes now revealed panic. They hesitated restlessly in place, seemingly weighing whether to approach or not. So the beast tribe can also feel fear. Although the crocodile leader looked displeased, it exuded a confident air of certain victory. It pushed aside the surrounding beasts and approached Shen Xi. Step by step, the heavy footsteps sounded like thunder. However, Shen Xi slowly curled her lips into a smile. Although her left hand had become numb from the earlier battle, she barely had the strength to lift the knife. Yet her spirit was extremely excited, and the enthusiasm in her eyes was so intense that even the crocodile leader found it unbelievable. "Aren't you running away, little mouse?" The disdain in its tone seemed to shoot at Shen Xi like a tangible force. A mouse." A low laugh escaped Shen Xi's throat. Like clear spring water striking against a blue stone, both refreshing and cold, yet melodious. "You have a saying that is quite interesting, a fish on the chopping block. Right now, you're the fish on my chopping block. If I can't kill your father, then killing you is also quite amusing." The crocodile leader finally approached Shen Xi. Shen Xi lazily raised her eyes, responding with a nonchalant "oh." It seemed she was not concerned. The crocodile leader extended its hand, its gray, hard-skinned hand gripping Shen Xi's neck tightly. "Since you are so capable, why don't you cut off your own head?" Its buttery yellow pupils slowly moved closer to Shen Xi's jade-like fair skin. Malice flowed like water over Shen Xi's skin. However, at this moment, her skin was marred with bloodstains, looking extremely disheveled, yet exuding a different kind of beauty. Shen Xi had not spoken at all. From earlier until now, she seemed to have given up on struggling. The hand around her neck tightened slowly. At this moment, in reality, Zhou Yi, who had decisively switched to a god's eye view to observe Shen Xi's actions, unconsciously held his breath. It felt as if the air in his lungs had been completely compressed. It was as if the person being choked by the crocodile was not Shen Xi, but him. As for Chun Yi and Shen Wei, they were completely unsettled. Both of their eyes turned yellow with worry. When they heard the crocodile leader say that it couldn't kill Shen Xi's father and that killing Shen Xi would also be an interesting thing, both their faces darkened severely. Shen Wei began to regret. Perhaps he should never have let Shen Xi leave Central Star. If Shen Xi hadn't left Central Star, she wouldn't have awakened her mark, and if she hadn't awakened her mark, she wouldn't have developed the desire to attend the military academy. Most regrettably, he had even entertained the thought of sending Shen Xi to Chun Yi for care. Chun Yi, on the other hand, couldn't help but think of Mingyu. He thought that the beast and insect tribes would love nothing more than a feast on his flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Mingyu had been missing for a long time, perhaps already dead. With a crack, it sounded like a bone breaking. Shen Xi's head hung weakly, her face still marred. What is going on? Shen Xi should have logged out immediately. Zhuwen frowned and spoke up. Why does it feel like something is off? According to the map settings, when life points reach 0, it indeed means a forced logout. At that time, Shen Xi's body in the map would also disappear, rather than being held by the crocodile, as it was now. The scene fell into silence. The crocodile leader scoffed disdainfully, tossing Shen Xi's body aside like a rag. Boring, far inferior to him. Cheers suddenly erupted. Major General, Major General. Mixed with the roars of beasts, it seemed to shake the roof. At that moment, a glint of cold light suddenly descended from above. A long whip spiraled down. The whip was made up of sharp, intricate yin-sham mechanisms. Each small mechanism protruding with curved hooks, the tips of the hooks gleaming with a red light. As the long whip fell, it skillfully wrapped around the crocodile leader's neck. Then, the hand holding the whip pulled, and the whip tightened rapidly, the sharp hooks digging into the skin, drilling inward as the whip constricted. Soon, it pierced through the impenetrable, sturdy protection. The hand pulling the whip exerted force again. The hooks flexibly latched on his skin and flesh, tearing out horrific wounds. Chapter 125. Quick kill after the murder. Look, over there. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the beast horde, causing many beasts to raise their heads and reveal expressions of terror. Suspended from the ceiling was Shen Xi, who had seemingly lost her life. Below her feet, it appeared that the fiery sand had bonded inseparably with the ceiling. This allowed her, despite being in such a powerless position, to exert great force with her hands. Under everyone's gaze, she exerted force again. Because she was pulling from behind Major Crocodile, it only caused him to stagger back a step. However, Major Crocodile quickly steadied himself. His large palm bent back at an odd angle and then grasped the long whip. After tightening his grip, he began to wrestle against Shen Xi in the opposite direction. Major Crocodile's strength was truly formidable. Shen Xi bit her lip, and the long whip in her hand was nearly slipping from her grasp. Due to excessive force, her tiger's mouth turned pale from the pressure. Yet, the long whip continued to inch away from her hand. Shen Xi gritted her teeth, the fiery sand slowly closing around her hand before linking back with the long whip. This way, her hand and the long whip seemed to be completely connected. The long whip felt like an extension of Shen Xi's own hand. She channeled her star power into the long whip and wrestled against Major Crocodile. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. Interesting. Major Crocodile turned around, his cold gaze meeting Shen Xi's. Shen Xi felt a momentary pause in her breath, and her scalp tingled. She hadn't yet had time to write down anything to treat her severed right arm. Now, coordinating her movements was somewhat difficult. The beast horde below raised their guns and began shooting at Shen Xi. Even though these guns didn't pose much of a threat to her, they were still a significant annoyance. Fearless struggle. Major Crocodile coldly spat out a few words before he suddenly pulled hard to the side. Caught off guard, the long whip abruptly disconnected from where it linked to Shen Xi's hand. It looked as if Shen Xi's hand had been severed once again. Major Crocodile twisted the long whip, releasing it from his grasp. He swung the long whip back towards Shen Xi. Shen Xi's mind raced, and the fiery sand long whip disintegrated in midair. Crimson dust fell like rain. Shen Xi casually flicked her hand, sending several meteor darts whizzing towards Major Crocodile's neck. He reacted swiftly, ducking to avoid them, but the beast behind him suffered an unwarranted disaster as the meteor darts pierced one of their skulls. The beast barely had time to whimper before it lost its life. While rapidly launching meteor darts, Shen Xi moved along the ceiling. The fiery sand connecting her to the ceiling spread apart and gathered again. She was multitasking, her mind stretched to its limit. Major Crocodile dodged the meteor darts while rapidly closing in on Shen Xi. Several beasts beside him fell victim to the meteor darts. Major Crocodile was stronger than Shen Xi in both strength and speed. Given the already considerable distance between them, Shen Xi had to exhaust all her strength to avoid being caught. Fortunately, her meteor darts could slow him down a bit. However, the distance between them was still gradually closing. Major Crocodile leaped up, transforming into his full beast form, raising his head and leaping forcefully upwards. His massive jaws snapping shut towards the petite Shen Xi. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xi twisted in midair like a graceful bird, her toes touching the top of Major Crocodile's head. She tightened her grip and forcefully swung again. The fiery sand long whip instantly manifested, wrapping around his long snout, extending along his eyes, and Shen Xi twisted her hand again, binding Major Crocodile and keeping him in a position with his jaws wide open. Sharp hooks pierced in his tender, red oral flesh, creating gaping wounds. Shen Xi tightened her grip, the hooks scraping against the area around his eyes. Blood and tears streamed down in an instant. In pain, Major Crocodile's massive tail swung violently towards Shen Xi. She barely dodged the tail and agilely landed on Major Crocodile's neck. In that moment, her short blade emerged from her foot and pressed down hard on the previously inflicted wound. Major Crocodile thrashed violently. Shen Xi was tossed like a small boat caught in the eye of a storm, with no point of support left. The next moment, she fell rapidly from the air like a bird with broken wings. She was thrown away and crashed against the wall with a loud bang. The impact was considerable, and Shen Xi felt as if her internal organs had shifted. Without time to think, the murky yellow eyes stained with blood approached rapidly. Nearby, beasts were encroaching, holding binding guns. Shen Xi kicked one away, causing the binding gun to change direction and shoot a net that pinned against the wall, emitting a cold light. Shen Xi rolled up, grabbed a small beast, and pushed it towards Major Crocodile while quickly darting into a gap beside her. Major Crocodile charged fiercely. There was no escape for either side. Major Crocodile's massive palm slammed down, instantly twisting the posture of the beast in front of him, causing it to collapse to the ground. This was truly ruthless. When anger arose, he didn't care. He could easily eliminate his own troops if they got in the way. Shen Xi realized just how great the hatred she had drawn was. This only indicated that Major Crocodile was now serious due to her provocation. Although she knew it wouldn't be of much use, Shen Xi snatched the binding gun from one of the beast's hands. She aimed it at Major Crocodile's direction and fired repeatedly. The binding net fell, causing considerable trouble for Major Crocodile. He became increasingly agitated, blood flowing more from his eyes. Combined with his current expression, he truly resembled a god of death. Shen Xi's heart raced. While dealing with the beasts attacking her, she maneuvered to push the beasts in front of Major Crocodile. No matter who it was, if they blocked his path, Major Crocodile would kill them all. Gradually, the beasts started to realize, while Major Crocodile was indeed their superior, at this moment, they faced a superior who didn't value their lives at all. The beasts began to hesitate in their actions. In terms of unity, the beast race was truly not superior. Their primary concern was always their own survival. If there was anything that could bring them together, it was only a shared hatred and disgust. At this moment, their hatred towards Shen Xi had long been diluted by Major Crocodile's series of beast killings. Fearing for their own lives, they instinctively avoided getting too close to Shen Xi. However, if they wanted to back down, it would depend on whether Shen Xi agreed. She was like a nimble fish swimming through the beast horde, casually eliminating the weaker beasts while leading them towards Major Crocodile. For a time, the number of beasts Major Crocodile killed surpassed that of Shen Xi. Despicable, lowly half-star beings. Major Crocodile roared in anger. He violently tore apart the beasts blocking his path to Shen Xi. Those beasts crumbled under his hands like tattered cloth. With many beasts cleared from his path, he suddenly accelerated, targeting Shen Xi directly. Life or death. Shen Xi realized that she had truly provoked his wrath this time. Now, Major Crocodile no longer remembered to toy with her. He likely wished to kill her quickly. Chapter 126. Evaluation. The distance between both sides is getting closer. Shen Xi can even feel the breath coming from the other party's mouth. A dense chill crawls up his spine. The crocodile beast suddenly leaps, its speed increasing again. The huge shadow completely covers Shen Xi. His small and determined figure, while desperately fleeing, exudes a heavy sense of despair. It's over. Everyone watching from an objective perspective thinks. Shen Xi has held on until now, reversing the situation time and again, which is truly impressive. It's just a bit regrettable. However, at the critical moment, an arrow of frost brushes past Shen Xi's cheek. At the same time, a green vine stretches out from behind, binding the crocodile beast. Just as the crocodile beast is controlled, the arrow pierces through the wound into its neck. Although it begins to melt the moment it enters the crocodile beast's body, soon dripping down as water, it still slows down the beast's movements. Seizing this moment, Shen Xi accelerates and dodges the crocodile beast's attack. He turns to meet the gaze of Kuei Mu across from him. The vine stretches out again, wrapping around the crocodile beast's body in layers, and Shue's ice arrows rain down densely. Shen Xi pushes off the ground, and his long sword reappears in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment the crocodile beast is restrained, he strikes down fiercely. Star power spills down, illuminating the area. Having succeeded in one strike, the three quickly retreat to a safe distance. Then they repeat the same tactic. The crocodile beast, already injured by Shen Xi, grows furious. After several provocations from the three, it lets out a deafening roar. However, the three are slippery and agile, with Kuei Mu and Shue continuing to coordinate from a distance. Despite Shen Xi being very close to it, the fact that the others can engage it for so long is enough to demonstrate Shen Xi's agility. No matter how enraged the crocodile beast becomes, aside from injuring other beasts nearby, it cannot do anything to Shen Xi. The situation reverses in an instant. Zhou Yi feels somewhat amused, yet gazes intently at the bloodied figure. The other party seems to glow all over, never willing to concede, never willing to give up. With even their back radiating a struggle against an unyielding fate, the beast tribe's base is in complete chaos. More and more figures appear, with the cooperation of many. Shen Xi quickly kills the crocodile beast in front of him. The massive figure falls, its yellowish eyes filled with unwillingness. Shen Xi, if given another chance, he would have killed the other party without hesitation the moment they first met. See. In a chaotic environment, a worried voice calls out, and a graceful figure rushes over. It's Su Jiuyao. Shen Xi slowly smiles. Su Jiuyao comes close and urgently stops, her eyes fixed on Shen Xi's arm. Her eyes gradually reddening. Shen Xi waves his intact hand in front of her, indicating it's all fake. Su Jiuyao's eyes remain red as she gives him a gentle glare. But the pain is all too real. Shen Xi can't stand her gaze. This situation isn't one that hasn't happened during regular training, but he doesn't dare to say it. She hurriedly changes the subject, asking how the situation is now. As she speaks, she casually swings her sword, thrusting it into a beast attacking Su Jiuyao. Blood drips down as she withdraws the sword. Su Jiuyao glances at it, her expression unchanged. We have opened all the prisons in the base. The imprisoned beasts, having tasted blood and flesh, quickly began to hunt other beasts, and we have dealt with the upper-level officers of the base. Now they are leaderless, without higher authority to restrain them. It won't be long before they follow their instincts and start hunting other beasts. But we don't know if they will turn on their former teammates. This isn't something Shen Xi cares about. He doesn't want to know the dark side of the beast tribe's nature. Let's leave first. The military academy students quickly exit the base, taking all the food with them, locking the exit. Now, only the beast tribe remains inside the entire base. The endless sounds of fighting are muffled within. Standing at the base's entrance, Shen Xi still feels a bit dazed. The setting sun melts gold as Shen Xi sits cross-legged on a mound to heal himself. The severed arm slowly grows bones and flesh, and soon a new arm appears. Under the soft sunlight, it is fair and glossy like jade, exposed to the air due to the missing sleeve. Around Shen Xi, about 100 people are sitting or standing. Besides Shen Xi's own team members, the rest are military academy students gathered by Su Jiuyao. Now, the points of these 15 small teams are rapidly increasing. At this moment, not far away, Tang Ji's large team finally captures a medium-sized town. The military students cheer to celebrate their victory. The Wushang team, as the main force, has the highest points according to the system's evaluation. This medium-sized town, with a population of 5,000, brings them over 3,000 points. Fu Zhou shakes off the loose hair from his forehead. The fierce look in his eyes still not dissipated as he leans against the ruins to check the points leaderboard. The next moment, anger is clearly visible in his deep brows and eyes. Shen Xi, the gritted teeth imply a strong emotion. In the next moment, he slams his palm against a nearby broken stone, the force so great that it reddens his hand. Not far away, Qin Shen, who has witnessed his entire frenzy, thoughtfully opens the points leaderboard. His eyes widen slightly, and a smile appears at the corner of his lips. Those who don't understand tease him. Your team must be first this time, right? Before the attack, the team ranked first on the leaderboard was Shen Xi's charge team, with 1,400 points. If the military academy students band together, such results seem unsurprising. It seems to be their limit. No one thinks Tang Ji wouldn't be first. Hearing this, Qin Shen merely reveals a meaningful smile, but does not explain. The point for the charge team are now over 4,000. It's fine. Fu Zhou comforts himself. Shen Xi is only a little ahead of us. This small gap is not impossible to close. He clenches his fist and immediately goes to find Tang Ji. Captain, I suggest we pursue the victory. They have already explored the surrounding areas. Besides the medium-sized town, there are several small towns not too far away. He pulls out the map and points to the nearest small town, which isn't very large, so the population likely isn't high either. There are also several small towns scattered nearby that could be dealt with together. Tang Ji glances at Fu Zhou indifferently, ponders for a moment, and then nods. Okay. Tang Ji's team moves again. Before long, they approach the target location. The battle doesn't last long before ending. This time, they resolve 4 small towns in one go. As night gradually falls, the hot land slowly turns cool. Fu Zhou calculates that this time their points should exceed 5,000. They should definitely surpass Shen Xi's team now. He happily opens the points leaderboard. He sees the charge team's points skyrocketing. This is because the longer Shen Xi's team maintains their breeding of beasts, the fiercer the fighting within becomes. Without food, unable to leave, and forcibly cut off from outside contact, the beast tribe gradually allows the wildness in their genes to take over. They no longer care about their identities. In the face of survival, everything else can take a back seat. Among them are a group of cunning and powerful beasts who more recklessly indulge their greed. For them, treating their kin as food comes naturally. In such circumstances, the number of beasts is gradually decreasing. During this time, Shen Xi and the others have been resting outside. Shen Xi and Su Jiuyao consolidated the existing information. Su Jiuyao played her part well during their collaboration, and they have explored the farther maps quite thoroughly. The students from the military academy are discussing that once they take care of the beastmen in the base, they might as well attack a few nearby small towns before heading towards more prosperous areas. Shen Xi has discovered that the wild nature of the beastmen can be easily incited. Moreover, those beastmen who are imprisoned for crimes are more susceptible to manipulation. Shen Xi plans to start with these criminal beastmen next. If possible, she wants to release some of the criminal beastmen from the base. Such dangerous individuals. How can they not send a big gift to the beastmen? Everyone is in agreement with Shen Xi's plan. Thus, while waiting for the base incident to conclude, each team has taken a good rest. Yet, surprisingly, without doing anything, their points keep increasing. Who would have thought? The students from the military academy are grinning foolishly. Another night has passed. Shen Xi looks at the control back end of the beastman's base in the star ring. Here, she can see through the monitoring devices how many beastmen are still alive inside. Shen Xi has been keeping track of the numbers. At present, it seems they need to wait a little longer. Unbeknownst to her, the outside world has gone crazy. The people of the Shuwen noticed this team long ago when Tang Ji defeated a medium-sized town but still scored lower than Shen Xi's charge team. However, when they entered the room, they saw Shen Xi and her group leisurely sitting on a mound. Some were looking up at the starry sky, the night wind playfully tousling their hair, their demeanor relaxed as if they were camping. In another room, Tang Ji's team was fighting desperately. The contrast between the two sides was even more apparent. Nonetheless, the points of the charge team were indeed continuously rising. I don't understand what's going on. Why are they gaining points without doing anything? It's incredible. The points seem to have a life of their own. More and more people flooded into the room, and he saw these two questions and kindly explained. Those who don't understand can watch the room replay. The entire time, they were aloof. The captain of the charge team, Shen Xi, is simply amazing. These points are well-deserved. His words were full of support and admiration. Keen-eyed individuals recognized him as a famous Shun Xing streamer. His commentary was articulate. Although he wasn't an alien, he was a military enthusiast of a rather professional caliber. It's well known that his standards are very high. Even the outstanding third-year student from the military academy, Qin Shun, received only a mediocre evaluation from him during the military school league. Chapter 127. She deserves it. Everyone is curious about what this aggressive captain has done to earn such high praise. Some people took the initiative to watch the replay. After watching, their minds were completely bewildered, and when they looked at Shen Xi in the live broadcast room, all that remained in their eyes was admiration. What a ruthless person, truly ruthless to herself. No wonder Yi said she deserves it. She drew a circle of hatred and single-handedly held off the enemy's major general. Time and again, just when you thought she was about to crash, she stubbornly stood up again. She personally infiltrated the enemy's headquarters, making a spectacular display. Where did this invisible big shot come from? As more and more people watched the charge. Teams replay. The number of people who liked Shen Xi grew. However, there were still some who disagreed with her methods. But isn't she just lucky, stumbling into it? To be honest, this operation is a bit strange. Leading the beast race to eat their own kind. This military academy student's thinking is quite dangerous. Tang Ji's steady strategy is better. There were many similar voices. Some even mocked and belittled Shen Xi's actions. In the Shen family on Central Star, Shen Wei looked at these comments with a frown, his deep eyes filled with displeasure. How could someone as excellent as she be easily slandered by these people? The next moment, he sent a message. Handle those few people with bad comments in Xi's live broadcast room. The response was quick and soon. The people who had cursed the hardest found themselves on a mute list. Shen Wei finally relaxed his furrowed brow and continued to watch contentedly. On the other side, the Wu Shang team, which had finished the battle and started to regroup, Fu Zhou once again pulled up the leaderboard. After several deep breaths, he confirmed that the other party's score was not something they could achieve by taking down a few small towns. Reluctantly, Fu Zhou closed the leaderboard, feeling gloomy. His brows were dark, and he knew he had to speed up. He didn't know what Shen Xi had done over there. Although he didn't want to admit it, Shen Xi was indeed very strong. He couldn't let the other party surpass him. It seemed he wanted to prove that the educational concepts he had accepted all along were correct, that they were the truth. Fu Zhou once again stood up and approached Tang Ji. I propose we split up and cooperate. We're moving too slowly. Tang Ji rubbed the skin on his wrist. The star ring's mark emitted a faint glow under his fingertip. He had seen the leaderboard. Fu Zhou coming over was no surprise to him. No one wanted to take first place, especially not him, Tang Ji. Tang Ji's movements were decisive, and his deep voice sounded, "How many people do you want to take?" 2 teammates. Tang Ji glanced at Fu Zhou, his brows slightly furrowed. "Don't be overconfident." Fu Zhou's expression was firm. "I'm not being overconfident. I need support troops. We need more people. I'll go gather them." If it was just to gather more people, that configuration would be fine. The next moment, he nodded, but, so, taking advantage of the night, Fu Zhou set off again with his team. The military academy students from the military attachment school didn't need to consider. They definitely wouldn't cooperate with him. As for the first military academy students, there were over 2,000 first-year students and more than 3,000 second-year students, giving him plenty of operational space. Fu Zhou set out with full confidence. As dawn broke, a new day began in the clear domain map. Shen Xi, who had been sitting like a dead tree, finally moved. Now was the time. As her voice rang out, countless people in front of the screens became energized. Shen Xi opened the base's gates. The 15 teams she had gathered charged in unison. Shen Xi, leading the high combat capacity members, faced off against the obviously stronger B soldiers. Though at this moment, they still didn't know if they could be considered B soldiers. When those soldiers saw Shen Xi, their pupils contracted, clearly reminded of her actions over the past 2 days. They recalled the comments made about her, and fear flashed in their eyes. Taking down the remaining beast soldiers didn't take them much time. Those beast criminals that survive in the raising process were intentionally let go by Shen Xi. Once the demons imprisoned deep within are released, they find it hard to return to their past, having tasted the delightful flesh and blood of the beast race. They wouldn't be content to settle for less. After all, they weren't weak. Shen Xi was eager to see the tremors among the beast race when the seeds she had sown bore fruit into towering trees. I don't understand. Why did she let those beasts go? They look very fierce. Thanks to Su Jiu's persistent calling of Shi in her ear, Shen Xi's fans began to refer to her as Shi as well. These beasts will eat beasts in the future. Shi let them go to let them fight amongst themselves, right? Next, everyone organized the weapons in the base. The harvest was minimal. After all, during the raising period, the beast race had been ruthlessly killing each other. However, Shen Xi wasn't disheartened. These points were already the best reward. They set out again. Shen Xi followed the strongest of the released beast criminals, naturally saving time on navigation. What a good use of resources. Beast criminal, is no one speaking up for me? Whenever the beast criminals arrived at a village or small town to forage, Shen Xi and her team would take them down. They forced the beast criminals to seek new places to find food. The two sides encountered each other along the way, but Shen Xi pretended not to see and let it pass. Although the beast criminal couldn't figure out the reason for this at the moment. Since the other party didn't kill it, it also had no intention of provoking them. Mainly, it realized it couldn't win. For its own life, it decisively backed down. After following this beast criminal for a few days, the number of military academy students following Shen Xi grew. Even some students from the first military academy joined in. With the competition time halfway through, Shen Xi gathered all the military attachment school students, along with some first military academy students, totaling around 500. That was quite a number. They had taken down countless small towns. Finally, they arrived at a medium-sized town. Although it was classified as intermediate, the number of B soldiers in this town was close to that of a large town, with their smaller numbers. Although they had relied on the weapons scavenged from various places over the past few days, tackling a medium-sized town like this was a bit challenging. Everyone paused for a moment. Shen Xi furrowed her brows in thought. She didn't really want to give up on the B soldiers that were within reach. It felt a bit unwilling to let go just like that. Moreover, these beast soldiers were just ordinary ones and wouldn't be too formidable in combat. However, to achieve victory with a smaller force, it was necessary to create chaos within the town first. Shen Xi looked up at the sky, slightly squinting her eyes. Those familiar with her already knew that she had a plan in mind. She immediately ordered to take out the beast soldiers in the surrounding small towns and intercept all food supplies sent to the medium-sized town. Such small maneuvers were not difficult for them. The large town was still a long way off, and the surrounding areas only had small towns. It wouldn't take much effort to deal with them. Over the next few days, Shen Xi and her team crazily collected food for the beast race and stored it up. The group began to vaguely understand Shen Xi's intentions. The beast town had been cut off from food for 3 days. Although the beasts were tough and resilient, 3 days without food made them restless. Moreover, there was that beast criminal locked up inside the town. Shen Xi's food blockade wouldn't affect it at all. In this vast town, thousands of beastmen could serve as its food. So it quietly took its share, never feeling wronged, and whenever it was hungry, it would hunt a beast. This behavior was eventually discovered by other beasts. The medium-sized town had a large number of beasts, including several different species. They weren't particularly close to each other. When a starving beast, with blurred vision from hunger, saw a fellow beast unhesitatingly slaughter a passing unfortunate beast in a narrow alley and then feast on it, it realized the truth. It shamefully drooled a large puddle. It was really hungry. Recently, the town hadn't received any food deliveries for a long time. The beastmen in the beast town couldn't learn to hoard food. Their greed made them consume as much as they could. On the other hand, food had been scarce for a long time, and they had been hungry for a long time. There was no choice. If there was something to eat, they had to eat it quickly, as it was uncertain if there would be food the next day. Just like now, it was so hungry. By some strange twist of fate, this beast learned to hide in a corner and slaughter another beast. In the moment it consumed the flesh and blood of its kind, it felt, in a daze, that was truly alive. Most ordinary beasts had low self-control. Once a better option was available, they would automatically choose the one most beneficial to themselves. Thus, more and more beasts began to eat their own kind in the medium-sized town. Although on the surface, the town leader maintained order and forbade everyone from recklessly engaging in cannibalism. It was merely a facade. Most beasts were struggling to hold on, while some had allowed themselves to slide into the abyss. It didn't matter. The world was like this, and a taste of something good was worth dying for. Shen Xi and her group appeared above the town in the early morning of the 3rd day. The aerial train carried them towards the sky, overlooking the medium-sized town. The sound of the train startled the beasts inside the town. When food fell from the sky, exuding an enticing aroma, the beast's madness was instantly ignited. Countless beasts began to scramble for it, and the entire town fell into chaos. Shen Xi's large troop seized the opportunity to rush into the town, with Shen Xi's target directly aimed at the town leader. She ran the fastest and locked onto the town leader immediately. This town leader wasn't particularly strong. Shen Xi quickly dealt with him in a few moves, taking out the ones who could speak, had reason, and could set rules to guide other beasts first. The remaining beasts were like scattered barking dogs, not worthy of fear. As the town descended into chaos, amidst the rising flames, some beasts that had already tasted human delicacies decisively attacked other beasts. In an instant, the entire town was in disarray. Shen Xi charged into the town's prison. Her intention was to add fuel to the chaotic situation. Unexpectedly, she saw a familiar person there. Futsu? Shen Xi slowed her pace, her beautiful eyes filled with amusement. What a coincidence. Fu Zhou was taken aback when he saw her. Chapter 128. People like you, how did you end up here? Futsu frowned slightly. Shen Xi chuckled lightly, slowly walking up to the metal fence. How interesting. This Qingyu map ISN to your territory. Can I come here? The number of military academy students ISNT large. What gives you the confidence to act in this town? Fu Zhou believed he understood Shen Xi's depth. He had brought a small team to scout this medium-sized town, but unexpectedly got caught. Now, he could only wait for the main force to rescue him. He thought that even if they were going to deal with this medium-sized town, Tang Ji would have to plan something. Suddenly, he thought of something, his eyes brightening. Has Tang Ji already brought people here? Hearing this, Shen Xi's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Well, It seems someone is here to save you, so I don't need to go out of my way." After saying that, Shen Xi turned and walked deeper into the prison. Fu Zhou then noticed that she was dragging a large beast corpse. Shen Xi tossed the beast meat into the cell, her voice chilling. "Eat this, and I'll let you out." The medium-sized town had been short on food for a long time, and the beasts in town had nothing to eat, let alone these imprisoned beasts. Upon hearing Shen Xi's words, they perked their ears slightly, warily watching her for a while. After confirming that Shen Xi wasn't making any further movements, they quickly ran over to the beast corpse, swiftly tearing off a piece of bloody flesh and then retreating back to the corner to gnaw on it slowly. Once the first one ate, the second followed. Eventually, they even crowded around the corpse to share the meal. However, beasts generally had large appetites. This one corpse was not enough for them, and soon they began to argue, letting out fierce roars to scare off other weaker beasts. Fu Zhou kept his gaze fixed on the direction Shen Xi had left. Not long after, loud footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. Many beasts rushed out in a frenzy. Fu Zhou's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Shen Xi! Shen Xi! What is it?" Shen Xi's tired voice responded irritably. Then, she appeared slowly behind those beasts. Fu Zhou stared at her for a long time. He thought he was going crazy. Had he really felt relieved just now? Wouldn't it be better if Shen Xi was forced offline? That way, he could surpass her more easily. But deep down, Fu Zhou knew that the way he wanted to surpass her wasn't like this. Shen Xi walked up to him, opened the cell door, and looked into his clear eyes for a moment. Finally, she smacked her lips as if realizing something and laughed. "You made quite a bit of progress. Futsuesse braus farud DEITY. Did you release those beasts?" "What do you mean?" After Fu Zhou finished speaking, several military academy students who had followed him to investigate looked at Shen Xi in surprise. If outside, the main force was fighting the beasts, then these released beasts would undoubtedly increase the pressure on their side. Realizing this, the others looked at Shen Xi with unfriendly expressions. Shen Xi, however, didn't care. "It was me. I didn't come here to save you. I just came in to release the beasts." She admitted this quite frankly. However, this statement ignited their anger instantly. "How can you do this? Don't you know those are beasts? As military academy students, we have to defend the border in the future. How can you stand on the side of the beasts?" With such a big hat thrown on her, if she accepted it, Shen Xi's career would be over. Therefore, Fu Zhou scolded the person who spoke up. Then he looked at Shen Xi, demanding a reason. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, seemingly incredulous. "Oh, you trust me?" Fu Zhou's expression was flat. "No, I'm just looking for a reason to take action against you." This match had rules prohibiting military academy students from attacking each other. Shen Xi reminded him, then waved her hand and left. Is this person out of her mind? The few people behind Fu Zhou were still fuming. They were second-year students from the military academy and didn't know Shen Xi or had heard of her before. "Shen Xi," Fu Zhou said lightly. "TCH, she seems pretty arrogant." Fu Zhou silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shen Xi had always been quite arrogant. As they left the prison, they saw nothing but beast corpses. Once outside, they found Shen Xi battling the beasts, but the situation was somewhat different. Those beasts were also attacking each other. Fu Zhou looked closely and realized he hardly saw any of their team members. In this vast town, only a few military academy students were fighting alongside the beasts. Compared to the large number of beasts, it was indeed a stark disparity. Shen Xi and the others seemed to be assisting those beasts, launching attacks on another group of beasts. What is going on? Are these people from the military academy? Are the military academy students this fierce? Was it said that the best talents had already been picked by the first military academy? Most students from the military academy are supposed to be of poor talent. Is this poor talent? The group was bewildered. But why were these beasts fighting among themselves? Fu Zhou took a deep look at Shen Xi among the beast horde. She held a long spear, dancing like the wind and rain, sometimes sweeping out fierce gusts, sometimes stabbing like a torrential downpour, knocking beasts to the ground and killing them on the spot. Shen Xi was getting stronger. Fu Zhou silently clenched his fists, a fierce light suddenly flashing in his eyes. Since we're already here, let us kill a few more before we head back. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into the beast horde, seemingly determined to prove that he was now stronger than Shen Xi. He went all out, striking quickly and accurately. In no time, countless beasts fell under his hands. giving off that unstoppable feeling. However, there were too many beasts and too few of them. They couldn't solve so many beasts at once. Moreover, after filling their stomachs, the beasts fighting among themselves would weaken. At that point, those well-fed beasts might turn against Shen Xi and the others. However, Shen Xi already had a plan. Su Jiuyao had long gone to the control center of the town under Kuei Mu's protection. Once the town's defenses were activated, it could block outsiders from entering. And with a few adjustments, it could also prevent those inside from leaving. Seeing Su Jiuyao appear under Kuei Mu's protection, the two nodded to each other from a distance. Shen Xi raised her hand and whistled. Then, the military academy's students began to withdraw, slowly like a tide. "We should leave too," Fu Zhou said in a low voice after glancing over there. After leaving the medium-sized town's territory, Su Jiuyao opened the protective shield. Now, the control was completely in Su Jiuyao's hands, and the beast could no longer come out. However, Shen Xi and the others did not cut off communication. As for whether the beast would seek help, Shen Xi actually hoped they would. The team returned to their resting point. Shen Xi turned around and found Fu Zhou had followed her. Noticing Shen Xi's gaze, Fu Zhou boasted, "I just killed 500 beasts." Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. "So?" Fu Zhou emphasized, "That's more than your count, so I'm stronger than you." He said it with such certainty and confidence. The young man slightly raised his chin, looking very proud. Shen Xi paused for a moment before commenting, "Well, you are indeed quite impressive. But don't you have your own team?" She unceremoniously began to dismiss him. "Our main force is nearby. Since you've trapped those beasts, why don't we cooperate and pursue our advantage?" "No," Shen Xi flatly refused. "Hey, don't be so arrogant. Collaborating with us is the best choice. Do you really think you can take down this medium-sized town by yourselves?" A privileged military academy student looked quite disdainful. Fu Zhou clearly thought the same. So he not only didn't refute it, but nodded in agreement. "I sincerely want to cooperate with you. If you refuse, we can still seize control of the town. So working with us is your optimal solution." Shen Xi dragged out his voice in a mocking tone. His smile was quite strange. "Feel free to let your auxiliary troops try and seize it. If they can, then it's your skill. Are you trying to take advantage of us now? What is the optimal solution? Did you think it would be me who saved you when you were locked up in your cell?" Indeed, Fu Zhou's face turned pale. An annoyance flashed in his eyes. "The control center of the town is in our hands now. Why do you act like you're doing us a favor? I heard this scheme even on Star 112. Why does Shen Xi sound so unpleasant? Isn't Fu Zhou just being kind? The spilled cup in front can't be avoided. With such prowess from a military academy, why not seize it yourself? Shen Xi won't stop you from taking it." It suggested that Fu Zhou and Tang Ji's fans avoid this room to sell swords. A half-star person has so many supporters. It's truly eye-opening. Daring to climb twin stars and provoke Tang Ji. Where does Shen Xi get such audacity? Everyone knows Tang Ji is the most talented person since Ming Yu. Yet Shen Xi dares to challenge him with lowly tactics. It's really interesting. Who exactly is climbing twin stars and provoking me? I don't say every day that Tang Ji is the best since Ming Yu, but I haven't seen him measure up to Ming Yu in any way. Don't say that about Ming Yu. He is the first person after all. Oh, some people want to connect with Ming Yu, but have no chance. A half-star person. On StarNet, Shen Xi's team's live room was already in chaos. Meanwhile, those in the game map had no idea about this matter. You clearly know that the students from your military academy can't take down these beast races. Are you trying to send them to their deaths? Futsu questioned. That's none of your business. Fu Zhou looked at Shen Xi as if he was a stubborn and unreasonable fool. Shen Xi saw it clearly and showed no good temper. Not to mention the military academy people. Given the previous conflicts, the military academy looked at Fu Zhou with disdain. "We willingly choose to die for Shen Xi. What does it have to do with you, Mr. Fu Zhou?" It was almost like saying Fu Zhou was meddling in other people's business. Fu Zhou turned around to see that the military academy's people were all looking quite unfriendly. This made him feel a sense of absurdity. After all, people like you only have one life to gamble with. Chapter 129. Priority. Shen Xi's expression was somewhat cold. On her calm face, a spark flashed in her eyes. "All right, so can you leave now?" She made it clear she wasn't welcoming, and Fu Zhou also felt there was nothing more to say. The two sides parted unhappily. What does Fu Zhou mean by this? Does he look down on the people from the Military Auxiliary Academy who save him anyway? This is interesting. You don't actually think that Shen Xi saving Fu Zhou makes her stronger than him, do you? Everyone knows the Military Auxiliary Academy has terrible resources. Come on. Another round of verbal fighting ensued. Shen Xi called over the auxiliary soldiers from her team. This was to prevent Tang Ji's side from really coming over to seize control. Was Fu Zhou really that foolish? Targeting Xi repeatedly was too much. So Fu Yao cursed. Her words resonated with many. Yes, who does he think he is? Repeatedly? What does that mean? Has Fu Zhou targeted Xi before? Someone in the room sent a question in the comments. This is interesting. She says it is so. Why would Fu Zhou target a weak commander who takes shortcuts? This immediately faced rebuttal. Zhou, he watched the argument in the room, but suddenly had a thought. Shen, she was clearly not weak. Logically, she shouldn't have gone to the Military Auxiliary Academy. Yet, this kind of person ended up in a place known for its poor resources. In Zhou Yi's impression, the one who was originally supposed to go to the Military Academy, without a doubt, was Cheng Yuan. So, could Shen Xi be Cheng Yuan? Once this thought arose, it couldn't be suppressed. But at that moment, it couldn't be verified. In the room, the students from a Military Auxiliary Academy were already resting. Fu Zhou was really made foolish by the Fu family. Laughter came from the dormitory of the Military Academy. After saying this, he turned to look at Qin Ku. I heard you have a younger brother in Tang Ji's team. If he dares to treat Shen Xi like that, just watch me beat him up. He said this while angrily clenching his fists. Qin Ku shook his head helplessly. Don't make trouble. If you have a problem with Fu Zhou, it's fine. Shen Xi can handle him herself. I don't care. This is my hard-to-find teammate. I won't allow anyone to slander her. Qin Ku tapped the table, saying there was no need for him to step in. From his observations, Shen Xi wouldn't be someone who needed protection from others. Although they hadn't contacted each other much since confirming their teammate status, Qin Ku was certain of this. As dawn approached during the night, Tang Ji's team did indeed have auxiliary soldiers trying to seize control. The opponent had the advantage in numbers, and Shen Xi's side was on the verge of losing control. Fortunately, they managed to hold on until the end. Unexpectedly, Shen Xi's auxiliary soldiers were quite capable. Generally, few single soldiers would minor in auxiliary skills. This was due to the different focuses of these two soldier types and the high demands on energy. Emily was just a bit puzzled. She had a high proportion of intelligent genes. He hadn't expected Shen Xi to be so impressive. He could even see the shadows of those famous auxiliary soldiers in her. If she hadn't chosen to be a single soldier, she would have made an excellent auxiliary soldier. However, her strength as a single soldier was outstanding. Strictly speaking, Shen Xi was truly an exceptional person in every aspect. Mou poked Qin Ku's arm. Since there's nothing much going on now, how about we visit the Military Auxiliary Academy after this match? Understanding our teammates is also an essential task. Qin Ku pondered for a moment, then nodded. Sure. On the screen, Shen Xi was sweating profusely. After all, she wasn't a professional auxiliary soldier. She had been learning and practicing all night, putting in much more effort than others. Xi, you're amazing. Su Jiu Yao exclaimed excitedly, hanging on her lips curling up, and her round eyes shining with delight. Shen Xi patted her shoulder, her expression helpless. No, it's because you all work hard enough. Su Fu Yao smiled shady. The next moment, she suddenly became serious. But it's strange. Most of the auxiliary soldiers from the military academy are intelligent beings, and their genetic priority is higher than ours. Yet last night, during the struggle for control, they were overpowered by you. Ju. Su Jiu Yao didn't finish her sentence clearly. In reality, Shen Xi's intelligent-like genes should be quite rare. She certainly couldn't compare to pure intelligent beings. Perhaps this was related to her mother. Shen Xi lowered her eyelashes, seemingly lost in thought, and her expression suddenly turned somber. What's wrong with Xi? Don't be sad. Mommy loves you. Seeing such a strong person like Xi show a hurt expression makes me feel so sad. Didn't she already win a battle? Su Jiu Yao just mentioned intelligent beings and quasi-intelligent beings. Is Xi's mom or dad an intelligent being? Is Xi thinking about her parents? Shen Xi emerged like a dark horse, strongly appearing in everyone's sight. Before this, no one had heard any information about her. Until now, after entering the military academy, information was kept confidential and no one could find out anything more. The ignorant fans felt a wave of sympathy. Meanwhile, the one who knew the truth, Shen Wei, felt an even deeper pain. His eyes were fixed on the screen showing Shen Xi, with a swirl of painful and complex emotions. Shen Xi didn't remain downcast for long, because someone from Tang Ji's side had arrived. Qin Shun walked slowly into the area of the Military Auxiliary Academy. When he met Shen Xi's gaze, he had a bitter smile on his face. Shen Xi patted the mound of earth beside her, inviting him. Would you like to sit? Qin Shun suddenly showed a relaxed expression, and his steps became lighter. After sitting down and feeling the hot wind blowing, he slowly spoke. I thought you wouldn't give me a good face. What's that to do with you? Shen Xi replied lightly. Oh, you know why I'm here. I don't want to say much since I know you wouldn't agree anyway. What else with this atmosphere? Do Qin Shun and Xi know each other? I was ready to curse, but now I'm scratching my head. Isn't Qin Shun sick? Is he going to betray? Has he forgotten what team he is on? Why didn't Fu Zhou come himself? Did he fear I might really hit him? Shen Xi raised an eyebrow, and the thought made her want to laugh. How did she become so childish? Fu Zhou couldn't hear or see her anyway. It was pointless to say. Qin Shun's eyes lit up, clapping his hands and chuckling. If you really want to hit him, you'll have a chance in the next round. Shen Xi met his gaze, understanding, and let out a meaningful "oh." Qin Shun's face flushed suddenly. She smiled brightly. I agree to your challenge. It's meaningless to fight in Xing. It's more interesting in Beishuangzhou. Qin Shun understood. What do you mean? Mou was annoyed and embarrassed. Qin Shun knows Shen Xi, and Shen Xi invited him to the Military Auxiliary Academy? Why is that? Why not invite him? His eyes flared with anger. I want to hit your brother even more. Qinke was also surprised. It wasn't so much that he was surprised they knew each other, but rather that Shen Xi and Qin Shen's relationship seemed so good. On the map, Qin Shen had already brushed off the dust from his backside. But I still want to ask, are you sure you can take this medium-sized town? He was preparing to leave. Shen Xi nodded. We'll do our best. After a moment's thought, she added, while ensuring everyone's safety, we will do our best. Qin Shun felt reassured. All right then, I'll be off. Shen Xi watched him leave. Once Qin Shun was gone, Shen Xi's fans were as happy as if it were a festival. But Fu Zhou and Tang Ji's fans were all breaking down. Qin Shun was scolded repeatedly on the StarNet. The people on the map didn't know about these incidents. Although it was a pity for Tang Ji to give up this town, since they couldn't gain control and couldn't persuade the other side. They had no choice but to give up. Tang Ji ordered a retreat. Fu Zhou's face had been gloomy. Tang Ji thought he was unwilling to accept it, and specially went over to comfort him. Fu Zhou's expression still didn't improve. I worried that they might suffer a total defeat. Tang Ji was taken aback, not expecting him to say that. Aren't you very much against that, Shen Xi? Fu Zhou's emotions were too obvious, and Tang Ji easily noticed. Fu Zhou was silent for a moment before reluctantly saying, she is indeed very strong. I just don't understand why she insists on hitting a stone with an egg. She wasn't like this during military training before. Qin Shun overheard this and immediately spoke up. You're wrong. She has always acted this way. It's just that now she relies on something bigger and is more reckless. Fu Zhou's lips moved, but he said nothing. Tang Ji glanced at Qin Shun and then at Fu Zhou. I'm really curious about this Shen Xi. Too bad I didn't participate in the military training, or I could see just how outstanding she is. Sooner or later, you'll get to know her. No need to rush. She will eventually be your defeated foe. This was what Fu Zhou always believed in his heart. Hearing this, Qin Shun glanced at Tang Ji with a look of deep meaning. Will Shen Xi really be defeated by Tang Ji? That's not certain. No, what kind of look is this Qin Shun giving? If you're constipated, just take some medicine. Okay. The more I see this Qin Shun, the angrier I get. Can Tang Ji kick him out of the team? Naturally, this sparked another wave of turmoil. Upstairs, I have insider information. Qin Shun's brother Qin Ku withdrew from the team after Tang Ji joined. So what does this Qin Shun mean? Everyone understands, it's just jealousy. In front, our Qin Ku is just sitting at home, and trouble comes from the sky. No matter how talented your Tang Ji is, he shouldn't belittle his predecessor in any situation, right? I support this. Does Tang Ji really think he is someone everyone likes? It's laughable. The competition was nearing its end, and Shen Xi and the others already had a good amount of points, so they didn't need to run around too much. Whether they could really capture the town was no longer a pressing matter. Shen Xi had new arrangements. Therefore, Shen Xi and the others chose to stay not far from the town. However, this action drew dissatisfaction from most people on StarNet. Here we go again. What can that surname Shan do besides enjoying the fruits of others' labor? She doesn't fight herself. It would be better to give the points to Tang Ji and the others. What a selfish woman. Isn't she just trying to block Tang Ji's points to make herself number one? Too despicable. I declare a lifelong black on this woman. Chapter 130. Come to my dormitory. Having seen the beggars on StarNet, some people still need to beg on the platform after the first person made a clear metaphor. Can the online beggars just roll away? The control of the town was obtained by us, she, through our own efforts, so why should we let it go? The face of that Tang person isn't necessarily that big. Once again, the argument became heated. Although Shen Xi's fans had decent fighting power, there were more supporters of Tang Ji. In an instant, a large number of Tang Ji's fans flooded into the live broadcast room, uttering unsightly words and attacking Shen Xi and her fans. However, this situation did not last long, as they all received a grand gift of being muted. As evening approached, the setting sun melted into gold, connecting the yellow-orange hills with the horizon. The sound of a train was heard, coming closer. Shen Xi and her group lay in ambush along the route the train would take. The train rose and fell with the hills, and from a distance, Shen Xi could roughly make out the situation. There were 5 large aerial rail cars, their bodies made of some black alloy, swirling like a vortex, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. It was impossible to see what was inside from the outside. Koemu looked at Shen Xi, questioning her opinion. Should they take action? Shen Xi's eyes were fixed on the approaching vehicles, her fingers unconsciously brushing through the sandy soil. Should they act? If they didn't, would they let these people rescue the town? Almost in the instant the thought crossed her mind, Shen Xi raised her hand and made a signal. Thus, the surrounding military academy students quickly sprang into action. Shen Xi scooped up a handful of yellow sand, raised her arm, and let it go. The yellow sand flew away with the wind. The vehicles were now right in front of them. Suddenly, a red wall of fiery sand appeared in front of the lead car. The lead car couldn't brake in time and crashed heavily into the wall. The following cars crashed into the back of it. The sound of the collisions echoed like a heartbeat. The front of the car crumpled, and the rear also sustained considerable damage. The car shook violently. Then, the car windows opened and dark gun muzzles extended out. Even more formidable was that the middle car had a fiery light cannon. The dark cannon mouth emitted a faint red glow. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. The atmosphere seemed to grow increasingly hot. In the next moment, the cannon fired. Upon hitting the hills, it kicked up clouds of dust. This was just a warning. The beastmen didn't know where they were hiding. Shen Xi carefully concealed herself behind the hill, her eyes shining brightly. This was a good opportunity, and if she wasn't careful, she could get hurt too. But Shen Xi was not afraid of getting injured. As her thoughts raced, she quietly moved away from her teammates and boldly revealed herself. Covered in fiery sand armor, she dashed toward the cannon. A shadow trailed behind her, and a shell fell in her direction. In the blink of an eye, it was upon her. With such a large blast radius, there was no way for Shen Xi to dodge. All she could do was tightly seal herself in the fiery sand box as the heat wave approached. The high temperature seeped through the thick fiery sand wall. Shen Xi turned red like a boiled shrimp. The heat was too intense. She had underestimated it. Just as she was contemplating whether to charge out directly, a coolness suddenly enveloped her. Shen Xi instantly realized what it was. It was in Shuwen, quietly activating her mark. Shen Xi felt much more comfortable. Once she adjusted, she decisively left the fiery sand box and ran forward again. After escaping the smoke-filled area, Shen Xi suppressed the redness and blistering of her skin and casually tossed out a round fiery sandball, which flew straight into the cannon's muzzle. At that moment, the beastmen had already pressed the button to fire the cannon. The fiery sandball expanded and got stuck in the cannon, growing larger and larger. The cannonball suddenly shot out and collided with the fiery sandball. The energy from both sides clashed in an instant. Boom! The cannon exploded. The cannonball detonated on the spot, and the beastman's vehicle was blown apart by the immense force. Black alloy fragments flew everywhere, and Shen Xi hurriedly dodged. But she was still hit by a piece. Vivid red blood immediately flowed down, soaking her shirt. Not far away, smoke billowed. Shen Xi stood still, looking down at her chest. A fragment of alloy about 5 centimeters long had penetrated her fiery sand armor and deeply embedded itself in her skin. As the fiery sand armor faded, Shen Xi's expression remained unchanged. She pinched the fragment and pulled it out forcefully. The wound widened, and more blood flowed out. She pressed down on the wound without much care, her palm turning crimson. But it seemed to help. No more blood flowed from the wound. Shen Xi held the fragment up to her eyes. It felt cold, and its texture was smooth and beautiful. What's wrong? Kuei Mu ran over, his face filled with concern. Shen Xi tossed the fragment to him. After the match ends, come to my dormitory. She wanted to continue training. Unexpectedly, her words led the audience in the live broadcast room to misunderstand. My radar is going off. Xi and Kuei Mu. Actually, if you take a closer look, Kuei Mu is quite handsome too. The blonde youth looked down, palm open, with the fragment smeared with Shen Xi's dried blood lying in his hand. His demeanor was gentle and obedient. Under the sunset, he inexplicably reminded people of a golden-haired dog. Wow, I've discovered that their ISNT is a single ugly military academy student. This face and body are simply amazing. Soul switching with Xi. A new CP has emerged. I love it. Why can't I watch the content after the match ends? The StarNet was buzzing with excitement. At the center of the incident, the 10 or so beastmen had already been turned into hedgehogs by the fragments. The flames ignited, roasting the bodies. Shen Xi glanced down and said to the approaching people, "Take them into the town. This is killing with intent. So provocative, so provocative. I love it." Soon, several waves of beastmen reinforcements arrived, and unsurprisingly, they all lost their lives. As before, Shen Xi turned and sent their bodies into the town. She was also not curious about what reaction the beastmen in the town would have. Time quickly moved to the last day. Early in the morning, Shen Xi got up to stretch her muscles. Here it comes, here it comes. Xi is finally going to take action, rubbing hands in anticipation. Without a doubt, those who could stay in the live broadcast room at any time were Shen Xi's true fans. Soon, the team gathered, armed and alert. Everyone was full of expectation for what was about to happen. Shen Xi gave the order, and everyone once again entered this medium-sized town. After a few days of absence, the town had changed dramatically. The main road was empty, without a single beastman in sight. The yellow sand rose, inexplicably carrying a hint of desolation. Shen Xi reminded everyone to be cautious. After walking a distance on the main road, rustling sounds came from a nearby alley. Shen Xi and her group stopped and turned to face a rodent beast. It crouched in the narrow alley like a common wild dog, its thumb-sized black eyes gleaming. Its gray fur was stained with dried blood, and beneath it spread a large pool of bright red blood. Shen Xi raised her hand, the fiery sand sword gleaming coldly. The rodent beast's ears twitched, its body lowered, and its hind legs pushed off, attempting to flee. Shen Xi's sword moved like flowing light, instantly pinning the rodent beast against the wall. It let out a whimper, its head drooping. Shen Xi and her group continued to move forward. Under the sunlight, the brightly lit main road was devoid of any beast presence. Instead, various hunting scenes were unfolding in shadowy alleys and narrow houses. Shen Xi and her team split up and joined in the beast hunting action until the map indicated the match was over. Without any doubt, the charge squad reached the top first. Shen Xi left the Chenxing terminal, exhausted, raising her hand to cover her mouth as she took a breath. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. It would be better to rest first, in a state of extreme fatigue. Even extra training wouldn't boost her combat power. Xing Lin walked over, her warm palm resting on Shen Xi's shoulder. She lowered her gaze, her thick eyelashes trembling slightly. With gentle pressure from her fingertips, a touch of warm breath was conveyed. Shen Xi relaxed her body immediately, leaning back against the chair. The warm and gentle aura behind her gradually spread, like a careful probe, yet decisively enveloping Shen Xi. She curled up her legs, nestling into the chair. Her eyes were slightly closed, feeling drowsy in the continuous warmth of Xing Lin's star power. It gradually transformed into long breaths. Xing Lin bent slightly, her gaze landing on Shen Xi's face. She seemed to be in a good mood, her expression peaceful, with a faint smile on her lips. However, The dark circles under her eyes indeed indicated her fatigue. Xing Lin's fingertips unconsciously stretched out but stopped just as they were about to touch Shen Xi's skin. A bit of star power gently overflowed from her fingertips, softly and carefully brushing across Shen Xi's skin. It was a simple action, yet it made her forehead break into a thin sheen of sweat. Silently exhaling, Xing Lin moved in front of Shen Xi, her strong arms embracing her. And then they walked outside. As they passed the living room on the first floor, Jia approached with a lower mechanical voice, its round eyes emitting a soft glow. Carrying the owner to rest was Jia's job. Despite this task, Shen Xi had never given it a chance before. At that moment, Xing Lin saw anticipation in Jia's flickering eyes. He coldly refused. No need. Jia didn't understand why it wasn't needed, but it would obey the order. Xing Lin carried Shen Xi into the bedroom, tucking her in and adjusting the room's temperature and humidity before leaving. Meanwhile, the doorbell downstairs rang. Xing Lin, you're back. Mu stood at the door, looking proper. Xing Lin's cold gaze lingered on his golden hair, but his mind recalled the words from the competition team's live stream. His tone suddenly turned icy. Shen Xi is too tired and has already gone to sleep. If you want to fight, I can accompany you. The tall young man's eyes suddenly lit up, his voice filled with anticipation and excitement. Really? Xing Lin's brows moved slightly, nodding, his expression much gentler. After a brief instruction, Mu left the dormitory contentedly, covered in injuries. Xing Lin wouldn't treat him, but Mu's self-healing speed wasn't fast. Shen Xi slept very soundly this time, and when she woke up, she still felt a bit dazed. Chapter 131. Put to use, the surroundings were silent, and the atmosphere was peaceful. She slowly propped herself up on her hands and realized she was in her own bed, the blanket slipping off her body. After sitting there for a while, she finally lifted the blanket and got up. The competition was over. Shen Xi walked out of her room and stood by the corridor railing to look down. Xing Lin was sitting on the sofa, his gaze lowered as if he was doing something. As soon as Shen Xi moved, he turned around. Their eyes met, and a smile spread across Xing Lin's face. Did you rest well? Shen Xi nodded. She had slept soundly without even dreaming. She felt refreshed all over. As she walked closer, she noticed a pile of papers spread out in front of him. Those were her writings. Shen Xi glanced at the words, and, for some reason, her emotions dimmed slightly. What are you doing with these? Xing Lin put away the papers and organized them. Shen Xi was puzzled. Didn't he say he couldn't understand the content? It didn't seem necessary to organize them. Xing Lin nodded slightly. Yes, I can't understand them, but it doesn't matter. I still cherish them. His expression was sincere. He often took them out to organize them because he valued them. Shen Xi suddenly felt flustered and sat down. Oh, she replied slowly, realizing it only after a moment. You're back this time. Xing Lin took over her words, stating that he wouldn't leave for a short while. Someone was investigating the insect clan's affairs, and if he intervened, it would only raise their vigilance. If he angered them and they did something unpredictable, it would be bad. Moreover, for him, it was more important to enhance his abilities. So after running around outside, Xing Lin returned. That's good. This way, I can pass my writings to you promptly. Not long after they sat down, Jia served breakfast. Shen Xi suddenly remembered she had made an appointment with Mu the night before. She felt a bit annoyed, thinking she had forgotten, and decided to arrange to meet him again that night. However, Xing Lin shook his head. No need. You probably won't come for a while. Shen Xi was surprised. Oh, if you want to practice more, I can accompany you, he reminded her. Shen Xi's reaction was a bit slow. Her gaze slowly moved from his face to her own body. For a moment, she felt he was a bit strange, and then she felt a bit strange herself. All right, she said generously. Accepting Xing Lin's help was not a big deal for her. After finishing breakfast, Shen Xi began her morning practice. Xing Lin stayed by her side. Just like before, his light golden eyes were like a calm pool, mostly quietly watching her. Sometimes he would remind her where she was going wrong. After practicing for half a day, Shen Xi was a bit tired and collapsed on the ground to rest. Seeing this, Xing Lin sat down beside her. Shen Xi slightly turned her body and stared at his back for a while before suddenly speaking. Xing Lin, what role do you and your race play in the Shuwen star system? Xing Lin's body stiffened, and after a moment, he adjusted his expression and turned his head. Shen Xi's expression was clear, looking very awake. Can you tell me? She had been curious about this question before. She hadn't wanted to ask or had been too lazy to ask, but suddenly she wanted to know. For protection, Shen Xi tilted her chin up, and Xing Lin's approaching figure covered her brows and eyes. She thought of her wording, to protect these planets? Xing Lin was amazed by her sharpness, but felt it wasn't very surprising. Yes, he pointed to himself. I can repair damaged planets. While the insect race can devour the planet's core, or rather, they feed on the planets. Shen Xi understood. What would happen to your race if the planets were gone? Xing Lin was momentarily stunned. Then a light smile appeared on his face. Nothing will happen in the short term, but the Shuwen race feeds on words. We rely on the human race to survive. Despite the Shuwen race being powerful, they still had their limitations. Therefore, they must protect the Shuwen star system and everyone living within it. It seemed that Shen Xi had opened up a topic, and Xing Lin's expression softened. In fact, not all members of the Shuwen race are optimistic about this matter. Long ago, repairing a planet was easy for me, no matter what stage it was in. But Shen Xi knew the current situation. They had expended so much effort just to repair Planet 161. The human resonance ability was fading. When it completely disappeared, the Shuwen race would be unable to maintain it and would quickly fall into slumber. They might perish in a long slumber or wait until one day new beings arrive and plant the seeds of words. Then, from these seeds, a torch would be ignited, ultimately establishing a realm belonging to the Shuwen and human races deep in a vast universe. But that was a long time ago. The current crisis was imminent. What about the beast race? They are the remnants of the insect race, Xing Lin explained, created to deal with humans. The beast race is not afraid of words. Yet they are keen on devouring their own kind, just like the insect race's insatiable greed for devouring planet cores. Shen Xi frowned slightly, but they look nothing like the insect race. They are modeled after the animals in human memory. Xing Lin's eyes revealed a nostalgic look that was a long time ago. When the beast race first appeared, they indeed defeated humans with ease. The beast race was truly powerful. Later, the Shuwen race learned to share star power with humans in the form of awakening, allowing humans to have the power to counter the beast race. The Shuwen race succeeded. Thus, the world structure transformed into what is now. This plan was very successful at first, partly because there were many resonators among humans initially, and the Shuwen race had no shortage of energy. But for some reason, the number of resonators kept decreasing. Fewer and fewer could achieve resonance. The drawbacks of this plan also began to show. It turned out there were so many underlying reasons. No wonder the beast race despised humans so much, and their greed for their own kind was simply uncontrollable. Now Shen Xi understood why. Thus, the beast race, insect race, and humans were irreconcilable. Moreover, humans could not simply give up their homeland. The territory of a nation is inviolable, let alone this vast star system. I understand. I'll help you. Shen Xi suddenly spoke. Although what she had been doing was already helping Xing Lin, hearing her say this still made him very happy. Shen Xi, Shen Xi. The doorbell rang, followed by a casual male voice. Shen Xi's question was interrupted, and she stood up, slowly walking towards the door while opening it. Suddenly, a swarm of people burst into her living room. Shen Xi blinked, looking at the young man who walked in leisurely, confusion filling her big eyes. What's going on? Xing Lin came out of the room, his figure tall and straight, not giving these people a glance, and walked straight to Shen Xi's side. Guimu, who had been declared unlikely to appear again, stood in the front row, meeting Xing Lin's gaze and then Shen Xi's. For some reason, he felt a bit uneasy. Next to Guimu was Shuwen, who was over 9 meters tall, standing at the door with an excited flush on his face. Beside Shuwen was Mou, whom Shen Xi had only seen on the screen, grinning widely, revealing a row of white teeth. Next to Shuwen, who was pushed aside by him, was Qin Shen, who had already made an agreement with Shen Xi. He wasn't angry about being pushed. Instead, he silently stood behind and stood side by side with the last person who entered. The two bore a slight resemblance to each other, Qin Ku and Qin Shen, suggesting they might be related. Shen Xi pointed to the sofa and said, "Please make yourselves at home." Mou, upon hearing this, promptly walked over and sat down with a plop. After looking around, he commented, "Not bad. but dormitory is quite luxurious. He gave a thumbs up. Despite having rested, Shen Xi felt a bit overwhelmed facing so many prominent figures. You all seem to have come together. What's the occasion? Shen Xi inquired with a glance. Qin Ke slowly walked into the room, also surveying the dormitory. His gaze suddenly met Xing Lin's, sending a jolt down his spine. The other party quickly averted their eyes, showing no malice, yet he felt a deep-seated fear and respect, as if it were ingrained in him. Of course, Qi and Luo Chan are here too. They want to find Dean Li, Zhou explained, his gaze shifting from Shen Xi to Kuei Mu. He then cleared his throat and asked, Shen Xi, do you remember you promised me something? Zhou's prompt made Shen Xi recall that she had agreed to have a match with him. However, now Zhou looked at Shen Xi with anticipation. Many had fought against Shen Xi, especially Kuei Mu, who suddenly felt a bit eager too, given the extent of injuries on both sides. It was unclear how intense yesterday's fight had been. Shen Xi gently shook her head, not now. At least not today. She needed to think about where to accommodate everyone. Kuei Mu volunteered, raising his hand. My dorm is quite big. He was quite accommodating, looking over everyone. You can all stay with me. He emphasized, all of you. His resolute demeanor was as if he was doing something he truly believed in. Shen Xi shook her head. The military academy has guest accommodations. They can stay there. What is the point of putting everyone in your dorm? Kuei Mu didn't know and didn't want to think too much about it, saying that was the result of his prior consideration. He didn't want to elaborate further. Shen Xi turned to Qin Ke. You don't mind, do you? She could tell that among the few people from the military academy, Qin Ke was someone whose opinion mattered. As for Zhou, he was, of course, with Luo Chan. Luo Chan had arranged a place in the guest area of the military academy for convenience, which was now quite useful. Chapter 132. Familiarity. Although everyone was still unfamiliar with each other, they were all military academy students after all. After adjusting on the first day and having a match on the second day, they naturally became familiar with one another. Qin Ke rubbed his somewhat sore arm, wondering what kind of background Shen Xi had that could push him to this extent as a half-star person. If it weren't for the fact that she stopped just in time, Qin Ke felt that he and Zhou would have lost to her. Watching her fight on the map, this little madwoman really went all out when she got into it. Was he this formidable at her age? Qin Ke decisively shook his head. Far from it. It seemed he was beginning to understand Luo Chan a bit. What was he daydreaming about? Mou interrupted his thoughts, playing with a weighted ankle strap in his hand. Qin Ke glanced over, frowning slightly. Where did that come from? It couldn't be from Kuei Mu, could it? He felt a bit disdainful. This thing wasn't uncommon in a military academy, so why was Mou curiously examining someone else's? Mou noticed his expression, his face darkening, and said irritably, Hey, what are you thinking? This is new. Even if it was new, there was nothing special about it. He nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. Mou tossed the item up. Don't underestimate this. I checked it out, and it's different from what we have at our school. It should be something made by Director Li himself. Qin Ke raised his eyebrows, finally giving it some attention. Mou shoved the item into his arms and sat down next to him. Don't you think Shen Xi looks a bit familiar? Qin Ke paused his movements, then shook his head. He felt nothing in particular, but her strength was surprisingly excessive. A half-star person could take on a star person. It was indeed quite revolutionary. No wonder Fu Zhou would feel so torn. Mou revealed a subtle smile and said, Don't you think the boy next to Shen Xi is a bit strange? Of course he noticed. Qin Ke had been paying attention to him since the first day. For some reason, he raised his head to seriously look at Mou and said, You'd better not talk nonsense about that guy. Why? Mou was puzzled. Intuition. Mou didn't seem to care much. Sighing, they say military academy students are destined to be single for life. But I see Shen Xi as an exception. Excellent, too excellent. Comparable to my idol. Mou suddenly paused and became excited. Speaking of which, if Tang Ji isn't my idol anymore, Shen Xi could be. Qin Ke helplessly said, Here you go again. Don't you think the discussions about Shen Xi and Tang Ji on the Star Network aren't hot enough? On the Star Network, discussions about Shen Xi and Tang Ji facing off were rampant, clearly becoming a hot topic that couldn't be suppressed. Qin Ke shook his head, holding the gravity ring in his hand. This thing is a bit interesting. Let's go visit Director Li. The two made their way to the director's office, only to unexpectedly see someone they didn't expect walking out. A white robe with golden patterns, shimmering under the sunlight with every move. The head of the Shen family? What was he doing here? Qin Ku and Mou exchanged glances, almost simultaneously shifting their focus to the political situation of the Central Star. In recent years, the Shen family had been declining, gradually fading from the public eye, giving off an air of self-preservation. But no one knew what the head of the family was thinking. Was Shen Wei here to reach some cooperation with the 11th Army? To encourage the growth of military academy students through written means? It wasn't impossible. And considering the strength displayed in this competition at the military academy, the possibility increased. The two exchanged a glance and decisively gave up on visiting Lijian. Shen Wei walked out of the administrative building, and in a corner of the small square downstairs, she was kicking the accumulated snow at her feet. She was quite startled when she received the news this morning, feeling somewhat at a loss and anxious. She still didn't know how to face Shen Wei. However, standing in the snow for a while helped clear her head. She sensed Shen Wei's figure approaching. However, she pretended not to see and stopped her movements. "Why aren't you waiting for me inside?" Shen Wei stared at her hair for a while, finding it amusing. She looked up, her eyes clear. "Uncle, what did you talk about with the teacher?" From his expression, he didn't seem to regret coming to negotiate with the teacher himself. Shen Wei gently stroked her cheek, his eyes showing a hint of affection. "Does it hurt?" She tilted her head slightly. "What?" Shen Wei withdrew his hand and shook his head gently. "Is that really all you want to do? To become a soldier?" "Yes." She replied affirmatively. Shen Wei sighed. "I'll find a way regarding Chun Yi and Director Tang." "Is Director Tang still going to target me?" For this question, Shen Wei didn't know either, but it was clear that Chun Yi wouldn't let it go easily. She didn't want to know what they were hiding behind the scenes. Not mentioning it would spare her some trouble. "I just want to understand your recent movements." He answered her previous question. "If there's nothing, come home often." Shen Wei's visit was sudden, and his departure was also hasty. He had come during a break. The Shen family had a lot of matters waiting for him to handle. As they parted, he couldn't help but remind Shen Xi, "I have my own plans." Shen Wei stared at her for a while, but didn't insist. Meanwhile, as Shen Xi leisurely returned to the dormitory, someone in the Kuei Mu dormitory was already going crazy. She is actually. Mou's expression was frantic. Kuei Mu glanced at him, not understanding what was wrong with him, just feeling puzzled. Qinku was also somewhat annoyed by the noise. It had been a while since the two of them had seen She interacting with Shen Wei. During this time, Mou hadn't stopped being frantic for a moment. Qinku, feeling overwhelmed, had already put on headphones. From that day on, Mou's attitude toward She completely changed. Until the start of the second round of the team competition, the Chong team was no longer obscure. There were many video clips of the Chong team on the Star Network. The second round was a competition between various groups. Each team faced off against another. Killing beast tribes to earn points, and eliminating the opposing team also earned points. However, it's worth noting that after eliminating the opposing side, the map would automatically determine the score, and the match would end automatically. Teams drew lots for their matchups. In principle, based on points, all teams were divided into 10 segments. Teams from each stage could compete against each other, and a team only needed to face off against 100 different strength teams. This meant not every team could face off against each other. The people on the Star Network were eagerly anticipating a match between Xi's Chong team and Tang Ji's Wuxing team. However, to everyone's disappointment, the two teams did not end up facing each other. The second round began with great excitement. Shen Xi and her team had relatively high scores and strong strength, so they didn't need to exert much effort when facing lower-ranked teams. Winning was fairly easy. However, the Wuxing team faced strong opponents right from the start, resulting in spectacular and captivating battles. Chapter 133. New Year. The battles of the Wuxing team are really exciting. I declare Tang Ji is the strongest. Unlike some teams that just know how to fake injuries, their performance is just a pile of garbage. Remarks like these circulated on the Star Network, naturally attracting fans from the Chong team to argue. The Star Network was filled with disputes. Neither side of the teams reacted much to it. Shen Xi's team didn't stand out as much as in the first round, but they progressed smoothly. The Wuxing team, on the other hand, was high profile, winning 100 matches without a single defeat and ranking first in terms of completion time. In comparison, the Chong team's performance appeared increasingly poor. Many who had high hopes for the Chong team after the first round felt disappointed. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. The second round was nearing its end. Regardless of what outsiders said, Shen Xi and the Chong team steadily made progress. Not only the Chong team, but the entire military academy's students made significant improvements, using their writing skills to narrow the gap with the military academy. As the second round of competition concluded, it was close to the new year. The school had a unified holiday, and although they were military students, they wouldn't be deprived of celebrating the new year entirely. The team members returned home excitedly, but Shen Xi remained unmoved. She had a family, but she didn't want to return to the Shen family. Li Zhen had business to attend to at the 11th Army and assumed she would go back to the Shen family, so he didn't inquire further. Unexpectedly, after a couple of quiet days, Shen Xi took her starship to star 112, accompanied by Xing Lin, Kuei Mu, and Su Jiuyao. Since they weren't in a hurry, the four traveled leisurely and only arrived at the star 112 space zone on the morning of the third day. Although she hadn't announced her return, Lu Xiu seemed to know she would come back and visited her immediately. Chunyi followed behind him, holding a beautifully wrapped small box. Upon seeing Shen Xi, Chunyi raised an eyebrow and said, "You did quite well in the Military Academy League." Shen Xi was somewhat surprised, glancing at her and then at Lu Xiu, hurriedly inviting them in. Su Jiuyao was tidying up the small courtyard and paused slightly when Lu Xiu walked in, no longer showing the previous level of resistance. "I guess you would come back, so I brought you a New Year gift," Lu Xiu said, slightly tilting his head to signal Chun he to hand the box to Shen Xi. Shen Xi was curious upon seeing this. She got up from her chair. "I also brought some small trinkets from the Central Star. They aren't anything valuable, just for fun." Saying that, she handed over the items she had prepared for Chun He and Lu Xiu. Next, Lu Xiu reported to Shen Xi about the profits from the properties she had left in his care during this time, as well as the rescue of the half-star human intelligence automaton. The once desolate area had now gathered quite a few people, nearly forming a small town. Shen Xi was quite surprised upon her arrival. Now, she felt nothing but gratitude toward Lu Xiu. "Thank you for taking care of this matter," she said. Shen Xi had never restricted the number of people to save, and Lu Xiu had rescued everyone he could. However, he frowned slightly. "I asked the planetary chief to register the surrounding land under your name due to the increasing population in the area, but with more people living here, many eyes are starting to pay attention. Perhaps soon, they will discover that the owner here is Shen Xi. Given Shen Xi's rising fame, this might not be a good thing for her. What I mean is, should you tone it down a bit recently? As the new year approaches, places like District 17 will attract a lot of people, both from within and outside the planets. Often, population trafficking peaks at this time. If you continue as you did before, it might be too high profile." "No need." Shen Xi shook her head, her expression calm. "Even if it brings me trouble, should I just stand by and watch those people suffer? How can I bear to do that?" Indeed, Lu Xiu was not surprised by her decision. After all, she was no longer alone. She had the Shen family and Li Zhen behind her, which gave her some confidence. So, Lu Xiu did not press her further. After realizing Shen Xi had returned, the neighbors came to visit for the new year. The threshold of Shen Xi's small courtyard was almost worn out. Now that they lived here, Lu Xiu secretly looked after them. With a skill in writing, they could at least support themselves. Although Star 112 was generally dangerous, everyone working together made life relatively stable, which was something they could hardly have imagined before. Thus, they were very grateful to Shen Xi, and the New Year gifts they brought were the best they could offer. Shen Xi was also very happy to host them, watching as those who had once fallen into the mire washed away their filth and could now live with dignity and hope in this world. How could that not bring joy and emotion? Shen Xi never regretted doing this, and her conviction only grew stronger. The customs of the Raiwen star system for the new year followed the habits of ancient times, but due to the many planets, it was impossible to unify the timing based on celestial phenomena. Eventually, the central star was used as a reference, and a day was selected as the New Year's Day based on the dual star's orbital pattern. New Year's Day in the Raiwen star system was a significant event, comparable to the awakening and resonance ceremonies. On New Year's Day, Those who offered sacrifices to the Raiwan clan often received greater benefits than usual. Shen Xi pondered over this and began preparations 2 days before New Year's Day. After 3 days of effort, the amount of written words was quite considerable. As the new year approached, Shen Xi opened her eyes, full of spirit, and got up. Changing into a light pink outfit, she tidied up quickly, organized the books on the table, and carefully carried them outside to knock on Xing Lin's door. The door opened with the guidance of star power, revealing Xing Lin sitting by the window, the new sunlight filtering through his brown-green hair, scattering beams of light that danced across his brows, creating a shimmering effect. Shen Xi's steps paused slightly. Noticing the hint of confusion in Xing Lin's expression, she came back to her senses and stepped inside. Here, he seemed to lack nothing, except for words. Shen Xi catered to his preferences on this day when the Raiwan clan received offerings. "This is for you," Shen Xi said softly. Xing Lin was momentarily taken aback. Did she already know her identity? Shen Xi's expression was sincere. Xing Lin shook his head with a smile, reaching out to take it. What did it matter whether she knew or not? "Thank you." He didn't flip through it, merely pursed his lips, his light golden eyes seemingly melting like gold on a snow peak, with a gentle warmth flowing between them. Shen Xi sat beside him, her fluffy head resting against his chin. These days had been quite rare and peaceful. It felt like ever since she came to this world, she had been in constant motion. "Perhaps this is the life Chun I hope for you," she mused. "Maybe." Shen Xi sighed and turned her head to look at him. Their eyes met, and Shen Xi's fingertips itched, her eyelashes fluttering. Just as she was about to turn her gaze away, Xing Lin's face suddenly drew closer. A dry, warm hand covered her eyes, plunging her into darkness. All other sensations were suddenly amplified. The heat of breath brushed against her cheek. Shen Xi's bright red lips parted slightly. The girl's lips resembled cherries, exuding a sweet fragrance. The heat made Xing Lin's pupils constrict, and he awkwardly turned his head. His fingertips curled slightly, the pads grazing Shen Xi's porcelain-like delicate skin, with veins prominent on the back of his hand. Chapter 134. Immortal and indestructible. Shen Xi blinked, her eyelashes brushing against Xing Lin's palm, bringing a tingling sensation. Suddenly, the light returned to her surroundings. Shen Xi turned her head, only to see a corner of the curtain lift, but Xing Lin's figure had already vanished. She raised her hand to touch her brows and eyes, as if the warmth from the other person still lingered there. She slowly curled her lips into a smile, and then slowly got up to leave. Su Jiuyo and Kuei Mu were studying the menu in the living room downstairs. After all, this was the first meal of the new year, the first year after being reborn. Its significance was different in many aspects, so it was naturally taken seriously. By the time Shen Xi went down, they had almost made their decisions. Su Jiuyo excitedly stood up. After working hard for most of the day, this meal was finally ready. Xing Lin returned at some point, and Shen Xi noticed that he had been sitting in the living room for a while. Their eyes met, and Shen Xi felt that he lingered on her face for a moment before casually looking away. The calmness made her suspicious that something was off, hinting at a sense of not here to reveal something. Shen Xi dared not think too deeply, quickly stopping her thoughts and helping Su Jiuyo set the table. Though they had no blood ties, sitting together at this moment felt like family, sharing their hearts. As the banquet reached its peak, they exchanged New Year gifts. Shen Xi didn't expect that even Xing Lin had prepared something. After delivering the gifts, Xing Lin glanced back and met Shen Xi's seemingly smiling gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. The girl rested her chin on her hand, her lips slightly curled, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Xing Lin playfully beckoned with his fingertip and casually looked away. After the meal, Xing Lin went out alone. The dry air of the year 112 was accompanied by a refreshing night breeze. Shen Xi's voice sounded beside her. "Why are you running so fast?" Xing Lin turned to look at her, his words carrying a double meaning, his eyes filled with laughter. Xing Lin pursed his lips, apologetic. Shen Xi slowly walked up to him, extending her hand towards him, her mouth pouting slightly, her eyes sparkling. "Where's my gift?" She hadn't mentioned it before, thinking that Xing Lin might not follow human customs. But since he had prepared gifts for Kuei Mu and Su Jiuyo, it was unreasonable for him not to have one for her. Xing Lin paused, then laughed. I left it in your room. Shen Xi shot him a glance, finding it mysterious. Shall we go for a walk? She suddenly reached out as if to catch a breeze. Sure. The two walked along a small path into the distance. The lights from households reflected back, and sounds of joyful laughter occasionally drifted over. The content was unclear, but one could vaguely feel the abundant emotions within. How nice, Xing Lin suddenly said after listening for a while. Shen Xi knew what he meant. Yes, it really is nice. Shen Xi suddenly asked, how did you spend the New Year festival at the ritual tower in previous years? I don't remember. Xing Lin gently shook his head. During the New Year, the Shuwen clan would express their wishes to the heads of the two academies and the acting ministers. But that wasn't his responsibility, and he didn't need to do anything that day. No one paid attention to him. I probably spent it alone. He recalled, I had spent so many years like that. Xing Lin never felt anything strange about it. Suddenly, he thought of something and reached out to Shen Xi. Want to take a look? What? Shen Xi asked as she placed her hand in his. A surge of star power rippled through the space. After one step, they stood on the rooftop of the ritual tower. Chanting sounds came from below. On the white jade steps, Shen Xi looked at Xing Lin in confusion. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, what are they doing? The sweet warmth spread around Xing Lin's ear, steaming his porcelain-like skin. Shen Xi caught a glimpse of his ear, turning red, and hurriedly pulled away, her gaze dropping shyly as she avoided looking at Xing Lin's reaction. Xing Lin, with a calm expression, raised his hand and gestured ahead. The scene below appeared before them. Shen Xi immediately saw Lin Yi standing among the crowd, looking bored. This led her to speculate about the identities of these people. They are praying. His tone was casual. It seemed the Shuwen clan below could not hear him. Shen Xi found it strange. Does the Shuwen clan need to pray? What do they pray for? Praying for words, hoping for newborns in the clan, praying for the Shuwen clan's continuity and prosperity. Shen Xi saw a sudden, deep sadness in Xing Lin's expression, mingled with a hint of helplessness and despair. Shen Xi listened carefully to the surrounding prayers. Despite the monotone voices devoid of emotion, she still felt a heaviness in her heart. She thought this must be a very dire situation. Feeling a stir in her heart, she suddenly reached out and held his hand. Her fingertips curled slightly in his palm. Xing Lin glanced sideways, having detached from that emotion. Thank you. The Shuwen clan was praying on the first floor of the ritual tower. Outside the tower, there were people in the Yizhu square making wishes under the night sky. Even Shen Wei was there. Shen Xi couldn't imagine what Shen Wei looked like as he made a wish at the Yizhu. Xing Lin glanced at her expression. Want to see? She bit her lip, her eyes flashing with hesitation. Seeing this, Xing Lin was about to let go of this wish and look for another. Wait. Shen Xi took a deep breath. Her expression firm. Look. The scene unfolded. Shen Wei was wearing a dark green-black coat, his brows furrowed as if filled with endless sorrow. He clasped his hands together and slowly closed his eyes. As his emotions calmed, the tension between his brows gradually relaxed. Shen Xi heard his inner voice rise. May the deity protect my family Xi and keep her safe and smooth. An overwhelming tide of emotions surged before her. Shen Xi's throat tightened, her nose reddening. It was truly. She took a breath, filling her chest, causing her lungs to ache. Tears like beans fell. A long sigh escaped her. It's truly difficult. Xing Lin fully sensed the emotional surge within her at this moment. Regret, frustration, joy, heartache. He raised his hand to press against his heart, his eyes also reddening. They sat together and watched the scene repeatedly, crying together multiple times. When Shen Xi finally managed to compose herself and saw Xing Lin's swollen eyes, she was startled. You? What happened? Her eyes were still glistening with tears as she reached out to touch the redness at the corner of his eye. His bright eyes were filled with curiosity and concern. Shen Xi seemed to sense something. Her hand hesitated in midair, then pointed at the corner of her own eye. A drop of crystal-clear tear rested on her glistening fingertip. She looked at the tear, then at Xing Lin's red eyes. The Shuwen clan is emotionless and desireless. Are you feeling this way because of me? Shen Xi was somewhat unclear about the connection. However, she was worried this might not be a good thing. Not emotionless and desireless, but rather empty of feelings and desires. Shen Xi frowned. Is this the key point? Is this not bad for you? Her expression immediately turned vigilant. It's fine. He waved away her tear, changing the subject. Your uncle cares about you. There might be a reason for driving you out of the Shen family back then. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. Are you changing the subject? Are you sure it's really harmless? Xing Lin helplessly assured her, it's really harmless. Besides, I am immortal and indestructible. How could you harm me? Shen Xi suddenly heard his statement, and her heart raced rapidly. Chapter 135. The third round after falling asleep. Can you still be considered you? Xing Lin was momentarily taken aback by the question. Shen Xi shook her head slightly. If it doesn't T count, then how could there be immortality? For the gods, this way might indeed be eternal life. But for Shen Xi, the one who lives long is the god, not Xing Lin. It's not the Xing Lin she knows, and not the one who knows her either. After saying this, Shen Xi let out a self-deprecating smile, realizing how selfish people could be, wanting to possess a god as if they were their own. Suddenly, the prayers ceased. The surroundings fell silent. Shen Xi belatedly realized what she had said, a wave of regret creeping into her eyes. She hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rebellious, it's just. Her beautiful brows furrowed. As a friend, I just don't want you to disappear. I don't want to possess you entirely. Just a small part of you is enough to hold me. Koei Mu. And you. We. The more she spoke, the more disordered her words became, finally landing on a firm conclusion, as if to confirm something. We are friends. Beneath her subtly flirtatious lashes lay a hint of testing. Her gaze held no trace of friendship. Xing Lin could see this clearly, and felt for a moment that her acting was clumsy. Yet, at the same time, a wave of joy spread in his heart. Yes, she wouldn't completely possess him. He wouldn't either. Yes, we are friends, he echoed her words, his gaze flowing like water. Shen Xi averted her gaze, standing on tiptoe to look down the steps. Of course, she couldn't see anything. Have they finished? They have. This phrase felt like a signal. Shen Xi raised her hand to stifle a yawn. I think I'm a bit sleepy. Okay, let's go back. No matter what she said, Xing Lin unconditionally cooperated, which made Shen Xi feel a bit frustrated. Frustrated with herself, frustrated with her childish actions. No wonder Xing Lin's behavior tonight didn't resemble that of the legendary Shuwen clan. Where's the god that was promised? Returning to star 112, Shen Xi hurriedly fled back to her room. Upon entering, she saw a box placed on the table. Realizing it was a gift from Xing Lin, she walked over and opened it. Inside was a golden feather, unidentifiable in origin, with a cleanly processed base and a main shaft that was white and adorned with delicate light golden fluff near the root. The color deepened towards the tip. Shen Xi picked up the feather and examined it closely, wondering what it could be used for. At that moment, the feather suddenly wriggled and flew towards her. She instinctively let go, and the feather landed on her face. Then, a cool sensation followed as Shen Xi raised her hand to chase after it and touched it. Her forehead was smooth. She searched herself, but where was the feather? Did it fly into her body? Shen Xi widened her eyes in shock. Suddenly, her expression froze. She felt a warm stream flowing before her eyes. Shen Xi's expression gradually became strange. She had already realized the feather's purpose. This was the key to opening the altar of the floating realm. With this feather, Shen Xi could enter the top of the floating realm's altar, Xing Lin's dwelling, no matter where or when she was. He gave his dwelling to her? Shen Xi felt a mix of emotions, both amused and bewildered. But at the same time, a wave of hidden tides surged violently within her. She pointed her finger at her forehead, forcing out a bit of star power. The golden feather appeared on her forehead. Shen Xi raised her gaze to the mirror in front of her, where a girl with flushed cheeks and a curled golden feather on her forehead looked back, like a floral ornament, exquisitely delicate, accentuating her beauty. In her eyes, the joy was too striking, causing Shen Xi to be startled and lower her gaze, trembling lashes brushing her cheeks. The annual leave at the military academy passed quickly, and as the end of the break approached, Shen Xi brought everyone back. The unfinished competition was about to continue. Before the competition began, Shen Xi sent out the local specialties she had brought from Star 121 and went to see Li Jun. He conversed with her appreciatively, a bit surprised that she hadn't returned to the Shen family for the holiday. However, upon further thought, it wasn't unexpected. Finally, Li Jun said to her with a serious expression, Shen Xi, the war is about to begin. Shen Xi looked up. Is it the insect tribe or the beast tribe? Li Zhen's brows were clouded with worry. Perhaps it was both. The beast tribe and insect tribe had been at odds with the Shuwen star system, but it had been a long time since a large-scale war occurred. Judging by the movements, this time it felt more like some kind of signal. But Li Zhen didn't want to say too much to incite panic. Shen Xi's gaze sharpened. Did you tell me this because the flames of war are highly likely to spread to the military academy? If that were the case, Shen Xi understood the seriousness of the matter. Snowflakes filled the sky, frost clung to the trees, and with a crack, heavy snow fell from the treetops. Shen Xi held a small snowball in her hand, her fingertips turning red from the cold, letting out a long sigh as the warm air vaporized into mist. Su Jiuyu and Kuei Mu glanced at her. The insect egg incident might just be the beginning of a full-scale war by the insect tribe. Su Jiuyu tossed aside a silver leaf, stating that the insect tribe would launch a large-scale war every few years, but each time it was resolved, so there was no need to worry. Shen Xi looked at Su Jiuyu, who had a sincere expression and blinked innocently. Shen Xi lowered her head, a light laugh escaping her lips as she crushed the snowball in her hand into powder. Then let's strengthen our training. This was the only thing they could do at this moment. The third round of the competition had 30 teams participating, aiming to determine the top 10 teams. Therefore, this final battle was a free-for-all. Points would still be the basis for ranking, but the battlefield wouldn't be too large. Each small team had to earn points while eliminating the opposing teams. Eliminating enemy teams would also earn points from them. The initial points were determined by the rankings from the second round, and points could be used to acquire weapons in the battlefield. The more destructive the weapon, the more points were acquired. The ranking was stagnant, neither advancing nor falling back, sitting in the middle with 500 points. The top 3 teams had points of 30,000, 20,000, and 10,000 respectively. The last few teams had points in only the tens. This meant that fierce battles would be concentrated among the top few teams. The first place was the Wusheng team. Shen Xi crouched on a sturdy tree trunk, dense leaves covering her completely. Sunlight was sliced into fragmented specks that fell on her fair skin. Below, it was already the third conflict she had witnessed. The struggle among the top few teams surpassed her imagination. Almost all team members were separated. Military academy students fought independently, and upon entering the battlefield, they fought fiercely without regard for their lives. Shen Xi was not in a hurry, leisurely clicking to read the supplementary instructions, her gaze landing on a line of small text. Conditions for acquiring points. Eliminate the last teammate of the opposing team. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She noted the information of the conflicting teams and updated it to the team frequency. Then she issued her first command. Shen Xi, stay put. Don't engage. Don't kill the beast or insect tribes. The battle below had ended. Shen Xi closed the interface and nimbly stepped on the vines in the air to leave. The points ranking changed. The points of the top 3 teams suddenly dropped to the bottom, retaining only single-digit points. Of course, it was impossible that they encountered any accidents. They exchanged for weapons.